Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. The narrative of the story begins with a destroyed world with a huge long mountain standing in the middle, which was shrouded in bright orange flames, and a strange light sparkled at its peak. At the foot of this very mountain, on the dead ground, lay the corpses of several terrible monsters, all of which were shrouded in small sparks from the flame and showed no signs of life. Immediately after this, a bright orange flame erupted at the top of the mountain, and a beam of white energy rose upward while fragments of rocks levitated around and a huge amount of dust scattered around the area. A huge orange blade, shrouded in flames, was completely covered in crimson blood flowing down its blade, and a certain voice said that the last person remained. The demon then extended his hand forward, shrouded in a huge amount of brightly glowing orange flames, and looked straight ahead with a menacing gaze, saying that in this case, victory was his. The devil continued to stand in his place and extended his hand forward, focusing a huge amount of bright yellow flame into it. And right in front of him, a man fell back, arms spread wide to the sides, while a blade was stuck into his chest, and everything around him was covered in blood. The man sharply tilted his head forward and coughed, coughing up a huge amount of blood, and was shaking all over. The guy with white hair with a sword in his chest was severely wounded and exhausted, gritting his teeth and leaning one hand on a blade with a blue blade, looking forward with a dissatisfied and furious look. Then, after everything that happened, thoughts arose in his head that the history of this world had come to an end. After which he imagined images of a huge number of different demons and monsters who destroyed human cities that seemed very small to them, while everything around was shrouded in bright orange flames, and reasoned that a year had passed since the defeat in the war against demons, and humanity was faced with a cruel enemy. At the same moment, he imagined images of spiders that wove their huge web and created cocoons in which people were. And the guy continued to reason that while the consciousness of the surviving people was destroyed, their bodies became a haven for the reproduction of monsters, and as the last survivor he continued this fight alone. The protagonist continued to hold his hand on the hilt of the sword with a blue blade, holding his hand tightly, and reasoned that it had been like this until that moment. A huge demon with black scales surrounded himself with bright orange flames and stood in his place, looking straight ahead with a menacing and ruthless expression on his face, looking at the guy with white hair who was kneeling right in front of him, bowing his head. The protagonist, lowering his head a little, looked forward with great displeasure and anger, breathing heavily with a very shabby look, and thought that this was the demon Lord Tartaros. At the same moment, Tartaros suddenly extended his hand straight in front of him, with his index finger out, and began to use magic, summoning a yellow-colored magic circle, gathering bright yellow energy, looking forward with a malicious grin and a menacing gaze, saying that he looked exhausted, and asked that he needed help. The protagonist bowed his head with a dissatisfied and exhausted look, while there was a blade in his chest, and could not answer, and yellow magic symbols enveloped him on all sides, while the demon lord said that he would delay his death, so they can talk a little. Then Tartaros, slightly lowering his menacing and merciless gaze downwards, continued to envelop himself in bright orange flames and said that the man, or whatever his name was. Immediately after this, the demon lord put his hands behind his back, next to his large black wings, and said that this was the first time he had seen such a little man persistently trying to defeat him, and praised him for his amazing tenacity, saying that those who fight without having chances of winning. At the same moment, Tartaros took a few steps forward, holding his hands behind his back, walking past the guy with white hair, and said that, however, one who gives up easily when faced with the enemy's strength is no smarter. While he was surrounded by bright orange flames, the demon lord then turned sharply to the side, his eyes wide open, and said with great rage that they were just weak, while an orange light flashed brightly right in front of him. Immediately after this, Tartaros, turning his head a little to the side, smiled widely with a malicious expression on his face and an arrogant look, saying that he was angry at the sight of these weak worms, and he should understand that he had reached the highest position among people. Then he, lowering his head a little, looked straight ahead with a menacing and smug expression on his face, saying that that was why he had an offer to join him. Then Tartaros extended his hand forward, spreading his fingers wide, and said that other worlds outside of this garbage heap would conquer everything, right up to the abode of the gods, using their powers, while right in front of him, the entire wounded and exhausted protagonist sat on one knee, leaning on one hand on a blade with a blue blade. After hearing this, he sharply raised his gaze, filled with rage and anger, a little higher, continuing to breathe heavily, and simply remained silent in response. The Demon King continued to extend his hand forward after the proposal he voiced, and the wounded man, holding a blue-bladed blade in his hand, asked with the last of his strength that he would really accept it. Then Tartaros, extending his hand straight out in front of him, tilted his head down slightly and said that of course it was, looking forward with a menacing gaze and an arrogant grin. At the same moment, the protagonist raised his head up, and his face was covered in blood, wounds and abrasions, while he smiled widely, looking forward with a furious look, and said that it was quite good to argue that all this was nonsense. Immediately after this, an image of a man's body appeared in his head, whose chest was split into small fragments, and he reasoned that his body was almost completely destroyed in the last battle, and it would not be able to regenerate. And he knew this, and that he could to do, he is probably giving him a chance. And this is not a proposal. The protagonist then imagined the demon lord laughing and looming over him, baring his fangs and looking down with a smug look in his eyes as he thought he just wanted to see him pathetically beg him and his friends and loved ones to see the slave who would trust the enemy, who took it all from him. Tartaros continued to extend his hand, shrouded in a small bright orange flame, forward, and the man reached out to it with his trembling hand. The demon lord stood in his place, extending his hand forward, and smiled widely with a malicious and smug look on his face as the protagonist continued to extend his trembling hand in response. Then the man said that he really had the character of a dog, and in his head a memory arose of a beautiful girl, like a princess, in a luxurious dress, who with a dissatisfied look held her hands to her chest, who said that she asked him not to swear, and he didn't expect anything else from him. Immediately after this, the protagonist smiled widely and said that he did not listen to anyone, but instead cast one funny spell on himself while he was seemingly illuminated by a bright yellow light. At the same moment, the man grabbed the demon lord's hand with great speed and force and squeezed it tightly, not allowing him to escape, and he sharply clenched his teeth in displeasure and fear, looking straight ahead with an incomprehensible gaze. Then the man, with an exhausted, wounded look, raised his head up a little, said that if he did this with his hand, then the power beyond the dimension would explode his body, while he continued to hold Tartaros' hand with great force with his hand and emitted a bright blue glow. Immediately after this, the protagonist looked forward with a furious and menacing gaze, full of madness, saying that this was his answer, turning to Tartaros. At the same moment, the man clenched his teeth with dissatisfaction and rage, looking straight ahead with a dissatisfied and crazy look, holding his hands straight in front of him, and showed his middle finger, releasing a huge amount of blue energy, and sent him somewhere far away. Tartaros looked forward with great surprise and fear, not understanding what was happening, until his hand began to glow with a bright yellow light, and illuminated everything around. And the man was badly wounded and had spent his last strength, looking forward with a smug grin and a menacing gaze, while a bright light. At the same moment, the mountain seemed to completely collapse, and a bright yellow light spread throughout the area, and the earth seemed to be collapsing right in the same place. The silhouette of Tartaros, who leaned forward strongly, raising his wings, was visible in the middle of the smoke and raised in the air from the dust next to the fragments of stones in the midst of a brightly burning yellow light. At the same moment, the demon lord opened his eye wide and looked forward with great surprise and incomprehension, as if afraid of something. Tartaros, tilting his head slightly to the side, looked forward with great surprise and incomprehension, as if in a stupor, straight at his hand, which was burnt and there was no hand on it. Then the demon lord's mind seemed to go blank and he was lost in thought, asking what was his hand and what was wrong with his hand. Tartaros continued to look ahead with great surprise and misunderstanding, fell into a stupor and did not react in any way to what was happening around him. The demon lord then changed his expressions, showing indignation and surprise at what was happening, as if turning gray. At the same moment, he clenched his teeth in dissatisfaction and disappointment, looking forward with a menacing and perplexed gaze, releasing a huge amount of bright orange flame outward. Everything around was destroyed, and a huge amount of broken stones lay on the ground, while somewhere far in the middle of them, in a cloud of dust, Tartaros shouted loudly in his displeasure. Immediately after, he tilted his head down and clenched his teeth, exposing his fangs, looking forward with an angry and disappointed look as sweat ran down his face. The man's body was all incinerated and was kneeling with his hands on his feet, showing no signs of life, and a little black smoke was emanating from him as everything around him was destroyed. At this moment, Tartaros clenched his displeasure and flint even more tightly, opening his eye wide, and looked forward with a dissatisfied and furious look, saying that this is the damned Jeff, and he is him, and now how dare he disgrace him like that, an insignificant little man. Then the demon lord, filled with rage and anger, quickly struck his hand, clenched into a fist, directly on the head of the protagonist's incinerated body, and shouted loudly. Immediately after this, Jeff's incinerated body flew away with great ease, falling apart and scattered on the ground. Jeff, who went from light to darkness after his death, said that this was the end of his battle, and he was unable to avenge his loved ones, but was able to protect humanity as he promised. At the same moment, his bleached hand lay on the ground, fingers spread out in different directions, and the protagonist reasoned that it all ended in an insignificant defeat. Immediately after this, the thought arose in his head, as if plunged into darkness, that this was how it should have ended. Then Jeff's hand suddenly began to twitch and lay on an incomprehensible blue floor and was already completely intact. The protagonist lay on the ground with a look full of surprise and incomprehension of what was happening, looking forward at his hand, and was very puzzled by what he saw. Jeff continued to lie on the bluish ground and was very surprised until his body was completely restored, and he seemed to fall into a stupor, not understanding what was happening. Then the protagonist reasoned that he seemed to have died, and suddenly stood up a little, touching the breastplate with his hand, and looked down with great surprise and misunderstanding, lowering his head, thinking that it was somehow strange and that the armor was still missing, but the armor was also intact. Then Jeff looked ahead and asked where he was, while he was in a huge beautiful room with large columns and statues of deities in front, and descended into a bright blue glow that illuminated everything around. The god statue stood next to the column and held flowers in one hand and a candle lantern in the other, and emitted a huge amount of blue energy while Jeff talked about the statues of gods. In front, behind the statues of the gods, there was a strange, beautiful slab with patterns on which incomprehensible symbols were written, and the protagonist tried to read them and said that it was written there about the temple of the gods, and asked if there was such a thing at all. Then Jeff turned sharply to the side with great surprise and confusion, looking straight ahead while sweat ran down his cheek. Immediately after this, he raised his head a little and smiled a little, looking forward with an incomprehensible and surprised expression on his face, saying that everything is clear and this is the afterlife. Or suddenly a voice interrupted his thoughts, saying that this is not the underworld and this is the lower floor of the pantheon of gods. And Jeff was very surprised and frightened by what he heard, suddenly starting up and looking back. She looked straight ahead. Somewhere in the middle of the room a bright blue clot of energy suddenly appeared. Immediately after that, from the other side, a girl who looked like an angel, with a very beautiful appearance and wearing white clothes, appeared from behind a portal created from blue energy. While snow-white feathers were falling down, she opened her eyes a little and looked forward. Jeff stood in his place, raising his hand up, and was very surprised and dumbfounded by what was happening, looking straight ahead with a blank look. At the same moment, the protagonist averted his gaze slightly to the side and, with his eyes wide open, with great surprise and incomprehension, tried to grab something with his hand and said that he could not summon his sword. A beautiful angel with 4 wings and white clothes put her hand to her chest and looked forward with a favorable look, saying that this surprises him, and she is the senior angel of mercy, and came to convey to him the will of the gods. Immediately after this, she turned slightly to the side, looked forward with a calm and innocent look, continuing to say that he was already dead and according to the rules she had to send him to the afterlife. At the same moment, Mercy added that, however, according to the requirements of some gods, it was decided to send him to the past, while Jeff stood in his place, with his arms at his sides, and was very surprised by what he heard and did not understand what was happening. Then the protagonist directed his stern and menacing gaze forward, asking about the meaning of all of the above. Mercy stood in the middle of the hall between 2 beautiful columns and, holding her hands at her waist, said that he would be sent back to the past to be preserved in his memory and given a chance to change the outcome of the battle. Only his memory would be preserved, but his hardened body, strength, and acquired skills would not be restored to him. Jeff stood in his place in the middle of that same hall and listened carefully to the angel as she continued to say that he was already standing at the pinnacle of humanity, so he could easily regain his position, and looked forward with a serious and calm expression on her face, smiling a little, and the protagonist looked at her with a menacing look in response and simply remained silent. At the same moment, Jeff, continuing to be in the pantheon of the gods, seemed to step away from everything that was happening, immersed in his thoughts, and reasoned that this was probably a dream, and maybe Tartaros had enchanted him, or it was a dying hallucination. Then the protagonist, leaning forward a little, put his hands on his belt and continued to think about everything that was happening. Then Jeff sharply raised his head and looked forward with a calm and serious expression on his face, asking why he was being given such a chance, and Mercy, who was standing right in front of him, raised her hand up and said with an innocent look that it was really hard for him to believe it. She understands him and the evidence. Immediately after this, the protagonist raised his hand up, waving it, and looked straight ahead with a trusting look, saying that no, he believes, and it can be assumed that he just believes. Then Jeff abruptly changed his gaze to a menacing and serious one, looking straight ahead, and asked that he had to do something and where had it been seen to get something for nothing, saying that in this world nothing is given for nothing. After which, images of praying people in brown robes, kneeling in the middle of the dead earth, appeared in the protagonist's head, and he reasoned that when countless people died at the hands of demons, when people prayed in despair, the gods cut off communication with their world, and they answered prayers and did not accept offerings. At the same moment, an image of the cross of the church, which was broken in half, and a huge number of people in a pool of blood appeared in his head, and he continued to reason that the divine powers bestowed by the priest to fight demons had also been taken away, and therefore the army of people who had lost protective and healing powers was immediately defeated. Jeff looked forward with great anger and dissatisfaction filling him, and thought that once they realized that this world was no longer profitable for them, they renounced them, so such petty creators do not just throw away chances. Then Mercy, holding her hands to her stomach, tilting her head slightly forward, closed her eyes and with an innocent look said that it was good, and by the will of the gods she would convey their answer to him. Immediately after this, she slowly opened her eyes and fixed a menacing and displeased gaze with bright blue eyes straight ahead. At the same moment, Mercy, still standing in her place, held her hands to her stomach and, spreading her wings wide, said that they were dying of boredom and someone should entertain them, and Jeff stood right in front of her, listening carefully to her words. Immediately afterwards, he looked forward with great displeasure and disappointment, gritting his teeth as sweat ran down his cheek. Then he opened his eyes wide and looked forward with a look full of anger and madness, not understanding the words he had just heard, trying to comprehend it all. At the same moment, Mercy raised her hand up and looked forward with an innocent look, saying that the gods who paid attention to him were sorry that he died, and it was rare to meet a person with such strong zeal. After which she sharply added that, besides, the 5-year battle against the army of demons in which he participated, according to the gods, was interesting to watch, and Jeff, after listening to all this, was very angry and dissatisfied, until the veins on his face seemed they were very swollen and their eyes were very wide. Then Mercy, putting her hand forward, with a calm and serious expression on her face, said that many gods did not want him to leave his world early, so they kept an eye on him, and he should remember that he became more lucky towards the end of the battle. At the same moment, she continued to say that it was all because the gods supported him until he paid, and she was very surprised and frightened by what was happening, until a bright beam of blue energy flashed next to her at great speed. Jeff extended his hand forward, spewing out a beam of bright blue energy, rushing near Mercy, who was very frightened by what was happening, and destroying the column behind her. The protagonist, leaning forward a little, lowered his hand down into a fist and was very dissatisfied and angry with what was happening, saying that they were bastards and they were only interested, and a huge amount of fragments of stones rose into the air around him. Then, in Jeff's mind, memories appeared of a beautiful girl in a dress with a princess-like crown, whom he held by the hand, and the subsequent events where he fought with demons. It is said that he and all of them wanted to live, so they fought desperately. At the same moment, the protagonist clenched his hand into a fist with great force and concentrated a huge amount of bright blue energy around it, saying that for them, the freaks, it was funny and interesting to watch. Immediately after this, he, with his mouth wide open in anger and displeasure, looked straight ahead with a menacing gaze, continuing to gather energy in his hand, and said that they think that they fought for fun and this is an interesting sight, and he asks that they had been watching them all this time with their bastard eyes. At the same moment, Mercy, jumping a little to the side, with a calm expression on her face, extended her hand forward and used magic, creating a bright yellow magic circle. Then, out of nowhere, a bright yellow magic circle appeared above Jeff's head, and a giant's chain foot emerged from it and stomped on him as he barely held on and continued to focus a huge amount of blue energy into his hands. At the same moment, the huge summoned leg pressed with great force on Jeff, and he bent under the onslaught of the enemy, after which the protagonist suddenly fell to one knee, and the floor beneath him began to collapse and crack, while everything around was illuminated by a bright blue glow. In the end, a huge summoned leg, clad in golden chains, slammed him into the floor with enormous force and destroyed everything around him, splitting the stones into small pieces. Mercy stood to the side with her eyes closed, her wings spread wide, her arm extended forward, and used her bright yellow magic as large chunks of rock lay right in front of her, dust rising into the air. After which she walked forward with slow steps and said that the gods were looking at him, and asked that where were his manners, while Jeff bent over and trembled all over under the pressure of a huge summoned green foot, which pressed hard on him. Mercy then leaned forward a little with a calm and emotionless expression on her face, saying that he was wrong and she should correct what he said. The gods were only interested in him, and from the very beginning they were not interested in such a worthless race as humans, until the protagonist, trying to restrain the pressure of a large green foot pressing on him, he listened carefully to the angel's words. At the same moment, she brought her hand to his face, took his chin, and he was very dissatisfied with what was happening, gritting his teeth in anger. Immediately after this, Mercy looked forward with a crazy expression on her face, stretching out her hands straight in front of her, saying that the main rule is to prove your worth to everyone if you want to get what you want, no matter. And in this world nothing comes for free. Jeff looked forward with a dissatisfied and menacing look, looking through his white hair, and was very angry about what was happening. At the same moment, Mercy stood in the middle of the rubble and snapped her fingers, saying that while the protagonist fell to his knees and was greatly surprised by what was happening, the summoned green leg suddenly disappeared, dissolving into bright green energy. Then Mercy, raising her head a little, looking straight ahead with an indifferent look, said that besides them, one more block asked to return him to the past, only for a different reason. Jeff sharply raised his head up and directed a dissatisfied, menacing gaze forward, greatly surprised by what he heard. At this moment, in a completely different room, all the tables, books, and other things were suddenly thrown around, and everyone was broken with great cruelty. Tartaros held a huge white column on his back and with a plaster on his arm, clearly dissatisfied, said that how much longer should he wait and whoever is responsible for all this should come out. And one of the angels, lying on the ground next to him, was strongly scared of what was happening and said that he should stop. His application is being processed right now, and he said that he should shut up. Immediately after this, the demon lord looked forward with a furious and menacing gaze and, clenching his teeth with great force, said that yes, how could he, the god of destruction himself, who had captured more than 10 worlds, die at the hands of some little man? And not you need to make him laugh, and this cannot happen, and he must quickly fix everything. Mercy continued to stand in her place in the middle of the rubble and held her hands to her stomach while a mirror hovered in the air next to her, showing Tartaros, who said in anger that he would pay for this, and had already said so. And the protagonist sat on the ground with a huge I was surprised and didn't understand what this mad dog was doing. At this moment, the silence was suddenly interrupted by the voice of Mercy, who suddenly said that Tartaros, the god of destruction, had destroyed 10 worlds, including theirs, after which she, turning her head slightly to the side, continuing to hold her hands to her stomach, with an emotionless look, said that the goal of this god is to destroy all worlds, and he had never lost in one battle. He was an undefeated warrior, like no one else never hurt. Then Mercy continued to say that, however, he had ruined all his plans, and he understood that he had inflicted a wound on his pride and dignity. And Jeff turned his head to the side and looked forward with great surprise and incomprehension. The protagonist fixed his stern and menacing gaze forward and thought that this was the only reason, and he was completely crazy, while sweat flowed down his face. Immediately after this, Mercy took a small step forward, stepping on the broken ground with her bare foot, and continued to say that this god wanted to face him in battle once again and achieve absolute victory. Then she, standing next to Jeff, turned her head to the side with an innocent look and asked what about his opinion. And he sat on the ground and looked in her direction with a dissatisfied and thoughtful look. Immediately after this, Jeff grinned a little and exhaled air from his mouth, as if anticipating future events. Then the protagonist clenched his hand into a fist with great force, holding it straight in front of him, and said that this was a very strange question. At the same moment, he, slightly tilting his head down, smiled broadly, holding out his hand, clenched into a fist, straight in front of him, and looked at her with a menacing look, radiated a huge amount of bright blue energy, saying that if he wants to die, then he will help him with this. Suddenly, a bright blue energy flashed in the air, and illuminated everything around with its light, spreading throughout the area. Immediately after this, Mercy said that then she would start, and the rebirth point would be random, but this time would be enough to accumulate strength, and also in support from the gods. He would receive a gift and would be able to accept it after he was reborn. While Jeff stood on place, and complex magic circles of bright yellow color suddenly began to appear under his feet and around him. The protagonist, slightly tilting his head down, looked forward with a menacing and furious gaze, reasoning that although he received this chance from the vile gods, it was still a chance, and he would use it to take revenge on Tartaros, and not only this bastard, but also to all the gods who treated them like insects, while the bright yellow light illuminated him from all sides. Suddenly, from a huge number of yellow magic circles, huge rays of energy rushed down directly towards Jeff, and Mercy said that the coordinates had been created and permission to interfere with space-time changes had been completed. Mercy, spreading her wings wide, smiled a little and looked forward with an innocent look, saying that in that case, she wished Jeff luck and they hoped that he would make them happy. She continued to be in her place, and this created circles of yellow light magic, focusing a huge amount of energy in the center where the protagonist stood. Jeff opened his eyes a little and saw right in front of him several silhouettes of people who were saying strange, unintelligible things at first, and then he began to make out their words that he could not breathe, and this was very bad. After which the protagonist began to open his eyes even wider, and more clearly see everything that was happening right in front of him, where several people were standing, and one of them was saying that they should shut up, and he should get up and stand up. Jeff woke up with a start and opened his eyes wide, looking forward with great surprise and incomprehension, while a certain person said that the newcomer should begin. Immediately after this, blue water was poured on his head and all his hair was wetted, which he was greatly dissatisfied with. Jeff sat on the ground, leaning against the wall in the cave, and tried to come to his senses while several people standing next to him poured water on him and said that he had opened his eyes and that everything seemed to be all right with him. A man with yellow hair held a flask in his hand, from which he poured water to cheer up the protagonist, but he did not understand what was happening. There were several other people standing off to the side, one bald and smiling broadly, and the other with red hair, and Jeff wondered who it was and that he seemed to remember them. On the chest of one of these people there was a strange symbol, similar to a cross with a ring in the middle, and it was black, but for now the protagonist thought it was a brand. At the same moment, Jeff smiled a little, raising his hand to his face, while there was the same cross on his shoulder, and reasoned that he remembered and for some reason got here 10 years ago, when he was 20 years old, and laughed a little, while an unfamiliar voice turned to the elder and asked why he was laughing or something. The protagonist continued to sit in his place, doused with water, and reasoned that he had returned straight to where he served as a slave in the temple, while 3 people stood right in front of him, looking arrogant and smug. Suddenly a man with a beard and a candle and a lamp asked that something had happened there, and said that they would stop chilling, and they should return to their places, and a man with yellow hair, turning to the side, said that they had nothing didn't happen and they will be back soon. Immediately after this, the man with yellow hair looked towards Jeff sitting below and with an arrogant look said that he would do something like this again, and they would really beat him, and he, raising his head up a little, with an arrogant grin, asked what he was talking about speaks. Then a man with yellow hair, very flushed from his words, walked forward without looking back, saying that he was a stupid loser and he would hit him now, and the other stopped him and said that they should go, while Jeff came back, raising his hand to his face, and thought that for now he had nothing to worry about. Suddenly, the protagonist looked forward with great surprise and incomprehension, until right in front of him was the emaciated body of a small boy who was rising from the ground. This same boy, leaning on both hands, raised his head slightly up with an awkward look, said that he thanked his uncle for interceding on his behalf, and Jeff, sitting right in front of him, mentally asked who this was. Immediately after this, the protagonist stood on both legs and took the pickaxe in his hand, walking forward, thinking that he could not remember the details, because 10 years had already passed, and he was very angry that he would have to get used to everything again. And next to him continued a little boy was sitting on the ground and was very surprised by what was happening. The protagonist slowly walked forward, stepping on the ground, and suddenly remembered that he definitely had a gift. After that, he directed his thoughtful gaze forward and reasoned that she said so, he should try it, while memories of Mercy arose in his head, saying what needed to be said in order for the privilege to open, and at any moment he could use it. Jeff hid behind a huge rock and looked forward into the cave with a serious look while the little boy stood up and walked forward to the others. Immediately after this, the protagonist, opening his mouth slightly, turned his head to the side, said that he wanted to open a privilege. He stood in his place in the middle of the cave, with his arms at his sides, when suddenly a bright yellow energy began to envelop him from all sides. After which Jeff looked forward with great surprise and misunderstanding and was dumbfounded by what he saw, thinking that he needed to stop, and that's it. At the same moment, the protagonist smiled contentedly while sweat flowed down his cheek and a bright light illuminated in front. He thought that he might go crazy. He looked straight ahead, smiling a little, with a surprised, incomprehensible expression on his face, full of rage, thinking that oh well, and mentally asking himself if this was even possible. The miner with the green scarf looked to the side, holding him with great surprise and incomprehension, saying that this newcomer was not such a simpleton, while the miner standing next to him in a white bandana said that he was doing a good job, and was it by chance he used to be a miner? At this time, the protagonist swung the pickaxe, bringing it behind his back, and held it with both hands, strongly concentrating on his occupation, while the miners continued to say that you only need to look at his speed. At the same moment, several bags, completely filled with bags, fell down and rustled a little. Immediately after this, Jeff continued to wield his pickaxe, delivering another blow, and was very carried away by the process, while the miner in the green scarf turned back, saying that he would like to join their team, and the miner in the white bandana said that because of him they will have to work hard too. The protagonist swung the pickaxe above his head, holding it with both hands, and lowered his face down, looking straight ahead, with an interested and joyful expression on his face, smiling a little, and thought that this was definitely real, and was still confused. At the same moment, Jeff recalled the events of the recent past, when he opened the privilege and stood in his place, with his arms at his sides, and a bright yellow energy appeared around him, enveloping him from all sides. Immediately after this, the protagonist put his hand to his head, gritting his teeth from the pain that spread throughout his body, and thought that all the information about the privilege was right in his head. Then he suddenly opened his eyes very wide, continuing to hold his hand to his head, and was greatly surprised and dumbfounded by what he saw, thinking about all this. Suddenly, out of nowhere, system notification windows appeared in the air, decorated with beautiful frames of different colors and brightly burning yellow energy, and Jeff reasoned that information about skills from a high level, even those that he had not yet mastered. At the same moment, outwardly, he raised his head up and looked with great surprise and joy, smiling widely while sweat flowed down his cheek, and thought something and he could just get it from these misers. At this time, the man in the red helmet put his hand forward, holding a whip in it, and called out to Jeff, who was standing right in front of him, leaning on the wall of the cave, who was looking at his hand and was very surprised by this. Immediately after this, the feet in the red shoes stepped on the ground with great speed and walked forward, and the voice said, "Didn't he say, return to his place?" The man in the red helmet was very dissatisfied and disappointed with what was happening. In one hand he had a whip, and in the other a pickaxe, and said that from day one he had decided to sit back and shirk work, while the protagonist turned sharply to the side with great surprise and a calm expression on his face, thinking that this is the leader of the mining crews. Then the leader squeezed the whip in his hand with great force, as if about to strike, and said that the bastard was pretending to be deaf. Then the man in the red helmet put his hand straight in front of him, and pulled the other back, holding the whip in it, did not swing it, saying that he would educate him now, and looked straight ahead with a menacing, furious gaze. Immediately after this, he struck with his whip, sending it forward with a huge speed of force, and Jeff caught it with two hands by the end and looked forward with an emotionless, calm expression on his face. The leader of the miners, raising his head a little, was very frightened and surprised, not understanding what was happening, and thought that he was a freak and grabbed the whip with his bare hands, who he was. At the same moment, the protagonist came closer to him and bowed his head, stretching his arms forward with a whip, and said that he was sorry and that he would immediately return to work, while the man in the red helmet continued to hold a whip in one hand and a pickaxe in the other, and was very dumbfounded by what was happening, just silently responded. Then Jeff went forward and with great surprise and interest looked at his hand, putting it slightly forward. The leader of the miners with great surprise and misunderstanding turned back, following him with his gaze, holding a whip in his hand. Jeff looked a little to the side at his hand and was very surprised and interested in what was happening, reasoning that he could follow the foreman's slow whip thanks to his accumulated experience. The protagonist's hand was extended forward and covered in bandages until it was torn right in the middle, and he spread his fingers wide to the sides, reasoning that the whip did not leave any wounds. At the same moment, the system notification window appeared as if out of nowhere, surrounded by a beautiful silver frame, and notified about privilege number 1. The iron wall skill, and Jeff once again waved his hand, holding it with two hands, was very carried away by the process, thinking that he doesn't even feel the least bit tired, he can work like that all day. Immediately after this, he struck another blow with your pickaxe with enormous force and speed, and brightly burning sparks emanated from it in different directions, and the protagonist thought that the conditions, of course, were difficult, but this was a very useful skill. If used correctly, they gave he has a good skill. At the same moment, Jeff became immersed in his thoughts, starting to reason that he had received 9 privileges in total. If he applied the information from the future here, he could quickly accumulate the necessary power, and therefore should get the job done sooner. The young guy looked forward with great surprise and incomprehension at the bags of coal that suddenly fell right in front of him and were completely filled, and held a book and a pen in his hands. At this time, Jeff brought another bag filled with coal, placing it next to the others, leaning forward a little with a calm expression on his face, while everyone around was very surprised. And the guy with a pen and a book in his hands said that he did a good job, and I'm also very surprised by what's happening. A huge crowd of people lined up stood in the middle of the street right in front of the house, and loud words were heard throughout the area that the results of the work done would be forthcoming, as well as the announcement of the ranking. At the same moment, an unknown voice of someone, that first place was taken by Brigade F, and the boy standing in his place was trembling with happiness and joy, and was very surprised, raising his hands to his chest. And the protagonist stood next to him, turning to the side with an incomprehensible expression on his face, holding his hands in his pockets, and thought that they were in the 1st Brigade with this child. Immediately after this, the voice continued to say that 2nd place belongs to Brigade B. And the man with yellow hair turned back and, gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction, asked what, why and how these idiots got 1st place, while his allies were also very surprised, turned to the side. Then the unknown voice continued to say that the 3rd place was taken by Brigade H and the last by Brigade E. Some people were very happy, while others were very sad and upset by what they heard. The foreman gritted his teeth and smiled widely, looking forward with a menacing and joyful expression on his face, saying that according to the principles of their mining group, whatever the team in last place earned was distributed among the rest of the teams. At this time, Jeff stood in his place, turning to the side, and watched the upset people standing away from him, and the foreman immediately said that now they should pray to the great goddess of light, Mrs. Arya. After his words, a huge crowd of workers and miners raised their hands up and began to pray, saying that the almighty Arya should bless them with her eternal light and save them, repeated over and over again. The protagonist continued to stand in his place with a dissatisfied expression on his face, as if he had distanced himself from everything that was happening, with his hands straight in front of him, clasped in his palms, and said that prayer is complete crap. Immediately after this, an image of a statue of a goddess with a spear appeared in his mind, and he reasoned that one of the 3 greatest gods, the temple of the great goddess Arya, was the largest religious temple on the continent, or to be precise, the largest creditor on the continent. A huge crowd of miners were heading to rest and said that they were very tired and wanted to go to bed as soon as possible. And Jeff reasoned that most of those who work here are people who have lost everything because of monsters. Jeff continued to stand in his place and, slightly tilting his head forward and looking straight ahead with a menacing and dissatisfied look, and reasoned that either, like him, were adventurers, but after the temple saved them from death, they ended up in slavery to pay off a huge medical debt, while a man with yellow hair stood behind him and looked at him with a disapproving gaze. The protagonist had the sign of a cross on his shoulder with a black circle in the middle, and he reasoned that in general, as long as he was branded a slave, he would not be able to move freely. If he went outside without permission, his heart would be quickly restored. At the same moment, he became lost in his thoughts and thought that he should pay off what he owed as soon as possible and regain his freedom. Then he could at least plan something. Jeff then stepped on the ground with great speed and force, moving forward with quick steps, thinking that Tartaros would not get off so easily this time. The protagonist, leaning forward a little, looked straight ahead with a menacing and intimidating gaze, continuing to rapidly walk forward, and thought that he would take revenge at all costs. Immediately after this, memories of his black armored hand holding the girl's delicate hand appeared in his head, and bright pink energy sparkled around him. After which their hands opened, and the beautiful girl extended her hand forward and looked straight ahead with a sad and disappointed look, while she disappeared into a huge amount of bright pink glowing energy. She slightly tilted her head to the side and, smiling, began to cry and looked forward, and with a joyful look, realizing the hopelessness of the current situation, she was enveloped in a bright pink luminous energy. The protagonist extended his hand forward with great regret and sadness and remembered the name Altio. Jeff continued to stand in his place, with one hand down and the other clutching his clothes in the chest area, slightly tilting his head down, and was very upset after these memories, reasoning that he would be able to protect her. A nun in white clothes put her hand forward and looked straight ahead with a benevolent look, saying that anyone who needs to go to the store or go to confession should come here. And behind her there were several tents with merchants and miners who were communicating and drinking alcohol, saying they wanted a glass of beer and 2 baked potatoes. On the wooden wall hung white signs with various incomprehensible symbols written on them in black, and they indicated that this mug of beer costs 80 Serebrennikov. The protagonist passed by and turned to the side at one of the trading tents with food and drinks and looked straight ahead with great surprise. Remaining calm, I think that I have not seen these normal prices for a long time. Immediately after this, the same child from the mine came up to him and, holding his hand to his chest, with great embarrassment turned to his uncle and said that he would like to treat him to a beer, while Jeff turned sharply in his direction, holding his hands in his pockets, and looked at him with great surprise. Then the protagonist, turning to the side, kindly faces him with a serious and calm expression, asking that he probably has a lot of money. The little boy bowed his head a little and with a disappointed and sad expression looked at the hand that contained several silver coins and said that he had just received it, although he would not be able to buy something expensive. A difficult moment, he, bowing his head a little lower, raised his eyes with a kind and confident look, looking straight ahead, and squeezed the coins in his hand, leaning them against his chest, saying that he protected him then in the mine, and thanks to him their team took first place. Memories of the 3 other people on their team appeared in his head. Then the guy turned his head a little to the side and with a disappointed and shy look said that they had only weaklings on the team, so they usually didn't take last places, so he, one might say, got money for the first time. At this moment, the protagonist stood in his place and looked at the little boy who was right in front of him, with a serious and thoughtful look, reasoning that this is why they beat him. Then Jeff had images in his head of several balls with picks, one of which into another with enormous force, and he thought that if at least one miner from the group gets sick and cannot work, then the efficiency of the team drops greatly, sabotaged at least one team, so it will automatically rise to the higher place. Immediately after this, the protagonist sharply turned his back to him and waved his hand, closing his eyes, saying that he was probably joking and wants him to eat the child. And adults come and go. I think that he is probably doing this to pity him, and there is no need to pester him with all sorts of nonsense, and he gets bored. And the little boy stood in his place and was very surprised and dumbfounded by what was happening, stretching out his arms along his body, saying that no, this is not that. Jeff then walked up to one of the food and drink stalls with a confident look on his face and stood there while the merchant polished his wooden mug as he said he was glad to welcome him and asked if he had anything to offer. Jeff stood in his place with a serious and self-confident look, asked what if he had a restorative, and the merchant at that moment, looking at him, was very surprised and dumbfounded by what he heard. Then the merchant, straightening the bandana on his head, said with great surprise that he had not seen him here before. Apparently he was new, and asked that he at least had money, and for a glass it was 1 gold, and for a bottle 4. But if he does not die from pain, then it is better to be patient. Immediately after this, Jeff, with a deft movement of his hand, fingers wide open, poured out his coins of silver and gold onto the table, and said that there was 1.5 gold coins here. The protagonist stood in his place, smiling broadly, holding out his hand with a smug and confident look, and said that he would borrow the rest. They should have a receipt. Let him take it out, and he will sign. And the seller, along with the boy, having heard all this, was greatly surprised and dumbfounded, falling into a stupor. The little boy stood to the side and was shaking all over with fear and surprise, raising his hands to his face and turning to his uncle. After which he asked if he was crazy. Jeff, with a deft movement of his hand, stamped the document signed in blood, thereby confirming the just proposed agreement. At the same moment, the little boy, spreading his arms wide apart, was very surprised and did not understand what was happening. Says that he at least knows what will happen if he cannot pay his obligations, and without that, out of 2 gold, 1 goes to payment of the debt, but almost no income, and it wasn't enough to get into the minus. He's just trying to say that the interest on the additional loan is terribly high. While the protagonist sat on a stump and opened another bottle of green potion with his hand, he says that he's very noisy. Immediately after this, Jeff returned to the side with a confident look in his eyes, continuing to drink the green potion from the bottle, saying that he would pay them back too, and the little boy was very surprised by this. Then, the protagonist suddenly had an image in his head of a small bottle of green liquid that glowed with a bright blue light, and he reasoned that it was a restorative, popular product that replenishes stamina, and if you drink a large amount of it, you can get a hidden effect, an increase in magical energy. At the same moment, he turned sharply to the side, continuing to hold the bottle with green liquid in his hand, and looked to the side with a confident look, thinking that after drinking even 10 bottles, the effectiveness remains low. But if he has this special ability, then things were different. While he was enveloped in bright purple energy, and a system notification window appeared next to him in a beautiful purple frame, notifying him of 2 special abilities, the skill of the Secret of Hermes. The protagonist deftly wielded his pickaxe, holding it with 2 hands, and struck with enormous force and speed at the coal deposit, and reasoned that in any case he would not earn much money in the mine, while that same little boy was digging ore next to him. Immediately after this, Jeff began to reason that even if he worked as hard as he could, there was no good reward to be expected, and he placed the empty bottle of green liquid down next to the others with a deft movement of his hand. Then the protagonist, leaning on his palms, with his arms spread wide apart, began push-ups, going down and up at great speed, while a huge amount of sweat flowed down his entire body, and he reasoned about what to do then. At this time, the foreman of the miners was sitting in the house and looked to the side with great surprise, holding a smoking pipe in his hand, and was very surprised, asking if he had heard a howl in the mine. The protagonist stood with a confident and menacing look in the doorway, with his hands hidden behind his back, and said that yes, and he should inform the hunters about this, and he would lead them to the place where he heard the monsters, while a man in a red helmet sat right in front of him and held a smoking pipe in his hand, listening attentively to him. After which Jeff turned his stern and smug gaze forward, smiling a little, saying that the answer is that money can be made in the dungeon. In the protagonist's head, images of terrible monsters, liches and minotaurs appeared, along with goblins, armed with their weapons, and he reasoned that monsters are creatures generated by a magical flow, and many of them are aggressive and pose a great threat to people. And although during all the years of the war these creatures caused enormous damage, immediately after this, a bright purple light flashed brightly, illuminating everything around, and bright blue gems also appeared. While Jeff reasoned that their appearance was a good help for humanity, magical crystals and stones inside the bodies of monsters. He then began to introduce equipment and weapons and reasoned that both skin and bones made excellent materials for creating weapons and armor, so monsters quickly came to be seen as a valuable resource. At the same moment, he reproduced in his head the image of a dungeon with a door in the middle, from behind which a huge amount of pink-violet energy was bursting out, and there were torches hanging on the wall around him, and he reasoned that in other words, every cave inhabited by reptiles was fraught with to yourself both great danger and great profit. Several people in boots stepped on the ground and quickly walked forward, quickly moving their feet while a loud stomp echoed throughout the area. 3 formidable warriors with their weapons and robes and armor walked forward with slow steps while wind currents blew around them from all sides and a huge amount of dust rose into the air. Warriors in armor and robes with weapons in their hands stopped in place and looked forward with a menacing and smug look, while the protagonist reasoned that the hunters are slaves with military skills, selected specifically to solve problems with monsters, and the price for their work is so high. How high the risk of hunting is, and the success of the mission often promises them additional payment. At this moment, Jeff stood on the ground and looked to the side with a dissatisfied look, crossing his arms over his chest, and thought that and why adventurers like him define a miner, and there must be some reason. At the same moment, his thoughts were interrupted by the words of the merchant, who said that he could hear him and he would not lend to him anymore. And the protagonist stood right in front of him and listened carefully to his words. The whole action takes place near a merchant's shop with a white roof, and Jeff asked if the daily limit had been exceeded, and he replied that no, his rank was too low, he would not receive a penny more. Then the protagonist crossed his arms over his chest with great dissatisfaction, looked to the side and wondered what he should do next and maybe just take it from someone. And a nun in white clothes suddenly appeared next to him, clasped his hands in front of his chest, looked at him with a friendly face, saying that he can open a line of credit if he sells his internal organs and their temple buys the organs for scientific research. At the same moment, Jeff turned sharply to the side, continuing to cross his arms over his chest, and looked at the nun standing next to him, who seemed to be all sparkling and emitting a bright light. Immediately after this, Jeff asked if she would show him the documents, but it turned out that of course, and here they are, and he took them in his hands and began to look at them. They say that the operation will be scheduled for next week, and if he returns the proceeds, he would be able to cancel the operation. And the nun told him that, of course, this is so, and the temple is efficient in such matters, while the merchant stood aside and shuddered from what he saw, watching what was happening. asking what kind of crazy he was and why sell their organs in wheelbarrows. At the same moment, the protagonist, holding documents in his hand, turned sharply to the side and said that he needed a restorer for all the money. And the merchant held out a box with bottles filled with green liquid. And with an incomprehensible and frightened expression, the person said that he should do as he knows, and that he does not care about his future fate. Immediately after this, Jeff began to drink the liquid, emptying one of the bottles, while the nun watched this, crossing her arms in front of her chest, and with great joy said that he was really strange, that is, a real man. And the merchant who was behind her sighed heavily after everything that had happened and thought that another one had become a guinea pig. There was a huge number of empty bottles from underground on the ground, and the protagonist put another empty one next to the others, leaning forward a little, crouching on one knee with a serious look, and the nun standing next to him was very surprised and dumbfounded by what was happening, looking at empty bottles. Immediately after that, he lifted his head up a little and smiled widely, looking straight ahead with a confident look as a bright blue energy surrounded him, and he reasoned that this is great, now he is ready. At the same moment, next to the foot in the boot, the blade of a spear stuck into the ground with enormous force and speed, and all the bright sparks scattered around the area. A man in armor with a spear in his hand stood in place and asked if he was Jeff, and he was accompanying them. And right in front of him stood the protagonist, leaning forward, holding one hand on his belt, and looked to the side with a serious and calm expression on his face, while there were empty bottles below. Immediately after this, the protagonist, looking to the side, smiled broadly and expressed smugness and joy on his face, thinking that it was just in time, and said that yes, and everything is correct. A man in armor with a spear with a serious look pointed his thumb back and said that he was Goth, the head of the scouting group, and this was Dale and Marco, while behind him stood two more young guys, one in a robe, and two in armor and with a hammer. I have a moment, shook Goth's hand, extended his forward and, slightly tilting his head down, looked straight ahead with a serious and calm expression on his face, saying that he does not have night vision skills, but he can use magical impulses. He hopes that they will work together. At the same moment, images of eyes brightly burning yellow in the middle of the pitch darkness between the leaves of trees appeared in the protagonist's head, and he reasoned that night vision is a skill with which one can see in pitch darkness, and then he imagined the image of a projection of a person standing on place, and a huge amount of energy pulsations emanating from him in different directions, reasoning that while a magical impulse sharpens perception due to the released energy, these skills are simply necessary if he wants to penetrate the monster's lair undetected. At the same moment, Goth adjusted the visor of his helmet with 2 fingers, raising his hand to his face, and looked to the side with a serious look, thinking that it seemed that the price of night vision potions was solid, and said that if everyone is ready, then we can move forward. At this moment, Marco, holding a huge war hammer in his hand, placing it on his shoulder, said that he should grab the luggage and go forward, while the protagonist held a bag in his hand, and Goth walked forward along with Dale, who was smiling widely, saying that the miner uses magical impulses is interesting, and laughed a little. Jeff threw the backpack with the warrior's things on his back and supported it with 2 hands, looking forward with an unhappy and disappointed look, and just remained silent while Dell continued to say that it looked like he was going to crush the lair with them, and laughed, and Goth immediately said that he should shut up. At the same moment, the protagonist, slightly tilting his head forward, looked straight ahead with a menacing and intimidating gaze, thinking that they would look at him now, and he didn't know those two, but he definitely knew one. Immediately after this, Jeff plunged into his memories and began to reason that he was transferred to the hunt a month after everything was cleared out here. 3 warriors walked forward with a confident look, holding weapons in their hands, and their shadows seemed to merge together, showing a dark abyss of despair, and the protagonist thought that at that time 2 people died under the arches of the cave. Jeff then smiled a little as he continued to carry the backpack on his back and thought that he seemed to have figured out how he could use these guys. The foot in the boot stepped on the ground with tremendous force and speed, stamping and spreading the sound throughout the area. 3 warriors in armor and with weapons were climbing up the mountain, and everything was surrounded by trees along with the protagonist, who was carrying a backpack with their supplies on his back. Suddenly, they all approached the huge wooden entrance to the cave, next to which stood 3 warriors in black robes and with weapons, and one of them, in a green scarf, stepped forward a little and waved his hand, calling them here. Was it after this that the same man in the green scarf put his hand forward, holding a blue rope in the other, and said that they were a support group and everyone should stretch their hands forward. Immediately after this same man began to tie a blue rope to Goth's wrist, and he stood in his place, holding a spear in his hand, while the rest of his group stood behind and watched everything that happened. It was Jeff's turn, and he stood still with great surprise and interest, looking at his hand, holding it up, to which a man ties a small blue thread, tightening it into a knot. Immediately after this, the man in the green scarf raised his hand with the blue ropes on it up and pointed at it with his other hand, saying that this is a magic bracelet, and if something happens to them, they will break on his hand, and then they will be able to immediately request assistance from headquarters. At the same moment, he, raising his hand to his head, said that he hoped this would not have to be done, and they should concentrate and do the job cleanly, wishing them all good luck, while the protagonist, along with the rest of the squad members, entered that same cave, inside which was very dark. Jeff walked ahead of everyone with a backpack on his back and held it with both hands while 3 warriors walked through the cave behind him, and behind him a bright yellow light burst into the cave, illuminating everything around. The protagonist, along with 3 armed warriors who expressed confidence and seriousness in their appearance, moved deeper into the cave straight into the darkness. The walls and ceiling of the cave were all strewn with stones. On one side there was pitch darkness, and on the other there was a bright yellow light, illuminating everything around. A monster's foot with 4 toes and terrible claws stepped on the ground inside the cave while everything around was illuminated by a bright yellow glow. Several armed kobolds moved forward through the cave with slow and steady steps, lighting everything around with a torch, and holding small curved blades in their hands. Suddenly, a stone flew into the wall of the cave with great speed and force, hitting it, and began to fall down, until the 2 kobolds sharply raised their heads and looked forward, not understanding what was happening, and were very surprised. A small stone lay on the ground in the middle of the cave after it hit the wall, and the 2 kobolds, continuing to illuminate everything around with the bright light of the torch, looked straight ahead and were very surprised and dumbfounded by what was happening. The monsters leaned forward a little and tried to understand the event that had just happened, until right behind them, out of nowhere, images of warriors suddenly appeared there with great speed. At the same moment, Goff, with a deft movement of his hand, holding the blade, struck and cut off the head of one of the kobolds, holding his mouth with his other hand, and looked straight ahead with a menacing and merciless gaze, filling everything around with blood. And the protagonist reasoned that the task of the reconnaissance group is to detect monsters. Dale followed the example of his comrade and struck with his blade, holding it in his hand, right into the monster's neck and sprinkled blood all around, while he smiled a little and was immersed in the battle. And Jeff reasoned that he was collecting information about the lair. The warriors, along with the protagonist, stood in the middle of the cave after attacking 2 kobolds, whose corpses lay below on the ground and covered everything around with blood, while Dale stood away from everyone and watched what was happening, smiling broadly and enjoying the murder. Then the protagonist pointed to one of the forks in the cave, while the warriors listened carefully to his instructions, and he reasoned that based on the collected data, a cleanup group was being formulated. Immediately after this, Jeff continued to reason that which cuts out all the muck, and this is the standard sequence of such missions, while he climbed up the rubble with a serious and calm expression on his face, leaning forward a little, and carried a backpack with supplies on his back. The kobold corpse lay on the ground with its tongue hanging out and did not show any signs of life, while everything around was filled with a huge amount of blood, and one of the warriors said that it seems that these are the ones who survived the last time. At this moment, Goth was sitting on a small stone and, with the help of a small knife in his hand, drew the future plans of their battle right on the ground and said that there was one more lair on the other side of the entrance to the mine. And last week Groups and B cleared it, while Marco and Jeff listened attentively to his words. And Dale, folding his arms over his chest, said that apparently the survivors had dug a tunnel, and it was here. At the same moment, the protagonist began to reason that it was quite expected that the reconnaissance group had good military skills, while Goff, still sitting on a small stone, drew a future plan of action with his knife right on the ground in the cave and turned to Dale and Marco, after which he, raising his head up a little, smiled broadly and looked forward with a self-confident look, asking that maybe they would deal with them themselves. Immediately after this, the protagonist began to reason that if the scouts decided that they could cope with the cleanup on their own, they would enter the battle without orders, while Marco and Dale were very surprised and frightened by the words they heard, not understanding what was happening and not giving their answer. A little later, Dale, bowing his head down, turned to the commander with a sad and uncertain look, saying that they could just reconnoiter the situation, and that's all, and asked that why expose themselves to danger. Immediately after this, he, putting his hand forward, showing 3 fingers, said that they could not do anything if a whole pack was hiding there or if there was something stronger there, and there were only 3 of them, while Jeff and Marco, standing nearby, listened attentively to his words and did not say anything. And Goff, continuing to sit on a small stone, said that, in fact, there were 4 of them, and all that was needed was to capture the cobalt. Dale was then very displeased with what he heard and was disappointed, flying into a rage, opening his mouth wide, turning to the side, pointing his finger at the protagonist, and asked if he was joking by saying that there were 3 and 1 porter, and asked if he was going to go into a fight with this man. At the same moment, Marco, slightly tilting his head down, closing his eyes, still holding a huge war hammer in his hand, put his hand on his ally's shoulder and said that there was no need to start, and asked the commander if he had a plan, saying that he would listen first, then decide something. Hearing this, Goff raised his head up a little and smiled maliciously, looking straight ahead, with a smug and confident expression on his face. Then he, turning sharply to the side, continuing to sit on the same small stone, said he must get something. And Jeff, standing in his place, tilting his head down a little, with a serious expression on his face, put his hand into a small bag and said, "That's exactly right." Twigs with green leaves and small red fruits lay on the ground in the cave, while Goth said that these were the fruits and leaves of actinidia, and if crushed and mixed with cobalt shit. After which, he, standing to the side, directed his serious gaze forward and continued to say that he would smell like a female cobalt during the period of heat. And the protagonist mixed these ingredients in a small bowl, placing them with an emotionless expression on his face, and Dale covered his nose with his hand from unpleasant smell. At the same moment, Goff continued to say that the smell was strong and could be smelled further than 100 meters, until one of the kobolds in the cave suddenly raised his head up, as if sensing something, and looked straight ahead, very excited. Then he lifted his head up a little and began to sniff the stream of smell that rushed directly above his head along a thin line. After the kobold sniffed it, it suddenly changed and opened its mouth wide, stuck out its tongue, and a huge amount of drool flowed from there, while that same aroma continued to hover right in front of its face. Then Goff, holding a bowl of this mash in his hand, covering his nose with his other hand and smiling a little, said that he used it then too. At the same moment, the enraged and excited kobold ran towards the cave with great speed and barked a little, opening his mouth wide, scattering a huge amount of saliva around, and approached the place where the straw lay on the ground. Immediately after this, the kobold stepped with its paws on the trap made by the warriors from dry grass, and it fell sharply down straight onto the spikes and was very surprised by what was happening. Not expecting this, Kobold continued to fall down into the trap, stretching one of his paws upward, and screamed loudly from the pain spreading throughout his body, and Goff continued to say that they would lure the beast into a trap. The Goff, along with his allies, approached the trap, inside of which there were a huge number of kobold corpses impaled on stakes, and looked down with a smug grin, asked how he was doing, and he said that everything would work out, until Marco, who was standing next to him, looked down with great surprise, turning to the commander, saying that it was for such decisions that he respected him sometimes, and he immediately asked that sometimes, and for sure he needed to cut out his tongue. At the same moment, Marco asked that when he prepared all this, and he had not even heard of such a method, and Goff stood in his place with a smug grin, folding his hands to his chest, and said that this is what is called life experience, while the protagonist stood behind him, watching everything that was happening, and smiled a little, holding a spear in his hands, thinking that in fact it was he who advised him. Goff looked forward and smiled a little with a benevolent look, throwing a spear on your shoulder, and the protagonist reasoned that this was Goff, and in a past life, after he was transferred to the Hunters, he was on the first team with him. At this moment, Jeff looked to the side with a serious and menacing look, continued to hold the wooden stake directly in front of him, and reasoned that he was looking for recognition from other hunters, but he never got the chance. Then the protagonist continued to argue that before they met, and Goff stood in his place with a confused expression on his face, asking what it was about and whether it was clean, and holding a spear in one hand and a flask of water in the other. Marco relieved himself in one of the corners of the cave, while Dale sat right on the ground nearby, pouring stones from his boots, and the protagonist turned back, looking at them with a serious expression on his face, while Goff stood next to him, waiting for an answer. Immediately after this, Jeff, tilting his head slightly to the side, still carrying a backpack with supplies on his back, looked ahead with a serious and calm expression on his face, says that, to be honest, he already went down there yesterday, and there is a small lair of the surviving kobolds. The goth stood in his place with a confused and surprised expression on his face, even holding a flask of water in one hand and a spear in the other, and asked that one, and he had an excess of self-confidence. And the protagonist, standing right in front of him, said that before how to get here, he was in charge of reconnaissance for his team, and his strong point is finding secret paths. Immediately after this, Goth, looking down, with a thoughtful look, raised his hand to his chin and said that this was his way of saying that the four of them could easily cope if they followed his plan. Jeff, tilting his head down a little, looked straight ahead with a serious and self-confident look, said that, of course, but the decision is up to the commander and he thinks it's definitely worth a try. The Goth walked forward through the cave, turning back with a trusting smile, and thought that this place could bring them good money, and it would be a pity to share with others, and he is not as useless as he seems, while the protagonist walked behind him with an emotionless face. At the same moment, an image of grass with bright red fruits growing in the wild in the middle of the forest appeared in the warrior's mind, and he thought that Actinidia was not easy to find, but he was well prepared and seemed to be well acquainted with hunting monsters. Goth then smiled widely with a mischievous expression on his face and continued to think that he also liked that he left the decision up to him. Immediately after this, the warrior extended a small blade towards Jeff, who was very surprised at what was happening, looking a little lower, saying that he should accept it, and thought that if he, as a commander, put in a good word for him, he would quickly be transferred to the hunters. At the same moment, the protagonist held the small blade that had just been handed to him with both hands, and, bowing his head with a serious look, smiling, thanked him. The Goth stood in his place, nodded his head and smiled a little, looking forward with a benevolent look, thinking that probably all this was done on purpose to look in front of him in the best light. At the same moment, the warrior opened his eyes wide, continuing to smile, and his face looked more like a madman, while he continued to think that he does not care. And in any case, his desire is commendable, and he is not a complete trash. What should he worry about for some lair of kobolds? Then he continued to think that it was time to take from this cave everything that it could give, and with a deft movement of his spear he stuck it straight into the throat of the kobold, and sprinkled everything around with a huge amount of blood gushing from there. At the same moment, Goth, having stepped on the corpse of one of the monsters, pulled out his spear with a bloody blade and turned to the side with a satisfied smile, saying that it was great, and they dealt with most of them while his allies stood behind him. Immediately after this, Marco struck with his huge war hammer, which was all covered in blood, and smiled widely, holding it with both hands, laughing a little, said that he did not think that it would be so easy and fun. And Goth, who was on the side, held a blue crystal in his hand and looked at it with a satisfied expression on his face, saying that it was a pity that the quality was very bad. Suddenly, the protagonist came out of the cave steamer, still holding a backpack with supplies on his back, and said that this passage was clear. And Goth stood in his place, holding a spear in his hand, and the other was rummaging around in his bag, saying that it was good then. At the same moment, his words were interrupted by Dale, who had his hand on the hilt of his blade and looked forward into the wall of the cave with great surprise and asked about what was there. Then he squatted down and leaned forward, holding the bones of a man in his hand, and thought that they were bones and maybe just remains, looking straight ahead with great surprise and fear. Dale continued to hold the human bones in his hand, holding it with 2 fingers, and looked at it in detail, thinking that they were some kind of wild animals, and no, they didn't look like it. Immediately after this, he came to the conclusion that these were cobalt bones, and, continuing to squat, holding the bones in his hand, and raised his head up, when suddenly a huge paw of a monster rushed towards him with great speed, and from the darkness he looked at his bright red eyes. At the same moment, the monster's paw grabbed Dale with tremendous force and speed, and he was greatly surprised and dumbfounded, frightened by what was happening. The huge paw of a blue monster suddenly grabbed the warrior's body and destroyed everything in its path, squeezing him with enormous force. The Goth turned sharply to the side with great surprise and fear, his mouth wide open, and shouted Dale's name. At the same moment, the monster's hand threw Dale forward with enormous force and speed, and he, crashing into the ground, bounced further while everything around him collapsed and scattered in different directions, and Goth watched what was happening, standing in his place. Then Dale's body crashed into the wall of the cave with great force and speed, and he coughed from the pain that spread throughout his body, and Goth continued to stand in his place, holding a spear with 2 hands, and turned to the side with great surprise and fear, shouting the name Dale. After a while, Marco began to focus a huge amount of bright orange energy into his hands, holding the handle of his war hammer with great strength. Marco continued to stand in his place, holding his huge war hammer in two hands and opening his mouth wide with discontent and rage accumulated inside, saying that everyone should take cover behind him, and created an orange magic circle, wrapping all his energy in it. He then gritted his teeth in pain and continued to focus more and more amounts of bright orange energy and mentally cursed, thinking that he thought it was all over and what was hiding there. Immediately after this, Marco, still holding his two-handed warhammer, directed a menacing and displeased look forward, opening his mouth wide, saying that this is a magical shield that stops even the leader of the orcs, and does not think that he can break through it, and reasoned that he would have to fight, holding the line, while a magic circle of bright orange energy appeared right in front of him. At the same moment, the monster's paw struck Marco, who was standing still, with enormous force and speed, destroying his shield and throwing him back. Marco coughed up blood from the enormous pain spreading throughout his body after the blow he received, and thought about his shield. The monster's huge tail struck, throwing the warrior back with great force and speed, rising up while Goth immediately turned to the side and was greatly frightened by what was happening, calling out to Marco. The Goth, leaning forward a little, looked straight ahead and with great surprise and misunderstanding, gritting his teeth with dissatisfaction and fear, reasoning that this tail could not exist. Immediately after this, the tail of the blue monster moved forward with great speed, making a wide swing. The Goth looked forward with fear and great surprise, not understanding what was happening, and seemed to fall into a stupor, opening his eyes wide. At the same moment, a loud cry of pain was heard throughout the cave, and everything around was filled with a huge amount of blood. Suddenly, the events of the story are transferred to the entrance to the cave, where the sun is still shining brightly and trees with green leaves grow. At the same moment, the guy in the green scarf lowered his head a little lower and looked at his hand with great surprise and misunderstanding, saying that this was some kind of nonsense. After which he recalled the events of the past, as he explained about the rope on his hand, which are magical bracelets that break in case of bad events, and several blue threads suddenly broke on his hand at one moment, and he thought that there were three at once. Then the guy in green scarf turned sharply to the side with great surprise and misunderstanding, frightened by what was happening, while there were three torn threads on his hand, and thought that something was happening there. At the same moment, drops of blood dripped down straight to the ground with great speed and were already forming a large puddle, with no intention of stopping. The Goth was badly wounded and exhausted, standing in place, leaning forward a little, and looking straight ahead with a look full of fear and disappointment, holding his wounded hand, and was bleeding all over, groaning and trembling from the pain spreading throughout his body. At the same moment, he sharply looked up and was very surprised and puzzled by what was happening, while sweat flowed down his face. The Goth stood on one knee, leaning his elbow on the ground, all wounded and exhausted, looking forward at Jeff standing right in front of him, who put two hands straight in front of him with a menacing and self-confident expression on his face, while the system notification window in a beautiful silver frame announced a special ability number 1, Iron Wall skill. The protagonist continued to stand in his place, raising his trembling hand up, and looked at her with great surprise and a calm expression on his face, thinking that even with the iron wall he had broken through his defense. After which he, slightly tilting his head down, looked to the side with a menacing and furious look, thinking that he was not even a year old yet, and that it would not be easy with him. At the same moment, the tail of a blue monster enveloped the body of Dale, who had fallen to the ground without any signs of life. Immediately after this, the monster's tail lifted the body of the dead warrior up, and who was badly wounded and bleeding, showing no signs of life. A huge, scary blue monster with a long tongue and a tail, in which he held Dale, stood in the middle of the cave room and looked around while the protagonist stood in his place, fixing his stern and menacing gaze straight ahead, and Marco's corpse lay on the ground to the side. Then an image of this very monster appeared in Jeff's head, as if in the middle of darkness and a huge amount of blood, and he reasoned that this was the predator, a creature that pretends to be the offspring of other monsters with the help of its pheromones, and, growing up, it simply eats its parents. Immediately after this, the protagonist took the spear that was lying on the ground and squeezed it tightly with his hand, saying that he would borrow his spear. And Goth, who was sitting on one knee on the ground, was very surprised and dumbfounded by what was happening, saying that he should stop and that he's going to do. Then Jeff, with a deft movement of his hand and using his fingers, spun the spear in his hand, spreading a stream of air around the area from the enormous speed of rotation. At the same moment, the protagonist stopped the spear and moved his hand, holding it, to the side, cutting the air right in front of him, looking forward with a self-confident and serious expression on his face, while the wounded Goth sat right behind him on the ground and was very surprised and dumbfounded by what was happening. Immediately after this, Jeff tilted his head down a little, smiled widely, and looked forward with a menacing and furious look, thinking that he wanted to warm up a little. He then extended his hand forward and emitted a small amount of bluish energy, saying that he would give him his last wish anyway. The protagonist continued to stand in his place, holding a spear with one hand, and with the other holding it straight in front of him, concentrated brightly glowing blue energy, and looked forward with a malicious grin, asking how he wanted to die, while the system notification window notified about a special ability number 3, which was unknown. In the protagonist's hand, a projection of a key with a beautiful pattern sparkled with a bright blue glow, and everything was shrouded in a huge amount of energy, while the system notification window with a beautiful blue frame notified about the third special ability, the silver key. Immediately after this, Jeff extended his hand to the side where the key was projected, and a scarf and plants with purple fruits appeared in the air, and everything around was shrouded in a bright blue glow, and he looked at it all with a serious look, reasoning that in a word, this artifact is subspace. The Goth was sitting in his place on the ground and was severely wounded, when he suddenly looked forward with great surprise and incomprehension, and a scarf and plants with purple fruits fell to the ground right in front of him. On the ground in the caves lay a white scarf and a plant with green leaves and purple berries, and Goth reasoned that it was dragon heart grass and a rag. The system notification window notified about dragon heart grass and its description. Immediately after this, Jeff, holding a spear in his hand with a confident look, said that Goth should step back, and unwrapped the bandage from his hand with a deft movement of his fingers, while he sat behind him, looking exhausted and wounded, and looking away with great surprise, holding a handkerchief in his hand. At the same moment, the protagonist tied his hand to the handle of the spear, and, using a bandage, tightened it with great force with his other hand. Then Jeff stood in a fighting stance, slightly tilting his head down, and looked straight ahead with a serious and menacing look, continuing to hold the spear with both hands, and said that now it would be tough. Immediately after hearing this, Goth suddenly woke up and clenched his teeth in surprise and dissatisfaction, looking forward with an incomprehensible look, and tried to comprehend everything that was happening. The protagonist stood in his place and, holding a spear in his hand, looked forward with a confident look, while the predator was right in front of him, and the very frightened and surprised Goth, who was sitting on the ground from his wounds, with great displeasure and fear asked what he would actually thought about it, and said that he wasn't even a fighter. Then the warrior abruptly stood up from his place, leaning forward, holding the handkerchief on his wound with his hand, looking forward with a menacing and dissatisfied expression on his face, gritting his teeth in pain, and thought that this was very bad, and even if he had to die here, hide, like a cowardly dog, he won't stand behind a miner's back. At the same moment, Goth suddenly froze in place in surprise and seemed to fall into a stupor, until a stream of red energy illuminated him from in front and made everything around him tremble. The traitor, standing in his place, opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly, releasing a huge amount of red energy in all directions, shaking everything around and showing his rage, while Goth and Jeff remained in their places and seemed to be in a stupor. Immediately after this, Goth suddenly fell to the ground and looked forward with great fear and confusion, and his whole body trembled violently, while a strange atmosphere surrounded him. The system notification window notified that this skill was called Fear, and paralyzed the enemy, covering him with horror. At the same moment of the war, he looked forward with great fear and misunderstanding, his eye wide open and his teeth clenched in fear, while a huge amount of sweat flowed down his face, and he reasoned that exactly, and he remembered the story that the sergeant major had told him during the time when he was still a newbie. Then the memory of a small village began to appear in Goth's head, around which everything was covered in a huge amount of blood, and its inhabitants stood in fear, trying to defend themselves, and watched what was happening while right in front of them, pieces of flesh were scattered everywhere. Immediately after this, with a deft movement of its tail, the monster destroyed their heads in one instant, turning everything around red with blood, and Goth reasoned that several years ago, when an adult predator attacked a nearby village, a huge monster stood in the middle of the village and held a dead man in its paw, and in its mouth were the limbs of people, covering everything around with blood, while the rest of the villagers stood in fear in their places and watched what was happening. The man and woman stood in their places, looking forward with great fear and misunderstanding, gritting their teeth in dissatisfaction, while a huge amount of blood flew towards them, and the warrior reasoned that all this was because the villagers were watching everything that was happening without even blinking at the same time with the eyes. One person opened his eyes wide with fear and misunderstanding, and tears flowed from him from the understanding of the hopelessness of the current situation. Algoth continued to reason that all this was because their bodies were completely consumed by fear. At this moment, the predator struck with his tail with tremendous speed and force, which was already at the throat of one of the villagers, and the warrior continued to argue that they could not even close their eyelids, and he could not do anything. The Goth sat in his place with great fear, looking forward with an incomprehensible expression on his face, and reasoned that he could only wait for his turn to come, while the blood flowed down, leaving behind only a trace. Suddenly, a bright blue glow appeared ahead, illuminating everything around, and the warrior continued to look forward with great fear and misunderstanding, gritting his teeth, opening his eyes wide, trying to understand what was happening. At that moment, bright traces of blue energy sparkled in the air right in front of him, and the sounds of metal were heard around him, until Goth did not understand what it was and thought about these sounds. A huge number of sparkling impact marks in a bright blue color continued to appear right in front of him, while he sharply looked forward with great surprise and confusion, mentally asking himself what he was looking at now. At that moment, his vision seemed to become clearer, and he saw the hand of the protagonist, who was holding a spear in it with great strength, and everything around was illuminated with bright blue energy. The predator stood in his place in the middle of the cave and opened his mouth, looking forward with a furious look as bright flashes of blue energy appeared around him. At this moment, Jeff sharply struck the monster's mouth with a spear, jumped up a little, and held it with his two hands, looking straight ahead with a menacing expression on his face, and leaving behind only a trail of bright blue energy. Suddenly, the predator, opening his mouth wide with displeasure and rage, screamed loudly and with great force and speed began to swing his paw, directing it forward. Immediately after this, the monster struck with its claws and left a trail of bright purple energy, and Jeff, sharply bending down, sank down, dodging the lunge of his opponent, and, continuing to hold the spear with both hands, rushed forward with great speed and looked straight ahead with a menacing, furious look. The protagonist continued to rush forward with great speed, slightly raising his head up, looking straight ahead with a menacing and serious expression on his face, spitting out a twig with fruits from his mouth, thinking that this is great and everything is in order. This grass is just great, while the window system notifications notified about Dragon Heart Herb, a natural tonic, and special ability number 2, the Secret of Hermes, which increases the effectiveness of medicines by 500%. Immediately after this, Jeff, continuing to rush forward with great speed, holding a spear in his two hands, found himself right under the predator's stomach and thought that among 9 special abilities he only had 1 weapon, and in general it takes a lot of mana, so now he will be able to apply it. At the same moment, the protagonist, sharply moving his hand to the side, used the skill until a projection of a key appeared on his hand, took out bottles with green liquid from under the space and thought that, however, such a thing would work with this creature. Then Jeff, with a deft movement of his hand, sprinkled the blade of the spear in this very liquid, and looked forward with a serious and calm expression on his face and thought that it was his good friend, the powerful Poison 72 of Poisonous King Freud number 68, called Virial. Immediately after this, memories arose in the protagonist's head of how he, in the middle of a luxurious hall in the castle, sat at a table next to the fireplace in front of a man in a black robe and asked if he was sure, turning to Fade, and asked that it was so easy to reveal to him the recipe that he studied all his life. Then, sitting right in front of him, a man in a robe with a snake tattoo on his arm, lowering his head slightly with an arrogant grin, said that the world would end soon anyway, and there was no point in hiding something, everyone would perish in the end anyway, and it would be better use it together. Immediately after this, Jeff returned to the events of the present, dodging a blow from the predator, who tried to attack with his leg, and jumps to the side, holding a spear in his two hands, and thought that, although no, he wanted him to definitely use it, and if with its help there will be at least one less creature, and thereby it will be possible to save at least someone. At the same moment, the protagonist struck with his spear and, sharply pushing it forward, with enormous speed and strength, and looked straight ahead with a menacing and furious look. Then Jeff remembered the image of his good friend, who was grinning smugly and tilting his head down a little, looking straight ahead with a menacing gaze, and he thought that there was nothing more he could wish for. Immediately after this, the protagonist struck with his spear, his blade, doused with dark green poison, into the predator's body and plunging deep into it. Then Jeff sharply raised his spear up, cutting the flesh of a huge blue monster, and pulled the spear back, pouring blood all around, looking straight ahead with a menacing and furious look. At the same moment, the predator sharply raised his head up and, opening his mouth wide, sticking his tongue out, screamed loudly from the unbearable pain that spread throughout his body, while everything around was stained with blood. The protagonist jumped back sharply, pulling the spear behind his back, holding it with two hands, and his blade was covered in a huge amount of blood, which spread around, leaving a mark from the swing. And he reasoned that the deadly poison virile was made from the most common herbs. Hitting into the blood vessels, it spreads throughout the body and destroys the internal organs, while a huge blue monster stood right in front of him and screamed loudly in pain, and on his side there was a large wound from which blood flowed. Jeff stood in his place, leaning forward a little, and held a spear with both hands, looking straight ahead with a menacing look and an arrogant grin, reasoning that, well, of course, it causes hellish pain. And how could it be without it? After all, it's poisonous. The king was still that fucking sadist. Then the predator, who was in agony, struck with his large paw directly at Jeff and destroyed the ground in the cave, while he sharply jumped to the side, holding a spear in his hands, and thought that there were 3 left before the poison spread throughout his body minutes, and he needs to hold out until that time. Immediately after this, the protagonist struck at his volume, at the monster's leg, with great speed and force, looking straight ahead with a menacing, furious look. At the same moment, the predator swung its tail with great speed and force, sending it forward. Then the huge blue monster, standing in its place, struck with its tail with great force and speed, and threw Jeff into the wall of the cave, while he crashed into it and destroyed everything around him, and the stones began to crack. The protagonist flew straight into the wall, hitting his back, and gritted his teeth, closing his eyes from the pain that spread throughout his body, continuing to hold the spear with 2 hands. At the same moment, Jeff opened his eyes wide in surprise and misunderstanding, looking straight ahead with a frightened look. The protagonist was in his place, holding a spear, until the predator suddenly appeared right in front of him and opened his mouth wide with great speed, rushing towards him. Immediately after this, Jeff, standing in his place, sharply waved his hand, threw a jar of green liquid into the monster's huge mouth, and with a satisfied expression on his face, looking straight ahead, saying that he should swallow it too. Then the predator, with enormous force and speed, crashed his mouth into the wall of the cave, scattering a huge amount of fragments of stones and dust around the area, and the protagonist sharply dodged the enemy's attack, jumped to the side, continuing to hold the spear in his hands. Immediately after this, the huge blue monster suddenly raised its head upward and opened its mouth wide, spitting blood from its throat, and screamed loudly in pain, while Jeff jumped to the side and looked back with a merciless expression on his face, raising his hands up with a spear. At the same moment, the predator spat out a huge amount of his own black blood with his mouth wide open and continued to scream very loudly from the pain spreading throughout his body. Jeff, turning sharply back, with a ruthless, emotionless expression on his face, looked straight ahead, reasoning that there were 2 minutes left, although no, already 1. Then the protagonist squeezed the handle of the spear in his hand with tremendous force, preparing to strike. At the same moment, Jeff abruptly moved from his place, leaving behind only a trail of blue energy and a small amount of dust thrown into the air. Immediately after this, the protagonist rushed forward with great speed, looking straight ahead with a furious and menacing gaze, holding a spear in his 2 hands, and was right in front of the predator's body, reasoning that with his current skills it would be difficult to evade this creature, and therefore, after 1 minute has passed, he either tries to survive until this creature dies. Then he struck with his spear with great force and speed, cutting the space in front of him, leaving only trails of bright blue energy. At the same moment, he continued to reason that either he hit him with enormous force with a decisive blow, and, standing on the ground, inflicted a huge number of blows with his spear directly into the monster's body, leaving wounds and sprinkling everything around in blood, looking straight ahead with a menacing and serious expression on his face. Suddenly, the predator struck with his tail with enormous force and speed right in front of Jeff's head, who stood in his place, holding the spear with 2 hands, and was very surprised and dumbfounded by what was happening. Immediately after this, protagonist 2, with his hands still holding the spear, grabbed the monster's huge tail with great strength and speed, hugging it around. The predator stood in his place in the middle of the cave and was very displeased with what was happening, his mouth wide open, and screamed while he raised his tail, along with Jeff, who grabbed him up and prepared to strike. The protagonist continued to hug the monster's tail with great force and looked forward with a dissatisfied and disappointed expression on his face, gritting his teeth, thinking that it was still a little and just a little bit. Suddenly he abruptly let go of his hand, ceasing to hold on to the monster's tail, and said that now he would finally start. Then Jeff rushed down with great speed straight to the head of the predator, and held the spear with 2 hands, expressing seriousness and confidence with his appearance. After which the protagonist fell down right on the monster's head with great speed and swung his spear, which illuminated everything around with a bright blue glow, and screamed loudly, looking down with a menacing and furious look. At the same moment, Jeff landed on the head of the predator and, with great rage and menace in his gaze, on his knees, stuck his spear into the monster's eye with tremendous force and speed. Immediately after this, the predator cried out sharply from the pain spreading throughout his body, and, opening his mouth wide, stuck out his tongue, coughing up blood, while Jeff continued to plunge his spear into his eye, sitting on top. Suddenly, a huge blue monster struck with its paw and broke Jeff's spear into 2 parts, while he sharply bent down, dodging the enemy's attack. At the same moment, the protagonist suddenly grabbed a piece of the spear that was flying to the side with a sharp movement of his hand and squeezed it tightly. Then Jeff, with a deft movement of his hand, firmly holding this very fragment of the spear, with enormous force and speed thrust it into the other eye of the predator and, with a serious and menacing expression on his face, wished him to choke. Immediately after this, the protagonist, placing his hand behind his back, took out the blade that Goth handed him from its sheath and illuminated everything around with a bright blue glow. At the same moment, Jeff raised his hand with a knife into the sky above his head and looked down with a merciless gaze, holding it in his other hand from below, fingers spread wide, saying one more time. Then, with great force and speed, he thrust the blade into the monster's 3 eyes and covered everything around in blood. At this moment, the predator was in agony and was destroying everything around him with the help of his tail, raising his head up and opening his mouth wide, coughing up blood, screaming loudly in pain. After which the monster sharply began to twitch from side to side, and Jeff flew up with a clearly menacing and dissatisfied look, gritting his teeth, trying to stay on the body of his opponent. At the same moment, the protagonist began to fall down and tried to grab onto something, running his nails along the predator's body. Then Jeff suddenly, with enormous force, grabbed the handle of the knife that was in the monster's eye, and looked up with a menacing and dissatisfied expression on his face, clenching his teeth, screaming from the heaviness. The protagonist held the handle of the knife with great strength, while his whole hand was tense and trembling from the weight, and he reasoned that it was too early and one more blow was needed. At the same moment, Jeff rose sharply and, with a serious and ruthless expression on his face, continued to hold the blade in his hand, stuck in the monster's eye. Immediately after this, the protagonist sharply plunged into his thoughts and began to reason that, having returned 10 years ago, he had lost everything that could be better than this monster. There was no strength, no magical energy, and therefore he had to prepare in such a way. Then memories of the restoration potion that was in the air appeared in his mind, and he remembered his words that if you drink it in large quantities, you can get the hidden effect of increasing magical energy. After which he remembered how he stood still and was shrouded in violet energy, holding a bottle of potion in his hand, and thought that, of course, even if you drink 10 such bottles, the effectiveness will not rise much. However, if he has this special ability, things are different. While the system notification window with a beautiful purple frame notified about the secret skill of K Hermes, which is the second special ability. Then memories arose in the protagonist's head of how he drank a huge number of bottles, placing them right in front of him on the ground. And the nun watched this, and he reasoned that he was talking about magic. Immediately after this, he returned to the events of the present and, looking down, raised his fist upward with rage and menacingness and concentrated a huge amount of head energy in it, reasoning that with the help of which he would be able to crush the predator's skull. At the same moment, Jeff slashed his fist directly at the spear and other objects stuck in the monster's eye, and used the accumulated bright blue energy, thinking that it was a technique for controlling magical power called discharge. Then the protagonist, who was on the monster's head, struck with his fist, and bright rays of blue energy pierced through the predator's mouth, destroying everything in its path and causing him great pain. At this moment, a huge amount of dust was blowing through the cave, along with dull blue energy raised by small currents of air. The Goth sat on the ground in his place and was greatly amazed at what was happening, looking forward with great surprise and incomprehension, and held the handkerchief to his wound, saying nothing and laughing lightly. Immediately after this, memories of the recent past arose in the warrior's head, where he handed the blade to Jeff, and he accepted it, and thought that if he, as a commander, put in a good word for him, then he would quickly be transferred to hunters, and for sure all this made to specifically look in the best light in front of him. Then he remembered how he looked ahead with a smug grin and thought that he didn't care, and in any case his desire was commendable. And he wasn't a complete dump to worry about some cobalt lair, and reasoned that he really screwed up. Immediately after this, Goth sharply hit the ground in the cave with his fist and reasoned with great displeasure that this guy, even without his help, would quickly gain recognition from other hunters and rise up. The Goth continued to sit in his place, holding the handkerchief to the wound, and reasoned that, but now he is a simple miner and cannot go down into the dungeons without permission. While right in front of him, through the dust raised in the air, Jeff's silhouette was visible and blue energy sparkled brightly. Immediately after this, the protagonist stepped forward a little and stood in his place with a serious and self-confident look, looking straight ahead, and the warrior continued to reason that that is why he needed a ticket here. This ticket is him. At the same moment, slightly tilting his head down, with a serious and menacing expression on his face, his mouth turned to Goth, saying that he wanted to chat with him. Sunlight filtered through the treetops. The wounded man groaned in pain. A stranger with chains was walking towards the guy. The guy shouted that it wasn't him and they had misunderstood everything. The stranger began to unwind the chain. The guy asked if they were allowed into the temple together. He looked at the hooded guy named Sackhat and asked him to believe him. He began to cry in fear and screamed that he did not worship the demon god. Smirking, Sackhat ordered to crush him. The man hit the guy with a chained morning star, causing splashes of blood to fly out. He stood in front of the corpses of people who lay under the tree. The wounded guy was trembling in pain. An insect began to crawl out of his mouth. A huge centipede crawled out of his mouth. There was a powerful explosion. Holding a blade shrouded in red mana, Sackhat revealed that it was a parasite. Licking the sword, he noticed that the guy was still a demon worshipper. Sackhat sat on his knee in the office in front of a man who said that they killed 7 to catch 1 worm. He asked whether it was too wasteful to catch 1 worm out of the 7 that died, noting that this was too small a catch. Pointing his finger at the jar of scolopendra, the man asked if it was so strong that it burned down half the houses. Frowning, Sackhat turned to Inquisitor Matthias, adding that he knew how they operated. He assumed that the remaining members of the group had already succumbed to the influence of demons. A yellow light began to come from his eyes. He stated that there was only a month left before the raid, and if the heretics hiding in the temple were not destroyed as soon as possible, they would have to pay for it. Matthias, sitting behind a chair, listened to him silently. Opening his mouth, he replied that he understood this and would take over the settlement of protests from the hunting groups, and they, in turn, would. Frowning, Matthias said that they would show him the best results and they should not make him feel ashamed. Smiling, Sackhat accepted the order. Evening light enveloped the tall building. The plot takes us to the recruiting department. Placing her hand on the table, the girl asked to fill out an application first. She asked if this was the person they wanted to nominate. The man replied that his name was Zephyr Shakhter, and he arrived this week. Smiling, the girl said that if the candidate belongs to another unit, he will be assigned to his team, and also, if he makes a mistake, this will affect the performance of the team itself. She emphasized that this could have a bad effect on the commander's rating. She asked if they agreed. Smirking, the knight replied that he agreed. He looked at the main character and noted in his thoughts that if he was good, it would, on the contrary, have a good effect on his rating. Looking at Jeff, he thought that he was lucky and he didn't even think that he would get such a chance. The plot takes us to the day before. The cave was illuminated by white light. The knight asked Jeff what he was talking about. The stunned guy watched the main character and asked if he suggested pretending that the predator was not there. Jeff replied that this was exactly the case. Taken aback, he asked the main character whether to hide the monster's body. Turning around, Jeff replied that only the predator needed to be hidden, but they would leave the kobolds and they would say that it was just a small cave with kobolds. He presented many artifacts and noticed that the bodies of monsters, magic stones, and artifacts had fallen into the dungeon. He noted that slaves at the temple cannot have such items with them and everything that the slave finds belongs to the temple. He thought about the fact that slaves from a team of hunters could receive some bonuses, and they depend on the value of the loot and the reward for clearing the dungeon. Jeff tapped the monster's body and said that if they sold it through a middleman, they could make a lot more money. Holding his wounded hand, the knight replied that this was impossible. He asked if the main character had forgotten that there was a waiting group outside that would prevent all of this. He emphasized the fact that even if they decided to follow his plan, another group would still come to take the items and check everything here at the same time. Grinning, Jeff asked about it. The sign of a key appeared on his hand. Powerful streams of blue energy were directed towards the monster's corpse. The monster disappeared. The main character said that now he is gone. Taken aback, the knight asked in his thoughts if this was a subspace storage facility, noting that this could not be and that such a storage facility usually only had enough space for a small number of items. Examining the streams of mana, he noticed that Jeff was able to quietly hide such a large monster there. Even with traces of blood, an aura surrounded the main character. He turned to a knight named Goth. Clenching his energy, he asked if Goth wanted a promotion. Sitting in the room and holding his hands to his face, Goth thought that in this way they would clear 3 more dungeons, share the reward from the clearing, but the monsters would be his only. An annoyed Goth thought that such dungeon clearing, especially the number of fights, would be good when considering his leveling, even if it was such small caves with kobolds that lower the level. He noticed that their group, as a reconnaissance detachment, lacked such battles, and for 3 years after becoming commander he had been marking time. The Goth imagined the outline of a guy delivering a series of blows to the monsters. He noted that if such strong fighters are in his group, this is a different conversation, and now they are not just a reconnaissance squad and they can clear a dungeon without any help. If the 2 of them clear several more dungeons, this raises his value as a commander. Crossing his arms, he said in his mind that all he wanted was a promotion and all Jeff wanted was money, and it wasn't a bad deal. They just had to be careful that no one could expose their plan. The main character sat with his arms crossed and thought that he would get decent money for being a predator, and with this he could pay off the debt. He noticed that he wanted to get out of the temple as quickly as possible, but before leaving, he needed to deal with one more matter. He imagined a golden stone bound with chains and thought that the raid from the Temple Knights, which was planned in about a month, was all because an object had been discovered that could cause concern throughout the continent. Squinting his eyes, he thought that no matter what happened, he must definitely take part in the raid and pocket the artifact for himself in order to change the future. The evening light illuminated the castle brightly. The girl said that the registration was completed and now Mr. Jeff belongs to the hunting group and she will give him a hunter's badge, with which he must go to the supply department and get basic equipment. Many people were moving along the street, walking among the crowd of passers-by. The main character thought that in a past life he transferred to the hunter team only after the names of the participants were announced, so he could not participate in the raid. He noted that no more than 20 people can participate in the raid and therefore he must show an outstanding result in this team. Jeff's face was calm. He noticed in his thoughts that he had a plan, but the problem was that there was almost no time to implement it. Standing in front of the main character, Goth said that on the first floor of the building where there is a line of people, there is a supply department, and in the meantime he will go to the hospital and find out how things are going with the treatment of Dale and Marco. Sackett walked towards him. Grabbing Jeff's head, he asked him to lower it. Sackett walked past them. The huge man followed him. The main character bowed to him. Sackett was suddenly taken aback. He and Goth watched them go. Observing them, Goth reported that this was a team of heresy experts, direct slaves of the Inquisition. Frowning, he said that it was better to treat them as the upper class, and not as slaves. They have the authority on behalf of the Inquisitor to trample people like them in no time. There are even people who lament for not welcoming them or bumped shoulders with them. Sackett walked down the street with a serious look. Goth said that especially the one in the center, the mad dog Sackett, joined the Inquisition because he wants to kill people and with each murder his desire only grows. Sackett called out to them, which scared Goth. Sackett looked at them. Beads of sweat ran down Goth's face. He wondered if he had been heard. Looking at them, Sackett asked for forgiveness, noting that he wanted to know something. Pointing his finger at Jeff, he noticed that he was wearing a miner's outfit. Taking off his hood, he introduced himself and asked about the name of the main character and what his rank was. Jeff frowned at this question. Stretching out his hand, Goth introduced him, noting that he had just transferred to their group, and he was the commander and therefore if there were any problems. Powerful energy began to emanate from the enraged Sahat. He ordered silence, noting that he had not asked Goth. Frightening energy began to emanate from him. The Goth was trembling with fear. He wondered what the aura was. Sahat stood opposite Jeff. Watching him, he noticed that the main character looked confident. Their gazes collided. He thought that Jeff seemed to have no flaws. Although he was just standing still, others would not pay attention to him, but not him. Frowning, Sackett noted that his instincts would not deceive him and Jeff clearly had the makings of becoming the best. Blue energy emanated from the main character. Sahat stated that he is a high-level expert. He reasoned with a serious look that he had miner's equipment and had just transferred to the hunter group. That is, he was originally a miner. He imagined several guys playing sports and noticed that all new slaves undergo an ability test. Then they are assigned to a specific work group and their physical and magical strength is tested. Sahat noted that hunters are always needed, so newcomers who can fight are given a chance to show what they can do. He imagined Jeff with his hands tied. He wondered if such a master had first become a miner and then rose to become a hunter. Sahat said with a dumbfounded look that this was extremely implausible. The warriors began to surround the main character. There were 5 soldiers standing around Jeff. Sahat noted that without a doubt he is a master, but this does not mean that he cannot be captured. Smiling, he said that he had a couple of questions for him and he needed to answer only honestly. Jeff noted with a smile on his face that Sahat is a fool, and if he feels like this, it will only get worse. The main character looked at him with a serious look. Sahat asked if he had heard anything about demonic worshippers. He introduced Tartaros and said that there is no person who knows better about these fanatics, worshippers of the demon god. He began to talk about the believers who worship the demon god Tartaros and noted that it was because of them that humanity was defeated in the battle for survival. He called them traitors to humanity. Jeff frowned at what he heard. Sahat said that all that is known today about these sectarians is only that it is a heretical religion that is hostile to existing religious orders. Standing opposite the main character, he stated that there is some inconsistency in them that distinguishes them from other people. Smiling, he said that he had a talent for finding people with such a match, adding that his body was created to serve the Inquisition and Mr. Matthias. His eyes began to glow yellow. He said his gut feeling right now is that Jeff is dangerous. He pointed the blade at the main character. Holding the blade in front of him, he noted that he, as authorized to carry out the duties of the Inquisition, was summoning him for questioning. Sahat asked to keep in mind that any words and actions of Jeff could be used against him. The main character, with an angry look, asked if he could ask something before that. The enraged warrior grabbed his sword and ordered him to be silent, and Sahat interrupted the warrior and allowed Jeff to ask a question. Standing in front of him, the main character asked if they could move to another place. Sahat asked why this was. He looked at the crowd of people and said that too many people were watching them. Smirking, he replied that this was necessary in case they saw an unpleasant sight and Sahat would be ashamed in his position. Veins appeared on Sahat's face. In his thoughts, he called the main character a freak. With an evil grin on his face, he replied that Jeff was definitely not lacking in confidence. He asked if the main character thought he could carry the 5 of them alone. Sahat said that this is Jeff's choice and he will reign in people like him. Red mana began to emanate from him and he stated that the more efficiently he would fulfill his duties. A red pentagram appeared on the ground around the main character. A powerful aura emanated from Sahat. A message appeared that this skill is a red field and the abilities of allies located in the red field are enhanced. The numerical gain increases in proportion to the number of casters and the maintenance time. Spellcasters are not recognized. Activation using special equipment. Frowning, Jeff noted in his mind that this was not bad in this case either. He crossed his arms in the air. Stretching out his arms, he said he would use it. Squinting his eyes, Sahat thought about the protagonist's pose, noting that it was an unusual martial art and asked if he should take a look at it. He rushed at Jeff and said that this is what they usually think when they see something like this. Heading towards the main character, he emphasized that he doesn't care and is invincible in the red field. Swinging his blade, Sahat applied acceleration. Jeff dodged a large series of attacks with lightning speed. He guided his hand between Sahat's blows. Sahat performed a powerful strike of red energy. The main character dodged the attack. He wounded Sahat on the forehead. Sahat turned over in the air. He fell to the ground and hit Jeff in the leg. Smirking, he noted in his mind that it had worked. He was suddenly taken aback. Looking at his leg next to his opponent's leg, Sahat asked what was wrong with his leg, noting that he seemed to be hitting a piece of iron. The main character clenched his fist. He dealt many blows to Sahat. He started coughing up blood. There was a connection of red mana between his hand and the blade. Jeff stood in a fighting pose in front of the beaten Sahat. The stunned Goth screamed to the right of the main character. Jeff quickly turned his attention. He covered himself with his hand from a powerful blow from the chain Morning Star. The main character frowned. Clouds of dust rose in front of him. His gaze fell on the man who struck him. The man with a grin on his face asked Jeff to play with him too. Smiling, the main character noted that the stranger could speak. He offered to talk and asked if he knew that he was considered a domesticated animal. The man swung his chain Morning Star. Jeff dodged his blow. Shards of stones flew towards people. The Goth, with bewilderment on his face, thought that this was a scary guy. Watching Sahat lying on the ground, he noticed that he knew that Jeff was strong even when he saw his battle in the dungeon. But in a second he took out Sahat with a technique that he was seeing for the first time. Looking at the destruction, Goth noticed that the massive flail of the Morning Star was destroying everything in its path, as if living its own life. He continued to watch the main character's battle and noticed that if he looked closely, he was barely touching him. Covering his mouth with his hand, he wondered whether Jeff would win if this continued, adding that it turns out that if Sahat loses and disgraces himself there, he will not be able to report and receive an official warrant for the arrest of the main character. He looked at Jeff with a smile on his face. He wondered in his mind if everything would end without further questions if the protagonist won. He wished him luck. In his thoughts, he asked him not to lose, noting that if he loses, he will also be caught for complicity. The man approached Goth and said that this was the end and it was a shame. He watched as Jeff deflected the blows and said that although he skillfully dodges, the problem is that several minutes have already passed and time is slowly ticking. Red mana enveloped the chain. The protagonist's hands were cuffed. He stood in front of a man who was tightening a chain. Jeff thought about the fact that the red field is still supported. Veins appeared on his arms. The man pulled him towards him. The main character tried to stop with his feet. He watched the man closely. He noticed in his thoughts that these guys, a red flash appeared behind him. Jeff emphasized the fact that they were getting stronger by the minute. Sahat struck Jeff on the back. Bright mana emanated from his blade. Sakat laughed and said that the jokes were over. Holding the sword in front of him, he said that from the very beginning he should have asked to go to prison and now he would make him regret his choice. He started running towards Jeff. He applied acceleration and rushed at the main character. Numerous blows were thrown around Jeff. He rushed around him laughing and asked if he could see anything. A cut appeared on the main character's face. Sahat stated with a grin that all his abilities were now enhanced by 80%, and any talents were useless in the face of this speed. He started hitting Jeff and wishing him to die of despair with a loud laugh. Smiling widely, he headed towards the main character. Jeff hit him on the head with his hands. Sakat fell to the ground. He began to groan in pain. He grabbed Sahat by the head. He kneed her in the face and asked if they had anything to do. Blood began to spray from Sahat's nose. He noted in his mind that this was impossible and against his speed under the reinforcements of the red field there was nothing stronger against his defense. Sakat lay in front of Jeff's feet. The main character said that he is annoying as a fly, and he has no choice but to swat him. Jeff said with a straight face that if he wanted to show off his speed, he needed to use a tank to protect him. The man pointed his chain at the main character, saying that he was a fool. He began to pull him towards him. Jeff's body was enveloped in blue energy. Energy emanated from the hands of the main character. He called the man a stinking gut and asked why he didn't attract with his chain. Squinting, the main character asked if he was afraid of close combat. Jeff pulled the chain with his hands and mentally noted that if his subordinates from a past life had acted so recklessly, he would have killed them himself. He began to wrap the chain around his hand and used a basic technique for controlling magical power, amplification. He pulled the chain and sighed loudly. Jeff knocked the man down. Everyone watching was surprised by this. Looking around, the main character sighed. Lying on the ground, an enraged Sahat asked who Jeff was. Looking at him, the main character asked if he was trying to be a stern inquisitor and if this was his only question. Leaving there, Jeff said that he had no right to know the answer to this question. The guy watched the main character from the window. Having closed it once, I thought that this was the guy. Taken aback, he wondered if Jeff had been sent by him. Stunned passers-by asked what had just happened and how he did it. People looked at Sakat lying on the ground and said that he had lost. Beads of sweat ran down his face. Leaving there, Jeff heard Sakat's screams that he should die. The main character thought about how noisy he was. Frowning, he noted in his mind that the first stage had been completed and the only problem was when the conversation would reach that guy. Walking further, Jeff noted that in any case, the problem is only one of time. Dark energy began to emanate from him. The main character noted that after this, he knelt down. His hand began to tremble. Jeff noted in his thoughts that he could not move his fingers and he had sudden weakness and pain throughout his body. Jeff noticed that this was a mana freeze. It has been reported that mana freeze is a temporary pain and weakness that occurs when users run out of mana. The main character thought that the magic was used up faster than he expected because he used melee combat. He wondered if his 10-year-old body was only capable of this, even as he increased his magical power. A dark entity appeared in front of him, saying that the collection was beginning. The spirit hovered in front of him and said that his name was Shylock and he patronized the god of loans, the great Uzra. He extended his hand and noted that he had come to confirm that the user had no magic power left and was beginning to collect the Iron Wall skill. Frowning, Jeff began to think that this skill did more than just increase stamina and defense. He imagined a golden weight on a chain that crushed a person and noted that while using this skill, accumulated fatigue and damage are accumulated like a debt, and when the caster's magical power drops to 0, the accumulated damage is returned, like a debt taken from the borrower. The protagonist highlighted the fact that many adventurers found out about this and challenged more difficult dungeons and faced bankruptcy. He introduced God to Uzra and noted that this is God who devours the despair of people who have destroyed themselves, giving them a double-edged sword for this. Frowning, Jeff reflected that he was sure this guy was salivating watching him fight. God Uzra watched the main character through a blue projection. His face was serious. The spirit was enveloped in pink energy and said that it was measuring the user's accumulated damage. A weight began to fall on the main character. The spirit noted that the measurement was completed and it began the countdown. Leaning on the ground, Jeff noted that his body was heavy. He had 8 seconds left. The main character noted that he had to do something. He has 7 seconds left. Jeff thought about how he couldn't even move. Beads of sweat ran down his face. The spirit said he had 6 seconds left. The main character fell to the ground due to illness. He had 5 seconds left. Jeff bit the bandage off his hand. He looked on the ground, hidden in the bandage, and in his thoughts emphasized that this was a restoration potion hidden just in case. He had 3 seconds left. The chain began to shake. The spirit reported 2 seconds remaining. A wide, evil smile appeared on the face of the god of Uzra, and his eyes glowed red. The weight began to fall on Jeff. The main character began to drink the potion. The weight fell to the ground. Jeff lay under the golden dome. The spirit reported that the presence of 1 point of magical power was confirmed and the countdown to collection was cancelled. The spirit looked at the main character and stated that the repayment was delayed. He evaporated into thin air, leaving behind a purple stream of mana. Smirking, Jeff asked Uzra not to underestimate him. He asked if he thought the main character was not prepared for such a situation. He remembered sitting in the ruins and noted that he was able to live another year after humanity was destroyed, adding that he was a professional in survival, so he would easily escape this fool's punishment. The main character thought that, in addition, if you manage your magical power well, then the Iron Wall skill will be a safe, effective, and cool skill. Lying on the ground, Jeff asked if this skill would have cost about 500 gold in a past life. He emphasized the fact that buying skills was always expensive, and this skill was popular among all sorts of fools. Grinning, Jeff said that be that as it may, he could not even dream of such a thing in today's realities. He showed his middle finger up and thanked God Uzra. God Uzra crushed the green monster in his hands in rage. Jeff woke up on the bed. Opening his eyes, the main character wondered if he had lost consciousness. Looking around the room, he asked where he was. The nun, with a smile on her face, asked how he slept and whether he had a good dream. She stood next to Jeff, who was chained to the bed. Taken aback, the main character asked his sister what they were doing. Smiling and folding her hands, she asked if Jeff was scared because he saw an unfamiliar ceiling, noting that this was her workspace. She assumed that the main character was tired and fell asleep so soundly. Closing her eyes, she said that while he was sleeping, the loan he took out at the store expired. The girl with a distraught look asked if their client had gone crazy. She held a knife in her hands and noticed that she had heard everything, that he had committed a dangerous act. She asked Jeff if it was possible to use their deposit in this way, adding that he had accumulated interest as well. She said that since he does this, they have no choice but to believe that he has no intention of repaying the debt. She brought the blade to Jeff's eye. Green mana began to emanate from her. She asked him to answer whether the main character was going to return the money or not. Stunned, Jeff thought about the fact that he also took out a loan from them, and if he now uses magic, he will again face collection and he must resolve this situation with words. He said that next week he would receive payment for clearing the dungeons and asked them to wait until then. Raising a knife, the girl said that they would confiscate it in any case and asked about the interest that accrued from the store where he took out a debt every day. She asked how he would pay the interest, which was accruing daily until payment for the cleanup arrived. A yellow light began to come from her eyes. She asked what she should do and offered to gut him right now. She called loudly to the 2 men who were standing next to her. She cut the rope that was holding Jeff back. They placed his hand on the board. Smiling, the girl said that first she was going to cut off one of his fingers and he could mock their temple as much as he wanted. But when he lost his finger, he would immediately come to his senses. The stunned protagonist screamed loudly and asked his sister to wait. With an enraged look, she ordered his finger to be cut off. The man swung the knife at Jeff's fingers. The main character opened his mouth wide. He clenched his teeth. He began to close his mouth. He opened his mouth wide. I closed him off. The girl was taken aback by this. She ordered him to stop when the knife was near his fingers. She looked at Jeff furiously. She thought about what the main character is now. She looked at him and asked who he was. Two muscular guys with knives turned around, asking the nun what happened. To which she, looking menacingly in front of her, replied that they should both get out. A second later, shouts were heard throughout the entire room to urgently leave here, to which the muscular guys shouted in fear that their sister was angry. They needed to go faster. The girl silently looked at the closed door for several seconds, and then she put her hand on the bed in front of Jeff's head and told him to confess. Frowning her brows, she added how he knew that name. The protagonist smiled and replied that how could he not know such a popular person, the monster broker White Rose. To which the girl opened her eyes wide and looked in front of her in surprise. A nun and another girl appear in front of us with a bag of gold in her hands. This is the nun of the Temple of Light, Anna Primrose. But she also has a second personality, namely the broker White Rose, who, thanks to connections with the inhabitants of the underworld, is engaged in mediation, conducting transactions with stolen things, equipment, and monster corpses. Jeff imagined a broken sword with a shield in his head and thought that going on a raid in a dungeon with a cheap weapon was a stupid trick. Looking at the dissatisfied nun, he thought that he therefore needed to bargain with her and get more serious things. After that, he smiled and added that he was just on his way to her, and he was grateful that she gave him a lift. Then he asked if she wanted to cut the ropes first, otherwise it would be inconvenient for him to make a deal while lying down. She looked at him silently for several seconds. Then they take us outside, and the girl replied that first they need to talk in a normal environment. A large building appears in front of us, its windows lit up late at night. Cutlery flies off the table along with the bowl containing food. Sahak gets out of bed dissatisfied, looking menacingly in front of him, and the nurse stretches out her arms and shouts that he should not be nervous. He needs peace. Then the patient clutches his blanket with his hands and, looking menacingly in front of him, remembers the image of Jeff, thinking that he was only interested in him, but he has no right to know this. Veins appear on his face, and then he begins to say loudly that he will tear him into pieces and send him to feed the pigs. Suddenly, a mug falls to the floor and a man steps forward and asks what kind of mess he made in the hospital. Sahak, looking at the calm guy who was looking at him, said Ned in fear. After that, he jumped out of bed and, frowning his eyebrows, asked what he had come. The guest with a smile extended his hand to him and told him to lie down and not get up, after which he turned to the nurses and with a smile said that he would sort it out himself, this comrade, and they can go, to which the doctors replied that they understood. Ned, smiling, looked ahead and said that he had heard that one incident had happened. After that, Sahak lowered his head and replied that he was sorry that he had made a mistake, but he should not worry about what happened. Suddenly Ned grabbed his blade and in an instant inserted it into Sahak's mouth. Blood sprayed from his cheeks. He looked menacingly at his shaking subordinate and asked what he was asking him not to worry about. First one, then the second. All evening they had been telling him to worry, only no need, no reason to worry, and so on. Sahak was trembling. Drops of sweat flowed down his face, and he, eyes wide open, looked ahead in fear. And Ned continued to say that Mr. Matthias had clearly said not to create problems for which he would be ashamed later. Ned's face changed, becoming terribly frightening. And then he added that Sahak still allowed himself to be beaten in front of a bunch of slaves. The patient looked ahead in fear, unable to utter a word. And then Ned yanked his blade, and a loud groan echoed throughout the room. Drops of blood fell on the bed, and he continued to say that everyone gave a damn about his antics only because they pinned hopes on him. When he first discovered the devil worshipper, he thought that he had a unique talent. Sahak held his mouth, scared, looking down, and Ned continued to say, turning away, that, however, over the past 6 months, including the first admirer, his subordinate had found only 2. Looking down menacingly, he added that those at the top were beginning to doubt him, how long they would have to endure this whole circus. The guy continued to remain silent and looked down in fear, afraid to utter a word. And Ned added that he could not believe that he made a mockery of the Department of Authorized Persons of the Inquisitor of Heresy. Sahak fell to the floor and pressed himself to the ground, and then began to beg, saying that he should be given another chance. His master stood silently, with his hands on his belt, and he continued to shout that he would give anything and do everything, so he asks for just one. Ned, looking at the wrapped, shaking hand on the floor, said that first they need to resolve the situation using their own methods. He leaned over to his subordinate and whispered in his ear to send the one who disgraced him to the next world, and only then they would decide what punishment they would give him. Sahak, with wide eyes, thought that if he could not do even this, he would have to take off the red uniform of the authorized inquisitor. A second later, a bundle of paper fell in front of him, and Ned told him to use it. Sahak began to open the package, and then, opening his eyes wide, was surprised and said what it was. A purple sphere appeared in front of him, from which energy emanated, and a small red horn with holes. He thought that it belonged to a devil worshipper, after which, raising his head up, he said that after all, before he could finish speaking, Ned interrupted him, saying that the contents were found in the room of the devil worshipper, whom he caught in the past. It's up to him to use what's inside or not. Looking down menacingly, he added that it seemed to him that now was not the case when he had a choice. Let him make a decision that he would not regret. Sahak's face turned pale and he lowered his head. And then, looking in front of him, he saw the door to his room slamming shut. He thought that the mad dog Sahak was a public enemy of slave hunters. In 6 months he killed 26 slaves in the temple. He smiled widely and laughed, thinking that therefore if he returned to the status of a slave, it would mean that he died at the hands of slave hunters. After a few seconds, he squeezed the purple sphere and thought, so as not to be made fun of, his life just went uphill. He just rose slightly, with a crazy smile. Looking at the sphere in his hand, he thought that it couldn't end like this for him. He imagined Jeff in his head and thought that it was not he who was destined to die, but that guy. Ned walked down the corridor, smiling. He heard laughter from the room. Walking forward, one of his subordinates appeared in front of him. He told him to take care that Sahak did not do anything stupid. The subordinate bowed his head and replied that he was obeying. Then, turning around, Ned said that a person must look at his situation objectively. This is the only way he will not be thrown out like that idiot. Squinting his eyes, he added that what the hell is talent? He's dumber than an oak tree. He won't even understand that he locked him there in order to create a smoke screen. The subordinate, smiling, approached his superior and said that Sahak should be thanked. Thanks to his violence, the commander of the nightly temple detachment relaxed his vigilance. Ned walked forward with a smile. He thought that he needed to secretly penetrate the raid of the nightly detachment and steal artifacts from them. Then in the meantime eliminate the commander himself inside the dungeon, and in the end the third doses of the Temple of Light would fall into the hands of them, the devil worshippers. A roll of paper appeared that this guy was Ned Strayer, the dutiful disciple of the devil worshippers. Then a red mark appears in front of us, and he continues to think that this is the most important mission that will further strengthen the influence of their devilish order. There should not be any interference in front of them. Frowning his eyebrows, Ned turned to his subordinate and said that, by the way, let him find out about that guy. The subordinate asked, puzzled, who he was talking about. The disciple of the devilish order imagined Jeff in his head and thought that he used the basic technique of their sect, and only the teacher and students master it. Looking to the side menacingly, he wondered that maybe he was the assistant sent to him by the teacher. Then why didn't he contact them through the official channel? He continued to think about the fact that there is something unclean here. They need to tactfully approach this person so as not to miss anything. So use the Sohak. Suddenly, someone grabbed the dagger that was hanging on Ned's belt, and he continued to think what if in the end it turns out that the stranger is not from their sect. Smiling, he looked ahead with satisfaction, thinking that they would just have to eliminate him. Anna appears in front of us, biting her nails and thinking that this is incredible. She thought what kind of crazy guy he was, but this is simply unthinkable. In front of them lay a large corpse of a monster. Jeff turned to the nun and asked what she thought of this thing. She smiled and, raising her hand, replied that he probably wanted to say that it was amazing. After which she lowered her head and, exhaling, said that she would then immediately process the goods. A large monster with many eyes and a scroll appears in front of us, on which it is written that the sales list. The corpse of a traitor, no magic stones, part of the brain and bones are destroyed. And then potions, seals, amulets, crosses, and herbs appear in front of us, and a roll of paper on which it is written that the shopping list. Premium potions of divine power, clear, filled with God's miracle, salamander stone, silver alchemist set, herb blessed by the sun, deer antlers, and grass blessed by the moon. Anna, stretching her hand forward, said that she could find everything from the list, most importantly money. For everything together it would be 5,000 gold. He would have to catch 3 more of the same creatures. Jeff, folding his arms, lowered his head and replied that it was not a problem. He would catch it in 3 weeks, so let her prepare the goods. He turned to the shelf and saw the potion, and then added that he needed something else. He smiled and said he had one request. Residential buildings appear in front of us. Jeff and his friends are sitting at the table having breakfast, and then one of them says, "What then?" He smiles, raises his mug of beer and extends his hand, and then adds that even though they already know each other, let them introduce themselves to each other again. He is a Goth. Then the big guy, smiling, raises his hand and says that he welcomes everyone, and Goth continues to introduce, saying that this is Marco in their group. He is a tanker. A guy appears in front of us, who, frowning his eyes, looked displeasedly at everyone present, and Goth said that Dale is nearby. He has only been here for 3 months, but he wields a blade perfectly. Extending his hand towards Jeff, he added that this was their long-awaited newcomer. After which he raised a mug of beer and with a smile told them to all drink to this. After which he clenched his teeth, looked around with displeasure, and wondered what was wrong with them. They should establish relationships. This newcomer would benefit them all. Marco furrowed his eyebrows, drops of sweat ran down his face, and he wondered what he could do. It seemed that Jeff was also not in a good mood. Looking at the cut bread and cheese, he thought that perhaps the food was inappropriate for such a table. But this was the best he could get, since they themselves were deeply in debt. Suddenly Jeff broke the silence by saying that he would speak right away. Everyone looked at him in surprise, and he reached for his tongue, which was behind him. After which he put the bottle on the table with a smile and said that he doesn't drink crap. The comrades around him immediately jumped up to the bottle, looking at it in surprise and saying that where did such excellent alcohol come from this last month. Then the protagonist, smiling, took the bottle and brought it to the glass, thinking that this was a gift from a white rose. The slave would not even dream of such a thing. He told them to drink a glass and hoped that they would work together in the future. A second later they clinked glasses and he thought that he was helping these 3 earn achievements and they were helping him in stealing the corpses of monsters. He smiled and looked at his comrades, thinking that whether they liked it or not, before the raid they were all in the same boat. Looking at the Goth, he thought that since he was already on the same team with him in a past life, he roughly knows what this person is like. He needs a good teacher to go up. Squinting his eyes again, he changed his mind. But as for the others, initially they should already were dead, so he didn't really know. Looking at Marco, he thought that he should train them well. Looking at the disgruntled Dale who had lost his glass, Jeff thought that perhaps he should get rid of them. Looking ahead, he decided that he would figure it out as he went along. Then he imagined a chest of gold and thought that man is a creature that treats favorably the one who gives him what he wants. The one who loves wealth, money, the one who craves fame and success. Squinting his eyes, he again thought that wherever he went, there was at least one annoying thorn. Looking at Dale, he continued to think that he was not the type to lick the ass of someone who was looking for conflict. Dale frowned and wondered if he didn't like his new comrade. Then we are transferred to a room. Goff sits at a chair and, with his hand outstretched, says that they will get huge benefits from this business. Now he has the 4th rank, and they have the 5th. If they raise their rank by at least 1, attitude towards them will change immediately. After which he looked at his comrade and added that, in short, he relied on their help, and let them not make mistakes in front of newcomers. Marco replied that he could not believe that some miner saved all of them, and even pulled off such a deal. Jeff sat on the bed with his hands folded, looking at Goff. He said that he had the right to accept him since he was the commander, but he didn't think it was a good idea to consult with them about such things. Dale, looking in front of him with displeasure, replied that he personally believed that this idiot was just lucky, and while they were all passed out, he pretended to have caught the traitor. He really believes that a worthless miner was able to kill such a monster. Let him doesn't make me laugh. The Goth smiled and pointed a finger at himself, and then, laughing, asked what then who, in his opinion, had screwed up. Jeff jumped up to him and, frowning his eyebrows, shouted that he was more interested in the issue with the deal. If they were revealed, then everyone will end up in jail, and then they will end up under the guillotine. Marco then put his finger to his mouth and told them to be quiet because they might be heard. He looked at his comrades and added that that guy would become part of their team, and that had already been decided, and what's more, they would only share the reward for the cleanup between the 3 of them. Maybe they'd just watch him first. Dale squeezed his glass of alcohol with displeasure, and then thought that this was nonsense. They would watch, why watch, and didn't gather. One who called himself a commander single-handedly made the decision, and the second bought a bottle of alcohol. He frowned at Jeff and wondered if he didn't recognize him, why some outsider would come in and make his own rules. Smiling, he continued to think that if he really was just a swindler, they would soon understand it. Someone who only knows how to grind his tongue would never last in this place. The hunters and the dungeon taught him that. We are transported through the wasteland. After a while, a small detachment walks along a path along the hills. A rock appears in front of us, in which there are many holes. This is the ancient Edrin cave. This village was founded in a stone mountain. It remained untouched for several years. Marco turns around and says that he didn't know that there was such a place just 2 days' walk from the temple. And Dale, looking ahead, asks that people live there. It's amazing. The Goth, smiling, showed his hand up and said that inside it's even cooler. They have everything. A bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, and even a guest room. There's even a hotel here, where those who are lucky enough to go here on a mission stay, or those who came from the temple to treat the sick. Marco smiled and added that at that time he should have been taken with him. The entrance to a cave appears in front of us. There is a cobweb everywhere that blocks the passage. Someone says that what's the point now? This place has become a solid lair of monsters. Jeff stands in the aisle, looking into a room full of cobwebs. Going inside, he sees a lot of broken dishes and blood on the floor. He reaches his hand through the web, thinking that the skill of controlling magic has little perception. Blue waves appear around him and he continues to think that this will help improve his senses. If he envelops his body in mana, he can also release mana onto the Earth's surface. Things in the detection zone, movements that arise, and especially physical objects endowed with magical powers, he can feel them as clearly as if they were all touching his skin. He began to make his way through the web with his comrades, and then a loud cry was heard from the cave that it was a spider made of dark steel. Dale sat next to his comrades, raising his hand in displeasure and shouting that there was such a thing inside. Jeff calmly replied that yes, he could say that with confidence by looking at the footprints at the entrance. Frowning his brows, he added that their strategy was attacking. He drew a small map of the room on the sand and said that first they would move inside, trying not to get into the web, and then they would get to the hole where the spider babies were. After that they would pour a paralyzing potion around, wait for a while, and then everyone will be stabbed to death. Looking to the side, he added, raising his stick, that it would not be easy since he would have to maintain perception for a long time. But spiders sleep during the day, so they act carefully. Suddenly Dale screamed for him to stop, raising his hand with dissatisfaction and frowning. He said that the problem is not that it will be hard or easy if there really is a spider made of dark steel inside. Looking menacingly at his comrades, he added that they would not be able to finish him off with 4 of them. He imagined a huge creature with a long tail and huge paws and thought that a spider made of dark steel is a monster in the form of a spider with strong iron-like skin. It has high impact power and protection that no knife can penetrate. Moreover, because of its super fertility, the dark steel spider reproduces incredibly quickly. In terms of the level of danger, the trader is not even close to the spider's lair. Gritting his teeth, he said that this was not a place that could be cleared by such a company, so let him report in order to go inside. They would need reinforcements. Jeff calmly looked at the surprised Dale and said that this was also a good idea. If he was not sure, then there was no need to go at all. Looking ahead, he added that he could clear the lair alone. Dale, looking at his new comrade, thought that he did not imagine that Jeff would do this, but this is even more convincing. Squinting his eyes, he added in his head that this bastard was just a charlatan. He imagined in his head a traitor and a guy from a sect serving the devil, and thought that hunting alone for such a creature and fighting with the authorized person of the Inquisitor of Heresy Sahak. He had not seen any of this with his own eyes. Lowering his head and frowning, he continued to think that now this guy smugly claims that he can clear out the lair of the dark steel spider alone. It might be possible. Why the hell does he need people like them? In his hands was a small potion, and he smiled widely and thought that he could conclude that this dungeon was not so dangerous. Smiling widely and sitting down on the ground, he reflected that he hoped that Jeff didn't expect them to always go along with his threats. They needed to see how long he could make a clown of himself. Suddenly Dale was caught in a web. He looked at her in fear, and then he tried to pull his hand back, clenching his teeth. He wondered how he could make such a stupid mistake. Why he couldn't unstick it from himself. He began to wave his hand in an attempt to free himself, and then I saw green eyes and a crowd of small spiders appearing from the darkness. Drops of sweat ran down his face, and he clenched his teeth in fear and looked ahead. One of the spiders extended its sharp jaws forward and jumped towards him. Dale stuck his hand out in front of him, mouth wide open, screaming. The protagonist turned to him and thought that these were their spiders, and then he extended his hand towards them. He grabbed Dale by the collar of his jacket and threw him back as many spiders jumped in his direction. Several spiders grabbed his hand with their sharp fangs. The spiders, trying to squeeze their jaws, could not cut the protagonist's hand. A blue aura appeared around his hand, and he smiled and asked what surprised them that their teeth did not bite through. A second later, he swung his hand, causing a huge aura to appear around it. And then, a second later, frowning, he hit them, smearing them to pieces. The corpses of spiders fell to the floor in front of Dale. Jeff, looking at his comrades, shouted for everyone to gather, and then he pushed off from the ground. He took a stance behind his friends, in front of the crowd of spiders. The little arachnids jumped forward, releasing sticky webs, and the protagonist thought that this is understandable. A plan is a plan. None of them knows what will happen in the dungeon, so when the X hour comes, they will act like this. Marco, swinging his huge sledgehammer, closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. He remembered how Jeff told him to wrap his hammer in his cloak. Dale and Goth took a stance and remembered that Jeff had told them that they should also wrap their blades. They couldn't cut the spider threads with an ordinary blade. Marco began to swing his sledgehammer in defense against the webs, remembering Jeff's words to them to remove the webs from the weapon. Swinging his sledgehammer, he gritted his teeth and shouted that they did it well. Even if the web stuck to the hammer, these creatures are weak. He can still swing it. The Goth pulled his spear forward, cutting the spiders, and then thought that he was wondering how many spiders there were, tens, hundreds, or thousands. Dale swung his sword, cutting through several spiders in one blow. He shouted for them to die. Then suddenly one of the little spiders jumped onto his sword and made a quick dash forward. And then with sharp claws he cut his shoulder. Turning around, Dale opened his mouth wide and shouted for them to act quickly. Jeff clenched his fist, which had a blue aura around it, and wondered what if they drove these creatures into a pile. A second later, he hit in front of him with all his strength. Pieces of spiders scattered in different directions, and he thought that he would grind them into powder. Someone sighs heavily, looking at the corpses of small spiders. The entire squad, sitting on the floor, lowers their weapons and, trying to catch their breath, someone says that they have finished everyone off. Dale grabs his wounded shoulder, wondering if his wound is too deep. He squeezed his head, thinking that he couldn't relax. That freak also helped him. Everything was gone. Suddenly, Jeff handed him the bottle and told him to drink it. Dale raised his head dissatisfied. The protagonist, handing him a bottle, said that it was restorative, mixed with medicinal herbs, something like a healing potion. Dale, with his hands down, clenched his teeth and thought that the whole battle this idiot saw right through the room. His magical perception and accuracy are simply on another level. He is sure that he knew that he would be the first to fall into the web. Then he asked that nothing he won't say. Jeff smiled and lowered his head, closed his eyes, and then said that everyone can make mistakes. Next time he should be more vigilant. To which Dale clenched his teeth and, looking at the bottle, remained silent, and the protagonist, turning around, thought that in fact everything was not so bad. Smiling, he remembered how in a past life, he extended his hand and pointed at the fighter. Afterwards, he thought that in a past life he often had to train unimportant fighters, and there were often cases that, no matter how hard he tried to teach him something, he still couldn't get his brains back into place. But this guy seemed to. I realized my mistake and pulled myself together. I can pin some hopes on it. Looking at the dissatisfied face of his friend, he thought that, besides, with a character like his, words were unlikely to help. It was better for him to actually realize his mistakes. Squinting his eyes, he continued to think that it seemed that Dale did not trust him now, but after clearing this dungeon he would draw the right conclusions. A bloody blade appears, and Jeff wonders if he will continue to sit outside with his tail between his legs, or if he will comply and follow him. Dale swung his sword and cut the spider's belly from behind. Mark, turning his hammer, hit the mouth of a large spider with its back, and Goth, grabbing the spear and frowning his eyebrows, shouted that the paralyzer had hampered their movements. Dale swung his sword and lunged forward, and then he hit the spider's body, from which green blood sprayed. Drops of sweat fell from his face. He clenched his teeth and remembered Jeff's words that, unlike their backs, they have a rather soft belly. They need to aim there. He thought that this was true. Everything was really as he said. Cutting open his belly, he continued to think about his habits, characteristics, weaknesses, and even his method of fighting. With shaking hands, he continued to cut the belly of the large spider, thinking that how did he know about everything? He gritted his teeth and struggled to cut the spider, wondering who Jeff really was. His hands were shaking. He swung his sword and still managed to completely cut the belly. The huge spider fell on its back, and Goth, jumping to the side, screamed that they had killed this creature. Mark raised his fist and shouted that Dale showed class, to which he exhaled and replied that it was too easy. Jeff, sitting behind, looked at his comrades and replied that it was not bad for the first time. From now on let them continue in the same spirit. Dale looked fearfully at himself sitting on a huge pile of nasty spiders, and then he thought that while they were trying to kill one creature, how many had he killed? Jeff jumped off the mountain of dead arachnids and said that it was time for them to eat, let them get food. Goth replied that he understood everything. Then Mark looked at the protagonist and said what he used to do. Jeff replied that he was an adventurer. Mark, looking ahead, replied that he was not talking about that. Maybe he was a student of a member of some large guild. Dale, watching the conversation with interest, thought that he was also curious. Jeff, holding a small piece of meat in his hand, smiled and thought. He remembered his teacher, how he trained in the cave, how drops of sweat flowed down his body, and the face of that teacher rude and dissatisfied. The protagonist frowned and thought, and then replied that only one thing is important now. There is only one room left with the spider. Mark smiled and answered yes, and the Goth, opening the cookies, asked how they would act. Suddenly Jeff walked up to the spider and began cutting off its claw, and then he broke it in half. He stepped forward, holding 2 sharp spider claws in his hand. And then he looked at his comrades and said that they had enough and let them get out of here. They looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. A Goth appears in front of us. He looks menacingly ahead, holding a spear in his right hand, thinking that for 4 years that's how long he was in a group of hunters. During these 4 years many of his comrades died, but he managed to survive. A collapsed bridge appears in front of us, and he continues to think that there is only one reason for this. He always entered the dangerous bridge sideways. He remembers how he looked at his friend with a smile, thinking that this place could bring good money and it would be stupid to share with others. After that, he remembered his friend Marco, who, swinging his hammer, laughed and said that who would have thought that it would be so easy. The Goth smiled and, holding a small blue stone in his hand, replied that the quality of the cobalt stones was C. He thought that he only chose the safe path along which he could easily pass, and obediently followed the strongest. Then he remembered how he grabbed Jeff by the head and, gritting his teeth, shouted at him to keep his head down. Staring menacingly in front of him, he continued to think that, of course, because of this, he could not get a promotion, which he had a choice for. No one provided him with protection. The protagonist appears in front of us, who, looking menacingly to the side, says that they have had enough and now let them get out of here. The Goth, smiling, thought about how this was working out. From the very beginning, Jeff planned to kill the spider alone, but with his skills they would only be the 5th wheel in the cart, so it was better for him to step aside, after which he replied that he understood. Suddenly Marco, spreading his arms, said that since they had already come here together, maybe they would reach the end together. The Goth looked menacingly at his comrade and, gritting his teeth, wondered what he was talking about. Dale came forward, and then said that it was better to go in company than alone. His comrade, turning around, thought that he was going there too. Lowering his head, the Goth frighteningly thought that they should put their brains back in place. If they overestimate their capabilities, they can quickly thunder into the next world. Drops of sweat flowed down his face. Then he looked at Jeff standing in front of him with his arms folded and wondered if he would say something, since they were of no use. The protagonist, closing his eyes, replied that it seemed they had misunderstood him. He smiled and added that he said to go out and not to waste time. Now they will distribute responsibilities. The Goth, smiling, shed a tear. Then Jeff walked towards the cave, from which a bright purple light emanated. Everything around was hung with thick cobwebs. He carefully took a step forward without stepping on her, and then he looked deeper, looking at the closed passage. Looking around, he thought that they were there. There was the center of this dungeon inside. Looking closer, he saw a huge steel spider sitting above the eggs, after which he thought that there was a queen's clutch there. Looking at a large spider that was crawling from the ceiling on a web, Jeff wondered what it was to cover a guard protecting the people for laying eggs. At the very bottom there was a huge queen sitting over the eggs. Jeff thought that this was the queen of spiders, the mistress of the spider Volg. He furrowed his brows, and then he took a step forward. The guard spiders immediately raised their claws and hissed at him. Raising his head, he thought that this was a safe distance that he could approach. Looking at the guard spiders hanging from the ceiling, he thought that the queen could calmly lay eggs. Do not leave their positions and block the path of anyone who dares to approach the clutch. After that, he extended his hand towards the bags, around which a blue aura appeared, and thought that he needed a silver key. The sack fell to the floor, and he thought that he still needed ordinary flour, after which Jeff swung the bag, and with all his strength he threw several at once towards the spiders sitting on the ceiling. They immediately reacted, cutting apart the sacks of flour approaching them. A second later, dust from the flour spread throughout the cave. The protagonist stood in thick smoke. He frowned, grabbed the crossbow and, holding his breath, took aim. and then, pressing the trigger, the arrow flew forward with a crash. The arrow ricocheted off the spider guard's thick armor, causing a spark. And a second later a bright flame appeared. Jeff thought that hot sparks in tightly packed flour provoke a chain reaction of spontaneous combustion. The entire cave was engulfed in flames, and the protagonist continued to think that such a thing is called a flour dust explosion. He, along with a crossbow in his hands, ran away from the fire approaching him. Then he made a quick dash forward, and then, frowning his eyebrows, he smiled and thought that, of course, this would not defeat the spiders. He ran to the exit of the cave, and the guard spiders ran after him on fire, hissing loudly. One of them raised his fangs, looking forward menacingly, and then 2 arrows hit his jaw. Jeff turned around and saw one spider fall on its back. He thought that it was poisonous arrows. They were infused with the potent poison of the 72nd King of Poisons, Fade number 68. Virial. Its characteristic is acute pain. The spiders ran in crowds along the narrow passage of the cave, stopping each other. Suddenly one of them jumped over his slow comrades, making a quick dash forward. He found himself a couple of meters behind the protagonist. Then he quickly pushed off the ground and jumped into the turn. But suddenly he fell into a web and got stuck in it. We are transported back some time. Jeff stands holding some substance in his hand, and then says that this is a spider's iron made of dark steel, and if you squeeze it like a pastry sleeve, a web will come out. The Goth, looking at him, replied that it would work on spiders. The protagonist replied that, naturally, if there is no special enzyme on their legs, then the spiders will calmly stick to the web. He handed the spider iron to his companions and added that on the way out they should spread spider webs in the indicated places, and then just let them wait outside. He furrowed his eyebrows and added that the web in the royal hole is much denser, and monsters cannot be killed by fighting there. Jeff slid along the ground, and the spider, floundering in the web, growled loudly. The protagonist thought that this was why they needed to be lured out. He then extended his hand towards the severed spider leg. He pulled it forward, filling it with magical power, and then at great speed he inserted it into the spider's mouth. He ran his new dagger across the spider's belly, cutting it in half, and then, looking menacingly ahead, he thought that there was only one spider knight left. Suddenly he looked forward in surprise. He saw the spider knight floundering in the fire, trying to move forward. A second later, a huge claw appeared and crushed him, plunging him into his comrade. Jeff rushed to the exit as fast as he could, thinking that she was running. Spider legs on fire appeared behind him. The cave began to collapse, and behind him, with her mouth wide open with sharp fangs, the queen of spiders appeared. Looking forward, he thought that she was just flying. The Goth, holding his spear at the ready, shouted to him to run faster. The spider raised her mouth, a bubble inflated on her neck and made a noise. And then, with her mouth wide open, she spat out a huge amount of purple liquid. The protagonist, turning around, saw the quickly approaching danger and thought that this was the poison of the Spider Queen. Its acidity is very high, but its special effect is worth fearing. He remembered how in a previous life, a guy with an eye patch pointed at the board with a pointer, saying that it was a curse that blocked the ability to protect and regenerate. A person with a low level of defense would melt in a matter of seconds, after which he struck the board with his hand, adding that therefore, if they were not tired of living, they should avoid him in every possible way by all means. Jeff pushed off the ground. He flew out of the cave like a bullet, and the purple liquid splashed out behind him. And then the huge burning paws of the Spider Queen appeared from the cave. She hit the name against the rock with all her might, and then, pushing off from the ground, she made a big jump up. Her eyes were full of rage as she landed and destroyed the ground beneath her. Jeff opened his mouth wide and shouted for everyone to move into position. His team, looking menacingly ahead, grabbed their weapons, after which the protagonist appeared on the back of the spider. He jumped towards her belly, swinging his spider claws. A second later, like lightning, he cut her belly into pieces several times. The spider, rising to her paws, opened her mouth wide and roared loudly. One of her claws landed next to the Goth, knocking him aside. Jeff twisted the spider's claws several times, looking menacingly ahead, and then, smiling, he told her to come to him. The spider looked menacingly in his direction. There was fire on her face, drool was coming out of her mouth, and then she growled. The protagonist, smiling, stood up and thought that he was taking on the role of a tank, since he was the only one who could compete with the queen face to face. He remembered how he told his comrades that for now he would divert her attention to himself. His friends listened in surprise and attentively to their leader, and he added that the 3 of them should chop her down and finish her off. The Goth's hands were shaking. Looking ahead, he thought that all this time he had lived because he had avoided the dangerous bridge, since his life was priceless. Looking at his confident comrades, he thought that they all did this. Standing in front of the Spider Queen, he wondered if they would be able to defeat this Hulk. Dale gritted his teeth and beads of sweat dripped from his face. Then a group of knights appears in front of us. One of them raises his hand and shouts for food to be prepared for them and their equipment to be polished. The guy points his finger in the direction of the Goth and his surprised comrades, and then shouts that they are the same hunters. Don't make them laugh, they don't even fight, so let them go cook food, it's good. Dale gritted his teeth and wondered how much longer they had to put up with this kind of crap treatment. He furrowed his brows and then continued to reflect that they had come a long way. Pulling his sword forward, he furrowed his brows and thought that they might fight. Then he looked at the frightened Goth, and then he looked at Marco, who was looking menacingly in front of him. He remembered how they defended the cave and thought that initially he would not have even dared to go against such a monster. Then he pictured Jeff sitting on a huge pile of spiders in his head and thought that something had changed since that guy showed up. Looking at Marco, who menacingly grabbed his hammer and shouted that they could. He again thought that up until this point everything had been a piece of cake if they had followed Jeff's words, so they needed to trust him once again. Marco, holding a hammer in his hand, shouted forward. The Goth hit himself on the hand and thought that they don't even listen to their own commander. This is why he jumped forward, pulled out his spear and continued to think that he was ashamed to death. He could not just stay and stand by. Hitting the spider's armor, he thought that the important moment was when the outer layer of the shell cracked from the explosion. Frowning his eyebrows, he shouted that inside this creature is not so impenetrable. Only the outer layer of the shell is strong. Marco smiled, swung his dagger and shouted for them to begin then. He hit the spider's paw with his dagger, and green blood sprayed out. And then he swung his hammer and hit the shell with all his might. Jeff appears in front of us, holding a cut spider's leg in his hand and, pointing at it, says that they should aim here. This is a bundle of nerves running through the center of the legs. Dale plunged his sword into the spider's leg. He remembered Jeff telling him to cut it with a blade that was well coated with paralyzing poison. Dale, swinging his sword, smiled and shouted that he was in a mood. Suddenly, a web flew out of the spider's tail and appeared above his head. Turning upward, he wondered if he could avoid it. Meanwhile, Jeff, swinging the spider's claws, hit the spider's head with all his might. The spider's web was quickly approaching Dale. The protagonist looked at her menacingly and said that wherever she was staring, let her look at him. The spider clenched her teeth and growled menacingly, and then she swung her paw. Jeff looked at her with displeasure and also swung his weapon. He parried her blows, swinging and attacking her. Dale, looking at this, thought that he simply has excellent skills. He repels absolutely all the attacks of the Spider Queen. It is even difficult for him to follow his movements with his eyes. Squinting his eyes, he remembered how he said that they did not have enough strength, and he seriously suggested that they kill this monster. The protagonist, looking at his uncertain comrades, replied that they had enough as long as he, who burned the spider eggs, was in front of the queen. She, in a fit of anger, would practically not pay attention to what was happening behind. He raised a finger and added, more importantly, the Black Steel Spider Queen had one unusual feature. Dale, frowning, rushed to the attack and thought that everything was happening as Jeff told them. About 5 minutes had already passed since the start of the battle. Looking at the huge spider, he thought that it practically did not move from the place where it fell. Imagining her laying eggs in his head, he thought that because the Spider Queen produces offspring while in a narrow egg-rearing room, she has a habit of barely moving her hind legs, so the area around her hind legs is relatively safely. Remembering how she had attacked him with a web and rushed at them, he thought that, with the exception of a web or stamp attack, the most effective blows would be delivered to the enemy that was right in front of her eyes. Meanwhile, she tried to hit the protagonist with her huge paws. Dale, grabbing his sword, wondered what Jeff was telling him, that this was the pattern he was used to when fighting large spiders inside the dungeon. Swinging his sword, he thought that the more the protagonist was distracting the queen's attention, because if he immobilized her with the help of a paralyzing poison, it would only be a matter of time before he was finished off. Marco swung his sledgehammer and thought they could. The Goth pulled his spear forward, cutting the spider's weak points, and wondered what they could do. After a few seconds, he stuck his spear inside the spider's paw, but suddenly she raised her paw, and with it the Goth. He hung on his spear high above the ground, and then the spider opened its mouth and screamed loudly. Jeff frowned, looking at her with displeasure, and then she started beating out the name at a faster rate. The Goth flew back to his comrade. The spider looked menacingly in front of her and thought that she would not forgive some pathetic people who dared to touch her children. A purple liquid began to flow down her throat, and she thought that crushing them would not be enough. Her poison would kill their bodies slowly and painfully. Jeff extended his hand forward, and then he hit her throat with all his might. He grabbed it, along which purple liquid flowed, and wondered if it was a poisonous gland in his neck. He twisted it and it began to inflate. After a second, he looked ahead in fear, and then with all his strength he pulled it out of the spider's body. Then he unbuckled his belt, and he threw his bag down. He twisted it, tying it into a tight knot, and thought that now for a few minutes she would not be able to use the poison. Then he began to quickly run along the spider's leg. He pushed off from her and did a somersault back, and then he clenched his teeth and thought that he had nothing to worry about. He watched as it fell on the face of the spider, whose 2 eyes were cut. He kicked her head with all his might, and then, looking at her, he thought that he shouldn't rush, only accuracy was important. Squinting his eyes and looking at the spider, which opened its mouth wide, he thought that he would win this battle. His comrades looked menacingly in front of them, and he continued to think that the one who would remain focused. Dale looked forward menacingly, holding his sword tightly. A second later, the protagonist cut the spider into 2 parts, and she fell dead to the floor. 3 knights, raising their weapons, began to shout that they had succeeded and they had killed her. Dale wiped the sweat from his face and silently looked away. And then, turning around, I thought that it was they who filled her up, if only. He looked at Jeff standing nearby and thought that he was the one who finished off the monster. Looking ahead, he continued to reflect that he had finally realized that the hunt and its success depended on who was in charge. Looking at Jeff, who approached the spider, he thought that perhaps if he followed him, then he would too. The protagonist, looking at the huge claw of the spider, thought that he would not be able to cover up the traces of the Spider Queen, so he would not be able to take her entirely, as was the case with the traitor, but he would catch a couple more large spiders and give them to the White Rose. Suddenly someone called out to him, and he turned around and thought that from the queen he would take only what he needed. In front of him was Dale, who, smiling, spread the blanket and shouted that Jeff had worked so well. Let him leave all the routine to him, and let him rest. Looking at the calmly standing protagonist, who took a bottle of water, he shouted that he was always great at cutting up monsters, or he didn't want to drink the water, and the 2 weren't going to help, they were making Jeff wait. The protagonist smiled and closed his eyes, thinking that due to the fact that they fought with the group, he had saved a decent amount of mana, so they should not worry that he might fall under the debt collection of the Usra during the hunt. Jeff, looking at his friends having fun, thought that they weren't so bad after all, after which he narrowed his eyes and thought that, however, that was all. He imagined in his head a guy looking at him menacingly and thought that they would not pass for big cards in a battle against that guy. He closed the water bottle, continuing to think that the level of skills and equipment of the team members now lacked anything for them. Lowering his head and furrowing his brows, he decided that they needed at least some contraband. A large temple appears in front of us, and someone says that this is a real trader. He cannot believe that they received such a valuable specimen. The guy pulled out a bag of gold. Anna took it in her hands, and the guy replied that this was the promised payment. He received a little more. Let this money go to goodness. The girl replied that there is so much here. She, smiling, pressed the money to her chest and added that she thanks him. The goddess also sees his piety. There are enough bags of subspace, and if he needs it, she can borrow it. Jeff, with folded hands, stood behind her, looking at how the 2 guys were collecting the monster's pegs. He thought that illegal trade in broad daylight in the temple of the goddess. This world is going downhill. But in modern times there is not a single simpleton who would believe that the temple is a place where only saints hanging around. He imagined a large temple in his head and continued to think that the money that believers donate to the temple is collected by the mountains, and there is only one reason why a city was built next to the temple. He imagined proud knights in serious uniforms and thought that this was so that the temple knights and war slaves would destroy monsters. With his hands folded and his brows furrowed, Jeff continued to think that security must be paid for. At least now it can be bought with money. Soon it will become a problem even to sell your own life in exchange for the safety of your children. Anna and the protagonist walked down the street. The girl said that he was very lucky, because the buyers of the trader and the black steel spiders appeared on time. All the monsters were in excellent condition, so they were able to sell them at a good price. She winked, and then, looking at Jeff, added that she couldn't believe that he managed to catch the black steel spider so quickly. He kept his word. The protagonist, looking at her displeasedly, asked what happened to his money. Anna took out a notebook and, looking at it, replied that 48% of the intended amount would be deducted from the profit. 20%, which would be returned to the temple as payment for a long time. Then she pulled out a bundle with a rope and said that he was registered for cleaning the laboratory. This was a suit and an entry card. Anna, looking at the protagonist in surprise, continued to say that the alchemical equipment is quite large and very valuable, so they cannot lend it to him just like that. At 7 p.m. everyone leaves the laboratory. From that moment it is all at his disposal, and he will not forget to cover his tracks after all the deeds. A scroll appeared on which it was written that the shopping list, Silver Alchemist set, rent. Jeff smiled and thought that this was great. This option is much safer than quietly stealing. There are always not enough hands to clean the laboratory, and he will rush there today. Walking a little forward, he continued to say that since there was no other way, nothing could be done. Anna, taking his hand, replied that he was entitled to an hourly wage. It was worth finding the positive in everything. Suddenly a guy in red clothes appeared behind them and said that's where she was. Suddenly the protagonist opened his eyes in fear and turned around. Ned appeared behind him, standing calmly, looking at them. He said that he had something to tell him, if they could spare him some time. He looked at them, smiling calmly. Seeing him, Jeff smiled and wondered how he managed to meet him at such a moment. Looking at the guy in front of him, he thought that the confidant of the heresy Inquisitor Ned, among the 12 confident individuals, he is the only one considered a first-class fighter who has received recognition from the temple itself. Jeff narrowed his eyes and wondered what he meant to him. Suddenly Anna came forward and with a smile on her face said that what fate had brought him to them. She thinks that Ned is not going to invite her on a date. He came to consult about a loan. But what to do? She is a little busy now. The girl, smiling, looked in front of her and then thought that Ned was talking to her, but his goal was her client. He was the boss of the dog that Jeff hit. She expected that these idiots would want to ride with the client and come up with some tricks. However, he dared to start a fight right in front of the temple priest. The girl smiled and then continued to say that they should chat and she would offer goods at a low interest rate since the temple trusted him. Ned smiled and replied that then he could ask something important. He would treat her to a cup of tea. Suddenly Jeff stepped forward, covering Anna with his hand, and Ned continued to say that they should let that friend join them too. He smiled broadly and added that, by the way, he knew their dog. The protagonist smiled and confidently, looking ahead, answered that whoever it was had become old. His memory was no longer the same, so all the rubbish in his head was not remembered. Ned narrowed his eyes. Jeff did the same, and they locked eyes. Strong energy came from them, although they only tormented each other. Meanwhile, Anna grabbed her hands and, clenching her teeth, thought that she couldn't believe her eyes. It was like magic was piercing her skin, such a powerful aura. Frowning her brows, she thought that he would not pass for the level of a battle slave. Most likely he would be close to the temple knights. Looking at Ned, she thought that, no, perhaps his skills were even higher. Meanwhile, the guest who appeared thought that, standing nearby, he understood why Sohak did not simply pass by him. He extended 2 fingers forward, around which magic appeared, and thought that, of course, he had not dragged himself here today for the sake of a fight. After which he waved his hand and decided that they needed to have some more fun. Jeff furrowed his brows and extended his arms forward. They almost hit each other when suddenly Anna, looking at them, extended her hand and screamed for them to kneel. Ned looked frightened at his shoulder, on which a golden cross could be seen. This is the mark of a slave mark that the priests of light leave at their discretion. Within the scope of their authority, the priest can force the one on whom he left the mark to obey. Jeff also turned in fear to his shoulder, on which a cross could be seen, and then they both fell to their knees. Anna waved her palm, and then she hit Jeff on the cheek with all her might. She grabbed him by the jacket and, taking him aside, shouted that he knew where he was. He had decided to make a noise. He was completely tired of living. This was no good. He needed to be taught a lesson. Let him follow her. She suddenly stopped and turned to Ned. Turning around, she smiled and added that he was her toy and she would turn him into a chop if he even laid a finger on him. Ned smiled, silently looking ahead. Then they take us outside. Anna sits on the steps, covering her face with her hands, saying that it's really impossible not to respond to provocation. That guy is seriously dangerous. Her hands are still shaking. Then she raised one of them and remembered Ned, saying that he is a first-class confidant, which means a very strong remnant. Almost no one knows how he fights. Everyone who saw it is already resting under the coffin lid. A second later, she, frowning her eyebrows, ran up to Jeff and shouted that she would die from these worries and their adventures. If something happened to her book of income and expenses, she would definitely send them to their forefathers. Then she exhaled in displeasure. She put her hand on the bruise that was left from the slap. Looking disappointed at the protagonist's face, she added that he should act more carefully outside the temple. She would not be able to protect him. Jeff removed her hand with a smile and replied that he could consider it just a warm greeting. If the guy was really going to do anything, she wouldn't even have time to intervene. He grabbed his clothes and walked down the steps, thinking that since he showed himself, the preparations were almost finished. He should also hurry up. Looking at him, Anna asked where he was going, to which Jeff replied that he was going to the laboratory. Suddenly he stopped and said, "By the way." He turned around and added that he had one more request. The girl looked at him displeasingly and asked what was needed. Then we are transported to Ned. He shakes off his knees, saying that this is the power of the brand. Lowering his head and smiling, he adds that it's crappier than he thought. He remembered how he stood in front of his teacher, who was drawing something on the floor with a large brush, and then how he shouted to him that in what sense he was seriously inviting him to go to the Temple of Light and become a slave, to put this shameful mark on himself. Placing his hand on his chest and looking at the back of his teacher, he added that he knew very well what hatred he had for these scum. However, despite this, the teacher suddenly interrupted him. Ned immediately stood in a stupor, and his teacher replied that 2 of their devil followers, whom they sent to the temple under the false status of priests, were persecuted. Continuing to draw on the floor, he added that the verification of priests has intensified, and those who have not yet been exposed are avoiding risky actions. This method will no longer work. After drawing a line with a brush, the teacher continued to say that, however, they still have a way out. He turned around. A white brand appeared above him, and then he added that the priests of the light do not monitor the slaves who are branded. They make the mistake of thinking that the seal is already enough for control. They need to take advantage of their miscalculation. He must brand yourself by entering the temple, then steal the reward from the raid dungeon. Ned tilted his head and remembered his teacher telling him that only he could complete this mission successfully. A brand appears in front of us, which is broken by red lightning. He remembered how his teacher had told him that the priests of light would never know that he had found a way to neutralize the brand. Ned grabbed his shoulder and thought that, however, now he could not use it. He had to wait until the time came. Squeezing his shoulder with his hand and furrowing his brows, he continued to think that after all, they will pay for their sins, vile priests. We are taken to the camp. The guy raises his hand and shouts to his friend to go eat. His friend turns around with a smile and asks that it is already lunchtime. He comes to the table and says that every half-month he has to hunch over like this, why the fence constantly breaks down. Someone said what to do. Poor areas like theirs cannot raise the protection from the temple, so they have to put up at least some kind of fence. One of the guys on the tower looked ahead in surprise, and someone continued to say that the damn monsters just let them try to appear again, and he will kill everyone. Suddenly the guy turned around, hearing a cry that someone from the temple had come to them. A claw with holes hung on his neck. The cheeks were torn and then stitched up. Sahak, turning around, examined the area around him. There was a brand on his forehead. A guy approached him and, lowering his hat, apologized, and then asked what he was doing in such a place. Sahak, looking at the guy, answered displeasedly that how many people were in the village. The man fearfully replied that it was a little more than 50. Hearing this, Sahak squeezed the claw hanging on his neck and, smiling, replied that this would be enough. He sat down on the floor and began to blow into it. A second later, a huge monster with many eyes and mouths appeared from under the ground. Dark tentacles rushed towards the people, and then Sahak, smiling, with his arms outstretched, watched as people's limbs and heads were torn off. Blood splashed everywhere. Sahak raised his hand and thought that this was a new power, after which he clenched his fist, splashing blood around. He remembered how he had fought against Jeff and thought it was a shame that he had suffered. Smiling, he continued to think that he would never forgive that bastard, and he would pay him for everything. Then, clenching his fist, he laughed as he watched the monster eat people. The starry night sky illuminates a small estate, the laboratory of the Temple of Light, a place of research and creation of equipment and potions. The old paper depicts a recipe for some kind of potion, with the remains of green grass, moldy bark of the leda tree, the secretions of a rotten kobold, a gray centipede, and corpse gibs. There is equipment on the alchemy table, heating a flask of water. The man thinks that if you mix all the reagents and then boil them, you will get something interesting. Jeff, dressed in a protective uniform, holds a flask with its contents with wooden clothespins, and looking at it, joyfully says that poison number 61, Zagan, has now been created from the 72 potent poisons of the King of Fade. Moonlight illuminates the ancient window of the building, from which a small light comes out in the darkness. Outside the window, by candlelight, a man is cutting a piece of wood with a huge sharp dagger sitting on the floor. The nun behind him, sitting silently on the bed, reads something on a piece of paper. She remembers the moment when the main character, turning to her, said that if Ned's henchmen interfere, a nightmare will begin here, so she asks her to help a little, to which Anna, covering her mouth in surprise, says the word what, but continues that no matter what it would be strange to lend him her room. To which the guy asks her, who tells him that she will protect him from the temple, and now refuses, reminding her that if he is finished, then so is she. The nun, sitting with a gloomy face, thinks to herself that of course he was telling the truth, so she agreed, but she has one problem. Looking at the piece of paper, holding it in her hand, the girl looked at its contents with incomprehension. The piece of paper depicted a human body with dots marked. Using a knife on a piece of wood, the guy scratched lines, creating small squares. The man looks at him, preparing his hand nearby, emitting white energy, and thinks to himself about the Arcana tree, strong as steel. With all his might, Jeff smashes the board into several pieces with his palm. Looking at his hand, the piece of wood that Jeff had just been standing in was scattered to the sides into splinters, leaving small thin slits in the middle. Looking at this, the nun exclaims about what she sees, asking the man why he chopped the log like that. The man, bringing wooden sticks and holding a lamp with a candle in his hand, explains that these are needles, a medical device common in the East. In his head, Jeff says that he dips the needles in the poisons Belial and Zagan, diluted 1 to 100, then leaves them for 10 minutes. In the background of his words, wooden needles lie in green and blue plates. The main character says that poison is an incredibly simple thing. It's just a substance for weakening and killing. And that's exactly what everyone thinks. He says that who would have known that after the hellish creatures invaded and the gods took over, they would rely on poisons. His hand takes one wooden corner from the plate with green contents. The guy sighed. Suddenly he, holding a needle with 2 fingers, plunges it into his shoulder. The poison penetrates the veins. He plants more and more needles into his skin, grinning in pain. The protagonist's gaze was focused on the process. The poison spreads more and more throughout the guy's body, forcing him to clench his teeth and scream in pain. The hero, coughing and covered all over with needles, rests his hand on the floor, sitting right next to 2 plates with needles. Anna quickly began to run towards the man, calling him the word client. He reaches out his hand to the nun, who, retreating, looked at her with caution and hostility. Looking at this, she is silent, remembering how Jeff, who folded his hands on his chest, standing opposite him, told her that no matter what he did, don't faint, and when he gives the signal, then let him do it, to which the girl exclaimed, asks the question what. In the memories, she looks at him sternly and asks what he is talking about, to which the man answers what they intend to do. With his arms folded across his chest, Jeff said with a confident face that he would gain fat. The main character tells in the story that 72 powerful poisons of fade, depending on their concentration, can become completely different things, and if the saturation is correctly calculated and cause the effect of resistance, the poison will turn into medicine. The green veins of the man's hand tremble, causing him to tremble. He thinks that the problem is their combination, and the Belial causes acute pain and the changes are drastic changes in the body. Gritting his teeth and bleeding from his mouth, the guy thinks that because of the hellish pain, his resistance is also falling, but in order to make a more stable potion, he does not have enough materials or skill level, so there is no other choice. His entire body sits on the floor in a butterfly pose, holding his knees with his hands. As Jeff sits, a white aura begins to emanate. He thinks about the small celestial circle, and then history tells us that this is one of the Eastern methods of Qigong. The hero's back is covered with green veins. He still emits fiery white energy, and thinks to himself that by driving magical energy around a small celestial circle, he resists poison, and if everything works out successfully, his skills will reach a new level. However, if all else fails, his body will fall apart piece by piece. He says to himself that there is nothing wrong with this, closing his eyes. Jeff says it's neither agony nor suffering. The main character remembers the moment when a magical spear pierced the rock behind the man, leaving only a small burn on his neck. He was thrown by a warrior with a magical aura and a developing magical robe. The picture is such that Jeff was pierced by a spear made from the ground, grown with the help of magic, from the warrior opposite. He tells himself that compared to what happened in the past, things are different now. The guy remembers the ominous face of the devil, looking at the hero with a frightening grin, and immediately his eyes open, charging with lightning. The magic from the sitting protagonist begins to intensify significantly. Anna notices something ahead and thinks to herself that the color of his veins is returning to normal. Indeed, the color of the veins on the back and shoulder veins is moving from a bright green color to a more neutral color. Anna remembers the moment when the man told her that he might not be able to move, so he tells her to observe his condition. And then, when he gives a signal, he will stick the remaining needles into the places marked on the sheet, pointing his finger at the top of his head. In the moment, he asks the nun if she is ready, calling her a white rose. The guy said the word menacingly now. Holding the needle in fear and looking at the guy, she thinks that she needs to stick a poisonous needle into her head. And she doesn't even have to ask what will happen if she fails, and it will be death. She tensely holds the needle above the guy's head. Sweating from stress, she asks herself what she should do and whether she will succeed. The dawn was visible from the window, blocking the night sky. The story goes that the moment will take place a few hours later in the northern forest near the Temple of Light. Against the background of information, the night sky illuminates the crowns of trees. Suddenly a red light flies into the sky, leaving a beautiful trail behind it. Suddenly a red star lit up in the sky, accompanying its appearance with shouts from the forest. Suddenly, red and white birds attack people. Men in armor and weapons run away from them, shouting while these monsters are on their tail, urging each other on. The men scream, swearing at the reconnaissance squad, wanting them all to die. And they said that there is only one nest, so why are there several dozen monsters there, immediately asking what with the help. The man, looking at the red star in the sky, says that he just fired a flare and reinforcements are coming. He looked madly at his comrades, wanting to agree that they need to run towards the temple. His head is blown off by a huge beak of a bird. The only surviving man, screaming, now runs forward alone. Both of his comrades eaten by birds. Running forward further from the bird, he thinks to himself that the temple is about 5 kilometers away, and even with good visibility the road will take another 20 minutes. The man begins to swear, and suddenly his foot hits a stone in front. He thinks to himself about what 20 minutes he's been talking about, sitting there with a face full of fear, trying to catch his breath. His gaze turned in fear in the other direction, and his face was running due to beads of sweat. A frightening flock of birds looks down at a lying man, licking his lips. He thinks to himself that in half a minute all that will be left of him is bones. Suddenly the bird's mouth opens in an attempt to devour the man. Covering himself with a shield and squinting, he begins to scream in fear. Suddenly, right above the lying man with a shield, some magic begins to shoot through the heads of the birds. The warrior, mouth agape, looks at the next projectile of magic flying in the sky. With an explosion, an object flies to the ground next to the man, spreading dust and dirt into the air. Resting his fist on the ground, the main character landed on it, spewing streams of blue magic. His gaze is strictly directed forward. Wild birds start running screaming towards the guy standing in front of them. The bird tries to grab Jeff by snapping its mouth, but he managed to dodge in the other direction. Suddenly, he grabs the bird by the head and twists it sharply, twisting its neck. He harshly takes the bird's beak with his hand and pulls it out of the bird's body. The bird's relatives against the backdrop of the main character begin to squeak with sadness, seeing how the guy dealt with him. Jeff holds the bird's head by the beak with an enchanted hand, thinking that there are only 20 remaining monsters, and there are also only 20 winged spines, and this is perfect. His gaze suddenly darted in the other direction. The main character, right from the spot, shoots off the heads of all the birds with his magic. The warrior, lying behind him, looks at the guy with shock, remaining silent. Suddenly the man's face changed even more from what he saw, realizing something in his head. He looks at the shoulder of the guy with the mark, and thinks to himself that these are reinforcements from the temple, asking that somehow the guy came quickly. Suddenly the man asks himself that he is completely alone. Jeff calls out to the man, asking him where the nest is, to which the man asks what. He, waking up, points his finger towards the path among the trees, saying that if the guy goes straight along that road, he will find a nest. After thinking, Jeff said okay. The guy immediately disappeared from his previous place, causing the warrior to be surprised. The man's eyes widened in shock. He thinks in his head that all this happened mechanically, and as if having heard an order from a superior in the service, he felt such pressure from that young guy that he could not resist, and reflexively gave away the location of the entrance to the dungeon. The man at that moment was looking at the road with the corpses of birds, surrounded by trees. Falling to the ground with fear in his eyes, the warrior tells himself that after common sense returned to him, he greatly regretted not warning him, but the stranger had already disappeared. Continuing the thought, the soldier thinks that out of the 7 people in their group, 4 died in the dungeon, and among the 3 who escaped, only he remained. The soldier's hand, trembling, fell to the ground. He says to himself that the dungeon is dangerous, and he had to dissuade that guy. The man grabbed his head with both hands, writhing with the weight of his thoughts that he should have asked him to wait for help or not even let him go down into the dungeon alone, cursing, asking what he should do now. Suddenly, the man's body began to be illuminated by a blue light. His eyes widened in surprise. Heart-rending screams of monsters can be heard in the air, accompanied by all this with bursts of light from the man's magic. The soldier, getting to his feet, looks forward in shock. A view of the same road opens in front of him, in the distance of which the silhouette of a man can be seen against the backdrop of a magical explosion. Looking at this picture, the warrior asks himself in his head how this is possible. Jeff drags by the feathers a huge head of a bird, the boss of the dungeon, whom the man calls out. The guy, easily shaking off his hands, exhales from fatigue. He looks at his hand, releasing magic, and thinks that his body is so light, and it turns out that his skills have increased by about 2.5 times, rejoicing that the effectiveness is evident, and if he picks up normal equipment, then it will be all plain sailing. The main character takes a signal flare in his hand, launching its action. A blue sign immediately appears above the sky of the guy and the soldier sitting next to him. Jeff thinks that then all that remains is to figure out where and how to get this equipment. The story tells of a green flare that is a signal that the emergency has been resolved. In a dark room with hundreds of monsters devouring women and other people right there sits the head of the temple. Bringing the accordion to his face, the hero, looking forward, says to himself that everything will happen very soon. The story continues a few days later. A beautiful castle stands against the background of a blue sky with cotton clouds. The character, discussing the moment of Jeff's battle with the birds, says that one slave single-handedly cleared a nest of black basilisks and finished off a 30-meter monster guarding this brood. Going down the stairs, the two men discuss that everything coincided, and the testimony of a surviving witness, and the results of an inspection of the cleanup site. It turned out that this paradise has been actively hunting lately, when there are 20 days left before the raid, and they suggest that perhaps he wants to get into raid group. The elder inquisitor of the heresy of the 3rd district of the Temple of Light, Matthias Gramer, with black hair and large red and gold armor, asks his interlocutor if it is worth interrogating him and find out if he is a devil worshipper. His interlocutor, long-haired blonde, commander of the night squad of the 3rd district of the Temple of Light, Lucius Giornetti, tells him to leave him. Matthias, looking at the blonde and extending his hand, says that if they do not find all the admirers in their ranks before the raid begins, then something bad will happen. Closing his eyes, Lucius interrupts Matthias, calling him by name, saying that no matter how carefully the investigation is conducted, you still won't find everyone. The man furrowed his eyebrows angrily, saying that it would be better if this guy turned out to be one of them, and he would like to see in the raid a person who could be used, to which Matthias, making a surprised face, looks at his interlocutor, asking in what sense. A man with a black tail looks at the back of a blonde man, who says that the followers of the devil will never reach the main monster on their own, because they are just scoundrels engaged in theft. Listening to Lucius, the warrior raised an eyebrow in question upon hearing this, and the man continues to say that it is therefore better to take them with you, use them to find the main lair, and then kill everyone along with the monster. Closing his eyes and walking up the stairs dissatisfied, Matthias turns to Sir Lucius that, as the commander of the security detachment of the raid group, having corrected himself, that he, as his old friend, repeats that he is against this plan, because he has already said, to which Lucius laughs brightly. Approaching the mysterious door together, the blonde says that he knew that he would start complaining, so he will only show it to Matthias, calling him his old friend. Lucius opens the door, releasing the dark light of the room. Suddenly the man opened his eyes and saw something in front of him, obviously recognizing this thing. Against the background of the men appears a huge statue holding a sword and shield. The man looks with pleasure at his friend's reaction, talks about the exhibits, the Spear of Light and Mikhail's winged shield, saying that he found them after spending a third of his fortune on the search. Matthias looks at the sparkling artifacts in shock, thinking that these are the legendary objects that he read about in books. Slapping his comrade's hand on the back, Lucius says that now they will finally put an end to this dungeon, which has been storming for the 11th year, and he should not worry. The blonde looks into his friend's eyes with confidence, saying that in this raid he will be invincible. Scandinavian-style houses are illuminated by the sun against the celestial sky. Goff, Marco, and Dale leave the bathhouse, cleaning themselves up. Dale says he only warmed up to a C, asking his friends why there was such a crowd on the practice field. Marco, holding a bottle of water he just drank, with a kind face, says that this is clearly because of the raid, because there are rumors that there are only 2 or 3 places left, and everyone wants to show what they are capable of. Dale, holding himself by the neck in front of his friends, says that all this noise has nothing to do with them, when suddenly Goth opened his eyes at what he saw in front of him. Anna Primrose appeared in front of the guys in the corridor. All three, in tension and surprise, sharply begin to bow to the passing lady, greeting her, calling her nun, to which she, winking at them, tells them not to forget to repay the interest on time, calling them scum. Dale turns to the side, asking why this vixen, that is, a nun, is leaving their room. The man adjusts the gold ring on his finger. It turns out to be Jeff, sitting on the bed of one of the guys. He notices them and says, "Here they come." The guys looked at the guy in horror, all thinking about the ring. The guys all pointed at the ring on Jeff's hand, thinking to themselves that he had just been with a nun, so he got that ring on his finger, asking him where the ring came from. The guy with confidence and a shiny ring on his finger says that someone gave it to him. The story tells about the ring on the guy's finger, that it is a ring of purity, and it increases the resistance to magic and increases the circulation of the energy of the owners. Once a day you can use the curse release spell. The guy looks at his hand with the ring, smiling, and thinking to himself that the white rose gave him a good thing. The guy remembers the nun, who, holding her hand on her chest, said with confidence that after strengthening, "You need to find the right equipment, and let him try this gift. It's not difficult for her to get one, and if there are any other wishes, then let him speak, and she will find everything for him." The guy thinks that she prepared everything herself, although he has not yet entrusted her with anything, noticing how savvy she is. Smirking, the guy thinks to himself that he smells gold. Anna continues walking along the corridor. Her face is overly serious. She thinks she heard about it from black market informants. Silhouettes of people in robes with knives appear against a dark background, surrounded by the bodies of snakes. The girl says that she learned about the Guild of Assassins, called Persephone, and these legendary mercenaries enhanced their abilities with poisons, trained in deadly martial arts, knew how to kill and did it damn well. She remembers the moments of Jeff's fights, talking to herself about the suspiciously high professionalism in hunting and strengthening the body with the help of poison. For her, everything came together at that moment. She imagines Jeff in a robe with knives, telling herself that the client was Persephone's hitman. The sun outside illuminates the corridor areas of the building. The nun reveals that Persephone fell apart several years ago due to internal conflict. But it is said that old clients, high-ranking people and aristocrats, continue to search for survivors of Persephone with their poisons. She looks forward with a small smile, saying to herself that these people are the best lethal force for which money bags are ready to shell out a fortune. And now is not the time to take 3 kopic commissions on transactions for monsters, since such a chance has turned up. Then she should take on such a client. The nun ran forward along the corridor, raising her hands up. She thinks first about the equipment, that she will find him the best items. Jeff, holding his hands clasped in front of him, neutrally thinks that it looks like she misunderstood him. But what does that matter to him? Directing his gaze forward, he thinks that on the contrary, this is even for the better, and if the White Rose spreads such rumors about him, that guy will definitely come to him, imagining the image of a man in a blue cloak with a dagger in his hands. Suddenly a man's hand falls on Jeff's shoulder. The Goth, with his hand on the main character's shoulder, floating in stress and shock, asks him since when has he been in such a relationship with the nun, and he is shocked. Jeff, sitting on the bed, sits in absolute shock at their words, and the guys behind him begin to add that they respect him as a man, adding, so that was the reason he didn't come back all night. The guy asks himself what kind of nonsense these 3 are talking about. The main character wants to say something about the dungeon, when suddenly someone knocks on their room. All the guys turn towards the door. Dale, opening the door, asks who is there. Going out into the dark corridor, there was no one outside their door, which surprised the guy. He turns to the door, noticing a sheet of information on it hanging on a knife. An urgent order is written on it for the Goth group. They need to immediately go to the indicated place and reconnoiter the situation. Looking at the piece of paper, Goth asks who gives orders in this way, and Marco, holding his chin, says that it looks like the document is official, and there is a seal and even the signature of the chief of the hunters. The guy takes the paper from Dale, saying to let him take a look. The main character carefully reads the message on the sheet. Smirking, he thinks to himself that the signature is indeed that of their leader, but Ned's handwriting. Jeff confidently clenched the piece of paper with the letter in his fist, assuming that he was coming out. He sent him an invitation, telling the guys that he was going there alone. The guy rushed through the forest, flying towards the light behind him. He quickly runs in that direction. The main character thinks that there are about 20 days left before the raid of the Knights of the Temple. He seriously looked at the target in order to quickly reach the designated point. The guy says that the dungeon they will go down into is very difficult, adding that the tomb of the disgusting princess is one of the 8 great problems of the world, and this is the huge ruin of the ancient kingdom of Media. Jeff imagines in front of him a dungeon with skeletons revived by purple magic. He continues to say that due to the complexity of the battle, the assault on this dungeon has been going on for more than 10 years, but so far no one has managed to get to the main beast. This is why the criteria for selecting members of a raid group are so high, and it must be a hunting group that ranks at least 5th in the rankings of the outgoing year. The man runs with strong steps towards his goal. He continues to say to himself that either the one who received a letter of recommendation from the council in direct subordination, or the slave in subordination of the priest participating in the raid. The guy runs towards the cliff. He continues that if you fulfill one of these conditions, then consider yourself in the group, and no matter how hard their hunting team tries now, they will not have time to rise to 5th position. The guy quickly jumps off the cliff, leaving no hint of his approximate location. The guy explains to himself that this is why he uses Ned in this life, because he is a slave subordinate to the heresy Inquisitor Matthias. Jeff jumped from a cliff and landed on the edge of another, located 100 meters from his previous point. The main character continues to say that if he deceives Ned and receives a recommendation, he will immediately end up in the raid group, because Ned, who is entrusted with the mission of such a complex cleanup, simply cannot ignore a master of exactly the same martial arts, and thinks that his hands are itching to check his. The protagonist's face is fixed straight, thinking about serious plans. The guy asks himself whether he is a reliable ally sent by the teacher, or a criminal who stole the sect's military techniques. The guy flies from above onto an already broken wooden small fort. He lands right on top of him, smashing him into even more pieces. Among the dust and swirling mud, one can see the silhouette of the main character, framed by his own strength and blue energy. The guy asks himself how strong this character is, continuing to think about him. The hero's gaze rushed forward, driving away the dust around him. The hero looks forward, seeing the same human silhouette in a whirlwind of dust, and hearing his voice, as the character notices the epic appearance of the main character. The soldier's eyes widened in recognition of the voice. The dirt disappeared, revealing the silhouette of the hero, with scars on his mouth, white skin, and a white cloak marked with a red sign. In his thoughts, Jeff called out the name of the man standing in front of him, calling him Sahak, and asking him what he was doing here. The protagonist's face changed in contempt, and he tells the caller standing opposite him to go home, and he has no time to play with him. Showing his terrible smile, the villain begins to giggle, telling Jeff that all these 10 days he could not forget the guy, and the wound on his face that he gave him ached every night, adding that he could not sleep for a day as a human being. The characters, located in the middle of the canyon, stand opposite each other. The main character looks at Sahak seriously without saying a word. The villain, twirling his dagger in one hand and grabbing it sharply, declares with a smile that now the guy will see his new strength, noting that he needs to gain determination. Without finishing, Sahak suddenly sees Jeff's ominous face in front of him. The guy hits the villain in the neck with one hand, without even straining. The character falls face down into the ground, to which the main character calls him stupid, continuing his path forward. The main character continues to think about Ned, that he is cold-blooded and scrupulous. He will not test him with just one Sahak. He looks after the defeated enemy, clenching his fist. The guy is sure that he hid someone else. In the middle of the canyon, a guy starts shouting loudly to unknown individuals to come out quickly, and he will fight everyone. Dust in the area begins to rise again. Against the background of a picture of a rising whirlwind of dust, someone's laughter can be heard. Behind the main character, the enemy he defeated rises up, giggling, releasing some purple demonic energy around him. An incomprehensible monster with eyes crawls out from under his robe. Sahak takes out his accordion shrouded in purple energy, showing it to the hero, addressing him with a curse. The villain, having risen from the fallen, unnaturally threw his head up, trembling with anger and looking at Jeff, asking if he was really ignoring him again. The creature from under his robe begins to become more and more violent, opening its many eyes and mouth with hundreds of rows of teeth. Suddenly the monster began to move sharply in a different direction. He grew in size, raising the body of Sahak, who was blowing an accordion, to a greater height. The guy's gaze widened in surprise, and he realized that this was a creature familiar to him. The villain, literally hanging upside down, looks ominously at the hero, releasing energy from his eyes, shouting to him that he will finish him off, slowly and painfully tear him to pieces. Standing on top of the monster, Sahak orders it to devour the guy standing right in front of them. The monster's tentacles fly straight towards the hero, catching him by surprise. Eyes widening in surprise, Jeff begins to swear, asking himself what this thing is doing here. The monster crashes straight into the guy, breaking the stone around him. The villain, with an accordion in his hands and with a crazy smile, screams at the hero to die. Suddenly, the villain's gaze widened in surprise, and he wondered out loud what. Using his striking technique, the main character punches a hole in Shoggoth with his magic, right in front of the standing owner of the monster. With great force, the wind begins to wrap around the villain's face, causing him to doubt the confidence of his strength, asking himself what happened and how it happened. The soldier stands in a fighting pose, pushing his hand forward, looking forward through the hole he made in the monster's body. The guy with a serious face looks forward, thinking to himself that the living weapon of the devil's followers is Shoggoth, adding that this is what he didn't expect to see here. Against the background of the hero's story, certain semblances of eggs appear, enveloping them in magic, and Shoggoths appear from them when their owner begins to play the accordion. The guy says that Shoggoth sleeps in a form that resembles an egg, and when he hears the sound of an instrument that contains the power of hypnosis, he wakes up. An exhibit is presented before us. The story tells that this is the Ocarina of Hypnosis, a musical instrument with which one can control Shoggoth, and depending on the combination of sounds, the player is able to give various orders, adding that this instrument protects the user from the pollution of the soul. He says that Shoggoth, who has no intelligence and is endowed only with an endless appetite, is unaffected by physical attacks. The main character takes steps towards Shoggoth's tentacles. Jeff says that the monster becomes stronger by absorbing the magic of the people it eats. According to the information, the monster again opens its mouth in all its glory towards the hero walking towards him. The guy stands straight, and the monster's small paws with claws begin to dig into his body from all sides. His gaze remains the same, invariably serious, and he continues the story about the monster, saying that the beast can already be called frightening, but the true horror of Shoggoth lies elsewhere. Against a dark magical background, the main character talks about the most terrible phenomenon of the influence of Shoggoth, and this is the contamination of the soul, which begins to occur just from one touch to the monster. You begin to feel fear and hallucinate. Against the background of the story, drawn memories fly by, where the characters fell into a stage of madness and began to kill other people around. Jeff continues to say that when the level of contamination of the soul reaches 100%, a state of madness sets in, when a person completely loses his mind and begins to attack his own allies, and this can be called the optimal weapon for indiscriminate killings, an artificial monster that was created by the followers of the devil to easily kill your own kind. The guy endures the monster's touch, to which Sahak, standing in front of him, begins to laugh angrily, calling the hero stupid, and asking if he's gone crazy since he now wants to die, and doesn't he know what's going to happen next. The monster almost completely envelops the guy's body, and his eyes, red from the effects of the Shoggoth, can already be seen on his face. Looking at this, the villain shouts about his red eyes, and that they prove that he is on the verge of demonic possession, and there is very little left until 100% contamination of the soul, adding that very soon he will go to the next world. Jeff's red eyes calmly look after the laughing villain. Jeff calmly said the phrase of liberation from the spell. Suddenly he was illuminated by sunlight, driving Shoggoth away from him, again looking at his hand with a ring of purity, which increases the power of resistance to magic and helps the wearer in the circulation of mana, and once a day you can use the skill of releasing the curse. Shoggoth bounced off the guy's body, causing his owner to fall into a stupor from what was happening. Suddenly, Jeff's strong hand grabbed Sahak by the throat, causing him to cough involuntarily. The guy holds the villain's throat with one hand, clenching his teeth. He begins to tell him that before he only cared about saving his own skin and the lives of his people, and he considered this obvious, since the world would end anyway. Remembering his image against the backdrop of dawn with the silhouettes of crows, he tells his opponent that, however, based on this, at some point other thoughts began to occur to him. Crows circled against the background of the heavenly dawn in the hero's memories. He continues to ask how everything would have turned out if there were even more people among his comrades who knew how to fight, and what would have happened if he had been a little better with other surviving people. Remembering the rest of his close people, Altio, and others, Jeff says that then the people dear to him would be able to live even longer. Against the background of the heavenly dawn, Crows fly over a grave with a crown. Sahak looks at Jeff with confusion, wondering to himself what this man is even saying. Having given up his teeth, the guy continues his story, saying that therefore in this life, he decided to save everyone he could. Remembering the moments when he protected the knights and was on a team with other warriors, he says that he can give a chance to become stronger to those who want it. Suddenly, changing his facial expression to a more hostile one, the guy says the word, however, looking straight at the villain in his hands. He begins to squeeze Sahak's throat many times harder, causing him to grin from suffocation, screaming at him, asking if he knows how many people he fed to Shoggoth, and it looks like there are about 100. The protagonist's gaze begins to become more and more frantic, to the point that even the veins on his face are bulging, and he continues to shout at him, asking how many more people should die for his hobbies, calling the villain trash. Jeff briefly announced to Sahak that he had no right to life. In the moment, releasing his hand from the villain's throat, he gathers all the strength into his fist, ready to attack. The guy's hand flies with all his might and magic towards the enemy. It hits Sahak in the stomach, causing him to open his eyes wide in pain. Sahak spews blood, opening his mouth wide. Immediately, the villain received a strong blow to the face from Jeff's fist. The attacker calmly took a hostile stance, keeping his hands under control. Against the background of lightning appearing in the light, the main character begins to talk to himself that this technique, which is formed by countless coherent attacks and ends with a palm strike. First, you need to hit the bloody fog that the enemy has dispelled with a palm accelerated by magic, and then create lightning with a splash drops of blood, adding that in the East everyone was afraid of this technique and called it the Cry of the Dragon. The palm pushes the lightning energy forward. This technique is called the secret technique of Royal Tiara Flow. Jeff used it on the blackened silhouette of Sahak from unimaginable lightning strikes. The burnt body lay on the ground and the corpse's mouth was slightly open. The main character looked carefully at the remains and noticed in his head that he died instantly. It must have been painful, as a charge ran through his entire body. Such a death was fitting for him. Jeff suddenly raised the harmonica in his hand. Then the corpse began to slowly disappear, and the white-haired one noticed in his head that since Shoggoth was not affected by physical attacks, he carefully put the musical instrument to his mouth and added in his head that it could be destroyed by fire, lightning, or with the help of divine power. Thank God that Shoggoth is not large in size. One more blow, and the creature is finished. The corpse completely disappeared, and the white-haired man added in his head that, however, he no longer needed to spend mana. The main character began to play Shoggoth's death chord on the accordion, breaking the magical connection that connects Shoggoth's cells. The white-haired man stopped abruptly and took the harmonica away from his lips when someone noticed that he was surprised that he knew this song. The cloak appeared next to the guy and the unknown person added that this is the secret song of their devilish cult. Even in the information bureau of the temple they don't know it. Ned landed sharply next to the white-haired man, and then looked at him with displeasure. The red-haired guy raised his head and grinned, noting that he knew a lot. The white-haired man confidently stared at the guy opposite him and cheered in his head. A moment appeared in the main character's head as he stood in a stance and confidently looked straight ahead. Then he remembered the battle with a huge number of attacks and noticed in his head that Ned, who was entrusted with a mission that must be successful, would never ignore a user of the same techniques as his. A moment appeared in the protagonist's head as he delivered precise blows with sharp movements. Jeff remembered how he stood next to the nun and looked angrily at the red-haired guy and added in his head that if he deceives a guy named Ned and gets a recommendation, he can immediately get into the raid group. He probably can't wait to test him. The main character aligned himself with the guy opposite, looked at him carefully and thought that this moment had finally come. He must pass the exam and make the red-haired guy believe that he was a follower of the devil. Only in this way could he change the future. Jeff narrowed his eyes sharply and looked straight ahead. Then a moment appeared in the protagonist's head of how he was training in a dungeon with an unknown person in a hood and added in his head that there was also a spiritual debt that he could not repay in a past life. Ned, under the hood, glared furiously at the protagonist. Jeff clenched his fist tightly and wondered if he wanted to meet a different end this time. The main character stood and confidently looked at the red-haired guy opposite, and then added in his head that for this he needed to get close to a guy named Ned, and then deceive him at all costs. Ned leaned over slightly and grinned, noting that he had been watching him all this time and had come to the same conclusion. The red-haired guy slowly removed his hand behind his back and pulled out a blade. Then he glowed all over, looked furiously with his glowing eye at the protagonist, and, holding the sword in front of him, added that it must be destroyed. Ned took a lightning-fast leap forward. The main character got ready and put his hands towards the approaching enemy. The protagonist's hands were enveloped in blue curls of energy. Ned sharply thrust his sword in front of him and delivered a powerful, straight blow. The red-haired guy began to deliver a huge number of blows in a second. Ned twitched slightly, looked straight ahead and wondered what this feeling was in his hands, whether he had missed all the blows. A moment later, 3 stones surrounded by blue curls of energy appeared behind the red-haired guy. Ned turned sharply and fought them all off. The red-haired guy grinned slightly, looked carefully at the protagonist and noticed that this was not bad. He was not only able to repel his blows, but even counterattack, and then noticed in his head that on this continent, only a few could surpass his sword in speed, including the teacher man. It turns out he used a different technique. Jeff began to angrily throw a stone, clenched his teeth and, looking furiously at the red-haired guy, noticed that it was inappropriate to attack an unarmed man with a blade. Ned glared and was surprised. After a moment, he just curved the blade to the ground. The next moment, the red-haired guy put his hands out in front of him and furiously stared at the protagonist, waiting. The main character stood in the same stance and stared at the enemy. The opponents began to walk in a circle and did not approach each other, choosing the right moment to attack. A moment later, red lightning appeared from the sky. Lightning surrounded the red-haired guy and he began to deliver lightning strikes, and Jeff calmly looked at this and noticed in his head that in the same principle as the palms of thunder, the secret technique of the flow of the royal tiara surrounds the body with electricity caused by explosive acceleration. Thanks to this you get enormous strength and speed. The main character abruptly began to move his hand and call up blue lightning, and then added in his head that, however, among people from the same place there is a way to resist such a technique. Jeff moved his hands in front of him, causing a huge lightning bolt, and noticed in his head that the secret weapon of the royal tiara flow, the floating clouds, was the electric flow of yin and yang. 2 lightning bolts collided with each other and Jeff added in his head that yin and yang electricity are attracted to each other, but the same flows have the property of repelling. This is called a defense technique. The main character put his hand in front of him and blocked the blow of the enemy, who at that moment thought that he had adjusted his blows to the attacks of the yang flow, protected the places of the blows and repelled all his attacks. Then made an angry look, clenched his teeth and looked furiously at the protagonist, thinking that it was easier said than done. In such a short moment, he delivered blows, the speed of which is even difficult to follow with the eyes. A pattern of strikes appeared in the main character's head and he said that if you do not envelop your body with enough electricity, the attack will not be thrown back and it will hit the target directly. When the electricity of the defensive side is greater than or almost equals the electricity of the attacking side, the blow misses, and when the electricity the defensive side has less energy than the attacking side, the defense slips past and the blow is completed successfully. This is a technique that he can use in real combat, only if he hone it to such an extent that in just a few seconds he can reflexively control the amount of electricity, as well as the time and place impending attack. Such a technique can never be repeated by some trick of copying techniques. Ned sweated slightly and narrowed his eyes at the protagonist. The main character stretched out his hands with lightning bolts in front of him, and the red-haired guy noticed that this guy was not a fake. Ned sharply clenched his teeth, lowered his head, added in his head that, however, this made him even more confused, and said that only he and the eldest student had inherited the secret technique of flowing the royal tiara. Ned turned sideways to the protagonist and nervously asked who he was. A masked man with blue hair sits on a stone, and the plot tells that this is the 9th in the hierarchy of the devil's followers, the child of the east, Qin Liang, the dragon of cold, the man from the east, who crossed the devil's zone called the Sahara Desert, where no man can go. He passed from the eastern to the local continent of Aslan. Qin stands in front of the crowd with 2 powerful warriors next to him, and the story added that he, who rose to the position of a member of the leadership of the devil cult through the martial arts flow of the royal tiara, had 2 direct disciples, heirs who were able to know the depth of the technique of flow of the royal tiara, unlike hundreds of other, ordinary students who studied martial arts only superficially. Ned stood next to the unknown guy with a malicious smile, and the plot told that the first heir, the native son of a teacher named Qin Gan, and the second, a pupil from the continent of Aslan named Ned. Ned and Qin trained on the shore on the stones, and the plot told that in order to learn the depths of the technique through a duel, you need 2 direct students. There is no need for more, since the innermost truth of the technique must be carefully hidden. Ned looked carefully at the huge hill and noticed that he had not seen his face even among ordinary students. The red-haired guy clenched his teeth tightly, looked furiously at the protagonist and added that not only this was suspicious, he destroyed the precious property of the cult, Shoggoth, who was fed 100 people for the upcoming raid. Jeff stood straight and looked furiously at his interlocutor, and Ned asked what his true face was and what he wanted. The main character grinned slightly, lowered his gaze, and noticed that it turns out that the teacher did not say anything to him. Jeff looked up sharply, looked at the guy opposite, and asked what he really thought, that there were only 2 students. The main character put out his hand with a ring on his finger and showed a deuce, and then added that if he had used his brain, he would have thought of it, but it really takes 2 to study a secret technique. However, the main character looked carefully at the dark sky and asked what would happen if one of them died. Ned clenched his teeth, looked furiously at the protagonist, and thought that in this case there would be no opponent of equal strength for the duel. A busy teacher could not guide the remaining student in everything, and it would take time to cultivate a new direct student. After a few thoughts, Ned opened his eyes wide and began to sweat. Jeff smiled confidently, looked carefully straight into the eyes of his interlocutor, and noticed that he, a student of the shadow, had been raised in case of his death. The dark silhouette of the warrior raised his sword above his head, and a curl of fire began to flow around him. And the plot told that the shadow student is a reserve student who, according to the long tradition of Eastern warriors, even in secret from those in the community, prepares in case with the official something will happen to the follower. Bamboo leaves carefully covered the emptiness, and the plot added that this is a hidden card that, in an emergency, will continue the inheritance so that the clan's strength does not end. The warrior sharply moved the sword down, which was smeared with blood, and the plot continued that, however, if the official follower remains unharmed and then takes the place of the teacher, the shadow student is destroyed by the hand of the teacher. This is done in order to avoid the unrest that can arise when leaving a shadow student alive, since he received knowledge of exactly the same level as the official follower. The main character looked attentively and confidently at the red-haired guy, and then noticed in his head that this was not nonsense. Everything was in fact true, but a real disciple of the shadow could not arrive at the temple until the raid was over. Altio put out her hand with the chains and bound the rider on the horse in the red cloak, and Jeff added that since Altio and her comrades tied his legs. The main character smiled slightly and thought that Altio, probably she is still saying something absurd that does not fit the princess. The main character turned slightly and noted in his head that he would take advantage of this situation. Ned opened his mouth slightly, looked straight at him angrily, and said that if he was telling the truth, his existence was kept a closely guarded secret. Then the teacher sent him here. The red-haired guy opened his mouth wider, narrowed his eyes, and added that he had already contacted him. But he said that he did not send such a student as the protagonist. Ned cringed and noted in his head that even though he had lied about contacting the teacher, if this guy turned out to be a fake, he would come up with some ridiculous excuse. The red-haired guy strained his gaze, looked carefully at the protagonist, and added in his head that it is not so easy for the followers of the devil entering the temple to communicate with the outside at such a time to correctly talk about the situation already on the scene. The red-haired guy's hand began to emit red lightning, and he thought that if even the slightest suspicion visited him, he would have to get rid of it. The main character folded his arms on his chest, slightly lowered his head, and, with a furious look, replied that initially he was ordered not to get close to other followers of the devil, and, hiding his true face, to join the raid on his own. He would replace him on the mission if something went wrong. Ned clenched his teeth tightly in anger and asked that he even knew what his mission was. The main character grinned widely and replied that he was offending him. He needed to steal the dragon's heart. The huge stone heart was bound in chains and emitted powerful energy, and the plot told that inside the dragon there is a magical stone called the dragon heart. This is the best item that gives it strength commensurate with the strength of the dragon itself. They say that 1,000 years ago the vile princess Juridica, for the first time in history, she discovered the heart of a dragon, and then took it with her to the grave. The main character remembered how Ned uses his acceleration and noticed that thanks to the lightning-fast acceleration of the flow of the royal tiara, the temple knights would never be able to keep up with him. When his hand touched the dragon's heart, no one would be able to catch him. Jeff put out his hand and pointed his finger at the red-haired guy, and then added that, however, he could do the same thing as him. The main character smiled confidently and noted that the teacher said that he was not confident only in him. After such words, Ned backed away and scrunched his face angrily. Then the protagonist began scratching the back of his head, lowered his head slightly, and said that by violating the order, he got caught and called him here. The conditions for joining the raid group turned out to be much more dreary than he thought. He doesn't like difficulties, so he chose to take the easy way. Jeff looked up sharply and added that besides that, he wanted to tell him something personal. Ned clenched his teeth furiously and, looking menacingly, asked what he was talking about. The main character took a slow step, Then, being near the red-haired guy, he answered him in his ear about the bloody tears. Ned suddenly turned his furious gaze on the protagonist and wondered how he knew this. A red, bloody sword appeared above the head of the red-haired guy, and he said that bloody tears are the stolen weapon of their family. He follows the teacher in order to find him and take revenge on the temple. In the world, only he and the teacher know about this, and then he furiously opened his mouth and asked what he knew about the bloody tears. Jeff folded his arms over his chest, smiled sarcastically, and replied that when he realizes that he can be trusted, then he will say that we need to simplify each other's lives. The main character carefully stared at the guy opposite and asked him to be thrown into the raid group. He was already vomiting from the wonderful aroma that stood in the dwelling of the group of hunters. Ned was sweating and hanging his head. He noticed in his head that he couldn't believe the protagonist. The red-haired guy began to walk forward, turned his gaze to the protagonist and told him to follow him. An abandoned building stood alone on a hill. Ned entered the room with the unknown men in cloaks and noticed that he had brought the last one. The redhead pointed his hand at the protagonist standing next to him and, looking around, said that his name was Jeff. He was sent by the teacher to help them complete the mission. His personal data was checked according to the procedure. The main character looked sharply at the dark silhouette sitting in the far corner of the room in the darkness, after he noticed that he was hoping for a distinctive participant. His hopes did not let him down. Matthias folded his hands in front of him, looked at the protagonist with a huge smile, and noted that he could consider it an honor to help in the work of the student of the East. Jeff looked at the knight furiously and narrowed his eyes. Matthias stood up abruptly and slammed his hand on the table for introduction. Then all the group members removed their hoods and Matthias shouted that the members of the slave status raid party who would follow the heresy inquisitors proxies and the 40-man hunting party had become followers of the demon. Matthias opened his mouth wide and added loudly that since they have a new arrival, he will explain the raid tactics again. Let them kill themselves on the nose. Mistakes are unacceptable. The main character looked furiously at the main knight and thought that by joining the raid with the help of the red-haired guy, he would be able to recognize and advance among the members of the group the followers of the devil. The main character imagined a red sunset hiding behind the trees in his head and added that in the end all 40 people turned out to be followers of the devil. He was so shocked that he wasn't even funny. The main character looked carefully at the huge, gray-haired man and the guy standing next to him with a one-eyed snake, and noticed in his head that they were completely different from Sahak, who relied only on objects with monsters, and from him, who in a past life put on the first place of ambition. Jeff then looked away at the green energy guy with his head rewound and added in his head that everyone here is talented. They are an elite army assembled to execute a strategy. Jeff lowered his head, looked at the ground and wondered why they, having such power, followed the devil. Ned curled up with anger and standing next to the protagonist, he noticed in his head that if this guy showed himself, then the teacher did not trust him completely. The red-haired guy looked away with a displeased look to the side and added in his head that, moreover, Jeff even knows about the bloody tears. What kind of relationship is between them, since the teacher shares such secret conversations with him? Perhaps the teacher trusts not him, but the protagonist. Ned closed his eyes sharply, pursed his lips and noted in his head that he should not hesitate. The teacher had given him a promise. A moment appeared in the red-haired guy's head when Chin appeared next to him and said that if he became an important person for him, he would carry out his retribution. Ned pulled his hand down, squeezed it fiercely and noticed in his head that for the sake of revenge he needed the help of his teacher. So he, by all means, was obliged to steal the dragon's heart and escape, not the shadow student, but him. The red-haired guy looked sharply with a dissatisfied look at the protagonist. Ned looked at him carefully and added in his head that also being a spare student, raised to replace him. Perhaps he wanted him to fail in the dungeon, since only after his death would he be recognized as an official follower. A stream of blood ran in the red-haired guy's head and he noticed that there was a possibility that he wanted to finish him off. A moment later, a bright light appeared in front of the protagonist's face and Matthias shouted that the explanation was over. Now they need to divide into teams. The hooded devil followers began to make noise in the crowd and communicate, and Matthias shouted that a squad of defenders was guarding the red guy and securing the route, and the strike force was taking on a knight commander named Lucius. Ned extended his hand to the protagonist and said, since they were on a joint mission, maybe they could become one team. Ned smiled hypocritically and thought that if he was targeting his skin and achievements, it would be better to watch him up close than to keep him at a distance. The red-haired guy extended his hand even further and noted that he hoped they would work together, and Jeff looked displeased at the hand. The glass in the protagonist's head broke into small pieces and he said that Ned from a past life was blinded by a sense of revenge and, having trusted the wrong person, ended up losing his life. The main character looked carefully at the red-haired guy with an outstretched hand and added in his head that by nature he is faithful and patient. He is not needed for an enemy, and for an ally he can serve as a force. If he gains the trust of the red-haired guy, he will greatly help him in coping with what will happen in the future. Jeff shook the red-haired guy's hand with a big smile and remarked that they would get along. The main character remembered a cave with a brightly glowing exit, and said that in a past life many of his friends met their end tragically, so the first person he will bring back will be Ned. The main character sharply dodged the blow of the stick and clenched his teeth. The stick became covered with golden energy, and Ned asked the protagonist to choose. Bad Ned, in torn clothes, raised the stick to strike and added that either he was teaching the strongest martial arts technique and helping him escape. Ned looked furiously at the protagonist, clenched his teeth and added that either he would immediately die and turn into a piece of meat. And Jeff thought about the mysterious connection that would make him the strongest person, his teacher Ned, who taught him the royal tiara flow technique. A rainbow appears in the blue sky among the clouds. The next day the list of participants in the raid on the Tomb of the Vile Princess dungeon was announced. People crowded around the information stand. Members of the raid group will gather tomorrow at 6 a.m. Before departure they will live in a certain place, receive training for preparation. They will only be able to communicate with comrades from the group for safety reasons. They need to take everything they need and report in advance calculations. Jeff stands among the others, smiling contentedly. He wants to sort something out. A spider whose legs are wrapped in flames, a bird of prey with its beak open, a purple dragon, the dungeon of black steel spiders, the basilisk nest, a village in a narrow gorge, which Ned signed as a goblin cave by forging documents. He received achievements by fulfilling the promise made by Goff. The guys bowed and thanked the hero. Jeff crossed his arms over his chest. Now they have achievements and a bunch of vacancies that appeared after selecting 40 slaves for the raid. They will soon be promoted. Dale, embarrassed, looks at the main character. He says that they need to get together, since after the promotion it will become even harder. The guy addressed him as a senior. Jeff is at a loss. The guy turned away, frowning. Nothing. He couldn't say that he wanted to follow him and learn many things. Jeff stands on the top of the mountain, leaning on his sword, looking ahead, clothes fluttering in the wind. Dale admires this man. He has such a grandiose goal that simpletons like them cannot even imagine anything like it. He gritted his teeth. He is too weak and therefore has no right to follow him. The guy looked up. In front of him, Jeff stood with his arms crossed over his chest. He assures that the day will come when they will be level with him. Then he will be able to join. Jeff turned his back to them, closed his eyes and smiled. The guys bowed. He said that he would look forward to this moment. Dale, stuttering, thanked him. The guys look after him. He thinks that two who should have died in a past life are now continuing to live, seeing how their eyes are filled with energy. He understands that his actions were not in vain. On a dark background in a red haze there is a pentagram. On top there is a luminous symbol. However, they can still be considered dead. If after 3 years the followers of the devil successfully carry out the summoning ritual, many will go to the next world. To prevent this, the hero must receive a dragon heart. A lantern illuminates the corridor, a massive wooden door. Jeff looks down. Anna, putting her hand to her chin, looks at him with a sly smile, asking if he likes it. The guy put his hands on his hips. They examined the armor and weapons. The girl said that this is all she managed to get. He smiled. Great. The combat weapon is a combination of an axe, a hammer, and a long-handled pike. There is also a mace and more complex types of equipment. He thinks that the nun has collected a blunt weapon that is good at passing mana through itself. A skeleton with arrows and a sword running through its chest. Behind it a skeleton with a sword in its hand and a pile of bones. In a bright green aura, the Tomb of the Vile Princess is a dungeon teeming with living skeletons. They have already died and therefore do not feel pain. On their durable bones have no effect on attacks of this type, such as cutting flesh or taking away stamina as a result of bleeding. The hammer breaks the skeleton's skull, so you need to crush them with a blunt weapon. Jeff stands in front of the weapon, put his hand to his chin and grinned. The nun stands next to him, smiling, raised his hands clasped in his fingers to his chest. He takes everything. He took the sword in his hand, which he noted among the huge number of weapons. He took it out of its sheath, took a wide stance, looked straight and determined. This is the long sword of sunset, and he liked it the most. Anna looks at him with worry, because this weapon is not the most effective option against skeletons, which is what he has in mind. Jeff looks at his reflection in the blade. It's not the skeletons he'll have to worry about in the dungeon. A man with long blonde hair, wearing a white suit with gold accents and a cross on his chest. The Temple of Light is about to complete a 10-year assault on the dungeon. A guy with a scar instead of an eye, around whom a one-eyed snake is wrapped, next to him an old man with the figure of an athlete. Followers of the devil, ready to risk their lives for the sake of the existence of the cult. A guy whose face is covered in bandages except for his completely white eyes. Jeff must eliminate them all and get the dragon's heart. The hero stands with his back, lightning flickers, his clothes flutter in the wind. He withdraws his hand with a sword from which a stream of blood flows. In front of him are glowing red eyes in the darkness. All members of the raid are his enemies. And one more thing. A guy with long red hair and yellow eyes, a smile on his face. This is Ned, he doesn't trust him yet. The hero closed his eyes and sheathed his sword. Even if you tell this guy the truth, it will be difficult to convince him. If Jeff fails and they have to fight, then everything will end differently than last time. He frowned until one of them fell. He turned around at the knock on the door. A nun with long purple hair entered the room, adjusting her glasses. She was holding a bag in her other hand. She apologized for being late. Her name is Angelina. She is a sorceress in the laboratory. A person holds his hands over a glowing sword. Sorcery is something that imbues equipment with powers such as magic, holy, and acceleration. The higher the skill of the sorcerer, the more powerful and lasting the power. Jeff wondered if, as far as he knew, Angelina was one of the coolest sorcerers in the temple. The window, decorated with an ornament on top, the hero said that he trusted her. Angelina closed her eyes, folded her hands, one of which held a golden rosary with a cross, asking the Mother of Glory to emit light. Flashlight. The neatly folded white robe of griffin wool and the long sword of sunset were blessed. Boots made of griffin skin and a rod of ordeal also received a blessing. Jeff is in a fighting stance, holding the black steel spider hook tightly in his hand, having received the blessing. The hero thought that even though he had prepared for the clash with the members of the ordinary group, he should prepare well for the dungeon. If he could not withstand the sinister energy of the tomb of the vile princess, the game will end. He frowned, his eyes lit up, and the basic preparations were completed. He handed the nun a bag of gold coins, paying for 5 items. Angelina leaves with the money, waving and smiling. Anna bows. Jeff stands behind her with his head down and his arms crossed. He pursed his lips and raised an eyebrow. 3,000 for an illegal deal with a sorceress is somehow cheap. It looks like White Rose did a good job. The room, knightly armor and weapons against the wall. Anna asked if it was time to pay. The heroes are standing nearby. The girl raised her fingertips to her chin, smiled smugly. Jeff says that she almost didn't receive a commission for her share. The equipment costs a lot. She waves it off. They're not strangers, thinking that she took advantage of her force to gain favor. The light falls on the hero's face. He turned to Anna and, smiling, thanked her. The girl raised her eyes wide open, blushed and pursed her lips. The ceiling of the room, the ornament, she closes the topic. The hero asks what to do then. He knitted his eyebrows slightly. He had no money. She was completely confused. A shadow fell on her eyes, a drop of sweat on her cheek. He stands opposite her. The girl raised her hands indignantly. Is it really nothing at all? He replied that they gave him some pennies and he could not collect the money. The guy raised his palm, looking down. 2 flasks with blue and green liquid appeared in his hand. This is the potent poison of the King of Poisons Fade. P-68 Belial and P-61 Jagan. The girl was very surprised, nervous. This is Persephone's potent poison. The hero raised his hand with the flasks. Anna jumps and tries to get them. Of course, she agrees. He moves his hand to the side. The girl reaches out for him, impatient, offers to stop fooling around. The guy points his hand in the opposite direction. She swears, but jumps, trying to reach it. He pointed his hand back. The girl screamed. It's his hobby to mock people. Orders to give it up quickly. The guy headed to the door. Anna, with tears of joy, pressed her cheek to the flasks that lie in her palms. Jeff tells her to sell them carefully and not on the mole's side. The hero leaves the girl, throwing a bag of things over his shoulder. She waves her hand after him, wishes him good luck and asks him to be sure to come again. When the raid is over, she will prepare change for him. People lined up on the site in front of the temple. 3 people were watching the formation. The next morning, a guy with a bandaged head and an old man with a bare torso stand in the crowd and think how many people have gathered together. The old man believes that there are about 100. Jeff and Ned stand side by side and confidently look forward. Among so many people, a minority survived. This time it will probably be the same. A blonde man with long hair and white clothes comes out onto the upper platform. He noted that it looks like everyone has gathered. He frowned and turned his head to the side. The sun illuminates his clothes with golden elements. A cross hangs on his chest. This is the leader of the group and commander of the Temple Knights, Lucius. He smiled slightly and gave the command to begin. The composition of the raid team for the Tomb of the Vile Princess dungeon: a detachment of temple knights. The official status of priests: 18 fighting knights and 10 healers. A guy with white hair and brown clothes looks ahead with a serious look. The lowest formation of the Temple Knight squad are hunters. Their status is slaves. There are 20 of them. A knight with protection on the head and shoulders, a cross on his clothes: heresy inquisitors. Status as a priest: 12 combat inquisitors, 6 healers. A guy with long red hair. Behind him a guy with a bandaged head. The lowest formation of heresy inquisitors. Proxies of heresy inquisitors. Slave status: 20 people. The total number was 86 people. Everyone was divided into groups according to their role. On a red background there is a sword and shield, in a sphere with a floral ornament, the tasks of the Vanguard detachment. On a blue background there is a cross, a book, a staff with a cross, in a sphere with an ornament representing the possibility of a rear detachment. They moved under the leadership of 4 people. A priest with long blonde hair and a ponytail, a book in his hand, white clothes, and a headdress. This is the leader of the healers, Arno. A nun in white clothes with blonde hair holds a staff with a cross in her hand. This is the leader of Rion's rear detachment. A man with a beard, in armor, with long black wavy hair that is tied into a ponytail. This is the leader of the Vanguard squad, Matthias. A lock of long blonde hair. A blonde man with white hair stands in front of a crowd screaming his name. He raises a white gloved hand to greet them. This is the Son of God, the leader of the raid group, Lucius. A boy in white clothes knelt down on one knee and bowed his head, praying. Above him is a glowing golden cross. God leaves a stigma on a person whom he especially cherishes. The owner of this sign is called the Son of God or the Daughter of God. While they are alive, they receive the highest powers from God, and after death they continue to serve him. Being next to him in the guise of angels, Lucius received the sign at the age of 7. He is called the Son of God's Light. The man took off his protective helmet, holds a cross in his hand and cries, "People treat such people as angels, respect them, and consider them an honor to see in person." The guy with short white hair turned around at the strange sound. "I couldn't believe that Lucius personally appeared in front of ordinary people." Mad looks at this with fury. Jeff was surprised by this, but remained silent. The blonde man addresses the crowd, about to make a prediction. He raised his hand and solemnly said that this time they would put an end to the 10-year raid on the Tomb of the Vile Princess. They would solve with their own hands one of the 8 great dilemmas of this world. Knights in armor stand with their heads raised. The names of the raid participants will remain in the temple. A man in black clothes, his face hidden by a hood, and the slaves will be freed. Lucius clenched his fist and frowned, urging him to endure 2 weeks of tough training and step on the road of honor. The crowd raised their hands and began shouting for the almighty area to help them with eternal light. A group of people are climbing a high mountain, on the top of which there is a white stone building. Eagles are flying in the sky. This is a special training place, Scream Peak. The main character climbs the rock using only the strength of his arms and legs. He remembers the words about honor, and thinks whose honor he meant. He grabbed the stone ledge with his hand. It is obvious that after a successful raid the participants will receive glory and honor, but in fact it is not for the sake of something noble. Gold bars are stacked in a pyramid. It's just good business. A man with short black hair and brown clothes with a cross holds a bag in his hands, showing it to the people around him. He assures them that it contains a piece of a tombstone brought from the dungeon. They should get used to the ominous energy of the tombstone and not remove the stone from the body and within 24 hours. A knight in armor and a man in a hood hold bags in their hands. One of them inspects the stone. Preparation and assault of the dungeon can take several years to obtain the rights to conduct it. Political procedures are carried out and participants are recruited. Donations are collected to cover costs. The guys carry a large log. After a successful raid on the site, which is now safe, they build roads and cities. This is a large-scale business. Lucius looks at the lined-up people from above. They are lifting large logs. The main temple of the Third Parish Temple of Light is the outpost of God's Son to storm the tomb of the Vile Princess. Talents are cultivated here. Those who are here are the elite selected through regular training. A golden rod with a cross in a circle decorated with ornaments. Light emanates from it with the same outlines. In the center stands a stone giant. Wooden soldiers with sticks in their hands are walking towards the men standing in front of them. This is a training golem. A nun with a staff in her hand points her finger forward. She explains that the flying light should be taken as a magical attack from the enemy, and the one who touches the light 3 times and is considered dead. They begin to fight. The stone giant hits the ground with his hand. The knights fly apart. Other men defend themselves from the blows of the wooden warriors. Noting the high level of difficulty and the closeness to real combat, one of the guys raises his hand, saying that he has died. The wooden golem swung. Jeff punched him with such force that he broke into pieces. The guys run forward. Ned turned to the main character, asking if he knows that the royal tiara flow technique cannot be used here. He grinned. Does he look like a fool? Jeff takes his sword out of its sheath as he runs, and there are glowing circles around the heroes. Ned pushed off the wooden golem and jumped to a great height to strike the stone giant. The main character swung his sword. Ned gritted his teeth and raised his sword above his head in rage. They strike the enemy and cut him into pieces. Evening sky. The mission to destroy 500 golems is completed. You are given 15 minutes to rest. The sunset illuminates the contented and peaceful face of the healer leader Arno. The warriors are sitting on the ground. One of them is drinking water from a flask. Golems made of wood are stacked around them. The leader thinks that they are keeping up with the pace much better than he expected. These slaves, compared to the last raid, are what we need. Jeff and Ned sit next to each other, frowning, looking ahead, sweat on their faces. Arno notes them in particular, their skills and work together. Perhaps this time they will actually be able to clear the dungeon. The men turned around. The golden cross in the leader's hand shone brightly. He raised it up and exclaimed area. He placed his palm on his chest, closed his eyes, smiled, and told the squad members that he had healed their wounds and relieved fatigue. He continues to smile, his eyes narrowed. Thanks to the doctors, they will be able to spend 2 fruitful weeks, equivalent to 4. A new training has begun. Night, the facade of the building where the training is taking place. The training is over. The leader reports that everyone behaved well, and no one flew out. Tomorrow they will go towards the dungeon. They need to eat, drink, and have plenty of rest. Ned is sitting on the roof of a building. He turned around. A guy in a black hood approached him and asked if he was going to eat today. It was Jeff. He was holding a plate of food in his hand. The other was resting on his side. Ned turned away, frowned, and closed his eyes. Jeff noticed that he had hardly eaten during all the days of training, and today they gave him an excellent stew in honor of the last training day. The guy refused. He has already eaten enough. He looks ahead gloomily. For maximum acceleration, he must watch his weight. The main character thought. He put the plate of bread on the ground. Then he will do the same. If Ned fails, he will have to take on the mission himself. The guy with red hair gave him a furious look and grinned. Was he still thinking of getting ahead of him? Jeff bent down, pulled out something from behind his back, and suggested that he not make such a stern face. He brought one good thing. He holds a bottle in his hand, raised an eyebrow and smiled. If you warm up, the movement will be 100 times better. Ned, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, looks away from the glass into which wine is being poured. Glass in hand, he turned and asked how much Jeff knew about him. The sun illuminates the tower, birds are flying in the sky. The hero replied that at first he thought that he wanted to remove him and take his place. But during the days of training he realized that there were no intentions to harm him. Ned frowned, which is why he is even more confused about what is happening. He remembered Jeff leaning over to him and talking about tears of blood. The red sword in the sheath is the stolen weapon of his family. He follows the teacher to find it and take revenge on the temple. In the world only he and the teacher know about it. The guy with red hair menacingly demanded to tell everything that the hero knows about bloody tears. He raised his head and grinned. When he realized that he could be trusted, then he would say it. The heroes are sitting against the wall. Not far from them is a bowl of flame. Ned says that if the guy knows his secret, logically, he should try to get something from him under the pretext of blackmail or information. His face became serious. He asked what the phrase that he wanted meant. Jeff looked thoughtfully and noted that he had changed. The guy with red hair swung a sword with a curved blade. The main character remembered how he recklessly tried to kill him at the very beginning. He pulled his sword forward, lightning around his hand, the wind blowing his long hair and clothes. The heroes run side by side during training. Apparently being together for 2 weeks has an effect. Jeff tilted his head and said that the question was wrong. Ned looked at him in surprise. The hero continued that he needed to ask where and who had the bloody tears. The guy leaned over to tell him where the sword was now. Ned froze in shock, his eyes wide open. He frowned, an angry look. A man with long red hair tied into a ponytail puts his hand on the boy's shoulder. He shows him a huge red sword protected by chains. It is an heirloom of the Strayer Baron family. The demonic sword Bloody Tears. Their ancestor received it as a trophy after destroying the desert demon. The boy opened his mouth in surprise. The ancestor dedicated this sword to God. who, in turn, granted the family the status of barons and ordered them to take care of it from generation to generation. The man turned around and with a smile announced that Ned would soon take over from him the status of Baron Strayer and inherit this honorable mission. He patted him on the head. Ned must become an outstanding knight to fit the sword. The boy replied, "Yes, father." The sword in chains is illuminated by the rays of the sun. The father joked that in order to inherit something else, there should be a good return on investment. Morning, facade of the castle. Aldine is being demanded to return her sword. The knights block the path of Father Ned, who is trying to get to the priest in white clothes and a headdress with gray hair. He shouts that he has pledged the estate and the status of baron, but not bloody tears. A shadow hides Alden's face. Only an evil smile is visible. He reproached the man for daring to cause such a commotion on the temple grounds. The man stopped fighting off the knights and looks ahead doomedly. The priest says that the bloody tears belong not to his family, but to Baron Strayer. He, Leonard, gave up his status for debts and now he has no rights. The man's eyes filled with rage. He took his sword out of its sheath. The guards could not restrain him and he raised the fiery sword over Alden's head. Knights in armor with long black hair. One cut off Leonard's hand in which he was holding a sword. The other pierced his stomach. Blood poured out. Blood gushed from the man's mouth. The boy looks at this with horror and desperately screams at him. Leonard knelt before the priest, who asked him to be glad that he did not touch him with a sword, such a commoner in the Temple of Light. Alden leaned down, placing his palm on his head. A shadow fell on his eyes, grinned. If he hurt him, an aristocrat and the son of a bishop, they would execute his son too. Leonard fell to the ground. The priest and his subjects leave. Ned shouts to his father. A similar picture was a common occurrence 12 years ago. Knights in armor, a bag of money, a view of the city and the castle, then investments in the powers of dungeon assault and raid group were widespread. The prices of items skyrocketed. Financial goods related to the dungeon came in a wave. Investors made a lot of money from it at one time, but the raid continued to fail to pull off an investment scam. A fake guild was created from vagabonds. Many unfavorable factors broke out. The economic crisis that occurred was called the bursting of the dungeon bubble. Jewelry made of precious stones, pearls, gold coins against a background of blood spatter, a glowing symbol of the cross. The Temple of Light made a fortune selling deformed financial goods of the dungeon. Before the crisis, deceived a huge number of investors, sold goods no different from a piece of paper. This was done for profit and reducing your own losses. Poor people are sitting on the street, covered with blankets. Crows are flying. A small emaciated dog is lying next to an elderly man. As a result of all the investors who bought investment products, receiving a loan from the temple, went bankrupt and ended up on the street, and the instigators, high-ranking priests, did not pay at all for your crimes. Ned stands, gritting his teeth, trembling with anger, remembering that all this time he survived to destroy the temple, to take revenge on the priests, especially Alden, who, under the pretext of friendship, deceived his father and took his life. He went around the whole world in search of bloody tears. Ned threw up his hands. In the background there is a silhouette of a man with long gray hair tied up in a hairstyle, wearing a white kimono and a mask covering his face. The guy does not understand why the bloody tears are with the teacher. Jeff tilted his head slightly. He said that the teacher recently revealed to him the true faces of the head of the devil sect and the leadership, the 12 apostles. He raised his eyes, gritting his teeth. Behind him in black capes and white masks with red symbols is a blonde with long wavy hair, a priest. Gestures among the chains. The hero reports that the head of the sect and half of the 12 apostles are high-ranking officials of the Temple of Light. Ned frowned. A drop of sweat appeared on his face and felt extreme indignation. Jeff crossed his arms over his chest, looked at the guy seriously. He is sure that he was promised retribution if he becomes an important person. But this is nonsense. The heroes are walking along the road as part of a group of people. The teacher plans to give the dragon heart they brought to the head of the devil sect. The guy with red hair looks in front of him with irritation. If this happens, they will forever not be able to touch the minions of the sect. It's too late to take revenge. He mentally cursed with undisguised anger on his face. They had been deceived from the very beginning. The teacher he considered his family had betrayed him. The crying boy looks up at the spirit of a man with long hair and a white mask with a red symbol who leaned towards him. Ned wondered if the hero was lying to him. How did he know the words that the teacher said back then? He walks with his head bowed and his fists clenched, wondering what he should do now. the entrance to the castle, the sun is shining. A group of people is heading towards the entrance stairs. The heroes look up, frowning. This is the tomb of the vile princess. The guy with bandages on his head looks up and trembles with fear. The level of this dungeon cannot be compared with those where he has been before. An ominous energy emanates from him, which tears him to the core. The old man scratched his beard thoughtfully. It looks like it's worth a try. The leader of the vanguard detachment, Matthias, opened the heavy doors. The hero thought, this is one of the great dilemmas of the world. The men inspect the room. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. Arno turned to the group and explained with a smile that this was a dungeon that had been under attack for 10 years. A man with short black hair and a guy in a hood are looking at a wall with heavy crosses and a golden chain. Purification items are located everywhere. This means that the floor has been cleared and is now being cleansed here. Stone walls and ceiling, arches. The dungeon consists of 9 floors. Spiral staircase. Last time I managed to clear the dungeon up to the 7th floor. People with weapons look into the darkness. Where green eyes are burning, the guards of the 8th floor were destroyed. But ominous energy is coming from the lower floors. Skeletons in black capes with glowing green eyes emerge from the thick fog, and monsters continue to appear here. The skeleton smiled ominously, his eyes sparkling, and opened his mouth, from which green smoke came out. An old man with the physique of an athlete knocked his fists together. A man in a hood and a guy with a scar instead of an eye prepared their weapons, gave the command to prepare for battle. The vanguard squad should get into formation number 3. Matthias put a fiery sword forward, grinned and announced the start of the party. A castle in the Gothic style, at the same time, a temple of light. Men in white clothes stand on the balcony. A hero with blonde hair thanks the guests for coming here. Bishop Alphonse, head of the 3rd Parish Temple of Light, put his palm on his chest, closed his eyes, and with a friendly smile said that they were very worried because their fighters left the temple due to the raid and could not believe that the guest had come here to borrow a defensive army. The knights in armor lined up. In response to the bishop's speech, the man laughed. In times like these they should help each other. After Lucius left for the dungeon in the main temple of the 3rd parish from the central parish, the knights of the temple, Cardinal Alden extended his hand, smiled, knitted his eyebrows, and said that they should enjoy it to their health. A skeleton with glowing green eyes screams fiercely as he points his sword forward. Knights fight in a furious battle against a crowd of skeletons. A girl in a hood with a halberd in her hands complained about the huge number of skeletons. A muscular gray-haired old man noted their weakness. The bandaged man, holding a weapon on his shoulder, trembling with fear, said that the mistress of the Princess of Horror Eureka, a great magician who appears once every 1,000 years, bewitched and locked her subjects in the tomb. As the remains of skeletons scattered, the heroes talked about the number of dead robbers in this place. A bright flash of green color near a group of people and skeletons in a dark room. A huge bone golem, assembled from human remains, is surrounded by skeletons and armed soldiers. The golem swings its hammer. With incredible force, he strikes the ground, knocking back knights and skeletons. Knights cover themselves with shields from the enemy's shockwave. Leona raised her magical golden staff in front of her, using her chain of light skill to bind the bone golem. The bone golem was bound with golden chains from head to toe. This was the perfect moment to attack. The knights moved to break the bound golem. In addition to this, not forgetting to destroy the skeletons. Gripped by golden chains, the bone golem glowed brightly green. His 3-fingered hand began to break the chains. Having broken the chains, the golem made a sharp jerk, pointing its hand forward. The knights noticed this. Matthias, wearing dark armor and holding his electrolyzed sword in front of him, recited the biblical scripture to himself. With incredible speed, he launched a huge energy-cleaving blow in the form of a cross directly at the golem's body. The 2 helmeted knights admired this power. Matthias quickly turned his head straight towards them and angrily ordered them not to relax. The dungeon room was filled with a huge pile of bones. The knights assumed that there was someone who controlled this pile. A skeleton mage, wearing a blue cloak and smoldering with green flames, was in the process of summoning a golem. Arno and Matthias understood that the magician needed to be killed immediately, but Matthias demanded not to rush him. Matthias was discussing the battle strategy, while behind him there was a defensive detachment of magicians. They had to get closer. Radiant discs were launched at the golem. Cutting it into pieces, the squad had to move deeper, destroying all the golems in its path. Matthias tensely looked around the entire location, trying to find someone who might cause the fight to drag on. If he didn't find him, Matthias turned around and found what he was looking for. Behind him stood a man with long, flowing blonde hair. It was Lucius, in white gold armor, Holding a shining spear and shield in his hands, he took a fighting stance. Nat, Ned, and Jeff looked at him tensely. A huge yellow beam, destroying everything in its path, incinerated the skeleton of the magician. The beam created a hole behind the falling body of the magician's skeleton. A slab was visible in the hole. The ancient tombstone feeding the magician's skeleton was destroyed, spewing out green flames. The blue-eyed blonde, Lucius, disdainfully noted that the destroyed slab and skeleton of the magician would no longer cause problems. He ordered the remaining undead to be dealt with. Leona was concentrating on the last raid and the amount of time it took to destroy the tombstone. She noticed that the Spear of Light had incredible power. Ned thought hard about Lucius being the son of God. Jeff noted Lucius's expensive equipment. Lucius stood proudly in his golden armor, holding his shining spear and smiling down at his subjects. The squad captains gave orders in the current stone room. The 8th floor was completely cleared. There were no rising monsters. Medics were ordered to treat the wounded. The camp would be set up in the current room. Traps were placed around the perimeter of the battles. While the female medic was healing the man's wounds, Jeff, unnoticed by everyone, went into the depths of the room. His fingers tried to feel for some object in the wall. He knew it was there somewhere. He found the right stone, which moved a little forward. Jeff was happy about this event and smiled. The stone was finally found. The gray canvas served as a curtain for the temporary military strategic headquarters, in which Lucius spoke about the map of the 9th floor. Lucius, Matthias, Leona, and Arno sat opposite each other, between a small table on which there was a map of all floors. They discussed the further battle plan. Lucius said that they would need about 6 days before the main boss. Along the way, they would have to destroy all the tombstones that they came across. Leona objected, noting that there were a lot of these slabs, and they would destroy them for 2 days. Lucius, placing the blade in his left palm, reminded Leona that a year ago, they had come far by taking a shortcut, but in the end they had failed miserably. Lucius' expression changed to one of irritation. Leona, Matthias, and Arno tensed at this answer. Holding the pawn in his fingers on top of the floor map, Lucius confirmed that they had reached the boss's room last year. The figures at stake represented the undead, the guards, and the squad. Thus Lucius depicted how they ran away from the guards protecting the boss's room, and were trapped by an army of undead crawling out of hidden corners. They lost too many fighters that day. Leona looked sadly at the pawns that Lucius had placed as he continued to talk about how they couldn't make the same mistake they made. They would take more time, but they would destroy all the slabs. Arno raised his hand to his chin, thinking that they would lose many warriors if they fell into a trap before the final room, which in turn would increase their chance of defeat in the final battle. Lucius stood near the table, telling something. The main goal of this raid was to preserve the energy and magical power of Captain Lucius, and bring him as fresh as possible to the boss. Tense Arno thought that with his current commander it was possible to defeat the monster. Near the huge stone doors, a human figure with long black hair was kneeling. This was a year ago. Lucius and Arno were trembling with fear. Their squad was behind them. Just looking at this was enough to undermine their morale. A bony hand scratched the stone surface of the door. A helmeted skeletal warrior with long white hair turned towards them, his eyes glowing with a purple light. There was a haze around his head coming from the helmet. Lucius's story was interrupted by a scream. Leona, Arno, Matthias looked back at the sound. Alarmed, Matthias pushed the gray cloth aside and left the headquarters, asking what was happening. The discouraged Matthias's pupil shrank. Right in front of him was a huge creature, surrounded by a dark aura and several mouths with teeth. It was a Shoggoth. People were fleeing in panic, calling for help from doctors. There was blood everywhere. Matthias, confused and in shock, tried to understand what was happening. It was not part of their strategy to release the Shoggoths right now. He did not understand who did it. Matthias, Leona, Arno, Lucius were suddenly illuminated by a sharp click of light. They simultaneously looked in the same direction and realized it was their intuition. They sensed a bloody stain of hidden danger. A hand with a gold ring on its finger pushed the stone tile forward. Jeff, standing near the helm, asked them why they were looking at him. Grabbing the handle of the steering wheel, he quickly pointed it down. The stone floor on which the warriors stood began to transform into various parts. Matthias rose sharply upward from the transforming stone floor below him. Leona was behind him, slightly higher. The dungeon changed its shape, creating many rectangular figures on which the squad members stood. Their composition was divided into parts. Against the backdrop of the night sky and the shining moon, a building with several windows can be seen. At a meeting of devil worshippers, the day before the announcement of the raid participants, it was announced that the gates would be locked with a magical barrier. They would not open until the guards were defeated. After all, they enter the main room. The gate will close again. It will open only when the main boss is defeated. A group of people, including Jeff, Ned, and others standing near the blue light, seriously listened to their leader. Matthias crossed his arms and explained that all this information they received from reconnaissance groups and from deciphering the magical runes that covered the entire passage. The interlocutor with a bandaged hand asked the tense Matthias if it was possible to simply break the wall, to which Meshach irritably replied that if it were possible, it would not take 10 years. The lower one goes, the stronger the protective magic, that wall is almost impossible to destroy. Matthias, with a grin on his face, says that the captain of the knights, Lucius, is very wealthy, and therefore came up with a certain countermeasure. A huge golden stake, surrounded by chains and shining in the rays of light, in the flame. Lucius borrowed this item of legendary quality from the Holy Pope. It was called the Stake of Faith. It was an indestructible sacred relic. Matthias stood near the imaginary doors between which the artifact was planned to be inserted. Even if these doors were created by a great sage, they would not be able to destroy the divine artifact. Two men, one with a blindfold, the other with long white hair and a beard, listened to Matthias's plan. All members of the attacking group will have to distract attention. The rest will have to take him as far away from the entrance as possible. Ned listens to Matthias' plan. Once brother Ned steals the dragon's heart and slips past the doors, they can make the final move in their plan. Matthias, with a serious expression on his face, sits with his hands folded in front of him, against the backdrop of the dark silhouettes of the Shoggoths. He ordered the Shoggoths to be awakened. The fang mouth of a powerful creature, the Shoggoth, is depicted surrounded by purple light and mist. The Shoggoth is a biological weapon that grows stronger by absorbing the magical power of the people it devours, and corrupts the mind of any person who comes into contact with it. Lucius, Leona, and Arno, who have high magical resistance, stand together radiating confidence. Due to their high magical resistance, the Shoggoth's mind corruption does not affect them, but a man in dark clothes with red eyes holds his head, surrounded by black magical auras. Ordinary priests will not be able to resist the 5 Shoggoths. Lucius watches in shock at the chaos and bloodshed as the priests kill each other. The commanders will watch in confusion as the crazed priests kill each other. It will take 3 minutes to eliminate party members under the influence of Shoggoths. Matthias explains the plan with an evil grin against the backdrop of a dark aura. If he manages to create an opportunity, the boss himself will take care of Lucius, after which they will leave the dungeon with serious losses, and report to the temple that they could not clear it. There were several bottles of potion on the table, illuminated by blue light. These special medicines are provided by the management. Once they drink this, the effect of the slave brand will temporarily disappear, and the forced commands of the priests will not affect them. Matthias said that they need to drink this before entering boss room. Jeff is handed the ocarina. Matthias handed the instrument to everyone and ordered them not to use it thoughtlessly. Ocarina of Hypnosis allows you to control Shoggoth. During use, the user is not affected by Shoggoth's powers. Jeff, holding the ocarina in the river, smiled. Jeff, observing the wounded priests, noted that the devil's minions were well prepared. This was before activating the device. Jeff raised the ocarina to his mouth, thinking that due to the large number of doctors there would be no problems. The music began to play, and the man, wrapped in bandages, sharply called out to the music, recognizing it. 2 people stand motionless, their bodies captured by Shoggoths. Huge Shoggoths with many eyes and teeth attack people. One of the people shouts that these are Shoggoths. Jeff, standing behind the worried priest, gave the order to gather in one place to surround the enemies and make it easier for the healers to cleanse. Jeff ran along the stone wall. He thought that this was a great opportunity for him. Jeff, determined, extends his hand forward, ready for action. Jeff's eyes looked forward intensely. He turned back sharply. There he saw a magical detachment led by Matthias. Ned brought his brother Jeff. Matthias remembered, looking straight at Jeff. Stunned, Matthias did not understand what Jeff was doing. Jeff's hand pushed the desired stone forward. Jeff, standing near the helm, asked them why they were looking at him. Grabbing the steering wheel handle, he quickly pointed it down. This device was not to be discovered until 3 years after the end of the raid. The stone floor on which the priest stood began to transform into various parts. By that time, this dungeon had been given over as a shelter from the onslaught of demons. The dungeon changed its shape, creating many rectangular figures on which the squad members stood. Their composition was divided into parts. This is a security mechanism that changes the position of the walls by reinstalling the tomb structures. Jeff, standing on the top slab, looking down at everyone, pointed out that he had been to this place, so he knew everything so well. Lucius watches as Jeff, surrounded by green light, quickly moves forward down the corridor. Lucius remembered how Matthias had told him about a tall man with silver hair. It was Jeff. Lucius thought furiously that Jeff might be a follower of the devil. Lucius, surrounded by radiance, orders him to stop, rage and determination in his eyes, and he understands that as long as Jeff is branded as a slave, he cannot resist orders. Jeff, surrounded by electrical discharges, quickly runs away from pursuit. Lucius looks forward in shock, his eyes wide in surprise. Jeff doesn't stop. Matthias suddenly remembered the effect of the elixir, which allows him to avoid the effect of the slave seal. Matthias clenched his teeth. Matthias, surrounded by golden lightning, holds his sword with rage and insults Jeff. Ned lashed out at Matthias with his sword, tearing his arm apart, their bodies surrounded by lightning and energy. The eastern weapon of Urumi, against the background of purple waves of energy, was a flexible blade that wrapped around the skin like a whip and tore it to shreds. Matthias, surprised and hurt, screams, asking Ned why he did this. Ned, with a determined expression on his face, holds a bloody sword. Ned, surrounded by green light, rushes forward, running away from Matthias. During his escape, Ned thought that he had blocked Matthias's attack, but there was still one left. Jeff had to leave. Lucius aimed his spear and attacked with it, emitting a huge yellow bolt of electrical energy. This blow fell directly on the fleeing Jeff. He turned straight towards the yellow energy flying towards him. A bolt of lightning crashed into a wall near Jeff. Indignant Lucius did not understand how this happened. Smiling, Jeff noted that no attacks would affect him now. Jeff, surrounded by a golden glow, uses the ability Strong Luck. The ability temporarily gives him a powerful aura of luck. The number of uses is 3. He used it once. Jeff remembered Mercy's words about the gods providing some gifts as support on the battlefield. Going back to Jeff's time as a slave, the moment he saw his list of various perks, this strategy struck his head like lightning. The defense device rebuilds the dungeon by moving all of its structural elements, briefly creating a path that never existed and rendering the gate completely useless. But if you're lucky and manage to find the right path, you can reach the boss room. Jeff, surrounded by streams of energy, is rapidly moving forward. At this moment, luck is on his side. He moved quickly, lightning flashing behind him. Jeff noticed that Ned had caught up with him, although it was obvious to Ned. Ned smiled and said that everything Jeff could do, he could do too. Jeff, with a determined expression on his face and slightly narrowed eyes, thought that Ned had made a decision. Against the backdrop of the tower with the setting sun and flying birds, Jeff says that Ned is going to steal the dragon's heart. Jeff and Ned stand in front of the setting sun. Jeff says that Ned is going to steal the dragon's heart, but will run away with it himself. Instead of taking it to a secret meeting place, he assumes that this is what Ned is up to. Jeff wants to explain what will happen to him if he does this. Jeff, with a serious expression on his face, warns that if Ned does this, he will die. The only way to survive is to defeat the boss together. Surprised, Ned is shocked. Ned, annoyed, confronts Jeff with the setting sun in the background. He says that he can't listen to his nonsense anymore. Ned asks the question if this is really all the nonsense that Jeff could come up with. Jeff, sitting against the backdrop of the setting sun, confidently asks Ned to sit down and promises to let him in on his incredible plan. With the tower in the background with the setting sun and birds flying by, Jeff explained the whole plan and asked Ned if he had any questions. Ned put his hand to his chin. He praised this plan. It was doable, but there was one problem. Ned, with a serious expression on his face, mentioned trust. He quoted Jeff's words that he would die if he ran away with his heart. Ned asked what he meant. Ned sat against the backdrop of the sunset, reasoning that no one would catch him. He could move quickly in the style of the Dragon King. And he also reflected on what would happen if he became the owner of the dragon's heart. Jeff shows 2 fingers to Ned and says there are 2 things. Jeff, with a serious face, says that the dragon's heart can only be absorbed by a special method. He warns that if you try to absorb it without preparation, you can die, since it is impossible to cope with the magical power of the dragon. Jeff admits that he can't do it himself, but he knows someone who can help with absorbing the dragon's heart. Ned reacts with a surprised expression to the information that the one who arrived at the 3rd Parish Church as a bearer is a cardinal. 2 twin knights in battle gear, one holding a sword. Jeff explains that if they don't show up for the meeting, the twin knights of Aldain will hunt them down. These knights are one of the 10 most powerful people on the entire continent. Jeff also warns that the entire cult of the demon god will come after them once they learn of their escape. Jeff says with a serious expression that the entire cult, including their master, the Dragon King-style sect leader, will come after them. Jeff, with a determined face, asks if Ned is confident in his abilities. Ned, expressing dissatisfaction, asks if Jeff is confident that he can escape from everyone without his help. A green energy beam transforms the building, creating a strong glow. Ned and Jeff continue to jump off the slabs at high speed, escaping from pursuit. Ned, with a serious expression on his face, remembers that Matthias asked him if he really wanted to give the dragon's heart personally to the head of the cult. Matthias then asked with an annoyed expression why Ned suddenly spoke about this after they had already entered the dungeon, and stated that as the person in charge of this matter, he would not accept any deviations from the original plan. Matthias, holding his hand to his chin, expresses surprise and asks if Ned thinks the Temple of Light will suspect something because the host stands out too much. Matthias puts his hand on Ned's shoulder with a confident expression, and says that although Ned heard from the master that Alden will be the host, he does not know how exactly this will be accomplished. Matthias explains that they have prepared an incredibly safe method and asks Ned not worry about it and just get the job done. Matthias angrily reflects that the follower told Ned a lot of information. He mentions that their organization is so secret that the identities of their brothers, especially the leaders, are carefully guarded. Ned is trusted greatly by his master. Everything that Jeff said is true. Alden looks at the mask, holding it in his hands. He is Ned's sworn enemy. He was one of the leading figures of the devilish cult. Ned's forward-looking teacher had such a close relationship with Alden that he was even recommended for such a mission. Ned recalls his tragic past, in which Alden destroyed his father through fraud, and his teacher, cheated him. Ned and Jeff quickly move towards the huge bone golem. Ned prepares to attack with a determined expression on his face, his arms surrounded by electricity. Ned fires a powerful attack at the golem, causing a huge explosion, and shouts that this is unforgivable. Ned, with fury in his eyes, unleashes a powerful attack, his hands surrounded by lightning. He shouts that he will destroy everyone, both the worshippers of the demonic god and the Temple of Light. Jeff looks back at Ned with a worried look on his face, asking what he's doing and reminding them that they should focus on escaping. He warns that their plan will fail if they're even a second too late. Ned, with a tense expression on his face, replies that he knows. Jeff, with a serious expression on his face, says that he understands how Ned feels, but warns him that he cannot allow himself to give in to emotions. The end of Divine Luck will end in 15 seconds. Ned and Jeff create powerful flashes of blue and yellow, illuminating the space. Jeff approaches the door with a green glow and the countdown continues. Ned and Jeff pass through the green glow, leaving a trail of energy behind them. A dark figure in armor with purple light coming from his eyes stands with his back to his opponents, who are running towards the door. The terrifying skeleton turned to them. Ned and Jeff, with serious expressions on their faces, quickly run forward, surrounded by currents of air, heading towards the door. The skeleton with purple energy around his hand tightly grips the sword, slowly saying that this is his heart. He raises his sword, preparing to attack, his appearance becoming even more menacing as the energy around him intensifies. Jeff yelled for Ned to jump away from the attack. The skeleton delivers a devastating energy strike with purple waves. Jeff and Ned jump to avoid the powerful attack of the dark figure. Jeff and Ned look at something with serious faces, noticing it at the same time. The skeleton stood near the gap through which you can get into the last boss room. Powerful flashes of air appear in the place where Ned and Jeff stood. They confidently move forward. Surrounded by streams of energy, they evaded the attacking hand of the skeleton. The green glow illuminates a long corridor. This is the boss room. There were 2 seconds left until the end of the luck effect. Jeff and Ned jump forward through the green glow, falling awkwardly to the ground. Jeff and Ned lie on the ground, breathing heavily, as the countdown reaches 0. Jeff breathes a sigh of relief, and Ned wonders if he should be surprised or embarrassed. They stand in a hall with a tall obelisk in the center, and Jeff says that they have indeed entered the boss's room. Ned, with a worried expression, wonders why there is nothing here and where the boss is. Suddenly a voice appears asking who they are, and Ned and Jeff have serious and wary expressions on their faces. A glowing figure in front of the obelisk, emitting energy, says that he feels the energy of his knight behind the door. Energy surrounds her as she asks how they entered this place. Having fully appeared, the girl in long robes continues to persistently ask about who they are. The dungeon walls stop moving and someone reports that all Shoggoths have been defeated. Leona calls for everyone to gather in one place and quickly confirm the number of survivors. Arno asks Lucius what they should do next, and Lucius remains silent, considering the answer. He remembers that the brand had no effect when he tried to activate it. The mark of a slave is a tattoo that is tattooed on slaves, with the help of which the priests forcibly subjugate the bearers of tattoos. Lucius is the son of God, but even he couldn't stop Jeff. Lucius thought hard about the situation, suggesting that Jeff did not have a slave tattoo, or that he had something that could remove the effect of the tattoo. Lucius remembered that Jeff, immediately after the appearance of the Shoggoths, launched a strange mechanism, and immediately the dungeon began to move. The captain realizes that all of these events point to the presence of at least 2 or even an unknown number of demon god worshippers hiding within their squad. Lucius worries with concern that even after choosing the most reliable people and their direct slaves, there could be traitors among them. He turns to Arno, asking who the 2 who escaped were and under whose control they are. Arno replies that the silver-haired one is called Jeff, and the red-haired one is Ned. He adds that Jeff joined the squad on Ned's recommendation. Lucius, with a horrified expression on his face, listens to Arno's words that Ned was under the leadership of Matthias. Lucius says the name Matthias with obvious anger. Matthias stands with his back in armor and with long black hair, emitting an ominous aura. Matthias remembers and angrily suggests that the 2 ran away out of fear of the boss, creating such a mess. He clutches his sword, reasoning that this was his chance to be accepted into the demon god cult and succeed in the Temple of Light. His perfect plan was ruined by 2 fugitives, and now the plan has completely failed. A tense Matthias, among his men, orders them to stop the operation and prepare. The bandaged man asks why do this. Matthias turns fiercely to his subject and declares that he must prepare to kill or be killed. His henchman looks sideways. Lucius, standing at the head of his warriors, looks at Matthias with contempt. At the same time, Matthias notices that Lucius is already behind. Lucius, looking straight ahead, says the name Matthias with a challenge in his voice, his long blonde hair shining and his eyes full of determination. He asks if Matthias has anything to tell him. Matthias, holding his sword in his hands, spewing energy with a cold and mysterious grin, replies that the words between them have no meaning. Jeff and Ned stared in surprise at the girl with insanely long hair. The red-haired guy opened his mouth wide and, with bulging eyes, noticed in his head that this was the owner of the tomb, Princess Juridica. Ned sweated slightly, opened his eyes even wider and added in his head that he couldn't believe that the princess who had carried out that cruel bloodshed 1,000 years ago. The red-haired guy looked carefully at the girl and saw red eyes under the hood, and then added in his head that she turned out to be such a pleasant and sweet girl. Ned squirmed slightly, gritted his teeth and thought that it was now obvious that the chronicles had lied to them. A person with such a bright face simply could not do something so terrible, and it seemed that they had in vain dug up the tomb of the deceased in search of the dragon heart that could be here and not be. The red-haired guy noticed the girl's sad and melancholy gaze, which was constantly looking at the floor. Ned felt a pleasant smell next to him, narrowed his eyes and, smiling slightly, noted in his head that he felt that he was ready to do anything to relieve her sadness. A moment later, Ned started to run to the girl. Jeff abruptly caught him by the hood of his cloak and Ned saw a bright circle on the floor in front of his face. The main character clenched his teeth tightly, spoke furiously about the guy and wondered how he could fall for such a cheap trick. It's not like him at all. Apparently, he changed a little because of the teacher's betrayal. The red-haired guy was sweating, stared at the floor in horror and realized that he had almost stepped on a magic circle. The circle began to emit dark energy and Ned was afraid of it. The lawyers began to transform and laugh loudly. Then she raised her ugly and cracked face, looked furiously at the heroes and, with a creepy smile, noted that this was an excellent opportunity to catch them. The main character quickly prepared himself, looked furiously at the princess and shouted in his head that she was attacking. A moment later, Eurydice jerked sharply from her spot and flew towards the protagonists. The next moment, the princess became a huge monster and glared at the 2 warriors in front of her. Then she opened her mouth wide with sharp teeth and screamed for them to die. Lawyers quickly launched several pairs of hands, red and blue, from behind their backs, which threw away the main character and his comrade. Jeff clenched his teeth, looked carefully at the redhead and, pulling out his sword, noticed that here she was, his sweetheart. And Ned hunched over with anger and, pulling out the sword from behind his back, shouted that the illusion had already disappeared. Let him shut his mouth. Pairs of hands struck powerfully between the warriors and they jumped in different directions. Jeff glared at them, jumped slightly to the side and used his black hand skill. Black energy began to wrap around a pair of magical hands and the main character said that the red hand steals the physical resources of the body, and blue magical energy, Eurydica can create several hundred such hands at a time. According to the report about this raid, which he managed to look through in a past life, many team members were unable to cope with her ability, and became something like replenishing vessels for the princess. Lucius stood with a huge spear in his hands, barely breathing, and looking furiously straight. And Jeff added that in the end Lucius, barely alive, still won the princess, endlessly restoring her strength at the expense of other fighters. The main character lowered his head and looked furiously at the princess, and thought that he could feel this look on his skin, a look colder than a frozen river. The god of death Usra sat on the throne and looked at his pet, and Jeff added that a look that wanted him dead. A moment later, the king smiled broadly and looked straight ahead. The dungeon shook and the ceiling cracked. Lucius and his squad stood opposite a warrior named Matthias and his. Lucius looked opposite furiously and, gritting his teeth, asked why he was trying to disrupt their operation when he had united on the other side. Matthias, in response, pulled his face slightly forward and remained silent. Then he clenched his teeth tightly and noticed in his head that Lucius was not a fool. First a Shoggoth, then a slave who was not affected by the brand. With such clues, he could not help but understand. He just wanted to interrogate him to be convinced of his guesses. The warrior with the rewound head looked furiously straight, and Matthias, with a slightly lowered gaze, added in his head that he would not be able to escape, even with the help of slaves. He did not know how the structure of the dungeon had changed, and even if he managed to escape, he would have failed such an important mission and return empty-handed. The leadership of the devilish cult will finish him off. Matthias gripped his sword tightly, looked straight ahead furiously, and, pursing his lips, noticed in his head that all that was left was to finish them off. In order to survive, he had to kill the guy named Lucius right here and now. The knight in dark armor looked carefully at his opponent and, laughing, noticed that he asked when. Matt smiled sarcastically, looked carefully at his opponent and asked what was bothering him, and then thought that his fate was crap. Lucius looked fiercely directly with his squad, and Matthias thought that the Son of God, armed with legendary level items, the head of the healers and another group of battle priests, he needed to finish them all off without the Shoggoths and the princess. The dark warrior relaxed his shoulders, looked more closely at the squad of saints, and noticed in his head that there was still a way out. They only accepted their side as enemies. Matthias noticed a hooded spy in the crowd and noted in his head that the brothers had gone unnoticed on their side. The dark warrior narrowed his eyes slightly and noticed in his head that if they hit the gaps in their defenses, there would be a chance. Matthias put his hand behind his back and began making gestures with his fingers to his comrade with his head wrapped. The warrior carefully watched the movements of the captain's fingers. Then he looked confidently and noticed in his head that according to Order 3, everyone drinks elixirs, after which we move on to Plan B. The rewound warrior slowly took the elixir out of his pocket. Matthias grinned slightly, looked carefully at his bright opponent and said that they would have a duel, as it is dictated by the laws of honor, and if he wins, he will tell everything he wants to know. Lucius glared at him and froze. Matthias has already shown 2 fingers. Then he smiled and added that, however, if he wins. Matthias slowly began to curl his second finger. Lucius clenched his teeth tightly and began to speak, interrupting his opponent. The light warrior lit up and shouted for the entire squad to attack the warrior named Matthias. The dark warrior clenched his teeth tightly and screamed furiously in his head that he was late. The elixir fell from the hand of the rewound warrior. All the warriors behind the commander began to shake and scream. The demon squad drew their weapons and, looking at their commander, shouted that they were not doing this of their own free will. Matthias looked at them furiously and smiled creepily. Lucius looked carefully at the dark squad and, with a slight grin, noticed that the order of the Son of God is higher. He is on the same level as His Holiness the Pope. While his order is in effect, the slaves do not obey other priests. If they are not killed, they will continue to attack. The light warrior sadly lowered his head and, tightly squeezing his eyes, noticed that he was sorry. A moment appeared in the light knight's head as Lucius and Matthias, still young, standing together, and noticed in his head that they had been friends since childhood, ever since they entered the academy. A moment appeared in his head as they fought against the goblins, covering each other's backs, and added to the story that now they were 32 years old. They had gone through many difficulties together. Lucius opened his eyes, looked furiously at his friend, and added in his head that they were so close that they could understand each other without words. He couldn't believe that he stuck a knife in his back. The light warrior straightened up and confidently ordered to destroy the traps he had set, after which he ordered the dark silhouettes with red eyes to quickly begin to cut with swords. The battlefield was covered with corpses. A huge, demonic worm crawled out of the slave's mouth. Another worm crawled out of the stomach of the slave's corpse, and Lucius noticed in his head that the insect was a brand that parasitized in the stomachs of devil worshippers. The huge worm glowed slightly with pink light, and the plot told that the followers of the devil are so strong due to the effect of physical strengthening from this insect. Due to the fact that the mark of the devil is carved not on the human body, but on the shell of a beetle, the followers of the devil receive the abilities of both minions and priests, and this despite the rule that slaves and priests can only possess the divine mark. Lucius kicked the ground sharply and crushed the beetle. Then he clenched his teeth, lowered his head, and covering his eyes, noticed that Matthias had fallen. He believed him, entrusted him with the selection of slaves. The light warrior tied the dark one with golden chains and added that who would have thought that all these slaves would turn out to be daring followers. One of the priests turned his head sharply to the side and noticed in his head that Sir Matthias was strong beyond any doubt. It would not take him half a minute to deal with 36 slaves. Then he looked at the bright warrior and added that, however, the commander was even stronger. Matthias, smeared in blood, clenched his teeth and looked furiously straight, thinking that he suspected that it would not be easy, but not that easy. A moment appeared in the dark warrior's head when Lucius disarmed and defeated him, then added in his head that he had never managed to hit him with a blade. Matthias lowered his head slightly, began to sweat, and added in his head that there really was such a huge difference between them. The difference between the Son of God and the Fallen. A girl in full armor and a spear appeared in the head of the dark warrior, and then he asked himself the question. The links of this fate were forged by the Heavenly Father himself. Matthias lowered his head and began to cough violently and vomit blood. A moment later, he took some kind of volume out of his throat. Then he tightly squeezed the ball with the image of a demon between his teeth. Matthias raised his emotionless eyes higher and stared straight ahead. Lucius clenched his teeth tightly, glared at his opponent and shouted that he would like to hear the reason for his betrayal. Matthias lowered his head with a malicious smile and asked what he still didn't understand, since he was so interested. A moment later, the dark warrior put the sphere on his tongue, raised his crazy gaze, and shoutingly added that he should put his goddess in Cancer and demand answers from her. Lucius opened his eyes wide and froze in surprise. The healer opened his mouth wide and began to scream. Matthias bit through the stone with a sharp movement of his jaw. After some reaction, Matthias broke the chains on himself, spread his fists, and glowed brightly with red light. A moment appeared in his head as the priest hands him this sphere and warns that this is the secret weapon of the devil's followers. The black stone appeared closer. It had a bright red image of a demon on it, and the priest added that this is a stone of revelation. It connects with the mark of an insect, turning a person into a demon. Wings began to sprout from the dark warrior's back and he was trembling all over in pain. And then he remembered how the priest warned that it should be used only at the most extreme moment, after using the stone. The horns on the dark warrior's head suddenly came out and trembled, and the priest added that it would be impossible to turn back into a human. Matthias looked up furiously at the light warriors and thought that everything that belonged to him should be his from the very beginning. Matthias grew incredibly tall, took on a demonic form and stared straight ahead with fury, and then added in his head that if a person was destined to be under the rule of a god, he could not resist it. He had nothing that would make him clutch at a human life. Lucius opened his mouth wide, looked straight ahead in fear, and shouted for everyone to attack. After the transformation, the power was uncontrollable. The priest pulled out the cross in front of him, opened his mouth wide and shouted that the goddess Ares should shed light on her sons. All the steel-armored warriors were covered in a golden aura. A huge number of shots instantly flew at the demon. Matthias put out a huge hand with dark energy in front of him and noticed in his head that it was useless. All the projectiles stopped near the demon's hand. Matthias opened his eyes wide and saw something. Lucius quietly appeared next to the demon, jumped up and swung his spear at his enemy. The demon and the light knight became covered in dust and disappeared from view. Two soldiers stared attentively into the column of dust and began to loudly call for the commander. After a moment, they backed away and nervously looked straight ahead. Matthias carefully held the light warrior's spear in his hands. Lucius threw a direct blow at the demon, but he stopped him and looked straight at him with a smile. The Rizkau warriors put out their weapons and thought that the commander's attack had no effect. The priest clenched his teeth tightly and looked straight ahead with fear. The red-haired nun looked straight with horror in her eyes and thought that they should help. But how, if an item of legendary quality did not pass against the enemy? Then what is the use of items of lower quality? The girl opened her eyes wide and screamed in her head that there was still a way out. She remembered how Lucius handed her a package with the legendary Stake of Faith items and said that she could use it not only to wedge the doors of the monster's room, but also in other unforeseen circumstances. The nun bent over, began to run quickly, and, raising her hand behind her back, thought that if she used the stake together with the commander's attack, then their chances of victory. A moment later, the girl opened her eyes and looked straight in horror. She tried to feel for the Stake of Faith behind her back, but it disappeared. Ned put the Stake of Faith in front of him and looked at it carefully. The red-haired guy put the legendary object in front of him and looked at it carefully, and Jeff next to him, seeing it, thought that he couldn't believe that he had thought of using this thing. It sounds, of course, not like a gentleman, but the plan is incredible. Jeff and Ned jumped away from the powerful blow next to them. The red-haired guy stared attentively at the magical hands and began to count in his head. The hands instantly disappeared, and Jeff and Ned stared at the princess. The red-haired guy looked at her furiously and noted in his head that that's what he thought, everything. As Jeff said, this ability disappears if you avoid it for about 15 seconds, and it won't work to use wide flank attacks all the time. A diamond necklace appeared in the head of the red-haired guy against the backdrop of pentagrams, and he said in his head that due to the fact that magical skills use all the capabilities of the brain, using powerful spells several times in a row can simply melt the head. Serious witchcraft should be diluted with simple magic, so that unload the body, but even with excellent equipment you can quickly reach the lethal limit, so it is better not to forget about it. Juridica smiled widely with her fangs and pointed sharp spikes at the heroes. Jeff and Ned jumped back sharply from the powerful blow of the princess. The main character and the red-haired guy began to confidently run along the sharp spikes straight to the princess's head. The two then flew up and used red and blue lightning. Jeff confidently flew forward and then thought that a battle is a lot of unpleasant surprises. Even knowing the future, you remain unable to predict absolutely all the enemy's moves. The main character slowly ran his fingers over the sword, causing it to light up with lightning, and used the Sword of Sunsets, the best weapon that a person who is not a priest can use. Jeff began to quickly swing the sword with electricity and added in his head that what matters in this matter is what you pack. Juridica opened her mouth wide with sharp teeth and screamed loudly, and Jeff wondered if he had enough items, if he had found associates he could trust, if he had the courage and endurance not to hesitate. Ned held his sword in front of him and clenched his teeth furiously. Jeff made the same movement and, holding out his sword, added in his head whether he would be able to get out of even the worst situation. Both dealt powerful blows to the princess, and Jeff landed using the light of the royal tiara sword technique. The main character landed confidently on the ground, next to the headless princess. Legality began to slowly fall with her severed head. A moment later, a black cocoon appeared in place of the severed head. Ned turned his head sharply and looked at her. Jeff calmly looked straight and noticed in the nakedness that this was not the end. Legality began to take the form of a black and purple creature, and the main character added in his head that she was transforming. Jeff smirked slightly, then he bent slightly and looked straight attentively and shouted in his head that this was exactly what he had been waiting for. The main character turned sharply to his comrade and loudly called him. Ned moved forward and shouted that he knew everything. The red-haired guy suddenly flew away from his place. Then he flew up opposite the princess and stared at her carefully. I remembered how he and the main character communicated on the wall, and he folded his hands on his chest and said that even if they kill that monster with everything they have, they would be unable to completely neutralize it. If they cut off the monster's head, it would take a second form and after that will only become stronger. But there is one moment, a moment in the process of modification, when the monster cannot use skills and move. Ned put a stake of faith in front of him and, activating it, it lit up brightly. The stake opened and a small sphere emerged from it. Then a huge, golden cross fell directly on the princess's head. The cross pierced the monster and lit up brightly, and the main character noticed in his head that the object was of the legendary level of faith, reacting to the energy of the unholy creature, and independently releasing powerful sacred power. The monster began to scream loudly and try to reach the cross with its paws. Jeff cut off the monster's fingers with a sharp, direct blow. The main character moved back slightly, smiled broadly and thought that most of the damage was caused by the stake of faith, and at this time they are required to wave their swords so that this princess does not pull the stake out of herself. The stake of faith began to glow even brighter, and Jeff added in his head that even though the stake of faith has a legendary level, the sacred power it possesses has its own limit. Having exhausted the sacred power, the stake will become nothing more than a fucking heavy piece of iron. Thinks Lucius, who would borrow this thing from the Pope for a decent amount of money, was not going to use it for an attack. The main character began confidently swinging his sword and cutting off the monster's tentacles, and then thought that it wasn't his money, so it didn't matter. The stake began to release a huge amount of golden energy and made a sound. The main character saw how the cross weakened and noticed in his head that the stake of faith had stopped working. Jeff and Ned stood opposite the defeated enemy, and the main character noticed in his head that this meant that the weapon had recorded the neutralization of the enemy. The main character stuck his sword into the ground, turned to the side and, sweating, thought that because of this stubborn monster they couldn't even take a break, and the prepared weapon had already lost all the effect of sacred magic. Well, although if you remember who their opponent is, he's not that and spent a lot of money. Jeff threw his head back sharply and, having drunk the magical elixir, wondered how Lucius was doing if Matthias had already turned into a demon. The main character already threw the third flask with the elixir, restoring mana, and added in his head that with his strong support from the goddess of light, he won't die so easily this time. But even if so, the end will still be the same. The eye of the goddess lay and trembled. Ned looked at him silently and was about to finish off the princess. The main character turned to him and, with his mouth open, warned that it was not necessary. This creature would not be able to be reborn in this state, and if you finished it off completely, the door would open and a guard would come rushing in. The main hero waved his hand sharply and noted that first he needed to quickly find the dragon's heart. Ned caught a healing potion thrown by the protagonist and he added that he should take it just in case something bad happens during the search. The main character abruptly turned his back and began to walk away, and Ned looked furiously at the back of his head. Ned lowered his gaze, sweated slightly and relaxed his eyes and thought that the boss of the dungeon, which is called one of the great dilemmas of the world, was defeated by just 2 people. This is simply nonsense. Ned looked carefully at the protagonist and added that he, of course, is not a weakling either, but such a miracle is beyond his strength. Everything is purely thanks to the protagonist's strategy. The red-haired guy narrowed his eyes at the protagonist and noticed in his head that this was crossing boundaries. Surprise and suspicion. It felt like he simply foresaw all this. A loud roar was heard in the room and Jeff and the red-haired guy turned their frightened heads sharply. From behind the doors behind them, someone began to break and screaming. The huge guard with the sword began to bleed purple acid and scream. A bone warrior in steel armor leaned his elbows on his sword and, groaning, began to hit the door with the hilt of his sword. Violet energy came out of the cracks in the door. A moment later, the door almost flew off its hinges due to the incoming energy. Dark energy began to be absorbed into the monster's disfigured body. Eurydice suddenly began to cry and thought about this mana. The eye gently closed with a huge amount of tears, and the princess added that this was Georgius, her knight. A moment later, a huge tornado appeared behind the warriors and began to sweep away everything around them. Ned covered himself with his hand and asked what the hell this was, and Jeff gritted his teeth and replied that he didn't know. The main character narrowed his eyes sharply, looked straight attentively and thought that this was not in the report of a knight named Lucius on storming a dungeon from a past life. It turns out that because they entered here without killing the guard, unlike the Light Knight, the future has changed. A moment later, the remains of the monster turned into a female silhouette covered with cloth. The stake of faith began to slowly flare up, and Eurydice turned her gaze to it and looked carefully. Then she put her hand in front of her and moved her finger upward. The huge cross quickly went underground. Legality trembled slightly and turned her gaze to the warriors. She suddenly rushed past them. Jeff and Ned struck her with a powerful blow from both sides. The main character dealt a powerful blow with blue energy. Ned delivered the same blow, only with red energy. The heroes passed their swords through the princess's body. Ned opened his eyes wide and noticed in his head that he had not felt the cut. The main character calmly looked at her and realized what this ability was. The princess was like a cloud. Nothing affected her. This is the ancient magic of Media, the curvature of space. A green pentagram suddenly appeared under the red-haired guy's feet. Ned quickly jumped to the side and the next moment sharp spikes appeared from the pentagram. The red-haired guy looked at this in horror. The next moment, the law went straight to the red-haired guy. The princess put out a hand with sharp claws. Ned froze and looked at her carefully and noticed in his head that she was very fast. Jeff put his hand in front of him and released a bright, blue beam. The main character summoned a web and grabbed the princess. This is the web of the Spider Queen. The main character tightly grasped the web in his hands and, gritting his teeth, told her to come here. Legality turned to him in rage and opened her mouth. Jeff pulled the white threads and asked to go to him. Legality frowned, and a red glow came from her eyes. The protagonist's hands were enveloped in blue mana. He said in his thoughts, the basic way to control energy is amplification. He began to pull the white threads with all his might, winding them around his fist. Jeff thought that as a method of defense, the curvature of space has proven itself to be excellent, but due to the fact that everything around is distorted, the attacks of the caster himself also cannot pass, which means that at the moment when Eurydice is about to attack, they have a chance to strike back at her. Legality extended her hands. Long roots began to sprout from it. She saw Ned heading towards her. He struck her hard, smirking. He noted in his mind that it worked and the attack worked. A beam of red energy appeared in front of him and he was taken aback. His body was cut in half. Red magical hands appeared in front of Juridica. A message popped up about a black mirror. This is the ancient magic of Media, and it reflects the damage received. Depending on the abilities of the caster, the reflected damage can increase up to 3 times. She waved her finger with lightning speed. Dark matter appeared in front of her hand. Juridica used a dark hand. Ned started screaming in pain. Jeff raised his fist. He struck Juridica numerous times in the back. He sent electrical energy into her using the finger of thunder. Magic seals appeared on her hand. A blue magical thread emanated from the fingers of the main character. Her hand was bound by his mana. Jeff noted that this is a blockage of energy pathways. He directed his energy to Juridica and thought that this is an Eastern technique. By blocking the veins through which mana flows, he weakens the enemy. The main character emphasized the fact that it cannot cause damage equal to a melee strike or a sword strike, but with the help of precise movements one can prevent the enemy from casting a spell. He held his hand in front of him and thought that the power of her magical flow was incredible and nothing else was expected from a great magician. Jeff noted that if he did not have knowledge of the use of this technique, he would not have a chance to close off its magical veins, but expected that daily battles with Altair would benefit him. Legality jumped back. Her shoulders were bound with magical threads. The main character pulled it towards him and noticed in his thoughts that it was a web. He dealt a powerful blow to her body with both hands. Legality screamed in pain. He grabbed the cross, and the sign of a key appeared on his hand. A message appeared that the item purchased from White Rose, an enchanted rosary, is a wooden rosary, each bead containing a Temple of Light spell. Anyone can use it. Repeated use of the same spell is not possible. He fired 3 volleys at her. Beads from the rosary flew to Juridica. He stated that there were 9 seconds left before the dark hand was removed. The beads flew towards Ned, who was writhing in pain. Grinning, Jeff noted in his mind that this was great and he definitely wouldn't die. He was hit hard. Legality pushed him into the wall. He covered himself with his hands. Frowning, the main character said that she was freed from the magic block in just a second. Roots enveloped him. 3 pink magic balls appeared above Juridica's head. Jeff said with a grin on his face that they were in trouble again. There was a powerful explosion, which was directed at him by Juridica. Anna broke the cup. Covering her mouth with her hand, Angelica asked if she was okay. Anna replied that everything was fine and she just thought for a second. She cut her finger on the shards. Anna held her hand near her face. Looking down, she wondered if everything was okay with the client and if he was using the items she gave him, noting that for some reason she was uneasy. Looking out the window, Anna began to talk about the rosary and asked if it was worth charging them with more healing power. The rosary lay next to the bloody hand of the main character. The wounded Jeff lay not far from Juridica. He looked at Ned, who was also lying on the floor. Frowning, Jeff noticed that the moment was lost and this was only to her advantage. Considering Juridica, the main character said in his thoughts that it was funny and it was one of the 8 great unsolvables. He emphasized the fact that before the rebirth, finishing off this creature was like 2 fingers to him. He imagined himself in emptiness and noted that he felt helpless to the core. His gaze fell on the broken objects on the floor. He noticed that he had spent all the items, and his weapon was no longer suitable for battle. He asked about what he had left. Squinting, Jeff asked if gods who looked like candy were bad perks. He presented many mirrors with his skills written on them. The skill Iron Wall, Bearer God of Debts Usra. The fatigue damage received when using this skill is accumulated in the form of a debt, and at the moment when the caster's mana level reaches 0, it is returned to the user of the skill in full. Egg of a sacred animal. What kind of animal it is still unknown. Jeff thought about the fact that a good half of the known sacred animals reject humans, so he would dig his own grave if he suddenly opened the egg incorrectly. The main character presented a green mirror, in which it is written about divine luck. Gives incredible luck for a while, can be used 3 times. Jeff noted that even though luck does not have penalty damage, he has already decided what he wants to spend the remaining 2 charges on, and if he uses them elsewhere, their defeat will be predetermined. The main character, in thought, noted that regret and despair after a wrong decision are the best snacks for the gods. He thought about the Sword of Light, a sacred object. Anyone who does not have the right to use this sword is burned when he picks it up. Jeff emphasized that this cleaver requires serious skills that are unattainable for an ordinary person, but the conditions of use are relaxed for priests of light. In other words, rebirth, resurrection 3 days after death. After activation, the user's soul comes into the possession of the God of Death, who grants this privilege. The main character said that the Sword of Light and Rebirth is a trap with the help of which his will be taken away, and he will become a puppet that will dance to the tune of the gods. He will have to follow orders that have nothing to do with his goals. Jeff noted that he either had something that was useless or something that he didn't have enough space to use and didn't have anything left that would make a difference. He said that this was in no way a kindness or a gift. He remembered how an angel stood before him and said that they demanded bread and circuses. She extended her hand towards him. The main character emphasized that this is all for God's pleasure. He imagined being held back by many chains. He noted that the chains they hung around his neck amused them, and they liked how he apologized in search of at least some grain of hope. Legality sent a red stream of energy towards him. He frowned. He started drawing in blood on the floor. He drew a blood cross. Jeff said that if he had to die there, and all his business was tobacco, he would do such nonsense that they definitely would not like. There was a white flash. His gaze fell on the woman's long hair and wings. The angel stood in front of him and asked how to understand this. With a serious look, she asked to explain how a person knew this blasphemous sign. Smiling, the main character noted in his thoughts that a large fish had caught his bait. He presented the blasphemous symbol and noted that it was proof of the shameful failure of the gods in the past, and that is all he knows about this symbol. A picture of blood stains appeared in his head, and he emphasized that the gods had once placed a ban on him, so for depicting this sign you would inevitably receive punishment. He continued to draw a pattern and said that heavenly punishment is instant death to those who violate divine prohibitions and one of the worldly rules. He thought that as soon as he finished drawing, he was dead. Angel stood over him with an enraged look. Raising his head, Jeff thought about the fact that he did not feel the magical traces of Juridica. He asked if the angel had put up a barrier. The main character said that this was nice and that he would regain his strength during this time. She looked at Jeff and asked for an explanation about this sign. Smirking, the protagonist replied that this was strange, noting that higher beings with a high spiritual rank cannot penetrate the world of lower beings. He said that this was a worldly rule and asked how she got there. Closing her eyes, she asked if Jeff had forgotten that she was the one who sent him back in time. She said that she was an angel with a connection with a lower being, and received the right to visit the lower world. Frowning, the angel said that she allowed him to disrupt the order of answers, but there would not be a second time. She asked how he knew this offensive sign. Jeff replied that it was money. Angel was taken aback by this answer. The main character, with a grin on his face, asked to transfer coins to his cash register if she was so interested. The angel's face was embittered. She asked if the main character was crazy. The yellow aura enveloped her. Jeff's finger, with which he drew the symbol, was bound by energy. He noticed in his thoughts that he could not move even the tip of his finger and asked if this was an angelic ability. Looking down at the main character, she asked him not to flatter himself, noting that even though he attracted the interest of the gods, he was not a saint and certainly not an angel. She stated that because he drew this symbol, many gods were angry, and every now and then they were discussing a way to kill him. Jeff lay on the floor in front of her with a smile on his face. She called the main character ignorant who has overstepped morality. Jeff interrupted her and asked her to kill him. Angel was furious at these words. Blue mana floated around the grinning Jeff. He said that if she was confident that she would deal with the nonsense that would begin immediately after this, of course, she had the right to do so. He presented all the tablets with his abilities and thought that if you carefully understand the reverse side of the privileges that the gods gave him, it becomes clear that each of them wants something. A picture of the gods popped up in his head, saying that they were giving him a double-edged sword, and he would fight happily and die. Jeff emphasized the fact that they didn't want a suicide bomber. He remembered how the god in the armor of a knight extended his hand to him and said that he would give him great power, and he would become his. The main character reflected that those who want to see him in the ranks of their legion simply will not yield his soul to the god of death. He drew a blasphemous sign and said that such a conflict would not be beneficial to the two sides. He came to the conclusion that this was why they urgently sent an angel there without allowing him to finish drawing the sign. The stunned angel asked what he needed. Jeff, with a serious look, asked for more, noting that he could no longer last on their privileges and it would be more fun if he died now. The main character looked up and started screaming loudly. He asked if the gods had heard that if he died, they would get nothing. The main character stood with an angry look on the battlefield and asked if they would have fun and if they would watch and enjoy. He said that if they let him die now, no one else would entertain them as much as he did. He cried out that this is why they must place bets and he is now giving them such an opportunity. All the gods carefully watched the main character. The goddess of light began to laugh and said that this was interesting. Angel raised her head and looked at her. A powerful light was directed at Jeff. He covered his face and said, looking dumbfounded, what it was. The enraged angel asked why this was their will. A stream of mana was directed to the ground. The judiciary watched what was happening from the sidelines. She was dumbfounded. Jeff's outline appeared from behind the clouds of dust. He called Eurydica. The main character, with a grin on his face, suggested that she was tired of waiting. Eurydica smiled broadly and began to laugh. Red streams of energy appeared around her. Powerful mana was directed towards Jeff. She swung her hand. The main character blew up her hand with light mana. Eurydica was stunned by what she saw. He cut her in half with one swing. Light energy emanated from his hand. He swung the Sword of Light at her. A message appeared that the Sword of Light is a sacred object, and those who do not have the right to use this sword burn when they pick it up. The Goddess of Light watched the main character and began to laugh loudly. She stated that she did not know what he was really worth, noting that she would give him the best artifacts from her treasury. Stunned, Usra asked what she was doing and how she could allow some little man to use a sacred artifact. She asked if he cared since it wasn't from his collection. Usra was furious at what he heard. Akiros sat with a smile on his face and said that he, as one of the three, also believed that Jeff should live. The plot introduces us to the sky god Akiros, one of the three highest deities. He squinted and noted in his thoughts that, moreover, he was alarmed that the god of death, who had never interfered in the world of people, had suddenly shown interest in this man, and until he found out what he was planning, would not give him Guy. The main character swung his sword at Eurydica. She began to dissolve into space, using space curvature. He struck at her with his blade. Jeff cut off her head. The main character stated that even though she is called a magician, she will not be able to protect herself from a sacred object with the help of human magic. The main character held his sword behind his back. He presented a bright yellow flash and used the active skill of the Sword of Light. He sent a powerful stream of energy into her. Clouds of dust shrouded the battlefield. Eurydica's hand was charred. Black ash flew off her hand. She woke up in her previous appearance. Sitting above her, the main character asked if she had woken up. Frowning, Jeff thought that Yahir is a spell that, together with a powerful light attack, has the effect of clearing high-level curses, and he did not expect that he would be able to use it. But thanks to this, he managed to completely dispel the curse of Eurydica. Looking at her face, he wondered if this was her real appearance. Closing her eyes, Eurydica said that she thought she was having a long and terrible nightmare. Looking at the main character, she asked about who he was and how he was able to save her from suffering. Jeff said his name. Looking at her, he declared that he was her follower. Eurydica remembered how a knight sat on his knee in front of her and gave her the heart of the black dragon Caesaros. He asked to accept it as a gift. Taking the heart, she said that the knight Georgius had done a titanic job. Smiling, she asked to be addressed simply by her name. Looking at him, she asked if he wanted to tell her something after defeating Caesaros. Georgius began to remove his helmet. He started kissing her. Eurydica noted that at that moment they believed that everything would be fine. She stressed that it was stupid. The room was illuminated by a bright light. She said that on the top floor of this tomb there is a certain magic circle that contains a real treasure, the Elven Tree of Life. Lying in front of Jeff, she said that this circle was needed to remove the curse that was once placed on the dragon's heart. She stated that thanks to the power of ancient elven magic, she maintained her life for an entire millennium and managed to purify the dragon's heart, but in return she lost her human form. Looking at the main character, she said that he and his comrade helped her find her way back and she didn't even know how to thank them. Closing her eyes, she said that the end of her briefly extended life was already near, and her body had reached all imaginable limits, adding that there was almost no time left. She calmly asked why the main character needed a dragon heart. Jeff, with his eyes closed, replied that this was too long a story and he needed to speed up. They folded their hands and she asked them to simply read her memory. A message appeared that the contact skill is an exclusive ability of Eurydica, and it allows you to read the feelings and memory of the one she touches. Jeff saw memories of Georgius fighting the dragon. He presented the image of Eurydica. He started looking at her many memories and said, "What are these?" He saw a huge seal in the sky. He saw the guy fighting with Matthias. The demon asked with a grin what was wrong with Luce's face, noting that he was having so much fun. Frowning, the guy noted in his thoughts that even with Arno's help, such an opponent was too tough for him. Demonic energy emanated from Matthias's hand. The guy thought about the fact that with each contact the enhancing spell subsides. Matthias started laughing. He stated that this is a feeling of almighty power and indescribable power. He sent many streams of fire at the guy. There was a powerful explosion. Many fireballs fell to the ground. The stranger frowned and said that they were completely stuck with this repelling blind attacks, and there was no way for them to engage in battle. The guy stood behind the blonde and thought that this was simply wonderful, and this was the power that the followers of the devil were looking for. A smirk appeared on his face as he looked at the priest's back. He thought about timing the moment when the priests would let their guard down and they could kill a few fools, adding that if he could get close to the chief healer or the vanguard commander, perhaps he, like Matthias, could get the stone of revelation. Taking a knife out of his sleeve, the guy noticed in his thoughts that the priest was dying in the name of his religion and there was nothing personal there. Dark mana enveloped him. A red pentagram appeared on his body. Huge centipedes swallowed his body. Taken aback, the blonde wondered if there were so many devil followers among the priests. Dark energy emanated from centipedes. Matthias's body began to become saturated with energy and he thanked his brothers for giving him their strength. There was a message about the demonic creature's exceptional skill of collecting. They take insect energy from devil followers nearby. Matthias began to concentrate a dark clot of mana in his hand and said that he would use their meaningless lives for a greater purpose. Frowning, the guy noted in his thoughts that this was a very dangerous spell, and, screaming, ordered everyone to use any available protective abilities. They began to close themselves with barriers from powerful streams of flame. People were burning to the ground. The guy covered himself with a light barrier and watched what was happening. With a serious look, he ordered Matthias to stop these atrocities. Taken aback, Matthias said that he did not dare talk about atrocities. He introduced little Lucius and noted that this could not be possible, that he had received a stigmata and this was nonsense, because he was only 7, and besides, he had never claimed to be the son of God. He thought that teenagers train until they are 15, and then compete for the right to the stigmata, and this is the oldest tradition. But be that as it may, he already has a stigmata. Matthias remembered himself as a child and asked what would happen to him then, adding that from the very beginning he claimed the right to be called the Son of God. He recalled how they said that everyone thought that Matthias would become the Son of God, and that they had invested so much in him and this was a fraud. Juridica presented a cross with a lot of coins around it and, in thought, noticed that according to old manuscripts, if a person who was not on the list of candidates to become the Son of God receives a stigmata, an era of catastrophes and destruction begins, which means that they return to the Temple of Light Hot Days. They clashed in battle and Matthias asked what his father did after he was chosen as the Son of God. He noticed that his father deceived people with his sermons, said that they could survive the apocalypse by receiving his useless blessing, traded in these blessings, extorted funds from believers and successfully arranged his situation. Matthias imagined the bloody stains and asked if Lucius even knew how many people had lost everything because of his father, and how many had taken their own lives. He said that his family is a den of scammers, or already murderers. Lucius defended himself against Matthias' attacks, his hand filled with dark energy. He stated that the Temple of Light at first only turned a blind eye to their machinations, and soon it completely united with his family and, having committed so many terrible acts, he did not bear any responsibility. Matthias began to shout loudly that the Temple of Light was truly evil. Legality removed her hand from Jeff's. They sat opposite each other. She began to cry and asked why the main character lived this way, noting that it was sad. He looked at the rune column and replied that the demonic invasion she was trying to prevent would begin in a few years. Jeff calmly noted that this time he wants to win and does not want to suffer another defeat, so he has a request for her. He remembered how he said that the power of a dragon's heart can only be captured through a special ritual, and if all its rules are not followed, the heart will simply kill. Jeff noted that he himself is not capable of this, but he knows a person who can help with this. He imagined Eurydica holding her heart near Georgius. The main character emphasized that he thought of doing everything differently, but since Eurydica is nearby, circumstances change, adding that she has experience and will do a much better job. Jeff stated that the great magician Eurydica, once she had already mated a dragon heart with Georgius, the first dragon slayer. Sitting in front of her, he asked her to do it now for him. Eurydica closed her eyes. Looking down, she replied that she was sorry, but she could not fulfill his request. Frowning, Jeff asked about what she just said. Jeff began his narration by recalling the events of the past, when a huge terrible dragon hung over a small town and incinerated everything with its fiery breath. And he said that about 1,000 years ago the world was on the verge of complete destruction when the strongest of the 7 dragons, Caesaros, was set on fire most of the world. A small town of people was completely enveloped in the flames of a dragon, and everything around was blazing and burning. And the protagonist continued to say that Caesaros was once one of the 12 heroes who fought against demons, but an insidious curse deprived him of his mind, drowning the protagonist in his own madness, and death began to choke the lands on both sides of the horizon. At the same moment, he remembered how a beautiful knight with a huge sword on his shoulder, together with a nun who held a wooden staff in her hand, stood next to the dragon, and she continued to say that of those worthy of Kaisarasu's strength, the only remaining ones were Princess Eurydica, the knight Georgius, and the golden dragon, who took the side of the people. 11 heroes had to engage in a fierce battle with their old comrade in order to protect and preserve peace. Then a memory appeared in Jeff's mind of how 3 of the heroes just listed were fighting a huge black dragon using all their strength, and he said that after a long confrontation between the heroes and the black dragon, a knight with a huge sword struck his blow by swinging it while holding the handle with both hands, and looked forward with a sad look, asking for forgiveness from his brother. He then made his conclusion as he slashed with his blade and cut the head off the black dragon's shoulders, leaving behind only a trail of bright orange energy as the protagonist said that Georgius's strike had closed Keisaro's eyes forever. Immediately after this, Jeff returned to the events of the present and sat in the lotus position, with his hands on his knees, and said that the events that took place in her and his era unfolded so much due to the fault of demons who called the devil into their world. And according to an inviolable rule, the gods can go to the lands of worlds, with the exception of those that belong to them. But one of the gods violated this rule while Eurydica stood right in front of him in the middle of the room. At the same moment, the protagonist, slightly tilting his head down, looked straight ahead with a menacing and furious gaze, remembering the image of the demon lord, and said that this was the devil Tartaros, and the ability to summon any demons allowed him to infiltrate the human monastery. Then Jeff, slightly tilting his head down, looked forward with a serious and calm expression on his face, looking at these people in black robes with red signs on their chests, and said that those devil worshippers who helped Tartaros in this founded the cult of the devil and are now preparing a springboard for the next coming of the bastard from the underworld, and their goal was the same as his now. At the same moment, a bright flash of white suddenly appeared in the air, illuminating everything around, and the protagonist said what he was thinking. She realized this after seeing his memories. Then Jeff's mind flashed to images of a noble lady and a priest looking at a mountain of gold coins, and he continued to say that the aristocrats and priests and so many powerful people did not care about their world, and only cared about the jingling of coins in their wallets and pockets. Then an image appeared in his head of a man standing upside down in a black robe with a red symbol on his chest, who extended his hand forward, and he continued to say that greed drove them to collude with the followers of the cult, and as a result, their purchased inaction undermined the position of the resistance, and the only warriors who stood against the tyranny of Tartaros were his comrades. Immediately after this, Jeff, returning to reality, tilted his head down and, clenching his fist in front of him with displeasure, said that he returned to the past not for the sake of a good life, but only to fight and win again. Then the protagonist extended his hand forward towards Princess Eurydica, who was standing right in front of him, and said, turning to her, that the strongest magician in the history of mankind, who led a detachment of 11 heroes, convinced them to fight side by side with a common enemy, and asked her. Immediately after this, Jeff extended his hand forward, looking straight ahead with a serious and calm expression on his face, saying that she should give him the strength to protect their home. Eurydica bowed her head down a little and looked straight ahead with a sad and disappointed look, just silently responding. Immediately after this, she slowly began to close her eye with a very sad and painful look, reasoning that they were so different, but for some reason so similar. At the same moment, memories from her past arose in her head. How she stood in the middle of the room in the palace, and right in front of her was a knight in black, who, turning to the side, told her that he was not afraid of anything, and he and the golden dragon in just a few years, they removed the curse from the dragon's heart and performed the fusion ritual many times, and he is fine. On the contrary, he even feels confident. Then Georgius, turning to the side, holding a helmet in his hand, looked out the window with a smug look and said that the remnants of the army of demons who fled into the desert, the red dragon, who foaming at the mouth greedily look at the land of people, and they have the power capable of protecting the light. At the same moment, the knight, slightly tilting his head down, looked forward with a menacing, serious expression on his face, saying that it was from them too. Immediately after this, Eurydica, with a frightened and uncomprehending expression on her face, looked straight ahead and turned to Georgius, and he stood by the crib and extended his hand forward, bowing his head down, saying that he only wants. Then he raised his hand to the little child lying in the crib and said that he would give their daughter a world without war, and they should believe in him, and he was ready to unite with the heart, and the girl slept and held the knight's finger with her small hand. A small stone disc with blue crystals was all broken, and black and purple energy hovered around it. Georgius, lying on the floor, was writhing in pain and screaming loudly, tensing his whole body, while dark purple energy emanated from him in different directions, and right in front of him stood Eurydica with her maid and watched what was happening. Immediately after what she saw, the princess abruptly, with great fear and misunderstanding on her face, rushed forward and shouted the name of her lover, while the maid held her hand and with a displeased look said that her highness should be careful, and this is very dangerous, and right in front of them in the air dark purple energy was in the air. At this moment, the skin fell off Georgius's face, and he continued to scream loudly until only the skull remained visible on his head, with dark purple energy flying around. Eurydica opened her eye wide in great surprise and did not understand what was happening, looking straight ahead with a frightened look, and thought that the same energy that Caesaros had when he lost his mind was a demonic curse. At that moment, an unknown man in yellow shoes walked into the room with slow steps and said that he probably thought that she had cleansed her heart of filth, and why this was happening, and she had just such an expression on her face. A humanoid monster with a long beard and yellow horns stood still and looked forward with a menacing look, said that he was asking for forgiveness, and he did a little magic and created the illusion of dispelling the dark spell, and the princess immediately thought that it was a golden dragon. Immediately after this, the dragon snapped his fingers, closing one eye, and looked forward with a merciless gaze, saying that it was fun to impersonate his comrades, but he was entrusted with a mission. At the same moment, around Eurydica, who was very surprised and dumbfounded by what was happening, symbols of bright yellow energy began to appear and envelop her from all sides. The system's notification window announced that it was a dragon tongue skill that imposed silence, and the golden dragon flicked her finger, sending more symbols of yellow energy forward, and looked straight ahead with a menacing and furious gaze and said that she would shut her mouth forever. Immediately after this, he added that the mundane secret they have learned was about the unknown, and Eurydica opened her mouth wide, trying to say something, while her throat was surrounded by symbols and behind the brightly burning yellow energies, and was very surprised and frightened by what was happening. Then the princess, with great fear and misunderstanding, fell down and tried to say something, simply groaning, while a golden dragon stood right in front of her with an emotionless expression on his face and said that what a pity. If they had not hunted for the dragon's heart, they could have worked together happily, spend the years of life allotted to them with their daughter. The golden dragon would then turn her back and look back with a smug and arrogant look, saying that her skill was impressive and she had performed the ritual on Georgius and the cursed heart flawlessly. At that moment, Georgius turned into a skeleton, and the flesh from all over his body evaporated into dark purple energy, while the golden dragon continued to say that she would now watch her husband destroy all living things with limitless power. Immediately after this, the huge skeletons, shrouded in the energy of a dark purple glow, rose to their feet and fixed their gaze fiercely and mercilessly forward, while right in front of him stood Eurydica below, observing everything that was happening. Then the skeleton, with a deft movement of his hand, grabbed a huge blade stuck in the ground, took it out, and squeezed the handle with tremendous force. Eurydica stood in her place, raising her head up, and looked forward with great fear and regret, while streams of black energy rushed right in front of her. At the same moment, the skeleton standing in the middle of the hall began to swing its blade in different directions and cut everything around with streams of dark purple energy, which illuminated and destroyed everything around. Immediately after this, Princess Eurydica returned to the current events and sat in the middle of the room on her knees, bowing her head and keeping her hands on her feet, saying that with her own hands she tore the dragon's heart out of Georgius's chest, and since then a whole millennium has passed. Along with the purification curse, she was waiting for a hero to whom she could give the dragon's heart. Then she raised her head up a little, looking straight ahead with a sad but confident look, saying that she knew that he had earned the right to this, but his body was not ready for the ritual, and he would be torn to pieces or paralyzed forever. At this moment, Jeff continued to sit in his place, bowing his head down, with a dissatisfied and disappointed look, thinking that he knew this, and there was no way for him to strengthen himself with the help of potent poisons, and if he did not take a pause of several months, his energy the currents will become entangled, and the mixture of Jagan and Belial poisons can only be used with a low level of training. It can be said that he used all the methods of rapid growth. Immediately after this, the protagonist, opening his mouth slightly after an idea suddenly appeared in his head, said that, however, there was still a possibility of success. Hearing this, Eurydica tilted her head down and closed her eyes with a dissatisfied look, saying that it seems that he is thinking of taking advantage of divine luck, and if there is at least one chance of a better outcome, then with the help of luck it can be made absolute. But he miscalculated. Then the princess, sharply raising her head up, looked straight ahead with a serious and calm expression on her red eyes and said that divine luck would be needed more than once. Suddenly the protagonist, raising his head up, opened his eyes wide and looked straight ahead with great surprise and misunderstanding, trying to understand what he had just heard. At this moment, Eurydice looked straight ahead with a serious and confident look and continued to say what exactly, until yellow symbols suddenly flashed on her neck. Immediately after that, she froze from the incredible pain that spread throughout her body, and sharply raised her head and bulged her eyes while the yellow energy on her neck with great force began to squeeze her throat. Then she sharply leaned forward and began to cough heavily and tremble all over, and the protagonist, who was right in front of her, rushed towards her with a huge fear on his face, calling her by name. The princess looked down with great fear and regret, holding her throat with her hand, and remembered the image of the golden dragon, thinking that, despite the fact that 1,000 years had passed, she was still held by the dragon's tongue, and it was all the damned golden dragon. Immediately after this, Eurydice sharply clenched her teeth in dissatisfaction and rage, thinking that she would not endure this time, and even though the spells let her talk about it, she would still be able to pass on the knowledge. The protagonist held the girl by the shoulders and looked forward with great fear and misunderstanding, while she, tilting her head down, said that at that moment. After which Eurydice said that she would have to choose between the most dear person and someone else, and Jeff looked forward with great surprise and misunderstanding, remembering his beloved Altio. Then the princess, standing up a little with an exhausted look, kept her hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said that he must take all her artifacts and become stronger, and only after that the heart will become safe, and she will rebuild the walls of the tomb so that he can leave without a collision with the priests. Immediately after that, she continued to say that, but if he needed a dragon heart in his chest now, she was ready to take into account all the dangers and tensed her hand that was on Jeff's shoulder. Immediately after that, she imagined images of various powerful majestic dragons in her head and said that the red dragon, blue dragon, ice dragon, and green dragon, he would have to kill all 4 dragons within a year, only a year, and no more time was given. At the same moment, Eurydice raised her head a little, looking forward with great regret and disappointment, asking if he could do it. The protagonist, slightly tilting his head down, looked straight ahead with great surprise and misunderstanding, trying to comprehend everything he had just heard, and in response he simply remained silent. Then he smiled sharply and said that he had been listening to her all this time, and asked that he, in her opinion, was probably a weakling. Immediately after this, Jeff, tilting his head down a little, looked forward with a confident and decisive look, smiling widely, said that 1 reptile was more than enough to finish off 4 scaly ones. At the same moment, the protagonist extended his hand forward and said that he promised that he would show her the world in which he and Georgius wanted to raise their daughter. And Eurydice looked forward with great surprise and misunderstanding, greatly upset by his words. Jeff stood, looked forward with a self-confident and determined expression on his face, smiling a little and extending his hand straight in front of him, and said that 6 months would be enough for him, and she should entrust this mission to him and watch him on the other side of the mortal abyss. Eurydice tilted her head slightly to the side, looking forward and with a joyful and grateful look, reasoning that she thought she understood everything. Immediately after this, she closed her eyes, and tears flowed from them, while she reasoned that this was an unbearable burden for her, and this peaceful calm. At the same moment, the pillar that stood in the middle of the room they were in began to emit bright green energy in different directions and glowed with a yellow light, while the princess reasoned that she was so sorry and she was placing missions she could not complete on him. Immediately after this, the column began to be disassembled into pieces, like a construction set, and a bright green light could be heard from inside, where the heart was located, shrouded in a huge number of chains. Eurydice extended both of her arms straight out in front of her as chains, surrounded by bright green energy, came forward from the column and enveloped the dragon's heart, which glowed brightly in yellow. Jeff looked forward with great surprise and was very interested in what he saw, thinking that this was it. Then he immediately thought that this was the heart of the dragon Caceros, and Eurydice stood in her place, holding the dragon's heart with both hands, from which bright golden energy emanated in all directions, and with a serious and calm expression on her face, she said that his determination was worthy of the title of new hero. Immediately after this, the princess took her hands directly in front of her and sent the dragon's golden heart forward, looking straight at it with a serious and calm expression, saying that she would now begin, while the surrounding area was surrounded by bright golden energy. The protagonist lay on the floor and, slightly raising his head up, looked forward with great surprise and a little fear, while the stone heart of the dragon approached him directly and emitted golden energy. The protagonist continued to lie on the floor and looked with a surprised and slightly frightened expression on the dragon's stone heart, emitting bright golden energy in different directions. Did not think that divine luck had been activated, while the system notification window with a beautiful green frame notified about divine luck, which time bestows incredible luck. Juridica stood on the floor and raised the dragon's heart upward to her magic, while a huge amount of bright glowing golden energy spread in all directions around the area. Immediately after this, Jeff seemed to plunge into an incomprehensible dark space and asked about this place. They said that nothing was visible, it was some kind of darkness. At the same moment, he saw his hands, which he put forward, and bright blue energy emanated from them. While he reasoned that no, was he really inside his consciousness? The protagonist stood in the middle of an incomprehensible dark space and emitted a huge amount of blue energy in all directions, holding his hand in front of him, and reasoned that it was true that he had felt a similar feeling before. At that very moment, Jeff became lost in his thoughts and realized that he was not the only one here, and there was something else here. He continued to stand in his place and was greatly frightened and surprised when a huge eye suddenly appeared behind him, which, opening wide, looked at him and emitted a huge amount of red dark energy. The protagonist turned sharply back with great fear and lack of understanding of what was happening, while several monster claws rushed towards him at great speed, and everything around was filled with red energy. Suddenly, a huge paw of a black monster grabbed Jeff and squeezed with great force, not giving him a chance to win. The huge black dragon tilted its head down slightly and looked forward with a fierce and merciless gaze, saying that he was a scoundrel. The dragon's paw squeezed Jeff's body with great force and did not allow him to escape, while the dragon continued to say that he dared to take over his power. The protagonist was in the monster's paw and exuded a dim blue light, looking straight ahead with great displeasure and fear, reasoning that this was the mind of Caceros, which remained in the dragon's heart, and a very powerful sense of presence. The huge black dragon continued to loom over Jeff and held him tightly in its paw, not giving him a chance to get out, while the protagonist reasoned about what is so powerful that it squeezes out the soul, and cannot believe that these are the thoughts of someone who died 1,000 years ago. Caceros opened his eye wide and looked straight ahead with great surprise and incomprehension, saying that he smelled of the gods. After which he continued to say that, it seems, these idiots again sent their puppet to him, and Jeff continued to be in the monster's paw, which tightly pinched his entire body, and looked straight ahead with great surprise, not understanding what was happening. Then the dragon opened his eye even wider and stared forward, full of rage, saying that he would not transfer his power to someone like him. Immediately after this, Caceros, bringing the hand with the protagonist to his mouth, dexterously ate his body, and illuminated everything around with a huge amount of blood, pumping up the surrounding atmosphere. At this time, in another place, one of the armored knights was hit on the stomach, and he flew back, while an unknown voice said that there were 6 left. Immediately after this, the other 2 knights suddenly lost their heads, and only a trail of black energy was left around, until the unknown voice continued to say that there were 5 left, and then 4. The huge scary demon held in his hands 2 priests, who were trying to get out and were already at the limit of their strength, and, tilting his head down a little, looked straight ahead with a smug grin, saying that there were 3 and 2 left. Suddenly everything around was painted in a huge amount of blood, which spread in spots around the area, and Matthias said that now. Immediately after this, the demon continued to stand in his place and extended his hand forward, directing a huge amount of orange flames in the same direction, and said that only he, Lucius, remained, while he stood right in front of him and defended himself from the blow. Holding in his hand he carried a shield, and in the other he held a spear. At the same moment, Lucius, leaning forward a little, looked straight ahead with a menacing, furious expression on his face, swinging his spear, bringing it behind his back, and radiated a huge amount of yellow energy, saying that the same attacks would not do anything to him. The knight then launched his strike of yellow energy forward with great power and speed, destroying everything in its path, and destroyed the strike with flames of his opponent, while Matthias's silhouette was visible right in front of him. Lucius continued to stand in his place and was very surprised and frightened by what was happening, when suddenly there was a demon behind him, who smiled widely with an arrogant look and said that it was slow. Immediately after this, Matthias struck with his hand using his claws and left behind only a few traces of bright red energy, looking forward with a wide smile with a confident look, and Lucius raised his head up and was very surprised and dumbfounded by what was happening, screaming loudly from what he received shock and pain. The knight clenched his teeth and closed his eyes from the discontent and pain that spread throughout his body, and trembled all over, groaning with displeasure. The demon tilted his head slightly to the side and looked ahead with an arrogant grin and a self-confident look, thinking that he seemed to be exhausted, and his speed was constrained, and his reaction was dulled. At this moment, Lucius turned sharply back with a clearly dissatisfied and puzzled look, clenched his teeth and thought that that bastard and he were still using demonic power. His ability to regenerate more, they both received blows, but only he felt the consequences. Immediately after this, Matthias slammed his fist with great force and speed right into the knight's jaw and looked forward with an arrogant and smug grin as he flew upward, spitting out a huge amount of blood from his mouth in pain. Lucius then tried to strike back with his spear, leaving a trail of bright yellow energy, and looked straight ahead with a menacing and displeased expression on his face, gritting his teeth as the demon simply stood in his place, taking the blow. Suddenly Matthias grabbed his enemy's spear, supporting it with his hand near his stomach, and grabbed it tightly with his claws. Immediately after this, he raised Lucius and his spear higher and put his hand straight in front of him, began to use magic, creating a magic circle of dark red energy, and released small flames as the knight rose up with his spear, continuing to hold it tightly in hands, and was very surprised and dumbfounded by what was happening. At the same moment, the demon used his skill and emitted a huge amount of bright orange flame from the magic circle, which enveloped Lucius's body on all sides. Lucius tilted his head down and clenched his teeth, closing his eyes in dissatisfaction and pain, protecting himself from the fire that enveloped him on all sides with his shield. Matthias then snatched his enemy's spear by his hand and held it with both hands, leaving only a trace of his blow, and threw Lucius straight into the wall, and he crashed with great force and speed, destroying everything in his path, and was still surrounded by bright orange flame. The knight sat on the ground, bowed his head with an exhausted and wounded look, trying to clear his throat, while everything around him was destroyed, and he was enveloped in small orange flames, and he thought that there was no more Arno or Riona, there was no way out, and he remained just use this one. Immediately after this, Lucius sharply raised his stern and tired gaze upward and looked straight ahead, thinking that, however, in this case he would be putting himself in mortal danger by continuing to breathe heavily. At the same moment, the demon's hand rose up and he began to create a magic circle of red energy again and summon a small flame, saying that now the time has come. Matthias stood in his place and looked forward with a smug grin, holding his hand on top and collecting a huge amount of bright orange flames in it, saying that it was time to end everything. At the same moment, he sharply raised his head up and, with his mouth wide open, laughed maliciously, moving his hand to the side, and said that he was saying goodbye to Lucius, until suddenly, out of nowhere, a beam of yellow energy appeared, which destroyed the ball of flame located in his hand. Immediately after this, the demon looked to the side with great surprise and incomprehension, opening his eye wide, and tried to comprehend what was happening. He continued to extend his hand to the side, and the huge cloud of flame that had just been there disappeared into it. Thinking that his fiery sphere, something passed through the fire, destroyed it, while a beam of bright yellow energy flew around. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a beautiful white feather appeared, which emitted a beam of bright yellow energy, and Matthias was very surprised by what he saw and thought about the feather. Lucius remained in his seat, wiping the blood from his mouth with his hand as a huge amount of dust kicked up into the air flew around, while right in front of him were several beautiful white feathers glowing with yellow energy. At the same moment, the knight stood on both legs, spreading them wide, with an exhausted and tired look, putting one hand in front of his face, and holding his shield in the other, while the silhouette of an angel with huge white wings behind his back and a halo above his head appeared behind him. Immediately after this, he turned back a little, smiled, and asked how much the previous one was willing to sacrifice this time. Lucius then tilted his head down slightly and looked forward with a confident and menacing expression on his face, gritting his teeth as he said 1 month. At the same moment, the angel extended his index finger forward and created a magic circle of yellow energy, saying that 1 month means that in order to defeat him, this is not enough, and it will take 6 months. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a bright flash of yellow appeared, and everything around was illuminated by energy that spread in different directions. Lucius stood in his place with a menacing and self-confident look, holding a shield in one hand and a projection of a spear in the other, and was surrounded by bright yellow energy, and a halo appeared behind his head. At this moment, the demon looked forward with great surprise and fear on his face, gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction, and thought that this was some kind of nonsense, and why he was scared. while a bright yellow energy was directed towards him. Immediately after this, he opened his eye wide, looked forward with great fear, incomprehension, thinking that this cannot be and this is simply impossible, until a bright yellow light illuminated in front. Matthias continued to stand in his place and was very scared and surprised by what was happening, thinking that Lucius was now his equal, and while a hole appeared in his chest, which was made by bright yellow energy, Lucius, standing in his place, directed the accumulated yellow power forward and illuminated everything with a bright light, while clots of energy pierced the entire body of the demon who stood right in front of him, and created a huge number of holes in it. At the same moment, a huge amount of dark blood suddenly splashed on the floor of this room and flooded everything around. Lucius continued to stand in his place, holding a shield in one hand and a spear in the other, while right in front of him on the ground among the rubble lay the wounded body of Matthias, who said that he was complete scum and knew how to keep his mouth shut, and he could not believe it, that he had hidden this ability for decades. The knight bowed his head down a little and looked straight ahead with a serious and menacing expression on his face, saying that this is a glimpse of honor, a skill that only a son of God can use, and he gains the power of the angel he will become in the future, but in return he gives away part of his lifespan. And this is the secret of the temple, which is known only to the Pope and the Cardinal. Lucius continued to stand in his place, holding a shield in one hand and looking straight ahead with a smug and calm expression on his face, saying that for this reason the average life expectancy of the sons of God is no more than 30 years, and he tries not to use this ability, dreaming of long full life, but sooner or later he still meets an enemy who will force him to use this skill. And what the temple does is send the sons of God to deadly places, and they have their own reason for doing so. And suddenly images of the icon of God's son and a chess pawn appeared in his head, and he said that the Son of God himself was cruel, and he was just a jester dancing to the tune of the temple. Immediately after this, Lucius looked straight ahead with a dissatisfied and contemptuous expression on his face, gritting his teeth, and said that he really wanted this power so much that he was ready to betray his friend for it and give up everything, turning to Matthias. At that moment, the demon looked up and with a satisfied grin, laughing a little, said that he was saying that only because he was chosen as God's son, and didn't even think that he could make a pun. Then, after a short pause, he said that the difference was only one. After which Matthias, raising his head up a little, illuminating everything around with a bright green glow, said that the goddess recognized his life, but he was not, while Lucius with a dissatisfied expression on his face continued to stand right in front of him and watched what was happening. Matthias closed his eye a little and began to release small amounts of tears, saying how he was different from him. He was a gifted child who had hopes placed on him, and why everything turned out this way. Immediately after this, Matthias's hand began to gradually disintegrate, turning into black dust, and he said that a goddess who does not give answers is infinitely merciless. At this time, in another place, the dragon's heart made of stone was emitting a huge amount of bright yellow energy in different directions. The man's hand lay on the floor and began to twitch a little with each finger in turn. Ned lay on the floor and opened his eyes a little, looking at his own hand lying right in front of him, and tried to comprehend everything that had happened to him, trembling a little, thinking about it, and somehow it became quiet, and what happened to the main monster. At the same moment, he suddenly opened his eyes very wide and looked forward with great surprise and misunderstanding, trying to comprehend what he saw. Eurydica was sitting on her knees and putting her hands on top of the protagonist's body, which was lying on the floor, and a huge amount of bright yellow and black energy was hovering around, while Ned thought that the main creature was sitting there, and how to understand it all. Lucius extended two of his hands forward and began to emit a bright golden glow right in front of the church acolyte lying on the ground, repeating the name of the goddess Aria several times. Lucius continued to sit on his knees right in front of several people in white robes who were lying on the floor and groaning, saying that they were leading the commander, and he was shouting the names of Arno and Leona, asking if they were okay. After which the knight sharply lowered his head down and, with great dissatisfaction and disappointment, clenched his teeth, thinking that they were the only ones left alive. The ceiling of the dungeon was illuminated with a dim green glow, and everything around was shrouded in dust that was thrown into the air as Lucius said that their journey was over and they should return. A bright yellow flame shone and illuminated everything around with red energy while fragments of yellow energy flew forward. Kaiseros opened his displeasure and misunderstanding wide open, emitting a small amount of bright flames while holding Jeff in his paw, from whom bright golden energy emanated, and streams of pink energy appeared in front of him. The black dragon opened his eye wide and looked forward with great surprise and confusion as he thought about this energy. The protagonist continued to be in the dragon's paw with great surprise and incomprehension, and everything around was illuminated with a yellow glow, until an image of a girl consisting of bright pink energy appeared right in front of him. Jeff sharply raised his head up and looked straight ahead with great surprise and misunderstanding of what was happening, thinking that the light was divine luck, while a bright pink glow shone at him from in front. The protagonist continued to watch what was happening and thought that she seemed to be trying to protect him. The clouds right in front of him out of nowhere appeared the image of a beautiful girl from bright pink energy. Immediately after this, Jeff smiled a little and, realizing everything that was happening, thought that if he just relaxed for 5 seconds, he would already do everything in his own way. At the same moment, the protagonist plunged into his thoughts and began to reason that this is not reality, but the labyrinths of his consciousness. The main thing here is the brain, and if he succumbed to fear and immediately bit through Keisaros's mind, even if the ritual itself went perfectly, this would be allowed. It is forbidden. Then Jeff, with a deft movement of his hand and with enormous force and speed, struck directly at the monster's paw, and a characteristic slap echoed throughout the area. The protagonist spread his shaking hands wide apart, spreading the fingers of the black dragon, and emitted a huge amount of blue energy, tilting his head down slightly, and expressed his menacing appearance, reasoning that he should remember who he was. Immediately after this, Jeff directed his menacing and furious gaze forward, raising his head up, and enveloped himself in a huge amount of bright blue energy, continuing to spread his arms to the sides. At the same moment, the protagonist looked straight ahead with an angry and dissatisfied look, while bright blue glowing energy and dust surrounded him. Suddenly, with great speed and strength, he freed himself from the clutches of a huge black dragon and headed forward, leaving behind only a trail of bright blue energy, and Keisaros looked forward with great surprise and incomprehension, greatly surprised by what was happening. Immediately after this, Jeff swung his fist, focusing a huge amount of blue energy into it, and was about to strike directly at the dragon's eye. At the same moment, the protagonist, with a deft movement of his hand and with great speed and force, directed his fist directly into the dragon's eye and illuminated everything around with a bright head of luminous energy, causing damage to his enemy. Then Jeff jumped sharply to the side, landing on the water, standing on one knee, and leaving behind only a barely noticeable mark. And Keisaros raised his head up and opened his mouth wide in pain and displeasure, growling loudly until a huge amount of blood was flowing. At the same moment, the protagonist, with a deft movement of his hand, with great speed, took out a blade with a blue blade from the water, holding it tightly by the hilt, and said that he did not play these mental games with other dragons. And if he remembers correctly, and I do, then he's right. Jeff stood in his place, holding a blue-bladed blade in his hand and illuminating everything around with a huge amount of brightly glowing blue energy, looking forward with a menacing and furious expression on his face, saying that he will five. Immediately after this, the protagonist walked forward with slow steps, holding a blade with a blue blade in his hand, and said that dragons make life difficult for themselves and others, and he died, so let him give it like a human being. But no, he decided to get tired of them and started talking about worthy or unworthy, until right in front of there was Keisaros, who bowed his head, and blood continued to flow from his eye. Then Jeff, abruptly stopping in place, looking forward with a menacing and smug face, smiling a little, held a blade with a blue blade straight in front of him with 2 hands, saying that now he would blow his jaw off, and then they would educate him and it was time to teach him a lesson, while everything around was shrouded in brightly glowing blue energy. At this moment, Keisaros, stretching his head forward, with an arrogant and dissatisfied look, full of rage, said that he was talking a lot and must attack while there was a huge amount of black and red energy around him. Immediately after this, the black dragon rushed forward, opening its mouth wide, releasing bright red glowing energy from it and spreading its wings to the sides, while Jeff stood on the water below and took a confident step forward, stepping behind the huge blue-bladed blade he was holding 2 hands and enveloped himself in a brightly glowing head of energy. At this moment, Ned, lying on the floor, looked forward, his eyes wide open, with great surprise and incomprehension, saying what was there. Legality sat on the floor and put her hands forward right above the body of Jeff, who was lying on the floor and not moving, and a bright black and gold energy hovered around them, while Ned wondered what exactly was happening right now. The protagonist continued to lie on the floor with his eyes closed and an emotionless face as he was enveloped in a bright black and gold energy, and Ned continued to think that Jeff seemed to be unconscious now and was probably overpowered. Eurydica, tilting her head down slightly, opened her mouth slightly and put her hands forward while bright black and gold energy flew around. Ned thought she was doing something to him and wasn't paying attention to him at all. The princess continued to be in her place and put her finger under the stream of strange yellow liquid, which flowed straight onto Jeff's chest, and everything around was shrouded in bright black and gold energy, while Ned sat on one knee and watched what was happening with a dissatisfied expression on his face, thinking that maybe this is a good chance to attack. At the same moment, he shuddered sharply and froze in place from surprise and incomprehension, while pain flashed throughout his body. Immediately after this, Ned lowered his trembling hand to the floor and thought that at such a moment his mana was blocked, and just before all his energy was sucked out by a black hand. And no, one should not miss such an opportunity while the system notification window notified of freezing mana, which inflicts temporary pain and powerlessness. At this moment, Eurydica, who continued to sit in her place and hold her hand near the flowing strange yellow liquid next to the protagonist's body, said that now it was impossible to give, and that peace was needed, and everything around was illuminated with bright golden energy, while Ned, watching everything that was happening, was very surprised and dumbfounded by what he heard. The princess then abruptly turned to the side with a calm and serious expression on her face, sending a small stream of golden energy from her finger towards the side. Immediately after this, a stream of golden energy enveloped the body of Ned, who was in his place and with a dissatisfied and frightened face looked around, not understanding what was happening. At the same moment, with a face full of indignation and fear, he raised his hand to his mouth due to the sudden onset of nausea. Then the sounds of nausea echoed throughout the entire dungeon room. A huge white larva with a black head and a red mark on it fell down to the ground into a puddle of strange liquid, while Ned's hand stood nearby on the floor. With great surprise and incomprehension, he looked straight ahead, lowered his head, and tried to comprehend what was happening, thinking that it was the same insect that he had swallowed. Immediately after this, Eurydica, smiling a little and looking to the side, with a calm and serious expression on her face, said that she took out this lump of evil from him, and, judging by the fact that the insect is in a larval state, he did not use its power at all, and this means that he demonstrated exclusively his own abilities. This is amazing. At the same moment, Ned's eyes began to gradually close, and he saw the image of a princess sitting right in front of him, who turned back and smiled contentedly, saying that it was just a larva, but his body and internal organs had received minor damage, and he should rest a little. She shared magical powers with him, so after a good sleep everything would be fine, and everything around was shrouded in bright black and gold energy. Then Ned closed his eyes, as if plunged into darkness, and thought that how she and Eurydica herself helped him. He does not know, now he feels extremely tired. At the same moment, in another place, next to strange signs hanging on the wall, on which there were chains, a voice was heard saying that you need to look here, this thing for purification from the 5th floor, it was moved all the way here. Immediately after this, Arno, with a thoughtful look, pointed to the side, said that he would have to look for a way out again, and the bar had completely changed. And Leona, standing next to him, sighed heavily with great surprise and said that 2 days had passed since the last battle, and it's interesting. They would be able to get out of here before the provisions ran out as long as Lucius stood right in front of them and listened intently. Then Arno, looking forward, with an incomprehensible and hopeless look, asked the commander what the final plans were, and Lucius abruptly lowered his head a little and closed his eyes in response, simply remaining silent. After which he took a short pause and sharply turned his head to the side, looked straight ahead with a serious and self-confident look, saying that first, they must find the stake of faith. At the same moment, Arno, standing right in front of him, with great fear and surprise, put his hand forward and said that there were too few of them, it was very dangerous, and maybe they'd better just look for a way out of here, and Lucius said no. Then he sharply turned his menacing and serious gaze to the side and said with a decisive look that, on the contrary, this was the only way they would have a chance to get out on time. Immediately after this, Lucius and his assistants ran forward with great speed towards the entrance to the dungeon hall, and Arno asked what he was saying. Those slaves who stole the stake were behaving strangely, and Lucius answered him that yes, and they were definitely from devil worshippers. These slaves did not engage in battle with Matthias, but still attacked him. At the same moment, images of Matthias, Jeff and Ned appeared in his head, who were standing in their places with a serious look, and the sign of the devil cult appeared right in front of them, and he thought that suddenly they were in different divisions of the cult warring with each other, and in this case, the Son of God and the internal political enemy Matthias should have destroyed each other. This sounds logical and explains their actions. Then an image appeared in Lucius's head of one of the dungeon rooms, in the middle of which stood brightly glowing purple doors, and below lay a huge number of human bones, while a scroll with an order was cheerfully in the air in front, and he reasoned that since a whole decade of preparations and raids had failed, there will be no benefit from it, and they definitely won't leave it, they'll rather sell it. And two slaves, more precisely one of the factions of the devilish cult, operates on a much larger scale. They were interested in this place from the very beginning, and they need the tomb itself, in the depths of which lies the dragon heart. At the same moment, the entrance to the next room in the dungeon, from which a bright green light emanated, became closer and closer, while Lucius continued to think that after the cult bought the rights to own these ruins, those two would enter a new reorganization raid, and with the bell the faiths will return to these corridors. And if they really have such a task, then the cult should have provided them with an escape plan, or they have something that will help them find their way home. Lucius turned around abruptly with great surprise and incomprehension, frightened by what was happening, continuing to think that he needed to find them and figure out how to get out of here before they left the tomb. This was his plan. After that, several cuts of black-violet energy rushed forward at great speed, crossing each other. The huge skeletal knight in armor swung his blade, delivering blow after blow, leaving behind only trails of bright black and purple energy as Lucius deflected them with his shield. Arno and Leona raised their heads up, looked straight ahead with great fear and surprise, not understanding the current situation, and said that the stake of faith is inside the last room. But the guard is alive somehow, and the doors to the last room open only after killing a guard. Georgius opened his bone mouth wide and looked forward with a menacing and furious look, loudly screaming with discontent and crying purple tears. Immediately after this, the skeleton knight slashed with his blade with great force and speed, knocking the shield out of Lucius's hands, who took a step back, and everything around him was illuminated in a bright glowing black and purple energy. At this moment, Arno was very frightened and surprised by what was happening, looking straight ahead with a blank look, opening his mouth wide, calling out to the commander, when suddenly a huge stream of energy headed towards him and covered him from above, as well as Leona standing next to him. Lucius lay on the floor and put his spear straight in front of him with trembling hands, blocking the huge sword of his opponent, and looked up with a dissatisfied expression on his face, thinking that he could not use a glimmer of honor more than one time a week, and had to use it in battle with Matthias 3 days ago, and wait another 4. After that, he, squinting a little, looked forward with a disappointed look, realizing the hopelessness of the current situation, and thought that this was really the end. At the same moment, an image of a beautiful woman appeared in his head, looking to the side and smiling with her eyes closed, and holding a small child in her arms, and he thought that he would no longer be able to see them. Lucius continued to lie on the ground, blocking the blade of the skeleton warrior with his spear, when suddenly, to the side of them, Protagonist 2 suddenly opened a huge gate with his own hands and stood with a serious look. At the same moment, Lucius sharply turned his surprised and incomprehensible gaze to the side, trying to comprehend what was happening, thinking that the floor. Then he continued to think that why he was leaving the last room, and the protagonist stood in his place between 2 doors and looked forward with a confident and satisfied expression on his face, smiling a little, saying that minute by minute, and was able to climb all the way here. He was asked, so he will help him, the Son of God. Immediately after this, Jeff, raising his head a little, stretched his neck, raised his hand, and called out to Georgius in a strange voice, calling him a skull. Then Jeff, with a confident and serious look full of rage, looked straight ahead and put his hand forward, creating strange symbols of a bright yellow glow with his index finger, and said that someone should put his head up, while the system notification window announced that this was a skill dragon tongue, imposing silence. A second later, a magical seal appeared around the skeleton and it collapsed to the ground. Lucius, frowning and clenching his teeth, turned pale, wondering what had just happened. Looking at the skeleton lying on the ground, immobilized, he thought that the monster was listening to the slave. After that, the protagonist frowned and wondered what he needed to watch. 3 seconds passed. The monster's hands were shaking. He began to strain them, clenching them into fists. The barrier binding him began to tear. 9 seconds passed. This huge monster, opening its mouth wide, tore the barrier and looked menacingly at Jeff. The protagonist, jumping to the side, thought that the duration of the dragon tongue is 10 seconds. It is not surprising that immediately after the completion of the ritual it is not possible to use the dragon's power to the fullest. His heart was shrouded in strong magic, and he thought that this was not all. To protect himself from a heart that could kill him due to the difference between their magical powers, he would only use 1/100th of its power. Blinking, he raised his hand, magic appeared around it, and then thought that even if it was limited, it was still the power of a dragon. The skeleton monster, grabbing his huge sword, looked menacingly in front of him, and then he squeezed it and a strong aura appeared around him. The Dark Knight swung his sword. Incredible energy came from him. Jeff thought that the sword of Georgius Graham. This sword is especially strong in battle against fire-breathing asps, a sword created to kill the strongest of them. A worse alliance cannot be imagined. The monster swung his sword at great speed, and then he struck in front of him with all his might, causing a powerful wave of energy. Yellow lightning appeared everywhere. Jeff stood up, grabbed his bright yellow sword. He thought that instead of dragon power, he would have to use this sword of light, a holy weapon. The restriction on use was partially lifted. The conditions for removing the restriction on the blessing of the goddess of light, fulfilling the goddess's instructions. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and, holding his sword tightly, thought that the first task from the goddess was to save her son. He accepted it. Then he put his hands behind his back, and his sword illuminated the entire room around him. Smiling, he said he could go, Dragon Slayer, and then, striking in front of him with all his might, he added that let there be light. A huge force rushed forward, destroying everything in its path. Lucius, watching in fear what was happening, thought that there was no doubt this is a weapon, according to legend, that can only be raised by a chosen priest, a sword of light. A bright light illuminated his face, and he thought that how to understand this, that Slave was not a supporter of the cult. Even if you are a priest, you can still use all your powers while being in the ranks of the devilish cult. However, looking at Jeff, who was calmly looking ahead, he wondered why he felt the energy of the goddess of light in him. Gritting his teeth, he continued to think that it was not this. He remembered how, as a child, he stood in front of the old man, saying that he was greeting the guardian of the kingdom. Then he thought that he experienced similar feelings as a child, when he first met the golden dragon in the royal palace, this unbearable pressure. A second later he fell to the ground, his hands shaking. Jeff turned around, looking back in surprise. Lucius knelt before him, saying that he greeted his my lord. Jeff thought that the fight with Kaiseros inside his mind lasted 3 days, and then he imagined a huge black dragon falling to the ground, spitting blood. The dragon narrowed his eyes, then said that it was good. He recognized his strength, but that did not mean that he would submit to him. Jeff, standing in front of the huge dragon, listened calmly to him, and he added that he would continue to watch him. Then the protagonist opened his eyes. Rising from the floor, he thought that he saw Ned lying unconscious and the law dissolved in ash. Clenching his fist and closing his eyes, he thought that he was grateful to her. She would not regret her choice. Looking at his hand, he saw 2 gems, one red, the other blue, and then he thought that among the remains of the princess he had found these 2 things. Looking at the precious stones, he read that the magic crystal is a grimoire created by crystallizing the main streams of magic, which allows you to master skills through meditation. It contains the ancient magical power of the kingdom. To study the features you need to master ancient magic, and the master key of law, a key that allows you to use all the functions of the tomb. After which he remembered the princess, who, with her hand raised, told him that now the power of the dragon heart is equal to only 1/100th. But when it evenly fills his body, the safe threshold for its use will also increase. Remembering these words, he thought that such a message had been left to him legal in crystal. Then he remembered her worried look and how she said that only the power of the heart increases and exceeds the threshold of 1/10, 1/4, or 1/3 of its maximum. Physical reconstruction of the body will be required. Then the protagonist imagined a girl in his head and the words of the princess that therefore he must find someone who could master the necessary knowledge and replace her. Let him give him a magic crystal. This child can help. Jeff thought that it would be Altair. He thought that the gods know his past life. Only a few of them turned out to be favorable to him, but he still cannot trust them. What if the gods start acting and pull some trick on Altair? Squeezing the crystals in his hand, he thought that he wanted to find her right now, but there was still unfinished business. Lucius appeared behind him and said that he, my lord and master, you give him your shoulders. After which he lowered his head and, stretching his hand forward, a glow appeared in it, and then he said, remove the seal. Jeff watched his brand disappear. The brand on Ned's shoulder also disappeared, and then Lucius added that they were now free. Jeff, smiling, looked at him and asked that maybe he would sort out his debts. Lucius, chuckling, replied that, of course, he saved his life, now he was in debt to him, and in addition he was afraid that he would not be able to repay it in full. Lucius, looking at his new comrade, added that he could not believe that he had been secretly in the rear of the cult for several years in order to destroy their plans. He was delighted. He was a little ashamed to admit it, But in the Temple of Light one cannot find such violent opponents of heresy. How is he? After that, he frowned, lowered his head and added that he would say more. Stretching out his hand, he continued to say that for the Son of God, eliminating the enemies of the goddess, namely the followers of the devil cult, is one of the initial tasks, so he is ready to provide him with any help. Ned furrowed his brow and thought that he didn't even know if Jeff was trying to join forces with the owner of the Dragon Heart so that he would not be removed by a rival faction in the Temple of Light. After that, he imagined the image of Lucius and thought that Saint Lucius was a tool created by the temple at the expense of people like him, from someone to whom one could only feel disgust. Frowning his brows, he continued to think that nevertheless, but they need to use what they have. The power, status, money and connections of the Son of God are priceless. The followers of the devil have spread throughout the temple, reaching right up to the very leadership. It will be better if he maintain good relations with him. Turning towards Jeff, he thought that he should be friends with him too. And Lucius, smiling, said that, however, it was inconvenient to have a conversation in such an environment, and they needed to return to the temple. The priest standing next to him thought that it seemed that the commander wanted to see his wife as soon as possible. Suddenly Jeff furrowed his eyebrows and replied that, frankly speaking, nothing was over yet, and the real massacre was still waiting for them. After these words, he imagined the followers of the devil cult in his head and said that by this time their temple had probably already become an overcrowded nest of cult followers. He concluded this from the battle groups that Alden brought, and the paired knights who were among the 10 strongest people of the continent. Hearing this, Lucius turned pale and thought that this was impossible, and the protagonist, looking at his comrades, continued to say that, although he received the power of a dragon because of it, there are serious limitations in its use. He needs thorough preparation. Knowing Alden, he cannot get away with just a battle. The priest standing next to him thought that they won't be able to win in one fight. After that, Jeff extended his hand, in which a blue crystal appeared, and then added that this is the case. Green magic spread throughout the room, lifting the stone columns above the ground, and then suddenly they plummeted down, and they hit the ground at great speed. Jeff, smiling, turned to his comrades and said that the time had come to collect truly excellent artifacts. A bridge appeared in front of them leading to a golden door. It was a secret room, the treasury of Princess Juridica. The protagonist, along with the others, approached the treasury. Looking ahead, he thought that no one had penetrated the treasury of legal science for thousands of years. What was inside? Jeff then pressed down on the doors with his hands. Lucius and Ned, standing behind him, looked inside in surprise. Walking a little further, they saw many precious stones and treasures lying on the ground. Everyone opened their mouths in shock, shouting what it was. Inside there were many different artifacts, crystals and objects. Looking in front of me in surprise, I thought that at first glance it was clear that there were dozens of very serious artifacts. All of these were legal treasures. Jeff raised his hand, which contained a blue crystal, and a second later he had a golden saber in his hand. He wondered what was happening. This is the only way to get them. Lucius, standing behind him, frowned and thought that they did not know a way to destroy the crystals, and did nothing to defeat the main monster. He is the owner of all these trophies. Lowering his head, he smiled and thought, who is helping who here? How arrogant he was. Jeff looked at his comrades and asked if anyone had an assessment. Several guys answered that they did, and then they crowded around, looking at the daggers and various staves. The assessment ability recognizes the characteristics of the item. The higher the mastery in a given skill, the more information can be obtained. Anna, frowning her brows, looked through the magnifying glass, and then thought that the ancient state of Media had serious knowledge of magic. The quality of their magical items was immeasurably superior to the current one. Ned, looking at the crystal in which there was a golden glass, thought that, of course, you can set a price for such artifacts, but due to the fact that no one sells them, money does not matter. Media relics are priceless. Suddenly Jeff turned around, looking closely at the crystal. In it, he saw a small bottle with a purple eye icon on it, and then he thought that he couldn't believe it was here. Smiling, he continued to think that this was great. His mood even lifted. He looked at his comrades, who were looking in surprise at the artifacts that they had taken for themselves, of which there was a mirrored chainmail from which a blue aura emanated, an obsidian bracelet that glowed brightly, a precious soul in the form of a star, a tin shield, and the ability of a stone. Ned looked around menacingly, putting on a raven robe, a twilight tunic, and in his hands he held a silver mirage sword, and also grabbed a fog bracelet. Someone swung a sword. Jeff raised a huge sword, looking menacingly at his comrades. This sword was called Graham. The protagonist appeared on new armor, a plate coat and plate dragon slayer boots, with a set of gloves. Lucius, sitting on the chest, said, "What about the recent conversation?" Jeff, sitting opposite, with his hands folded, asked what he was saying about having to fight against Aldean. His interlocutor replied, holding out his hand, that yes, he would not say that he simply doubted. Frowning his eyebrows and lowering his head, he continued to say that in the temple they do not have ways to recognize the followers of the devil. They are detected only by the use of cult abilities and interrogation. But if the suspect denies any affiliation with the devil worshippers, then nothing will come of it. Ned, frowning, put his hand on his leg and replied that there was something else. He looked menacingly at his comrades and replied that if you kill a follower of the devil, an insect will crawl out of his body. Lucius turned to him and, with a furrowed brow, replied that whatever method they were going to use, the problem was Alden's relationship and his position. Afterwards, he introduced the priest with a friendly look, and then said that the Alden family, they are also the Raskers, have serious influence. After his father, he headed the 4th parish, and now that he was appointed cardinal, Alden took on responsibilities in the central parish. Afterwards, he introduced the knight and added that, moreover, his family had a good relationship with him. He imagined one of the priests coming up and putting his hand on his chest, and then saying that because of the raid they had practically no fighters left. They thought it was all over, but Alden arrived and lent them security troops. He doesn't even know how to thank him. To which the cardinal extended his hand with a smile and, laughing, replied that it was not worth it. In such a situation we need to help each other. These fighters are completely under his command. After which Lucius added that due to the fact that he maintains neutrality between the factions of the temple, he has no enemies. After frowning his eyebrows, looking at his interlocutor, he said that therefore to arrest him or kill such a person without any evidence. Ned, looking ahead, thought that it was possible to fake physical evidence after the massacre of him, although he said something different, but still, he doesn't believe them, so he asks for evidence. Jeff, listening to their conversation, folded his hands, smiled and asked that there was evidence. Of course there was evidence. After that, he took a small bottle with a purple eye on it. He picked it up and asked with a smile what he thought it was then. Someone's frightened eyes appear in front of us, and someone tells him to look to the right. This person averts his eyes to the side. Then he turns his eyes the other way, and someone adds to him to look to the left after the eyes appear in the center. And someone continues to repeat to him to look forward again. What he feels. Bishop Alphonse appears in front of us, surrounded by dark energy. He answers with a smile that he feels great. Aldean, extending his hand towards him, says that this is great. It would be much better if he listened to him right away. The girl covers her child's face, and then fearfully wonders why the cardinal is doing this. Aldean turns around with a smile and then tells her to tell her. He said he had something interesting in store. Looking at the frightened girl, he added that he was talking about brand insects, which are located in the stomachs of the devil's followers. They allow the use of demonic power, and the more of it, the faster the insect grows. Then the cardinal put 2 fingers in his mouth and added that when growth stops completely, unusual abilities appear. He pulled a beetle out of his mouth and said that the special ability of the insect inside it is a hive. The beetle has evolved to the queen and now gives birth. Eating an insect from such a brood allows you to take control of a person. Looking at Alphonse, he added that this is now happening to the bishop. Approaching the girl with a smile, he asked that they understood why he was telling them all this. As he approached, he smiled frighteningly and added that she should convince her husband. The girl grabbed her child in fear and then asked what to convince him of. A second later, the child began to cry loudly. Aldean walked over and looked at the little boy, and then smiled and said that the kid seemed scared. Then he asked what his name was, to which the girl replied, Marius. Afterwards, the cardinal smiled with all his teeth and, narrowing his eyes, said that this was wonderful, because Marius probably liked beetles. Hearing this, the girl turned pale. Alden handed him a fat beetle, saying it was his food for the day. The larva approached the baby's mouth, and then the girl grabbed the cardinal's hand, and the beetle fell out of her. Then she saw a huge number of devils crawling along the priest's hand. Drops of sweat rolled down her face, and she looked ahead in fear. Alden grabbed his sleeve, and then, looking menacingly ahead, cursed. Suddenly a knight appeared behind him and shouted that they were in trouble. Alden looked at him displeased, and the knight shouted that Lucius was outside. The cardinal immediately opened the window and, looking out of it, thought that this couldn't happen so quickly. Now the raid should be in full swing. What was he doing here? Looking down, he turned pale and froze. At the fortress, Lucius and his comrades destroyed the priests one by one. And then Lucius frowned and said menacingly that they had not seen the cardinal for a long time. Alden, looking in front of him with displeasure, shouted that he was out of his mind. Why was he attacking the priests of his own parish? Why did he leave the raid? Why? Lucius, silently looking ahead, remembered how Jeff handed him the potion and his words that this thing is called the Eye of Truth. Just one drop of this liquid is enough, and then you can see the insects inside the followers of the devil. Lucius, looking in front of him, saw worms in the priests and a huge worm in the cardinal, which had spread throughout his entire body. Smiling, he laughed and thought that it turned out that he was not so perceptive. He then pulled out his spear and shouted that he, Lucius, was arresting him on suspicion of involvement in cult affairs. Gritting his teeth and frowning, he added that deceiving the Temple of Light was a grave sin, and he would have to atone for it. Alden smiled. The veins popped out on his face. He laughed and replied that what an impudent person was in front of him. Lucius extended his spear towards the cardinal. Alden was confused and, frowning, thought that the leader predicted that Lucius would return alive. But this happened too quickly. He and the rest of the group could not clear the tomb so quickly. It turns out that Matthias was defeated, and it seems that he was discovered even more until the final battle. Gritting his teeth, he continued to think that he couldn't believe he had been exposed by the worthless scum. Squinting his eyes, he thought that there was nothing he could do, and besides, it didn't matter. Someone took a few steps forward. Alden thought that Lucius was trapped as soon as he crossed the threshold of the temple. The bishop, stretching out his hand, frowned, and then said that he would accuse the cardinals of diabolical heresy. How dare he accuse him of such a thing? Lucius furrowed his brows and said, "Uncle." Having examined it, he saw a worm inside and thought that there was also an insect in Alphonse's body. It was a little leg, which means this was Alden's ability that Jeff was talking about, and now his uncle is under his control. Alphonse, coming forward, added that even though he is God's stepson, there is something that can be accepted, and there is something that cannot be accepted, especially since Lucius threw the letters at his feet and added that here is the proof. Alden, seeing the letters, looked at them with displeasure. Looking at the blue seals, he wondered what this was. We are transported back some time. Jeff and his friends, moving along the column, said that they need to keep the Eye of Truth a secret for now. If people find out about the existence of this thing, they will soon kill it. The girl with the staff, looking around, said that the platform was moving and it was incredible, and Jeff, turning to them, added that they needed to get other, but no less powerful evidence. He imagined in his head how there was a huge dungeon under the city, and said that the tomb of the Juridica was a large labyrinth covering a huge underground territory. In truth, the labyrinth was laid to the very bottom of the main temple of the third parish. Jeff, with his hands on his belt, watched as his comrades crawled out of the ground. He wondered what would happen if they found the exact location, and then dug you up and climbed out. Ned, looking ahead, saw an abandoned house with a red roof and said that this was the shelter that Matthias used. The followers of the devil were gathering here. Then Jeff opened the lid of the chest in which the letters were lying, and Lucius remembered how the protagonist told him that this was the physical evidence found in the abandoned building. Lucius took a few steps forward, opened one of the letters and, frowning, said that these were the letters that he exchanged with Matthias. The plan for stealing the dragon's heart and laudatory speeches to the devil were written here. Everything was there. Seeing this, Alden couldn't help but be angry. He clenched his teeth. His body shook, and his face turned red and beads of sweat appeared on him, and Lucius continued to say that it was signed to burn the letter after reading it. But, picking it up, he added that it seemed that Matthias had decided to keep them in case they betrayed him, and now it was immediately clear how much he trusted them. Alden grabbed his head and laughed, screamed, "Took it, how meticulous he turns out to be." Or perhaps Matthias felt indebted to him and told everything. Grabbing the window sill, he added that this was true. Smiling, a green aura appeared around the cardinal, and then he replied that he was one of the cult's leadership, Alden Rasker, 11th in the hierarchy of devil followers. Lucius looked at him displeased, and then Alden narrowed his eyes and asked what this gives him. It's still him. Then he grabbed the girl and put a knife to her throat. Smiling, he added that she could not lay a finger on him. Lucius, looking up in fear, shouted, "Claudia." The girl looked down in fear with tears in her eyes. Alden brought the knife very close to her throat, and then added, to make it easier, he would calmly pierce her throat even before he blinked his eyes. Afterwards, he pulled out the centipede and, smiling, said that he has a very interesting insect. The one who eats its offspring becomes his faithful servant. He prepared a princess insect especially for him, which greatly brainwashes him. Then, looking at the tear-stained girl, he added that whoever he would feed it to, let Lucius choose, either his lover or his child. Lucius looked at him menacingly, beads of sweat running down his face, and then Alden added that perhaps he would eat the insect himself. The cardinal smiled and began the countdown. Then Lucius, raising his head, shouted that he would eat it himself, let him not touch his wife and son. Alden smiled quite broadly, and then he put a beetle in Cloudy's mouth, saying that's great, then he'll feed it to her. Lucius looked ahead in fear and shouted, no. A second later, Ned pierced through Alden's body. The cardinal turned around in fear. The knight standing near the cardinal thought in fear that when the entire floor was checked with detection magic, he did not feel anything. On Ned's hand shone a bracelet of fog, which has the magic of stealth. When worn, a pair can only be detected by the corresponding enchantment of the legendary level. Ned then cut him in half. Beetles began to fall from the cardinal's body, and he fearfully extended his hand forward. And then someone grabbed the girl by the shoulder. Ned furrowed his brows and, looking forward, told her to hold on tight. The knight in golden armor raised his sword and shouted that how dare he. A second later, Ned swung his sword, a red aura appeared, and he struck the knight with all his might. He thought through his teeth that the eldest of the twins was an Iron Knight. The first time he falls under his blow, he is incredibly powerful. The Golden Knight swung his sword. Looking at him, Ned thought that he was one of the 10 strongest warriors on the continent. Then a bright yellow light appeared. Lucius pulled out his spear and rushed hard and better straight towards Alden. There was a strong explosion in the room, but the Golden Knight managed to stand in front of the cardinal. By putting his sword forward, he was able to resist with this magic. Ned then appeared before the knight in silver armor. He looked menacingly in front of him and said that he didn't have time for him either. And then with all his strength he hit the knight in silver armor on the chin, knocking out his teeth. The knight thought that this was a clan. This cannot be. His head rose up and a fountain of blood poured from his mouth. Ned and the girl flew forward at great speed. They left this room like lightning, leaving the cardinal looking into the distance in surprise. Alden's body began to disintegrate, and he wondered how it happened. Gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction, he thought that the disciple of the man from the east either died at the hands of Lucius or escaped. If Lucius fought against the brothers from the cult even before he entered the room of the main monster, then this is obvious. But why is he appearing now? Lowering his head with dissatisfaction, he imagined himself in Qin Liang's head and thought that the man from the east had really deceived him. He wanted to drive him into a corner, pretended to help, but himself. Then the cardinal, looking to the side with displeasure, thought that he had lost the hostages. It would become dangerous if the Holy Sun decided to use a glimpse of honor. The surest thing to do now was to flee. He called Castor and said that he relied on him. Castor smiled and replied that he should entrust this matter to him. The Silver Knight and Alden left the room, leaving Castor looking out the window with a smile. Lucius furrowed his brows, looking menacingly ahead. Castor jumped down to him, drawing his sword from behind his back. Lucius smiled and asked that he came alone. Why not together? He heard that the two of them were like a couple in love. Castor smiled and replied that he alone would be enough. He then put his sword in front of him, covered in a strong aura, and added that he is the 20th in the hierarchy of devil followers, the eldest son of Hugo County, Castor Hugo. He will teach him a lesson. Strong yellow lightning appeared around Lucius. He pulled out his spear in front of him and said that he is the first son of light. Lucius Giornetti, representing the third ward of the Temple of Light, accepts his challenge. Let him attack. We are taken to the entrance to the castle. The knight comes out to the people and shouts that the knights are undergoing training and for safety reasons, believers are prohibited from entering. People crowded around him, shouting that how can this be understood? He came from afar to cure the disease. Then a group of people appears in front of us, looking from a hill at the castle, from which black smoke is pouring out. Then one of them asks what happened there. A group of miners appears in front of us. A bearded man, frowning, asks what is happening. Then Anna appears in front of us, looking menacingly to the side. She thinks that this cannot be training. She remembers how she waved to Jeff, telling him to stop by after the raid and she would give him the change. After which, looking dissatisfied in front of her, she remembered how Jeff turned to her and replied that maybe she would start giving out loans in the mine. A big shot would come. It would become dangerous to carry out transactions on the black market. He could comb everything there, so Let doesn't even think about showing up in the main building. Remembering his words, she thought that she had a bad feeling, and she tried to be in the slave area. Did the client really know that this would happen? Looking at the burning temple, she thought what was happening there after all. A priest appears in front of us and screams loudly with his mouth wide open. Arno and Leona use new magical artifacts to protect themselves from a crowd of priests. Arno pulls out his petrification shield. A red aura emanates from it and the priests standing in front of him turn into stone. Leona releases a blue magic star, causing several knights to fall under its influence rather than being slowed down, and then begins to reduce all of the target's abilities, after which she raises her staff up, and golden chains appear around the priests and knights. She uses an obsidian bracelet that increases the cooldown time of abilities by 50%. Meanwhile, Arno swings the sphere, thinking that the enemies who were brainwashed by the larvae are their priests. If it turns out that their commander killed them, the Chromium faction will tear him to pieces. Afterwards, he threw a sphere at the knights and caused her to faint, thinking that they did not need to kill the priests, but only neutralize them. Then Leona turned to her friend and asked how he threw so accurately. Arno grabbed one of the black spheres and replied that he was a handball player while studying at the academy. After a second, he furrowed his eyebrows and turned around in fear. The church tower fell from above. Arno and his girlfriend jumped to the side. He turned around and thought that the spire on the temple building had been cast with a protection spell. Then he raised his head and took a closer look at the roof. Meanwhile, Lucius and Castor looked at each other menacingly, periodically attacking. Castor was breathing heavily. There was blood on his face. He thought that his enemy was very strong. A sword and a spear appear in front of us. If they collide in battle, then the spear has mainly advantages because the radius of the spear allows it to strike before it approaches the enemy. Lucius pulled his spear forward, making a strong lunge. Castor dodged and swung his sword to the side. Castor thought that of course he, as a master, could calmly release the energy of the sword over a long distance or simply dodge the spear to close the distance and strike. Then he cut with his sword in front of Lucius and thought that because everything that happened was a surprise to him. Strong energy emanated from Lucius, pushing Castor back. He was wearing mirrored chainmail, which activates an ancient spell. A black mirror reflects 50% of the damage received. Castor, smiling, said that he lured him, pretended to open up. He almost managed to deceive him. He played the clouds very nicely. He smiled and replied that, by the way, he knows the reason why their names are on the list of the 10 strongest on the continent. Taking a leap forward, he added that this is all because. Afterwards, he made several lunges forward with his spear at lightning speed, but Castor then reacted in time and dodged. After their weapons collided, causing a spark. Castor ran his sword across the spear at great speed. Lucius calmly leaned back, dodging the blow, and then they collided again, causing a bright flash. Castor was thrown back again. He clenched his teeth when Lucius suddenly appeared in front of his face. He frowned and added that the Holy Sun, as a sacred being, could not be on the list of people. If not for this circumstance, they would never have appeared in the top 10. Then he pulled out his spear, causing strong energy that destroyed everything in its path. Castor was lying on the floor. There was a hole in his torso and he was breathing heavily. Lucius jumped from the roof. Alina shouted to him with a smile, "The commander." Then he turned around and shouted loudly that they should not come. He clenched his teeth and furrowed his brows. There was blood on his torso. His cheek was scratched and drops of sweat were flowing from his face. He thought that he was counterattacked at the moment when he used the vessel's head, limbs, torso, only 5 or 7. With a smile, Castor put his hand on his torso, in which worms were visible. He said that it seems that the damage is reflected on the torso. Then it turns out that the effect is from the skill, but the percentage of reflection of the object is more likely to be around 50%. A second later, his entire torso healed, and he added that he planned to detain him until Aldean escaped, but he changed his mind. After a second, he looked frighteningly through his mask, which hid his face, and added that Lucius himself had started it. And then at great speed he rushed forward. Appearing behind Lucius, he swung his sword. His hands transformed into worms and he said, "Right now." He swung his sword with all his might, clenched his teeth and shouted that he would send him to the goddess. Suddenly he stopped and heard Alden in his head shouting that where he was, let him quickly run to him. Castor looked ahead in fear, remembering the transmission of the queen's words. The owner of the royal larva can transmit his voice or information about his location to the owner of the princess larva. A second later, golden chains appeared. They hit Castor in the head and surrounded him, shackling his body. Lucius pulled out his spear using great strength. Red energy completely consumed Castor's body. He then opened his mouth wide and heard Alden telling him to run now, and this was his location. The cardinal stood in front of Jeff, clutching his mouth, which was bleeding. The protagonist, smiling, told him to get up and they would get punched in the face. Lucius began to emerge from the smoke, laughing and asking what was wrong. It seemed to him that something had happened to his master. With a smile, looking ahead, he added that they specifically came here to tie him hand and foot. They would separate the 3 of them and finish them off one by one. Looking ahead contentedly, he added that Castor was right in their trap, to which he clenched his teeth menacingly and said that they were trash. Someone's hand appears in front of us, holding 3 red spheres in his hand, and he says that he is being asked to entrust him with the transportation of the dragon heart. Alden kneels down and, smiling, replies that yes, he knows that his ability is consciousness control. He will quickly be able to take possession of the 3rd transitional and subjugate even the Holy Sun. Smiling broadly, he added that the safest method of transportation is the absence of one. He will keep the dragon heart in the temple. He will only need to go there to transfer it. A guy in a mask appears in front of us, holding 3 spheres in his hands, and then he replies that okay, let him do so. Alden runs through the forest as fast as he can, wondering why everything turned out this way. Frowning his brows, he thought that he had developed a plan that included all possible events, both the chance of failure of the raid and the possibility that the disciple of the man from the east, the son of Leonardo, would find out that he would be destroyed. Looking at the path in front of him, he continued to think that he had set the traps with all this in mind. They could not take action so quickly, but there could still be something that he had not foreseen. He imagined in his head the image of a guy with long blue hair wearing a mask and thought that the betrayal of the man from the east, the words that he planned to get rid of his student because he had become useless, turned out to be a lie. He remembered how Ned pierced him with a sword and thought that he wanted to deceive, confuse him and kill him, in which case everything fits. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he couldn't believe that he had done this to him. A few seconds later, a golden carriage appeared in front of him, next to which stood a guy in a white cape. Telling Alden to sit down quickly, the cardinal thought that, although Lucius found out who he really is, they don't have any problems now. The cardinals of the Temple of Light, who are counting on his vote in the election of the next pope, will defend him, even if he himself is the head of a devilish cult. Frowning his brows, he thought that he was more worried about the enemy's forces. If the man from the east betrayed him, then he would not know how many more students he had. But if the man from the east himself or his son Chingan got involved. Alden climbed into the carriage, touching the green slime. Without noticing it, he thought that he needed to lay low first. More fighting forces. After which he looked at his hand, puzzled. Looking at the green spot on it, he wondered what it was. A second later, his body seemed to be pierced by lightning. He fell to the floor and screamed loudly, grabbing his hand. A silver knight ran up to him, not understanding what was happening. Alden clenched his teeth. The worms in his hand were trying to get out. He thought that this was poison, and he was in incredible pain. A roll of paper appeared that this was poison from the collection of deadly poisons of the poisonous King Fade. Jeff, wearing a white cape, smiled, looking ahead, and then she fell to the ground, looking down menacingly. Alden, raising his head in displeasure, shouted that he was not his subordinate. A second later, he was kicked in the face. The protagonist, looking at him, told him to shut his mouth. The Silver Knight looked fearfully in their direction, and then he took out his sword and shouted that he was not afraid of his Silver Knight, Pommux, one of the 10 strongest of the continent, if he surrendered right now. Suddenly, a thin needle hit the Silver Knight's face. He fell to the ground and fell asleep, and Jeff smiled and replied that he was too weak. He should have taken a real knight instead of this fake, dying from one poisonous needle. Alden, looking menacingly in front of him, thought that the Silver Knight would help him right now. Then he began to back away, holding out his hand, said that let them talk about what he wants, who sent him, and if the reason is money, he will give him 2 or 3 times more than he promised. Let him pretend that he did not find him. After that, he thought that he couldn't believe that with his exceptional ability to regenerate, he still couldn't neutralize the poison. Apparently he was special. Alden, looking ahead in fear, continued to shout for him to think well. Because he is a cardinal, it will be more profitable for him to unite with him. No matter what he wants, he will listen to everything. After that, he thought that first he needs to stall for time until his knight will come, or until he can remove at least a little of the poison. After which he shouted that he could better work for him. He would pay him much more. Jeff then calmly asked that he was waiting for someone. He pulled his helmet forward and asked if it was this scum. Drops of sweat ran down Alden's face, and he, with his eyes wide open, thought that this was the body of a real Pollux. We are transported 12 hours back to early morning. Jeff, along with his comrades, stands near a dead knight with a severed head. Lucius, frowning his eyebrows and closing his eyes, thought that the eye of truth. He did not believe it, but, as it turned out, he could really distinguish between the followers of the cult. Then he said that it was sad. Even the cardinal's protector turned out to be a minion of the devil. Ned, frowning his brows and lowering his head, remembered the words of his teacher to give the dragon heart to the brothers waiting at the gathering point. Among them there will be a priest of the temple, so he should immediately hide. How to free himself from the mark of a slave. Then he thought about that, pretending that they had the heart. They were going to repair it with the help of a slave mark and kill it, and the disguised Silver Knight guaranteed the success of this plan with absolute certainty. Gritting his teeth, he continued to think that he believed those bastards would help him get revenge. Jeff imagined himself swinging his sword and cutting through the wormy flesh. He He thought that in a past life Ned miraculously managed to escape from the Silver Knight after long wanderings with a dragon heart that he could not absorb. His older brother in martial arts stole the heart and threw it away, completely exhausted, into that cave. He then pictured Lucius in his head and thought about how, having been taken over by the maggot, he was just a walking horror. He thought for a moment, imagining Lucius lying dead next to his wife. Jeff remembered how his wife held out her hand to be killed because she had no reason to live. Swinging his sword, with blue lightning appearing around it, he thought that all these memories of Alden's countless atrocities were forcing him to kill him right here and now. He struck in front of him with all his might, causing a strong flash of light in the forest. And then he looked at the blurred dark spot under his sword. Squinting his eyes, he thought that the volume of liquid remaining was too small. He turned around and thought that even if he was burned by lightning, the volume could not be so small. Suddenly something came at him from behind and he brought out his sword and parried it. His feet slipped and he was thrown aside, and then he heard an ominous laugh, and the words that he had not taken this form for a long time. A lot of worms appeared and someone said that he always trusts the equipment to the Twin Knights not because he is weak. In truth, he is much stronger than them. The reason he doesn't fight is because a huge monster in the form of worms appeared before the protagonist. He added that he simply did not want to show this appearance. It was Alden in a state of demonization. Jeff, looking at him, thought that after the lightning strike, part of his body was torn off, and he turned into his true image. In this state, he most likely had already neutralized the poison. With a demonic stone and a monster in his head, Alden continued to say that 5 years have passed since he used the Revelation Stone and became a demonic creature, during which time he acquired a disguise skill that allows him to transform into a human, as well as a stable demonic strength. His arms grew sharply, covered in an aura, and he added that of those who saw him in this form, no one remained alive. He was surprised that he was able to force him to use metamorphosis. Looking ahead, he continued to say that he had made a mistake. A second later, the monster struck with all its strength with its hand, causing a strong blast wave. A huge distance was hit with just one blow. Ned, turning around at the loud sounds, wondered what had really started. He looked at Claudia and the child and told them to hide in this cave and not to come out until he gave a sign. Afterwards, he gave her 2 bracelets, telling her to put these bracelets on her wrist. A strong secrecy spell was cast on them. The girl, looking at him in surprise, asked that she was giving them to them, but didn't he need them? Ned turned away and replied that he could manage without them. And then with a quick jerk he left the cave. He ran through the forest, his brows furrowed, thinking about the fact that he had been waiting for this day. He remembered his father showing him the sword, and then he remembered how his father's hands were cut off and then killed. He thought that the day he could take revenge on those who killed his father and stole the family heirloom. Then he remembered the Silver Knight with a severed head and thought that one had already died, and only 2 remained. Looking menacingly in front of him, he thought that he would send them all to hell. Castor appears in front of us, swinging his sword, releasing several energy waves. Lucius puts up a shield in front of him, protecting himself from them. Then, with furrowed brows, he looks forward and thinks that it is obvious that he is using the power of an insect. His attacking abilities have increased significantly, but the effectiveness of the attacks has decreased. The serious blows he inflicts are less and less. Just looking in front of him, he thought that, apparently, Castor was nervous when he saw how staunchly they defended. This was their chance. Then, looking menacingly ahead, he shouted to Arno. His comrade appeared nearby and replied that he understood. Arno raised the golden cross above his head and said, "Goddess Aria, let him give them strength," after which he thought that this was his best skill. The light of the battlefield greatly increases the skills of allies, increasing attack power, defensive abilities, mana and healing by 120%. There are particles of yellow energy around Lucius. Leona looked in surprise at the crystal that was near her and shouted that even the spirit gets the effect. Suddenly the crystal increased in size and a dark aura appeared around it. And then golden chains and huge crystals rushed towards Castor. He swung his sword and repelled all the attacks of his opponents. But the crystals ricocheted and flew into his back. Castor swung his sword menacingly and wondered why his attacks were so slow. Then his mind went blank and he thought he felt strange. Looking at Lucius, he thought it felt like the world around him was moving faster. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide and realized that no, it was he who had become slower. A large crystal was approaching him. A shooting star, the skill of an enhanced stone spirit, attacks the enemy, getting closer to the spirit, receiving negative effects of slowing down and reducing characteristics. Lucius and Castor met menacing glances, and then Lucius, drawing out his thunder spear, pierced Castor's body right through. A strong explosion could be seen near the temple, and then Castor's fell to the ground. Lucius, looking at them, smiled and asked what they did. Suddenly a crash was heard behind him. He opened his eyes, and behind him appeared cracks in the temple, after which he turned around, and I saw Leona trying to jump from the cathedral with the help of a crystal. Arno, gritting his teeth, remembered how Lucius pierced the Golden Knight through. He wondered that because the sword energy directly hit the temple, in addition to slaughtering the Golden Knight and the attack commander, cracks continued to grow in the building. Frowning his brows, he continued to wonder if the Golden Knight's target was not the commander's head. The roof of the temple was completely cracked. Stones began to fall down onto the knights and people standing below them. Lucius ran up to the tower, thinking that the priests under the temple were brainwashed. Looking closely, he saw Alfonso and shouted, "Uncle." A second later, all the stones fell down, and someone jumped out from under them. Only the Golden Knight, holding his side with his hand, ran forward. He thought that a third of the larvae had burned. He reattached his body, but because of the lost larvae his combat power had dropped. He should quickly ask Alden to restore his insects. He could not believe that Lucius managed to drive him into a corner. Lowering his head, he continued to think that he had done well anyway. They intended to hold him because of the healers and that damaged reflective armor. It would take him a long time to finish them off now. This is the best option to retreat. After all, Alden's safety comes first. Then he remembered how the cardinal told him and his brother that their elder sister had arrogated to herself the right to inherit the title of count, and the fact that because of this they had to serve him. The priest was not their omission. This did not happen because they had anything to do with it. That's not enough. Smiling, he added that because the world is unfair. He extended his hand to the Golden Knight and said that together they will change this. They will make sure that the world in which false gods are worshipped belongs to one and only true God. They will become truly righteous people of the new world. Castor jumped at great speed, making his way through the forests. He made a quick dash forward, looking into the distance, and then, looking around, he thought that the cardinal had given their lives a new meaning. He would not allow anyone to touch this man. Looking in front of him, he thought that he should wait for him, and he would instantly rush to him. Suddenly, a purple blade appeared in front of his face, and then his head was cut into two parts. Castor began to fall down, a fountain of blood gushed out of him, and Ned calmly looked at his purple blade, thinking that this is a mirage sword, a mysterious dagger that forms a magical blade. The length of the blade and its shape depend on the user, after which he pulled out his sword and looked forward menacingly. Behind him lay a Golden Knight. They began to restore the worm on the knight's face, and he turned around and groaned that he was the disciple of the man from the east again. Why was he always meddling in their affairs? Ned calmly replied that after 20 years had passed since their last meeting, he still recognized his face. Turning around, he clenched his teeth and asked if they had forgotten that they had killed his father, Leonardo Strayer. Castor began to get up, restoring his face, and then asked what this was, a blood feud. He didn't know such a thing. He killed several hundred people. He needed to remember them all by name. Hearing this, Ned looked menacingly in his direction, and then the golden armor fell to the floor, and Castor added that he would say something that might make him happy now. He was too lazy to fight. That's why. Looking menacingly in front of him and clutching his sword, he added that if he got out of here right now, he would pretend he didn't see him and give him a chance to go home with his limbs intact. Then the Golden Knight remembered how he was cut with a dagger. He thought that this sudden attack was very powerful. His stealth skill allowed him to accurately determine his movement. Afterwards, he remembered how Ned stuck the sword into Alden, and continued to think that this was the way he was able to deceive his ability to recognize mana flows. But do not underestimate him, however. A red aura appeared around the Golden Knight. He looked at his opponent with a murderous look, and then thought that since they decided to separate them and attack on the sly, it means that he is not sure that he can win in an open duel. After which he said that he would give 10 seconds. Ned pulled out a package from behind the grass and added that it didn't seem to arouse his interest. Then what would he say about it? Castor looked ahead, puzzled, and then, with his eyes wide open, he shouted that where did he get this sword from? A large sword with a blue blade appeared, and then Ned stood up. He imagined two swords in his head and thought that the symbols of the knightly twins received from Alden, paired with the Golden Knight's sun sword and the Silver Knight's favorite weapon, the moon sword. Smiling, Ned added that if he defeated him, he would tell him what his younger brother's last words were. Castor's face turned red, veins popped out on his forehead. He clenched his teeth and threateningly told him to attack, because he would finish him off. After which the trees were broken through and began to fall to the ground. Jeff looked at the transforming monster and thought it was not bad. He put his sword in front of him and realized that the Temple Knights would have fallen long ago from such attacks. He could not believe that he could still move so quickly. The monster's body split into many parts and radiated an evil aura, after which the parts of the body that were stretching turned into many hands that clenched fists. Jeff realized that it was mimicry, or rather a skill that made it possible to change the shape of the body with the help of larvae located inside the body. The monster immediately approached the protagonist and began to attack him with his hands. But Jeff was not taken aback and struck a slashing blow, cutting off a couple of hands. The protagonist looked with his confident gaze and raised his sword above his head. He then slashed, leaving behind a blue light. Jeff, looking at the severed parts of the larvae, realized that if he concentrated his mana, he could not only change his image, but also recreate the sharpening of the metal and the hard armor of the monster. The monster began to beat the protagonist with his hands, but he jumped to the side and realized that it was a liquid that was flying in all directions. It was the digestive juice of the larvae. Jeff looked forward with a confident gaze and slashed. The blow struck the monster's legs, and they were immediately cut. Jeff used the Royal Tiara Flood Sword technique and a blue light illuminated the area. The protagonist, after using his technique, cut the monster into many small pieces. Jeff stood on the ground, and cut parts of his hands fell from behind. The protagonist covered his face, and everything around him was in a fog. He realized that it was a fog from gastric juice. The hands that Jeff had cut off suddenly began to tremble and move, after which they changed using the skill of mimicry and pulled the blades towards the protagonist. Jeff started throwing a lot of punches. The chopped monster began to laugh angrily and said that he was called the Immortal Alden, and no matter how many pathetic people tried to destroy him, he was reborn again and again. The villain pointed his finger at Jeff, whose appearance was hidden in the fog, and said that he, a man, had limits of endurance and mana, and sooner or later he would still get tired. Thereby the outcome of the battle was already a foregone conclusion. After which the monster shouted and grabbed the protagonist by the clothes. Alden said he gained his respect and he appreciated his strength and fighting skills. Alden began to gather his strength into a fist and said that Jeff was a worthy warrior, and after he dealt with him, Alden would feed him the larva and make him his slave. The monster swung and struck. The impact was so strong that Jeff was thrown to the side, and everything was in ruins. The protagonist was lying on a pile of rubble, and Alden at that time jumped up and began to charge power into his hands. The monster fell to the ground and struck again, causing stones to fly into the air. The earth could not withstand such a blow and began to crack, after which the monster's hand was cut off and began to fall to the ground. There was a blue light and Jeff struck. Alden looked forward and began to laugh, after which memories came over him, and he remembered how he stood on one knee in front of an evil guy who said that wealth and fame, unshakable status is all that a priest from the family of the Marquis of Rasker can enjoy, and if he swallows an insect, he will be branded as his father did. Then all this will become his. The man in armor asked if he wanted to become stronger than anyone. The guy in the mask said that there was no insect that would give him unlimited power, and it all depended on how he himself would use it. He told Alden to try growing the larva. The monster, from day one, was able to use the power of an insect so that it could grow, and with the help of this power he killed people again and again. And when he was able to complete the growth of the beetle, he became a demonic creature with the help of the Revelation Stone. Alden looked ahead and realized that this was exactly what happened. Jeff held the monster's hand with just 2 fingers and asked if it was really his 1% of strength. He said it wasn't bad and asked if he was sure he couldn't give in. Frightened, Alden looked at all this and did not understand how it was possible that the protagonist remained unharmed after his strong attack. Jeff said that if he wanted, he would finish off the Twin Knight and Alden at once. The protagonist said that the monster would most likely ask why they separated them. Jeff, confidently looking forward, introduced his comrade and said that he needed was to reward Ned, and his revenge would have lost all meaning if he had dealt with him single-handedly. He, holding the monster's hand with 2 fingers, began to use its power, and his hand was covered with a yellow aura, after which he said that demonic creatures are rare. Then a huge black and yellow flash appeared, after which Jeff changed greatly. His eyes became black, and his aura became even stronger. The protagonist said that he had just received the power of the dragon heart, but there was nowhere else to try it except here. After which a manuscript appeared, on which it was written, "The skill of dragonization once a day temporarily increases the power of the dragon heart, and the duration is 1 minute, an increase in power by 9%. Jeff looked with his dragon gaze and said that the experience that he could gain in battle with demons was especially important to him, and the fact that he was immortal was only for the better. Alden began to tremble and was lost in thought. He could not believe that it was a dragon's heart, because the protagonist was not a holy son and was not a disciple of a man from the east. He was just an ordinary rogue, and therefore it was impossible for him. The dragon's huge hand reached out to Alden, and Jeff said that he would try a couple of techniques on him. If he could resist, the monster immediately felt powerful pressure, after which he jumped back and began to run away. Alden, flying away from this place, realized to himself that he did not want to die and he could not just end up here. The demon opened his mouth and didn't have time to think everything through, after which Jeff delivered a powerful blow that resembled the claws of a dragon. Alden's body fell to the ground, and Jeff looked at it all while his hand emitted an aura. The protagonist pointed his hand, which was like a dragon's, towards the monster and said that he still had many moves in his arsenal, so he had to get up and couldn't just die, after which a blue light was heard. The sword was stuck in the ground, and Ned lay with the sword at his throat. Castor was on top and trying to hit Ned. Ned tried to resist and cut his hand, after which Jeff remembered how he sat with his comrades on the chests, where there was a lot of gold. He said that this was how it was possible to deal with the twin knights. Jeff said that the strategy was, of course, not easy, but their success depended on what damage the three of them can do to the Golden Knight. After which he looked towards Ned and said that his role was no less important. Two twins played on toy horses and fought with swords, and at this time someone in the room said that his children have an unusual body structure, due to which their energy resonates with each other. If one of them uses magic, then the energy of the second will receive stimulation. Away from each other they exist on their own. But if the boys are together, their movements are synchronized, so that even their faces take on the same expression. This phenomenon is extremely rare. The owner of the magic tower, Archmage Henrik, put his hand in front of him and, looking down, added that due to the fact that their innate reserve of mana is large, and both have a good sense of magic, with proper training they can become powerful warriors that complement each other. And the father of the twins, Count Hugo, looked furiously at the magician. Then he lowered his head and looked at the floor and thought that if he left them, they would live in their own world. He would have to try. Alden held sticks in his hands to control the puppets and looked attentively at the dolls, and the main character said that thanks to the efforts of the twins' father, Count Hugo, Castor and Pollux were able to become knights with promising talents, and Alden, seeing this in them, secretly invaded the Count's heritage title of the Hugo family and made the twins his subordinates, after which he gave them the swords of the sun and moon that resonated with each other in order to maximize their innate abilities. Castor landed a powerful straight punch, and Jeff added that it was a technique with a bad reputation, complemented by the swords of the sun and moon. The knight in armor raised his sword to strike the Golden Knight and thought that after the attack, while the opponent changes his stance, a flaw will definitely be revealed in the fighter's movements. This is a weakness that everyone has. Pollux in silver armor dealt a powerful blow to the knight's back, and he added in his head that, however, the blow of the Silver Knight seemed to cover the vulnerability of the Golden Knight. Castor and Pollux began to chop the knight into small pieces from both sides, and the main character said that a storm of blades, flawlessly dealing with the enemy, exceeding the boundaries of speed and accuracy that you can imagine, freely playing with blades in a duel thanks to the associated magic, in blows with swords, which they apply together, does not exist. Ned held his sword in front of him and glared at him furiously. Jeff sheathed his sword, turned to his red-haired comrade and noticed that this is exactly how it looks like the flowing clouds of the flow of the royal tiara technique. The main character remembered how he put his hands in front of him with blue lightning and said that the secret technique of the flow of the royal tiara, flowing clouds, a defensive technique that, in a battle between students of the same mentor, balances yin and yang, an electric field, repelling the enemy's attack. Then the moment of their first fight with the red guy appeared in the protagonist's head, and he continued that there is a difference in the sources of power, lightning or the magic of the twin knights themselves. However, it is quite similar to a practical technique in the sense that it quickly changes the attractive and repulsive forces in places, thereby successfully completing an attack or defense. Ned moves his sword away from the powerful blow, looking at it carefully, and notices that he, having mastered the technique of flowing clouds, can reproduce the eclipse with the help of the moon sword, resonating with the Golden Knight. The red-haired guy dealt a powerful blow to the Golden Knight's body and added in his head that after that he calculated the enemy's attacks, getting closer and closer, and then cut him. Castor looked at him madly and opened his eyes wide. The Golden Knight quickly flew back from the red-haired guy. Castor stopped, hid his sword behind his back and, looking carefully, directly noticed in his head that only Mr. Alden was initiated into the secret of the eclipse. How did he know about it? Then the knight clenched his teeth tightly and they began to grind. A frame with a photo of his brother with broken glass appeared in the Golden Knight's head, and he looked furiously at the ground and wondered what atrocities his brother, Pollux, had faced. Had he really told the secret of the technique? Castor sat down on his knee, began to charge red-black energy into the sword and looked furiously straight and thought that 3 minutes, no, he would kill him in 1 minute. And the plot told that at that moment the voice of a man named Alden was heard again in the head of the Golden Knight. But he no longer listened. A huge number of blows flew towards the red-haired guy, sent by a knight named Castor. Ned put his sword in front of him, began to block the attacks, and, gritting his teeth, thought that, as expected, if you show the sword and technique of the Silver Knight, then no matter how worried the Golden Knight was about the teacher, he would not be able to ignore him. The sand lay in the background and was carried by the wind, and the plot noted that if you send a Golden Knight to a man named Alden, he will make any sacrifice to help him escape. Having lost the Silver Knight, Alden will definitely be wary. No one knows who Alden will bring after, the soldier or his teacher. Ned struck straight at the Golden Knight and thought that if not now, then never again. He must catch him. The Golden Knight's sword passed next to the red-haired guy's face, only slightly touching his cheek. Ned missed with his sword, only catching the Golden Knight's cheek. Then Castor gathered all his strength into one blow and made a powerful swing. A moment later, Castor cut the red-haired guy in half with a powerful blow. Then the enemy's body dissolved and the Golden Knight looked at it in surprise. Ned suddenly appeared from behind. In his place before his death, a clone appeared from behind the raven's robe and pointed his hand with red lightning directly at the enemy, and Castor opened his eyes wide. The red-haired guy touched the Golden Knight's back and struck him with strong lightning. Then he raised his sword behind his head, clenched his teeth tightly, and noted in his head that he stopped his movements. This was a chance. The red guy's sword flew with great force into the Golden Knight's sword, who quickly blocked the blow. Ned clenched his teeth tightly, looked to see that he missed, and added in his head that the sword was locked with his sword and was not moving. Castor turned a maddened glance at him sharply and noticed that he had been caught. The Golden Knight's fist suddenly became covered in red energy. A moment later, Castor delivered a powerful blow to his opponent's stomach. Ned opened his mouth wide from the blow and coughed out a clot of blood. A huge pool of blood escaped from his mouth. The red guy's sword stuck into the ground and the Golden Knight noticed that he made him sweat. It's all over. Castor pinned his opponent to the ground and put his sword to his throat. Ned grabbed the blade with his hands and began to push it away from him. The red-haired guy's hands began to cut himself on the sharp blade of the sword and he began to tremble all over. A moment appeared in the red-haired guy's head when his father brought him to the family sword and said that the time would come and he would continue his work, becoming Baron Strayer. The time would come and he would accept the mission of storing bloody tears. The father turned to his son with a smile and added that he should become the greatest knight worthy of this sword. Ned confidently raised his sword and reached in with his fingers. Then he rested the sword on the tips with his finger, shook his hand, and when his fingers glowed gold, he said in his head that he would not allow himself to be killed here. A moment later, Ned delivered a powerful blow to the blade of the sword. The blade bounced straight at the Golden Knight, thereby cutting off half of his palm, along with his fingers. Castor sharply clutched his eyes and clenched his teeth tightly. Ned put his hand out in front of him and grabbed the head of the Golden Knight, shooting lightning at it. Castor abruptly removed his hand and raised his head with his eyes burned out and shouted from God. The Golden Knight saw nothing but bright red lightning and said that he could not see anything. Because of the super fast attack, he could not recover. Castor lay down on the ground, raised his head and began to feel that Ned had summoned a huge number of his clones using the Raven Mantle. The Golden Knight suddenly raised his sword and began to shout loudly. A quick and bright blow quickly flashed across the Golden Knight. Ned struck quickly and powerfully with a small dagger and glared at his opponent. Then he raised the dagger behind his back, lit up with red lightning, and, looking straight and furiously, shouted that this was the end. A moment later, a huge bolt of lightning struck directly at the Golden Knight, and Ned jumped back. In the place of the Golden Knight, only ashes and a sword remained, and the plot noted that the names of the Hugo brothers, who were among the 10 strongest on the continent. Ned, covered in blood, stood up straight and looked closely at the remains of the Golden Knight, and the plot added that at that moment they were crossed off the list. The city was burning with a bright flame and someone began to count to 3. The nun turned to the knight, opened her mouth wide and shouted that if he had recovered, then he needed to go quickly. The violet-eyed monk looked straight ahead and thought that because they destroyed the falling building and used defensive magic, the damage was minor. It was good that Alden freed the building from people. The monk suddenly found himself next to the wounded knight and, taking out a brightly glowing cross, said that he would now heal him, and the knight, turning his head at him, asked what he was doing here. Lucius looked furiously at the knight's treatment and noticed in his head that these larvae died, so the people woke up from hypnosis, which means Alden is either dead or neutralized. A moment later, Lucius turned his head sharply back when he heard a familiar voice. Then he smiled broadly and thanked the goddess Aria. The main character helped his red-haired, wounded comrade walk, and next to them walked a nun with a child in her arms. Lucius hugged the girl and child tightly. Jeff and Ned smiled at the knight and the girl, and the main character noticed in his head that in this way they upset the plans of a guy named Alden and restored the third parish of the main temple. The wounded lay in the hospital, and the healers used magic to treat them, and the main character said that after the incident, over the next few days, everyone forgot about rest. A crowd of knights walked tied up and with chains around their necks, and Jeff added that they were treating the wounded, arresting followers of the devil from the central parish, and much more. There was a lot to do. Lucius raised a golden glass above his head. The main character added that first of all, of course, the support of the allies was ensured, whose forces were practically gone. The Son of Light in the banquet hall put his hand with a glass in front of him and pointed it towards the clergy. One of them began to choke and cough up blood after drinking the contents of the glass. Lucius looked carefully at the dead monks at the table opposite, next to whom lay dead devil larvae, and Jeff said that a purge had been carried out of the cult followers who had been hiding among the temple employees for years. The light shone brightly from the windows and illuminated the room. Alphonse scrunched his face and slowly brought the mug to his mouth and said that the ability of a man named Alden was terrifying. He couldn't believe that a priest like him completely lost control of his mind, and because of the internal wounds inflicted by the larva, he could not get out of bed a few days. Lucius looked at the man with a smile and asked if everything was all right with him, and his uncle smiled and replied that everything was all right. Alphonse turned his head to the protagonist and his red-haired comrade and said that he didn't even know how to thank them. They provided an invaluable service. Jeff slowly lowered his head, put the cup to his mouth and smiled, noting that they had done what they were supposed to do. The main character extended his hand in front of him. It glowed with a blue light, and noticed that he should accept a small gift from them on the occasion of his recovery. A moment later, a cage with the head of a traitor named Alden appeared, and the main character extended his hand and pointed at it. Alphonse suddenly exploded, pointed his finger at her and shouted that it was dangerous and he needed to burn her. And Jeff turned to him with a smile and noticed that they had killed the royal larva and the ability had disappeared. So everything was safe. Now he had become obedient. He was taught good lesson. The main character turned his head sharply to the side and added that Alden was part of the leadership of the devilish cult. Maybe he could get a lot of useful information from him. Alphonse looked carefully at the cage and pursed his lips furiously. The main character asked his friend in a whisper if he could give away his head, and Ned, carefully sipping his tea, replied that it didn't matter. They already knew everything they needed, and they had caused enough pain. And Alphonse shouted that in that case he would accept the gift. Ned smiled fiercely, his eyes glowing red, and he noticed that he was very pleased. The red-haired guy looked sharply straight and thought that he knew that he could not keep this matter in his hands. The main character put the papers with the text on the table and noted that they had extracted all the information. The composition of the cult, other hiding places, and the plan known to the traitor were indicated here. Alphonse began to quickly and carefully study the documents. A moment later he turned red with anger and asked if it was true. Alphonse read it more carefully and said that the plan for the coming of the devil, the destruction of the world and its reconstruction, the people who promoted it, the Eastern Alliance. An island appeared in the protagonist's head on which two alliances were located, and then the main character said that in the kingdom of Kayan, which occupies half of the Aslan continent, there are two forces, the Western Alliance and the Eastern Alliance. Scales appeared in his head, which were hung towards the west, and Jeff said that initially the two factions were equal. But after a queen and a holy son appeared in the Giornetti Duchy from the Western Union, this balance was disrupted. The main character stretched out his hand in front of him, looked straight attentively, and said that due to some negative factors, the Eastern Alliance continues to be in a state of decline. Some of their territories were sold to the West. Jeff suddenly lowered his head and, opening his mouth slightly, added that the difference in strength had become too great. The main character looked carefully at a couple of drops of tea remaining in the cup and noticed that this is why for several years now among the aristocrats of the Eastern Alliance, there have been admirers of the cult of the devil as a result of this. The main character sharply turned his gaze to the cleric, clenched his teeth furiously, and, imagining two huge dragons in his head, added that the two great insolubilities of humanity, the blue dragon Artalis and the ice dragon Marenia, began to destroy the western territories. Lucius looked carefully at the protagonist protagonist narrowed his eyes slightly and thought that it was for this reason that they were in such a hurry with the raid. The West had no time left. The Blue Dragon's nest is located in the largest grain region of the continent, and the Ice Dragon occupied the central port of the West. If nothing else, if you don't do this with the dragons, then soon the South will not exist. Alphonse put his hand to his mouth, imagined the symbol of the devil in his head, and thought that in the West, because of the current situation, people who have lost their homes and impoverished aristocrats are joining a devilish sect. It's hard to believe that everything was planned by a cult. Jeff sharply hit his fist on the table and said that, as Alden said, the followers of the devil only push the world to the abyss. Dragons do not help devil worshippers, which means that everything will end after the destruction of the blue and ice dragons. The main character extended his hand from the side and, looking carefully at the clergyman, noticed that he and Ned would talk with them. Alphonse opened his mouth wide and shouted that killing dragons in itself sounds crazy, so the two of them decided to deal with it. Lucius lowered his head slightly and asked with a small smile that they didn't need him. Jeff looked confidently at the Holy Sun, opened his mouth slightly and noted that he must protect the third parish. The seizure of the temple cannot be allowed, and the attacks have not ended yet. The Son of God is afraid to imagine what will happen if something happens to him or his family. Lucius looked at him confidently and agreed. Then he opened his mouth wide, turned straight and loudly declared that, in his own name, he was appointing warriors named Jeff and Ned as senior holy knights. The main character and the red-haired guy looked at him carefully, and he added that he also expresses gratitude to them for their help in defending the parish. They will be given gold, precious and magic stones. Lucius turned to the warriors, smiled slightly and said that the senior holy knights can visit any places under the control of the temple. They can also use objects and magic in the temple. He will write out a certificate stating that they are authorized to gather people and lead them. The main character folded his arms and smiled after the Holy Sun added that they would give them half of the offerings paid to the temple. Jeff looked straight and said that the status can be obtained documented, but due to some circumstances they cannot receive the mark of a priest. Ned noted that he did not need it either, and Lucius put his lips forward and noted that they would not be able to use the abilities of light. But the main character noticed in his head that they did not want to be controlled by the goddess. Lucius firmly shook the protagonist's hand and said that he understood that if his decision suddenly changed, he should say so and try to help with preparations for the upcoming hunt. Alphonse went out to see off the warriors and, looking at them carefully, thought that there was a raid on dragons. He was worried, but since Lucius put the name of the Holy Sun on the line, he could not say anything against. First they would watch, and the Holy Sun, carefully looking at the protagonist, asked when they are planning to leave. They need to hold a reception before leaving, to which the main character immediately received an answer that it is not worth it. A moment later, a pink light shone brightly behind the clergyman and the red-haired guy. The cage with the severed head flew up and began to glow brightly. The head began to decompose and turn into worms making strange sounds. The worms crawled out and took the shape of a head. And from there a voice was heard that said that he tried to make a connection, feeling the traitor's life force drying up. Brightly burning pink eyes appeared from the pile of worms, and a voice asked that they were the same heroes who were captured by traitors named Alden. Lucius opened his mouth wide and shouted who he was. The light became brighter, and because of it the room was no longer visible. The heroes covered themselves with their hands from the bright light, and the cage burst and the head flew out of it. The head shot up high and noticed that everyone bowed their heads until he bit. The head of the worms flew up, and the voice answered furiously that he was the head of the devilish cult. Jeff looked straight ahead furiously and examined his head. Alphonse opened his mouth wide and began to sweat. Ned clenched his teeth furiously and began to glare at his head. Lucius gritted his teeth, looked at his head with crazy eyes and thought that he had found out that Alden had failed and decided to do everything himself, and the weapon was now being repaired. The head of the devilish cult narrowed his eye and noticed that this is what it is, such energy. The eye felt the energy emanating from the protagonist and said that it turns out that he is the owner of a dragon's heart. The main character began to sweat slightly and, looking carefully at his head, wondered why he had already appeared. The main character remembered how the dark-haired guy stood in the banquet hall and hid a mask with the symbol of a demon, and thought that he knew that now it made no difference to the chapter whether the dragon's heart was missing or not. Everything that happened was part of a big plan. And he continued, enjoy your double life. The main character remembered the battlefield, how Ned fiercely squeezed the head of the Golden Knight and the head in the cage, and then added in his head that they calmly dealt with the traitor named Alden and his twins only because they were allowed to do so. The head of the cult had to do nothing for several more years during this time. He was going to eliminate the leadership of the cult. Order the Holy Sun to start a war between the temple factions, and then tear off the eggs of the main enemy. Jeff lowered his head slightly and, squeezing his lips, thought that there was some kind of special relationship between him and the traitor, but then he would not have stood and watched him being tortured. Perhaps just ordinary inconstancy. Ned and Lucius stepped forward sharply. The main character looked at them in surprise when his comrades covered him. Ned glared furiously at the head and shouted for the protagonist to run away and hide while they bought him some time. Lucius clenched his teeth tightly and, looking furiously, directly added that he could not be allowed to take the dragon's heart, and Ned thought that he easily destroyed the birdcage, ignoring the effect of the ban on the use of skills, which means that the head of the cult is at least an archmage. It will not be easy, but he also has an ace up his sleeve, the glimpse of honor technique. Jeff raised his eyebrows in surprise and wondered if he was touched. Ned turned to the Holy Sun and asked that he knew how to use a sword, and Lucius smiled widely and said to keep up with him. The Holy Sun, with a powerful blow to the ground, caused a charge of lightning and noticed in his head that the connecting spell would subside if the intermediary of the connection was destroyed. They needed to crush the head of the traitor. The golden and red bolt of lightning connected. Ned and Lucius hit the head with powerful blows at the same time. The sword did not touch the head, it was stopped by the purple pentagram. Huge purple hands grabbed the two warriors and pulled them apart. Ned gritted his teeth furiously and looked at his head carefully and thought that he used the Raven robe without giving him the opportunity to dodge. The activation speed is simply something. What kind of skill is this? Lucius began to struggle with all his might and thought that the magic was constantly dissipating. He could not use anything. The head of the devilish sect fiercely looked at the warriors and ordered them to retreat. They could not cope with this. The demon furiously turned his gaze to the side and thought that he did not feel traces of that woman. He would like to know if it was she who changed the situation with her intervention. But, apparently, he wasted his time. Symbols began to surround the red-haired guy's cloak, and the demon added in his head that he had nothing more to do here. A huge pentagram appeared above his head and fired charges at the warriors, causing them to open their mouths and begin to scream in pain. Lucius turned his head away and, gritting his teeth, began to yell. His skin began to become covered with something unknown. Ned threw his head back, clenched his teeth and screamed as his skin began to dissolve. Alphonse, trembling all over, tightly grabbed the cross on his chest and, trembling, began to call the goddess Aria. The main character suddenly struck a powerful blow and caused several dozen explosions. It was Yehir. The head of the devilish cult opened his eyes wide and looked at the protagonist in fear. The main character with red eyes fiercely clenched the sword of light in his hands. The main Jiryo sharply moved his hand and left a golden trail, and Jeff said that using the sword of light requires colossal preparation and serious characteristics. But with the permission or command of the goddess it can be easily used. However, other than that he has nothing else. But to destroy the link of curses, one sword of light is not enough. Several tablets with information appeared in front of the protagonist's face, and he thought that in this case, all that remains is to increase his characteristics several times. With such a set, he will be able to use the Sword of Light for about 10 seconds without the help of the goddess. The main character stared furiously with his red eyes straight and added in his head that the worst scenario could only be that he came here on the orders of the devil himself to bury them. Jeff looked carefully at the head with glowing eyes and noticed in his thoughts that now he has no chance against the head. He can, of course, destroy the head of the traitor and send a tough demon out of here, but the damage will be disproportionate. A direct collision must be avoided. The main character looked carefully and ordered himself in his head to pull himself together. Then he squeezed his eyes tightly and thought that it was a safe fight, if he wanted to win without losing anything. Then in this situation it would be necessary to take the head of the cult out of here. The main character remembered how he fought with demons named Tartaros and remembered the words that sounded like he was the first person who could resist him. Tartaros, in the protagonist's head, put his hand in front of him and noted that his tenacity was simply amazing. The Demon King began to walk around the protagonist from the side and with a huge smile said that they say that those who enter into battle without a chance of victory are stupid, and those who run from one kind of enemy or give up are not wise. They are ordinary weaklings. Then the moment appeared in the hero's head when Tartaros came to the angels and began to yell that he, the devil who had conquered 10 worlds, had been punched by some man. The Demon King gritted his teeth furiously and shouted that this was a lie and it didn't happen. Everything must be corrected quickly. A moment appeared in the protagonist's head when Mercy looked at him with a smile and said that he wants to fight again and win. What he thinks about this. Jeff suddenly opened his eyes and noticed in his head that Tartaros wants a clean victory, wants to defeat the completed version of the hero, so killing him now is contrary to his plan. The main character looked carefully at the head of the cult, and he said that he thought that he had come here in vain, and thought that the head of the cult had appeared here of his own free will. The head of the cult narrowed his eye, looked furiously at the protagonist, and noticed that there was such an interesting shot here. Who he was and why the goddess of light chose him. Jeff grinned slightly, lowered his gaze, and said that since the head of the cult himself was asking him, he could not help but answer. Then he put his hand in front of him with a bright coin. Jeff tossed a coin on his fingers and added that talking for free was not interesting. He was offering a bet. They would ask each other a question. The main character grinned even more and noted that if he wins, he will reveal his true face to his comrades. He can do the same. The head of the cult opened his eyes wide and shouted loudly. Lucius clenched his teeth tightly and thought about the protagonist's words. Ned opened his eyes in surprise and paused to think that even Alden didn't know this. How did the main character know? The head of the cult narrowed his eye, looked carefully at the protagonist, and thought that his magic search skill allows him to detect lies. He really knows his true face. The main character looked carefully at his head, slightly opened his mouth, and, without removing his hand in front of him, said that he should not be stupid. If he organizes a bloody party here, his comrades, of course, will be finished, but he will be able to escape, and he has plenty of time. He will ruin his life. Other things being equal, there is no need for him to reveal the secret of his precious existence. A demon in armor and with a mask on the other side put his hand to his chin and looked thoughtful. The head of the cult narrowed his eye and agreed. The main character again tossed a coin and, smiling broadly, said that it would always be like this right away. Everyone in the room began to look in horror at the falling coin and did not take their eyes off it. Jeff carefully caught the coin and pressed it with his hand. The head of the cult looked carefully at the protagonist and said that he was heads. The main character gritted his teeth and chose the eagle. Jeff began to slowly raise his hand and a bright coin glowed from there. There is a coin on the guy's hand. He says the word tails, indicating which side of the coin fell on his hand. He is asked how he can guess 10 times in a row. Sitting in a bright room with the glare of the sun, Ned says that he can do it 100 times, and in the eyes of a trained person, the falling coin is extremely slow. Opening his gaze, the man seriously looks forward, and says that on that day, except for Bishop Alfonso, there was not a single person who did not see this. A gold coin spins in flight. Armor-gloved hands grab the coin, slapping it on the other hand. Ned remembers which side the coin fell on before Jeff covered it with his hand. Lucius and Ned focus on the coin and say that the coin is on the tails side. Looking at the main character standing in front of him and Shagoff, Ned thinks that he does not understand that the guy is blindly trusting fate. Or is this just another trick? And if not, then why did he choose a game in which the one who speaks first wins? The cult leader says that the side of the coin is on tails. Jeff, on the contrary, said that there would be an eagle. Opening your hand a little, the shine from the coin becomes more and more visible. Ned says that later, they were able to find out the reason. The coin on the protagonist's hand begins to exude enormous magical energy, causing him to close his eyes. The explosion from the coin scatters its light throughout the entire area. Recalling this moment, Ned says that the light was the energies of Jeff here, and the cult leader colliding with each other. Jeff transfers his magic to the coin, just like the head of the devil cult. Sitting under the glare of the sun and indoors, Ned explains that victory or defeat is counted only after the hand covering the coin opens completely. The coin flies in the air. The character says that the one who flips the coin wins. The main character is hit in the face by an enemy. The coin continues to fly in the air. Stepping on his feet, Jeff removes the monster's body with his explosive magic, causing it to dissolve. The flying coin is grabbed by both the hands of both the guy and the head of the cult, to which the villain creates another huge hand and directs it directly at him. Ned goes on to say that the winner is the one who flips the coin, breaks through the opponent's defense, and secures his position before the hand is revealed. This is an ordinary confrontation of forces, says Ned. The head's hand jumps with all its weight on the main character, which is why Jeff fell to the ground with enormous force, breaking the stones under him. The stones fly into fragments. The head's hand and Jeff fly down. Ned says that was the point of the game. The head of the cult hovers above the cliff. Ned goes on to say that if you compete without certain conditions of winning and losing, it will be difficult to back down, so the main character made a rule. The guy is trying to fight the head of the cult. He opens his hands holding the coin, breaking the chains surrounding them. Ed continues to say that everything will be resolved soon. The coin is knocked out of the clutches of the head and the guy, flying forward with great speed. The eyes of the head and the guy opened as they followed the coin. The gold coin flies upward, illuminating everything around, and leaving behind a trail of solar energy and bright pink. The main character breaks through the body of the cult leader at the speed of light, being almost at the flying coin. The head's eyes widened, realizing that this was the electricity acceleration skill of the person from the east. Jeff breaks through the bottom of the earth, throwing away stones from the force of his blow. He lands right at the bottom of some temple, breaking the stones and scaring the local nun. The guy stands with his hand down, exuding a strange magical atmosphere. The time for draconization has expired. The guy looks down, saying it's a shame. There is a coin cut into two parts on the ground. He says that it is a draw. Ned continues to say that in the end, only the building collapsed. He sits opposite Claudia in a certain living room, and raising his hand, continues the story that Jeff managed to drive away the head of the cult without serious damage to their side. The girl notices that Mr. Jeffir is incredible. Ned agrees, adding that the protagonist saw right through him. He knew how to deal with him, and forced him to leave. Holding a cup of tea in her hands, Claudia asks what about the bet, because the winner had to ask a question and reveal the true face of the opponent, since it was a draw. The silhouette of another character replies that they put it off and decided to fight another time, attracting the girl's attention. Jeff and Lucius appear before the couple and call them masters. Claudia and Lucius join together, and Ned began to ask the protagonist sitting next to him if he knew how to know this spell, to which the guy answered in the negative, saying that it seemed that the temple also had no ideas. The guy shows his mark on his hand. The story goes that this is a communication ring skill, evidence of a promise made between two people, and if one of the participants violates this agreement, then punishment time comes for him, while the second participant's ring is destroyed, and punishment time extends one of the 5 senses by a month. Holding his hand with the mark up, the main character says that until the start of the second battle, he will not be able to reveal to them the true face of the head of the devilish cult. Looking around with Ned, Lucius thought to himself that nothing could be done, and this is the situation. And if you act according to Mr. Jeff's instructions, nothing will change much. The blonde's thoughts are interrupted by the word of Jeff, who says with a grin that they will go directly. Lucius opens his eyes in shock, and Ned closes his eyes and thinks that he knew it. Sitting on the sofa with a sinister face and crossed arms, he says that he can give a riddle for them to think for themselves, or a clue, and it will only be an indirect reference. The guy says that this story is more dangerous than the Eastern Alien. Bringing his eyebrows together and looking at his comrades, he says that he can only tell it to someone he completely trusts. Lucius and Ned looked at the main character with doubt. A man with a bouquet of roses walks along the corridor of a luxurious palace. He thinks about the head of the cult of the devil. Suddenly the man looked at his hand with the same mark as Jeff's and said that he was surprised and thought it would immediately give away his identity. But the promised ring did not disappear. Remembering the moments of the battle, and thinking to himself that when the hero proposed to compete in this way, the head thought that he was a complete psycho, but maybe it was a bluff. Squinting with anger, the leader thinks to himself that his vile motives are too obvious, and in any case, he is looking forward to the outcome as long as it does not disappoint him. A man approaches a girl with long black hair standing in front with a bouquet of roses. She slowly turns around. The girl looks directly at the man, keeping her arms crossed. A man with red kind eyes with a bouquet of roses looks at the girl and congratulates her on her 20th birthday, calling her by name Altair. She, taking a bouquet of roses to her, tells the man that he cannot be recognized without temple robes. Thanks for coming. The story tells that she is the first princess of the kingdom of Cayenne, Altair Justina Cayenne. She addresses the man standing opposite her as a brother. History tells us about him. He is the first prince of the Cayenne kingdom, the youngest cardinal of the Temple of Light, Polaris Albert Cayenne. The story reveals that there is a spell that leaves a symbol on a body or object until it is removed. There are 2 options. The first is always visible to the eye, like a slave brand, and the second only when they specifically want to show it, or a magical effect is activated. An example of such a phenomenon is the stigmata, the mark of the priest, the ring of promise. A symbol that appears on the body can harm the status of an individual. In the bedroom of the castle, one small candle burns, illuminating the darkness of the night. Lucius lies in bed with his wife Claudia, thinking that the cult leader, if you add up everything Jeffir said, is practically invulnerable. Seriously looking forward, he continues to think that his family cannot avoid the upcoming battle, so they will fight and win. A man's hand wipes a sword with a rag. NZHD wipes the blade of his sword while sitting on a wooden chair. Lucius continues to think that the revenge is not over yet. The teacher, the head student, and the other assistants that Aldian mentioned. He will not stop until he kills everyone. Ned looks down seriously. Lucius continues to think that he would have been lost without Jeff and regretted his stupidity after betraying the cult. Ned, holding the sword straight in front of him and holding it with a rag, thinks that he owes him his life and swears that he will repay the debt even if he has to fight the devil himself. Jeff sits on the bed, practicing his magic flows. He thinks to himself that there is not a single clue. Opening his gaze, he continues to think that he cannot understand why the head of the cult appeared. Against the background of gears, he continues talking to himself, that no one changes so easily, neither man, nor demon, nor God, and every effect is preceded by a cause. And if other actions are performed, this means that the one who knows the future has changed history. Remembering the fight with the cult leader, the main character interrupts himself in the story, saying that the cult leader remained in the shadows after transferring the apocalypse plan to the 12 apostles, so his historical role remained the same. And when he attacked Ned and Lucius, the guy admits that he did not feel a strong threat, and the leader seemed to be driving flies away from him, but nothing more. Still sitting with a serious face, he asks himself if he was just wondering who took the dragon's heart. Focusing his gaze even more and withdrawing into himself, he again asks whether there is something that Jeff doesn't know about, or whether he really forgot something. Suddenly, the main character's hand begins to glow brightly, forcing him to turn his attention to it. Against the backdrop of the windows overlooking the night sky, he continues to think that when everything falls into place, he will begin to act, and there are still a few things that need to be dealt with before leaving. The mark of a silver key appeared on the guy's hand. The story goes that this is the key to a forgotten castle, and its owner can put the item in the silver room at any time or move there himself. Remembering Angel in front of her, she says that she is expanding his abilities regarding the key, and she needs to convey something to him. Let him look at her on how to free himself. The guy, standing opposite her, all bloodied in memories, thinks that the angel said that before disappearing in Juridica's room, when the guy threatened the gods. He looks at his hand with the mark of the key, and thinks to himself that she is rushing him, and will listen to what she wants to tell him. Suddenly, lighting up brightly, Jeff immediately disappeared from his bed. He appeared in a white palace with green plants. A guy in black clothes looks at the room with interest, asking out loud that this place is somehow connected with the silver key. An angel appears next to him and says that this is true, and his key is connected to the guest room of her villa. The angel Mercedes appears before him along with a beast on a golden chain. She says, "Welcome to the hero." Looking at her, he thinks about her one-room villa, and tells her that I still can't understand who gave him the silver key, so it was, asking what it means that angels can also provide special skills. The girl looks at the guy with kindness, telling him that she is still responsible for him because she has special powers. Continuing to speak, she adds that besides, the gods crave spectacle, and if he meets a boring end, her reputation will suffer greatly. Narrowing his eyes in disbelief, he answers the girl with sarcasm that he is so grateful that he is ready to cry, immediately changing the subject, asking what she has to say to him. Holding the chain in her hand, she tells him to sit down with her. They immediately found themselves on the sofa in the living room, to which Jeff thought that this was teleportation. The girl, controlling the magic of telekinesis, pours tea into a cup in the air, saying that they will move straight to the point, and the conversation will be about additional rewards and rules, and it was, of course, interesting. He will no longer tolerate rudeness like the threat to commit suicide. Pouring tea into the main character's cup, she says that with the next such joke, the special skills available to the guy will be taken away. The guy sits, in her mind, against a dark background of various monsters and magical creatures. She explains that since Jeff is now the prey, all his skills will be transferred to the one who will hunt him. Holding a cup in his hand with a malicious expression on his face, he says to himself that they still strain their brains, and they say that if the guy does not want to give all his property to the enemy, then he should play by the rules and not arise, and I knew that such a trick would only work once, and if they lied in the same way twice, then could they even be considered gods? Looking at the angel and making an evil face with a grin, he asks what about the reward, and he definitely heard that the goddess of light will give him cool things, and let her not hesitate and post everything at once. The girl elegantly drinks tea and says that he has already received something, and a relaxation of the requirements for using the Sword of Light. Such a privilege has never been granted to a person who is not a priest. And as for the conditions for the complete removal of restrictions, he needs to either receive permission of the Goddess of Light, or receive an order from her. The angel looks at the main character with a malicious look. Against the backdrop of a huge city in the middle of the mountains with the dawn appearing, Mercedes says that this is another new rule, and let him carry out the orders of the gods. Then special skills prepared not only by the goddess of light, but also by other gods will be awarded to him as a reward for completing the mission. And of course, they prepared only the best for the guy, selecting privileges based on the strictest criteria. The angel puts her hand on her chest, looking at the hero with kindness, and says in her thoughts that, as she already said, there is nothing free in the world. Jeff adjusts his iron gauntlet and puts his feet into the straps as an angel tells him to serve the gods and carry out their tasks, and prove that he is worthy to own everything. The main character, against the backdrop of the rays of the sun, proudly sat on a horse, fluttering his cloak in the wind. The monks bid farewell to Ned and Jeff, saying that although this is part of the plan, it is very inconvenient for him to send the heroes through the gate building in secret, and they will receive them with full honors upon their return, giving the word of the bishop. Sitting on a horse, the guy says no, and they shouldn't do this. Sitting on a horse, a bracelet is visible on the guy's hand. He thinks that now, when the end of the raid is approaching, human spies are watching the temple, and thanks to this trinket there is no longer a need to move around at night, but it is better not to go out through the main gate. The story tells about this trinket, stating that it is a bracelet of mist. It grants the ability of invisibility, and the size can change according to the size of the user. Claudia hands the basket to Ned, telling him to take it. She has collected food for them for the long journey. The story tells about Claudia's food basket, that after eating it, stamina and mana are restored, and Claudia cannot use healing spells, but she has the ability to cook energy restoring food. Ned looks at the girl with kindness and remembers that when the golden knight pierced his stomach, she treated him with it and says her words of gratitude. Jeff turns to the side and tells Lucius that they are relying on him for the rest of the work. Lucius, with a confident face illuminated by the sun, wishes good luck in battle. The warriors on their horses galloped away from the monks in the temple. The blonde, looking after them, thinks that there is not only a cult of the devil, aristocrats, moneybags, travelers, there are countless numbers of those who hunt for the heart of the dragon. He continues to think that his role is to pretend to be the owner of this artifact, diverting attention to himself. He will buy Mr. Jeff time and space to maneuver. Against the backdrop of the huge gates, the guards begin to shout that everyone should close the gates and not let anyone in. Against the backdrop of a huge city, Lucius shouts that from now on, the third parish is in his head. The ghostly Princess Juridica in her dark castle says that the traces of Jeffir are moving away. She looks up, saying it looks like he's leaving the place. A man appears behind her, lifting the robe from her head, saying that they too will go where they need to go. The princess agrees, closing her eyes, tears flowing from her eyes. She says that this is where her role ends, along with her 1,000-year loneliness. A man and a girl open the gate and walk through it, illuminating everything around with green light. She says she is now passing on their mission to a follower. The main character rushes forward on a horse. A dove with a summons in its beak flies to the window of a white palace. Eurydice says that she will pass on their task and because she will go along with the follower. Princess Altair, opening the window, gives her hand to the dove so that he gives her the letter. Opening it, she reads the contents and suddenly sees that the letter is from brother Lucius. Against the background of the image of her brother, she reads his letter, where she congratulates her on her birthday and apologizes for not being able to attend the reception, adding that they will not be able to see each other for some time. And as an apology, he sends her a small gift that he's sure she'll love. Reading the letter with a grin, she says that her brother always said that and sent something wonderful. Suddenly, the princess hears a noise from the street. Someone shouts to someone about whether he knows who he is, and let everyone be careful, because this monster is strong. Against the background of people lying broken around, Jeff stands on the head of one. She looks at the guy in surprise, and in the letter, Lucius wrote that his gift was a person who could help her. The main character also looks sharply at the princess. The bright sun illuminates the white Lindell castle. Jeff thinks that this is Altair territory, and she received it along with the title of Archduchess when she was only 16. Warriors on horseback ride into the open gate with guards. The main character holds a letter in his hands, saying that they have a letter from the Holy Son, Lucius Giornetti. Against the backdrop of a white castle, a servant asks the soldiers about the letter and says that he will accompany them. Ned looks around, thinking to himself that the buildings here are not bad at all. The guy remembers how Lucius handed him a letter with a red seal, and said that the letter had his stamp on it, ordering it to be handed over to Her Majesty. He was sure that the princess would help them. Ned says that he may think so, but can she help in hunting dragons? The two men walk forward. The main character thinks to himself, saying that if he thinks about it, he is from the aristocracy. He immediately asks the warrior if he knows the princess. Ned, looking forward, he says that no, and he saw her once in childhood, at her reception in the royal castle. Ned looks at Jeff and says that many people say that she is burying her talent, so he doubts that she can somehow help them. Suddenly, a small star appears in the sky above the guys, flying towards him. Unexpectedly, a knight from the sky landed right next to the shocked warrior. His spirit comes out of the warrior, and Ned, looking around, asks what is happening, to which the servant says that they were probably scared, but the matter is different. Looking at the other warriors against the backdrop of the White Castle, the servant says that these are the princess's favorites. A surprised warrior with red hair asks in his head in surprise that these are minions and not robbers, standing against the backdrop of the emotionless protagonist. Jeff begins to tell, imagining the image of a princess with blue butterflies next to him. That Princess Altair Justina Cayenne is beautiful, noble, and talented, and from birth she has everything that is needed, the sparkling star of Aslan. Remembering the moment when Brother Altair refused the throne, saying that he, Polaris Albert Cayenne, renounces his right to the throne for the sake of serving the Temple of Light, he renounces the title of Archduke Lindell, granted to the royal priest. The main character notes that even luck was on her side, remembering how her father, the king, said that since the second son was sick, the right to the throne passed to Altair and her husband, noting that the crown was given to her without a fight. The dubious silhouettes of the princes revealed their motives, that if they married the princess, then he and his son would be kings. Crossing her arms and leaning on them, opening her mouth a little, the girl thought and said that before marriage she would say something. Sitting leaning on the table and raising one hand to her face, she, with a mystery in her eyes, says that she will not utter a word to anyone who does not prove his strength and honor. There was a huge queue in the square with the pavilions. The guy says that countless noble men who wanted to win the favor of the princess challenged, were defeated and returned, and so on in a circle. A girl with long white hair viciously slams her opponent into the ground, crushing the rock beneath them. A tan girl with white hair looks sternly at her next caller, shouting at him to go next. The story tells that this is Altair's first knight protector, Ophelia Amrit, against the background of men shouting that they want to challenge, and then their heart-rending screams can be heard. Despite all this, he says that some kind of chaos is going on here, admitting that he is somewhat surprised. Looking at the favorites watching the battle, creating an atmosphere of fire blazing around them, he says that these people seem to him incapable of anything, but they have a pretty good level of training. The servant, scratching his beard, tells the warriors that they are right, and many were hired to represent the interests of the favorites in the arena, and if the aristocrats hit Lady Ophelia in a coordinated manner, there may be a chance that the princess will recognize their strength, to which the red-haired guy notes that that's why even the priests were driven here. Jeff looks ahead and thinks that he and Ned are no match for him, but he shouldn't despise them for that, because the real problem is different. Looking at Ophelia, who skillfully holds her sword in her hands, he says that the problem is that the opponent is one of the 10 strongest people on the continent. He looks at Ophelia with a kind look, and in his thoughts greets her, saying that they have not seen each other for a long time, and she looks younger. Apparently they met earlier than last time. Suddenly a man stands opposite the hero and calls out to him. Towering over the guys, an intimidating man in uniform with a cap asks them who they are. The man's eyes are tense and look at Jeffir with anger, telling him that the end of the line is in that direction, and they have been here for 3 days already. They are not disturbing the order. The guy looks at its form and says to himself that it is a yellow bird with blue edges and a priest from the Temple of Heaven here, a representative of another religion that competes with the Temple of Light. Jeff looked up at the man, thinking that it looked like he had come in place of the aristocrat, telling him that they were not participating in the competition, and that he should ignore them and mind his own business. Hearing this, the man's gaze became furious, and she began to ask the hero in a rude tone what he had just said. Looking sternly at the man and holding the letter in front of him, the main character says that they have come to deliver a letter from God's son, Louis Giornetti, and let him get out of the way. With a hostile outlook, Jeff tells him that Lucis saw that it is urgent, asking if he is willing to take responsibility for the late delivery. The warrior opposite him clenched his teeth and remained silent. Giving way, the warrior steps aside, pointing his hand at the path, saying that it's true. Why does he need this? And of course, they can pass. Walking forward, Jeff notices how annoying they are, but the warriors in uniforms turn to him at that moment and ask about the Holy Sun, and isn't he storming the dungeon now? To which another man from the squad says that he could have already returned, and something is suspiciously fast, because the princess assisted in organizing the raid. Grinning and looking to the side, the leader of their detachment tells the other that he knows nothing, and after completing the campaigns, people send letters, in a special order, first to friends and then to the temple, and only then to their lovers. Hearing this, the main character stopped. He turned with a wild look at the priest, asking himself what he had just said. Laughing and grinning, the priest says that all the residents of the capital know that there is a vicious relationship between Lucius and his cousin, and they say that they have a child, and they are secretly raising him in the temple. Wanting to continue, the priest receives a powerful blow to the cheek, from which the teeth began to fall out of his mouth. The man's body crashes into one of the towers, and Jeff, who hit him, stands clear and motionless. The priest's companions, frightened, begin to call out to him. The main character tells himself that there is a strained relationship between the temples of light and the sky, and that is why these guys are so infuriated that Lucius is higher than them in status. The guy asks himself, but what does Altair have to do with it? And what did he just say about the girl who loved only Jeff until her death, about the relationship with her cousin, and that he hasn't been hit in the face for a long time? Stretching out his hand to the top, and beckoning the remaining warriors with 2 fingers, calling out to them, and saying that they too should come to him. Looking hostilely at the enemies, the hero releases his energy, illuminating himself with it, telling them that they are stupid people who have been standing here for 3 days to get hit in the hat, and no one hits them, so they are bored. He continues to say that they don't have to stand in line. He will kill everyone at once. Hearing this, the assistants of the priest rising from behind began to tremble with fear. Against the backdrop of a beautiful building with a pond, the servant laughingly says that there hasn't been a fight in line for months, to which Jeff apologizes, justifying it by saying that they offended a respected person and he couldn't stay away. The servant, opposite the men, says that it is his fault, because he, as a butler, must avoid conflicts. The servant looks at the guy with interest, telling himself that usually, if a fight breaks out, Lady Ophelia appears, but this person was dealt with very quickly, and their clothes do not look like temple or knightly ones. And perhaps these people are not just messengers. The men are interrupted from the conversation by the princess's question about whether they liked her greenhouse. Jeff looks at the girl with a kind look. He tells himself that in a previous life he would not have known Altair for several more years. A girl on shoes approaches the hero. He continues to talk to himself about how his real mission would only begin after training with Ned, and he can't believe that this moment has already arrived. The guy goes down and elegantly kisses the hand of Milady in a red dress. The girl's gaze lingers on him, and she begins to think about him. Against the backdrop of a greenhouse and butterflies, the princess says that she read Lucius' letter. Addressing the knights Japhira and Ned, she says that he recommended them, but said that they would tell her about all the details personally. Covering half her face and looking at the men, she asks them what they can do for her. Ned, standing behind the company of the princess, her protector, and Jeff, asks himself whether he is imagining it or not. He looks at Lady Ophelia, who looks at him with anger. Ned asks himself why she is looking at him with such a disapproving look. Making his face even more serious, Ned says that it was not he who made the noise, but Japhira, or they have already met somewhere. Altair looked forward, covering her face with her fan, and asked Jeff to answer her question about what he could do for her. The protagonist, along with Altair and other people, stood on the street where the sun's rays brightly illuminated the place. Jeff looked ahead and began to think. He realized that Altair's contact had not yet been fully developed, and the princess could not view other people's memories like Eurydice. But since she had this innate talent, she was able to recognize people thanks to her special perception. Jeff imagined in his head how Altair was sitting on a chair, and realized that she, having retained her gift, was able to assemble a team and entered into a fight with the followers of the cult. The protagonist realized that the princess was his comrade in arms, who was the first to resist. Jeff remembered in his head how she held his hand, after which he realized that for him, overwhelmed by the thirst for battle and a sense of revenge, she was the girl who showed him the right path and a big dream. The protagonist was lost in thought and realized that all these ridiculous searches for the groom were needed only in order to find the best warriors, and the cult sent and gradually captured the kingdom. Altair's capabilities and her succession rights to the throne could not guarantee victory. Jeff lowered his hand down, and it began to glow with bright rays. He realized that she needed a strong ally, after which he asked Altair for forgiveness. He moved his hand to the side and began to emit bright streams of energy, and he stood in front of her in his best form. Developing his cloak, he said that he could become one and thought that it would be easiest to show. The people who stood nearby hesitated and were lost in thought. They realized that it was the power of a dragon, and they fully realized that Jeff had a dragon's heart. Altair looked back and called out to Ophelia. She asked her if she competed with Sir Jeffir, and she, closing her eyes, said that she did not fight. She walked forward, drawing her sword, and said that she would try to strike him 3 times, after which we see Jeff and Ophelia standing opposite each other, emitting strong energy, and flowers grew, and butterflies flew next to them. The protagonist and the girl looked at each other with stern eyes, and between them a butterfly sat calmly, collecting nectar. Ophelia realized that Jeff was just standing there, but there were clearly no weak points in his stance, and if she mindlessly rushed to attack, she might run into trouble. After which the girl took a step forward and realized that she had to act extremely carefully. She moved slightly to the side, holding her sword in front of her, after which we see how the butterfly raised its wings. After she collected all the nectar, she flew up. At that very second, where the grandmother was collecting nectar, an impact occurred. Ophelia and Jeff entered into battle. The girl struck many blows, and from one collision she realized that with the movement of her hand the protagonist was able to deflect the entire blade of the sword, after which she collided with him 2 times. From this attack she realized that all her blows did not leave a scratch on Jeffu. After the 3rd collision, Jeff put his hand in front of him and struck the girl. The weapon flew out of her hands, and then a heavy blow with his palm followed. Ophelia jumped back. The girl raised her head up, and Jeff immediately stood behind her and touched her shoulder. The protagonist stood behind her, developing his cloak. Ophelia stood in a stupor and lost in thought. She could not understand how he could be behind her so quickly. The girl looked to the side with a smile and said that they thought it was worth continuing, because she had seen enough. Ophelia could not understand where this mana, movement, protection came from, because everything was at the highest level. Altair hesitated, holding her hand near her face. Jeff said that he heard that the blue dragon destroyed the food districts, and they are looking for a solution to this problem. All this time they were in a beautiful garden where many flowers grew, and Jeff said that there was no point in creating new arable land, and the followers of the devil were breeding like cockroaches, because these lands would be devastated again. But because of the impending threat, they would all have to cultivate areas of the thorny mountain range, after which he said that a couple of mountains should be demolished from you. The protagonist looked at them with his keen eye and said that then it would be possible to divert the cult's attention during the raid, after which Jeff extended his hand forward and said that if everything was done quickly, then in a month he would be able to bring them the head of a blue dragon. Altair looked at him and asked what he wanted in return for such help. The protagonist lowered his head down and said that they could determine the reward themselves, because what was important was that during the cleansing of the Eurydica tomb, problems arose. Now there are not enough people in the 3rd parish, and therefore they were left without healers, and there was healing power. Altair, holding her hand near her chin, smiled and was lost in thought. She realized that Jeff was looking for more than just money and fame. The princess asked what the chances were against the blue dragon. Jeff approached her and said that it depended on her, after which he handed her a high-class magic crystal grimoire, created using the crystallization of magical powers, which made it possible to master the skill through meditation. It contained the ancient magic of the kingdom of Media, which he studied jurisprudence. In order to master the skill, it was necessary to master the ancient magic of Media, level 2. Jeff raised his head and said that it was her ancestor who entrusted him with the crystal, and demanded that it be given to the princess. Media's magic no longer existed, and Altair was able to master it thanks to one person, but she said that this training reached a dead end around this time. Jeff was lost in thought and imagined a crystal filled with power in his head. He understood that Altair would gain enormous power if he used the artifact right now, and she would be able to control the dragon heart in his chest. After which we see the entrance, which was illuminated by the rays of the sun. The protagonist said that they would go, and if necessary, they should be informed immediately. Jeff walked forward and realized that this one meeting was quite glorious, not at all like in his previous life. The protagonist walked forward with his comrades, developing his cloak, and realized that he missed her. But now they have met thanks to Lucius, and he can show Altair what she is really worth, and she will turn her attention to him. Jeff smiled and said that she would find him herself, and he would wait all this time. Altair at that time was sitting and smiling, holding her hand over her face. She said that Jeff was quite an interesting man. The princess called out to Ophelia and asked what she thought of him. Ophelia said that he was quite impressive, although she was worried that Sir Lucius recommended him, because he was not good at reading people. But nevertheless, Jeff had the skills that they've been looking for so long. The girl closed one eye and asked if it was too weak for someone who carried a dragon's heart. Altair smiled. It seemed to her that Jeff had not yet fully learned to control him, which is why he would soon become much stronger. The princess was lost in thought and remembered that dialogue when he gave her the crystal. She thought that Jeff spoke as if he had personally met with Lady Juridica, but she was an archmage, so it would not be surprising to find out that Juridica was wandering around the tomb. After which Altair introduced Juridica, who was in a white dress and holding a dragon heart in her hands. The princess realized that if Jeff's words were true, then Juridica herself performed the ritual on him and the heart. The princess looked to the side with a smile and said that he had a great chance for the unknown knight, and maybe he could help carry out her plan. Altair looked ahead and realized that there was something else that worried her. She remembered the moment Jeff had kissed her hand and realized that she had always felt either warmth or disgust from another person's touch. But when Jeff touched her, she felt something completely different. Altair opened her eyes and realized that she saw something completely different, as if their hands and touch created some kind of connection between them. But what it was, the princess could not explain. After which we are transported to the throne room, where a man was sitting, and another was asking whether the head had called him. A masked man with long hair lowered his head and asked what the order would be. This was the deputy head of Alfred, second in the hierarchy of the cult followers. The masked man said that there was an opening among the 12 apostles. Alfred raised his head and became lost in thought, surprised that there was an opening in the ranks of the cult leaders. He assumed that Alden had failed. The masked man looked at him with his menacing gaze and asked if he was trying to make sure of this through him. The deputy head lowered his head and fell silent. The head said that it was he who should have scouted the situation and proposed the next candidate himself. Alfred was on his knees and listened to everything that the head told him, who radiated strong energy from himself. The masked man said that it was the deputy head who should have disposed of all the remaining apostles, but the apocalypse plan had to be carried out, and Alden's failure should have created problems in their work. Alfred rose from his knees and was lost in his thoughts. He realized that he had disappointed his leader and did not understand what kind of mistake this was. The deputy head called out to the man behind the column. He clenched his teeth and told him to immediately prepare a ghostly horse for him, as he would go to the third parish. After which we are transported to another place and see Altair standing near a huge stone on which a magic circle is depicted. Altair looked at her hand, on which the crystal lay. She was lost in her thoughts and realized that it was touching. Like deciphering ancient texts, the princess understood perfectly well that the order for the tomb was over. This thing fell into her hands. After which, a high-class grimoire appeared before us, which will help increase her magical power, and which was created using the crystallization of magical powers, allows you to master the skill through meditation, and in it remain the ancient magicians of the kingdom of Media, who studied Juridica. Memories came flooding back to her, and she remembered how the girl held her face and told her that the allotted time would soon end, and his student should forgive her for not being able to teach her more, but she was sure that Altair would be able to find a way how improve your abilities. Princess Sting, the crystal near her chest began to glow brightly. She had to defeat the head of the cult, after which there was a bright light from Altair. The princess opened her eyes and saw many magic circles in front of her. Valdir looked around and realized that this place was subspace, and she also realized that the crystal was connected to her mind, and magical knowledge was like stars that surrounded her around. She looked to the side and saw a violet flame that began to talk, and asked the princess if it was beautiful here, after which she said that it was the magic of Media that they had learned. And from the flames a girl in a white dress appeared and grabbed the princess by the hands. She said that she was just a spiritual body that remained in a magic crystal, but she still wanted to meet the princess. Then she called her heir, after which we are transported to Jeff, who extended 2 fingers to Ned's hand. The protagonist raised his hand and said with a smile that he was going on a party, and meanwhile the protagonist's friend had to find the followers of the devil in the castle. Ned raised his hand to himself and exhaled. He said that it was even for the best, because he doesn't like noisy events anyway, so he would have to let Jeff have fun, to which the protagonist asked what that meant, because they had to take care of everything find out. Ned pulled out a silver bracelet in front of him and asked the protagonist if he really didn't need it, because he himself said that if you didn't shine your face, it would be much easier to act. It was a fog bracelet. It had the effect of invisibility, and the wearer would use 2 bracelets at once. Then it can only be tracked by detecting the legendary level. Jeff, with a smile on his face, looking in the mirror, began to button up his clothes and said that in this mansion there was one of the 10 strongest fighters, so he would need 2 bracelets at once, otherwise he would quickly be raked. The protagonist looked to the side and remembered Ophelia in his head, and noted that she was looking at Ned rather disapprovingly. Jeff took the poker, and his comrade, holding his hand near his chin, said that it was true, and he himself did not understand why they saw it for the first time, because such a stove is rarely seen, and even with magical skills, but he definitely could not forget their meeting, after which he assumed that she knew from the time of the cult. After which he took a potion with a pink mark and assumed that she was much more dangerous than him. The potion he took was the Eye of Truth. It allowed him to see the insect in the body of the devil's followers. Jeff began to stir the coals and said that it seemed to him that that girl was one of the devil's admirers, but still asked Ned to be on the alert. After which he was lost in thought and was sure that his comrades themselves would do a great job. After which he put the poker in place and decided that he also needed to get ready. The protagonist began to straighten his hair with his hands, after which he lowered his hands a little lower. The protagonist looked in the mirror and moved his hands to the sides, and his face was completely different. He was lost in thought and used a face-changing technique, and his oriental technique allowed him to change his appearance, and this was a special technique of a shadow disciple, who in the future will become one of 12 apostles of the cult. He went to the palace, where there were many people who also decided to attend the ball. Jeff thought all this time and realized that these expressed faces and poses all very impressed those around him. But he is an expert in such techniques and can easily deceive a person and immediately disappear into the crowd. The protagonist began to examine the chandeliers that were in this castle and realized that his Novik was not so good. He started down the steps, and there were a lot of people in front of him, but if he was at a reception, where new faces loomed every day, and everyone was drunk into oblivion, then anything could work in this situation. This was Lindell Castle, a separate wing where there was a ballroom. The protagonist looked to the side and saw two men standing and drinking. He realized that the people who challenged Ophelia were her warriors, aristocrats from all over the kingdom, and they were honored guests in this place, so you could not talk to them without proper tact. After which we see the full size of the castle, where there was a luxurious street. Thus, a separate wing of the castle became both the noisiest front door, and at the same time an overnight stay, where various meetings were organized every night to look at the various minions and fighters who fought for the heart of Altair. After which we observe three people who were sitting at the table and talking, and around them there were a lot of people who were talking completely about their own things. Jeff again plunged into thought, realized that his work here was to collect information, search for fighters, because they, who were famous people in his past life, could be useful, and he needed to find the warriors who died while he was training in the cave. After which we see how the protagonist sat down at the table and began to talk with other people. A man with glasses asked where Jeff was from. The protagonist introduced himself as Smith, and he was a knight of Milady, who was dancing a little further. Other men were talking among themselves, and one of they said that there had been no news from the third transition for several days, and his sister's husband went there as a guest, and why was he ordered to inspect the surroundings until the riot was over, but they never let him in. Another man asked why they are busy, these informants, because almost no carrier pigeons flew to them. A girl from the first company asked the Baron where he had gone, and he, in turn, with a smile, holding a bottle of alcohol in his hand, said that they serve very good drinks there, and that the princess told him a rumor that a few days ago on 3 smoke rose in the passage. Another company of men wondered if Cardinal Alden had occupied it while Lucius was away, to which another said that there was no reason for it, and Sir Alden remained neutral in the Temple of Light, and perhaps he was simply engaged in eliminating the followers of the devil in the temple. And then it turned out that the Cardinal and the Holy Sun united. Jeff looked with his keen eye and immediately understood everything. Everyone showed great interest in Lucius and the progress of the raid, and no matter what table he sat at, the same conversations were everywhere. After which everyone brought their glasses, and Jeff was again lost in thought. Although he understood that no one knew how the campaign would end, and that hundreds had happened, no one would deliberately spread the information, after which they suggested leaving all political conversations for tomorrow and drink today. Jeff raised the glass to his mouth, and the man with glasses watched intently. He sat down next to him and asked if that was why they were sitting at the table, and Jeff looked surprised. The man smiled and said that it was surprising, because everyone who was here knew the Baron. But as soon as our protagonist sat down at this table, they began to mistake him for him, and even though the Baron himself had long since left to dance, he looked angrily at Jeff, crossed his arms and said that this was a pretty good skill, and if he was not mistaken, then it was he who brought the Sky Priests down to Earth. The protagonist smiled mischievously and was lost in thought. He realized that this man did not look skilled enough, but he managed to recognize the change in face, which made him wonder who this man was. After which we are transported to another place and see an unknown person walking along the corridor with a candle. He continued to walk forward and was quite tired. After he took a couple of steps, someone grabbed him by the hood and pulled him aside. After which we see Ned, who stood with a candle and looked at the corpse of a man from which bugs had crawled out, and behind him there were many of them. The east wing had been cleared, and he decided to move on. After which we see how someone in the night sky, where the moon was visible, was heading somewhere. Ned stood on the roof, unraveled his cloak and watched the estate. He was lost in thought and noticed that the estate was very huge, and he could not believe that it still belonged to one person. He looked ahead with a serious gaze and thought that he could not get used to it, although Lucius' house in the temple was similar in size to their old house, so he felt quite comfortable. He became lost in thought and imagined a picture of a kind family with a child stroking a cat, and he noticed that it was very warm and cozy, because once upon a time everything was the same for him. He remembered how he saw off and waved his hand to his loved ones, sending them on their way, and they promised to bring him a gift. But he did not suspect that it was at that moment that he was seeing his mother and sister for the last time. Ned looked to the side, and a dark silhouette stood in front of him. But if his sister had been alive, she would have become his wife, and this whole disaster would not have happened. After which he looked to the side and noticed a man. It was Ophelia, who stood and looked at him. She asked what he had done, because the guests were in full swing, and this was a rather unusual place for a night walk. Ned's gaze became much more serious, and he did not understand when she managed to approach him, because he did not even sense her with his instincts. It was his mistake. He clenched his hand into a fist and began to collect energy. Ned realized that thanks to the effect of 2 bracelets, he could not be easily detected, but the main defender of the princess was able to do this, because she was one of the 10 strongest, and this title was not given for beautiful eyes. Ophelia continued to look at him and told him not to worry, because she came because she felt a strange energy here, but she had something to do with him and asked him to make time for her. They continued to stand and look at each other, and Ned decided to ask frankly how long she had been following him, to which the girl said that it was difficult to deceive him, and from the 2nd floor of the eastern building she began to follow him. After hearing this, he hesitated and said that the conversation would go faster, because he killed the followers of the devil, and the girl could check it herself because there were larvae lying next to the corpses. After which he apologized for wandering around the castle, but his leader decided that it would be faster. The cleanup was much better than any explanation, because every second counted. Ophelia smiled and said that it was amazing and was the most reasonable decision, but he was somewhat mistaken, because she spoke about the purpose for which she came to him. After which there was a blow, and Ned stepped aside in surprise. Ophelia was lost in thought, remembering how she fought with Jeffu, and the dragon raid was the princess's desire. She made every effort to gather the best warriors and lead them to victory. The protagonist dealt a strong blow when she lost to you, after which she told Ned that his comrade had already proven his worth. But that was not all. She pointed the blade with a blue aura forward and said that she had to test it, and it had to show what it was capable of. The guy, in turn, accepted the challenge and with a confident look asked if she wanted to receive punishment, because he accepted her challenge and fight with her. After which we are transported to another place and see a dog with a black muzzle and a body, like a ghost, sniffing something. This place was not far from the 3rd crossing. After which we see Alfred, who was surrounded by many other dogs, who also sniffed and walked forward. She was lost in thought and realized that she had found what she was looking for. There were also traces of Alden's demonization and lightning strikes. She was sure that this was it belonged to a warrior of the royal tiara stream, and it was obvious enough that there was a disciple of a man from the east here. She looked to the side with her keen eyes and realized that where the Silver Knight's footprints were, the footprints of several people were also visible. She realized that an attack using luminosity was used. She looked ahead and saw an open, empty carriage. She came closer and went inside. Then she touched the wall of the carriage and felt something sticky. She brought it to her mouth and licked it, after which she realized that it was Persephone's poison, which could not possibly be here. Her face immediately changed and became dissatisfied. She realized that the man from the east and the Holy Sun, who had joined the Tarantula cult 3 years ago, had united together, and they were planning to get rid of Alden. She could not believe that one could be so crazy on a mission from success on which the future of the cult depends. After which we see many pigeons that were sitting on the rocks. Letters were tied to their paws, and a huge castle was visible from above. The entrance and exit to the third at the first were closed, and because of this curtain spell, preventing logical analysis, nothing was visible inside. And the carrier pigeons sent by informants gathered in the same place, as if they did not know where to fly. Even though carrier pigeons were specially trained birds, on the continent of Aslan, carrier pigeons were magically assigned places for delivering letters. After which she imagined a black and yellow crystal in her head, which emitted powerful energy, and it seemed that something very valuable was hidden in the temple. Alfred looked ahead and imagined in her head a man in a white uniform, who told her that there were 3 masters on the continent who could perform the rite of fusion with the dragon heart. She realized that one of them was the head of the cult. She assumed that if the team of the Holy Sun was able to get another master, then they will be able to stall for time to complete the ritual and stabilize the dragon's strength. She continued to stand and look intently forward, and in her thoughts she realized that everything fit together. Because if a person has such power, then the indignation of visiting patrons about the closed gate becomes an empty phrase, and if the information goes outside the temple, then problems could arise, and they thought of it all. Alfred imagined a picture in her head where 2 people stood with their backs to each other, and between them there was a black and yellow crystal that glowed, radiated strong energy. She wondered who owned this dragon heart, a man from the east or everyone after all, a holy sun. After which we see the moon, which was hiding behind the trees. She realized that if it was the first, then it could be assumed that he had gone mad and used his son, and if it was the second, then there was a possibility that a man from the east betrayed the cult. She turned her head and saw someone's cloak. She knew that she had to act, and several days had passed since the fight with Alden, and she had to find direct evidence before the dragon heart transplant was completely completed. After which she looked intently forward and noticed something was wrong. Alfred stood in the forest and watched the man in the cloak, who also stood and watched her back. The unknown man was completely in a cloak, and his face was covered by a hood, but his evil red gaze was visible. The unknown man still continued to pierce her with his gaze and spoke. He suggested that Alfred was the deputy head of the cult, because she was wearing a mask with a bird's beak. After which he suddenly disappeared and jumped to another place, causing the deputy head to hesitate along with her dogs. She began to take out her weapon and release the power. Plunging into her thoughts, she assumed that this was her instinct after all, but that person was connected with what happened in this whole matter, and she realized that he could not just be missed. She stood still and sent her dogs into battle to catch that man. The dogs chased an unknown man in a raincoat, and he ran away. After which they caught up with him, and one of them bit his hand, causing him to slow down. Alfred smiled and was glad that the dogs were able to catch up. After which the man raised his hand, and it began to sparkle with red lightning. He extended his hand forward in front of the dogs and used the Thunder Palm skill, after which he was able to hit 2 dogs with ease. Alfred looked at it all in surprise and became lost in thought. She realized that it was the flow of the royal tiara. After which she extended her hand to the side, holding a burning object, and said that it was very good that they were able to meet, and then called him a man from the east. After which she raised her hand up, her sword began to curl around her body. She said that she had something to do, and asked the man from the east if he would cooperate in a good way. The man stood in a hood and hid his face, only his gaze was visible, and after that he said that she was still a thorn. After which we are transported to the castle and see how blue rays sparkled at the top. After which Ophelia and Ned jumped from the castle and began to fight in the air. The protagonist's comrade took out his sword and put it in front of him. It seemed to him that there were indeed notes of bias in her words, after which he said that they had already made 3 blows. He looked at him with his piercing gaze and said that the problem was that those who were inferior to her in strength could not take part in the dragon hunt. After which they landed on the ground and started fighting on the ground. They both threw many attacks at each other and tried to hit each other. Ophelia held her sword in front of her, developing her gorgeous hair. Their swords crossed and were ready to strike each other. But after that, Ned's sword began to develop like a snake, and easily began to envelop the girl's sword. Ophelia looked at all this in surprise and did not understand what was happening. It was a mirage sword, a magical weapon. The length and shape of the blade changed depending on the skill of the user. Ned looked at her again with his gaze and made one more attack. After that, the girl's sword was knocked out of her hands, and it began to spin in the air. But Ophelia was not taken aback and continued to look at her enemy. She bent down and threw a kick, but her opponent remained calm and was able to dodge the blow. Ophelia jumped into the air and began to gather strength in her legs before striking Ned. The blow was so strong that her opponent jumped back and a shock wave hit everything ahead. After the impact, the fog rose, and the silhouette of Ophelia was only visible, standing still and looking forward. But she was struck by the fact that she heard a voice behind her, and only the dark silhouette of Ned could be seen, who praised her technical school. He stood behind him with his arms crossed and said that if it had hit his real body rather than the illusion, he would have been in great pain. It was a raven robe, which, after creating a copy, the user could instantly move short distances, and the girl, in turn, was lost in thought and did not understand when he managed to react and dodge her blow. The protagonist's friend closed his eyes and said that anyone would hear rumors about such a famous person like her, and even if she was sitting within 4 walls, he asked if she hadn't shown all her tricks yet, and they could continue. Ned opened his eyes, and they shone red, after which he said that he also had an ace up his sleeve, and if they both began to play seriously, then this matter would clearly not end well, and then suggested that they stop there. Ophelia looked in his direction and didn't understand what kind of ace he had up his sleeve. She asked if it was the Royal Tiara flow technique. Ned was surprised and stood in shock. He did not understand how she knew this. Ophelia looked at him with her blue eyes. Her hair began to curl. She said that the most valuable part of her body was her eyes, and the invisibility spell or curtain was not a hindrance to her. That is why she was entrusted with this. After which we are transported to a hooded man who was standing near the river. He bent down and began to drink water from the stream, after which he began to be glad that he had time to break away. She realized that the deputy head of the cult was the one whom the teacher had always feared, because she was not an easy opponent. After which he began to remove his hood and was lost in thought. The situation was developing beautifully, and the raid ended immediately as soon as they got rid of the princess's servants, and due to the complete betrayal of another student who participated in the operation. The deputy head of the cult is now wandering around the area, and that, he's sniffing around. The man removed his hood to reveal red hair held in place by a beautiful hairpin. The man's disciple from the east was one of the 12 apostles, known as the Smiling Girl. After which Ophelia looked forward and said that she tried to stop her from stealing the precious heart. The girl stood opposite Ned, who listened with suspicion to everything she said. She said that his movements, glances, breathing, and the smallest details were so similar, as if they were trained in the same place. After the fight, she was absolutely convinced that everything was exactly like that. She said that Jeff was also very similar to her, but he had already proven that he was not dangerous for the princess. After which we see in the moonlight a girl who took off her hood with a smile. She had long red hair and red earrings, and she herself was wearing a dark cloak. She confidently looked forward and asked where she should clean up. Ophelia said with a stern look that the Smiling Girl was very similar to him, and they were like brother and sister, then asked if he was really their ally. Ned stood up in surprise at this news and was lost in thought. He did not understand what it all meant. We are transferred before leaving from the third entrance. Bloody worms appear in front of us, and someone coughs. A man covered with a huge number of worms sits on a chair, and asks in a grunting voice that he is not so angry now. Ned stands in front of him, holding a knife, and the guy covered in worms, looking ahead, continues to say that he was an ordinary priest, and he apologizes, because the fact is that he was ordered. He did not intend to hurt him and his family. He should not do this to him. On the contrary, he should have thanked him. Frowning his eyebrows, he continued to shout that it was he who sent a man from the east to him, and he also gave money for his training. Now Ned is strong, and where was he when the streets of their cities were filled with terror? That's right, he was in the depths of the cave. A second later, blood flew out of the guy's mouth and he continued to scream that the children were dying of hunger and being eaten by mad cannibals. He created him. He saved him from death. Ned covered his face with his hand, looking ahead in fear, and the guy continued to talk so that he would listen to him. Frowning his eyebrows, he added that he should not trust Jeffir, he was deceiving him. Ned walked along the path, thinking that Alden's words were the ravings of a madman. Looking at the large mansion, he continued to think that this was why he ignored everything. With his eyes wide open, he thought about being alone. How could this be possible? He remembered the smiling Jeff's words that he was a shadow student who had been raised to replace him. Afterwards, he remembered how the girl told him that a student from the east, one of the 12 apostles, known as the Smiling Girl, she tried to stop her from stealing the precious heart. Frowning her eyebrows, she added that the shadow student is very similar to him. They are like brother and sister. She met her in person. She has the same hair, the same eyes, the age is right. Ned wondered, remembering the little girl, that he thought his sister was dead, but she didn't just survive. Frozen in fear, he thought that she had become a shadow disciple from the flow of the royal tiara. Standing in front of a large mansion, he continued to think that he did not understand which of them was lying. Had he really made a mistake again? Looking out the window, he saw a smiling guy. Furrowing his brows, he thought that he needed the truth. A girl appears in front of us, playing pleasant music on the violin. Eliza looks around the room and says that this is a night sonata, which means the reception is coming to an end. Philip shakes the protagonist's hand, saying that it's time for them to get ready, how time flies quickly. Let them drink tomorrow. Jeff replied that of course. He lowered his head and walked away from his comrades. Philip turned around, looked at his back and laughed, saying that he was an interesting person, since he was a merchant and had seen everything. But he had not met such an amazing interlocutor for a long time. Looking at Jeff's back, he added that he was not only strong, but also damn talented. He took the lead, but succumbed to his influence and unknowingly gave away state secrets. He is about 20 years old, but it feels like he lived all 40 years like Lucius managed to find such a person. Smiling, he added that it would be better not to find, but to choose. Maybe soon they will exchange roles, master and subordinate. Edwin looked at his father in surprise and asked that he was serious, and Philip, putting his hand on his chin, replied that his son would remember if he came across such a person, and he would shake everything out of him to the last coin. Unlike them, the merchants, aristocrats have nothing to rely on if they run out of money, so they need to be careful. Edwin smiled and replied that then, regarding the surveillance entrusted by the princess, he should report to Her Highness that he was not suitable. Philip adjusted his glasses with a smile and said that no, it's stupid to miss such a talent. They need to bribe him before others do. Eliza licked her lips and, looking slyly in front of her, added that she also thinks so, since they are entrusted with selecting candidates. They either take him or get rid of him. Jeff walked down the corridor, hitting himself on the back of his head with his hand. He thought that he only knows what he heard and saw, including in a past life. It is natural that he has no idea about those who died before he began Onway. He remembered Philip Pilgrim and thought that he was the head of one of the 3 large trading companies of the continent. In the past, he made a huge fortune by selling spices to the east. Known as the investor of Altair, Princess Lechery. In fact, he was the one who made Altair a key figure in the fate of humanity. The protagonist then remembered how Philip approached Altair, and, placing his hand on her chest, said that even as a member of the royal family, she would not be able to do anything without proper support. While the head of the cult was alive, it would be difficult for her to act. She must pretend to lead a purely secular lifestyle, while simultaneously building up military forces. He will help her with this. After which Jeff imagined how the killer stood at Philip's corpse, thinking that this is why Philip Pilgrim is the main target of the cult. As far as he knows, while Ned was putting on an escape show, the shadow killer killed the old philanthropist. Frowning his brows, the protagonist ruffled his hair, thinking about the fact that Philip's son, Edwin, also served as Altair, but he was unable to reduce the number of victims during the capture in the desert. More headaches, the first to prevent the killing of Philip Pilgrim, the second to deal with Shadow Student. Frowning his eyebrows, he continued to think that it would be hard for him. A smiling girl could take the form of a man, a woman, or an old man. In the teeth, I thought that even he doesn't know her true face. No one knows what she looks like. Walking into the room, he thought that Ned should have returned by now. Suddenly he froze, eyes wide. Ned sat in a chair in front of him with a dagger in his hand, his head bowed. Then he raised his head and asked menacingly, "Have you come?" Suddenly Jeff jumped back at great speed. He looked in front of him in surprise, wondering why he jumped away. He was stronger, but then why? After which he remembered how Ned had beaten him with a stick in the cave, and thought that when they had fun in the cave, he had beaten him soundly if he was in the mood for it. After which Jeff turned away, thinking that, apparently, these were reflexes, and then he asked what happened. Ned, lowering his head, replied that while examining the mansion, he came across Ophelia. She said that she had seen a girl who looked like his sister. The protagonist, sitting down in a chair, looked at his comrade in surprise and asked that he had a sister. Then he thought that this was the first time he had heard about this, but he recalled that Ned said that members of his family died when he was a child. Then his comrade, narrowing his eyes, asked that he could believe it. The older sister, whom he thought had drowned, was alive, and, as it turned out, she was. After these words, he raised his head and, frowning, replied that she was the shadow disciple of the flow of the royal tiara, which Ophelia tried to stop. Hearing this, the protagonist looked ahead in fear, asking what. Many thoughts came into his head that the shadow student was Ned's sister. Wasn't he mistaken? Did he remember exactly what the smiling girl's name was? Or was Ned testing him now? He knew that he couldn't hide the truth forever, but the shadow student turned out to be his older sister Nena. How is this possible? Then he opened his eyes wide, and he remembered how the girl grabbed him by the collar, asking who taught him this technique. She sat on the floor near the fire, covered with a blanket, answered that she did not remember her past. Because of one incident, the current carried her to shore, and she ended up in a foster family. She had martial arts abilities, so the teacher turned her attention to attention. Afterwards, she briefly smiled, looked down and added that if her younger brother is like her, then he has a similar talent. Maybe she will meet him someday. She would like to return both her memories and her family. Why is this even? She tells him. Afterwards, Jeff covered his mouth and thought that this couldn't be true. Why didn't he think about it? He gritted his teeth and continued to think that he personally heard from the man from the east that she has a rare gift for martial arts. There is a high probability that her younger brother has the same, in which case the man from the east teamed up with Alden and dealt with Ned's family to get bright students. Afterwards, Jeff got angry and thought that when he no longer needed Ned, he simply threw him out. What a bastard he was. Ned, lowering his head, said that he did not understand. Ophelia had no reason to deceive him. But if everything he said was a lie, it would also turn out stupid. Afterwards, he introduced Alden and the teacher and thought that his father trusted Alden and the teacher. They both trusted not those who should have. His father's life turned into hell, but him, so he is afraid to trust people. Ned had many memories with Jeff flashing through his mind. The first time they met, how he brought him food, and together they looked menacingly somewhere. How they attacked a huge monster, how they fought each other. As they killed the Silver Knight, he thought that they had overcome a lot with him. Together they looked into the eyes of death. He remembered how he pierced Alden with his sword, how Jeff looked at him menacingly, changing his form. Then he imagined how Lucius and Jeff stood side by side, thinking that they were comrades in arms. His dagger fell to the floor and he wondered if he wanted to believe him that their friendship was real. Then he looked forward and said that one word would be enough, no matter how small, to let Jeff prove that he could trust him. The protagonist lowered his head and stood silently for several seconds. And then, looking at his comrade, he said that initially they were supposed to meet only in 3 months. He continued to say that, having stolen the dragon's heart, Ned met the Silver Knight, found out the truth and escaped, hiding from the maiden worshippers, hiding from the whole world in the Gorge of Oblivion. One of the 8 insoluble problems of mankind, the son of a man from the east, his disciple, severely wounded and took the dragon's heart. Rouse continued to say that he was a slave of the temple who pursued him in his search. He fell off a cliff, rolled into a cave, and there he found him and learned the technique of flowing the royal tiara. Due to the wounds he received, Ned could not get out of the gorge. His comrade looked ahead puzzled and wondered what this meant. Jeff continued to say, imagining an apocalypse of monsters in his head, that, using the knowledge he had gained, he climbed to the very top, but he was unable to prevent the coming of the devil and save people. Looking at the fire, he added that if Ned was asking who he was the last of the men. The underdog hero, the one who had gone back in time. Calmly looking at his comrade, he added that he was Ned's only student. He frowned and looked ahead. Jeff imagined the notches on the wall and thought that in the past, Ned should have made a plan of action, taking into account how much strength it would take him to get out of the gorge, and his state of health. The protagonist remembered how he stood in front of Ned, his arms outstretched. He continued to reflect that the duration of the training, he had to deal with their survival. Ned looked menacingly in front of him, and Jeff thought that he decisively wanted to take revenge on his teacher. Looking at the notches on the wall, he thought that this desire supported the fading life within him. However, huge explosions hit the cave. Stones began to fall down. Jeff thought that they had to leave the cave earlier than he expected. A huge monster attacked them. It was the owner of the gorge, Ondior. The protagonist's entire body was covered with bloody marks. He stretched his arms forward, and then thought that he could not get rid of regrets. If he had gained his powers and gained knowledge a little earlier, everything would have been different. Ned grabbed him by the leg and then threw him up out of the ravine. Jeff, holding out his hand to him, thought that he could survive. Afterwards, a huge monster approached him, and the protagonist thought that he would not have to give up retribution and sacrifice himself for it. Ned looked ahead, smiling. Then he turned around and told his student to watch carefully. He, sitting on the floor, swung his staff. Red lightning appeared. Jeff thought about the weapon that he could not hand over to him. Opening his eyes wide, he saw a bright flash in front of him and thought about what happened that day. Red lightning exploded everywhere, and he continued to reflect on what he saw, which remained forever in his memory. The protagonist, sitting in front of his comrade, was silent. And then Ned grabbed his head and, lowering it, thought. Looking ahead, he replied that he didn't know. It was hard for him to believe it, but his words didn't look like a lie. Ned continued to think, remembering how Jeff fought against his opponents. He used a sacred weapon. Although he is not a priest, he knows too much. If he, at the mercy of the gods, really returned to the past, that means. Suddenly Jeff looked at his comrade and said that he understood that it was difficult for him to believe. But it was true. He thought that although he had kept something quiet, for example, about his relationship with the smiling girl, then, lowering his head, he apologized and added that it was in vain to gain his trust by deception. He was not sure that Ned would be able to accept the truth. The best thing was to make him suspect a cult. Frowning his brows, he continued to say that he needed to fight the devil again. Then he closed his eyes and added what else. Ned sat at the table with his head down, clutching his hand, and Jeff said that he wanted Ned to live longer. After Ned remembered how he and his father stood near a huge sword, he thought that this was true. He was driven not only by revenge, he was obliged to live in the name of his family, even if his status was taken away from him. But his duty was to protect his bloodlands, his family, everything what he has left. He remembered how the teacher said that if he stood next to him, he would help him take revenge. Ned changed his mind that it was he who gave him a name and gave him a purpose. Afterwards, thinking about the fact that the teacher taught him martial arts, he wanted to repay him with devotion. Afterwards, he remembered how he carried out all the instructions, giving his subordinate the devil's flute and the dark sphere. He believed that justice was reflected in his every word. Afterwards, he imagined that the chess piece was breaking, and thought that they were not connected by ties. But he considered him a member of the family, and helping relatives is a definite thing. These are the thoughts of the chess knight. I don't know the field. Looking out the window, he said that he blamed himself for living the time allotted to him so shamelessly. Afterwards, smiling, he said that life still has meaning, since he left at least something behind. Jeff looked ahead in surprise, and then Ned put his hand on his shoulder, thanking him and thinking that he had avenged him in a past life and helped him in this one. Smiling, he continued to think that the hero who came back to save the world, what kind of simpleton did he take as his student? But since he chose him, then he must be about this level. Leaving the room, he added, so that Jeff would not take too much on himself, now they would act together. The protagonist thought that everything had been resolved successfully with Ned. He promised to keep the secret, because the fewer people know, the better. If the events of the future become known to everyone, panic is inevitable. Besides, such information is their advantage. That day they went to meet Philip. We are transported to a room in which Philip and his comrades are sitting, along with Ned and Jeff. Then Philip turns towards the protagonist and says to be allowed to introduce himself. They are the confidants of Her Highness Altair. The matter moved quickly. Nothing else was expected from the princess's allies. Philip said with a smile that he would speak honestly. The princess showed great interest in them, but at the moment she was absent. Ned, bowing his head, thought that he was absent. But what happened? Jeff smiled and thought that since Altair was gone, she probably fell asleep because of the grimoire. He imagined a girl in a white dress lying on the bed, and above her a red crystal. This is a crystal grimoire, delivering information directly to the brain. But there is a drawback. While magical knowledge fills the head, a person is forced to sleep. The higher the level of the grimoire, the longer the sleep, body temperature may also rise, chills appear, and so on. Standing over Altair were two girls who used magic to make it easier for her. The protagonist thought that healers were probably taking care of her, but since the illness was mental, there would be little help from them. It all depended on how quickly Altair repaired his magic. He smiled and continued to think that they should try their best. They had a hard time with the law, so now was the time to relax. The next few days flew by quickly. We are transported to the alchemy laboratory. Jeff thought that they needed to prepare for the hunt for the dragon. Ned sat in front of his balls with his hands folded. They needed to learn new fighting styles and try out weapons. Eliza appeared in front of us, stretched her arms forward and said to come to her. She hugged Jeff and told him to trust her, and he told her not to delay. Afterwards, a lot of golden chains appeared around the protagonist. He screamed, and she thought that this was the hug of an angel, a skill that allows you to find out the state of health and physical characteristics of a person. A common skill among healers. The one on whom it is used gives the feeling of 1,000 slugs crawling over the body. Told him to be patient a little. If he continued to move, they would have to start over. Ned began to leave, saying that he had something to do and would go. Philip grabbed him by the shoulder and, pointing to the side with a smile, told him not to was leaving. He needed a health check to join the squad. Afterwards, it was heard throughout the room that he was refusing. The girl added that he should come to her as soon as possible, and he shouted in response. Ned appears in front of us. He is lying on the floor. A girl approaches him. Ophelia, placing her hands on her belt, looks at him and says that he looks incredibly pathetic. Then, frowning, she adds that the princess wants to see him, let him follow him. Hearing this, Jeff frowned and thought that Altair had woken up. Ned turned to him and thought that he didn't even know where to look. The protagonist, looking at the large white door, thought that the magic crystal should have contained the thoughts of the lawyer. She told him a lot. They were even able to talk a little. Then the door opened and he wondered if it was possible. Princess Altair appeared in front of them. She, sitting on the bed, told them to come through. The protagonist frowned and wondered if she had really learned something about him. A magic circle and a girl in white appear in front of us. She, standing in front of Altair, congratulates her and says that 3 stars have become in 1 row. Her knowledge of magic has reached the 3rd level. The foundations of ancient magical art are already inside her. Now only training will help increase its strength. A new star will appear at each next level. The girl smiles and adds that she is sure that one day Altair will study the last, 8th stage, which neither she nor anyone else will be able to achieve. And then, the girl's face becomes cloudy, and she adds that the path to the throne will open, and, unfortunately, she spent a lot of energy, so she will have to fall asleep before moving on to the next level. She will not remember her words. Now they are collected in a magic cup. Let her remember one thing. She must trust Jeff. He, as in his previous life, is for her sake. Suddenly, Altair opened her eyes and woke up. She got up from her bed. The servants jumped up to her and started shouting that the princess had finally woken up. Altair then grabbed her head with her hand, feeling pain. A nun approached her, saying that she should not make sudden movements, because the princess had slept for a whole week. Altair lowered her head and thought that she seemed to have learned something important, but could not remember what. Afterwards, looking in front of her, she remembered the words that she should trust Jeff, and he, as in a previous life, for her sake. After that, she said that the protagonist should be brought to her right away. Jeff, entering the princess's chambers, greeted her. Then Altair, sitting on the bed, turned to them and said that she wanted to see them earlier, but she was not feeling well. She apologized for meeting them in this form. The protagonist furrowed his brows and thought that how much she had learned from Juridika's thoughts. This could affect not only their relationship, but also the upcoming battle with the blue dragon. Jeff remembered how their hands touched Juridika. He thought that if Altair found out everything or gained the ability to read memories, like Juridika, he could wait with feelings. The important thing was that he would not have to convince Altair of the importance of tactics, which would save them from unnecessary headaches. Suddenly, the protagonist extended his hand towards her and wondered how it all really turned out. The princess smiled and thought that he was asking if she had received the contract. She replied that when Jeff gave the magic crystal, she thought that he just wanted to join her. But it turned out. She, looking at the smiling protagonist, added that his task was to make her stronger for the sake of his own interests. Afterwards, she raised her hand, continuing to say that, unfortunately, she cannot use it. The contact skill is of a high level, and she is only subject to 3rd level spells. She cannot read other people's souls, as her ancestor, who reached the 7th stage, did. She then added that they needed to return to their previous conversation in order to take action. Within a month, more precisely, within 3 weeks, a plan should be prepared to destroy the blue dragon. She smiled and added so that Jeff would remember that he had to be convincing. The protagonist raised his hand, on which a blue key was visible. He asked that they would discuss this over lunch. Suddenly, scrolls fell from his hand, and everyone in the room looked in his direction in surprise. They are then transported to the carriages. Jeff thought that a few days later, having finished with the preparations, they went to fight the blue dragon along with Lindell's knights and his healers. In addition to the silver key, he took with him a few more items. The protagonist, looking at the princess, thought that Altair officially went on a trip. Disguised as a princess, the maid went on a luxurious carriage to see the sights, so she provides her highness with cover. Seeing a smile on Altair's face, he wondered if she was really happy that she left the castle. Folding his hands, he continued to think that the cult supporters were most likely busy suspecting everyone and everyone in their ranks. He deliberately covered up the traces of the dragon heart in the 3rd hallway. Their attention was probably focused on Lucius's seclusion. Frowning his eyebrows, he continued to think about the fact that this would last a month, maybe 2. But no more, during which time he needed to quietly, without outside help, get a lot of useful things. He imagined the elves and thought that the first step would be to hunt the blue dragon and meet them. Then he remembered how Ned, raising his hand, told him that a man with whom they had just met was coming and said, in short, she was his girlfriend in the past. Who, in his opinion, would she take him for? Then 2 options, either for either a pervert or a moron, but he doesn't know why. but the princess trusts him, so they need to tread carefully. Jeff thought that he had one more concern. He decided not to tell Altair about his return to the past, because she had not yet mastered the contact, and had forgotten the conversation with the legal department. Frowning his brows and looking to the side, he thought that he had to embellish it a little. But why did she trust him? Lucius' recommendation had such an effect. He thought that maybe the fact was that in her past life Altair had lost several people important to her, which is why she was secretive and distrustful. Edwin, smiling, looked at his comrades and said that they had arrived. Beyond the pass lay the Danakil Plain, the largest grain region of the continent. This was his home. Ned, walking out into the field, turned around and said that this is where they come from. He was here as a child on family trips. Fields of wheat that never end, it's impressive. The wheel of the cart slowly stopped, and Edwin replied that he was right. In any Danakil house the traveler will always be treated. Hospitality here is considered obligatory politeness. Then he opened the window and added that this was the case in the past. Let them take a look at what is happening here now. Ned looked down the street and frowned in fear. Dead lands appeared in front of him. The whole earth was purple. Then a destroyed house appeared in front of them, under which lay the gnawed bones of people. Looking at this, he said that it was terrible. Philip came up to him and replied that it started 3 years ago when the blue dragon arrived. Altair, looking ahead, added that he settled near a reservoir and began to poison the water with his poison. The healers were unable to cleanse the land, and in 3 years 80% of the arable land was lost. Jeff, looking around, thought that soon the remaining 20% would disappear, then the land would become dead forever. It's a miracle that it still produces crops. It's all about the river water. They approached a small gate, at which stood a guard who greeted them. Philip raised his hand and said that they had some food, as always. They were immensely grateful to them. The protagonist, looking ahead, thought that now was the golden time. If they miss this moment, they will lose not only fields for sowing. Altair, having walked into a small village, turned to Jeff and said that this is a help station. They provide shelter for everyone who has lost their home. She smiled and added that they teamed up with the soldiers sent by the owner of the land's Danakil. There were still not enough goods. They needed to wait. They would collect what they needed and move on. The protagonist replied that this was a good idea. He then turned towards the small house as he heard heavy breathing. Going inside, he saw a priest sitting over a hunted man. He handed him a bottle of water and asked who the man was. The priest grabbed his head and replied that it was a knight, Sir Grimes. He arrived from the fortress. During reconnaissance, he was attacked. He destroyed the monsters, but was wounded. Jeff furrowed his eyebrows and wondered if his skin was purple. The dragon's poison had infected his body, or he had drunk poisoned water, or he had been attacked by a monster from the nest. Looking at the man's grave condition, he continued to think that healers would not be able to help. All that was left was to wait for death while doctors tried to alleviate the suffering. Suddenly Altair came up to him and whispered in his ear that she knew him. He was an honest knight. He could be trusted. Apparently the owner Danakil sent him. Jeff replied that it could be. He went down to the princess and answered that how safe this point was. She replied that she could make it as safe as possible, after which he thought that they were going to unite with them anyway. He took out the blue key and replied that it was good, after which he thought that if this rubbish is so deadly that no one can help with it, then he will find a way to neutralize its actions. 5 sharp needles appeared in his hands, and he, frowning his eyebrows, thought that for every poison there is an antidote. Then he said that now this station is a military base of the first level of secrecy. He took out needles with a potent poison. Afterwards, the protagonist imagined fate in his head and thought that he would not finish his poison soon. The fact is that the key ingredients are very rare, and some of them can only be obtained from his body, a strong poison, the basis of which is the blood of a human dragon Asmodeus. After he took out the needles, Jeff thought that it destroys all connective tissue, but if you determine its concentration and control the condition with the help of a healer, the body can fully recover after neutralizing the poison. He told the priest to heal every 3 seconds after the injection. Looking at this, Altair thought that the poison is from the medicine, and the medicine is in the poison. It all depends on the craftsman and his method that he uses, whether Jeff's needles will work against the blue dragon's poison. Suddenly she felt something and looked ahead in surprise, thinking that her mana detector had given a signal. Looking at the street where Philip was distributing bags of food to the poor, she thought that someone was approaching. Suddenly Philip turned around when he heard someone shouting that he was greeting him. A knight in golden armor on horseback appeared in front of us. He smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and how his comrade chewed this, the commander of the knightly detachment, the scarecrow Regulus Danakil. Philip extended his hand to him with a smile and said that he was glad to see him. To which Regulus frowned and replied that he had learned about the contents of the letter that he sent to his father, that is, the owner of the Danakil. They were collecting a raid on the Blue Dragon. They had been helping each other for a long time, and one could say they had become, in a sense, a family. Then he gritted his teeth and added that therefore, since he is the eldest son, he simply cannot help but wonder who is behind them. Philip frowned and asked what. Regulus replied that the hunt for the Blue Dragon should begin only in a year, and on the condition that the Holy Son finds the dragon's heart. He imagined Lucius in his head and added that that's why he sent his man to the third parish, who periodically informed him. But now the temple is closed and Lucius cancelled all meetings and locked himself in his office, as they understand the situation for hunting is, to put it mildly, unfavorable. He looked menacingly in front of him, adding that it would be right to first come to the castle and meet with the owner of these lands, but the fact that they are so hastily preparing for a raid and asking for military assistance leads him to believe that someone is playing the game for them, and this is dishonest. Philip smiled and replied that there was nothing wrong with pre-aging. He received an answer from the owner of Danakil that he would send reinforcements. He ordered it to be checked, or the Regulus himself made the decision, after which the knight extended his hand to the side and replied that it was useless to gain time with such jokes. First, you need to evaluate the rescue point. Suddenly, someone shouted very loudly. Regularly looked at the house from which a piercing scream was heard. He ran into the house and, frowning, shouted what was the matter, after which he looked menacingly in front of him. He saw a man lying in front of him whose skin was completely purple and vomiting blood with his mouth wide open. Looking at him, he shouted Sir Grimes. Looking menacingly in front of him, he wondered what they had injected under his skin. Looking at Jeff, he saw that he was holding needles, from which a dark aura emanated. After that, he swung his sword and shouted at him to get away from Grimes now. Suddenly, someone behind him hit him in the head with a heel. Ophelia knocked him to the floor and said why he took out the sword. The knight turned around, blood flowed from his nose, and then he shouted that the knight was the protector of the princess, why she was here, and why she had interfered with him. Altair, looking at him, replied that with the help of the detector she eavesdropped on their conversation, and from the main trading company his suspicions were natural. She then began to remove the hood, adding that however he could not hinder the upcoming hunt or harm their comrades. The letter his father received was not a request for help. Having completely removed her hood, the princess furrowed her brows and said that this was an order given to her personally by the princess of the kingdom of Caen Altair Justina. Regulus, seeing the princess in front of him, was stunned. And then, kneeling down, he said that he greeted her highness. The man, suffering from the poison, grabbed Jeff's hands and said that he didn't even know how to thank him. A second later, Regulus approached him and, bowing his head, replied that he asks to forgive him. He cannot believe that he managed to save the elite knight of their squad. He did not know this and was rude to him. Jeff, smiling, answered so that the knight raised his head, and then thought that he was capable of an apology. Apparently, all was not lost yet, which means that everything would work out without moralizing. Then the princess looked at Regulus and said that he remembered the times of studying at the academy. The protagonist guessed that they really studied together. The princess, with a smile, lowering her head, remembered their teacher and said that when they were given collective tasks, the guys from the team were afraid of him because of his harsh character. But, they say frankly, Regulus always paid more attention to details than anyone else. Therefore, there were never any disagreements or contradictions in the group. He was always out of reach. She smiled broadly and added that even now, as indeed, he wanted to find out about everything personally, the inquisitiveness in his character inclines him to trust. The princess then added that as an archduchess she would like to make a statement. She pointed her hand at Jeff and added that it was Sir Jeff who was sent by the goddess Aria to save the Holy Sun and the whole world from destruction. Regulus looked at the protagonist in surprise and shouted that this was Aria's messenger. Altair then held out the letter, remembering Lucius, and said that greed had clouded their minds, and they could not recognize the followers of the devil cult among them. But Jeff, blessed by Aria herself, appeared as their savior. According to the command of the goddess, the dragon's heart was given to him. His Aria's will is her will, and they must carry it out unquestioningly. This letter was written by Lucius himself. Regulus broke into a smile, tears appeared in his eyes, and he said that Aria, incredibly, it turns out that Jeff had come to share this honor with him. The protagonist grabbed his reddened face, thinking that now he could open an office called Professionally Deceiving for Money. This letter was also her invention. The princess turned to him and winked, and Regulus shouted that he accepted the will of the goddess. Jeff patted the princess on the head, thinking that this is what he understands skill. The girl with glasses and a hood looked at them with displeasure. Jeff thought that this is how the rest of the group members accepted him as commander-in-chief without much doubt, and in this regard he had several responsibilities. They ran forward. The protagonist said that he used needles on other patients, but they would not be able to be completely cured. In a few days the poison would begin to spread throughout the body again, so an antidote must be created as soon as possible, and the ingredients for it can only be found here. We are transported to the Great Elfin Forest, located in the western part of the Aslan continent. Tall trees can be seen everywhere, some of them are infected. Ned looks around in surprise, saying that he thought that he would die out, like the peasants' arable lands. He cannot believe that such a place still remains. The protagonist replied that the forest is simply fantastic in size. The princess, smiling, replied that everything feels different here. This is due to the high concentration of energy. After the village it will not be possible to ride a horse, since the horses are afraid of the strong mana. Philip, looking ahead, asked that they must go deep into the forest. He was somehow scared. Jeff replied that it was safe here, and then thought about the smiling girl walking around outside, how he would leave him there. He then furrowed his brows and remembered Mercy telling him that if it was possible to put a person there, of course she had no objections. He thought it would be convenient to use subspace. After that, he remembered how Mercy took the mug and added that, by the way, the previous owner of the silver key once complained that his comrade. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the protagonist, adding that after returning from subspace, he moved his head and was an animal for days. What happened? Jeff closed his eyes and frowned, thinking that friends needed to be protected by keeping them under his wing, so he would have to abandon the idea of a silver key. Then Altair raised her hand and, imagining in her head the forest where they were in the village, she said that the village, at least, used to be the land of Donatal. Now there is an outpost. The former members of the team are already waiting for them there. They need quickly get to the vanpost. Jeff and the princess rode horses side by side. Suddenly he felt something. Looking into the forest, he wondered what it was. For a moment he felt someone's gaze on him. Altair, looking at the protagonist, asked what happened, to which he, lowering his head, replied that he would like to check something. The events of the story are transferred to a dense forest, and Altair asked, turning to the side, with a calm expression on her face, that the last message from the village was 2 days ago. A carrier pigeon flew from them. And that's all, while a girl with red hair and a purple robe, with her head down, said that they, the magicians from the magic tower, installed a device that would release red smoke if there were problems in the village. However, this was her first trip there, and that's how it was told to her. A team of knights and carts walked forward in the middle of the road in the forest, and Ophelia, looking ahead with a menacing and serious expression on her face, said that she personally checked the surroundings with her own eyes, but did not discover either an ambush or camouflage skills until Regulus, having heard everything this. He closed his eyes and sighed heavily with a shy look and thought that everything would be fine, because they had such talents in their arsenal. At this moment, Jeff, tilting his head down a little, looked straight ahead with a menacing and furious expression on his face, thinking something he knew about the elfin forest. Immediately after this, memories arose in his head of an elf archer sitting on the ground, looking at his weapon and saying that his native land, and he's not sure that this story will be interesting to anyone, asks if he wants to listen, and continues to talk that this is simply a meaningless story of the past. Hearing all this, the protagonist, sitting next to him, slightly tilted his head down and closed his eyes. Holding a small stick in his hand, after a pause, said that the story that he mumbles even in his sleep is pointless. A bright fire burned on the ground and rose upward to a flame of orange-yellow color, while small pieces of wood were gradually taken away from inside. And Jeff said that it didn't matter, and let him talk, and reasoned that he talked about Elfin every time there was danger. The forest was shrouded in a huge number of different plants hanging from the trees, and vines with beautiful white flowers and branches with small red berries, while the protagonist reasoned that at the same time, lighting a fire as if trying to ward off the darkness, and thanks to this, he had learned enough about this forest, and Elfin is a wonderful place. Immediately after this, Jeff, tilting his head down a little, looked forward with a menacing and furious expression on his face, as if he was enveloping himself in darkness and thought that behind his beauty was hidden something that could consume a person irrevocably, and mentally conveyed a message to Ned, saying that he should protect the head of the trading company. At the same moment, he added that the attack could happen at any moment, while Ned sat on his horse and moved forward behind him, turning sharply to the side, and with a serious and surprised expression, nodded in response, mentally saying that he understood. Then Altair suddenly stopped in place, sitting on her horse, and was very surprised and frightened, looking straight ahead, and talked about it while Jeff was next to her, who looked ahead with a menacing expression on his face. They both stopped abruptly in place, sitting on their horses, and looked ahead at what was happening, while right in front of them was a huge gate shrouded in green vines on all sides. A huge gate shrouded in a lot of green vines stood right in front of them, and a bright blue light was falling on it from somewhere, while Altair said that it was a forest door, and it was blocking the way for uninvited guests, looking ahead with a serious and disappointed look. Immediately after this, she opened her eyes wide and looked forward with great surprise and fear, thinking that earlier she was in another part of the forest, somewhere outside the village, but they had not reached it yet, and Y2 was here. At the same moment, the green vines on the huge forest gate began to move a little and rushed forward, gathering together and addressed people. Then, from a huge number of green vines, a kind of face was formed with eyes and mouth brightly glowing with yellow light, and it said that they must leave, this is not their land, and the horse Altair sharply reared up due to fear. Immediately after this, a projection of a key with a bright blue glow suddenly appeared on Jeff's hand, and he said that it means that the last news from the village was 2 days ago. At the same moment, the protagonist took out Georgius's sword from his subspace and grabbed it tightly with both hands, tightly squeezing his fingers. Then he, sitting on his horse, holding the blade in 2 hands, threw it over his shoulder and looked forward with a menacing, furious expression on his face, saying that this time was quite enough to capture her. Jeff, tilting his head down slightly, looked forward with a menacing and furious expression on his face, asking the respected one that they had done something to the settlers, while the embodiment of the forest gate, created from vines, looked forward and simply remained silent in response. At the same moment, Altair abruptly sank from her horse to the ground, stepping with 1 foot, and said that everyone needed to stop. Immediately after this, she, standing in her place next to the white horse, raised her hand to her chest and looked forward with great seriousness and self-confidence, saying, turning to the inhabitants of the forest, that she was Princess Altair, and they had come to talk. Hearing all this, the embodiment of the forest gates, opening his mouth wide, said that they wanted to talk, taking the whole army with them, and that now there was no sense of humor in their jokes, and, turning to the princess, asked what they did not convey their demands by carrier pigeons. It then added that because of her brother, they had nothing more to talk about, while Altair imagined in her mind the image of Polaris sitting on the throne with an arrogant expression on his face, while several warriors of the church stood behind him. He pointed his finger on the map to the place where the river flowed and said that it was true that it was the water that separated them from the inhabitants of the forest. Immediately after this, Polaris raised his head sharply, looked forward with a merciless and cruel gaze, saying that let each side build outposts with adjacent villages on their side of the river and dare not cross this border, no big battles. From now on the era of silence begins and an end to the bloodshed. At the same moment, he held in his 2 hands an incomprehensible bundle tied with ears of corn, and looked to the side with an arrogant and smug expression on his face, saying that they were declaring a temporary truce, and since they backed up their words with such a valuable gift, they agreed. An old elf sat at the table and trembled all over, gritting his teeth from discontent and overwhelming rage, while 2 elf warriors stood behind him, and Polaris continued to say that they can rejoice, and this is a respite, and they need it, and wished for their peace home, the noble elves of the forest. This moment, returning to current events, a huge number of green vines, tangled together, suddenly began to rise in the middle of the earth, and the knight scattered his fears to the sides. Immediately after this, a huge number of vines rose up and knocked them off their horses, rising high into the air, while they shouted loudly in surprise and said that the roots were moving. The protagonist looked forward with great displeasure and seriousness, thinking about elves, while an image of a beautiful elf, glowing brightly in green, sitting on the ground and looking forward, appeared in his head, and he reasoned that they have long ears, live several times longer than humans, and have a high predisposition to magic, and the clan long ago formed its kingdom of Elfine. Massive green roots quickly moved forward and destroyed everything in their path, scattering the bodies of knights in different directions, while the protagonist reasoned that over the course of 2,000 years, using the life energy of the forest and developing magic with alchemy, the elves built an impregnable fortress. At the same moment, Ned on his horse, holding Philip, maneuvered with great speed between huge green stones, and the embodiment of the forest gates continued to say that they must get out of here, and here they will only find death. The knights tried to escape from the attack of a huge number of green roots, while the horses trampled the berries that were on the ground, and said that there was nothing to be afraid of if they acted as in training. Suddenly, the berries, which had been trampled by the horse's hoof, sparkled brightly with a yellow light, illuminating everything around with their incredible glow. Immediately after this, a huge explosion of great power formed in that place and illuminated everything around with a bright yellow glow, while loud screams of pain were heard from there. At the same moment, Altair, slightly tilting her head down, looked straight ahead with a ruthless and furious expression on her face, asking that this was the answer and saying that it was a pity. She stood in her place with her arms stretched out along her torso as her dress and cloak fluttered in the wind, and right in front of her, the embodiment of the gate of the forest opened its mouth wide, releasing a huge amount of energy forward. Immediately after this, a huge beam of brightly glowing green energy suddenly flashed across the entire forest area, destroying everything in its path. At the same moment, the system notification window announced that the story was being transferred to the inside of the watchtower, where the elves were watching the forest and magical plants, while several elves stood in the middle of a huge cluster of vines in front of a magic mirror through which everything that was happening in the forest could be seen. The elf with green hair clenched his hand into a fist and smiled widely, laughing a little, said that the princess was worthless and those who would set foot on their land, and he was abruptly interrupted by an elf with yellow-orange hair, who sharply exclaimed that he was an idiot and must remove his hands from the crystal. Suddenly, in the magic mirror that the elves were creating, an image of the war appeared, standing in place and illuminating everything around with a bright yellow energy surrounding him. Jeff stood on the ground, looking to the side with a serious and menacing expression on his face, covering himself with his cloak. Altair, standing right next to him, had a sword in her other hand as the system notification window notified him of the Dragon Slayer mantle, which reduced any magical damage. Then the system notification window announced a light barrier that stops the enemy attack with holy power, while the priestess of the church stood aside and watched what was happening with a satisfied expression on her face. And the knights standing behind her said that this light barrier was so good and it was theirs commander, and they can't believe she completely repelled the attack. At this moment, the protagonist turned sharply to the side with a benevolent look and asked if she was safe, and Altair, turning slightly to the side, looked forward with a serious and confident expression on her face, saying that it was only thanks to him. Meanwhile, the elf with green hair was watching what was happening with magic and clenched his teeth in dissatisfaction, asking why there was not a scratch on them, and Jeff thought that all the elves protecting the forest door were just soldiers, and whatever their device. Immediately after this, the protagonist looked forward with a menacing and furious expression on his face, smiling a little, holding a blade on his shoulder, and thought that it would not stop him, saying that the door should open, while the system notification window notified about the dragon language skill, which gives words power. Jeff, Altair, and the rest of their squad stood in their places right in front of the forest gates, and a bright green light emanated from in front, illuminating everything around them. Suddenly, the protagonist looked forward and with a menacing and serious expression on his face, he thought that he felt someone's gaze on him, and it seemed, from there, reasoning that the center of the tree was a watchtower, while in front, a bright blue light emanated from a tree with a thick trunk. An elf with green hair stood next to his allies and spread his arms wide in surprise, saying that the forest door had opened and asking how this was possible. Immediately after this, the two elves flew back sharply with great speed, receiving blows directly to their bodies, and the elf with yellow-orange hair was very surprised and dumbfounded by what was happening, falling into a stupor and standing in her place. At the same moment, a hand in black armor grabbed her by the clothes and lifted her up, and she was told that she looked small, but she was definitely more than 100 years old, and first she needed to be hit in the face several times while she screamed so loudly in fear and closed her eyes. The protagonist moved one hand to the side, and with the other he held a dissatisfied elf with yellow-orange hair, who was jerking her legs in different directions, trying to escape, and told him to let her go in a menacing voice, and he said that later they would arrange negotiations. Suddenly Jeff opened his eye wide and looked forward with great surprise and incomprehension, trying to comprehend what he saw. I think that she is a little different from the elf. He continued to hold the elf with yellow-orange hair with his hand, holding her tightly by her clothes, and thought that, but these eyes, and she looked forward with a clearly dissatisfied and menacing expression on her face, gritting her teeth. Suddenly, an arrow rushed forward with great speed and force, cutting through the air, and leaving behind only a trail of brightly burning green energy. At the same moment, she flew straight into the tree and destroyed everything in her path, creating a large explosion, and leaving a trail of bright glowing green energy behind her. Immediately after the incident, Altair sharply raised her head up and looked forward with great fear and surprise turning to Sir Jeff, while the elf with yellow-orange hair looked displeasedly to the side and fell down along with the fragments of the tree, mentally saying that he is an idiot and decided to send her to the next world. And why did he even destroy the watchtower? And she was told that it was difficult for him to control the power, and she should try not to get caught. Away from everything that was happening, an elf stood in the middle of the trees in the forest, holding a bow in his hand, and the other took out a new arrow, while the elf with yellow-orange hair mentally conveyed to him, swearing that she would give a tip again, and then they should finish him off. At this moment, the protagonist held his hand in front of him and looked forward with a menacing and satisfied expression on his face, smiling a little, while he himself was all shabby and thought that this skill and this power definitely belonged to him, reasoning that he is one of the 10 strongest, an unsurpassed archer, who in the future will fight together with people against demonic creatures. The elf stood in his place and pulled the string of his bow, inserting an arrow into it, and looked forward with a menacing and merciless expression on his face, saying that the distance to the target was 1,015 kilometers and he would kill him with one arrow, while the protagonist reasoned that his name was Dariel. Suddenly, an arrow shot forward into a tree nearby with great speed and force, leaving behind only a trail of bright green energy. Altair, along with her companions, stood in place right in front of the gates of the forest and looked forward at the destroyed watchtower of the elves. While the knights said that the enemy was attacking and asked where the arrow came from, they said that the forest was thick and could not be seen. Immediately after this, the purple-robed sorceress raised her staff up and directed strange eyes with wings forward using her purple energy, and said that she would try to find out, and gave the order to the first to go to the commander-in-chief Jeff, and to the second to determine the direction of attack, while the window system notifications notified about the Eye of Greya transmits image and voice information between golems. At the same moment, a flying golem rushed upward with great speed, while the sorceress surrounded herself with a stream of purple energy, concentrating strongly, and thought that the trees were too tall, and the maximum radius of movement of the golems was 200 meters. Suddenly she opened her eye wide and looked forward with great surprise and confusion, thinking that she was finally seeing. The flying golem flew over the forest, saw a bright blue glow emanating from in front. An arrow flew right in front of it, shrouded in bright yellow energy and illuminating everything around, leaving a trail behind. At the same moment, this arrow, leaving behind a trail of bright yellow and green energy, destroyed the sorceress's golem, and she thought that it was magic and no, most likely, an arrow, and just a monstrous distance, and it was flying a kilometer away. Jeff stood on the ground, moving the huge sword to the side, holding it with both hands, and looked up while that same arrow, surrounded by a large amount of yellow energy, flew towards him with great force and speed. Immediately after this, the protagonist, continuing to hold the blade with both hands, pulled it back, swinging it in front of him with a menacing and furious expression on his face. At the same moment, he slashed with his blade at great speed and deflected the incoming arrow, while the energy of bright yellow and green colors spread throughout the area. The elf with yellow-orange hair, as well as Altair, who was watching everything that was happening through the sorceress's golem, were very surprised by what was happening. Jeff stood in his place, holding the blade in his hand, moving it to the side, and looked straight ahead with a smug grin, saying that this was not bad, and blood flowed in huge quantities from his hands. An elf with yellow-orange hair hid behind the debris of a tree and watched what was happening with great surprise and incomprehension, thinking that he had deflected the arrow, and this could not be, and it was just an accident. Jeff continued to hold the blade in his hand and was completely covered in a huge amount of blood. The elf thought that it did not matter and his hand was wounded. Immediately after this, the elf with yellow-orange hair menacingly and seriously pointed forward with her finger, tilting her head down a little, and thought that he would not last long, mentally turning to Dariel, saying that he should use something more serious, and she will ensure. At the same moment, Dariel looked forward with a menacing and ruthless expression on his face and pulled 3 arrows onto the bowstring, emitting a huge amount of bright red energy, saying that he was obeying Kiara. Then, with great strength and speed, he fired 3 arrows straight into the air, and they sparkled brightly red all around, while the protagonist reasoned that they were red comets. Jeff continued to stand in his place and hold the blade in his hand, raising his head up, and watched 3 bright glowing red donuts suddenly appear in the sky. Then the protagonist, smiling a little, looked straight ahead with great pleasure and thought that the arrows were 3 times more destructive and faster than ordinary ones, and these were red comets, while a bright yellow glow illuminated his face in front. Altair and her companions looked ahead with great fear and did not understand what was happening, while Jeff continued to think that due to the speed it would be difficult to reflect the arrows even with the help of a dragon tongue, and if they dodge, they would be covered by a shock wave. Immediately after this, the protagonist squeezed the hilt of his blade with great force, clenching his fingers and releasing an amount of black and yellow energy. It is said that then, at the same moment, his eye turned black and his pupil turned red, and he stared straight ahead with a menacing and furious expression on his face as bright yellow energy surrounded him. At the same moment, Jeff, activating his dragon form with a furious and merciless expression on his face, holding the blade in his hands, made several swings with it, sending cuts of yellow energy forward. At this time, Ned stood to the side and looked forward with great surprise and incomprehension, trying to comprehend what was happening, reasoning that his body seemed slow, like the swing of his sword. But in reality, not even a second had passed. The protagonist stood in his place after the blow was struck, holding the blade with both hands behind him, and yellow energy was sent forward towards the 3 red arrows flying towards him, turning into a majestic dragon, while Ned reasoned that in the next moment his movement turned into a dragon. Immediately after, the 2 majestic energies met each other in the sky, and the forest was illuminated by a bright glow of yellow and red colors that spread throughout the area. At the same moment, Ned was lost in thought and imagined green tree leaves falling from the sky, reasoning that in the east, one of the meanings of the last word in the royal tiara flow technique is dragon. And however, everything depends on the current mana and strength. As far as he knows, the technique has nothing to do with a real dragon, but he looked forward with great surprise and incomprehension, his eyes wide open, and realized that, it turns out, she has such a level. At this time, Jeff stood in his place in the middle of the forest and kept one hand on his belt, and the other held the hilt of the sword, placing it on his shoulder, while a huge number of green tree leaves were flying around. The elf with yellow-orange continued to hide to the side behind the roots of the trees and watched what was happening, looking forward with great fear and surprise, mentally asking herself whether he was really a person or some kind of beast in human form, and how to fight this creature. At the same moment, she sharply clenched her teeth in dissatisfaction and fear, continuing to think that they had already lost many brothers because of the blue dragon, and if this went on, then memories arose in her head of how she sat and cried by the bed in which the elf lay, and did not move at all, while she thought that it was her mother. Immediately after this, the elf with yellow-orange hair suddenly fell to the ground on her knees, supporting herself with her hand. At the same moment, she sharply bowed her head down and clenched her teeth with dissatisfaction and understanding of the hopelessness of the current situation, saying that they had lost and would not attack again. The protagonist turned sharply to the side, being in the form of a dragon, and with a calm expression looked forward at an elf with yellow-orange hair, who said that he was a man or a dragon, and she didn't know which, and if he needed something, she would do it this, but asks. Immediately after this, she suddenly raised her head up and began to cry with a look, saying that he should help them. At this moment, Altair, along with her allies, came forward and watched what was happening with a guilty look, while in the midst of the rubble there were wounded elves who rose from the ground and could barely stand on their feet. Jeff continued to stand in his place, placing one hand on his belt and the other holding the hilt of the blade on his shoulder, saying that he agreed, while his allies stood on one side and the defeated elves on the other. Immediately after this event, the narratives are transferred to small beautiful houses that stood in the middle of the forest, rising above along with the trees. Elfaf sat at the table and held the arm of the warrior in armor, saying that indeed the knight Grimes was recovering from poisoning, and some of the poison was still in the body, but this was the first time he had encountered a substance with such a powerful deterrent effect. Regulus stood aside and looked forward with a satisfied expression on his face, smiling a little, remembering the wounded man lying on the bed, who after his healing thanked Jeff, and he thought that Sir Grimes was unwell and frequent movements would only disperse the poison throughout the body. He deliberately followed the group to show by example the effectiveness of the antidote, and he is a real knight. The elderly elf sat in his place at the table, and others stood next to him as he said that his name was Heron. He was the elder of the ancient elves, and next to him stood Dariel and the protector of the forest, Kiara. At this moment, the protagonist tilted his head down a little and thought, imagining the image of an eye with a strange yellow symbol inside, reasoning that the high elves have considerable strength. Their unusual pupil shows the presence of a special innate skill. Immediately after this, Jeff sharply turned his gaze to the side and looked forward with a serious and menacing look, thinking that this, of course, is all true, but an elf with yellow-orange hair looked to the side with great surprise, not understanding what was happening. While the protagonist thought that Kiara was unrecognizable, and in the past she was slightly older, Kiara looked to the side with a dissatisfied and incomprehensible expression on her face directly at Jeff, who looked at her and thought that the elves had a period of some kind of rapid growth, and in general it was not clear how old they were. Immediately after this, the elder of the elves sharply said that this also concerns the tree of life, and he could not believe that another of the people appeared who was capable of such a thing, while Jeff stood right in front of him and looked forward with great surprise and misunderstanding. Looking forward, narrowing his eye a little, he said with a serious look that he was not the first person they met in their forest after reconciling with Prince Polaris. Immediately after this, he continued to say that there was a person who saved them from infection. He recalled the events of the past, how a certain person entered the forest gates. The hand was held to the side, and between the fingers were pink-colored needles soaked in poison, and leaves were flying around his hair, and continued to say that he used poison with the needles just like him. Then he remembered the image of a man standing in the middle of the forest with a bag on his back, who had a huge scar on his face, and said that his name was Fade, but everyone called him a snake. After everything he heard, Jeff opened his eye wide and looked forward with great surprise and incomprehension, trying to comprehend everything, and thought about Fade, while Heron sharply said that he was looking for his comrades. At the same moment, the elf elder, looking forward with a calm and serious expression on his face, said that their friends' friends are their friends, and he thinks they can come to an agreement. In the protagonist's head, an image appeared with a great tree, around which there was a lake, from which a huge number of rivers flowed, and he thought that the lake of life fed the forest, spilling its streams throughout its territory, and the healing powers of the lake were the reliable foundation of the kingdom of the elves. When one of the life-giving rivers broke through to the Danakil plain, the lands washed by it became a fertile place throughout the world. Then Jeff continued to create in his head the image of a drawn tree that sent its roots in different directions, and reasoned that the tree that fed on the lake water became the tree of life, and it has the energy that the inhabitants of the forest draw from. Immediately after this, the protagonist remembered how a dragon, emitting evil purple energy, flew over the forest, and behind it, sitting on the roots of a tree next to the water, the elves watched, and he reasoned that thanks to this, the elven kingdom had existed for more than 2,000 years. At that same moment, a huge dragon fell straight into the water and began to spread a dark purple liquid around the area, destroying everything around after its landing. And Jeff reasoned that the blue dragon had built a nest in the lake of life, and the poisonous moisture was poisoning everything around. The system notification window notified that the events of the story were being transferred a few days earlier to Lindell Castle, where the protagonist and his allies were sitting at a huge table with very important guests, while Edwin, sitting at his place, said with a thoughtful look that according to Sir Jeff's strategy, Blue Dragon, in addition to their powers, an alliance with the elves is needed, but will it be possible to come to an agreement? Then Altair, sitting nearby, clasped her hands in front of her face, turning to the side with great surprise. Turning to Edwin, asked that he did not trust her abilities, and he, with an awkward expression on his face, said that this was not so. At this time, Dariel was sitting on a chair next to the bed in which the poisoned elf lay, saying that the queen, although no, was mother, and asked what they should do. Then he suddenly lowered his head down and looked forward with great disappointment and sadness, thinking that he understood that the elves had no other choice with their situation. Immediately after this, images of knights appeared in his head, looking ahead with an angry gaze, and he thought that the problem was with the people of Danakil. Edwin sat in his place and with a serious expression on his face, putting his hand forward, turned towards the protagonist and said that prejudice about elves is not only among those who live far from them, but those who live near the forest are more likely to treat them as pests. They have been compared to wild boars, wolves and bears, and perhaps worse. Continuing to look to the side with a serious and calm look, he said that now for the people of the plain, the elves are the real enemies. Immediately after this, an image appeared in his head of two strong elves standing in front with their weapons right in front of the army of their people. And Edwin continued to say that 4 years ago, before the appearance of the blue dragon, the high elves Red Moon and Black Moon attacked Danakil, and that the lands, where the waters of the great lake flow, theirs, which means this field too. At the same moment, he remembered the image of Polaris, who raised his staff high above his head and illuminated everything around with a bright golden light. And Edwin said that they almost managed to capture part of their lands, but the prince, commander of a detachment of knights, came to the rescue. He placed a chess piece in the form of a dragon directly on the table and said that when the golden dragon appeared, the elves completely retreated, returning deep into the forest, and that the war stopped and victory was with the people, while he recalled the conclusion of a truce between the elves and Prince Polaris. At the same moment, memories of a lifeless, dark purple wasteland that continued to take over more and more of the forest arose in his head. Then Edwin, turning to the side, said that the Lord and his son Regulus believe that the help of the elves is needed to solve the problem, so they try to suppress various nonsense rumors about them. But the people are stupid and believe that it was the elves who poisoned the field, and recalled the image knight Regulus, who looked forward with a serious look. Immediately after this, he continued to say that strategically it would be difficult, and they should think about the possibility that someone from the Union might betray them, and whether it was too early for a raid. While Altair, who was sitting right in front of him, had her hands clasped in front of his face, closed her eyes and, laughing a little, said that he did not understand anything. At the same moment, she opened her eyes and, smiling a little, looked to the side, holding a chess piece with a heart in her hand, and said that everything was only for the better. Edwin sharply turned his gaze to the side and was greatly surprised and dumbfounded by what he heard, not understanding what was happening. At this moment, Altair looked straight ahead with her eye, squinting it a little with a serious and confident look, saying that any trouble is luck in disguise, and now the state of affairs is bad, but it's worth looking at their goal from a different angle. After which the events of the story returned to a small house located in the middle of the forest, and Jeff thought that once he helped Fade's guildmate, which later allowed him to become his student, and he came up with such a fairy tale. The protagonist then held a needle of poison in his hand right above the body of the poisoned elf, looking forward with a serious and calm expression on his face. Thinking that Elder Heron, Kiara and Dariel had become friendly towards him, two of them stood behind him and watched what was happening. At the same moment, Jeff turned sharply back and looked to the side with a dissatisfied and serious expression on his face directly at the dissatisfied Dariel standing near the tree, and thought that, but only partly. The protagonist then stuck several needles into the poisoned elf's hand, and began to absorb the poison until his hand turned white again. Leaning forward, with great surprise and interest, Kiara looked straight ahead, watching what was happening, and said that it was better than Fade's and a very quick effect, and Jeff said that his poison would be more serious. Immediately after this, the protagonist sharply turned his gaze to the side with an arrogant, saying that he did not have a recipe, and he was the first one to create it, and no one could find the necessary ingredients, thinking that, frankly, Fade was only a few years away, and continued to hold several needles in his hands. The elven houses were in the middle of the forest in the trees, and they were illuminated by the bright glow of the sun, breaking through the leaves, while Jeff thought that, and by the way, Kiara speaks quite warmly of him, and does she really? While Heron said sharply that he was sure Fade would want to meet him and asked where his teacher was, and he said that he could not tell. At the same moment, the protagonist sharply turned his gaze to the side, full of seriousness and menace, and said that a traitor had wormed his way into the Fade mercenary guild, who was destroying it from the inside, until he personally made sure that he did not pose a threat, though won't say. Immediately after that, he asked that where he was now and whether he was here, and Kiara, tilting her head a little to the side, looked forward with a crazy expression on her face and said that she didn't even know and couldn't answer. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Dariel appeared, tilting his head down and closing his eyes, saying that he left their forest. And that was a year ago, until Kiara, who was standing next to him, looked in his direction with great displeasure and called out to him, and he continued to say that the gentleman had learned about the poisoning of the lands and was wondering if his old guild comrade had come to help. Immediately after this, he took Kiara by the collar, lifted her up, while she was very unhappy with what was happening, twitched from side to side and asked why he was bothering, and said that he should let her go now, and Dariel answered her that and who recently begged for help, and doesn't even know what that means, she should turn up her nose, and she should behave decently. At this moment, the elder of the elves was on the sidelines and watched everything that was happening with a guilty look, while loud sounds of indignation were heard from in front, and thought that they were in complete chaos. Immediately after this, Heron continued to look forward while the poisoned elves with needles in their bodies lay at his side, and thought that the elves poisoned by the blue dragon held out for a long time, taking the poison left by Fade. Immediately after this, an image appeared in his mind of a small bottle with a red liquid inside, which was already running low, and the elf elder thought that, however, it was almost finished. At the same moment, Heron seemed to be lost in his thoughts, starting to think, and thought that they had to decide who needed the poison more. In other words, who would die first, and it was good that Sir Jeff appeared, otherwise their kingdom would have drowned in internecine war. Then, in the head of the elf elder, memories of the recent past arose, how Jeff used his needles to extract elves and used the skill of transforming into a dragon form, and thought that this guy was able to neutralize the poison of the blue dragon, and his strength was comparable to Dariel's arrows, it would be stronger. Immediately after this, Heron imagined in his head a high tower, shrouded in vines, in front of which a strange crystal with a yellow spiral in the middle sparkled brightly in green, illuminating everything around, and he thought that by winning it over to his side, he would be able to find the queen's last chest, hidden in the contaminated area. He remembered how the elf held in her hand a small green cube emitting brightly glowing energy, and said that this was the penultimate one, and the sealed chests in the 12 towers, and with their help you can create a new kingdom. A beautiful elf with a trident in her hand stood in the middle of the forest and held a small green cube emitting energy, saying that the strongest elves living in the light of the moon should leave these lands and create new homes for the brothers. An elf in armor stood next to her and held the same cube. Then the elder of the elves, with great surprise and fear on his face, spread his arms wide apart and asked that they were planning something and wanted to leave the queen, that they were alive only because she was able to stop the blue dragon, while the elf continued to hold in her hand a green cube emitting energy and asked what to stop. Immediately after this, she sharply tilted her head down, gritting her teeth with dissatisfaction, and looked straight ahead with a menacing expression on her face, saying that he should look at the forest, and asked how his tongue turned to say such a thing. At the same moment, she imagined in her head the poison queen lying in her bed, and 2 strong elves who stood right in front of a huge number of elf warriors, and she said that the queen was unable to fulfill her duty even before she was struck down by the poison, and she was just a weak cripple, bedridden, and did not stop the black and red moon when they took her troops, and allowed them to leave. Then the elf seemed to fly into a rage and gritted her teeth in dissatisfaction, clutching a green cube emitting energy in her hand with great force, and said that the queen was useless, and the time had come for a new state. The black and red moon showed them all something. What's interesting is that after being expelled they destroyed the tower and took the chest. How unforesighted they were. Immediately after this, she said that she was happy for him to stay, but let him know that they had no future, and the other elf said that if Heron changes his mind, then there will always be a place for him, and laughed while the elder of the elves stood in his place and was very surprised and dumbfounded by what was happening. Very upset, after which Heron, slightly narrowing his eye, looked forward with a ruthless and serious look, reasoning that he did not leave the kingdom, but not out of loyalty to the queen, and thought that he could not take the chest, because it was beyond his reach. Then the elder of the elves sharply turned his head to the side and looked towards Dariel with a menacing expression, thinking that then, seeing his talent, he decided to raise him and win him over to his side. He became strong not only in body, but also in spirit, and therefore he will not abandon the queen, his mother, of course. Immediately after this, an image of a small green cube emitting energy that broke the glass appeared in his head, and he reasoned that if he found out that he wanted to get the chest and leave this place, he would immediately leave your dungeon. At the same moment, Heron thought that he was very lucky, and, turning back, said that everything was clear, and he needed to get rid of the dragon for the sake of elves and people, and they were all right in saying that the problems of their kingdom could only be solved with the death of the blue dragon. While Jeff and Altair walked behind him with a serious look, the elder of the elves then continued to walk forward with a calm and serious expression on his face, saying that he knew. But most of the elves had left, and there were not many who were able to fight, and, realizing the difficulty of the situation, he gave the order to the soldiers to cross the river to search for a new land. At that moment, people in yellow and blue clothes came straight out of the roots of the tree, while the elf guards stood next to them, and Heron continued to say that this was a village on the outskirts of the forest, and they freed its inhabitants, that they were treated with dignity, thinking that first, it's worth concluding an alliance. Immediately after this, he sharply tilted his head down and looked forward with a menacing expression on his face, and a malicious look, imagining in his head the image of one of the elven towers, and thought that the place where the tower was located was heavily polluted with poison, so it was impossible to get there. However, Jeff can deal with this problem and he must get the sealed chest for him, and once this happens, he will become king. Immediately after this event, the narratives take us to Edwin, who, looking forward, with a satisfied and joyful expression on his face, said that the elder made it clear that he agreed to the alliance, and the rest of the elves thanked them for saving their families. And as for the Danakilobites, while Philip stood next to him with a serious expression on his face. Immediately after this, Altair, spreading his arms wide apart, with a serious expression on his face, said that the goddess had sent a noble man who would show the way, and they must believe and find salvation. While the protagonist standing next to her watched what was happening and as if was all sparkling, saying that he wanted to finish this as quickly as possible. And right in front of them stood the knights on their knees and put their hands forward, calling the name of the almighty area and Mr. Jeff. Philip stood to the side and watched everything that was happening with a serious expression on his face, asking why people love the goddess of light so much, prospered thanks to elven water and worship area. While Edwin, standing behind him with a feigned smile, said that for a long time people Danikil was protected by the goddess of light, and he asked what she was protecting, and said that how, and the temple sucked so much money out of them. All the events took place near the elf village in the middle of the forest on the trees, and the bridge was supported on long stilts. While Edwin spoke that he didn't think that everything would turn out so well, and he worried in vain, and Philip laughed in response and said that he was probably scared. Immediately after this, he sharply tilted his head down and looked forward with a serious look, smiling a little, saying that the difficulties were just beginning, and he should continue to watch. A purple glove was put on the hand and completely fit on it, while a certain voice said with a heavy sigh that this was infuriating, and not only that they were stuck in some kind of wilderness. Immediately after this, the sorceress, standing in her place, held a staff in her hand and tilted her head down with a dissatisfied look, saying that they were also taken captive, and they couldn't wash themselves, and everything was very fine, while another one stood next to her. The sorceress held the staff in her hands and simply remained silent in response, and the system notification windows notified that these were Milia and Daisy, the magicians of the magic tower. At the same moment, Milia, turning sharply to the side, with a dissatisfied and contemptuous look, said that it was true. Then she immediately added that when she stepped outside, she would immediately see the face of that vile girl, remembering the image of the beautiful and smiling Altair standing still in the middle of the forest. After this, Milia suddenly turned to the side with a crazed expression on her face, full of rage and anger, asking what could kill her, and turning to Daisy, saying that she had been with her the whole time and had probably found her weak points. South Metropolis, Veronia, a square where a whole crowd has gathered. The girl removes her hand with the signet on her middle finger, leaving a sealing wax imprint on the document. Altair and a man stand holding a signed document in their hands, which announces a project to cultivate the mountain range, which will also be carried out with the help of the Southern Construction Guild. The maid, using the skill of onomatopoeia and transformation, disguised as a princess, reports that if you move the mountain, it will be possible to sow new arable land, and all questions of purchase and sale should be addressed to her assistant. Jeff thinks of a plan that involves Altair's subordinates promoting the mountain range cultivation project while the others form an alliance with the elves. The guy standing by the wall away from the crowd grins, realizing that the cult followers will still poison the fields again and again. Jeff boils it down to the fact that this whole field project is just a red herring to hide their main goal. Frowning, he realizes that if he digs deeper, he can determine that Altair in the south is not the real princess. An image of Alfred appears sitting at the table, reading some papers, and Jeff also understands that after the death of Alden there was a free place, and the man from the east arouses suspicion among the cult, which means that the followers of the devil have other things to do. Meanwhile, Jeff's team is in the elf forest. Ophelia, Ned, Daisy, and Milia are standing next to Kiara, who is pointing at some things. An infected purple plant is visible through the pipe. The attention is drawn to the largest part, from the top of which various branches protrude, and the plot tells that this magical plant is called Plent. It creates food and materials, and also produces things depending on the entered code. Kiara reports that the elves created them for a comfortable life. She focuses on smaller, spherical plants called mana flower, which take root along the riverbank, store and filter the water of life, and distribute mana through the air. Due to the purple smoke emanating from the plants, Kiara concludes that they are now poisoned. Monsters walk through the flowing poisonous purple vapors, whose lair the site has become. One of the monsters, seemingly made of branches, lets out a loud roar. The elves pulled the bowstring. The arrows hit the oncoming monsters, and Dariel reports that the first and most important condition is to protect the village from their attack. A certain map appears, which shows the human and elven villages, the current area of residence, the Lake of Life, next to which is the original area of residence, from where the elves had to leave due to the spreading poison. And Dariel understands that if they move even further from the center, they will not find a place that can feed so many mouths. He remembers his mother infected with poison, feeling much better from Jeff's needles, but not strong enough to endure the journey, so Dariel believes they should stay. Eliza points a weapon at the monster, Jeff decides that after destroying the monsters and the poisonous plant, the team will collect magic stones with materials for production. Milia and Daisy stand next to the concentrated girl, preparing to attack with magic. Milia hits one of the monsters with a blast, Daisy hits the plants with fire. With her foot, Ophelia instantly cuts the stone in half. A pile of stones falls directly on Ned. He swings his fist, his body shrouded in red lightning. Ned hits the stone with all his might, hitting a large plant. Standing in a certain annex, Dariel thanks the team for protecting the village and for helping treat not only the queen, but also other elves. Altair stands behind. Dariel communicates with Jeff, saying that even their brothers abandoned them, unlike people, and asks how to thank him and the team. The elf looks at the man, continuing to speak. The plot talks about young branches of the Tree of Life, filled with mana, and the water of life that nourishes the tree. And Dariel says that he cannot give them away, because they protect the village, and asks for understanding. But he is interrupted. The elf looks blankly at Jeff, who has his hand on his head, and says that he has a small request. He frowns and simply asks him to tell him what he wants. The elf does not understand why Jeff, simultaneously bending his fingers, begins to list about creating a medicine for the Queen of the Elves, about restoring the Tree of Life with a lake, and about killing the blue dragon. Grinning, Jeff bends 2 fingers, saying that for the success of the first option, the main component is the sap of the tree, that everything will be restored by itself thanks to the power of the lake. But this will only happen if the dragon dies. Leaving his middle finger uncurled, the frowning man reports that there is only a third option left. An angry Jeff confirms that they promise to kill the dragon and sarcastically asks if Dariel needs to find a girlfriend. He seriously asks if Jeff is sure. Dariel, gesturing, reports that without a branch and water, the village will be covered with a poisonous cloud, and if Jeff is not confident in his victory over the dragon, then they can give everything but not this. The elf continues to talk, remembering his mother, sister, and Heron, reasoning that only he is capable of fighting among the 4 of them, and his duty is to protect his brothers. An angry Jeff says he has no choice. He yells at the elf, trying to figure out when his people will be ready, saying that he creates an antidote every day, and asks how long it will take. Jeff steps forward and tells Dariel to wake up. They butt heads, and angry Jeff says that they have to solve this problem right now, otherwise everything will be over. Concentrating, Dariel decides that since the dialogue is not building, then they will speak by force. In the middle of the annex there is a bright flash of magic. Multicolored lightning leaks through the windows. Altair, covering his face with his hand, cannot believe that Jeff used a spell right here. Through the clouds of dust, she does not see the grappling men and does not understand what happened to them. Dariel, holding a bow in his hand, begins to understand what is happening. Jeff, having called upon the power of the dragon, stands with his arms crossed. An arrow sticks out of his chest, and the elf does not understand how he will be one of the main assistants in the hunt, because his arrows cannot pierce either his scales or the dragon's. Dariel rests his palm on the floor, announcing that he wants to kill the blue dragon right now. Tears flow from the elf's eyes, and he realizes that even with a great desire he cannot do this, and shouts, asking what Jeff is offering. He, closing his eyes, tells Dariel to get up and is going to tell him why he is weak. Gritting his teeth, Jeff breaks the bow, squeezing it in his palm, saying that the elf's equipment is very poor. Dariel and Altair look at what is happening in shock. Grinning, Jeff turns his gaze to the elf, informing him that he will make something from the available materials, and asks to save his tears because they will be needed when he finishes. Kiara, clutching her broken bow, cries and swears at Jeff because you can't throw away valuables. She sobs while Philip and Eliza, standing next to the man, look at the bow in shock and reveals that it has a hero class, which Philip asks Eliza to look at. The plot talks about Lauren's class table, according to which the girl, using a jewelry magnifying glass, determines that this is really a hero class weapon, and it can be sold for as much as 50,000. Dariel, with Ned standing behind him, puts his hand on his chest and says that it wasn't Jeff's bow that broke him, but his greed. The elf closes his eyes, concentrates, thinking that now the things he relied on are gone, which means he needs to move on. He looks forward with confidence, smiling slightly, and thinks about what kind of bow Jeff will make for him. She remembers his words about materials and understands that the conversation was about a branch that is overflowing with mana. But the elf thinks that the branch is too small to make anything out of it. Everyone moves into some spacious hall, on the wall of which the same tree of life is depicted. Kiara stands at a small table with a branch and a glass on it, into which Dariel pours water from a vessel. Jeff comes closer, looking at the things that have been prepared for him. Dariel invites him to take the branch and water lying on the snow-white cloth. Jeff looks carefully, realizing that after the end of the world his senses have dulled, which is why he does not feel delighted about some things. But, looking at a glass of iridescent water that glistens from the rays of the sun, he understands that it is beautiful. The elf, looking at the man holding the glass, says that it contains the last sip of life-giving moisture. And, smiling, he continues, saying that if the hunt is successful, then there will be much more such glasses, and asks Jeff to do everything possible. He grinned, raised his glass and agreed. Taking a swing, the man drinks everything in one gulp. A bright yellow glow instantly appears around his body. The man looks at himself, feeling enormous energy inside. Because the water from the Lake of Life contains colossal magic, the effect of the Secret of Hermes is also added to the water, increasing the effectiveness to 500%. Jeff sits down, crosses his legs, his skin becomes covered with dragon scales, claws appear on his hands, and he begins the process of dragonization and uses the method of the small celestial circle. Remembering the contaminated fields and forests, he understands that the conditions for hunting the blue dragon will be very difficult and serious problems will begin 10 kilometers before the lake. But the most important thing is the huge and evil dragon that has settled in the center. Jeff squeezes his clawed hand on his knee, realizing that he must prepare and increase the time of dragonization, because the human body will not withstand such tests. And what will help him in this is the release of the power of the dragon's heart with the help of the water of life. Altair, holding something similar to a scepter in his hand, thinks that the power needs to be increased gradually with the damage that the owner of the heart receives. But there is absolutely no time. The girl, with her eyes closed, holds her hand above Jeff's head, around which many threads appear, and uses the Moira skill, which regulates the magic of another person. By controlling these very threads, Altair in his thoughts rejoices in the fact that all possible trump cards are in their hands. The dragon's heart is surrounded by threads and luminous lines. Jeff arches from the pain coursing through his body, his skin becoming covered in even more scales. He coughs up blood. Eliza arrives in time and reports that regeneration is on her. The man closes his eyes and grins in pain, watching the increasing total power of the dragon's heart. Altair, continuing to control the threads, notices that everything is fluctuating due to too much resistance. The power decreases, and a fiery palm appears. Ned, placing his hand on Jeff's back, reports that his breathing has become erratic. He looks confidently, realizing that only he, who owns the same technique, can help the master of the Royal Tiara flow technique with the circulation of energy. Ned keeps his hand on the man's back, guiding him. A large amount of other controlled energy accumulates around the dragon's heart, and Jeff opens his eyes. A bright light blinds Kiara and Dariel. He's trying to concentrate. He recognizes the form that appeared before him. Jeff sits on the floor, his hands with claws and his shoulders are covered with scales. Wings have appeared on his back, and horns on his head. Tired, Eliza falls to the floor next to Ned. Altair leans on his staff, trying to catch his breath. She looks up at Jeff and says this is amazing. He grins and looks at her. According to the story, it is reported that the total power of the dragon heart is 10.1%, and dragonization has reached the second stage. The dragon's wing glows with magic. Jeff thinks that although he has not yet regained the form from his past life, he now feels as if he came out of water. He, still sitting on the floor, turns to Dariel, asking him to give him a towel, to which he offers to wipe his sweat, but the man refuses. Jeff, before biting the towel, announces that it's time to get materials for weapons. He digs his claws into the scales on his hand. He groans and looks at his actions. Dariel stands frozen and looks at what is happening in shock. Jeff dumps some of the scales on the floor, saying that dragon scales cannot be pierced with an ordinary wand, and suggests using them as a weapon. Continuing to squeeze the towel in his teeth, the man holds the still torn scales in his hand, thinking that these are parts of the strongest dragon, which means that if they are made into weapons, the team will be able to draw the blood of the blue dragon. And Jeff continues to tear out all the scales, realizing that this would be his first dragon weapon not in his first life. There is a small bowl in the cauldron. Something is being cooked in it from the flames of blue crystals. The hero wants to make a dragon weapon. But in order not to spoil anything, you need to masterfully understand the materials. Blacksmith Noel takes out the cup with tongs. This is the best elven mana alloy or pure gold. He can take the power of the black dragon. Jeff looks at the resulting element, frozen in surprise. On a white cloth lies everything you need. The hero's scales, pure gold, Juridic's bloody rubies, and a moonwood shaft are collected. A girl in a long black dress to the floor, in a white robe, stands with a raised hand holding a golden rod, at the end of which there is a glowing pink crystal. Mana circle ancient magic media. A force field is formed around the user. Inside the field the power and duration of all spells increase. The hero undergoes draconization. There are tongues of flame around him. His neck and face are covered with scales. The paws of a black dragon wrap around him. The guy's hand turned into a paw with sharp claws, and he touched the pure gold in the bowl with his claw. The reincarnated Jeff stands with his hand raised. Wooden sticks, teki, and a dragon tongue are floating in the air in front of him. Everything is engulfed in fire. These elements are connected. In a powerful flash of light, they are reborn into new weapons. Dariel opened his eyes wide in surprise, delighted. In a bright glow, the black dragon's longbow, decorated with scales, and the black dragon's arrows appear. Forest, the group lined up in front of a wooden podium, 2 weeks before the raid. People and elves are actively preparing. Everyone was ordered to split into 2 groups. 1 day will be training, 1 day hunting. Ned stands with his eyes closed from fatigue. He is an instructor, warning the others that they will need to work hard. It feels like the next 2 weeks will last forever. Ophelia cuts the plant with her sword. The team of hunters destroys the monsters and moves forward. Their goal is to go 1.5 kilometers deep into the eastern part of the Lake of Life in 10 days. Glowing blue diamonds fall on a pile of the same ones. They hunted every day, so a lot of magic stones from the monsters accumulated. However, they did not linger. Elves and people build stone giants. Daisy holds a folder with paper in her hand. In the other hand, a towel with which she wipes the sweat from her face. She tells Jeff that they will not be able to meet the quota for the production of golems, since the stones were used for different needs. Workers hit with a hammer erected a wooden frame of a building, carried logs and boards. Stone birds carried nets with blue stones. Stones were used to build and strengthen positions, golem cores, and install magic circles. There are papers with drawings on the table. The girl points to one of them, explaining that the magic circle is a defensive trap. It is also necessary for the treatment and protection of comrades, and most importantly, they form safe zones. Tiara carefully looks at the piece of paper, humming a melody. Milia shuddered at what she saw on the paper. Justina, holding a branch of the Tree of Life in her hand, explains that if you use it as a core, then the poisonous fog cannot penetrate inside the circle. She will ask the magicians to help install them on the path that the hunters had cleared. Milia thought that it was too difficult. She had never seen anything like it. Noel holds papers in his hand, with his other hand resting on his side. He nervously clarifies with Jeff. He really asks to do so many things and such. Magic stones were also used in the forge to create equipment. The blacksmith rolled up the sheets, picked them up and grinned. Sporting enthusiasm began to play within him. He would do everything at the highest level. The building is in the shape of a circle. A star sparkles in the night sky, illuminating the main character, who stands at the top. He raised his hands above his head, holding a huge sword in them. He knelt down on one knee, removed his other hand, continuing to hold the sword above him with his other hand. There was blue energy around him. Jeff had reached the second form of draconization. The power of the dragon heart is currently 10.5%. But 10 minutes will pass very quickly. The golden heart of a dragon is covered in places with black scales. It sparkles brightly. In its untouched form, the power of this heart simply spreads throughout the body. But the more often you use it, the faster it spreads and the greater the power. The hero must maximize it before the raid. Plans to accelerate to at least 17%. Sweat is running down Jeff's face and neck. He frowns, looks ahead defiantly. If he succeeds, there is a chance to defeat the blue dragon. In any other scenario, you should not count on victory. The hero's hand turned into a paw with claws. He places black scales and drops of blood on the mirror surface. Jeff will use the power again and again. The guy stands with his teeth clenched. His eyes glow red. He is partially covered with scales. There are horns on his head. In front of him, in the tongues of flame, the elements combine into a weapon. There are giant bugs on the ground. A monster with a large number of eyes has opened its mouth, revealing a row of sharp fangs. The main character is floating in the sky. He is illuminated by rays of light. He will use power until he reaches the limit. The young man's hair flutters in the wind. He unleashes his fury on his enemies, his eyes burning, his mouth wide open in a scream until he crosses the line. The flag and coat of arms are hung on the wooden structures. The night before the raid, the construction and inspection of the camp near the lake is completed. Supplies and personnel are ready. You need to have a good rest. The knight threw his arm over the shoulder of the elf. who was helping him walk. They were very tired. Behind them in the tent, the heroes were sitting at the table. Jeff looked at Ned and said that today he was eating for 3. The guy replied that he always eats like that. The main character chews his food. Ned looks in surprise at his empty plate. Where there once was a steak, he talked about how this time he won't have to move quickly. Jeff pushed his chair back. He leaves because he wants to finally get some sleep. Justina looked after the departing hero. She walked up to the exit, smiled and waved her hand. Ophelia also got ready. Justina said that she was completely worked up and it was time for her to sleep too, and wished everyone good night. Ned grabbed the departing Ophelia's hand and reminded her that she wanted to fight with him. A girl with long black hair came out of the tent. Ophelia is outraged. Ned really wants to test the techniques before leaving. The girl asks to leave her alone. The hero wishes Justin good luck. The heroine approached the tents. She thinks that if they had told her about this earlier, she would not have believed it. They would finally engage in battle with the blue dragon. A brown-haired man with a short haircut. Looking ahead, he has burning red eyes and a slight smile. Above him there are many letters in which refusals to the princess's requests come. Her brother advised her to act carefully, otherwise she might be suspected of high treason. No one helped her. She remembers her team and how the guy grabbed her face with his hands. She could only rely on her people. Jeff kisses the hand of a girl with long black hair in a red dress with long sleeves. A white tent with a coat of arms embroidered on it. But maybe luck, maybe fate. The hero put his hand on the girl's chest. Some might say that's it. A candle is burning on the table by the bed. Jeff unbuttons his shirt and looks at Justina standing in front of him. But she doesn't believe it. Her hands reach for his neck. Justina kisses the hero. The guy frowned and opened his eyes wide. He opened his mouth. A seal appeared on his tongue. It was Media's kiss. The one who is kissed by the user falls into mental submission. The magic forces the target to speak only the truth. The hero sat down on the bed. The girl leaned towards him. He asked what she needed. She replied that it was not he who was asking the questions now. He looks at her. There are drops of sweat on her face and neck. The girl tilted her head slightly, closed her eyes. Isn't it amazing? Those who were sick recovered. They teamed up with the elves, and the raid on the blue dragon, which seemed impossible, will begin tomorrow, and all thanks to Jeff, less than in a month. Justina watches the conversation between the main character and the elf archer from the side. She had suspicions, so she continued to watch. The moment when the hero tore the dragon scales out of himself, she brought her face close to his and asked what his purpose was. He would not sacrifice strength and tear out the scales alive. There are blood spatters and scratches on a red background. The girl said that in this world you have to pay for everything. She placed her palm on the bed, next to his thigh. If he is hiding something or carrying out someone's evil will, no one can stop him and everything will be over, so she wants to understand his plan. Justina frowned slightly, her eyes flashing purple, and asked him to tell him who was behind him. Jeff closed his eyes and turned away, pausing and answering that he was here of his own free will. He opened his eyes, looked serious and said that that was all. The girl bent over him, opened her eyes wide in surprise. The hero admitted that it was all because of her. Justina was confused. He was not lying. Magic definitely works, and asked what it meant. Jeff furrowed his eyebrows. A candle burns on the bedside table. She froze in surprise. Behind the heroes are moments from a past life, how they hold hands. The girl looks with fear, where she cries and smiles. The guy said that she once gave her life for him and he returned to the past to fix it. The girl opened her eyes wide. The red hand grabbed the hero by the neck. Justina stands with her teeth clenched, her hands stretched out in front of her. A red hand appears from her palm and tightly grips the guy's neck. She screamed at him to stop messing with her. Jeff grinned and noted that Justin's voice was like a leaf in the wind, apparently a little surprised, because she knows that he cannot lie while the kiss is in effect. On a blue background there is a light blue ornament, a cross and small spheres in a circle. From the center there is a pink light, rays of blue light. Media's magic is considered a fraud. The caster is able to see if everything is working, and if there are any errors, Altair will be able to understand who the hero really is, even if using a kiss for the first time. He grabbed her wrist. The hero leaned towards her face. The girl looks at him in fear. He was waiting for her determination to win her trust. She can interrogate him as much as she wants. He will tell everything. She looked away, bit her lip and remained silent. The hero asked if she wouldn't ask anything, and reminded her that the kiss would not last forever. He hugged the girl's waist. Although she can reuse it, he doesn't mind. Jeff pulled Justin towards him and kissed him. Night, stone golems. Milia ruffled the hair on her head, closed her eyes and exhaled. She was angry and tired. What was she even doing here? Daisy sits on a golem made of stone with tools in her hands. Milia looks at her, gritting her teeth. She asks what's wrong with her. The girl replies with irritation that Justina is playing with them, harnessing them like horses. Daisy closed her eyes tiredly, tapping the instrument on her head. They were hired by Lord Danikil. A shadow fell on the upper part of the girl's face with glasses. Milia sits with her arms crossed over her chest. In anger, Daisy continued that he only shines his name. The real employer is Princess Altair, and they are her subordinates. And also, if they do not do the work, the teacher will kill them. She replied that she knows, and she doesn't like at all that they have to obey her. And yes, she remembers about the work. The girl clenched her fist, extremely tense. In the background, an elderly teacher is talking to young Justina. She was arrogant even during her studies at the academy. While Milia did not sleep at night, studied everything, ran after teachers, she skipped classes, she constantly suffered nonsense and solved all problems with money or connections. The princess considers purposeful people fools, and therefore she will never recognize her. Flames come from the mouth of a girl with blue hair. Daisy climbs up the stone. She thinks that Milia scolded so loudly and convincingly that she decided to see if the princess would ruin their entire team. But no, she did a great job. Stone giants stand in the night forest. Daisy was given an assignment, so she must calm the girl down. She said that she has a secret that she will tell only to her. Milia tilted her head with interest, eyes wide open. Daisy whispers in her ear, if she successfully completes the task, she will be recommended as a court magician to several aristocrats in the capital, Duke Giornetti and Marquis Klein. Milia stood up from the stone in shock, looked at the girl with glasses. She raised her index finger and began to explain that they asked to find a battle mage. Although the conditions were not easy, they looked not only at age, but also at achievements. They did not find suitable candidates, and the aristocrats decided to take a good fighter. Daisy smiled slightly, flashing her glasses. Most warriors have support from the outside, so Milia is the only one who acts on her own here, and if they kill the dragon, then there will be no questions at all. The heroine is deep in thought. She can become a court magician in the capital. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Heron is standing behind the stone. He heard their conversation. The girls are leaving. The test is over and we need to get some sleep before tomorrow. The old man looks after them. Frowning, he thought. Finally they left. He sat down on a wooden chair under a stone golem and wrote something on it. There are symbols on the stone. The right row lights up. The golem performs actions in accordance with the magical symbols on the surface of its body. Heron wants to add a few signs. He stands with his hands behind his back and looks up at the giant made of stone, which is engulfed in emerald flames. The old man laughed. The golems will obey only his orders. Morning would come sooner. They beat the drum. Flags flutter in the wind, and a man in a helmet and blue cape blows his horn. Standing among the other knights is Ophelia, her hair blowing in the wind, looking ahead with a serious face. Everyone has been ordered into position. Mages in purple robes and elves stand at the top of the wooden building. Ned sits in a dark room, gloomy and thoughtful, holding a weapon in his hand. Clear sky. Archer Dariel looks into the distance, standing on a defensive structure. Today someone will drown in the mud. Jeff stands with his back turned. His black cape flutters in the wind. The bright sun is shining, and someone will see a turning point in history. Eliza, Justina, and Kiara are standing in front of the main character with serious faces. They are about to use strengthening spells on him. A girl with curly lilac hair closed her eyes and turned her head to the side. A glow emanates from her wand. She calls on the goddess of light. Kiara extended her hand with the flowering branch forward and said, "The merciful tree of life." The girl silently closed her eyes, her long black hair fluttering in the wind. A mountain of skulls and bones, stained with blood, on top of a black flag. The hero knew that he was walking along the path of blood, but everything turned out to be much worse. Jeff and Justina are sitting with their backs to each other. The guy grinned. He said that she goes forward without imagining the future, but he knows everything in advance, so he can handle it much better. He put his hand on the girl's hand, and in the end, he will get what he wants. Justina raised her hand with the staff up, pink light emanating from the crystal. She turned to the stars. The girl frowned and said loudly, "Grant the hero strength." The heroes sit in the tent. She looks tenderly at Jeff, who kisses her hand and promises to overcome all obstacles, crush all enemies, and help her win the throne. And when the time comes, he asks to make him her king. The main character's cloak is floating in the air, and there is a bright flash of light in the sky. He gets dragon wings. Jeff is in flight. The sun is shining brightly behind him. He holds a sword in his hand. His eyes are full of determination. The raid on the blue dragon begins. And so the first season ended. Dariel stands against the blue sky. He has a serious expression on his face. On the right is Milia. She has a stern look. They belong to the rearguard attack group, responsible for attacks from long distances. The total composition of the group is 225 people. Justiana stands with a staff in her hands, her long dark hair fluttering in the wind. On the right are Eliza and Kiara. Eliza holds the staff. Kiara stands next to her. They belong to the rearguard assistants, responsible for healing, various strengthening and weakening spells. A group of priests stands on the left, holding crosses and staves. Daisy is in the center, looking forward intently, surrounded by magical equipment. Aaron is standing on the right. He has a serious expression on his face. On the left stands Ophelia, with a serious expression on her face. Behind her are knights in armor. On the right is Ned, with an intense gaze. They belong to the rearguard defenders, responsible for positional defense and assistance to the vanguard. There are 224 people in the rearguard units. Jeff has his back turned. The light behind him creates a bright glow. He is the only one in the vanguard. Jeff turns his head, his red eyes glowing. Justiana looks forward, her hair fluttering in the wind, her face illuminated by soft light. A bright light illuminates the space. The silhouette of a flying dragon is visible in the sky. This is Jeff. Jeff rushes forward with great speed. He thinks that the rear and the front are at a great distance from each other and are very different in formation. The idea is absurd, but this way they have a better chance of winning. The purple fog is thickening. The closer the blue dragon is, the thicker the poisonous fog becomes. The rest will be able to hold out for another 5 minutes, and then only with the help of magic. The bottle of golden elixir glows with a bright light. It is an elixir created from the tears of a meteor. It protects against harmful effects by creating a powerful energy field that lasts for 2 minutes. The Hermes' secret skill significantly enhances the effect of all elixirs. Jeff thinks that his high resistance to poisons, gained from dragonification, makes him the only one who can fight in the lake. Jeff uses the ability of electrical acceleration. His body is surrounded by powerful lightning. He moves at incredible speed, leaving a bright trail behind him. Jeff quickly flies forward, his attention focused on a plant with an opening flower. This plant releases dark spores. Jeff floats in the air, surrounded by huge monsters that fly out of the flower. The monsters surround Jeff, emitting a loud roar. He stands in the center, ready to fight. Jeff prepares to strike with his sword, his hands surrounded by golden bursts of energy. Jeff flies into the air and a shock wave forms around him, creating a circular trail of light. The shockwave overtakes the monster, cutting it into pieces. Jeff is floating in the air. There is a huge number of giant plants around him. He understands that he is near the lake. He cannot waste time. Jeff looks at his hand, which has a key sealed inside it, with a bright blue light emanating from it. He fires blue energy projectiles onto the ground. Golems fall from the sky. They hit the ground, creating powerful explosions. Their eyes glow blue. The stone tombstone emits strong magical energy that dissipates any waves of mana within a radius of 70 meters. Jeff reflects that if they are placed at a distance of 100 meters from each other, a mana path will appear. Green waves of magical energy create a path of mana, connecting the golems into a single network. Jeff is pleased that his plan was a success, but he warns that due to the great distance, the effectiveness of the magic will be reduced by half. Daisy is standing next to one of the slabs. She says that the expansion of the mana path is ongoing and that all the war golems in the forest are functioning normally. Using amplification magic, they can be controlled remotely. Her face is tense. She remembers that there is something else important. Daisy remembers that Justiana said that she had seen Daisy's thesis, and she asked if she could implement it in 2 weeks, offering all the necessary materials. Daisy was surprised and couldn't believe it was possible. She recalls that the magic tower rejected her idea because the costs were too high. Now she has the opportunity to realize her ambitious work. A huge golem named Cyclops floats in the air, emitting light. It is used to transmit images and sounds. The Cyclops can collect information within a radius of 500 meters and transmit it over a distance of up to 1 kilometer. The number of working golems is 16. Kiara holds the Cyclops in her hands and exclaims that she sees Jeff flying. Dariel is next to her. He says that now they will be able to calculate the coordinates for the attack. He also notices that people have created something useful. Justiana looks at the Cyclops with surprise and tension. The Cyclops shows the silhouette of a huge dragon, surrounded by dark trees and thick fog. A giant tree shrouded in purple mist lies next to a huge blue dragon with curved claws and sharp spikes on its back. Justiana and the woman priest are worried, looking ahead. In the distance can be seen the foggy lake of life and the tree of life, surrounded by an eerie purple light. Philip and Edwin are also watching what is happening, their faces full of tension. A blue dragon is visible lying at the foot of a tree. Dariel realizes that this is the dragon they were talking about. A tense Kiara recalls that 3 years ago everything was different. Then the dragon began to growl when someone came close to him. Now he is suspiciously quiet. Jeff, in black armor, sits at the table with his fingers clasped. He asks the elves if they noticed anything strange. He claims that the blue dragon has an excellent sense of its environment. Jeff explains that the dragon's hearing and vision are incredibly sharp. He compares the forest of elves to his bedroom on a silent night. Then he asks how they are still breathing while on his territory. Kiara looks thoughtful and worried, admitting that it never occurred to them that the blue dragon came into the lake because of. Jeff landed on a branch, stepping carefully. He looks at the blue dragon lying at the foot of the tree. Jeff reflects that everything is going as he expected. He got close to the dragon, but he didn't care. Jeff reflects that he can move in the poisonous fog for 18 minutes. It took 2 minutes to travel and place the golems, so there are 16 left. He decides it's time to get down to business. Jeff uses the black dragon's chain, created from its scales and forged by the blacksmith Noel. The chain is wrapped around a tree branch. Jeff quickly moves downwards, straight towards the dragon's spikes. Jeff, flying down, thinks that the blue dragon is not poisonous. Kiara thinks that everyone has forgotten what he was like. Ordinary elves live up to 300 years, and the highest elves live up to 500. The blue dragon has not appeared for 600 years. The blue dragon lies on the purple surface. Jeff reflects on the fact that the Lake of Life has a powerful healing effect. Even the prayers of all the priests on earth cannot compare with it. Hence the reason for the sudden appearance of the blue dragon in these lands becomes obvious. The dragon opens its yellow eyes. The water around him begins to boil. It rises out of the lake, abruptly devouring its opponent. The knights watch this. One of them shouts that the dragon ate Sir Jeff. One of the knights points to the dragon, which holds a dark silhouette in its mouth. Jeff, holding a large dragon tooth with his fingers, notices that the dragon is poisoned with demonic poison. Jeff fights in the dragon's mouth, surrounded by golden chains. The dragon dies from poison. Jeff bites the chain furiously, his eyes glowing red and determination reflected on his face. He realized that the dragon came here to heal. He squeezes the chain. The demonic poison has not yet completely come out. It continues to take the dragon's life force, which is why Jeff chose him as his target. This is the only dragon he can kill at the moment. Jeff delivers a crushing blow to the dragon's mouth. Blood scatters around. The dragon growls in pain. His body is wounded. Jeff clenches the chain into his fist. He replied that the jaws are on a hook. Jeff grins, clenching his fist, talking about fishing with a dragon. A huge chain of a black dragon flying at high speed, made from Jeff's scales, begins to twist. Jeff thinks that the dragon's tongue works better than any materials. The blue dragon's eye opens wide in pain. The dragon writhes in agony as the black dragon's chain begins to twist it. Splashes of water and sparks of energy fly around him. The blue dragon, shrouded in a chain on a tree, writhes in pain. Jeff holds the chain tightly and pulls the dragon to the surface. Jeff realizes that the dragon is in the lake to neutralize the poison. He decides to pull the dragon out of the water so that the poison spreads faster throughout the body and prevents it from regenerating. The dragon growls furiously, resisting Jeff's attempts. The dragon takes off from under the water and growls furiously at its enemy. Jeff is holding the chain. His hand is bloody. Jeff holds onto the chain near the dragon's fangs and thinks that the dragon is still strong despite his weakness. Jeff summons the sword into his palm. Jeff attacks the blue dragon, delivering a powerful blow. The dragon bleeds profusely, screaming in pain. Jeff remembers when he tied the dragon's mouth that the inside of the dragon's mouth is much softer than the outside. There is an artery and nerve nodes. He needs to stay as close to the dragon as possible to cause maximum damage. Jeff's red eye fluttered. The dragon attacked sharply, diving with its teeth straight into the tree. The blue glow near the hole in the tree made sounds that Jeff heard. A bright blue fire emerged from the dragon's mouth. It was the dragon's breath. Kiara was stunned. A tense Dariel noted that this was the same fire that burned their forest. Justiana ordered her squad to prepare. Her green eyes were focused on the fight. She believed that Jeff was alive. The wild eye of the dragon. He couldn't keep his cool because of the pain the poison caused, but he felt the emptiness between his fangs. The blue dragon holds prey in its mouth, which suddenly disappears, its mouth tingling. A glowing key appears in the dragon's mouth. Jeff stands on the tongue of a dragon, holding a glowing silver key in his left hand. This is a silver key that allows you to open any door and take out various items from the silver room. Jeff sits inside the dragon's mouth, his hands clasped, and he activates the silver key to dodge the fire. Jeff sticks out his palm, from which bright golden lightning streams. The dragon's body writhing in pain, surrounded by sparkling electrical discharges. Jeff used the palm of thunder. Blue lights glow brightly inside the dragon, gathering energy for the next breath. Jeff looks at them with concentration. The dragon is about to release a powerful stream of fire aimed at Jeff, who quickly reacts by puffing out his cheeks. Jeff violently directs his flames from his mouth towards the dragon. Jeff attacks the dragon, directing his power directly at its head. The dragon writhes in agony. Its flesh is torn and fire comes out of its mouth. The dragon falls. Jeff hovers above it. Jeff emphatically shouts that the dragon's breathing sac has exploded, and even with his regenerative abilities, he won't be able to use his breath for the next 10 minutes. The girl's hand clutches a rod with a red glowing crystal, and spikes appear around it. The spell Vine of Sin is cast. A rod with a blue glowing crystal throws ice next to the vine. Ice shards emerge from the ice surrounding the blue glow and red spikes, directed towards the stone structure. Ice and spikes spread quickly. The blue dragon, covered in ice and surrounded by red spikes, makes painful sounds. Arrows coated with powerful poison. A hand pulls a bowstring with an arrow in its fingers. A hand released the bowstring. The archer with a huge bow turned out to be Dariel. The green arrow flies, leaving behind a trail of light and energy. It hits and flies at great speed, creating an explosion of green energy and bright flashes. The blue dragon finds himself tied to a tree with thorns and ice, surrounded by a green vortex. The green arrow hits the blue dragon directly in the heart, creating a surge of energy and ice. The warriors rejoice. One of them clenches his fist. They praise Dariel. Kiara smiles, exclaiming happily that the arrow hit the target. Dariel looks at what is happening with a serious expression on his face, remaining silent. Dariel recalls what Ned told him about his lack of experience in battle. Ned points to the elf. He claims that Dariel has not met the one who will awaken his true power. Dariel and Kiara are sitting on a building illuminated by moonlight. Kiara says that his interlocutor is much younger. She wonders what will change after the fight with the blue dragon. She sadly reminds them that they already lost to the dragon 3 years ago and asks a rhetorical question about the meaning of losing again. Dariel hesitantly, with worry in his voice, says that it will soon become clear what Ned meant. She asks if Dariel has any thoughts on this. Dariel, looking into the distance, replies that he doesn't understand anything yet. 3 fire arrows are sent forward. They are surrounded by red sparks. Dariel thinks that everything will become clear soon, and perhaps it is somehow connected with his mission. The fireballs fly to the side blue dragon, hitting its head. Dariel takes aim with his bow. His gaze is full of determination. He draws the bowstring and thinks that the blue dragon will not be the final goal for them, but only one of many steps towards perfection. He will be something that needs to be overcome. Kiara reflects on Dariel, who is always cautious, feeling a duty to protect the village and his mother. She notices that he seems to have regained the confidence he had in the past. Kiara wonders if Jeff infected Dariel with passion or, being the most connected to the Lake of Life in his generation, predicted the future again. Moments from the past, filled with golden glowing balls, emerge in her memory. A powerful explosion illuminates the entire area, demonstrating the force of the collision. Jeff noted that thanks to Dariel's arrow piercing the dragon's scales, the dragon is beginning to show weaknesses in various places. However, the dragon's fatal weakness remains unknown. Trying to break through it, he realizes that it won't work. Suddenly, a blue flame appears and something invisible engulfs his hand, paralyzing his movement. Ned shows surprise and dismay at how quickly this happened. Justiana watches what is happening, looking directly at the Cyclops, her face expressing surprise. Juniana's eyes are wide open in surprise. She orders to stop attacks and go on the defensive, as the direction of the flow of mana has changed. She recalls Ned explaining the importance of dealing massive amounts of damage at once, and making the mana path one way for energy flows. He says that in case of such changes, the direction of the mana flow needs to be changed to one way. A golem that enhances the range of skills through a flow of mana. It emits mana through 4 magic circles, which minimizes the loss of skill effects but allows enemy attacks to also pass through. Turning the golem's sides on or off can block enemy attacks, but also reduces the power of your own skills. Armored warriors stand in their positions. One of them realizes that the opportunity to inflict huge damage is coming to an end. Elise shouts her spell, summoning a light barrier. Daisy stands next to the magic circle, her face expressing concern. She reports that the western side of the circle is inactive and the direction of the mana flow will change in a few seconds. Daisy is suddenly attacked, her face contorted in pain. The force of the blow throws her back, causing blue light to flash around her. A bright blue light fills the space. The magicians and warriors below are trying to stay on their feet, protecting themselves from a powerful blow. Water from the Lake of Life rises up, forming a powerful whirlpool. Ned is thrown by force in an unknown direction. The chains begin to crack and break under the influence of powerful magical forces. The chain fragments fly in all directions. Water and energy mix to form whirlpools, indicating the use of a unique dragon skill. Huge streams of purple water swirl into the air, creating chaotic whirlpools. The figure of a soaring dragon can be seen among this chaos. Ned describes the blue dragon's unique ability of telekinesis, with which he can move objects with his mind. The face of the blue dragon appears, whose appearance inspires horror. The dragon's eye glows with a powerful aura. It has almost endless mana, which promises only destruction and death cries. Ned is in a tense state, with red eyes indicating his rage and despair. Realizing that the hunt for the dragon may fail, he prepares for the final 20 minutes of dragonization. Jeff sits in a chair and raises his index finger, asking a question. He wonders why a poison strong enough to kill a blue dragon does not kill humans and elves instantly. Elf Dariel explains that the water of life mixed with poison repairs the damage in the victim's body, and the poison begins to spread again. Dariel continues that because of this, the victims do not die quickly, but experience so much pain that they lose consciousness. Elf Dariel suggests that they are alive because of the water from the lake. Jeff notes the correct one and says that the water of life mixed with the poison repairs the damage in the victim's body, and the poison begins to spread again. He continues that because of this, victims do not die quickly, but experience such intense pain that they lose consciousness. Jeff goes on to explain that this also applies to the blue dragon. Due to the pain, he will be in a stupor and will not be able to use his unique abilities right away. Kiara agrees, recalling the 3 raid attempts after the dragon made the lake its lair. She notices that the dragon's attacks were becoming more and more monotonous. Kiara doubts that this was due to underestimating their strength due to fewer elves. Jeff adds that this is their chance to attack, but the window of opportunity is short. He warns that if the dragon suddenly experiences severe pain, it may come to its senses. Against a background of glowing purple light, Ned and the dragon fight. Both are surrounded by waves of energy, attacking each other furiously. The real battle began. The blue dragon's eye opens, expressing anger and readiness for battle. A demonic figure blazing with fire appears. A hand holds a flaming sword with red flame. The dragon recognizes this sword. A human figure is depicted in front of it. The dragon's single eye narrows as it recognizes the man in front of him, shining with a staff. The priest nearby claims that despite the commotion, the rearguard quickly brought its ranks into order. No one was hurt. The priest holds Daisy, who has fainted. Mages cast spells near the mana path. The change was successful. Mana Trail, a magical road formed from mana waves, 2 ways sending 50% of the damage, 1 way sending 30% of the damage. Thanks to this, the rear was able to escape. However, Millie argued indignantly that Jeff had predicted that after the battle with the blue dragon, there would be nothing left after the rearguard. She was outraged by the fact that Jeff didn't believe in them, and he was right. Concentrated Justiana, holding the staff in her hands, thought that the power of their attacks would become even less. Only Dariel could shoot at long distances on her own. They needed to get together. A tense Dariel was talking about his problem, which was that his arrow needed 4 seconds to fly 1.5 kilometers. His other skill took as much as 12. He can only hit if Jeff holds the dragon for 4 seconds. The door with a blue sheen, behind which the success of the dragon hunt awaited, closed. Jeff, in the form of a dragon, floats in the air. Everyone was waiting for a person who would not allow her to close completely and irrevocably. The purple magical power and the yellow energy from Jeff's chains were fiercely opposing each other. Jeff dodged the purple whirlpool. The magical power destroyed everything in its path. Jeff looked back and saw that the whirlpool had destroyed even the branch that was supporting the weight of the dragon. He thought that there was no need to check on his own skin. Many energy whirlpools destroyed the tree near which Jeff was flying. A ferocious dragon glowing blue looked towards its enemy. Jeff flew up to a tree branch and sensed danger. Jeff flew away from the tree, taking electrical damage. Irritated, Jeff managed to cover himself with his hands. His body flew into the purple lake. The blue dragon tried to devour Jeff with its huge mouth, but Jeff managed to dodge. He deftly slipped around the dragon's fangs, using his electrical acceleration ability. Taking out his sword, Jeff swung it towards the dragon. He hit him in the teeth area. Jeff made a circle kick at the dragon. The purple water scattered. She headed towards the shore. Milia shouted that the dragon had fallen into the water. She asked if their efforts were in vain. Kiara shouted that because of the poison, the dragon would not be able to recover quickly. The lake water would cause him severe pain, and he would surface. She noticed that they had bigger problems. The released water washes away trees in its path. The creepy plants that were used as materials fed exclusively on lake water, absorbing poison. They gave birth to the most dangerous enemies. A mushroom sitting on a horse's claw, holding a weapon in his hand. Crowds of monsters were circling around him. The frogs on the snail noticed the approaching golem. It was a sacred golem. The frog smiled when he saw him. The red glow of battle. Crowds of sacred golems fought against crowds of mutant beasts. The priests raised their staffs to help destroy the monsters. The man looking at the Cyclops gave an order. He said that those closest to the lake must be driven away. Those who approach their positions must be destroyed. Daisy, holding her broken glasses, reasoned that their golems, created by the forces of the princess, the magic tower, and the elves, were more skillful than many adventurers. Such golems are able to detect the appearance of a stronger monster. But Daisy suddenly noticed that the crowd of golems was retreating from the battlefield. The remote control did not work. She did not understand where they were running. Heron noted that it had begun. The tense Dariel seemed to understand where the golems were running. A blue flash was approaching them. Dariel's eye reacted sharply to this. He abruptly took out his bow, pulled the string, and ordered everyone to bend down. He shot straight at the flying blue something, hitting it straight. The sword falling down smashed the ground in front of it. Justiana noticed that their location had been revealed. If Dariel had not repelled this attack, they would have been dead already. A smiling Kiara noted that the distance between the monsters and the projectiles was 700 meters. She'll have to work hard. A huge number of mushrooms connected into a giant body turned out to be an underground boss. Jeff immediately became lost in his thoughts and memories, reasoning that in the past, the raid on the Blue Dragon would not have started until a year and a half later. He then imagined the images of Lucius, Altair, and Fade, as well as the two strongest elves, while in front of him a dragon's heart hung in the air and glass shards were scattered around, and reasoned that neither Lucius nor the Black Dragon's heart was in the battle, but Altair, and without they were able to assemble a fairly strong team and challenge the Blue Dragon. At the same moment, the protagonist imagined in his head a huge arrow, which rushed forward at high speed and glowed brightly all green, emitting energy around itself, and you could reason that in the end, this very arrow was released from his bow by Dariel, who looked forward with a menacing and frightened expression on his face and with a deft movement of his hand, released the bowstring, until only a trail of bright green energy remained ahead. Immediately after this, Jeff imagined the image of a warrior with long red hair, who swung her blade, illuminating everything around with a bright red-blue glow of energy. Immediately after that, he struck with his blade, plunging it into the dragon's body, and causing enormous damage, illuminating everything around with a bright red-blue light of energy. The red-haired warrior with his huge sword continued to strike a large number of blows to the monster's body and cut its limbs, deftly wielding his own blade, holding it in two hands, illuminating everything in a bright red-blue glow of energy. The dragon opened its mouth wide, screaming in pain, until Dariel's arrow flew straight into his head, piercing his skull and leaving behind a trail of bright green energy. And the red-haired warrior delivered his final blow with his blade, holding it from below, and bending down slightly, leaving behind only a bright trail of red-blue energy. At the same moment, images of glass shards arose in the protagonist's head, which scattered to the sides and fell down, and everything around was illuminated by a bright purple glow of energy, and reasoned that the princess had made a serious mistake by not taking the dragon's heart, which significantly complicated the situation in Grain region of Danakil, and she won tactically, but lost strategically. Immediately after this, Jeff remembers a huge, beautiful palace made of stone with a blue roof and reasoned that at that time he had already left the cave and returned to the temple, beginning his ascent. The protagonist leaned forward with an arrogant and dissatisfied look, looking to the side at Alden and Lucius walking right in front of him along with Matthias, who were talking about something, and reasoned that Alden, one of the enemies in the sky, sat his ass in the third entrance, and he had to become a knight of the temple in order to get closer to him and kill him. Jeff stood against the wall next to the window and with a frightened expression on his face thought that it would be better to find some more vulnerable spots, and the more information the better, and eavesdropped on Alden, who was sitting in his office. Immediately after this, the cardinal of the church said that everything was as expected, and the princess failed, after which he laughed and said that this was great, and the protagonist was very surprised by what he heard and looked forward with great misunderstanding. Matthias sat on a small red sofa, clasped his hands, and turned to the side with an arrogant grin, saying that it turns out that he did not send his servants into the forest, and he admires Mr. Alden while he sat in his place in the small red chair, holding a mug in his hand, and said that, nevertheless, this was not only his merit. At the same moment, Jeff, his eyes wide open, was greatly surprised and dumbfounded by what was happening and did not understand anything, mentally asking what they were talking about. Immediately after this, Alden placed his mug in a saucer directly on the table with a red book lying next to it and said that the princess had lost manpower, money, and influence. It would be difficult for her to get the right to vote, and even if she took part in the raid on the Ice Dragon, who plans to organize a union of guilds. He then continued to say that the hearts of the black and blue dragons were already in the hands of the cult, and Lucius looked away with an arrogant and smug expression on his face while the system notification window notified that the holy son Lucius was under the influence of Alden's brainwashing technique. At the same moment, Alden looked forward with a smug and malicious grin, holding in his hand a red book from which bright red energy emanated, and said that all that remains is to get the heart of the Ice Dragon, and then their desires will come true. They will receive a worthy reward for your works. Suddenly, Jeff's hand in the form of a black dragon suddenly hit the floor, and bright purple water flowed down it, flooding everything around. The protagonist immediately followed, sharply raised his head up and looked forward with a calm and serious expression on his face, while large black wings were visible behind his back, and was in a strange room, reasoning that this time everything is different. He knows what trap they have prepared these bastards, and thought that they would get nothing but dominance. At the same moment, several bottles of liquids of red, blue, and gold colors fell to the floor, while the system notification windows announced that these were a healing potion, a magic potion that heals wounds and restores mana, as well as golden tears that prevent the destructive effect of the help of powerful protective energy. Then the protagonist sharply raised his hand up and snapped his fingers, spreading the sound around, and thought that this is how he would look now. Immediately after this, Jeff looked to the side with a serious and dissatisfied expression, holding a golem with wings in his hand, emitting bright blue energy. I think that the mini golem of Greya and these things can transmit visual information to each other. The big golem of course shows others what is happening to him, but it is also advisable for him to understand what is happening in the rear. Suddenly, in the middle of the room, appearing as if from nowhere, a bright blue energy flared up, spreading throughout the area, and Jeff thought that with the inside of the silver key, as he thought, they could not connect, and the vortex, most likely, had already stopped. It's time to see how everyone else is doing. At this time, a huge number of Dariel's arrows destroyed the monster, scattering a large amount of blood around the area, and leaving behind only a trail of bright green energy. After this, a huge mushroom monster on spider legs, standing in its place, took the tree with its paw and squeezed it with its fingers, and began to pull it out with enormous force. The tree then burst out of the ground along with its roots, and there were several green-colored monsters crawling up along with two huge white-colored snails, while several other monsters stood aside and watched. At the same moment, a huge mushroom monster with all its strength, with a deft movement of its paw, propelled a tree with several monsters forward at a very high speed. Several trees, torn out with roots and pieces of earth, rushed forward at great speed, while several monsters were sitting right on them, holding onto their trunks. Kiara stood in her place and held a small golem with wings in her hand, looking forward with a serious and calm expression on her face, asking how many arrows were left, and Dariel standing next to her held a bow in one hand, and with the other he took out another arrow and looked forward with a menacing expression on his face, saying that 24 is very little, but there are still monsters besides the dragon. Immediately after this, Dariel, with a deft movement of his hand, held the arrows with 2 fingers, pulling the bowstring, reasoning that these were arrows with a hippogriff feather. At the same moment, Kiara, raising her hand up, looked forward with a serious and ruthless expression on her face, throwing up strange green plants with crystals instead of roots, and reasoned that these were stone seeds. The stone seeds, along with the hippogriff's arrows, shot forward at great speed, shrouded in energy, and cut the air right in front of them. With a sharp movement of his hand, drawing it back, Dariel shot 2 arrows from his bow, which glowed with bright black-blue energy and rushed forward with great speed, cutting through the air. Immediately after, the hippogriff's arrow connected all together with the stone seeds, which blossomed into beautiful pink flowers and emitted bright blue energy behind them. At the same moment, the 2 energies merged together, forming a huge vortex of blue energy and a bright orange flame with flower petals enveloping it. destroying everything in its path, scattering debris of trees and bodies of monsters around, reasoning that this was a blue hurricane and a dance of flames. The protagonist looked down at the winged golem with a serious and calm expression on his face, thinking that Dariel and Kiara made a great duo. At the same moment, several streams of red and purple energy rushed forward, enveloping the monsters, who screamed loudly in pain, and the protagonist thought that everyone, as he saw, was earning their living. Altair looked forward with a menacing expression on her face, holding her staff with a red crystal, and radiated energy while Eliza was next to her and closing her eyes and holding her staff with two hands, illuminated everything around with a bright golden glow, and Milia also cast a spell, helping them while Jeff thought that. But the problem is, immediately after this, images of a huge blue monster appeared in the protagonist's head, next to which there were a large number of different monsters throughout the area, and rushed forward with a menacing and furious look, while the protagonist reasoned that there were too many monsters. At this moment, Dariel looked forward with a menacing and dissatisfied expression on his face, gritting his teeth, and pulled the string of his bow with 3 arrows, which illuminated everything around with a bright blue light, and thought that they should attack. Even a dozen, even 100, he would send each one to the next world. The huge mushroom monster held a small tree in its hand and said something in a language everyone could not understand, emitting a huge amount of bright blue energy around itself. Immediately after this, the mushroom monster, lowering its staff and a tree branch, directed a huge amount of blue energy around itself, spreading in waves. The knights stood below and, raising their heads up, looked straight ahead and were very surprised, saying that they were gone, while right in front of them all the monsters suddenly disappeared, dissolving into a bright blue glow. At the same moment, huge fangs of a monster appeared out of nowhere right in front of them, and they were very frightened and surprised by what was happening, not understanding anything. A huge blue monster with a mushroom monster on its head crashed into the ground, its mouth wide open, and destroyed people's defenses, scattering everything in different directions and destroying any obstacle in its path. Immediately after this, one of the knights sharply raised his head up, looked straight ahead and with great fear and surprise said that these were monsters and they had burst in here, while a huge number of different monsters rushed at him from above with a furious and merciless look. The knights stood in their places right on the ground and held their weapons, raising their heads up and greatly surprised by what they saw and frightened, while a black something was moving towards them directly from above. Suddenly, a mushroom warrior, sitting on his monster horse, landed in the same place, which, with a deft movement of its paws, trampled everything from below and destroyed, killing the knights and sprinkling everything around in a huge amount of blood. The mushroom monster looked forward with great surprise and incomprehension, shuddering sharply and trying to comprehend what was happening. Ophelia stood on the ground, raising her leg up, and looked forward with a menacing and serious expression on her face, holding a blade in her hand, and stopped the hooves of the horse, which was trembling violently, while a knight was below her, saying that it was Lady Ophelia. Immediately after this, Ophelia, slightly tilting her head down, looked to the side with a menacing and ruthless expression on her face, saying that this beast's skull was too high and he needed to sit down. At the same moment, with a deft movement of her foot, with enormous force, she struck directly at the horse's hoof and crushed it into pieces, sprinkling blood all around and raising a huge amount of dust into the air. At this time, a fierce battle continued on the battlefield, and everything was collapsing and exploding. And while a huge number of loud cries of pain and words that they should not lose heart, and they could not lose were heard throughout the area, Regulus sat on a small tree stump, holding his blade in his hands, and next to him stood a priest and a knight with a spear, while behind them a magic circle created from golden energy sparkled brightly. At the same moment, Regulus, sharply raising his head straight up in front of him, gritting his teeth with a dissatisfied and disappointed look, said that he did not like it. Then memories arose in his head of how Altair, stretching out her arms in front of her, with a serious look, held a small twig in the air, and said that their task was to protect this piece of the branch of the tree of life, and he, the real one, next to her, was very surprised by what was happening, watching forward, and said that he could not believe that such a tiny thing was the core of magic circles, that is, without a branch. Regulus continued to hold the hilt of the blade in his hand, squeezing it tightly, and looked forward with a clearly dissatisfied and menacing look, gritting his teeth, remembering the words of Altair, who said that yes, after 10 minutes all protection will disappear, a poisonous fog will cover their camp, and said that he understands that this is an important task, but sitting here and listening to the screams of his knights is real torture. At the same moment, the knight standing next to him, tilting his head down, with a serious and calm expression on his face, said that he must hold on, while he clenched his teeth even more and was very dissatisfied with what was happening, saying that he knew everything. Then the system notification window announced that this was an invincible fortress, a technique of Count Danikil, which creates a barrier protecting the building. And Regulus had an image in his head of a small house that was surrounded by bright orange energy, and he reasoned that this defensive skill was passed down in their family from generation to generation. And the narrower the barriers, the stronger it is, and if you cover some barn with it, you can protect yourself even from a blow from a weapon of the legendary class. At the same moment, Regulus, slightly tilting his head down, looked forward with a menacing and ruthless expression on his face, tightly holding the hilt of his blade, and surrounded himself with a huge amount of orange energy, thinking that the main thing is that no one can go inside unless he opens the door. He is the best suited for this task. Immediately after this, he tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade with great force and emitted energy of a bright orange color, reasoning that he therefore needed to endure while cries of pain and requests for salvation were heard around him. At the same moment, someone immediately knocked on the door with great force and called out to Regulus, and he, sitting in his place, looked forward with great surprise and misunderstanding, shuddering sharply. Regulus raised his head a little higher and was very surprised and dumbfounded by what was happening, gritting his teeth, realizing the situation, while the voice continued to say that he was begging to open the door, and she was hurt, she needed help. At this moment, the knight standing next to him, with a menacing and serious expression on his face, opening his mouth wide, exclaimed that no, and it was impossible. Perhaps it was a trap, while he continued to sit in his place and looked forward, clenching his teeth tightly, with a puzzled expression on his face, saying that he knows everything. The princess's voice continued to say that the monsters were approaching and he must open the door now, and this was an order while other people were also shouting around. And Regulus clenched his teeth tightly in displeasure and overwhelming anger, while sweat was running down his face, and cursed. At the same moment, he jumped from his seat and opened the doors with a deft movement of his hand, looking forward with a frightened expression on his face and calling out to his highness, thinking that if he abandoned the princess, he would be executed along with the entire squad. Heron stood right in front of him, holding a staff made of wood in his hand, and looked forward with a calm expression on his face, while Regulus, standing in his place, looked at him with great surprise and incomprehension, asking if this was the elder. Then the thought arose in the knight's head that he had faked the princess's voice using an artifact, and Heron was holding a small nut between his teeth right in his mouth, and the system notification window notified that it was a chameleon acorn that could be used to change your voice. At the same moment, the elder of the elves, holding an acorn in his teeth, raised his staff up and said that he would activate the flash, and everything around was illuminated with a bright white blinding light. All the people in the house sharply put their hands straight in front of them, protecting their eyes, and shouted that they were in great pain, while a huge bright blinding white light emanated from in front. Regulus continued to stand in his place, with his hands in front of his face, and tried to recover from the damage received, while Heron sharply rushed forward with great speed and looked straight ahead with a menacing expression on his face, thinking that he could blind the enemy for 3 seconds, but this is enough because he used the acceleration spell on himself. Immediately after this, the elf elder's hand was right in front of a piece of the Tree of Life branch that was brightly sparkling with a golden glow, and he reasoned that his target was motionless. At the same moment, a strange sound echoed very loudly around the area, and Ophelia turned sharply to the side with great surprise, opening her eyes wide and holding a blade in her hand, thinking that it was a pipe. Immediately after this, a voice notified everyone in the area that they had an emergency, and the core of the magic circles had been stolen. The village elder, along with other elves, headed forward on stone golems and said that they had left the camp and they had succeeded, and they needed to increase their speed, while golden energy emanated around them like a bright light, and a voice echoing throughout the area continued to say that 10 minutes before removing protection. Immediately after this, Altair, sharply raising her head up, looked at the flying golem with wings with a serious expression on her face, held in her hand another piece of the branch of the Tree of Life and said that very soon real chaos would come, and she would restore the magic circles with the help of a spare cores. But the sooner the dragon dies, the sooner everything will end. At the same moment, having heard all this, Jeff, lowering his head down a little, closing his eyes and smiling a little, asked that Her Highness wants them to kill this creature in 10 minutes, and said that the task is not easy, and to receive a reward for this while a golem with wings was flying right in front of him. Altair lowered her head down a little, closed her eyes and thought, everyone says that it means he wants a reward, so what? Immediately after that, she opened her eyes, smiled a little, touching the small flying golem with her finger, and everything around was illuminated in a bright golden glow, saying that it's good. And if he makes it on time, then they will do what they didn't finish yesterday. Hearing all this, the protagonist opened his eyes wide and looked forward with great surprise and incomprehension, trying to understand her words. Immediately after this, Altair said that she wished them both good luck and before the connection. While two legs and black boots stood on a large branch, and a yellow eye appeared behind among the bright purple energy. Jeff stood in his place right on a huge branch, holding a flying golem in his hand, while behind him, as if out of nowhere, from the bright purple water, lifting it up, a dragon's head appeared, looking forward with a menacing look. Immediately after this, an image appeared in the protagonist's mind of the blue dragon, who had restored his neck and showed his fangs, expressing his indignation, while he reasoned that due to the fact that the dragon returned back to the lake and his breathing sac was almost restored, and if he's not to touch, then very soon he will be able to fry them all with fire again. Then Jeff continued to reason that, and then, as if by the way, he stopped attacking, deciding to talk a little, standing in the same place on a huge tree branch, while behind him a huge dragon opened its mouth wide and collected a huge amount of blue energy in it. At the same moment, the protagonist turned sharply back and extended his hand forward with a projection of the key appearing on it, and summoned a huge golden cross, hitting it directly on the dragon's head, and said that he was sending him to hell while he was slammed into the ground and received huge damage, closing its mouth. The system notification window in a beautiful golden frame, sparkling from the light falling on it, notified about an item of the legendary class Stake of Faith, an indestructible holy pillar owned by the current pope, leased from Lucius for 10,000 gold. At the same moment, the protagonist remembered how he stood, looking forward with a serious expression on his face, and leaned his hand on this very artifact, asking that, by the way, he could use this thing, and Lucius, standing right in front of him, with a frightened look said that he was asking for forgiveness, but that was a little wrong. At the same moment, Jeff opened his eyes wide and looked forward with a crazy look, saying that no, not a little, and he definitely had to give it, and Lucius smiled a little, closing his eyes, and cried, asking that he would return it. Immediately after this, Jeff would convey his message, asking if he had been heard, and saying that they were changing plans, and Eliza would abruptly turn around with great surprise and incomprehension, looking straight ahead in great surprise. At the same moment, the protagonist, slightly tilting his head down, held a small golem with wings in his hand and smiled broadly, reasoned that 10 minutes was a very easy task, and told everyone that they needed to follow his orders, and we can assume that the lizard is already dead. Two stone golems of great speed rushed forward, illuminating everything around with a bright golden glow, and those sitting on them laughed loudly. The elves, who were sitting on one of the stone golems with red crystals on their heads, were very happy about what was happening, and one of them, moving his hand to the side, said with a smile that he did not think that he would offend so easily, and he still has the heart is pounding, because he could have died, while right in front of them on another golem sat an elder of the elves and an elf controlling yellow magic. Immediately after this, the elf with white hair, who used magic from a small piece of a branch of the Tree of Life, turned back with a displeased look and said that they should shut up. It was difficult for her to maintain the mana circle, while the elves sitting behind her suddenly jumped up. Everyone was scared and they immediately fell silent. At the same moment, the elf with white hair looked forward with a serious and tired look, remembering how she looked at Altair, who was drawing a magic circle right on the ground, and thought that to activate her ability there was one condition: observing the use of the technique from the beginning to the end within 2 meters, and thanks to the fact that she took part in the installation of camp magic circles, she was able to copy the purification circle, although its effect was only 50%. Then the elf turned sharply to the side with a serious and dissatisfied expression on her face and said that the copied technique can only be used once, and moreover, she needs to non-stop describe the circle with her mother for it to work, so they must hurry up, and there is only one chance until below her the face was illuminated by a bright golden light. Suddenly, Heron began to imagine in his head a large tall tower, which was shrouded in a huge number of vines, and inside was a green cube and a seed, which exuded a huge amount of green and golden glow energy. And he reasoned that the last sealed chest and they would take possession of the seed of the Tree of Life, which is stored there and will create a new kingdom. At the same moment, the elder of the elves turned sharply back and with a benevolent look looking straight ahead, holding the staff close to his face, said that he was grateful that they stayed with him, The other elves, having heard his words, were very happy with this news and smiled wide open, turning to the master, and said that it could not be otherwise, and it was true, because he was their leader. Immediately after this, they added that they were honored by his invitation, while Heron turned his head to the side with a ruthless and menacing expression on his face and continued to look straight ahead. At this time, events are transferred back to the battlefield, and the system notification window notifies that what was happening was immediately after the escape of the Elder Elves, when a huge number of elf warriors fought with monsters and were very frightened by what was happening, while you were surrounded on all sides and not given a chance to resistance. At this moment, Edwin said that the elven warriors were in doubt, and Philip, sitting next to him and looking through his binoculars, said that this was not surprising. While they were away from everyone, the system notification window notified that this fortification was protected holy power. Immediately after this, Philip, still looking through his binoculars with a serious expression on his face, said that the elves were not as well prepared as they were, and no one had gone hungry among them yet. He then continued to say that they had Ophelia on their side, one of the 10 strongest, as she with a deft movement of her foot, with great force, struck straight at the monster, looking forward with a merciless and furious expression on her face. Immediately after this, Philip continued to talk about what a talented group of healers were as well, while Eliza closed her eyes and tried to concentrate, holding the wand in her hands, which illuminated everything around with a bright sacred light of yellow energy. At the same moment, Philip added that Sir Jeff, the owner of the Heart of the Black Dragon, while he, holding the handle of a huge blade in his 2 hands, struck another blow, looking forward with a furious gaze, and everything around him was filled with bright black and gold energy. Philip then continued to say that Princess Altair is also strong, and their fighting spirit is strong, while she put her 2 hands forward, holding her staff in them, and with a serious and menacing expression on her face, she looked straight ahead, using magic and lighting up everything around her with a bright yellow light. Philip continued to be in his place and looked forward, using the binoculars that he held in his hand, with a serious look, and said that the Elder of the Elves abandoned them. How to not doubt in such a situation? Until Edwin, looking at him with great surprise and misunderstanding, said that he did not understand whether the Elder's escape was really such a big problem, and they were supported by Dariel, and he, laughing a little while fighting, replied that it seemed that someone was poorly informed about the situation of the elves. Immediately after this, Philip began to say that Dariel is incredibly strong, and you can't argue with that, because he is even stronger than Ophelia, and his mother is the queen, while the elf archer with a deft movement of his hand with a merciless look released another arrow, killing the monsters around him. At the same moment, Philip, raising his gaze a little, continued to observe everything that was happening through binoculars, and smiling a little, said that nevertheless, he was not the center of the elven kingdom, but the elder on whom the elves truly relied. Then he began to imagine in his head a huge beautiful tree with a golden symbol in the middle, which illuminated everything around with a bright light, and reasoned that the elven king or queen were both priests and guardians of the tree of life, and it itself chose who would rule, and grants the right of inheritance only to high elves. Immediately after this, Philip began to imagine the image of a beautiful elf with a crown of flowers on her head, who spread her arms wide to the sides and, having closed her eyes, did not use the thin threads emanating from the tree, and reasoned that with the help of it the Lion King connects with himself all the elves living in the forest, and they take control of their minds and force them to be loyal. And this is the secret of how the Elven Kingdom was able to survive for 2,000 years. At the same moment, Philip imagined the image of the Elf Queen, who looked forward with a benevolent look and illuminated everything around with a bright golden glow, reasoning that Sylvest, the current queen, is called the Fallen Moon, and from birth she could not see or walk, but was endowed with wisdom and generosity. His body became completely paralyzed after the birth of Kiara, his first child. Edwin looked to the side with great surprise and incomprehension, trying to comprehend everything that was happening, and thought that how the queen gave birth to Dariel, being bedridden, while Philip, who continued to watch everything that was happening through binoculars, holding it in one hand, said that they were walking. There are rumors that Kiara was born as a result of the queen's betrayal, and it is for this reason that the heiress is not treated as a high elf. Immediately after this, he continued his story, saying that Dariel was a legitimate child, and also a real talent, whom literally everyone loved. But, at the same moment, an image appeared in his head of a small elf with a bow, who looked to the side with great joy and said that he would become the queen's beau, and the burden of the crown should lie on the shoulders of the one whom fate itself had marked. Philip then continued his story, saying that when the elves were doing well, Dariel's modesty did not create any problems. Immediately after this, an image of an elf archer appeared in his head, standing in his place with a proud look, and right in front of him, kneeling elves who were trying to hand him the crown. And Philip said that but when the kingdom began to fall apart, its inhabitants a leader was needed who would bring peace and tranquility to the world. And Dariel was not one, because he said that this was not his role. Philip looked forward with a serious and calm expression on his face, his mouth slightly open, and said that therefore, after the betrayal of the high elves, the people of the kingdom placed their hopes on the elder. At this time, several stone golems with blue crystals on their heads rushed forward at great speed right past the trees and dried up earth, while several elves sat on top of them. The elf with white hair lowered her head down with a tired and exhausted look, full of regret, and thought that they were doing the right thing, and there was no need to worry about the fact that they abandoned their relatives, and they could not defeat the dragon, and there was no point in dying. She kept her hand on the golem's back and held the wooden staff with her fingers tightly clasped, and thought that they had done everything they could, and Mr. Dariel did not care about them. At the same moment, the elf remembered the events of the past, when two elf warriors stood in front with their weapons, and behind them there was an army of elves in armor, and thought that 4 years ago the red and black moons attacked human lands and started a war. Then the image of Polaris appeared in the elf's head, who, with an arrogant and smug expression on his face, looked to the side and held the gifts of the elves in his hands, and she thought that they had lost, as a result of which valuable items and territories were taken away from them. And the elder of the elves along with two warriors sat at the table and trembled all over, gritting his teeth with dissatisfaction. Immediately after this, the elf remembered how huge dragons soared into the air, violet energy, and fell into the water, destroying everything in their path, and she thought that 3 years ago the blue dragon appeared and began to poison their forests. At that same moment, she began to remember how the strongest elf warriors, with the title of Moons, stood in the middle of the forest and held in their hands green cubes emitting energy, and announced that they were leaving these places to create a new kingdom, wishing only easy life for those who remained. Death, while the elder of the elves stood in the middle of the field and watched everything that was happening with a sad look, and the elf thought that every day the problem of infection was becoming more acute. At the same moment, the elf began to remember the events of the recent past, like a huge army of people and soldiers walking next to the carts, and Ophelia, who was destroying monsters, and she thought that the elves began to leave the forest, and Mr. Dariel turned a blind eye to what was happening, and that is why they have what they have, and an army of people in their territories. Then an image of Jeff appeared in her head, who was in the form of a black dragon and stood in place with a menacing expression on his face, full of rage, and she thought about an alliance, and these are just words, and they have neither the resources nor the strength to resist people. After which she, slightly tilting her head down, began to cry and clenched her teeth from sadness and dissatisfaction with the current situation, thinking that whether they defeated the dragon or not, the result would be the collapse of the kingdom. At the same moment, the elf sharply tilted her head down and bit her lip in dissatisfaction, closing her eyes, and thought that Mr. Dariel had abandoned them. But she never understood what to do, and in vain they did not believe in him, while her face was illuminated from below bright golden energy. Several stone golems continued to run forward at great speed through the infected forest among the dead trees, and several birds flew out from above, and the elf reasoned that they were very sorry for their highness, but there was a limit to everything, and they needed a new faith and a new life. Immediately after this, the stone golems suddenly stopped in the middle of a forest with dead trees, while right in front of them there was a huge high tower made of stone, from which vines hung from above, enveloping it on all sides. Heron raised his head a little and looked forward with a serious and slightly frightened expression on his face, thinking that this tower, and at its top there was a seed of the tree of life. Then an image of a symbol appeared in his head with a beautiful tree, on which many leaves were drawn, and everything around was lit up with a bright golden glow. And he reasoned that they would find fertile lands far from this place and plant new hope, and the tree could only choose him, and then he will finally become king. Suddenly, one of the elves with yellow hair was very surprised and did not understand what was happening. He said that the elder should wait, and there was someone there, and Heron, standing right in front of him, directed his menacing gaze forward, trying to understand what was happening. Near that same tower from below there was a strange red monster with a mustache hanging back and growling very quietly, and a scratching sound could be heard throughout the area. The huge paw of the red monster, with the help of its long claws, scratched one of the walls of the tower with a slow movement, going down and spreading a loud sound of scraping stone around the area. A large red monster with a long tail and mustache on its head continued to deftly wield its claws, scratching the wall of the tower with enormous force and speed, spreading an increasingly loud sound throughout the area. Immediately after this, the monster opened its mouth and slowly exhaled air while a huge amount of drool flowed from it, and its eyes glowed with a bright green glow, expressing rage. At this moment, the elves standing aside looked straight ahead with great horror in their eyes and were very frightened by what was happening, not understanding what it was. At this time, Philip, who was in his place, raised his hand to his chin and with a thoughtful look said that, "But there is one strange thing, and he is talking about the high elves who went for a new life with the seeds of the tree," while Edwin, who was next to him, with great surprise and misunderstanding, he turned his gaze to the side and asked what was which. Immediately after this, images of the black and red moon appeared in Philip's head, which had that same green cube glowing with bright energy, and he said that especially these two, and if they founded a new kingdom somewhere, they would not be able to collect them detachment, and moreover, there is no news about new elven states. Then he immediately asked that where did the fugitives go, while that same huge red monster, continuing to sit in its place, suddenly began to emit a huge amount of energy around itself, releasing its thirst for blood. At the same moment, the elder of the elves with a serious and self-confident look put his hand under his vest and said that he would sort it out, and the elf with yellow hair looked in his direction with great surprise and misunderstanding. Immediately after this, Heron, with great strength and speed, launched two small bird-shaped golems forward with a serious and confident expression on his face, saying that they should fly forward, and the first one distracts the monster, and the second one takes the chest. A huge red monster, noticing the golem in the form of a bird, turned sharply to the side and, greatly surprised and opening its mouth slightly, was very interested in what it saw. The monster then sharply clenched its mouth and roared loudly, looking to the side with a fierce and merciless gaze, and radiated a huge amount of red energy around it. A huge red monster was running after the bird golem, emitting bright red energy, and trying to catch it, being near that same tower, while the plot tells us that the strategy was standard, and the monster reacted to the first golem. Another golem in the form of a bird flew up to the tower, the wall of which suddenly exploded and fragments of bricks scattered around the area, and dark smoke rose upward, while the plot continued to tell us that the remaining golem threw the seed of the explosion, removed the seal from the tower. At the same moment, a small bird-shaped golem carried a small green cube around its neck, tying vines around it, while the plot told us that it took the chest and returned to the elves. Then Heron stretched out his hands forward to a small green cube, meeting a bright light around him, and was very glad and happy about what was happening, like the rest of the elves, and the plot tells us that. But the mistake of the traitors was that, immediately after this, the elves standing in their places, who were rejoicing at their success, were attacked by a sharp flash of red energy that flashed near their necks with great speed. The huge red monster swung its mustache with great strength and speed and decapitated all the elves that were right in front of it, leaving behind only a trail of bright red energy, sprinkling everything around in a huge amount of blood. And the plot explains to us that the chest they took was what the demon had been trying to get his hands on for several years. At the same moment, the demon, using his tail, grabbed a small green cube emitting bright energy and wrapped it around it on all sides. The plot then shows an elf with red hair standing still, looking forward with a menacing expression on her face, and explains that Red Moon Masha, heir to the throne, started a war with Danikil. She lost her mind, becoming a demon, after which the plot shows her in another demonic form, and she was holding with her tail, wrapped around, a brightly glowing green cube. And the plot tells us that she only had a feeling of hatred for elves and a few more words, the meaning of which she no longer has understandable, such as throne, usurpation, revenge, and seed. The events of the story are transferred to 3 years ago, as reported by the system, where on the floor in a dilapidated palace lay two elves, Black and Red Moon, and right in front of them stood Alfred, and one of the important people in the demonic cult sat on the throne, watching everything happening. Immediately after this, the man in black armor sitting on the throne lowered his head a little and said that he was very sorry. Then he remembered the high elves standing on the ground with their weapons in their hands right in front of a huge number of elf warriors, and said that he couldn't even believe that they were once the strongest elves, the Red and Black Moons. Red and Black Moon were badly injured and were on the red carpet among the dilapidated palace, while the system notification windows announced that it was Masha and Ramiel, and the man in black armor said that they made people shudder in fear. At the same moment, he stretches out his hand forward with strange balls with symbols and a demonic cult lying in it, which emitted bright red energy. Asked what they know. Why did he send for them? While the system notification window notified that it was a stone of revelation that turns a person into a demon by connecting with the brand insect. The plot leaves us with a note about the duties of the Queen and King of the Elves, telling about all the requirements and nuances awaiting those who have assumed this position. The narrative of the story moves to 3 years ago, when the head of the demon cult, raising his head slightly upward, looked straight ahead with a calm expression on his face, asking if he knew. Immediately after this, he held a black ball in his hand with the mark of a demonic cult. He thought that it was a revelation stone that turns a person into a demon through the brand insect, and said that both the revelation stone and the brand insect, they give the same thing to everyone, while Alfred stood nearby and looked to the side with a calm and interested look. At the same moment, 2 elves who had taken the demonic pill were in agony and screamed loudly from the pain that permeates their entire body, which had mutated into completely different creatures. And the head of the demonic cult asked why then, after demonization, everyone has a different appearance and level strength, and why demonization has different percentages of success and quality. Then the head of the demon cult, looking forward with a ruthless and serious expression on his face, said that the answer lies in the distortion of the soul. Anger, hatred, desire, and innate vice, and the revelation stone embodies all of this. The darker the soul, the greater the power. At the same moment, the head of the demon cult stood up from his throne and with a serious and menacing look turned to the red and black moon, saying that they should never forget about their former beauty. And these 2 stood right in front of him, mutated into demons and emitted a huge amount of bright purple energy. The demon's eye opened wide and stared forward with a menacing and furious gaze, and there was a bright red energy around the table as the head of the demon cult continued to say that he hated the elves who had once betrayed them. Immediately after this, a bright flash of red-violet energy flashed in the middle of the hall in the dilapidated castle, and several streams of blood rushed forward at great speed. The head of the demonic cult wiped the blood from his face, tilting his head slightly with his hand, and said that this was an impressive and excellent transformation. A huge red demon stood in the middle of the hall and opened its mouth wide, illuminating everything around with bright red energy, while next to it stood a black demon, illuminating everything around with its energy, and they did not move until the system notification window notified that this was the red moon Masha and black moon Ramiel, who are in a state of demonization. Masha stood in her place and, raising her head, opened her mouth, from which saliva flowed in huge quantities and radiated red luminous energy outward. Ramiel tilted his head down slightly and looked forward with a serious and calm expression, smiling a little. Immediately after this, Alfred turned his gaze a little to the side, looked straight ahead with a serious expression on his face, and what plans did he have for them? While the head of the demon cult sat on his throne and raised his hand to his chin, thinking a little, and asked about the plans, saying that there were none. At the same moment, he slightly closed his eyes, looked straight ahead with a serious and satisfied look, saying that his job was to stir up the swamp. Then the head of the demon cult sharply raised his hand up and snapped his fingers, sitting on the throne, said that making plans was the lot of the elves and them. Immediately after this, out of nowhere, various people in masks appeared on small seats made of stone with the sign of the cult of demons, while Masha, who was standing in her place, turned sharply to the side and was very surprised by what she saw. The head continued to say what they should see. On the other side, several more people and Chin appeared on the same stone chairs with the sign of the cult, while Ramiel sharply turned to the side with great surprise and incomprehension, looking straight ahead, not understanding what was happening. And the head of the demon cult continued to say that they should rejoice. At the same moment, the head of the demon cult said that new messengers of darkness had entered the earth, while Masha and Ramiel stood right in the middle of the castle hall and looked around with great surprise and misunderstanding, looking straight ahead, and around them there were different people on stone seats wearing masks, and the system notification window notified that these were 12 apostles, who were the leadership of a devilish cult. Immediately after this, the plot tells us that 3 months have passed since the end of the black and red moons, while a torn white flag with a purple symbol on it, sprinkled with blood, fluttered in the wind. Ramiel and Masha stood with a merciless look right on a huge mountain of corpses of warriors in armor, and their weapons were stuck around, while the plot told us that they kept killing people and monsters. Immediately after this, the plot told us that when the elves got used to their new power, Ramiel, spreading his arms to the sides, smiled widely and looked forward with a satisfied expression on his face, while he was enveloped in black and purple energy. At the same moment, right next to him on a mountain of corpses of people, the cardinal of the church landed on top and said that this was excellent, and it looked like everything was ready, and they could move on to the next stage, while Ramiel sharply turned his head to the side and looked with great surprise forward without understanding what is happening. Alden then leaned forward a little and looked straight ahead with a malicious and arrogant expression on his face, smiling a little, saying that they should kill the blue dragon and he would give them soldiers to help them. Immediately after this, a huge number of riders on small wyverns rushed forward straight towards the mountain, the peak of which was half destroyed, and the sun was shining from above, while the system notification window announced that this was Mount Kala, the original home of the blue dragon Artalis. Ramiel stood on the back of the wyvern, crossing his arms at his chest, and looked forward with a serious expression on his face and thought that they were born in the elven forest, so they know how difficult it is to fight with the elves because of the tree of life that protects them. He continued to look forward with a serious and displeased expression on his face, thinking that this was infuriating. And the bastard Alden was right, they needed the power that could send all the elves to hell. Then Ramiel continued to think that, for example, the power of the dragon heart, while he and Masha suddenly jumped down from the backs of the wyverns and left behind only traces of brightly glowing red and purple energy. Immediately after that, 2 moons in demonic form fell to the ground and landed right next to the huge blue dragon, who was lying on the ground and just sleeping. At the same moment, the dragon, slightly raising his head up, opened his eyes and looked straight ahead with a menacing and furious look, emitting a golden glow from his eyes, and said that he didn't even know what to say. Immediately after this, near the exhausted and dead tree standing on the ground, out of nowhere, fast and large currents of wind began to appear, which enveloped it from different sides. At the same moment, the wind streams turned into a huge typhoon, which rose up and destroyed everything in its path, while inside it was the destroyed tree that it had just destroyed. Steel abruptly stood up on 2 paws and, spreading the other 2 widely, tilted his head down with a menacing and furious look, spreading his wings, began to create several whirlwinds from the wind streams, and said that such low-grade creatures had not stood in front of him for a long time, and asked that for what reason they decided to give up their lives by coming here, while Masha and Ramiel stood on the ground right in front of him, listening attentively to his words. From the bottle the man was holding, a stream of wine slowly poured out and went straight into a small glass, filling it, and the man asked Alden if he thought they had a chance of winning. At that moment, the cardinal sat down in a chair and, slightly tilting his head down, put a bottle of wine on the table with a deft movement of his hand and asked what he was talking about those 2 elves, and right in front of him on a small sofa sat Chin, who was holding a glass of wine in his hand. Wine, and crossing his legs, said that yes, and they, of course, left with help. Immediately after that, he, slightly tilting his head down and raising a glass of wine to his mouth, looked forward with a menacing look and said that, in his opinion, the blue dragon was beyond their strength. Then Alden, taking a glass of wine in his hand, knocked it against Chin's glass and, laughing a little, asked what Leon wanted to fight with the dragon, saying that he apologized for not including him in the squad, but he simply remained silent in response. Immediately after this, the cardinal held a glass of wine next to his head and looked at him with an arrogant and malicious look, smiling a little, saying that he was right, and the red and black moons were too weak for the blue dragon, and they would eventually become his snack. But there is another reason why he assigned them this task. At the same moment, he asked if he knew that they were in the line of heirs to the elven throne, and Chin, who was sitting in his place, held a glass of wine in his hand and was greatly surprised and dumbfounded by the words he heard. Then the image of Masha appeared in Alden's head, who with a deft movement of her hands wielded 2 spears, illuminating everything around in bright red energy. And he continued to say that the nickname of the strongest high elves of the moons appeared due to the fact that when an elf uses a perfect technique, a bright light appears behind him, shaped like the face of the moon, and they, being ambitious creatures, wanted to become elven leaders. Immediately after this, Alden, raising his head slightly upward, looked straight ahead with a smug look and a malicious grin, raising a glass of wine to his mouth, and said that, however, the blind paralyzed girl, whom none of them recognized, became the queen. At the same moment, an image appeared in his mind of Sylvestra sitting on the throne, holding a staff made of wood in her hand and looking forward with a serious and calm expression on her face, while everyone around shouted that the tree had chosen a new queen and greeted her majesty. Masha and Ramiel, standing aside, watched what was happening with a clearly dissatisfied and disappointed expression on their faces, looking straight ahead, and she asked why they chose Sylvestra, because she maintains close relations with the little people and has no idea how to rule kingdom, while the rest of the elves standing right in front of them cheered. Then images of Ramiel and Masha appeared in Alden's head with serious expressions on their faces, and he said that the black and red moons were distraught after the unsuccessful demonization, and their pride did not allow them to accept reality. At the same moment, Chin, with a slow movement of his hand, took off his mask from his face and asked that this is why they staged a war, and in order for their abilities to be recognized by their brothers. And the cardinal, sitting right in front of him with an arrogant and smug expression on his face, was holding a glass in his hand with wine, bringing it to his mouth, and said that they could say that, but they lost. Immediately after this, an image appeared in Alden's head of Masha, standing still and holding in her hand a small green cube emitting energy, and looking forward with great surprise. And he continued to say that for this recklessness they were expelled from the elven community, and then they thought they had nothing left to lose and stole the seed of the tree of life. Then, images of the black and red moons appeared in the cardinal's head, who were lying on the ground and writhing in pain, while several arrows flew at them, fired by Dariel, who was standing on a tree branch and holding a bow in his hand, exuding a huge amount of bright green energy. And he continued to say that they were defeated by a young kinsman who had not yet achieved the rank of moon, and they narrowly escaped death that time with the help of his subordinates. Immediately after this, Alden, raising his head slightly upward, looked forward with an arrogant and malicious expression on his face, smiling a little, asking what he would do with the fool who disgraced the name of the moon and the two traitorous elves, while Chin raised the glass to his mouth with wine and drank a little from it, tilting his head down, and in response he simply remained silent. At the same moment, Chin sharply raised his head up and looked forward with a menacing and furious look, while the third eye opened on his forehead, and said that he would finish without a doubt. Alden continued to sit in his place, holding a glass of wine in his hand, and looked straight ahead with a smug and sarcastic look, smiling a little, and said that's exactly it. Immediately after this event, the narratives moved to a battle between a blue dragon and two elves, while Artalis, opening his mouth wide, emitting a bright purple glow from it, roared loudly and headed at great speed towards the airborne Ramiel, who was holding in his hand a spear of black and purple energy. At the same moment, Ramiel continued to remain in his place and looked forward with a frightened look, smiling a little while the dragon's fangs were already right in front of his face. Then Artalis, with a deft movement of his jaw, closed it with great force and swallowed the black moon, raising his head up. At this moment, Alden looked forward with an arrogant and smug look, smiling a little, and said that the red and black moons were ready to do anything to take revenge on the elves, and it would be anything at all. Artalis opened his eye wide and was greatly surprised and stunned by what was happening, while a stream of pain rushed through his entire body with great force. Immediately after this, he opened his mouth wide and screamed in pain, coughing up a huge amount of blood from his mouth, and was greatly stunned by what was happening. At this moment, Ramiel was in the stomach of the blue dragon and exuded dark purple energy from himself, as if he had turned into cobblestone, while Alden said that if they were destined to become dragon food, then so be it, because after 1,000 battles, the Black Moon appeared two abilities, deadly poison and petrification, and after the dragon eats the Black Moon, poison will begin to spread in its stomach, and this will continue until it dies. Artalis raised his head up and, with his mouth wide open, spat blood from the pain spreading throughout his body, and screamed loudly while the cardinal continued his story, saying that in the end they would have a battle against time, where either the dragon would die from poisoning. Ramiel continued to be in stone form, oozing from his body, and Alden said that he would either die from the stomach juices of the Black Moon. At the same moment, the cardinal, with a loud sound, put the glass, in which there was no longer any wine, holding it with his hand, on the table and said that, nevertheless, the latter's goal was achieved before the end of the battle. Artalis flapped his wings, flying across the sky as a bright glow of green energy shone around him. Alden said that the blue dragon would certainly go there to be cured, because he has the most powerful regenerative power in the entire Aslan continent. The blue dragon flew forward straight across the sky above a huge green forest, heading towards the water, while Masha held his tail with her paws, and the cardinal said that he would fly to the Lake of Life, the refuge of the elves. The red moon continued to cling with great force with its paws to the tail of Artalis, who was flying forward, and below stood a high tower shrouded in vines, and the plot explains to us that the blue dragon was exhausted from pain, so he did not notice how Masha grabbed his tail, and such an act of the girl could be regarded as an instinct, since demonization had a detrimental effect on her intellect. Immediately after this, the plot said that perhaps this was fate, and focused on a large tower that stood on the ground below in the middle of the forest and which was shrouded in vines. At the same moment, Masha jumped down, letting go of the dragon's tail, and headed straight towards the long tower, shrouded in vines. And the plot told us that the memory fragments reacted to the energy emanating from the tower, and she flew towards her. Then the plot told that, but she was unable to correctly determine the point of fall, while Masha fell down, hitting the wall of the tower, and flew to the ground, rolling head over heels forward. And the elf warriors in armor standing nearby watched her and were surprised by what was happening. Immediately after this, the huge paw of a red demon squeezed the skull of an elf warrior in armor with its fingers with great force and sprinkled everything with blood. While the plot told us that with her landing Masha killed the guards, but due to the appearance of a dragon and the spread of filth about it, no one found out. The red moon sat near the wall in the tower and scratched it with her huge claws, running her paw from top to bottom. And the story told that from that day Masha scratched the tower with her claws. The plot then tells us that at the long-awaited feast, the flesh and blood of the elders, in which the sacred water of the lake flows, while part of Heron's hand and elements of clothing rose up, and everything around was covered with a huge amount of blood. At this time, the red moon tilted her head down, opening her mouth wide, from which a huge amount of blood dripped down. And the plot explained to us that she restored the meanings of several words in Masha's destroyed consciousness. Immediately after this, she turned her head to the side and fixed her serious and furious gaze forward while blood continued to flow out of her mouth in huge quantities. Masha opened her eyes wide, from which green energy shone brightly, and looked forward with a mad look, full of anger, wondering what was there. Ahead was a huge wasteland with dead earth and lifeless trees, and in the distance a bright green light could be seen illuminating everything around. In the middle of the huge forest were the houses of the elves, which rose up very low, as if they were on top of each other, and right in the middle a bright green energy sparkled. The elf settlement was getting closer and closer, and the light became much brighter and illuminated everything around, coming directly from the central house. At this time, Sylvestia lay unconscious in her bed, folding her arms over her chest while vines with beautiful white flowers enveloped her. Immediately after this, Masha began to remember, delving into her memories, words such as split moon, queen, bedroom, blood. The red moon tilted her head down and opened her mouth wide in happiness, sticking out her tongue and licking her lips, remembering the thirst as blood continued to drip from her mouth in huge quantities, and she herself was surrounded by bright green energy. The plot leaves us with a note about elven eyes, which states that crossed pupils are the hallmark of the high elves, proof of a connection with the tree of life, and flash pupils are the hallmark of exiled elves and correspond to the sacred blade of the condemned. After which a centipede appeared in front of us, which inspired fear and horror. And on top there was a terrible monster that opened to fall, had 4 eyes, it was a brand insect, and it gave the follower of the devilish cult its strength. The more the latter used it, the faster he developed the first. When the growth process ended or the puppy became an adult, unusual abilities appeared in demonizing a person, and what followed was a huge power. This ability of the insect was gluttony, after which we see how a certain monster with a huge paw with claws stepped into a pool of blood. It allowed him to appropriate various skills of the eaten victim and gave him enormous strength, after which we see how the monster began to flap its wings through the rays of the sun, after which the monster jumped back and took off, after which we see memories of how the ancient elf used the Elder's acceleration technique, with which the original owner attacked the enemy in vulnerable spots. After the jump, the monster with incredible speed began to fly forward, knocking down everything in its path. The technique of the machine helped to get to the place in a matter of seconds, after which we see the village through the trees. A second later, the monster was already hovering over this village and looking at what could be done with it. It was a remote village of elves. The monster sank to the ground and stood near the passage, after which we see how the dark silhouette of the monster entered the royal chambers, where it was incredibly beautiful, and a little further away lay the dark silhouette of a girl. The queen lay with her eyes closed and the place was shrouded in beautiful flowers. The monster called out to the queen, then used the split moon. The monster also changed in its character, and it, in turn, stood on 4 legs and infused a monstrous aura, and kept repeating that it should die. He gathered strength into his paws, and they began to sparkle with lightning. His gaze changed to bright green, and he still continued to repeat that he had finished her, after which he opened himself to fall and jumped towards her to kill her. But a second later bright red rays appeared, which cut the monsters, after which no one appeared, who swung his sword to the side and your hair and cloak began to develop at such an incredible speed, and the monster, in turn, fell to the ground and began to bleed. The protagonist's comrade continued to hold the bright blue sword in his hand, which radiated incredible energy. He thought why his student decided to send him to the farthest point to monitor, but he did not know that a demon would appear here. Ned got into a fighting stance, holding his sword above his head, and with a confident look said that he had just dug his own grave, and would now pay for his actions. After which we see how lightning began to strike in the village, illuminating everything around in a yellow-red color. After which purple shades began to appear in that place. An incomprehensible liquid filled everything around. After which many explosions were heard, and the monster began to transform. Its color changed to purple, and there was still a lot of liquid on the floor. A second later, Jeff appeared in front of the monsters and held in his hands his huge, black-yellow aura. The protagonist began to swing his sword, easily cut off the monster's hand. He was lost in thought and realized that he had 8 minutes and 20 seconds left before the cleansing spells were removed. And Altair asked to deal with the dragon in just 10 minutes. He landed on the ground and looked forward with his dragon eyes. He realized that for their safety he had to be finished off even earlier, because this raid would not end with the death of the blue dragon. After which memories came flooding back, where there was a girl who was enveloped in the root. After all this, the Black Moon Ramiel, the one who desecrated the forest, would come out of her body. It was for this reason that the raid failed in the past. After which we are transported back in time and see how someone flew somewhere and joyfully shouted hooray. Jeff's comrades were seen standing and looking at the damaged dragon, which had a huge hole in its body. One of the guys said that the blue dragon was defeated. Erdy stood holding his sword and accepted the praise with a smile on his face. He remembered the agreement with the princess and asked if he would really receive the dragon's heart, to which the princess said that this was exactly their agreement. Erdy put his hand in front of him and pointed it at the dragon's body, after which a magic circle appeared, and his hand began to shake. His gaze was shocked, and he was lost in thought. He did not understand what kind of rejection reaction it was. He assumed that there was a barrier to all of this, but he did not understand how this was possible. After all, he was still able to kill the dragon, and the barrier had nowhere to come from. After which his body was pierced by someone's hand. Then no one could have guessed that in the dragon's body, or rather in his stomach, there was a real demon. After which the dragon began to climb out of the dead body and emitted blue ominous energy. Erdy looked at all this with a shocked look and did not understand who it was, after which he noticed something in his hand. The demon looked straight ahead with a smile and held a glowing crystal in his hand. This crystal was a dragon's heart. The demon began to laugh maliciously and thanked the guy for being able to finish off the dragon. After which the monster began to laugh ominously and pressed the dragon's heart to his chest, and it began to glow. He told him to look very carefully. The tree of life, it was he who destroyed the forest, and the dragon's heart would give him even more power. Erdy began to swing his sword and he was very unhappy with this. He said that the demon was a bastard and would not allow him to do this. His comrade, in turn, grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and began to pull him back, then said that they had to run and called him an idiot. The monster began to absorb the dragon's heart, and everything in the area began to glow with bright purple flashes, and he, in turn, took off on his wings and began to soar. As a result of the contact of the dragon's heart with Ramiel, his poison became many times stronger and more dangerous, and everyone who was in the area. The elf knights were struck by this poison, from which they and their armor began to corrode, and he also cut off all forests. Jeff's comrades hesitated, and the girl on horseback ordered everyone to urgently retreat. The horses began to run across the poisoned ground, and the Altair team was able to avoid this terrible death. But I was unable to get the heart of the blue dragon. Altair turned her head to the side and carefully watched what was happening. Together, where the demon was, a terrifying energy and bright pink flashes emanated. The princess and her team rode horses. The level of infection of the elven forest and the Danakil grain region became so high that nothing could return the land where all this was located to the previous one. Life, after which we see how someone sharply pushed off from the ground. Jeff jumped into the air above the dragon and dodged the dragon's attack. The protagonist went straight to the enemy's weak spot and plunged his sword deep into the body. He realized in his thoughts that the raid failed due to the lack of intelligence information. Although, of course, the plan, the people, and the defense were at the highest level, they didn't care help me stay in the win. Memories came flooding back to Jeff, and he remembered that 2 warriors could fight at once in the vanguard. The protagonist remembered Erdy in a mask, who asked about the blue dragon. He asked if he had any weaknesses, because he could not recover from this wound, so their most important task was to hit the target, and then things would go well. The protagonist's comrade raised his hand to his chin and wondered how he knew about this, although he himself did not understand how it happened. He became lost in thought and realized that during the battle there was a feeling that the dragon was moving a little slower than it really could, as if he was trying to protect something. The dragon began to develop, and Jeff began to fall to the ground, after which he shouted that it was nothing like that, and called him a liar. The protagonist grabbed his sword with his hand and extended his second hand forward, and after it began to glow brightly blue. He was lost in thought and realized that last time this raid would have begun only a year and a half later, and then the blue dragon had an old wound, but everything was not like it is now. Jeff realized that he apparently didn't hit hard enough, after which he took his hands, a poison-coated scale that glowed with bright green lightning. It was a poison-coated scale, and had a handle for safe use. The poison was one of the 72 potent poisons of the poisonous King Fade, or rather, the acute pain of Belial. Jeff took these poisonous daggers and stabbed them into the dragon's body. The protagonist jumped back and with an outstretched hand said that everything would explode, and then the dragon's tongue was covered in bright flames. The dragon opened its mouth and began to scream furiously, choking in pain, after which everything was covered in blue flames, and the dragon begged to stop. Jeff hovered on his wings above the dragon screaming in pain and thought about the blue dragon's tongue, after which our protagonist was paralyzed, and he realized that he could not move. Then he looked around and saw drops of water hanging in the air, after which he looked in the other direction and noticed how the tree leaves also froze into place, after which he realized that everything in the area had stopped. After which a bright flash appeared in front of us, and despite the fact that Jeff was able to take possession of the heart of the black dragon, the power of enslavement could never compare with that of the dragon. The protagonist hung in the air with the dragon, but he couldn't even get inside the silver room. The protagonist realized that with such a wide range of capture of the skill, the dragon tongue could be used about once every 7 seconds, but this was quite enough to attack him with a fire attack, after which the dragon began to open its mouth to attack him, after which red sparks appeared in the sky, and the protagonist was able to use this skill in 7 seconds. At that same second, the dragon was struck by a powerful attack, explosions that forced him to fall to the ground. The warrior with a bow looked at this whole event with shining eyes, and in his thoughts he realized that this was a new plan. He realized that he would shoot at his own discretion, and thereby he would be in the wings. After which we see how Dariel began to pull the bowstring. His arrow was shining bright green. He was lost in thought. He realized that this was not enough, and he urgently needed one more shot. After which he fired, and a powerful arrow, leaving behind a bright green beam, hit the dragon right through the forests. While the dragon was wounded by an arrow that left a small hole in it, Jeff immediately jumped up to it and began to swing his sword, leaving the black and yellow one behind him. He took it and struck a strong blow with his sword at the enemy. His blow was so strong that it left behind a huge wound and black and yellow rays, and the dragon, in turn, began to scream in pain. Jeff landed on the ground and put his sword aside, and the breathing bag was destroyed. Dariel wiped the sweat from his face. Holding the arrow in his hand, he realized that there were only 17 black dragon scale arrows left. The red comet needed 3 arrows from them, which meant that 5 spells were still left. Also, he would have enough for 2 ordinary skills, but if he wants to kill the dragon, then he needed to aim at the most vulnerable places. After the dragon gathered his strength, he began to attack Jeff, but he easily jumped away from his attack, and everything around him was filled with pink liquid. The protagonist, with sweat on his face, looked straight ahead with his dragon gaze and was again lost in thought. He understood that in a past life he fought with a blue dragon only once, but that time the dragon's heart was stolen from a devilish cult, and then the battle for control began body in the space of consciousness. He remembered how the last time he sat on the head of a dragon and plunged his sword right into his eye, and he, in turn, lay covered in blood and in an incomprehensible poisonous liquid. It took him a month to finish this battle, and for this over time, he adapted to his attacks, and thanks to this, he still managed to defeat him right before going crazy. Jeff took his sword again and struck, wounding the dragon, causing it to begin to bleed. Then the blue dragon fought with him at the peak of his powers, and now he will definitely not yield to him. After which the dragon clenched her hand into a fist and attacked the unsuspecting protagonist. The blow was so powerful that it raised dust around, and Jeff was behind the shock wave and flew back. The protagonist clenched his teeth and assured himself that everything was fine, and the blow was quite tolerable. After he flew away from the impact, he landed leaning against a tree. The poison arrows that were in the dragon's body began to fall. Jeff realized it was telekinesis, and they all started falling into the pink liquid. after which they, using telekinesis, headed towards the protagonist, who was leaning on the root of a tree. Jeff was not taken aback and grabbed the chain. He headed towards the arrows and made her twist, thereby restoring her from such a villain, after which a dragon's paw immediately followed towards the protagonist. The monster slammed its paw with such force that the shock wave spread in all directions. But after a couple of seconds, the dragon noticed something was wrong and looked forward carefully. He looked at his question with his red gaze and realized that his opponent was still able to dodge. The dragon continued to look at his hand with his red vision, after which an unknown key appeared from above. Jeff thought about the silver key, and then he plunged this key right into the dragon's throat, causing him to be severely wounded and begin to scream in pain. The protagonist gathered all his strength into a fist and began to swing, after which he hit the silver key directly and pierced the monster through the throat, causing it to begin to fall down. The dragon began to scream loudly in pain, and now there was a silver key in his throat. A second later, a long-range attack also followed, leaving behind bright red rays, and upon reaching the target, they began to explode violently. Dariel watched with his keen eye to pull 3 arrows at a time, and after which he noticed that he had 14 arrows left from black dragon scales. His arrows left a bright red light and fell into a pink liquid. The dragon's hand was consecrated, and it immediately began to drown in an incomprehensible liquid. And all this time Dariel was counting his arrows. Thanks to his accurate shot, he was able to cut off his right hand, while the dragon, meanwhile, coolly looked forward with a silver key in its throat. The monster, looking with its red demonic vision, saw in front of it the dark silhouette of the protagonist, who was holding a sword in his hand and enveloping the space with his aura. The dragon began to gaze intently at the protagonist's weapon, and he was able to notice this power in him. A spark appeared in the monster's eyes, and memories came flooding back to him, where he called for his master. I remember the dragon, whom I called Mr. Caceros. The dragon fought against the people who were going to slay him, but the knight attacked him with his sword and asked for an apology. It was Juridica's husband and his favorite sword of Georgius, with which he struck and killed the dragon. After which the protagonist's sword appears in front of us, which was stuck in the ground and had crushing power, and everything around it was covered with red lightning. It was the sword of the dragon slayer Graham. The dragon thanked Georgius, who stood behind him. He was imprisoned, but the guy freed his master, and he could not just leave this place, since he could not free him. Georgius, holding his helmet in his hands, called out to Artalis, but he told him to leave. The dragon's paws began to tremble, and he said that as a servant of Caceros, he could not just forgive him for killing him, because his duty was completely different. After which the dragon's eyes became wet and he began to cry. He simply asked him to get out. If they met again, he promised that he would kill him. After which we are transported to the present time and see how that same dragon with a silver key in its throat lowered its head and was directly in the pink liquid. At this time, Dariel and Kiara were looking at this whole spectacle and guessing why he stopped moving. The girl told Dariel to shoot, but he refused. Drill looked forward with his keen gaze and said that it was dangerous, and then in his thoughts he called for his father. He looked around and saw the Tree of Life, which was still trembling from the ongoing battle. At this time, the dragon stood on its hind legs and began to collect energy, and blue lightning began to strike everything in the area. Jeff at this time looked at everything that was happening and was perplexed, as the dragon began to call Georgius the Dragon Slayer. The dragon began to take out the silver key with his paw, and when a lot of blood began to drip onto the ground, he asked if our protagonist didn't know that his words were an oath. The monster started crying again and said that he couldn't just forgive him, after which he dipped his hand into the poisonous liquid and took out his severed hand. After which a blue flame appeared in front of us, and the dragon began to ask for his life to become a sword. After which he took his hand out of the poisonous liquid, and dark blue ominous energy began to fly around. The dragon began to call his master, after which he made a blue sword from his hand and stood in front of the protagonist. He told his master that he could fulfill his duty, after which, with renewed vigor, holding a sword in his hands that emitted an ominous aura, he looked forward with a confident gaze. Jeff, looking at all this, smiled and was lost in thought. He realized that the dragon used the dragon language to turn his life energy into force, and this only meant one that he did not have long left. It would be better for everyone, after which he told the monster to attack him. Jeff held the sword in front of him, but was already quite tired. He understood that there were 12 minutes of dragonization and 1 dragon's breath left, but now it all didn't matter. After which the dragon flew in on his wings, holding his sword in his hands, from which he had a helmet and lightning, looking at the protagonist, who was standing at this time on the roots of a tree. The monster, holding the sword in his hand, began to accumulate dark blue energy. It was a weapon of death that was created by the dragon's tongue. It absorbed vitality and defense, but the attack power increased. Jeff strengthened his sword in his hands and began to concentrate the remaining strength in it. He understood that to prevent this, the right decisions and concentration were needed. The protagonist continued to stand confidently and gather all his remaining strength throughout his body, and after a second, the entire space around him was in a black and yellow aura. Jeff knew that in all other cases, everything was useless and he only needed the strongest and most effective combat power, after which he looked forward, holding his sword, and became like a different person. He used the ferocious dragonization skill. The skill consumed a huge amount of mana to enhance the effect of dragonization. All of the protagonist's physical abilities were increased by 200%, and the duration of his dragonization was significantly reduced. After the end of his skill state, he temporarily entered a hibernation state. The remaining time of his skill was 15 minutes, but from after activation it decreased to 3 minutes, after which the dragon struck with his sword, leaving a blue trail of lightning. The protagonist, without being confused, raised his sword and repelled the monster's attack. A second later, their swords were almost close and were about to collide with each other, emitting the strongest aura and lightning from each other. Jeff confidently swung his weapon at the dragon's attack and confidently stood his ground, in no way inferior to his opponent. The dragon, despite all this, continued to inflict many attacks with its deadly weapon, but the protagonist continued to resist and repelled all his attacks thanks to his skill and his powerful weapon. The protagonist's opponent was so strong that from his blows he could not stand still, and then began to break the ground, after which the dragon began to swing to carry out one more attack. He swung and released such a powerful attack from his sword that it flew towards the protagonist at lightning speed, and it also left behind waves of his poisonous liquid. After this blow, the tree of life was cut in half, and red rays were visible behind it. Jeff's comrades who were there were in shock and could not believe that the tree of life had been cut down, and Kiara raised her hand to her face and together with Dariel thought about her father. Jeff looked ahead. Particles of dragon scales flew in the air, and then memories came flooding back. I remembered how the man in the cloak, during his training, said that the combat technique of the flow of the royal tiara was not about the complexity of the movements, but about understanding the control of the flow of energy itself. The guy in the hood said that if he could feel this flow, he would be able to release colossal energy based on small energy, after which the protagonist spoke out and blocked the dragon's attack, which cut the tree. Jeff then began to swing his arms to strike back, and in his head the guy said that all this was needed to defeat a superior enemy, after which the protagonist headed towards the dragon, which made another attack with a sword. Jeff began to swing his sword, emitting a yellow aura, and at that moment he realized that everything was moving, and all the streams were like water. They flowed from one vessel to another, and at that moment he felt incredible power, after which he again remembered his teacher, who threw a leaf that moved and left behind a red ray. If the protagonist can understand this very force that flows in him, how big the hand is, then even an ordinary leaf from a tree will become his weapon, after which the leaf cut through many logs. A second later, Jeff dealt many blows to the dragon and chopped it into many pieces, and then landed on the ground, holding his sword in the air. His teacher says that if he understands this, then even the dragon itself will be defeated by him. The protagonist raised his head and looked back. He saw a lot of blood flowing out of the dragon. He looked at the hacked body of the dragon, which was bleeding, and saw that there was something shining there. He looked closer and saw that something was sticking out of his previously opened ones. He assumed that it was some kind of weapon, and then realized that it was something very old, after which he remembered the words of Erdi, who told him that he had an old wound that could not heal, and this was his weakest point that could be hit. Jeff at that very second realized that this was his chance to win, after which he immediately jumped up and flew forward. The protagonist begins to approach the wounded dragon, leaving a yellow light behind him, but suddenly he will begin to swing his sword to hit him. Jeff noticed something was wrong while looking at the dragon. A second later, the dragon pulled out its tail from the poisonous liquid, which charged a powerful attack. But Jeff was not taken aback and began to put strength into his sword, flaming with an aura. The dragon put forward and was about to dive under the water, but the protagonist quickly realized what his enemy was planning and released a chain in his direction. Jeff bound his limb with his chain and kept him from escaping. The dragon turned out to be stronger, and together they plunged into the poisonous liquid. Jeff Stripes found himself in the water, holding the dragon by the tail. The protagonist swung his sword at first and wounded the monster more and more, keeping up with its pace. A second later, the protagonist looked to the side and noticed something was wrong, after which the dragon attacked him with its tail. Jeff began to bleed. The protagonist was severely wounded and began to choke. Kiara was scared and realized that she couldn't give a tip while he was in the water. Dariel, in turn, pulled the bowstring, remembering his mother and father. He released 3 arrows, which shone with a bright orange light, and then he asked to direct them to the desired trail. The dragon was able to dodge the attack, and the arrows flew straight into the tree, exploding everything that was there. The comrade above, looking through binoculars, said that he was able to evade and that Dariel fell into the tree of life. But he was not going to give up and began to pull the string on his bow again. He began to fire many arrows, leaving many explosions and destroying everything in his path. He realized that if all of his 8 arrows hit the tree of life, then his plan could come true. After he fired all his arrows, the tree of life broke off and began to fall. The dragon at this time began to swing his sword under the poisonous liquid to hit the protagonist. But his plan was not realized, because at that very second the tree of life fell on the dragon, and Jeff remained safe and sound. The protagonist at that very second, without wasting any time, jumped into the trees and headed forward. He moved closer to the monster and began swinging his sword to deliver the finishing blow. He accelerated the sword underwater so much that it began to glow even stronger than before. He dealt a powerful blow to the dragon, and then, in turn, opened his mouth and suffered from pain. The monster brought its paw to the other, and a blue aura began to shine there. The dragon was lost in thought and realized that everything was true. He remembered telling the other war that he, as a faithful servant of Caesaros, could not simply forgive him for killing his master, so he simply asked him to leave, because if once he appears, he will definitely kill. After which the man put on his helmet and asked for forgiveness. At that same second, he took his sword out of the ground. He held it to his chest and said that he could not just leave, after which the sword began to shine with blue lightning. And he said that as a knight of Princess Juridica, he was ordered to correct her from unnecessary trouble. After which a blow was heard, a horn began to fall to the ground. His battle with Georgius was short, and he himself was careless enough, so he missed the blow. A second later, the dragon began to scream in pain and said that the man would pay for cutting off his horn. After which the warrior stuck a relic into his wound. It was the finger of the White Queen. The stake was made of bones and 1 queen, which put a seal on the target. It imposed the effect of a curse that could not be dispelled. The duration of this curse was 10 years. Resource looked forward with displeasure and said that since he was able to hit him, but his power would be sealed, he would have to sit in his lair until the red dragon calmed down. If he had not stained his hands with the blood of Caesaros, if he had not fully learned the secrets of this world, they would hardly have been able to maintain their friendship, and all because he could not return to the past. After which the dragon began to drown in his own poison, and he realized that although their paths had not crossed for as long as possible, he said goodbye to Artalis. After that he remembered everything, and it was exactly 1,000 years ago. Suddenly, he again remembered how he looked at the protagonist with his red vision, and realized that this guy was the one who was following him. The dragon opened his eyes for the last time to look at all this, and understood. He saw Jeffa swinging his sword to deliver the final blow. It was at that moment that the dragon realized that it was the new year of dragons. After which there was a blow, which left a lot of blood behind and struck him. A heart appeared in front of us inside the blue dragon's stomach. Someone said that the dragon's life force could no longer be felt. Radiel menacingly took a step forward and said that it had finally happened. He smiled and added that now he will get the heart. Suddenly, a sword pierced his chest. Jeff swung and cut him, so that he flew several meters back. The protagonist looked at him menacingly, frowning his eyebrows, and then he hit him in the side with all his might, throwing him to the side. Radiel hit the tree with all his might, after which Jeff looked at his hand. A silver key appeared in it and he thought that this was great, because now he had the body of a lizard and he would not be able to merge with his heart. He remembered how people died from poison and thought that the disaster had happened in a past life. He then remembered how Radiel inserted a dragon heart into his chest. He thought it was caused by a surge of energy due to the black moon improperly absorbing the dragon heart. He then imagined Rathiel lying on the floor, his entire body covered in green slime. He thought that those who absorb the heart should be equal in strength to dragons, such as a similar dragon or a high-level demon. Black Moon was not one of these, therefore, unable to withstand the power that fell on him, he died on the spot. After some time, someone came up and took the dragon's heart in his hands. The head of the devilish cult after some time took the dragon's heart and Ramel's magic stone. In other words, the Black Moon was simply used. Jeff grabbed the chain and thought that he could watch from the underworld how people were dying, how those who survived lost their homes, dooming themselves to hunger and suffering. He looked menacingly at his opponent, and then continued to reflect, happy to watch the cult that betrayed him, the cult that took over the world, which, like him, would soon be crushed and thrown out. Raphael stood up and then said that the scent of a dragon was with the scent of a human. He smiled and added that when he emerged from the belly of the dragon, he expected to encounter elves rather than humans. He didn't think that the dragon slayer himself would be in front of him. The protagonist looked at him menacingly, and then Radiel, examining his hand, said that he was glad to meet you. But suddenly chains appeared around his body, and Jeff flew up to him, holding a huge yellow stake in his hand, and then he stabbed a large yellow cross straight into his opponent. He extended his hand, but suddenly Jeff began to rotate the cross, creating incredible energy. He opened his eyes wide and looked ahead in surprise. He saw that there was nothing in front of him, and then he wondered if he was gone, if he had really returned. Radel, with his wings spread wide, laughed and said, sitting on the tree, that he might have thought he had him cornered, but by his actions he only showed his weakness. Raising his hand, he added that it was dangerous to attack an enemy you were seeing for the first time, because he could counterattack. The reason Jeff acted so quickly is because, smiling, he extended his claw forward and added that there was a time limit for the dragon's strength, 1 minute 2 minutes maximum. The protagonist smiled and thought that he was damn smart. He wiped the blood from his face, continuing to think that there were still about 48 seconds of dragonization left. Besides, as a side effect, he was already after the time had expired. Dragonization consumes too much energy, so his body has neither the time nor the strength. He needs to get him to use it. Raphael extended his finger and then told him to do him a favor. If he gave him the dragon's heart, he would spare his life, after which he extended his hand and added that he was only interested in revenge on his brothers, but he did not hate people, to which the protagonist extended his finger, around which a magic circle appeared, and told him to stand. He used the dragon language, which allowed him to impose silence and repair the creature with his words. Yellow seals appeared around Raphael's legs and he wondered what the bastard was. Looking in fear as Jeff swung the cross, he thought that his legs were not moving, and he was attacking again. A second later, the entire room was illuminated by a bright light. Jeff furrowed his eyebrows and looked menacingly ahead. His cross hit the barrier and could not penetrate through. Radel opened his mouth menacingly and shouted that he hadn't finished. How could he interrupt his interlocutor mid-sentence and rush into the attack? The antagonist waved his hand, in which a blue key appeared, and thought that he also used the dragon language. It's as if he's about to pass out. His body is almost limp. Then a bright yellow light appeared in his hands. He wondered if stamina alone would be enough to take control of it. It was a sword of light, a sacred object in the form of a ray of light taking the form of a sword. Anyone who does not have the right to use the sword burns when he touches it. When there is permission for use from the goddess of light, all restrictions are lifted. Suddenly he heard a voice in his head that he wouldn't be allowed to. His hand became covered in flames, and he wondered what. Literally a second later, the whole body was covered in fire. Frowning his brows, he wondered why he could use it then, whether it was his magical power or physical training. Now he is in no way inferior to his past self. All this is from the remnant of magical energy, or is there some other reason? Afterwards, Jeff, remembering moments from the past, thought that, apparently, this was all because of the goddess of light. He was thrown back at great speed. Radiel, looking ahead puzzledly, thought that he doesn't know what it is, but it's even better for him. Now after the petrification has been removed, his movements are constrained, and he cannot fight. He can only stall for time by talking. After he said to have his barrier removed, huge purple energy moved upward at great speed. Radel smiled widely as he collected the dark sphere in his hand and then shouted that tying his legs was his mistake. There is an attack he can do without moving. He stretched his arms to the sides, dark energy appeared, and he thought that this was a skill that the Black Moon used. Even when he was a high elf, he supplemented it with the power of a demon and elevated it to the absolute. A poisonous spear. A unique skill condenses the poison surrounding the user, creating a poisonous spear that is sharp enough to pierce a dragon's scales. The spear hit the protagonist's shoulder at great speed. He furrowed his eyebrows and then screamed. Radial, smiling broadly, laughed and said, "What a beautiful cry, what a moment, the dragon surpassing him in strength and taking him to submit. How he looks, how he curls up in pain. This is a real sight, this feeling of superiority. It's not for nothing that he turned into a demon." Afterwards, he extended his hand forward, in which a new sphere appeared, and thought that he would like to stay longer and look at his artificial work. But there are so many things to do, and it's time for him to finish this. A huge number of copies appeared around him, and he added that he would kill the protagonist, and it would be his mercy, and then wished him an easy road to hell. He suddenly stopped, wondering what that sound was. Several sharp tree roots emerged from the water and pierced Radial through and through. He looked ahead in fear, trembled, and then wondered what it was, where the roots of the tree came from. Jeff, clutching his shoulder, said that he understood that this was the root of the tree of life, which he poisoned. With his skill he absorbed all the poison of this land. After which he smiled and, looking at how the roots continued to grow upward, added that now the tree of life and the lake were cleared of filth. He frowned and thought that the magic stone of the Black Moon, which the head of the cult took possession of in a past life. With the help of it he then turned the poisonous mist into a weapon. The original owner of the magic stone also had to master this ability, so he pushed the Black Moon to use it. The poison absorption effect is the fastest way to clear the forest. Looking at a living tree under which there was water, he thought that the lake is the only place where there is still poison. But the main thing is that its concentration is almost imperceptible, and if you climb like this, it will begin to recover. In front of himself, he continued to think that he had originally planned to do this, and then finish the battle with one blow from the Sword of Light. But he did not think that everything would go so smoothly. The roots of the tree began to consume Ramiel. He thought that he needed to spread the poison faster. His heart was pierced, and the mana was not gathering. Jeff swung his hand, which had yellow energy appearing around it, and then said that until he poisoned the tree, it had protected the elves for centuries with its roots extending throughout the forest. While the tree protected him, he did not realize how powerful it was. He did not understand gratitude and is not smart. Why did he lose? A second later, Jeff hit him in the head with all his might, smashing him into pieces, telling him to go to his grave. Afterwards, he looked at the purple stone, Ramiel's magic stone, a demon power crystal with a powerful poison. Taking it away, he will be able to use the power of the Black Moon. And Promel's pipes, demon pipes saturated with deadly poison. Each part after collecting and processing can be used for various goals. A small light appeared in the forest. Jeff wondered what even before Jaffir's message was delivered, the rearguard had already sensed. A large tree appears in front of us, from which a bright flash emanates. The huge tree was covered with golden branches. Everyone looked at him with a smile, thinking that the tree of life had risen, and this means. A small ball flew through the air, flying over the knights, saying that the blue dragon was defeated. They had the dragon's heart. All that was left was to deal with the remaining monsters. The knights raised their weapons and fists and began to celebrate. A small ball flew up to Altair. She, smiling, asked that he could hear the sounds of people rejoicing. Suddenly, Jeff's wings began to disappear, and he fell like a stone into the water. Then roots appeared from the cart. They grabbed him and lifted him above her. The protagonist, while unconscious, heard the tree thanking him and saying that he had helped him. And then the tree replied that it would save him in return. The roots began to glow, emitting energy. We are taken to the house. Ned, looking out the window, sees the roots of a tree, and then thinks that they have been reborn, which means he, smiling, continues to reflect on what Jeff did. Sitting on the steps and looking at the monster, which is being grabbed by the roots, he continues to think that he does not know whether he was able to earn his bread. Breathing heavily, he looks at his bloody wound, wondering what he ended up getting with his own martial art. Who knew that this demon had the skill of copying other people's abilities? His hand trembled, and he thought that he had lost too much blood, and he would not have the elixir unless he could regain his strength with the flow of Kai. Suddenly, he noticed a small yellow branch approaching him. He shuddered in fear, thinking that it was a vine. Then a voice was heard from behind the screen, so that he would not be scared. She uses the vines as a limb. The girl lay on the bed with her arms crossed, and then added that the knight protected her, completely helpless, and she was indebted to him. Suddenly, she lifted herself up with the help of a vine, and he looked at her in surprise. The eyes placed a tiara on her head, and she said that her name was Sylvest. She was the queen of the elves. Standing up, she added that there was a smell of blood and he needed treatment. Then, stretching out her hand, in which a yellow sphere appeared, a beautiful girl in a long dress told him to come to her. Jeff indulged in memories. A man appeared in front of him who said that he had a rare name and his father was now further away than the stars, but he could find what he was looking for if he went with him. Then the girl hugged him and he heard the words that she wanted to raise him in a safe place where it was peaceful. Unlike his father, should he be given to that person? His mother did not know what would be better. Drops of blood fell on the floor, and the girl continued to say that she could not protect him. This is the last thing that a terrible mother can teach him. Suddenly the protagonist opened his eyes. Lying on the vines, he heard that he would take up his sword, and he would have to defend himself. Grabbing his head, he thought that it was just a dream. His mother, it was so long ago. Looking around, he wondered where he was, how much time had passed. Frowning his brows and putting himself away, he heard the tree tell him 72 hours 18 minutes 29 seconds, and it's better for him not to move. His body has not yet recovered. The vines reached out to it, and then it added that the space around the depths of its stem, and he, a pumped-up man in a green long skirt, appeared. He said that he was Yggdrasil, the tree of life. This body was an illusion created by his mind. The tree of life gazed ahead, and Jeff frowned. After he stood up, he continued to think that in the past, after a failed raid, it was not possible to save the tree of life and the elf queen, so he never met him, but heard about him from Dariel. The tree of life continued to say that only his wife had seen him in this form. The incarnation could not leave his body, and the children had never seen him. Jeff, looking ahead, asked that he could read his thoughts, to which the tree replied that he only read the signals of his body. This is his feature. If he is uncomfortable, he can pretend that he knows nothing. After which the protagonist looked in front of him with displeasure, thinking that this was terribly strange. He had dead eyes, and he could not feel his emotions. Then the tree of life raised his hand, and a yellow light appeared in it. He said that he was alert. The worry was empty. He had no intentions, only to give thanks. Suddenly small fruits appeared on the branches, and Jeff looked at them in surprise. Taking them in his hands, the tree told him to eat. This is a concentrated fruit from its juice. It will help him recover faster. He was supposed to go into sleep for a week, but thanks to the treatment, he woke up after just 72 hours. With his eyes wide open, the tree continued to say that he was bound by the dragon's tongue and poisoned, so he could not move, but could watch him through the children. Jeff imagined Dariel and Kiara in his head, and the tree continued to say that he helped him and helped them. Then the Elven Queen appears in front of us, with Ned lying on her lap, and the tree continues to say that he was able to protect his wife. Then he raised his hand and said that this is a bilateral agreement. Get it? Give it back. This is the order, and he is the one who established this order. Jeff ate the berries and thought that he didn't understand anything. That is, he helped, and he should thank him. He then furrowed his brows and thought that he definitely didn't feel any hostility. He remembered how in his previous life Dariel sat by the fire and told him. Looking at the tree of life, he thought that he was one who was a demigod, one who was close to the Almighty, but could not compare with him. Then, smiling, he continued to think that everything is vague. He cannot ignore the words of this creature. If he manages to make a deal with him, of course, beneficial for him. Then he said that a bilateral agreement. He likes the way he thinks, but did one treatment even the scales? Then the tree of life replied that he didn't know yet. He only woke him up from sleep. He then extended his hand forward, pointing at the protagonist, and said, "Dragon heart, isn't the side effect gone?" Jeff furrowed his eyebrows and thought that he could see right through him, and the tree of life continued to say that this is another feature. His body is in such a state that it is necessary to constantly reconfigure it with an increase in power by 10%. He extended his hand and, remembering the dragon heart, added that, however, the power of the heart had already increased to 23% after defeating the demon. His body should have simply collapsed, but he restored it again and again. The protagonist, frowning his eyebrows, silently looked ahead, and his interlocutor continued to say that it should be strong enough for another dragon heart. He extended his hand and asked that now their cups were equal, but they should not think about it. He was offering a new deal. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he would connect him with the heart of the blue dragon, but in return he would fulfill his requests. The tree of life imagined a small sprout in his head and thought that 90 years 8 months 27 days ago, a small sprout fell into fertile soil. On the day when his life just began, he heard someone's voice, "Let him get ready." The sprout began to slowly sprout. Over time he understood what the voice meant. He understood what his mission was, to wait. There was also a reason for his existence. Then he became a big tree, and his roots grew further and further. He thought that he had to change the air around and spread magic. With his body he cleared the water of primitive anger and hatred. His brothers would do the same on other continents. It grows more and more. A family of elves came to him. He thought that in 1,000 years this world had changed. It became fertile. Its lands began to grow, a race of people appeared who became his brothers and sisters. Looking at the bright sun, he continued to think that time was passing, and his mission was about to end. He was waiting. Sylvester appeared in front of us. She was holding a little boy with orange hair in her hands, and then said that he was so small and warm. This was their child. She blushed to the side, smiling, and then added that she was grateful to Mr. Ig. She was the happiest. The tree of life descended to her and kissed her forehead, after which he reflected that at that moment he swore that he would pass on his mission, no matter what the cost. Jeff sat attentively in front of him and listened to his story. He then furrowed his brows and thought that by connecting him to the blue dragon's heart, but he must fulfill his request, that he was asking for something incredible. He presented his body, and then continued to think that everything is not so simple. During the ritual he will be completely defenseless. He cannot trust his life to anyone. He needs to find out what he is up to. Then suddenly the tree of life spoke to him. He leaned over and then, with his brows furrowed, asked how he would die in the future. Jeff opened his eyes wide and asked what. And the tree answered, remembering how he put 2 fingers on the protagonist's head, that he watched his actions. He does everything as if he knows what will happen, so he looked into his dreams to find answers. He saw a girl standing in front of a little boy. He said that the first thing he suspected was a connection with that woman. But he was wrong. Squinting his eyes, he added that she was just a turned page of his story. He thinks that Jeff did not hear the secrets of the universe from her, on the contrary, who burns everything around with the help of dragons, and then added that the vivid and accurate memories of the apocalypse and the face that he recognizes among thousands of others. Then, folding his hands, he added that without a doubt, prophecy, or prophetic dream, he could see the future. Jeff lowered his head and thought that he was interpreting body signals to read thoughts, something similar to the ability of Yuzuki and Altair. Then there was no point in lying to him. He replied that it was true. His future partner destroyed the great forest, and he soon died, failing to neutralize the poison. Opening his eyes slightly, the protagonist continued to explain that it is not necessary to say that he returned from the future, be it a time jump or a prophecy. The fact that he knows the future does not change. The significance is different. If he finds out about it, there will be no benefit. The tree of life closed its eyes, and then he thought that his interlocutor was still hiding the most important answer. His wariness was not surprising, after which he said that, as he thought, he would die before the end of the world. They expected such an outcome. Afterwards, he looked at his hand, which had a magical seal on it, and said that if he could see a future in which he would live to the end. Suddenly the seal began to break, and he raised his hand, saying that it would not have been possible to save him anyway. The protagonist looked in surprise at the seal on his new comrade's hand. He then remembered that he had the same one, a promise ring, a spell pentagram engraved on the back of his hand to ensure the treaty was kept. It was a certain part of the seal. They were similar. He would say his was cooler. Suddenly, Jeff grabbed his head, feeling a sharp, severe pain. The tree of life covered its seal with its hand, telling him not to look too long. His mind couldn't handle it right now. The protagonist, covering his face with his hand, continued to listen to his interlocutor, and he said that secrecy was necessary for all their affairs, so he could not tell much. He imagined a large tree that was under golden chains, and said that he and the 7 dragons were beings bound by a mission assigned by the Absolute. As long as they were sealed with a seal, they could not get rid of their destiny. Jeff narrowed his eyes and wondered what he knew, a mission that couldn't be abandoned, which was why he had no choice but to kill the blue dragon. Then the tree of life imagined great beings in his head and said that when the end of the world comes, the surviving dragons will lose their will and begin to destroy everything around them, as they will become servants of the devil who entered this world. This is the future he saw. Frowning his brows, Jeff replied that he was saying that when the time comes, he will be against them, just like the dragons. The tree, closing its eyes, said that he never doubted his mission. He never felt any value in this world, but simply did what he had to do. But something happened. He remembered Sylvester, how she was holding on to one of his roots, and then her words about why he was hesitating. She had always been waiting for this day. She knew that if she gave birth to a child, she would not live long. Smiling, the girl touched the vine, and then said that because of her weak body and the ability to hear the voice of the soul, for her, the lonely moon, memories with Mr. J are a dream that they once came up with together. She is not afraid, because it has come true. Looking at the glass standing on the bed, she said that just once she could be greedy. Looking at the cup of conception, a special cup, healthy for the king or queen of the elves. If you drink the juice from the cup, a new life will be conceived. After which she added that not used it on her, she wants a child, but not like that. She extended her hand towards the root from which the hand was formed, and then added that it was the fruit of the love of a man and a woman. The tree of life cupped her cheek, and the girl added that she wanted him to teach her love. Afterwards, standing in front of Jeff, he said that that woman showed him the value of life and the price of love. The protagonist lowered his head, and his interlocutor continued to say that he must understand this. Jeff remembered his love. Then he closed his eyes. A dragon's heart appeared in front of him. He lay down on the ground, and the tree of life extended its hand, forming magic circles, and then said that it would give him strength, give him all possible help so that he could prevent the apocalypse. Placing his hand on the seal, he continued to say that in exchange, when the time comes, he will kill him so that he does not harm his wife and children. A bright flash illuminated everything around him, and he added that this was his request. Jeff landed on the ground, standing up. He thought that he had even thought about threatening him with the dragon's heart or Ramel's magic stone if they could not agree. Now he looks like a bad person. Sighing, he continued to think that if the tree had ulterior motives, it could have calmly manipulated his body while he was unconscious. But it did not. For sure trust, everything turned out well on his part. He remembered how the tree told him that his beloved princess was still immature. In order to transplant the heart of the blue dragon, she needed more experience, and this would take a lot of time. If he performed the ceremony, he could speed up his plan. A strong blue energy appeared around Jeff. He thought that he would then leave the tree transplant. New armor and a long blue shiny sword appeared on his body. He thought that he also needed to earn his bread. Walking forward, he saw a strong energy in front of him, thinking that this space was inside his mind. If he couldn't defeat the dragon's mind here, even if the heart transplant was successful, his body might collapse or the dragon would take control of him. As he walked further, he saw a water tornado, wondering that when he fought it in his previous life, it took 1 month. How long would it take this time? Frowning his brows and holding out his sword, he told him to come to him. Then the wind blew and he heard a voice asking him what the final form was. It was pretty good. Jeff, not expecting this, frowned. A girl appeared in front of him and said why he was so surprised. Let him fight with all his might. She narrowed her eyes, then chuckled and added that it was because he wasn't familiar with her other form. She sat with folded hands near a small table with a teapot, and then told him to come to her. Dragon Slayer, enough of the knife battles for now. In this video she will pour him tea. Looking in front of him in surprise, the protagonist thought that it was a blue dragon, but she was a girl. Dariel appears in front of us. He looks to the side in surprise, saying that they can be calm. Now Jeff is with his father. Altair, looking at him, asks what is happening with his father. With the tree of life, Milia stands next to him and, stretching his hand forward, shouts that the tree hasn't swallowed him up. What's happening? Dariel answered that it has. How can they say such things? Terrible things. He looked at his sister and added that Jeff was probably nursing his wounds. Philip frowned and looked in front of him with displeasure, wondering if they could leave everything as it was. If the protagonist was captured by the tree and became its hostage, then they had another headache. Then Dariel closed his eyes and wondered what the next power, uncontrollable by Jeff, was finding inside his father. Was it really the heart of a dragon? He opened his eyes slightly and replied that perhaps when he returned he would be a completely different person. We are transported to Jeff. He is sitting opposite the blue dragon. Smiling, he says that he is honored. Who would have thought that the great dragon would show him his polymorph? Then he thought about the fact that in his previous life he did not see this. Looking at the girl in front of him, he thought that any creature is more comfortable in its original form. A change in appearance occurs under the following circumstances: when the opponent is superior, when the opponent is equal or inferior but respected, and when trying to deceive the opponent. The protagonist furrowed his eyebrows and thought that when he looked at her, he didn't think it was the third. He had a strange mindset, but he wasn't the type to fool someone. The blue dragon smiled and, raising a cup of tea to her mouth, told him to take it as disrespect. Even though she was weakened by the poison, Jeff still defeated her. Closing her eyes, she added that, in addition, this space is filled with the energy of Kaiseros, so she is comfortable. Afterwards she looked around, adding that it is impossible not to respect the one to whom the owner transferred his power. Suddenly a gap appeared and yellow light poured out of it. Lightning appeared around them and hit the ground, and the blue dragon added that it seems that the master is unhappy. Her master does not recognize the person. She, Ardales, will remember this. After which the girl smiled and laughed, and Jeff, turning pale, thought that this was so unusual for him. What a crazy fight. After which he frowned and continued to think that when fighting in the subspace of consciousness in the past, for some reason he became stronger, but this strength was unstable. He was able to win only because the mind of the mad dragon was unstable. He He remembered how the blue dragon, holding her face, extended her finger towards him and used healing, saying that for some reason fighting him made her feel better. She was surprised and she was sorry to kill such a one. She would rather heal him, and they take a break and then continue. A few drops of sweat rolled down the protagonist's face, and he continued to think that for endlessly repeating days, she treated him and beat him again until he defeated her. After awakening, his fighting skills became much better, so in what sense can she be called teacher? He then lowered his head and remembered Ned, the master of poisons, and the blue dragon, thinking about why all his mentors were so terrible. He looked in front of him with displeasure, and then the blue dragon asked him what happened, why he had such a tortured face, to which Jeff replied that she was having fun. Ordalis put her hand under her head and replied that why should she be different? Her body was freed from the burden. The mission was over. She would be next to her owner before other brothers. She could only watch his actions. She took a mug of tea, adding that besides, their battle was worthy, and she leaves with honor. Jeff looked at her silently and displeasedly for several seconds, and then she continued talking, imagining in her head a picture that they say that working with your hands reveals the character of the soul, be it the tip of an artist's brush or the fingers of a musician. Then she presented Jeff's long sword and said that the edge of their swords, the training, the character, the time, the masters they learned from, the life that was sacrificed for greatness, all this is the soul. It cannot be hidden and cannot be hidden. She smiled, narrowing her eyes, and added that their fight showed that the protagonist was worthy, and since her body was dead, it would not be better to trust her strength to a worthy one. Then she looked menacingly ahead. Remembering their fight, she thought that in this fight she felt tenacity, experience, and superiority with whom he had fought before. Then she imagined the mountains, thinking that she was waiting for the owner, and who knows, maybe this person will get to where many could not. She extended her hand to the dragon's heart and added that he would not need to train for this. She would rest with her master. She would transfer her power to the worthy, and yet Jeff must control her in order to use the fullness of her power. Then she pulled the dragon's heart, filled with energy, forward, adding that she would watch. She was interested in his end, and let him not dare to exchange his life for any little thing. Looking at the filled dragon's heart, he thought that he would never have thought that it would be so easy to agree. He is grateful for saving time, because he has so much to do. Then the space around them began to rustle. A bright beam of blue light appeared, and he continued to think that he did not know what she saw when they crossed swords. For example, he did not understand what she meant. She, like him, could not if he lived as a weakling, and this life was ended with a sword in his hands. He would not hate her. Then he turned around with a smile and said that she likes some food other than tea. He cooks a little. He will serve it at the funeral ceremony. The blue dragon smiled broadly and replied that there was no need to ask. Let him choose to his taste. Then a bright flash of blue light appeared. The tree of life lit up, and from there a small root appeared. Altair and his comrades turned around in surprise. She looked ahead in fear, and then she saw Jeff, who stood bare-chested in front of her. He smiled and asked why they were standing there. The princess blushed and she replied that they were waiting for him. He jumped from the tree, and then he hugged the princess tightly. We are transported to a large temple in which Mercy stands. She, looking ahead, says that in this way another part of the old god was transferred to the new owner. Looking around, she adds that the future of this world will change even more and how the owner is doing. Then we are transferred to the Temple of Light. The fourth entrance, the knight stands in front of the girl. She shouts to him that why there is still no news from Cardinal Alden, to which the knight apologizes and says that he will send another person. Suddenly he runs up to him subordinate, and Commander shouts. The girl looks at the letter with displeasure, and then shouts that Mr. Alden was killed. Rumors spread throughout the temple. People came up to each other and said that Alden was dead, along with his knights. This happened in the 3rd district, where he was sent. Then one of the guys imagined a bloody battle and asked what it meant. Then they were killed by the holy son Lucius. Then one of them imagined images of knights and thought that they were ranked 10th among the top 10 strongest people. Due to religious issues, saints are not among the top 10. But if the holy son won, their place is in the top 10. A crowd of knights appears in front of us, walking towards the temple. Someone shouts forward, to the 3rd district. Then we are taken to Mercy. She, looking at a large statue, says that a place of strength instead of powerlessness, a place of the holy absolute, renounced from everything, while the place of the king of the universe is empty. The swords of those who thirst for him will cross, and rivers of blood will spill onto the earth. Closing her eyes, she raised her head and added that at the end of the last 1,000 years he appeared. The tree of life looked at the light and said to save them. Then Erdi appeared in front of us. He stuck his sword into the ground and said, Destroyer of Fate. We are transferred to Lindell Castle, to the territory of Altair. He looked at the knight and, laughing, said that this is boring, here he has already won. Smiling, he looked to the side, asking that he was now worthy to meet the princess. A pond, a large tree with spreading roots, the elves were very touched when the tree came back to life. Flowers with pink petals take root in the rivers. Yggdrasil, having lost all the poison in his body, was able to restore the magical plants of Manhwa, and they quickly cleaned up the entire surrounding area. Knights in armor pierce the lizards with a spear, arrows fly, the survivors finish off the remaining monsters that were descending the tree of life. Justina and Ophelia turned around, eyes wide in surprise. A small town is surrounded by a lake. In its center there is a large flower with beautiful white petals, a rainbow in the sky, golden leaves on the birch trees. This is Elfenheim, the capital of the kingdom of the elves. The elves cry with happiness, thanking them, they are back here again. One of them looked up and shuddered. A wheelchair was brought up. Someone said that it was too early to rejoice. The men opened their mouths wide and froze in surprise. Ned is carrying an elf girl in a stroller with long blonde hair, decorated with a tiara of thin branches with white flowers. In a long white dress, he asks to greet the queen. An exclamation is heard. The queen woke up. Dariel stands next to the girl, pursing her lips. Kiara's eyes filled with tears of joy. She smiled and her mother screamed. The characters joyfully hug each other and cry. Men with shovels in their hands bent over the pit in which a dead lizard, struck by an arrow, and an elf lay, began searching for numerous missing people during the battles. A priest in white clothes is praying. Two guys, one of them with a shovel in his hand, are sitting on the ground, heads bowed. Next to the graves, everyone began to treat the wounded and bury the dead. Daisy and Millie are leading stone creatures. Some of them are collecting fish in a net. Others are carrying a wooden cart. It was necessary to get rid of dirty water. There was no end to the places where work needed to be done. It was impossible to leave everything to Yggdrasil, who was himself busy with purification. The elves are standing in front of a burnt, destroyed house. The girl put her hand on the shoulder of the man standing next to her and is crying. With her head down, at least some kind of activity helped to overcome personal difficulties and sorrows. The man hugged her. She covered her face with her hands. Her house definitely stood here. It's impossible to believe it. The blue dragon was no longer a threat. The elves had hope. The branches of the tree are swaying in the wind and it is raining, but the calmness around them made them feel more vulnerable because they had to make incredible sacrifices to win. Crosses on the field, under one of them a plant blooming with snow-white lush inflorescences. It was necessary to bury your comrades one by one and overcome the oppressive sadness. Justina stands next to the elf queen, who is sitting in a carriage with a sad expression on her face. Glowing petals around her, the end of the war against the blue dragon has been declared. Sylvestra smiled slightly, her eyes shining. She thanked the princess who was on the territory of the Temple of Light. And Jeff, the dragon hunter. The elves will forever remember the blessing that saved them and will perpetuate this memory on the Tree of Life. The heroes shake hands. The queen said that their race will definitely return to them what they received. The great elven forest vows to sign a non-aggression pact and share all the difficulties and joys as an ally of Princess Altair and Countess Danikil. Edwin and Philip stand in the crowd and clap. The trading company air happy to finally have his question answered. He remembered the conversation with the princess. Justina, closing her eyes, slightly bowed her head, brought her clasped fingers to her face. Edwin tells her that elves and people hate each other. He is worried about an attack from them. Perhaps it is too early to launch an attack. The girl laughed at the answer is, he doesn't know anything. The princess smiled mysteriously, taking a chess piece in her hand. So far everything is fine. She looked ahead thoughtfully. There is a saying that a crisis is an opportunity. Now it may seem like a problem that needs to be solved, but we need to look further. Their goal is to unite the kingdom of the elves and the territory of Danikil. Edwin gritted his teeth, looked at her in surprise and asked if they weren't going to use their weaknesses to win. Philip raised the papers to his face, raising an eyebrow, his glasses sparkling. He urged him to be quieter. It was clear that this would not happen. In the background is a man in white clothes with short black hair. The princess crossed her arms and began to tell that Danikil was treated as a hero by everyone. During the war 4 years ago, he expelled the black and red moons. But when he was poisoned, Polaris said that he could not do anything and sold all his assets. The guy with pale skin and black short hair smiled slightly, his eyes glowing red. Then Polaris himself stated that this situation was unsolvable. The field is in a purple and emerald glow. A mountain is visible in the distance. The burnt remains of a man are on the ground. Danikil was abandoned. In this situation, everyone's help was needed. For the elves it was only worse. The question is, could any alliance help them after so many years breaking relationships with people? Justina crossed her fingers, raised her head slightly and said with a serious look that this is their chance. If they help, they will become allies, and not fugitives or members of the royal family. This is an opportunity to get rid of Polaris. For the long war they will have to fight in the future. Ned and Jeff stand among the warriors. The main character confidently looks forward, crossing his arms on his chest. Altair's plan was that they would receive the power of the elves, an abundance of food in the barns, access to the endless surface of the Lake of Life. Sylvester raised her glass, smiling. Everything ended better than the hero expected. Yggdrasil and the Queen of the Elves had a common goal with them. And now that she woke up, with the help of her mind control ability, all the elves will be subject to her. The heroes raised their golden glasses. The elven forest would never betray them again. Someone shouted, offering to have a feast and celebrate the victory. An elf with a plate in his hands looks with delight at a long table with many dishes. Kiara stands in a crowd of people, watching Alyssa from afar. She has Ophelia pressed to her chest with one hand and holds a bottle in the other. She turned around and left. Dariel noticed this. He took a bite of the apple he was holding in his hand and thought about it. The girl sits on a dimly lit staircase, placing her palms on her knees and looking to the side. She was scared because her brother came up to her from behind, tossing an apple in his palm. He asked what she was doing here. She wiped away her tears, asking why he went outside instead of having fun with the others. The guy jokingly replied, it was because one little elf also ran away. She, indignantly, caught the apple that he threw to her. Dariel sat down next to him and took a bite of the fruit. The girl holds her treat in her hand and looks thoughtfully in front of her. A view of the houses resembling an open flower. She asked if her brother believed that this was real. Not even a month and a half had passed since Jeff arrived in the elven forest. Kiara looks away with slight sadness, putting her fingers to her chin. Now the dragon is dead and they are back in Elfenheim. It is impossible to believe that this day has come. The guy frowned and looked at his sister. She said that she felt relieved. Mom and the Tree of Life had recovered and he could also contribute, like the Queen's bow. She got up from the stairs and stuck her tongue out at her brother. This was a response to his remark that she was behaving strangely, so much so that he even began to get nervous. Dariel looked at her with confusion. The girl put her hands behind her back. There was an apple in her palms. Her red hair and white dress were fluttering in the wind. She smiled and suddenly said that everything was almost fine. She was leaving the forest. Buildings, stairs leading up, small fountains in the square. 1 in the morning, the time when some people sleep and some cannot sleep from sadness. Jeff walks down the corridor with his hand in his trouser pocket. There is a large door with an ornament. Lamps are located on the left and right of the wall. The most important thing awaits the hero. Justina stands with her back in a transparent dress, straightening her long hair. The guy knocked. She turned around, embarrassed. A girl with long dark hair stands with a fan in her hand. Men bring her red roses. She was desired, endowed with beauty, talent from birth, superbly built. Loving glances surrounded her everywhere. The guy with a feather in his headdress, smiling widely, raised his hand. For the sake of the princess, he is ready to get a star from the sky. The knight in armor hit his chest with his fist. He will protect the princess at the cost of his life. Justina holds a fan to her face and smiles. They all talked a lot, but if they knew who she needed to be protected from, the cowards would immediately run away. In the background there are dancing couples. The princess walks among the branches covered with sharp thorns and looks in their direction. She is wearing a long white dress, holding a small sword in her hand. She realized this even before growing up. Very few would follow this path with her. She had good friends who shared her desires, but she never experienced strong attraction to people of the opposite sex. She walks barefoot. Her feet are bleeding. Apparently she will be lonely all her life, but that doesn't matter. She needs a good sword, not a man to love. Her brother is sitting on the floor of the room, covered in blood. He holds his head with one hand, pulls the other towards her. His eye glows. There is a violet flame around him. He almost touched her face with his bloody hand. She screams in fear. A girl with long black hair, dressed in a white dress with pink bows, runs away. A black creature appears from the guy's hand, and from that day on her ordinary life ended. Thin red branches with thorns intertwine with each other. When she chose the goal of defeating 2 strong enemies, emotions became a luxury for her, and love was a manifestation of weakness. She needed a person who would lead her to victory, and enter into a marriage of convenience with him, so she thought. Justina sits by the window and turns around when she hears swearing from the street. Jeff's defeated opponents lie on the ground. He clenched his fists and placed his foot on the bald man's head. The girl opened her eyes wide. The light fell on her face. She met him. The guy raised his head and noticed her. Night view of the round gazebo. Ophelia holds a barrel in her hands. She frowned and said, "What a pity." Opposite her, Ned sits cross-legged, one hand leaning on a barrel, the other on his knee. He is very irritated and hopes that she does not mean all sorts of strange things, like those hinted at by Philip and Eliza, whose hobby is to make fun of young people. The girl turned away, pursing her lips. The princess changed with the appearance of Jeff, although she spent little time with her because of her mission. But still, Ophelia is outraged. She sees Justina leaving. Behind the princess, smiling evilly, stands Jeff. She promises to return after talking with the elders and asks to keep an eye on the surroundings. They are going outside the village without guards. The princess folded her palms, slightly bowed her head, and with a sweet expression told Ophelia not to worry, because the Tree of Life will ensure her safety. A lot of time has passed since their last meeting, so don't let her worry about her. Drink and have fun. Don't you need to protect her, otherwise she will go crazy. Ned frowns at the girl. She drank wine from a barrel. Tears flow in large streams from her eyes. She is upset that she is no longer needed and the princess abandoned her, he thought, because she does not dislike love. Does she really dislike Jeff that much? Empty wine barrels are stacked in a pyramid. The hero thought that there was nothing left to do but help his ward. He invites her to drink a little more and stop crying, because tomorrow the princess will return. Ophelia, crying, drinks from a barrel. Ned looked around. I wonder what Jeff is doing now, since this is the second time. Everything should go fine. It's unlikely that he will be very nervous. But the hero is unexpectedly nervous. He has just reached the princess's room and is standing in front of the door in awkward silence. The guy with a gloomy expression on his face remembers how Justina, touching a small purple ball with her finger, promised him with a smile on her face to finish what they started yesterday if he finished with the dragon in 10 minutes. He was very worried then, but now he is more worried. It's not clear how things might turn out. He remembered the kiss of darkness when the seal appeared on his tongue. Wasn't only one thing happened during this time. The princess then questioned him about his abilities. Justina leaned towards his face. The princess leaned over him and froze in surprise. In the background there were stills of his past life with her, and he would tell her everything. He remembers placing his hand on her waist, how he pulled her towards him and kissed her. He can't remember how many times they kissed. The atmosphere gradually became tense when he laid her on the bed and her shoe fell off her foot, but she touched his lips with her fingers, saying no, and they stopped. The protagonist's feet are in boots, standing in front of the door. He thinks that, undoubtedly, she has feelings for him, but for her. A little more than a month has passed since their last meeting. She is not as excited as he is with his memories from the past life. Jeff closed his eyes and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Well, it's time for him to make a fool of himself. Too bad, but she'll pay him what he deserves later. The hero knocked on the door, and whether it was a strategic meeting or an inspection of the dragon's heart, it was very important. The door opens. Jeff frowns and looks ahead. He opens his eyes wide. A girl with long dark hair in a transparent dress stands in front of him. Her lips are slightly parted. She looks at him. Justina lowered her eyes and shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She closed her eyes, tilting her head slightly, and she looked at him again, her eyes sparkling. Doc looks at her. It looks like she's been waiting for this. The princess pressed her hand to her chest, slightly clenching her fingers into a fist. She is thinking what to do. She has been thinking for so long about what to say, and cannot do anything from anxiety. He leaned towards her face and their eyes met. Jeff kissed the princess. She touched his hand with her fingertips. Justina opened her eyes slightly. She put her hand on the guy's shoulder. The ceiling in the room is decorated with stucco, and there is a canopy over the bed. The hero leaned towards the princess lying on the bed. He kissed her neck. Justina thought that she would forever be alone, that she was simply not given to love, and she always believed in it. Their fingers intertwined. Now she is loved so much, and she loves too. The princess steps barefoot on the thorny branches. She thought that she would have to go through her thorny path alone. She turned around, looking in surprise, her long hair fluttering in the wind, but he was nearby. Jeff turned and looked at her, the rays of the sun illuminating his face. The heroes walk through the grass, holding hands. Behind them are thickets of thorny thorns. Night, a large white tent. It was then, having heard the story of his life, that she realized that until now she had tried to ignore him. But she herself could not tolerate loneliness. The girl lies on the bed in a long black dress, turned on her side, with a sad expression on her face. If this is so, then how hard it was for him when everyone died and he was left alone. Justina raised her hand to her mouth, almost crying. She was so sad that her heart began to hurt, and she could not sleep due to anxious thoughts because she realized that she could not do anything for him. Glowing circles of yellow, white, and pink flowers against shades of blue, but now there is love. She wraps her arms around his neck. Dark night sky. The castle is protected by a blue dome. The 44th day of the blockade of the 3rd Ward. A strong barrier was raised that no one could overcome. Anna turned her head. The guy stuck a knife next to her head. She was in a panic. The girl's hands are tied. A guy with short black hair, with a burned face and hand, leaned over to her and shows 2 flasks with a purple and green liquid. He is furious. This turned out to be quite unexpected, since he was here on other business, and yet she needs to answer the question of who gave her this poison. Blue sky with clouds, birch trees with green leaves, a large tree behind. Round target. 2 arrows hit exactly the center. Dariel holds a bow and shoots at a target. He exhaled and drew the arrow. The hero took aim. He remembered the night sky, the city square. Kiara stood with her back, in a blue glow, her white dress fluttering in the wind. When she turned 15, she was told that her mother was conscious for some time. Then Dariel appeared, and her mother said that Kiara was born with a different destiny. She will need to leave the forest. Then the sister turned to her brother and, smiling, said that she did not want to leave alone. But now is the time, as it seems to him. It will be interesting to follow Jeff. Perhaps she will be able to meet Fade. Dariel pulled the string of the arrow. He thought, this is really all, and why Kiara was so sad at the banquet. The golden deer is lying on the ground, being hugged by a little elf girl, many glowing white eyes on a black and red background looking at her. After all, she is still worried about the rumors. Her eyes, her hair, she is cursed. There is no doubt. This child is the fruit of the love of a man and an elf. So the queen was punished and the life force of the forest dries up. This girl cannot stay in the forest. The arrow hit the target and split another arrow. Dariel turned around when he heard the words of admiration. The elf queen folded her palms to her chest. A bird was sitting on her shoulder. The guy was surprised that she was here, and so was the father. He said that it was cold outside. Why did she come out? Sylvestre asked. She interrupted him, but he was just about to finish. She, closing her eyes, said that his father said that Dariel trains every morning, and she wanted to listen personally. The guy asked what she thought. The queen replied that he was better than anyone in the world. Dariel, with tears in his eyes, put his head on his mother's lap and hugged her. It's nice to be together. Sylvestre woke up. His father returned after several decades in the form of an incarnation. He is grateful to Jeff. She looked at her son, pointing her finger at his heart, and asked if he was too nervous when he shot. His flow of magical power seemed to get stuck somewhere here. She began to talk about him shooting a little more freely. But then she stopped herself. Sylvestre, smiling, reached out her hand to him and said that he should trust his comrades. Dariel looks at her in surprise. His mother touched his cheek. In his memories there is a dragon engulfed in flames, and the reincarnated Jeff swung his sword. The bird on the elf's shoulder moved closer to his face. The queen said that, in addition to training to become the next moon, there was something else he needed to do. The guy froze in surprise. His mother's face became serious. She said that he needed to leave with Kiara. A man in boots runs along the castle corridor. The head of the trading company, in great excitement, knocks on the door. He has an urgent message for the princess. Philip opened the door carefully, his glasses sparkling. He jumped back from the door in fear. Jeff appeared in front of him with the top buttons of his shirt undone and asked what happened. What was the message? Philip adjusted his glasses with a trembling hand, clenched his teeth, and began by asking why the hero was here, then congratulated him and moved on to the topic. He frowned and showed 2 envelopes with red seals. Jeff needs to wake up the princess, otherwise she will miss the meeting. The guy's eyes sparkled when he noticed the seal. The heroes are sitting at a long table with a tea set in the center of Justin. Eliza looked with a mysterious smile at Ophelia. Sitting next to her, the girl was holding her head, closed her eyes. She felt bad after yesterday. Justina asked for forgiveness for the earlier meeting. The princess looked around at those sitting at the table. She wanted to say something before they began. There was one issue resolved by agreement with Queen Sylvestre. Kiara and Dariel stood up from the table smiling. They became the new permanent members of the group. The princess asked to greet them. The girl with red hair got nervous and, embarrassed, lowered her eyes. Her brother stuck out his tongue at her and asked in a whisper. She was about to leave alone. She also answered in a whisper. How did she know that her mother had a similar plan? And also, this morning she visited her mother. Kiara stands at the window, looking at her mother with concern. She asked why she gave what Dariel needed to her. Sylvestre asked her to remember. The bird on the shoulder of the elf queen flaps its wings. She said with tenderness in her eyes that Kiara was born with a different destiny. Someday she will have to leave the forest and start a new life. The girl froze in surprise, opened her eyes wide. She is holding a small green box in her hands. Behind her is a circle with a floral ornament, plants with large red flowers. This is the last seed of the tree of life. She must grow it. This is the order of the queen of the great forest of elves to the future queen of the new generations. The blossoming tree with roots glows brightly. The golden chain in front of it is broken, coming out of the great forest. Nurturing the tree and founding a new kingdom is the only way the elves can survive the difficult times in the future. The mother put her palms on Kiara's palms. The box in the girl's hands began to shine. She is the only one who can do this. She was born with an empty vessel that can contain the power of the new tree. She has a weak connection with her father, and her fragility is her gift. Kiara's eyes filled with tears. The queen touched her forehead with her forehead and said that she was the miracle that she and her father dreamed of. An elf girl with curly red hair stands with her back turned. She thinks that she was so happy and at the same time scared, because she was afraid that her mother would tell the truth, which she did not want to hear, that the rumors would turn out to be true, so she tried to avoid the conversation. She is grateful to her mother and father and promises not to let her down. Dariel exhaled and smiled slightly. There is a hall. There is a large chandelier on the ceiling. The walls are decorated with stucco. Justina says that the brother and sister showed themselves perfectly in the raid. She is glad that another one of the 10 strongest is joining them. Dariel thought, what a top 10. The princess took the paper in her hand, closed her eyes, tilted her head slightly and continued. From now on she will treat them as full members of the group. They will have to attend meetings and perform some duties. They will be able to request anything, but only through official documents. They will be supported by supplies, information, and manpower. She put the papers on the table. Now we need to move on to the main question. Justina rose from her chair and said with a grin that she didn't know where to start. There was chaos on both sides. Philip raised his hand and asked permission to explain everything to him. First of all, here is a letter from the headquarters of their corps, located near the 3rd region. Lucius looks at the castle. From above, Jeff looks at a giant creature with long white hair. The face resembles a mask. There is no nose or eyes, only a mouth wide open in an ominous smile. There are red branches with thorns around. Philip says that, as everyone knows, Saint Lucius, having conquered one of the 8 great unsolvables, the tomb of the vile princess, completely sealed the 3rd entrance, to which he himself belongs. This is a smoke screen created to hide the true location of the dragon's heart. Jeff crossed his arms over his chest, frowned, looks ahead thoughtfully. No one knows that he went back in time, so everyone thinks that Lucius absorbed the dragon's heart and is now recovering. Or he secretly sold the dragon's heart and is destroying the evidence. Or there was no dragon's heart and he was just trying to buy time to correct the situation. There's a heart covered in glittering scales in black and white. But whatever the option, investors will go crazy if a dragon's heart is auctioned off. It will set the record for the highest price ever, but it probably would absorbed or destroyed even before the appearance of the appraiser. Or it appeared only in literature and does not really exist. The proceedings will drag on for several years. Even the Temple of Light, which has collected huge investments and offerings on this, will not be able to escape responsibility. An elderly man with a beard and mustache and a wig holds a scroll in his hand. The other adjusts his glasses. In connection with this, they created a team to protect investors who are afraid of losing their profits. Cornwall stands with a satisfied face, covering one eye. The Financial Council of the Temple of Light wants to shift responsibility to Lucius while being an investor in his party. Men wearing hoods that obscured their faces and wearing blue capes with gold accents. The Western Papal Relics management team was dispatched to demand the return of the legendary Call of Faith item. Gothred looks ahead and sobs, gritting his teeth, holding a weapon with a wooden handle to which a chain with maces is attached. The checking Aldine does not get in touch. A strong man with black hair and a ponytail, wearing armor and a cloak, with a hammer in his hand, stands among other warriors. The adventurers came to challenge Lucius to compete for the first place of the 10th strongest after the Twin Knights. An indignant crowd, raising their weapons, knocks on the gates of the castle, now the 3rd district, where people flock, is under siege. Ned looks to the side thoughtfully, putting his fingers to his chin. The fighting capacity of the 3rd district is at risk because many fighters died during the raid. Once the siege begins, even a saint will not last long. Philip looks attentively at the piece of paper. The guy asked him what was in the other letter. He replied that it was from the butler of Lindell Castle. A certain knight held a marriage duel on behalf of Ophelia, and there was even a winner. Jeff frowned and pursed his lips. Philip said that the weapon that this knight used was known to everyone, and was closely related to them. A sword with a thin hilt, the blade gradually tapers. A bright light emanates from the center of the sword. This is Requiem, the legendary weapon of swordsman John Howe, number 1 among the 10 strongest people on the continent. View of Lindell Castle, Altair Estate. On the head of an elderly man with a pince-nez headdress with a feather, he bowed and indicated to Jeff where to go, and also said that the hero was expected and thanked him for his speedy arrival. Jeff looks ahead. In his memories, he, in armor, holds this sword in his hand. He chose Requiem as his last weapon in his past life. Bright light comes through the slightly open doors. Erdi, the last student of the Holy Sword, sits on the sofa surrounded by 2 girls. One of them, Hattie, treats the guy with grapes. In front of them is a small table with drinks and food. They turn to the hero who entered. He is surprised, as he expected to see the princess. A guy with red streaks in his white hair gave the hero a decisive look and asked with a grin who he was. Jeff looks at him, with a gloomy expression on his face, his eyes glowing white. He thinks that since he appeared, it means he will be first in line. Maybe it's worth killing him now. After which we see many things that were stuck into the ground, and behind them there was a huge map of the continent, the 10 strongest on the continent. This was a title that took its origin from the one greatest knight. After which we see many people who were at the celebration, and not drinking and talking. This happened exactly 5 years ago in the capital of Cayenne. One of the barons congratulated Sir Lucas on his victory, because he was able to defeat the mercenary King Gladys, because he was not only in command of distinction, but also in a one-on-one fight. He was asked what it was like to be the strongest on the continent. A man with a short haircut held a glass of drink and said that he was not the strongest. This man was Aaron Lucas. He was the commander of the Cayenne Lion Knights. After which the commander said that out of the countless number of strong opponents he had met so far, if we exclude the children of God, saint and saint, as well as demons and monsters, then he had visited only 6, after which he added that the king of mercenaries was stronger than 9. Other guests were shocked by such words, after which the man with the crown, who was sitting on the throne and holding a glass, asked who these 5 people were who were ahead of Lucas, and who was after him. He said that he was very interested in this and wanted over the answers. This man was King Leo III, Kingdom of Cayenne. After which Commander Lucas said that if His Majesty wishes, he will tell. Then memories flooded over him, and he imagined himself in his head with a sword that was stuck in the ground. He said that the most powerful was the holy sword John Howe. To the owner of the Tower of Magic, the great magician Henrik appeared. He remembered him as a rather old man in a hood with a long beard. 3. There was the Temple of Heaven, the knight blessing Roland, who held a sword in front of her, and there were wings on his helmet. 4. The most powerful was Karna, the Blue Blade of Orth, a warlike tribe in the Sahara Desert. She had long hair and a staff at the end of which a fire burned. 5 was Galatia, the witch of the burning forest. The 6th was Lucas himself, and the 7th was Dario, the sun forests from the great forest of Ilfin. 8th was Dominic, the mace of faith from the temple of light. 9th was Gladys, the king of mercenaries, who was called his rival, and 10th place was occupied by the twin knights of the Hugo family, who together were like one person. After which we are transported to the time before Jeffrey left for Lindell. Many comrades together with the queen gathered at one table and drank tea. One of the comrades and the protagonist said that many knights were jealous of Sir Lucas, but the list of the strongest that he voiced quickly began to spread all over the world. People began to learn about them, and at least someone who knew how to fight began to challenge them. Philip said with a smile on his face that the momentum was gaining quite rapidly. Since there were many competitors, they became real legends, and this list became known as a ranking of the strongest continents. Such is the origin of this mighty 10. Ophelia calmly looked at the whole situation and listened carefully to everything that Assistant Altair said. He said that the rating had not changed for 2 years, since Ophelia herself defeated the twin knights and became 9th in strength, after the king of mercenaries was executed for treason. Dario looked to the side and said that he remembers, once he fought with one person, and all this happened during a conflict at the edge of the forest 7 years ago. He said that he was very strong and also very famous in order to that one was tense. While they were in the room where everything was perfectly arranged, Dario said that that enemy was much weaker than Jeff, and the list was somehow wrong. And Sir Ned was not there either. The protagonist, smiling, said that this list was compiled 5 years ago, and at that time he himself was just growing, and they still controlled the information, and under Crystal supervision it was much more difficult to move than it seemed. Ned brought a mug of hot drink towards him and said that anyway, this was the beginning, and now to make a name for themselves, they needed to defeat 1 in 10 in public, and they also needed to take possession of the 1 in 10 thing. That was the unspoken rule. After which Jeff looked with a stern look, and he realized that this is why the chaos began in his past life after the appearance of Erdias. Memories came flooding back to the protagonist, and he remembered the silhouette of Erdi, who was holding his sword. After his words, the master died and handed him his sword. All sorts of fighters took the vacant place in the top 10. Many people challenged him, but he didn't leave a chance and deftly amazed with his strength and speed. Around the same time, Ned himself was officially put on the wanted list for stealing the heart of a black dragon, and he didn't even want to remember what horror began after this situations. Altair then presented the piece of paper and said that this was why the sword master, who claimed to be the last disciple of the sword saint, a legendary figure that almost no one had ever seen, was most likely lying, and then the matter was more urgent. The princess looked forward and said that John Howe was the one the devil cult feared most because he was capable of ruining all their plans. Before us appeared the image of a girl in a white dress with a white dragon, on whose head was a horn. The holy sword John Howe, or rather, another name of the magician Elba Laren, the title of the distant past of the White Queen, the true identity of the white dragon Nemosh. It was the master who taught her ancient magic Media. Eliza was shocked with this information and covered her mouth with her hand. She was lost in thought and could not believe that it was the dragon's disciple. This was the first time she had heard about it, and she was very curious how Altair was able to learn such magic. But after that in the story, everything was exactly as expected from the princess. She gathered everyone around her. Kiara was very surprised by this information. She also covered her face with her hand, and Dariel, in turn, asked in surprise if John was not a man's name. And then he asked if things were different for people, to which Kiara said that she had heard that the people had a sword skill called John Howe. This was most likely an alias or a corruption of the name. Edwin was surprised by this information and suggested that if it was a white dragon, then wasn't he killed by a black dragon 1,000 years ago, because it was written in the books, to which he was told that he was dead, but only sealed, and for 100 years he sent an incarnation to find and educate talented people. Altair crossed her arms and said with a confident look that the problem was that the teacher's incarnation left exactly 6 years ago. After her training ended, she returned to her body. But she did not understand why this person claimed that for the last 6 years he has been studying under the holy sword. Kiara looked away and assumed it was a lie. The princess smiled at what she heard and said that she, of course, already knew about this. But it was not a lie. A man named Erdias was actually a student of the teacher, and she learned about it from Jeff. Altair continued to look with her bewitching gaze and was lost in thought. She realized that if she did not suspect Erdias, it would be unnatural for her character. Ophelia, along with Philip, also fell into thought, and Altair realized that all this was because there were those here who knew that she was the dragon's student. After which a thick fog appears in front of us, and Altair realized that the only ones who knew the future were herself, Jeff and Sir Ned. She understood that it would become dangerous if anyone else besides these people knew about the future. Therefore, speaking as naturally as possible, it was necessary to lead these people to the correct conclusion. Then after a couple of seconds, Philip raised his hand with a confident look and said that the problem was the sword. And it didn't matter if the sword was fake, but he didn't understand what would happen if the sword was fake. He said that the Requiem was a sword with special properties, and it should not have been in the possession of anyone except the teacher himself. After which we see a mug with a hot drink and a lot of notes on the table. He didn't understand why he even took something like that with him to a mating match. Someone said that there would be a lot of eyes and rumors definitely couldn't be avoided. But much more important, what was unknown was the likelihood that the sword was a fake. Jeff looked with a serious look and realized that the time was quite interesting. Altair looked to the side and told Jeff to talk too, then said that the start was great. The protagonist slammed his hand on the table and suggested, think about it from the point of view of a devilish cult, because the plan to steal the dragon's heart was thwarted, and Alden himself and the twin knights were killed long ago, and the chance was 1 in 1 million. After which memories came flooding back to Jeff, how everything happened in the cult, because it was then that the saint's friend, Matthias, was brought into the cult. Information from the third transitional came directly, but he did not understand who would miss such a skillfully composed party. After which he remembered how Alfred sent her wolves after a smiling girl in a hood. Jeff noticed that while people from the devilish cult doubted each other, first of all the blade of doubt would be directed towards the inside. Then a picture appeared in his head of how the deputy head of the cult licked his finger and identified Persephone's poison. After which he remembered how Alfred realized that the disciple of the East, the saint and the poisonous spider, joined the church 3 years ago and became united. The cult leader was then shackled in green chains and had multiple weapons near his throat to keep him from moving. Jeff asked who would be under suspicion if they tried to find the culprit on the side to prove their innocence. The protagonist put his hand forward and said that the devilish cult would not think that Ned had gone this far alone. Suspect number 1, of course, would be Lucius, but someone would want to check other options, and Ned, in turn, just sat silently and listened. The protagonist, with serious eyes and intent, looked ahead and suggested that he might begin to wonder if there was some other shadowy figure who would have an influence on all of this comparable to that of the leaders of the demonic cult, and would he be cunning enough to manipulate the saint and Ned, because to successfully accomplish something like that, you need to try very hard. Altair, in turn, simply closed her eyes. The princess grabbed her hand and opened her eyes with a smile on her face. She said that everything was exactly like that, because then she fell under suspicion. Philip thought and raised his hand to his chin. He guessed what our protagonist wanted to say now. He guessed that the sword and the sword master's apprentice were fake and could be traps to lure out the princess. Edwin and Eliza were in complete shock after hearing this. Jeff looked at Altair and said that it was true and quite suspicious that it was he who appeared at such a time. He said that it was now quite dangerous for the princess to go to Lindell, then asked if there was another way to verify the authenticity of the sword. On that, Altair said that many said that the requiem reacted to the heart of the dragon itself. The princess looked at the protagonist with a smile on her face and said that if Jeff came into contact with him, he would immediately understand. To which the protagonist smiled and with confident eyes said that it was then that the decision was made, and he would immediately go to Lindell. If this did turn out to be a trap for the princess, then he would immediately take care of everything. This is how Jeff was able to get to Lindell before sunset. The protagonist told all this to the guys sitting at the table while Erdes was eating candy. He then jumped up with a smile on his face and asked who Jeff was. The protagonist looked down at him with an arrogant look and was lost in thoughts that in fact, rumors about Erdes should have already reached the head of the cult, so there should be no problems. It was true that the head was afraid of the holy sword and white dragon, but for some reason he only watched and did nothing. But he was in a hurry here for a completely different reason. After which the girl with pink hair jumped up and asked what Jeff needed from Erdes, because he was able to win the fight. But before he could finish speaking, Erdes grabbed her shoulder and told her to calm down. He then walked up to our protagonist next to him, after which they looked at each other angrily. Erdes smiled broadly and thanked the teacher for all this, because he said that it was here that he could fight with a strong opponent. And immediately upon arrival he caught quite a big catch, after which his body was covered with a blue aura, and he continued to look at the protagonist with a smile. Jeff asked if they would go somewhere else to fight, to which Erdes said that he could, it really doesn't matter. Then the protagonist smiled and said that it was great, after which he pointed his finger to the floor and said with complete confidence in his words that it was he who would follow him like a dog. After which he used the dragon language skill, and symbols began to appear around his hand. This skill was a unique skill of the dragon, and itself the word had power, and for the dragon heart there were restrictions on the use of this skill. Erdes did not expect such a turn of events, and his body was bound by unknown symbols, and after which he fell face down on the ground. He did not understand at all what was happening to him. His hands began to tremble, and his eyes were full of hatred. He tried to get up, but his body moved as if on its own. Jeff turned to the side, spreading his cloak, and Erdes walked exactly as our protagonist said, like a dog, after which a scream was heard throughout the whole room, and, watching the beautiful interior of the room, we hear a voice that did not understand what to do, because Erdes was dragged away, and an unknown spell was cast on him. The girl with pink hair pressed her hand to her chest and said that they urgently needed help, because that person was very dangerous. This could only be seen in his eyes. This girl was the daughter of Baron Richa, Nina Richa. Meanwhile, another girl, who continued to sit calmly with her tongue hanging out, pointing to the side, said that there was nothing wrong with this, and their Erdes would defeat him, so they shouldn't have interfered. And then she reminded what happened in the castle Richa. So the girl had yellow hair, and it flowed in different directions. She was a monk of the heavenly temple, Hachai-Ho, temporarily sent to Baron Rich. After which we watch as Nina ran to the window and called out to Erdes, who was sitting on the edge and watching the monsters growling non-stop. Nina recalled that a month had already passed, and she apologized for keeping him in the castle, and then she said that Erdes had to go to the princess as the mentor wanted, to which Erdes said that everything was fine, and he would visit later, because there was no difference. Since the monsters were still deciding around, there was no way he could leave here. Then we see how Nina, embarrassed and joining her hands together, said that he still protected Rich's castle from the invasion of monsters. The invasion of monsters was disastrous, in which monsters attacked in colossal numbers and did not leave anything alive around. And with all due to his bad character, she noticed that Erdi was still a good person, which is why he sympathized with her. And Hattie, having listened to all this with her tongue hanging out, said that the bean pods had already sprouted. She thought with a smile, imagining a bloodthirsty battle with monsters, and realized that with each new creature he fought more fiercely, more courageously, without food or sleep. And when the last low-grade beast was killed, he was able to get to the boss and deal with him, although the battle went on for a whole week. In battle, Erdi smiled with joy and released blue streams of energy, splashing blood in different directions. Hattie noticed that, to be precise, he was simply playing with monsters before killing them. His madness at that moment was simply incredible, and it is true that he was still a good guy, but his fury in battle was very frightening. After which we are transported to a lively place where, in the end, after destroying the monsters in 3 adjacent territories, Baron Risha, crying with happiness, thanked Erdi, holding him by the shoulder, and he thanked him for being able to save their lands, and offered to take to marry her daughter, which made Nina embarrassed and called out to her father. But he said that he knew that Erdi's goal was Princess Altair, but she would make sure that he did not regret it. Erdi was shocked by such a proposal. He said that he would go already because he was late for something, but Richa asked him to wait and take his daughter together. We then see Hattie standing in front of the doors, pointing her hands up and blocking the passage of Nina, who was holding a weapon. Hattie began to shout at Nina, pointing her finger at her, and said that Erdi was stupid. I only took the fight, and in the fight he was like a mad dog, to which Nina, biting her lip, said that she stood up and asked what about Ajasi, and juiced is a respectful address to a man who is older in age, after which they decided to sneak up and look at all this. Then we see how Comrade Jeff presented a decanter of water on a tray, saying that it was chilled water using ice magic. And meanwhile Erdias crawled on all fours and watched the whole picture. His hands began to shake and they tried to get up, after which he, gritting his teeth, managed to rise to 2 legs and spread his arms to the sides, then shouted loudly and said that he had freed himself. The protagonist, looking at all this, thought with a smile. He realized that it would usually take 30 minutes for his Varister to free himself from a simple order to crawl. Follow me. But Erdias was able to get out in only 12, and still mediocre. Erdias with a smile on his face moved his hand to the side, after which it began to sparkle with blue lightning. He said that he was disturbing enough. He was surprised, and he did not think at all that, it seems, under the influence of the man's dragon tongue. He laughed and said that he was bored based on these feelings. As if he missed his mentor, he asked whether Jeffali, the owner of the heart, was from the clan of dragons. After which he began to take out his sword from the ground, used the skill of the cradle of the earth. It was the skill of the white dragon who commanded the earth. Thanks to it, it was possible to hide anything in the space of the earth, and this skill was available with a limitation when receiving the blessing of the white dragon. Erdi put on his helmet with a smile on his face and said that no matter what his answer was, he didn't care, and his teacher said that he definitely didn't need to live like that. Then he stood up and with a serious look held his sword and launched lightning. He said that his name was Erdias, and also told the protagonist that he was a student of the Holy Sword John Howe. Jeff looked ahead with a serious look and was lost in thought. He realized that there were 3 reasons why Erdias was much stronger than others. He was an outstanding teacher, and it was an innate talent, and he also had good artifacts. Then we see the beautiful armor of Erdias, which sparkled and was of the highest quality. It was on the railing and silver lion armor, treasures made from white dragon bones. It removed the effects of cold, heat, poison and curse. Memories came flooding back to the protagonist, and he recalled how, thanks to this ability, Erdias was able to fight powerful enemies. He also remembered how he attacked dragons without a dragon heart, and he managed to defeat them. But the protagonist was not so easy to scare. He also had artifacts. He decided to test his skills, after which he extended his hand to the side, on the back of which there was a key. He said that his sword was a requiem, after which he pulled out his sword and put his hand on it, and red highlights came from the sword. He said with full confidence that this sword was called Gram, and it was a dragon sword made 1,000 years ago, and just recently fresh water flowed down its blade dragon's blood. Erdi looked at all this in surprise, after which the protagonist pointed his finger at his chest and said that this was where her friend's heart was. We then see Jeff pouring water into a glass. The protagonist holds out the glass in front of the shocked Erdi, who stood and held his sword ready in front of him, and said that if at least one drop does not spill from this yet, then he will win, and if so, then the gram and the dragon's heart will become his. Erdi, with a smile on his face, pointed his finger at him and said that he accepts such a challenge, and if Jeff wins, he will give him his requiem. The protagonist said with complete confidence that he would look at the outcome of this battle, holding a sparkling glass of crystal clear water, and said that if he wins, they will come up with a funny nickname for him, like a pale-faced puppy or just a mongrel. Jeff looked at him with an arrogant look and said that after Erdi spent a whole 12 minutes freeing himself from the binding spell, even a mongrel would be a whole respectful nickname for him. Erdi opened his mouth and began to laugh. Then they crossed their swords, and there were a lot of sparks that came from them. Erdi looked at the protagonist with a smile and said that he was crazy, because if he loses, he will become his dog. They then crossed swords again and began to attack each other. Erdi and Jeff attacked each other, and then the protagonist swung his sword to attack. Erdi looked at his opponent and realized that the protagonist handled the sword very well, and even with one hand, he was amazed at how skillfully his enemy handled the very huge sword. After which he smiled and in his thoughts asked what was about his strength. At that same second, Erdi took a fighting stance and began to scream, and his aura changed greatly. He used the lion's roar. This was a unique skill of mithril armor and a silver lion. This skill made it possible to temporarily increase protection by enveloping the body of the carrier of magical energy, and it also reduced all physical and magical damage from attacks by 50%. Then the protagonist slashed at Erdi, and he flew to the side. The protagonist's enemy did not expect this and flew back, spitting blood from his mouth. Jeff's blows were so strong that Erdi flew far into the wall, and left behind a blue beam and a lot of destruction. There was a lot of debris left in the place where it landed, and dust rose from the collapse. Patty and Nina observed this whole situation with the help of binoculars, and after what they saw, they were completely shocked. And Jeff's comrade looked at all this with a calm expression on his face and said that since their last meeting he had become much stronger. A couple of seconds later, Erdi flew out of the pile of rubble, heading towards the protagonist, who was holding a glass of water. Erdi was covered in blood, and with a smile on his face, he laughed and said that there was nothing wrong with the force, and he really liked it. He approached the protagonist and swung his sword, into which he put a lot of strength, which is why he changed the color of red and blue. Erdi launched a powerful slash at Jeff, but he easily parried it with one hand, and the blow was so powerful that the ground that was lying on the floor rose into the air from the force of the blow. Erdi looked at all this with a smile and, releasing blue lightning, said that this was a real battle. After which Jeff, holding his sword, used a magic circle from which a dragon's paw emerged. Erdi, I expected such a turn of events and came across a blow. A couple of seconds later, the dragon, which emerged from the magic circle, struck the protagonist's opponent and slammed him into the ground. Erdi, bleeding, was clamped by the dragon's paw, did not understand where Jeff managed to use this power. Since he was being held back by the dragon himself, it was very difficult for him and he could not pull out his sword, which was under a pile of rubble. Erdi realized that he could not move, and did not understand what it was, as if something was pressing very hard on his body. Jeff calmly walked over with a glass in his hand. Using his skill, the skill he used was dragonization. He drew the power of the dragon from the heart and materialized the real dragon form, the embodiment. It followed the strength and unique properties of the dragon, and its size and abilities were proportional its power. Current appearance percentage was 23.1%, and currently it was obtained with a unique telekinesis skill, Blue Dragon. The protagonist pointed his finger forward and used telekinesis, after which, with the help of his skill, he was able to capture the new Erdi. Jeff raised his hand up and was able to pull his wounded enemy out from under the pile of rubble. Jeff was lost in thought and realized that when he met him in his previous life, he was already number 1 in the top 10, and his talents and skills made him a prime target for recruitment, which is why he decided to test him a little, after which, pointing his finger into the sky, he continued to think this was not the level that he remembered from his previous life. He assumed that some event must have happened later that triggered his growth. Memories came flooding back to him and he saw a girl with long hair, after which the protagonist smiled and realized that he was a silly child who could not sit still for a second, and if he left Lindell Castle and met her, he would not be able to control it with his power. Erdi, gritting his teeth, hung upside down above the magic circle and did not understand what was happening. After which we see a bright blue flash and Jeff said that this time everything will be different and one formidable enemy since he left his teacher gave him a reason to become much stronger. after which the protagonist used his skill, swallowed Erdi into the dragon's mouth, and then he said that he would be the owner of his sword, Requiem. Jeff, with a smile on his face, holding a glass of water, looked in his direction and said that he had won and he was the master. We are transported 6 years ago. Elba grabs Altair's face with her hands and says that the time allotted to her is coming to an end. She apologizes and adds that she will no longer be able to teach her and will have to look for answers without her help on how to improve magic. She then holds out her hands and adds how to defeat that man. After which Elba rushes into the sky at great speed. Flying at great speed, her body turns white, and she begins to think that 25 years have passed since the appearance of the incarnation. This time she managed to hold out for quite a long time. The shadow of destiny is approaching, and perhaps changes are taking place in her. She closed her eyes and added that she had too many mistakes. She taught gifted children, but among them there were those who did not even go halfway. Altair looked at the magic circle, and Elba continued to think that it was good that she had found her. For the sake of saving this world, she was ready to give her life, the last hope of the human race. Turning around, she thought that she was sorry that her wounds had not healed, and she hoped that Altair would not be alone when he got to her body. The stars lit up in the sky, and she thought that let there be someone nearby who would share her sadness. Suddenly she began to fall down, shouting what was happening. Frightenedly looking in front of her, she thought about where her soul was being dragged. Was it really a trap? She couldn't resist. Then she fell down at great speed, causing a strong flash in the middle of the entire forest. Her soul lay on the stone. Someone came closer, thus the soul of the great white dragon, which was trying to return to the main body after the end of the incarnation time. The little lizard was breathing heavily, not understanding what happened and why she didn't have enough air. She was in a mental state. Why was she suffocating? Suddenly, someone caught the white lizard. A boy with white hair raised it above his head and shouted that it was his dinner. He licked his lips and, looking at her, asked that he should fry her or boil her. For some reason she entered the body of a small lizard, got caught by a little boy, and was almost eaten. We are taken to a pile of stones. Someone says that thanks to these events he became a student of the master. Erdi, kneeling in front of Jeff, added that the master taught him the art of the sword until the end of the life of her body. 6 months later she was gone. She left him the sword with armor and asked him to help the princess. He smiled and hit himself in the chest with his fist, adding that he was not one of those who take back words after a duel. Let Jeff order. He will do everything. The protagonist looked in front of him with satisfaction, thinking later that the guy was quite smart. And that's good, that's the way it should be. He imagined Erdi ending up on a pile of corpses with a sword stuck into them, and then reflected that there was only one reason why he was acting now. The thirst for a fight. A natural fighter who became a dragon's disciple could die from ordinary boredom here on Earth. Erdi lowered his head and thought that he would go crazy. Whether it was defeating a boss, fighting a knight, or a simple thief, everything became boring. He remembered how the little white lizard showed him a long sword, and after that he thought that fighting was really so ordinary. Wasn't it something exciting, now that the teacher was gone? Where could he feel that thrill of battle again? So he thought every day. In front of Jeff, he thought that he had finally found the answer. After that, he smiled and thought that this guy was just playing with him, without showing his real skills. He wants to know what technique he is hiding, where he got such strength from. He then slammed his fist on the ground, continuing to think that he wanted to fight again and win. Then, looking up at the protagonist, he added that if he got a dog, then let it scare away thieves and guard the sheep. Jeff looked at the smiling new comrade and asked that he was asking to play, asking for a piece of meat. Erdi replied that yes, he could cheer up and play his role better. The protagonist extended his hand forward and squeezed it several times, telling him to come to him. As he approached, Erdi received a strong slap in the forehead with the words that this is the meat for him, after which he flew into the wall at great speed, destroying it with his body. And Jeff, looking at him displeasedly, told him to keep his distance. Coming closer, he added that, judging by what he said, the holy sword, the white dragon, can no longer send an embodiment. So what he heard is the last will of the master. He introduced himself as a constellation and wondered what it was so that he could help the princess. Then, narrowing his eyes, he added that the guy carrying out the will of the master was so recklessly risking his life in a duel. Hearing this, Erdi stood in a stupor and looked in front of him in surprise. The old man standing behind them began to think that Jeff himself had the heart of a dragon. The protagonist, looking at the castle, said that he did not like it, but his opinion meant little. It was not up to him to decide whether to leave it here or not. Erdi smiled widely, and Jeff added that he would be watching him. He then extended his hand forward, which was covered in magic, and added that a bodyguard was needed. We are transported to 2 days later. The soldiers march forward in an even formation. The Temple of Light of the 3rd District appears in front of us, near which there is a crowd of soldiers. Ned looks out from behind a tree and, looking at them, says that this is an incredible sight. They all belong to different organizations, but still came together. He takes out the Eye of Truth potion, one drop of which allows him to see the insect in the body of the devil's follower. And then, frowning, he looks down carefully, saying that there are quite a few cult people among them. A hooded figure sits next to him, answering that the devil's cult must be encouraging their devotion to the secret, or they have become one big club of devil's ass lovers from the maiden. Ophelia takes off her hood and adds that no matter what they think about, they can't speak out openly. Now this is an armed demonstration, but the real siege will begin only after irrefutable evidence is presented. That's what Jeff said. Sitting on a tree, she straightened her hair and added that they couldn't even falsify evidence. Ned replied that the forgery should be carried out at the right moment. For them it's even better. These two arrived here as the first detachment. Their role is to monitor the military situation and relay information to the allies, including Lucius. Ophelia's cheeks turned red. She looked away with displeasure. The same thing, a top 10 person and a speed player who specializes in stealth. Theoretically, this is an ideal match. But there was one problem. They held each other's hands. They were wearing 2 bracelets. They both wondered how much more they needed to walk hand in hand. We are then transported to a large staircase before leaving the great elven forest. A sparrow appears and raises its wings, and a seal appears above it. Then magic runes appear around Ophelia and Ned's hands, and they look at them in surprise. And Sylvesteria, smiling, says that everything is ready. The function of the bracelet has been enhanced, so even if they wear them one at a time, holding their hands, they will experience the same stealth effect as if they were wearing a pair, so said the Tree of Life. Ned looked displeasedly at the princess and, blushing, shouted that they had to do this. Ophelia also blushed and screamed to be sent alone to the advanced detachment. That would be enough, to which Altair replied that they had already discussed everything. She raised her finger up and said that this is not just a war, it is necessary to prevent the infiltration of persons with exceptional abilities, such as the Smiling Girls. Looking at the displeased Ophelia, she added that she is the only one who can recognize the Smiling Girl. She is simply irreplaceable, however, as a countermeasure against the district's invasion. Altair then introduced many traps and special devices to destroy people. She said that Lucius had set all kinds of traps with the help of magical objects from the tomb of Juridica. Now it is almost a dungeon. She then pointed her finger at Ned and asked that who helped Lucius create this dungeon. Ned replied that it was him and he knows what and how it was established, to which the princess replied that this is great, which means he is needed too. Then she clapped her hands and, smiling, said that she would wait for them to return. They can go to the 3rd district, and yes, they don't know exactly what will be waiting for them there, so before entering the temple they must let go of each other's hands. Ned and his fairy blushed, drops of sweat flowed from their faces, and they looked in front of them with displeasure. We are transported to the elven forest. Altair, frowning, looks at the soldiers and shouts that the magic tower and the inhabitants of the territory of Danakil are located in the Great Forest. The 5th squad of healers also remains in the Great Forest and helps with the restoration of the soldiers. Daisy grabs Millennia and begins to shake her, saying that this is their chance. If they can make friends with the Elf Queen, they will earn respect not only in the Dean's office of the Academy, to which Millennia replied that her recommendation was from the capital's aristocrats. Then Daisy remembered how she came to the princess, and she told her that they would need magical tools for a raid on the ice dragon. Could she do it? Then she replied that of course, let her look at the drawings, maybe she will find something suitable. After that, she remembered Celestia's words that if they use their equipment, the efficiency of their production will increase. She adjusted her glasses and smiled, thinking that this is a great opportunity to show off her talent to the people from the magic tower. If she misses it, never again she will not have the title of magician. She burst into tears and, putting her hand on her chest, thought that she would be faithful to the princess until her death. And since there was not enough labor, Melia would also have to be kept busy. Altair shouted for the others to head to the 3rd district. We are transported to Lindell Castle. Erdy, with his eyebrows furrowed, cries. He took off his helmet, which was made by the white dragon for the student. If you cast a spell in the dragon language, the form changes. The training regime makes you obey the order of the one who controls it. He sat in the kitchen and cut onions, tears flowing from his eyes, and he continued to think that he thought that after the death of the teacher he would no longer experience the training regime. How did Jeff know the mode switching spell, and why did he cut so many onions? The protagonist held a red glowing ball in his hand. He said that the speed has decreased, and let him be more serious. This is a drop of lion's blood, a gem built into the silver lion's mithril helmet. In training mode, it separates and becomes a control device. Punishment functions, order location tracking. Jeff smiled sarcastically, and Erdy was struck on the head by lightning, and he screamed. Turning away, the protagonist exhaled and thought that now he can rest. As long as he has a drop, he can control his actions. But he will not be able to act on his own. Turning around, he continued to think that a pure fanatic of battles, such is his nature. But that's not all. A few years will pass, and this guy will demonstrate another talent. Looking at Erdy, who was peeling the onions, he continued to think that it was a result of many people relying on him but not noticing it. Jeff remembered Erdy standing menacingly in front of the ice cave, his sword outstretched, a strong aura around him, and he said that this was their end. Blood appeared on his face. He clenched his teeth and added that he would take responsibility. Imagining a dragon's heart in his head, the protagonist thought that he had never been responsible for anything. Then, looking forward, he continued to think that if he pulled something like that again and tried to ruin everything, he would need to be killed before it was too late. He wondered if it was his responsibility to remember all this. Then he poured wine into the vat, and, having interrupted him, he thought that, by the way, their detachment should already arrive in the 3rd district. He needed to hurry in order to finish preparing the guests for the meeting. Frowning his eyebrows, he thought that he still needed to resolve one issue. Only then they could go to the 3rd district. He remembered how in the battle with the Black Moon he used the Sword of Light, but his hands caught fire, and then the whole body caught fire. He thought, why couldn't he use it then? If it was because of the ability limit, he shouldn't have used it when he met the cult leader. He imagined a heart filled with worms and wondered what was more important. After these words, Jeff remembered hearing a voice in his head that he wouldn't be allowed. He then raised his hand and took out a small blue key, thinking that he must investigate the reason. He will not enter the temple until he finds out. After which he held in his hand a purple long axe with a large hammer. Erdy approached him and wondered in surprise that this was a weapon. Jeff, looking at him, asked that he knew how to handle something other than a ball, and his subordinate replied that yes, of course. Erdy's eyes lit up, and Jeff replied that great then, after which Erdy wondered if he was really going to give him one of the two. Then a hammer flew across his face and blood started pouring out of his mouth. After a few seconds, Jeff hit him on the head with an axe, and he shrunk in pain. The protagonist, holding out his weapon in front of his fallen subordinate, thought that the hammer was still better. He pulled it out and told him to take it and play. Turning around, Jeff nodded towards the tree to see if Erdy could see it, and then added that he should use a hammer and cut out a piece of it that looked like a small mouse. Erdy turned pale and, indignant, asked what the piece was with a hammer. The protagonist put his hand on his chin and thought, then said that he couldn't, but others could, without legs. Erdy shouted that he didn't say he couldn't, after which Jeff continued to say that he would check in a few hours to during this time he completed the craft. Then he extended his hand forward, using a spell over his ward, he added, so that he would not even think of leaving the castle territory. A mithril helmet of a silver lion. An order in training mode, chaos. It is impossible to go beyond the designated area. Then the protagonist shouted to him to run immediately, and Erdy wondered where he knew such spells from. A vat of red liquid appears in front of us. Jeff takes it, holding a silver key in his hand, and, smiling, looking ahead, says that it's time for him too. His body disappears in the middle of the kitchen. We are transported to the Temple of Light, the 3rd entrance to the underground waterway. Ned and Ophelia walk forward. The Temple of Light, the 3rd entrance hall, a huge building. A fortress and a market appear before us. It has strong walls, holy protection, thanks to its food supplies. This fortress could easily survive a year-long siege, even if the city gates were closed. Ned, together with his friend, reaches a closed door, this time a devilish cult, in particular, to prevent the smiling girl from entering. The passage was thoroughly sealed so that not only people, but even letters could not get inside. However, looking at the grate in front of them, Ned thought that it was impossible to completely block the sewer drain. He inserted a small key into the hole and, turning it, said that this was the most suitable path for sabotage. Opening the door, he smiled. Then he extended his hand into the passage, and it was swallowed up by the portal. His hand extended back towards him. He turned to Ophelia and said that the magical instrument, the creator of labyrinths, expands the force field of space deformation, into which no one can enter unless they know the way. He brought it from the tomb of Juridica, so magic will not be a problem. The installation location is also hidden. They locked eyes, and he added that the method of entry was the same as he had said before. Ophelia replied that she understood. Then suddenly they started dancing in different directions. Then they raised somersaults and, lowering their heads, walked dissatisfied to the side, dancing. After a few seconds, they began to move their hips, putting their hands behind their heads. Ophelia blushed and, clenching her teeth, shouted who made such a condition. To which Ned replied that it was Jeff. The girl shouted that she would deal with him the next time they met. Appeared scroll that the dance entry method, the conditions are met. Then they, with their arms outstretched, without moving, stood in one position. The entry method was to stand in the specified position. The conditions were met. Then they danced a couple dance. Ophelia blushed and shouted that she would kill him if he didn't do it. Ned thought that he knew that. The entry method for an even number was a couple dance. Then suddenly the girl stepped on his foot. A blue bright light appeared. They were moved back, and Ned replied that she had stepped on his foot and now they would have to do everything all over again. To which Ophelia shouted in displeasure that again. We are transported to Lucius. He is looking out the window with his hands behind his back. Then suddenly someone holds a knife to his back and tells him not to move. Lucius smiles and replies that this is not bad, because he put a lot of effort into making the gate. But he was still able to get through. Many have tried to get inside, but he is the first to get this far. Turning around, he added that what business did he have with the saint? The man standing behind him said that this was a robbery, and that he should give everything he had. Lucius laughed and asked that this was a robbery. He was out of luck. He turned around and lightly hit the girl's hand, which was holding a knife. Claudia looked ahead in surprise. Lucius hugged her waist and said that he gave his wife everything he had. He only had his body left. He then kissed her on her reddened cheek and asked that she would let him live if he gave it up, to which Claudia laughed and said that they should go eat already. We are taken to the dining room. The cook looks at Lucius with displeasure, saying why does he always come when the food is already cold? There is a dish with meat tenderloin and mushrooms on the table. Lucius begins dinner and Claudia spoon feeds their son. Then she was swayed on the table, holding a cup of tea in her hand, and said that how long had it been since they spent time together. No trips, no guests, feeling like he was on vacation. His wife, holding her son in her arms, replied that her husband I didn't really rest. Lucius remembered how he destroyed many priests. He thought that in fact he was very busy. After purging the followers of the demonic cult, the number of high-ranking priests in the parish was halved. He remembered how he had worked on their heads, and then thought that many of the temple knights had died during the raids, so the reorganization became another headache. Looking at his wife and child, he smiled, thinking that, nevertheless, the opportunity to spend time with family is happiness in itself. Sooner or later the cruel struggle will begin again, and then they will have no time to have dinner so calmly. After these words, he frowned. He remembered how an old priest appeared in front of him, who said that about this, if he contributes to the temple by cleaning the tomb of the vile princess, he will release the quarantine assignment of the woman he brought from the shadowy mansion, and until then she will be locked up in the 3rd district under supervision. The priest looked menacingly at his subordinate and added, so that he would not forget how much he was helping him, she was to be imprisoned for the rest of her life in the temple dungeon. Then he imagined in his head a girl holding a book in her hand, and wondered how he could be sure whether a creature that had lived in such a place for 100 years, ageless, with strange powers, was a human. Then the girl raised her eyes and looked in front of her in frustration, and Lucius thought that those quarantined must live in a specially designated place under the supervision of responsible lighting. In order to be released, it is necessary to obtain a majority vote against the opinion of the responsible priest, and the voice of the Inquisition. Frowning his eyebrows, he continued to reason in his head that if he cleanses the tomb of the vile princess, he will give his vote. This was the promise of the Pope, but he should not naively rely on him. The temple does not want to give freedom to his wife. He imagined a lot of beetles and thought that while the highest positions in the Temple of Light are occupied by people from the demonic cult, it will not be possible to collect votes for it. Looking to the side, he thought that now it was better for him to leave everything as it was, otherwise she might be taken hostage. Then he put his hand on Claudia's and thought that at the moment it was more important for him to maintain safety than freedom. Then he looked at his wife's upset face and apologized, telling her to wait a little longer. Suddenly she began to fall, and Lucius looked at her in fear. He caught her in the air along with her son. Then he turned around and smelled a strange smell, wondering if it was a soporific aroma or if someone had broken in. He put his hand on his cross on his chest, and it glowed, thinking that the clear ones were enchanted under spatial magic. He took a menacing step forward, extending his long spear. Then he clenched his teeth, thought that such things don't work on a saint, and where is he? And then Fate appeared. He held the pipe in his teeth and told him to sit down. Lucius turned around in fear, and then the guy across from him blew smoke out of his mouth. Looking at him, the saint thought that he was so close, but he did not feel his presence. He seemed to be sitting usually, but without flaws, he was not an ordinary person. After which Lucius carefully examined the hand of the sudden guest. He thought that this was a tattoo on his hand. He had heard about it, the Persephone Guild, assassins with a snake tattoo. He was one of them. Looking ahead in fear, he continued to think that who sent him. Too many names come to his mind. The Persephone Guild is known for its combat power and poisons. They are very dangerous. The poison does not work on him, his wife and son. Looking ahead in fear, he wondered why he used the sleeping incense. Looking at Fade, he continued to think that there was no point in using sleeping incense if the goal was to kill or intimidate. It was better to use poison to hold his wife and son hostage, and then demand something in return for an antidote for them, and use such a strong poison that even he, a saint, cannot purify it. And the time is strange. Why now? Self-confidence knows that he can defeat him at any time and anywhere. Smiling, he thought about what he knew. Fade was carrying out someone's orders. Smiling, Lucius asked what his father had sent him. Fade reciprocated the smile and then said that it took him a minute to realize that this was not bad. He checked that no one had brainwashed him or manipulated him. A man appears in front of us in black clothes with a gold pattern on it and a large medallion. This is Duke Cesare Giornetti, the father of Lucius, the Queen's brother, the head of the Western Alliance of the Kingdom of Kaon, an aristocrat with enormous wealth and power. There is a lot of money, but talented people are always in price. That's what they said at the Duke's estate, where hundreds of people stayed. Looking at Fade, Lucius continued to think that there were rumors that there was a ruined imperial family and even a murderer hiding among them. Fade picked up the phone and said that his Duke asked for this. He had lost contact with his son and wanted to find out what happened. Looking in front of him, he added that in fact he entered the temple last week and had already explored all the nooks and crannies, so he roughly understood the situation. Fed those confessing, established contact with the priests. He even managed to check whether there were marks on his stomach print while he was sleeping. Lucius, grasping his wife, fearfully reflected that he knew nothing about this. Looking at his guest, he said that since the conversation would go much faster, let him tell his father that the damage from losing the dragon's heart can be compensated by investing money in the princess. The sooner he does this, the greater the profit. Fade replied that he understood. He would do so, and he didn't have to worry about his wife and son. They would wake up rested in about 6 hours. He didn't even need to use the cleansing skill. Then he opened his eyes wide and looked menacingly in front of him, adding that they would then finish this and move on to personal business. He asked where to find a guy named Jeff. He was confused and, frowning, asked how he knew this name. Fade replied that it was none of his business. What he needed to know now was what would happen if he did not get a satisfactory answer to the question. Someone's hand appears in front of us, falling to the floor, and then he added that there are now about 50 priests inside the temple, poisoned by a delayed action poison. Since there are no symptoms, no one thinks of using purification. The priest fell to his knees and bowed as Fade continued to say that by now their senses were heightened and they were following the smell of the poison that he had spread everywhere. After all, he imagined that the priests were walking, without understanding anything, towards the exit, and then added that they were now exiting through an underground water passage. Lucius grabbed his wife in fear. Beads of sweat rolled down his face, and he thought that the underground water passage is a place through which the sewage from the outside is drained, so the outgoing movement is not limited in any way. If someone comes out and tells, their testimony will be an excuse. He introduced several high-ranking priests, and thought that without sufficient evidence or testimony, they could only watch because attacking a saint would bring a lot of trouble. He then imagined a smiling man and thought that with information about the situation inside, they would have a reason for the siege that the outside forces so wanted. Fade looked menacingly in front of him, pulling the pipe out of his mouth. He said that even if he could defeat him, the poison would not dissipate. If he wanted to save them, it was better for him to tell him everything he knew about that guy as quickly as possible. Minimized map of the Third Ward sewer system. The force field that distorts space is installed using the magical instrument of the labyrinth creator. The field is asymmetrical. To enter you need to use special magic, otherwise the person will be thrown back. You can go out from inside without restrictions. If the way out is blocked, wastewater will get stuck. In addition to the force field, there are other security measures to control who enters and exits. The entrance is guarded by guards and traps have been set. Magical lines of blue light crisscross the dark corridor, connecting invisible runestones embedded in the walls. These lines form a complex network, glowing in the twilight of the corridor. One of the security measures is rune stones installed in the sewer. These stones are invisible, but they are connected by a magical formation, creating a network that protects the passages. A group of drugged priests, some fall to the ground. The function of these magical formations is simple. The priest's footsteps on the glowing magic chain, activating it. When an attempt is made to break in, an alarm sounds. Blue magic lines begin to flash, warning of a violation. Lucius's eyes are wide open in surprise, a bead of sweat on his cheek. A loud alarm sounds. Magic lines glow, warning of a violation. Lucius holds a huge shining spear and looks around. The alarm continues, filling the space with many sounds. Fade looks ahead with a grin, holding his pipe in his hand, the smoke from the pipe curling around his face. He asks if Lucius is beginning to realize his situation. The alarm continues. Lucius stands next to Fade, smoke from his pipe rising into the air. Fade says that there are only a few minutes left and reminds them of the necessary information. Lucius sighs and asks if this is really all his trap. Fade looked tensely. Lucius points to the knights standing to the side. He notes that Fade probably didn't know about the knights in the waiting room next to the sewer. Lucius adds that they can easily subdue the priests under the influence of Fade's drugs. Lucius holds the golden spear and ponders Fade's words, finding inconsistencies in them. A confident Lucius, standing with his wife, notes that the priests will leave this place in a few minutes, but Fade said that he would cleanse them of the poison after listening to him. Lucius says there is a way to purify the poison from a distance. He notes that the poison will not disappear simply by defeating it, but he will be able to find a way to detoxify through force. Preparing to attack, Lucius asks Fade in response who he is and why he is looking for his comrade. Fade's hand moves towards the inside pocket of his clothes. Freud asks Lucius why he is asking a question in such a situation. He suspects that Lucius is counting on the knights to buy him time. Fade clutches several crosses in his hand, which he tore from a chain. His face expresses deceit. He doubts that the knights will be able to do anything when they are all fast asleep. Lucius is frightened, his eyes wide open, showing shock and fear. The knights in the waiting room lie unconscious. Fade tells Lucius that whether he wants to fight or stall for time, the only one who will be at a disadvantage is Lucius himself. Fade brandishes a knife, warning Lucius not to do anything stupid. Fade turns, and at that moment a hand hits him hard on the back, energy flaring up at the point of impact. Fade screams from the blow, his body engulfed in electricity. The knife in his hand trembles with tension. Ned, with a serious expression on his face, holds his hand in an attack position, emitting powerful electrical discharges. He used the palm of thunder. Fade realizes with surprise and fury that he was caught by surprise, despite his vigilance. He looked at Lucius and thought that this was the skill of a saint, but he immediately rejected the thought. Lucius and his wife look puzzled, their faces expressing confusion about what is happening. Fade realizes that there is someone else in the room. While he was not paying attention, an unfamiliar smell entered the place. An energy explosion surrounds Fade, electrical discharges engulfing his body, causing him severe pain. Ned wears a bracelet imbued with a powerful stealth skill. When the bracelet is worn in pairs, only the legendary detection skills can detect the presence of the wearer. Ned is surprised at the effectiveness of the bracelet even when wearing one piece. Furious Fade did not notice him. Despite Ned being right in front of him, Ned uses a close combat technique. Fade realizes that Ned is hiding a weapon and fighting with his bare hands. He analyzes the attack's trajectory and determines Ned's location. Fade and Ned clash in a quick fight. Ned, dodging, thinks about using daggers to keep Fade at bay. He muses that even from a distance he can use the items he brought with him. Fade's hand secures the blade, preparing for the next attack. Ned, with a serious expression on his face, is ready for the next move. Fade attacks, creating a powerful wave of energy that spreads throughout the room. Fade spins a long whip emitting a green glow around himself, his face focused and his movements precise. The whip moves quickly, creating powerful attacks in the air. The force and energy of the whip destroys surrounding objects, breaking them into pieces. Ned dodges the attacks, using agility to avoid Fade's powerful blows. Ned remembers when he stood in front of Jeff. He explained to him that his comrade from a past life was going to head to the third parish. Ned asks if he needs to go there and convince him to join their team. He doubts he can do it. Jeff claims that Ned is perfect for this task because he doesn't listen to weaklings. He asks Ned to beat and capture him, and Altair will do the convincing. Jeff explains that this man's abilities include the use of poisons, hidden weapons, and stealth. He is particularly skilled in the use of poisons. Fade's hand is shrouded in a green glow. His veins stand out greatly. One of the poisons this man uses increases his physical strength. A trained body is able to absorb poison, temporarily increasing its strength. Fade stands surrounded by a green aura, holding a wedge in his hand. His face is focused and determined, with a maximum boost equal to Dragon Slayer level. Ned and Jeff are talking in a spacious room. Ned looks a little surprised, and Jeff explains something with confidence, smiling slightly. Ned notices that he is again being asked to do something ridiculous. Jeff replies that it is unlikely that the person they are discussing is using the precious poison used in the Dragon Raid, since such materials are very difficult to obtain. Jeff looks at Ned with confidence, his face expressing determination. He is confident that Ned will cope with this task. He believes that Ned is the only person in this world who can dispel secrecy. Ned against the backdrop of destroyed rubble. Ned holds a glowing sword with a determined expression, his hair flowing. He is a human who has received the blessing of the Elf Queen. Lucius exclaims with a surprised face as he greets Ned. He notes that his return means the success of the raid on the Blue Dragon. He, with determination in his eyes, thinks about his next actions, watching Ned and Fade in the distance. Fade looks on with bewilderment and anger. He ponders why Ned dispelled his secrecy, since it would have been more beneficial for him. Fade is also surprised by the technique Ned used, not believing his eyes. The priests, under the influence of drugs, fly away. Ophelia looks at the fallen priests with disdain. She sheepishly recalls that after 12 unsuccessful dance routines, she and Ned decided to go separately. She remembers how Ned yelled at her because she didn't want to try. She then noted that his legs were constantly crawling under hers. No one knew that the situation would be like this. She thought it was good that she stayed at the entrance. She stands near the lying priests and reflects on the fact that an hour has passed since Ned left. He must have crossed the zone and is already in the building. It's time for her to start too. Her hand throws out the seeds received from the elves. If you channel magic into them and throw them into the water, huge tree stems will begin to grow from them. Eventually, a huge mowing tree grew near Ophelia. Ophelia gave orders to the tree, saying that it should cut down anyone who tried to pass. She believed it was blocking entry attempts, but her anxiety continued to grow. Tense, Ophelia thought that she urgently needed to hurry, in case he needed her help. A barefoot woman walked on the stone tiles. Mercy quickly opened the doors with a serious face. Labry's stuck in a tree. A voice asks if the mistress has come. Jeff, sitting on the sofa, wearing an apron, holding his weapon, sarcastically pointed out that they had not seen each other for a long time. Discouraged, Mercy boldly demanded that Jeff explain himself. Jeff put the Labrys on his shoulder and began to sarcastically talk about how the building had a bad interior and decided to change it. He abruptly destroyed the sofa. Mercy opened her mouth in shock, screaming. Jeff's Labrys went to destroy another thing. Mercy, listening to the sounds of destruction, was at a loss, not understanding what was happening. Mercy, covered in sweat and screaming, asks what Jeff is doing. She placed this furniture only out of respect for him, and besides, this furniture cost a lot of money. Jeff, swinging his arms in rage, asked Mercy again. He said that he would break everything and install a new one. A turtle with a clock on its shell makes a loud sound. Jeff, gun in hand, turns to her as Mercy looks on. He throws the Labrys aside, heading towards his desk. Mercy looks after him in bewilderment. A pot with red contents inside. Jeff says these are Southern-style pickles, his grandfather's recipe. He sharply pulls off the white cloth lying on top of the dish. On the table are huge blue dragon ribs, shining with white light. The red meat lies on the ground, sparkling and shimmering. The meat was originally so hard that even a good blade couldn't take it, but the protein coagulated due to Ramiel's poison, so the meat became the most tender. Violet energy surrounds the hand holding the magic stone. The stone emits a bright light, neutralizing the poison. Jeff used Ramiel's magic stone to neutralize the poison. Poison Spear is Ramiel's unique skill. If you use telekinesis, the excess broth will flow out along with the poison, which makes this skill ideal. The purple liquid is poured into the pot. Jeff says that just before the shot, you need to cancel the use of the ability to turn the poisonous spear back into liquid and store it in the pot. The blade pierces a piece of meat. Jeff says that he needs to check something once. Looking at an appetizing piece of meat, he thinks that if you cook the meat over low heat, it will become incredibly tasty. Mercy, with her eyes closed and a relaxed expression on her face, inhales the aroma. She notes that the smell is very appetizing. Worried, Mercy realizes this is not the right time to relax and has almost fallen into Jeff's trap. Mercy looks at Jeff with a smile as he holds his meat blade. Jeff carefully examines the piece of red dragon meat on his blade. Mercy says she came here because of the noise, but apparently she was worried in vain. She notes that Jeff is making good use of the room she gave him. She allows him to do whatever he wants, be it cooking or destroying a room, as long as he holds the key to that room. however. Mercy crossed her arms over her chest, smiling with a sly expression on her face. She says that he is very mistaken if he thinks that he can get something valuable every time he creates so much noise. She adds that he can continue his senseless actions as long as he wants. Jeff cuts the dragon meat with a knife. He asks why meaningless. He feeds Mercy a piece of meat, saying that the marbled meat turned out to be deadly tasty. Mercy is pleased with the meat, thinking that she cannot refuse this. He asks how she likes the meat. The meat has a very rich taste. Jeff says that you can feel faith and trust. Suddenly, a hand grabs Mercy's face by the chin. Jeff holds Mercy's face, his expression hard and incredulous. Mercy looks confused and scared. Jeff says that he has absolutely no trust in her. He asks how this happened. An enraged Jeff, his face contorted with anger, his eyes blazing and a dark aura appearing around him. Jeff says that he thought the Sword of Light was finally his. He was ready to use it, but was told that he could not do so. Mercy's trembling eyes look at Jeff as he says they stuck a knife in his back. A trembling Mercy states that there seems to be a misunderstanding and claims that they don't know what he's talking about. Jeff vehemently declares that this is nonsense. Jeff throws his apron aside. He stands next to the fallen Mercy and says that they can do whatever they want. From now on he will go his own way. He places his palm on the arm of the chair, asserting that he will change his occupation. Sitting down on a chair, Jeff crossed his fingers and conveyed that watching the battle would be over. Now the gods will watch what he eats and how he has fun in his room. But if they want to continue watching, let them pay 5 times more. His pupil constricted. He ordered Mercy to get out if she understood everything. Furious Mercy, blazing with a yellow aura, was outraged by his behavior, pointing out that there is a limit to rudeness. Mercy exclaimed that she would teach him manners. She cast a spell. Suddenly, rays of orange and blue pierced the ground. They fell from the portal above. Near Mercy, she flew away a little because of this. Jeff looks dismayed at the incident. Concerned, Mercy looks at the ground, not understanding why this happened again. A yellow and blue envelope stuck into the stone floor. Mercy showed a dissatisfied grin, not understanding how the gods could fall for such stupidity. Jeff, sitting on a chair, heard from Mercy that he would get what he wanted, although he did not understand what that meant. Mercy, holding 2 envelopes from God in her hand, explained that they contained information that he needed. However, Mercy raised her finger up and explained that he could only open one. The second would immediately disappear. Tense, Jeff thought about which envelope he should choose, an envelope from the God of Light or from the God of Sky. Light waves of blue and green intersect, creating a vibrant effect. Ned, with a serious expression on his face, swipes his sword, creating a blue wave of light. Fade, with a tense expression on his face, deflects Ned's attack with his blade, creating a green wave. Fade remembers how he extorted information from a lying, crying Anna. She told him that Jeff put long oriental needles in poison to use them on himself in order to strengthen his body. At that moment, she said that she knew nothing, and saw him for the last time in the Saints' raid. She noted that her trust would be lost due to this confession. Fade, smoking his pipe and waving his sword, noticed that the silver-haired one was Jeff, and the red-haired one was Ned. Fade noticed how Ned was fighting, so all his doubts disappeared. He charged furiously at his enemy, holding his poisonous blade in his hand. The opponents' blades fought each other off. Ned quickly parried Fade's blow, creating sparks between their blades. Covering his head with his sword, he listened to Fade, who said that his skill was not so simple. He asked Ned what he had been doing for 4 years. Peeking out from behind his blade, Fade asked if Ned practiced Oriental martial arts. Ned threw his opponent slightly to the side, creating a bright green spark between them. Fade, in a rage, released small needles with poison from his glove towards his enemy, and said that he would still find out all the information. Ned fought off all the needles with great speed with his blade. The hand poured the purple elixir into the tobacco pipe. Fade turned his pipe towards his opponent, and pink poisonous smoke flew out of it. Ned quickly crossed his palms, creating a bright orange flash between them. He cleared away the smoke that was near him, creating a clear space. Surprised, Fade noticed that Ned had dispersed the poisonous smoke with his shockwave. Something clicked to Fade's right. The gates closed and the saint escaped, smoking his pipe. Fade noted that Ned deliberately diverted his attention so that Lucius could escape from the battlefield, despite the fact that it was a winning situation for him. Focused, Ned praised the saint. He was strong, but his attack speed and range of healing skills would not help him much in battle. Lucius was thinking about his wife and child, so he left the fight. Looking furiously towards the enemy, Ned noted his enormous combat power. To be sure, he needed to use a special tool. It's hard enough to create the conditions for a one-on-one response. He'll have to wait for reinforcements. Holding a blade in his hand against his head, Fade asked him if revenge was his goal. Is Ned angry with the man from the east? While in a fighting stance, Ned began to say that 4 years ago, as punishment, he was forbidden to go outside. Ned is serious and focused, his hair flying. He reveals that he was betrayed and joined the Saint along with another student. He suggests that if their goal is the same, they exchange information instead of fighting. Fade, smoking his pipe in disbelief, doubts Ned's words, asking if he really expects him to believe it. He adds that if Ned's words are taken as truth, then they were both most likely deceived by a man named Jeff. Fade remembers when many bodies lay on the ground in the rain, pierced by swords. Fade was covered in blood and dirt, had difficulty getting up. He was furious. He realized that everything was lost for his enemy, who was capable of throwing away everything he had, regardless of whether it was the position promised to him or the guild members, with which he has been since birth. Jeff, standing in the center of a destroyed building, looks down into the mask, holding it in his hands. The rain falls while the man from the east stands next to him, and the shadows of other fighters stand around him. A man with long hair holding a mask smiles, turning his head back slightly, a spider tattoo on his face. 4 years ago, due to his betrayal and alliance with the Eastern martial artists, the Persephone Guild ceased to exist in this world. After this, Fade traveled the world in search of the traitor. Rumors about poisons or a master from the East, every time he heard such rumors, he would check them carefully, even if it was just a desperate attempt. Finally, he found the evidence. A fiery hand, blazing with poison, appears in front of him. A fiery hand with poisonous tongues of flame breaks through the air. Fade says that Ned is trying to buy time until reinforcements arrive, but it is no use. He is going to lock him up and begin to torture and interrogate him until Fade begs for death. Fade, with a serious expression on his face, holding a flaming red weapon, declares that his last duty as a member of the Persephone Guild is to execute the traitor. Ned is wildly surprised to see a strange energy emanating from Fade's hand, which was previously hidden, surrounded by a red glow, feeling suffocated and dizzy, trying to understand why this is happening. The red energy from Fade's hand moves rapidly, creating a powerful storm. Ned is completely horrified. He realizes what is happening. He remembers feeling something similar in the past. This feeling scares him, as if he is seeing it again. The purple monster that pollutes the mind is Shoggoth, the living weapon of the demon god cult. Ned again feels fear, which makes him feel like he sees Shoggoth right in front of him. The bright blue light creates circles, emitting powerful radiation. Ophelia lands a powerful blow from behind, straight at Fade. Fade notices with surprise and alarm that Ophelia can also use stealth. Ophelia looks determined and focused. Her eye is illuminated with red energy, expressing strength and fury. She screams in rage, her face contorted with anger, red energy blazing around her. Fade exclaims, this roar affected him greatly. His left arm and the entire left side of his body are paralyzed. Fade is surprised to think that this might be related to the sound he heard earlier, and wonders if Ophelia has the same powers as him. Ophelia stands, her eyes glowing with red energy, her hair fluttering in the wind. The golden chains rush towards Fade. The chains bind Fade tightly, causing paralysis. Lucius, standing with Arno and Leona, is pleased that he was also able to capture the enemy with chains, and says with a smile that he would like to hit too. Arno supports him, saying it was incredible. Leona calls for Sir Ned to get rid of the enemy. Ned extends his hand in front of Fade, who is bound with gold chains. Ned remembers standing on the street and asking Queen Sylvestra about receiving the blessing. He asked if he could really have it. Queen Sylvestra said that this was gratitude for protecting her life, and that Sir Jeff asked her to give him a blessing. She explains that to activate the ability, you need to maintain contact with the enemy for at least 30 seconds and look into their eyes. Queen Sylvestra, with a bird on her shoulder, continues to explain to Ned the conditions for activating the blessing. To activate the ability, you need to maintain contact with the enemy for at least 30 seconds and look into his eyes. She tells that although this power is peaceful, it is also dangerous. About 60 years ago, people came to this forest in search of this power, but it was unsuccessful. The Queen asks Ned to promise that he will not abuse this power, echoing Sir Jeff's words. Jeff explained to her that this power would be used to persuade and recruit a comrade who would help in the survival of humanity. Ned and his opponent Fade stand face to face, surrounded by golden chains. Ned looks directly at his opponent. He will be able to use the Queen's authority, mind control, on one target. The target will lose all will to fight and will trust the user under all circumstances. Number of uses 1 of 2. Night sky with crescent moon and clouds. About a month ago, when Jeff's team was preparing to raid the dragon, a hut surrounded by trees in the moonlight. This hut is one of Alden's many contact points, a place where his insect-infested subordinates send collected information to him or relay Alden's orders to other subordinates. Flashback: Alden, with a piercing gaze, smiles slightly. Map with marked points, political connections, and lines. Alden, weak in combat compared to the other 12 apostles, had excellent intelligence information thanks to the contact points he created throughout the country, and used it for political games, thanks to which he was able to take a high position in the cult of the demon god. A dark room with a slightly open door, inside of which you can see the hand of a half-dead man, insects flying next to him. The man is lying on the floor. His body is covered with wounds. Worms are protruding from his mouth and eyes. He bellows the name of his master, similar to Alden. A woman crushes the head of a half-dead monster with her foot. Blood scatters throughout the room. A woman with red hair stands at the door. A bloody hand lies on the floor. She says there are no survivors here either. A hand in a black glove holds a dead insect. Leia muses that the insects have gotten out of control since Alden's death, and there is no need to check other contact points now. She suggests that aristocrats who began to live in isolation and suddenly fell ill may have suffered because of this. Leia remembered how she was standing with her back turned. In front of her was a man from the east. He asked if Leia understood the situation. He explains that only she can resolve this situation at the moment. Leia and the man from the east are talking. Leia listens carefully to the teacher. The man from the east warns Leia that they should not trust the inferior people outside their sect, as they are only thinking about how to deceive them, also mentioning that this applies to the cult. He wants Leia to personally figure out everything and execute the traitor to their sect with her own hands. A man from the east wearing a mask with a pattern on his forehead continues his conversation with Leia. He tells Leia that she is no longer a shadow disciple, but has become his successor. He gives her his hair clip as a sign of proof and tells her that the students will follow her. Leia stands with her eyes closed, holding a hair clip in her hand. She says she doesn't deserve the honor, but promises to do everything she can to bring glory to his name. A hand in a black glove holds a sword. Light reflects from the blade. Leia, holding the sword, is surrounded by lightning and light. She firmly states that her first task as successor will be to rescue her mentor from prison. The masked man from the east looks forward. He says that it would be humiliating for him to escape from prison without proving his innocence, first executing the traitor of their sect. The man from the east says he has a gift for Lee. When she completes her mission and returns, the rest of the students who went looking for her missing little brother will also return, with good news. Leia looks at the medallion she holds in her hands. After an accident in childhood, Leia lost her memory. The only things she had left were her name and a gift from her little brother. Leia opens the locket, inside of which there is a drawing of two smiling figures, with a happy birthday written in it. Leia reminds her mentor that he promised to help her regain all her memories. A smiling Leia gives instructions to a hooded subordinate. She says they need to prepare everything as they will move to the next location in 4 hours. The subordinate replies that he understood her order. Leia, smiling thoughtfully, reflects on the changes that have occurred, now that an unexpected variable has occurred. Her main task becomes to find and control it or eliminate it in order to achieve victory. Leia looks determined, her gaze focused. She realizes that this outcome will determine her mentor's position, honor, and survival. She promises that she won't let anyone hurt him and will be the one to protect him. View of the majestic building against the night sky. Ned discusses how it appears from the outside that the master from the east was training the two successors to compete with each other. However, he also prepared several shadow disciples in case something happened to these two. Ned and Fade are talking against the night sky. Ned explains that among the shadow students there is one who is different from him. This is Jeff. He learned poisons and facial alteration techniques. These facial alteration techniques that allow the user to change facial muscles and expressions to appear like another person. Ned, with the towers in the background, hopes that Fade did not suspect him of lying. Ned admits that he doesn't know when he started studying poisons, but he clearly learned it. Fade, holding, notices that something is bothering him. Ned talks about his past while looking forward. He remembers the first time he saw a poison similar to the one Fade and Jeff used 8 years ago. At that time, his older brother at school used the poison in secret, but was caught by their mentor and imprisoned in the punishment room for a month. Ned and Fade are standing on the balcony, continuing their dialogue. Ned explains that his mentor does not recognize any techniques other than martial arts, and therefore he has never heard of the details of this poison. Fade asks the question, implying that Ned's older brother was in cahoots with his guild 8 years ago. Ned, with a tense expression on his face, ponders the complexity of the situation. He reflects that things may be much more complicated than they seem. Ned realizes that everything his mentor taught him is related to the East, including games, blood flow, and vital points. A hand holds a needle over a diagram of the human body with marked points for acupuncture. Ned continues to ponder why Persephone also uses acupuncture techniques like them. He wonders how long and deeply connected the two organizations are. Ned and Fade continue their conversation against the backdrop of the night sky. Ned reflects that the Elven Queen's blessing is a truly frightening ability. He notices that the person he is talking to seems difficult to deal with. Ned continues his thoughts, noting that now his interlocutor not only tells him secret information, but also reacted positively to his request. Ned is suddenly puzzled, his eyes wide as he notices something strange. He notices the red scar on Fade's face, wondering how the scar seems bigger than it was before their last fight. He begins to doubt whether he is exaggerating the situation too much. Knights in armor with spears and halberds stand under the bright sun. For several days the enemies outside the castle were at a dead end. Ophelia watches her opponents day and night from a high tower. Despite her constant surveillance, there were no signs of siege preparations or weapons. The warriors continued training, since they had nothing else to do except keep an eye on the enemy. Lucius muses that since they were able to attract the Blue Dragon's attention, they need to take advantage of this situation. He notes that preparations for the attack on the Ice Dragon have already begun. To prepare for the ideal situation that will lead to the next raid, one detail is missing. The same situation applies to enemies, so all that remains is to wait. After some time, a group of knights in armor notice something strange. One of them, clearly agitated, calls the priest to look at something. The inspector, perplexed, wonders what the unknown man is doing here. A heavy foot quickly stepped on the ground. The attention of the entire crowd was riveted on this figure. At the castle, Lucius looks out the window, clearly worried. He is shocked and his eyes widen in the realization of something incredible. He believes that it is impossible. Meanwhile, the center of attention was a man with black, long hair. His silhouette is visible against the light, and he addresses those present. The man put his palm on his arm and shouts that he is the inquisitor of the heresy of the third parish of the Temple of Light. He is Matthias, the leader of the Lucius squad. He has been his friend for 20 years. The hooded priest notes that Matthias was a candidate for sainthood in his youth, but was rejected, and followed Lucius to gain benefits. A blond man with a huge jaw mentions that Matthias is the person Mr. Aldian has been taking care of lately. Lucius does not believe what he saw, and remembers the events when he and Matthias fought each other. Matthias turned into a demon, but Lucius killed him with his own hands. Lucius saw his friend's dead body. Lucius screams furiously that he couldn't even raise the corpse, because it turned to ash. Ophelia stands nearby and confirms that it is fake. She claims that this is the machinations of someone who saw what happened to Matthias' body. Angrily looking down, she says that you can deceive others, but she won't succeed. This is a secret weapon created by a man from the East. A master of reverse magic, he can take on any form. Hiding under the guise of Matthias is a smiling girl, Leia. No one would have thought that a master of reverse magic would appear here. Leia, under the guise of Mastias, begins to manipulate the crowd, indicating that they have all been deceived. Leia says that Lucius attacked the squad. When his plan became known, he placed all the unwanted ones in the dungeon. Squeezing her hand, Leia gave a fiery speech, pointing out Lucius's terrible plan. He wanted to pocket the profits for himself and steal the dragon's heart, but in the process of stealing he joined forces with the demon worshipper Ned. Leia, recalling that she was Matthias Grimer, accused Saint Lucius Giornetti and the entire Third Hall of blasphemy. Leia stood behind the warrior named Maxius and stared straight ahead, while Lucius, Fade and Justina stared straight ahead with fury. Ned opened his eyes wide, gritted his teeth and thought that the saint who had contacted the demon worshippers and the members of the third parish who were sheltering him were guilty of sacrilege. What a strange situation. It looks like it's just Matthias, but in fact there is a sister behind him, and in addition he is accused in demon worship in front of so many people. A moment appeared in the red-haired guy's head when Jeff sat opposite him and said that she lost her memory as a child. Now she won't even remember his name. And Ned furiously lowered his head and clenched his teeth. Benjamin looked carefully at the dark sun and said that accusing a saint of sacrilege was an interesting statement. Matthias calmly looked down, did not pay attention to anything, and the priest added that the Grand Inquisitors can arrest, interrogate, and punish heretics. But the saint is much higher in status. He does not have the right to detain him. His maximum is to accuse him of committed crime. Benjamin abruptly took off his hood, lowered his gaze to the ground and said that, of course, if 3 senior officials from among the Holy Fathers accepted his accusations, then he would immediately have the opportunity to be arrested and something else. Benjamin stretched out his hands in front of him, tensed his fingers, and noticed that once you had such priests, and behind him stood Gothred and Cornwall. The priest raised his hand with a luminous ring and, looking angrily at the warrior, noted that if his accusations turned out to be false, he would be immediately punished for trampling on the honor of the saint. A moment later, a golden bow statue appeared above the old man's head. This is a hero-level relic. A golden arrow appeared and the bow aimed at the dark sun, and Benjamin shouted that the angels were watching him. Let him bend his knee and tell the whole truth. Matthias abruptly fell to his knee in front of the relic, and Benjamin, with his mouth wide open, asked whether the saint had really entered into an agreement with the demon worshippers. The girl with red hair sadly lowered her head and looked down attentively, and Matthias said that Themis, the Inquisitor of Antiquity, who originally owned this ring, blindfolded herself so that the appearance of people in court would not influence her decisions. Instead, she relied on extremely acute hearing. A heart appeared with a beating frequency, and the dark sun added that her sentences were based on sounds: the beating of the heart, the sound of breathing, the slightest trembling in the voice. As soon as she felt even the slightest anxiety that arose among liars, an arrow was immediately directed at the one who lied. Then Matthias put on a smug face, thought that control over muscle movement and the ability to restrain even unconscious manifestations of emotions was his strong point. No one could reveal it even with such a relic, and replied that he was telling the truth. Lucius opened his eyes wide and glared at his dark sun. The arrow began to absorb energy and glow brightly. A moment later she disappeared. The Steel Legion backed away slightly, and the priest shouted that the arrow had disappeared. It was true. The warrior sharply kicked the ground. Then Cornwall moved his hand to the side and noted that occasionally in history there had been cases of saints being perverted, but he did not think that he himself would have the opportunity to witness such a thing. The priest opened his mouth wide, crouched slightly, and shouted that the first-level financial council member of the Temple of Light, Cornwall, admitted the accusation. Benjamin opened his mouth wide, looked carefully at the dark sun, and shouted that the first-rank employee of the Papal Reliquary Group, Benjamin, admitted the accusation. Rhea raised her head and smiled amid the screams, noticing in her head that this was a comedy. The red-haired girl's eyes became slightly wet, and she added in her head that this word was best suited to describe this whole situation. Rhea imagined in her head a huge temple and a dark army near the gate, and thought that if a saint is accused of the crime of sacrilege, then shouldn't the fact that he was surrounded and something is demanded of him, and faith and respect for the saint, all it turned out to be abandoned for the sake of money. Those gathered are just waiting for someone to come forward and take upon themselves the courage to knock down the door of the temple. A pack of cowardly dogs. The fire particle slowly fell to the ground, and Rhea asked if they were glad it came. Rhea looked furiously at the back of her dark sun and noticed that his name was tied to a pillar, under which the holy brushwood was about to light up. Let everything burn. And Matthias stretched his hand forward and noticed that he was waiting for the last word. Gothred looked carefully at the hand of his dark sun and plunged into thought. The priest gritted his teeth and thought that even if someone gets hurt because of the saint, he honestly doesn't care. He just wants to make sure that the gentleman named Alden is alright, and he answered hesitantly that he was too. A moment later, bright red lightning appeared. She hit the ground with powerful force and 2 silhouettes appeared in it. Ophelia straightened up, looked furiously at the priest, and asked what kind of nonsense they were talking about now. She didn't intend to tolerate this anymore. Everyone looked at the blonde girl in armor in surprise. The group of warriors opened their eyes wide in horror and thought that this was one of the 10 strongest. The same Ophelia. Gottfried pursed his lips, looked at the girl in horror, and wondered what the Knight Protector of the princess was doing here. Cornwall hunched over and, covering one eye, wondered who the guy next to her was, some familiar face. Ophelia looked carefully at the bald old man and asked what level of accuracy the Themis court had, and Benjamin opened his mouth wide with rage and shouted what kind of questions. 100%, of course. The girl furiously rolled her eyebrows and, looking carefully at the old man, asked that if a question is asked to a person under the influence of hypnosis or something similar, if he is confident in the correctness of his lie, then there will also be 100%. Benjamin pursed his lips fiercely and lowered his head as he exhaled. Ophelia pointed her hand towards the red-haired guy and noticed that Matthias was openly lying to them. And he was not just trying to put a stain on the saint's honor. Sir Ned Stryer was standing next to her. He was sent to the saint for help by the princess herself. Ophelia turned to the saints, looked at them furiously, and shouted that in the past he was her follower. For more than 12 he slept in the stall with her horses and serves her faithfully, and they call him a demon worshipper. All their plans are sewn with white thread. Then the girl began to turn her head sharply and added that let them see for themselves whether it was the person who made such absurd accusations. Matthias sat all black, looked straight ahead furiously, and Ophelia continued, shouting, that he generally looked like a dark sun. Matthias lowered his gaze, carefully examined himself and thought that his costume, although no, it's not just him. Because of her lightning, the flow of his mana was disrupted. Now he is returning to his usual appearance. The entire squad of saints looked at the dark sun in surprise and shouted in surprise that it was not Matthias. The dark silhouette stood up abruptly and stared attentively at the Steel Legion. Matthias put his hands to his eyes, raised his head and began to laugh loudly. The orange eye looked carefully at the girl and Matthias noticed that she was great. She had already violated her plans 2 times already. Ned jerked sharply when Matthias called to him. Then he clenched his teeth, looked furiously at the one who was hiding under the guise of the dark sun, and asked that he recognize him. Ned tensed up sharply when he was called a traitor. The girl, disguised as a dark sun, took the Hypnos ocarina in her hand and noted that she would take at least 1 life today. The fans behind her began to play a musical instrument sharply. Then power began to erupt from the ground. A huge, black Shoggoth emerged from the ground and stared straight ahead with fury. Ned backed away, looked straight in horror and thought that he, too, had once learned to control these monsters. But he did not know such long commands. Shoggoth began to become covered in runes and glow brightly, while increasing in size. Shoggoth's huge, dark basilisk glared furiously at his opponents. The dark-haired girl took off her disguise and noticed that now it was their turn to perform the Song of Sword and Screams. The basilisk raised its muzzle high, opened its mouth and roared loudly. The shock wave from the roar began to spread over a huge distance, and the plot noticed that a terrifying roar filled the entire space around it. People with insufficient resistance to magic were the first to feel severe dizziness. A man in an expensive outfit began to fall from his deteriorating condition, and a warrior from behind caught him and shouted to him not to worry, their mercenaries would clear the way for retreat. The advisor opened his eyes wide and looked through his glasses in horror, and the plot added that soon everyone felt the power of this ability. A huge armada of monsters was approaching from behind the hill, and red energy was flying in the air. The monsters ran straight ahead confidently and quickly. Goblins, dragons, a huge wolf, everyone ran forward furiously. And someone shouted that the monsters were advancing. Then the plot noticed that basilisk in translation means little king. Such strength is quite suitable for this name. The warriors began to run away and scream for rescue. Benjamin turned on them furiously, opened his mouth wide and shouted that they must maintain formation at all costs. The warrior carefully held the advisor in his arms when a huge monster approached them and covered them with shadow. The huge Shoggoth approached them, looked fiercely with a fiery eye, and turned them to stone. Benjamin placed the kindness staff next to him and shouted for the darkness to go away. The stone sharply cracked and a living advisor and warrior appeared from under it. The priest put his hand in front of him, opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly that the field had been established. There was a purification effect inside it, so the first thing to do was to catch the basilisk. He knew how to do this, but they must buy him time. Cornwall smiled sharply, raised his hand with golden curls and shouted that everything would be done. They needed to entrust the attack to them. A moment later, the goddess's spearman with a stone body and bright golden eyes appeared, and Cornwall noted in his head that this object was originally taken in order to break through the fortress gates. The spearman raised his spear behind his head with a sharp movement and took aim. He aimed a spear charged with golden energy right at Shoggoth's head. A huge spear pierced the basilisk's head with a powerful blow. The monster flew back slightly and, opening its mouth, screamed loudly. Then he began to spit projectiles directly at the spearman's shield. The warrior raised his hand to strike and began to charge it with energy. The spearman struck straight at the basilisk with a quick movement. Then, out of nowhere, a new spear appeared, right in the spearman's hand. A board with information about Shoggoth appeared in front of the priest's face, and he thought that the basilisk, an enhanced form of Shoggoth, was a rather dangerous monster. Benjamin tensed his gaze, looked straight ahead fiercely, and thought that most of his abilities would be countered by the Holy Fathers. Their attacks used the power of light, so there would be no problem with immunity, which is what really bothers him. The priest looked carefully into the terrifying mouth of Shoggoth and added in his thoughts that this is the second mouth on the tail of the basilisk, which appears in all the records of the hunt for this monster, casting a spell, which takes him from 5 minutes to an hour. He uses his fatal ability, Blood splashed across the battlefield, and the priest said in his head that if the second mouth manages to use its ability, as many as 80% of the attackers die. Moreover, this ability is unique to each basilisk, so it is very difficult to be prepared for it. The second mouth will not under no circumstances should it succeed. Benjamin turned sharply to the warrior and shouted that there were very few monsters left, and the warrior looked carefully through the telescope and replied that the flying ones would be here in 2 minutes, the rest in 10. The priest put a mirror in front of him and shouted that they should cover it for the next 3 minutes. At this time, near the headquarters of the papal group of reliquaries, the bright sun was burning and going beyond the horizon. 3 priests stood near a huge mirror, and one of them noticed that they had received a signal that Father Benjamin had used the golden mirror, and it was the turn of the cardinals. 3 unknown persons sharply extended their hands upward and touched with 3 daggers, from which a huge ball of fire began to flare up. A moment later, the spell flew into the mirror, and the notification said that the silver mirror of the Holy Family was transferring the energy released by the daggers to the golden mirror. Benjamin grabbed the mirror tighter, twisted all over from the effort, and thought that this was the energy that the cardinals sent him. An incredible force. It was difficult even to just stand still. The priest looked straight ahead with fury, thinking that he was originally going to use this item in the siege. If they paid for it as a pillar of faith, it could be used in any way. But the golden mirror was allocated for a specific purpose, so for unauthorized use severe punishment will follow. And he said that for 40 years he had been working towards becoming what he is now, and now everything is gone. After his words, a fireball sharply flew out of the mirror, and the priest shouted to cut them down. They need to survive. A moment later, a silhouette appeared behind the priest and violently grabbed him by the head in the mirror, and the plot noted that Benjamin had no idea how stubborn she was. Gottfried furiously lowered her gaze to the priest and said that he should not leave the plan. He should shoot at the gates of the fortress. Benjamin hunched over, sweated, and looked at her with clenched teeth. A huge ball suddenly flew out of the mirror. A moment later, he walked straight into the castle gates. The Apostle Paul looked carefully at the silver mirror and said that everything was ready, even if the circumstances turned out not in the best way for them. The demon-worshipping brothers they had launched and Gottfried's obsession with a traitor named Alden would do their job. Apostle Othello furiously let out the air, clenched his teeth, and said that it would be better if he personally smashed them all there. And Apostle Wilhelmina looked at him carefully and noticed that nothing could be done. Open confrontation was the last thing they could use. Pavel smiled broadly, looked confidently straight, and said that only if they have a reason to declare war. 3 rounds of negotiations and the intervention of senior forces. Only if in the end all attempts at dialogue fail. Only then their actions will be sufficiently justified. And if others recognize this, the fact that they adhere to the rules of war will allow them to receive help from powerful players. A golden dragon appeared in his head, with a human form nearby, and Paul added that he would eventually gain power beyond the golden dragon, the protector of the kingdom. Othello smiled widely with his sharp teeth and said that this is how he wants to rob the saint and take his place in the sun. Wilhelmina lowered her gaze slightly and, with her lips bulging, said that life in high society is always like this. Then she put her hand to her mouth and added that they were all too high up in the Temple of Light to ignore these rules, and all the apostles turned sharply to her. A moment later, they sharply raised their blades and began to summon a fireball again. Cornwall turned his head sharply, opened his mouth wide with rage, and shouted what they were doing. The third fireball hit the weakened gate with powerful force. A detachment of people on horses quickly galloped towards the battlefield. A small ball with wings flew closer and shouted that there were still 30 minutes until the third arrival. In the forest in the vicinity of the third parish, a huge detachment of warriors on horseback ran and shouted that the attack had begun. Their defense was weakening. They needed to hurry up. Elise sharply turned her head to Altair and noticed that it was clearly a golden mirror. It was capable of causing enormous damage by concentrating holy or magical energy. Altair looked at her carefully and noticed that the force field created with the help of Eurydice's relic could also certainly be dangerous. Dariel removed his hand from behind the arrow, looked straight ahead furiously, and noted that he would provide them with fire support. They needed to calculate the coordinates of the target, and Chiara noted that they needed to wait another 15 seconds. A moment later, the elf fixed his gaze on one point and looked in surprise. Then he opened his mouth wide and shouted that he needed to jump up on the count of 3. Chiara opened her mouth wide and, staring attentively at the elf, shouted to him. On the count of 3, the elf's horse jumped up and a blue projectile passed under them. The entire squad jumped and thereby dodged the powerful wave. Some of the mounted detachment did not jump and lost their horses. Altair turned, looked at them with horror and froze. The entire squad stopped abruptly when they saw the enemy in front of them, who said that they were able to survive. This is their luck. Chen stood exactly in front of them. Sitting next to him were two warriors with a huge chain, and looking at them carefully, he noticed that they would not be so lucky again. The blue-haired warrior then began to twirl his cane. Then he put his hands in front of him, all lit up blue, and said that he was the strongest man from the east. He would accompany them to another world. 2 blows struck the sword. Ned and Ophelia fought together against a girl named Ree. The red-haired guy put a sword with purple energy in front of him, opened his mouth wide and shouted that he was asking to remember her. It was he, Ned, her younger brother. The girl looked sharply at him and narrowed her eyes. She saw in front of her a silhouette with arrows indicating the direction of the blood, and then she thought that this was impossible. Something like him? He couldn't be her brother. Ree sharply hit the red-haired guy in the chest, causing him to fly away. Then she pointed the tip of the sword at him and, looking furiously, said that she did not know where he got the information about her, but for her to buy it, he would need something more convincing. Ned jumped back sharply from the blow and wondered what to do. A moment later, a loud explosion was heard behind him. There was a huge hole in the gate and someone shouted that the gate was destroyed. Ned looked at it furiously and clenched his teeth. Ophelia turned sharply and stared in horror. Ree smiled maliciously and looked at it with glowing eyes. A moment later, she jumped back sharply. Then he flew straight to the gate. Ophelia suddenly began to run after her and shouted that she was heading to the temple. 2 demon-worshipping warriors stood up together. One of them shouted to protect the mistress and let him leave the rest to him. One of them quickly put the musical instrument to his mouth and thought that their task was to help the mistress, which means it was necessary now. After the melody began to play, Shagata began to glow with a purple light. The basilisk opened its mouth wide, runes came out of it, and the demon worshipper added in his head that the code forcibly launching the ability of the basilisk's second mouth. The spell had not yet been fully cast, so the power of the ability was reduced, but it would still be enough to fetter the actions of the priests of light. A huge beam of purple light began to shoot into the sky from the basilisk's tail, and a huge, magical circle appeared in the sky. Dark drops began to fall from the sky. One of the warriors raised his head, looked up carefully and asked what this black rain was. A moment later, the warriors put their hands to their mouths and heads and began screaming in pain. Their eyes began to turn red and their hands dug into their skin. All the soldiers on the battlefield began to tear each other and themselves, and the plot said that this is madness. In future reports, this black rain is called ghost rain. Anyone whom it touches, as they say there, loses their mind. The priests with the staffs sharply crouched. One of them shouted that this was a very strong panic attack. It was difficult to cope with it even inside the purification perimeter. And the second shouted for everyone to close ranks. Stand closer to the staff. Their power of purification is higher there. A moment later, one of the priests with a staff was picked up by a winged monster. A huge flock of monsters attacked the warriors in the purification circle. The monsters began to chop down all the people with special force, and Ned, running past, looked closely and heard that out of 4 staves, 3 were captured by the enemy. The protective perimeter was greatly reduced. The cleaning ability would be faster. Ned sharply turned his gaze straight, imagined a musical instrument in his head and thought that in all this madness, only he and the demon worshippers with an ocarina, as well as Ophelia, who is immune to such attacks, will be able to act freely. There will be many victims. Is it really worth not thinking about this and continue to pursue his sister? Which is what Jeff would have done in his place. A protagonist appeared in his head, sitting on a chair and folding his arms on his chest. He said that those who need to be killed, let him kill, but in other cases, you need to act with a minimum number of victims. The more people can fight, the more they can achieve. The red-haired guy stopped abruptly and Jeff added in his head that he specifically needs to decide on the spot. He believes that he can make the right choice. Ned turned sharply to the warrior girl and shouted to take over the laughing woman. If she changed her appearance, she would not be able to recognize her, and he would stay here and take care of the monsters. Ned gritted his teeth sharply, sweated slightly, and thought that if he had his way, he would follow his sister if he could catch her and use the blessing of the Elf Queen to gain her trust. She is a very strong opponent, so strategically it would not be a bad choice. Ophelia attacked the red-haired guy's sister with powerful and fast attacks. The demon-worshipping priest played a melody and released purple energy. The basilisk abruptly grabbed the girl with its mouth and re-looked at it carefully. Then the red-haired guy's dark-haired sister smiled sarcastically. A moment later, Ree quickly disappeared and jumped up. Ophelia looked carefully to the side and noticed in her head that the laughing woman had disappeared. Where did she go? A moment later, she felt danger approaching behind her and opened her eyes wide, and re-swung and swung a powerful blow at the knight's girl. The red-haired guy's sister dealt a powerful blow and summoned lightning. The poisonous whip flew sharply at her. The whip then hit her hard on the back, sending her flying. Returned her gaze sharply and stared back in surprise. Fade, with a pipe in his hands, began to return the whip and looked attentively at the girl. Ned began to run his finger along the blade, charging it with red lightning, and noticed in his head that now he had strong comrades. Trust them and let go of personal feelings. He did not come here to make childish dramas. The red-haired guy put a glowing blade in front of him and, looking furiously straight, added in his head that he must make sure that in the end he and the princess are called heroes. A moment later there was a huge explosion. Ned flew into a squad of monsters, tore them apart with lightning and thought about making their dreams come true. He will not let his enemies say that he watched from the sidelines. The murder of high-ranking holy fathers. It's time to end this battle. Lucius stood on the wall of the temple, put a propaganda instrument to his mouth and called into it the sheep following the light. Ned turned his head sharply in surprise and looked carefully at his fair son. The knights turned their surprised faces on a warrior named Lucius, and he shouted that the almighty goddess Aria illuminates them with her endless light. She directs the lives of enemies into their hands. He, the first son of light Lucius, observed a vow of silence and prayed for 50 days. And behold, the goddess answered him and told him to give everything to them. A huge beam shone from the place of the holy sun, and he added that everyone should cast aside doubts. Treat the son of light in the same way as you treated the goddess. Believers have the blessing of light. Lucius opened his mouth wide, looked furiously at the battlefield and remarked that today they would see a miracle. A moment later, a stake of faith fell on Shoggoth's head and pierced his head. A winged warrior emerged from a rift in the sky and stared intently at the basilisk. A moment later, Jeff with wings landed on the ground with a sword of light, and Lucius shouted that in the beginning there was the word of the goddess, and that word was let there be light. So the first ray appeared and illuminated the world. The letter from the goddess of light lay open on the cracked tile. Jeff, in the form of a dragon, noted in his thoughts that this was a sword of light, an ancient radiance embodied in the form of a weapon. Stunned, Benjamin watched him and thought about the fact that the main character naturally has an extremely high attack potential, and this legendary relic also allows him to use dispelling curses. He emphasized how to handle such a sword. He imagined a golden flow of energy and noted that this is given only to those chosen by the goddess herself, and such people are born once every century. The tense Cornwall noticed that he was holding a sword of light, and Jeff himself looked as if there was a dragon there and overwhelming energy was emanating from him. It resembled a golden dragon, the protector of the kingdom. The main character's eyes glowed red. He reflected on the fact that in his previous life he had remained unnoticed for several years. He remembered himself in a past life, how he stood with a sword in his hands, from which green mana emanated. Jeff stated that the world's attention was focused on Erdias, whose sudden appearance was like a comet. He remembered how he fought with people in black cloaks and said that this opened up his possibilities for him. All the enemies were chasing only Erdi, and they didn't care about people like him. He remembered how he killed the snake that was guarding the treasure. The main character emphasized that he had many chances to take advantage of the moment and become stronger. A smirk appeared on his face. Jeff thought that this time he was also going to keep the already famous warriors, like Lucius or Dariel, in the shadows, but there was no longer a need for that. He presented a letter that emanated golden mana. The main character thought that now is the best moment to finally declare himself. He noted that it was soaked in sunlight and innocent, like white snow. The plot takes us a few days before. Angel looked at Jeff and said that the voice that stopped him when he took the sword of light did not belong to Aria. Noting that as not a saint, he could not directly hear the gods. Jeff frowned at what he heard and noted in his mind that now, when he thinks about it, he did them. The main character remembered how he stood in front of her and she said that a little more and he would show him something interesting. The main character said that then. He remembered how the goddess laughed and said that she would give him an artifact. The angel said that she asked to convey. Jeff thought that he himself did not hear the gods and their words were conveyed to him by the angels, and it only seemed to him that besides Aria, there was no one else to enter the sword of light, but he never heard her voice. The angel with a serious look said that this voice belonged to the sword itself. It had already satisfied the conditions for its use, but the blade rejected it. Her face was calm. She stated that Aria regretted that he had to go through such inconvenience, so along with the reward, she decided to give him a second task. A message appeared about the commission of the goddess of light. Protection of important persons, to protect certain people for 10 months. Reward for completing the catalog of weapons stored on the first floor of Area's vault. Jeff's sword exuded powerful mana. Smiling, Jeff noted that thus the Sword of Light is completely at his disposal for another 10 months, and the reward is not the main thing. The task itself is important. While he completes it, the sword will have to listen to him. The main character began to reason that when the task was completed in 10 months, maybe the sword would reject him again. But still they agreed with Eurydica to catch 4 dragons in 4.5 months. He pointed with his finger, causing many magical runes to appear. Jeff emphasized the fact that this meant that 10 months would be enough for him with plenty of reserve. He ordered the people to kneel and the monsters to freeze in their places. A notification popped up that the Dragon Word skill, a unique ability of the dragon. When used, the word gains incredible power. Use is limited due to the heart of the dragon. The men suddenly knelt down and said that the body was not obeying. Ned and the girl also took a knee. The orc froze over the night. The main character began to concentrate mana in his hand. He swung his blade. Jeff killed everyone on the battlefield. Stunned, Leia looked at the splashes of blood. She thought that everyone was wrong and it was not the holy man who got the dragon's heart and it was him. She was suddenly taken aback. Leia looked at the back of the main character, around whom golden lightning was hovering. Leia was tense. She thought that nothing would work out, and without the Shoggoths and brothers, who could be turned into demons, the best solution would be to retreat. And fortunately, the appearance of Jeff caused a general commotion. She managed to change her appearance and move away from Ophelia. Now she needs to regroup, and again, the red knitting needle flew into her back. Her consciousness immediately became clouded. In her thoughts she asked if it was poison. She saw a guy behind her who called her capable, adding that in such a short period of time she could steal someone else's mantle and completely pretend to be another person. The guy noticed that if he had followed her only visually, he could have completely missed her. The guy imagined how red energy collides with green energy and said that he specially fought with her by smearing his weapon with a poison with a special smell, and now tiny particles of this substance are everywhere on her skin, clothes, and hair. He added that tracking her by smell is already a simple matter, although without this scent this would not have been possible. Smiling, Leia noted that the guy had interesting abilities. She fell to the floor. Jeff introduced the golden energy and emphasized that the Sword of Light would last for at least 10 months. He imagined the image of Eurydica and thought that when he first transplanted the dragon's heart, his body was too weak, and Eurydica then even refused the operation, fearing for his safety. He imagined Yggdrasil standing above him and noticed that he had helped him and his body had become much stronger. The main character reasoned that now his body is quite capable of containing as many as 2 dragon hearts. He imagined the heart of a black dragon with yellow mana emanating from it. He noticed that the dragon pearl was turned into the core of the body thanks to the intervention of Yggdrasil, and the current level is 24.5%. He presented the blue dragon heart and the message that the additionally implanted blue dragon pearl, the power of the auxiliary heart, is equal to the power of the main one. Jeff came to the conclusion that with such people he no longer needed to hide. But on the contrary, now that the stage was ready, it was time for him to appear to the world. His face was serious. Jeff stressed that he needed to get a piece of the puzzle that he couldn't get to before. The main character noted that in a past life, no matter how strong he became, people refused to follow him. He remembered the dark image of a man who said that an aristocrat like him would never follow such a commoner. Jeff said that chances that should have gone to him ended up going to other people. He imagined a picture of people discussing a dark-haired guy. They asked if this was a student of that famous guy, noting that he might come by. Jeff recalled how the man crossed his arms and asked for his forgiveness, adding that guilds with an established history had an advantage. The main character noted that only one condition deprived him of the opportunity to directly establish official relations with Alter. He remembered standing next to the girl. Jeff stated that the only condition was origin. He imagined people mocking him and emphasized that this was simply ridiculous, and even though he alone could save them all, they would never recognize him, because he had no title, no pedigree, no high positions. Even those who, like him, had nothing, seeing how he rose higher and higher, began to hate him terribly. The main character said that the situation required that everyone act together, but no one knew that pride could darken the hearts of so many people who would be capable of anything just to harm another. So he did not make friends with all those who were his despised, but still he needed people. He introduced powerful flames and many monsters. Jeff said that their enemies were too strong and numerous. He thought that an elite group of chosen ones would not be enough to win the war, so he needed someone who would be strong enough, who would be recognized by others, and who could guide the countless masses in the right direction. The sun illuminated the guy's armor. He stated that the Sword of Light is the only key that can instantly solve the problem of its origin. Jeff noted that this confirmed that he was chosen by the gods. The guy knelt in front of him and said that they were waiting for his return. The main character replied with a smile on his face that it took him a while, but he did what they asked. He showed the blue key sign on his hand and said, "What now?" A dragon appeared behind him. Jeff said they no longer have to worry about Danakil being polluted. Benjamin and Cornwall were very surprised and said that it was the head of a blue dragon. The main character said that the prayer that Lucius read that day before many holy fathers immediately spread throughout the continent. Pigeons flew in the sky. They hovered in front of a tall castle. The main character emphasized that now the goddess had sent them this man in order to accomplish a great deed. Jeff said that this is the same light that the goddess sends them every time trouble comes. The main character introduced a man with a scroll in his hands. He noticed that this man was sent by him to save people from the encroaching horror. Giving the heart of a dragon to the messenger of the goddess was the same as giving the heart to herself. He noticed in his thoughts that this was a disaster and according to the law it would be an unlawful use of funds. But the saint appealed to the authority of the goddess and now they began to have problems. Benjamin and Cornwall began to cry. The main character stated that several holy fathers saw the miracle with their own eyes, so as soon as the court or investors express dissatisfaction with the loss of the dragon's heart, they will immediately be accused of lack of faith. The man sighed lightly and noticed that Jeff was indeed the son of Duke Giornetti. In his thoughts he turned to the main character and said that he had won, and now they had nothing to answer him. He looked at the cross against the backdrop of the orange world and said that now Jeff is the main hero of their world. He noted that everything is done according to the will of the goddess, by her grace, and they only need to humbly obey and prepare to withstand the worst. The stranger stated that he was the best among all the students of the Dragon King style. Blue energy emanated from his fist. The plot told us that being born with an excellent physique for studying martial arts, he was in no way inferior to his father. The guy fought with his bare fists against many armed men. He emphasized that he was able to master various martial arts techniques. There was a scolopendra in his body. He noted that even after accepting the branded worm, he was able to cultivate it within himself at incredible speed to gain even greater power. The guy was illuminated by a blue light. He stated that Jin means dragon and Gan means strong, and it is the perfect name for him. Jin noticed that he was stronger and more righteous than anyone else. He introduced his father and noted that he always spoke nonsense, claiming that one day he would go back to the east in order to regain his former throne. He introduced Ned and added that he stubbornly refused the branded worm. Jin said that they are all mistaken and the only one who is right there is him. He presented a blade from which blue energy came and said that the end of the world would soon come. He asked about what is the point of being a king and why use the branded worm to please his direct goals, as if they were above the rest. A powerful aura enveloped his body. Jin emphasized the fact that when the age of demons comes, they will need power beyond human limits. He said that they must acquire a mind and body trained by demonic energy in order to adapt to the conditions of a new world beyond their imagination. A crowd of people was walking through the desert. Jin noted that this was why his father was kicked out of the East. He remembered how he beat Ned and noted that he was an offended fool. Powerful energy consumed Jin's body and he declared that only he was destined to become a dragon. Powerful gusts of wind rose from his mana. He began to say that this was true and that he had always been right. He wondered why things turned out the way they did. Shackled Jin looked at the crowd of people. Tree roots were wrapped around his face. He asked why he was tied up there. The girl with a serious look thought that this man was the eldest son of Sir Ned and he was definitely stronger than him and the smiling woman. The corpses of people in black cloaks lay on the ground. She emphasized that there were also dozens of Dragon King-style disciples hiding in the forest, so it would be dangerous if she were there. Holding the staff in front of her, she said that Jin should have thought through his team better and should have at least brought a few healers or magicians with him. The plot introduces us to Altair, a debuffer and magic dealer, and says that the Dark Hand absorbs the enemy's health and mana, and the ghost pounces on the enemy to slow down their movements and confuse their senses. A dark ghost hung over Jai. Long branches curled from the girl's hands. The story introduces us to Kiara, a support who wields plant magic and tells us that steel vines absorb the mana of the enemy they entangle, becoming increasingly durable. The poison pylon sprays poisonous pollen into the enemy's respiratory tract, making it difficult for a normal soldier to breathe, rendering them unable to fight. The soldiers wheezed loudly from suffocation. Golden mana emanated from the unknown girl's staff. The plot introduces us to Elise, a support and healer. Her angel song ability increases strength, attack speed, and mobility and can be stacked up to 3 times. The guy was aiming at Jin with his bow. The plot tells us that, in addition, Dariel's bow is a dragon weapon capable of firing arrows that fly 1.5 kilometers in 12 seconds. His face was illuminated by the bright sun. We are told that thanks to Elise's buffs, Dariel's reload time and aiming speed have been significantly reduced, allowing him to catch up with enemies slowed by various skills. Altair stood in front of Jin and said that he should not have let his guard down. She asked if he decided to do an ability test in the middle of the fight. She emphasized the fact that they should have simply attacked them before the buffs activated. But now, thanks to him, their ambush plan was rendered pointless. Frowning, she declared that Jin would die there because of his stupidity. Jin was dumbfounded. The arrow went right through his head. They stood in front of Jin's corpse. Looking down, Altair thought that given the situation in which the cult of the divine demon is located, he is not of particular value as a hostage, and if a smiling woman leads a person like him, it will cause them much more trouble. So the solution would be to kill him while he still has the chance. She looked up and assumed that since the son of the east was there, it meant that the smiling woman had gone to Lucius. She remembered how a ray of light flashed in the sky and thought about it. She noted that it was definitely Jeff, so there was no need to worry. Smiling, she said that she would see the main character soon. There were loud shouts that the reconnaissance using the detection skill was completed and no enemies were found nearby. The priests need to immediately begin treating the wounded. Upon completion, go to the 3rd parish. The plot takes us forward after sunset. The night sky illuminated the castle. The guy kissed Altair's hand. People looked at Dariel and discussed that he was a real elf. The girl asked how many centuries had passed since the last time the elf left the great elven forest. Surprised, Cornwall thought that Princess Altair not only returned with the elf, but was also close to the nobleman. Holding the pipe to his mouth, the guy noted that the main character was not the one he was looking for. Ned looked at him and said that since he had resolved his misunderstanding, he could now introduce him to him. The guy replied that he refused. Frowning, he said that although he was seeing him for the first time, he no longer liked him. He brought the receiver to his teeth. Kiara was hiding behind Elise. She peeked out and looked at Fade. She was embarrassed to see him. Fade looked at her with a serious look. Frowning in disgust, he asked if it was her again. He quickly jumped into the air from her. The 10 strongest contenders walked with weapons in their hands and discussed that they were in huge trouble, and if they decided to challenge the saint in this atmosphere, they would most likely be burned at the stake. One of the crowd noted that if the saint defeated the twin knights, then he was stronger than them. They concluded that they had come there for no reason and would simply return home. The plot takes us to Craft's 3rd parish, the hallway. There were torches hanging on the walls and loud laughter could be heard. Gertrude was held back by a green barrier. She said that a trap like this was nothing to her. The plot takes us to the 13th ward of Fraser Archduchy. The castle was brightly lit and laughter could be heard from it. The guy was lying on the sofa and reading a letter. He laughed and said that it all ended unexpectedly. Smiling, he noted that he would have to visit Jeff sometime, and lately he had been entertaining him more and more. He imagined bright streams of mana and emphasized that now that he thought about it, he had to play it again. He asked Magnus what the event for the 2nd round should be. Magnus stood at the window. The plot introduces us to the guardian dragon of the kingdom, the golden dragon Archduke Magnus Fraser. Flags with emblems flutter in the wind, rising towards the clear blue sky. The troops surrounding the temple hastily leave the 3rd district. Several robed men carefully load a massive artifact onto a cart. One of them, Benjamin, with a stern expression on his face, watches the process. The people in charge of managing the sacred relics took away the stake of faith. Cornwall grins, looking away. The financial council has a new investment opportunity in the form of Jeff. The man says that the Dragonkin is another opportunity for the Temple of Light. The silhouette of a man with blonde hair stands out against the background of other figures. He holds a document and talks about current events regarding the Blue Dragon Slayers. The defense attorneys also had something to tell their clients. The man speculates that the Blue Dragon Slayer will change the dynamics of the forces preparing for the raid on the Ice Dragon. He realizes that he needs to return as soon as possible and develop a new plan with his clients. A knight in armor is behind the bars of a prison cell, sitting on the floor. The knights of the 4th district and Gertrude, who came to inquire about Alden's whereabouts, were thrown into prison without explanation and forced to await interrogation on charges of heresy. Leona and Arno are standing on the balcony of the temple, looking into the distance. Leona expresses her excitement at explaining the events surrounding the demon named Alden. She says she was scared and didn't know how to explain and resolve the fact that Aldian was a demon worshipper, and that they killed him. But the 4th district and the Rasker family sent flowers in celebration, no questions asked. Leona wonders if they all suffer from short memories, to which Arno laughs. Arno, standing against the blue sky, explains that if evidence of Alden's demon worship becomes public, it will cause problems. Even if that doesn't happen, they could easily rule out District 4's role in a future raid. Leona raises her hands up and says that it left an unpleasant aftertaste, as if everything had been decided, but not at the same time. Arno agrees with her. A leg in armor stands on a stone surface, radiating confidence. A familiar voice claims that they have achieved everything they wanted. Leona and Arno are discussing the outcome of events when Lucius unexpectedly approaches them. He states that they have protected lives, honor and money, making such a victory difficult to achieve. Leona and Arno express their surprise as they greet Lucius. Lucius, with a frightened expression on his face, listens to the angel who appeared before him with a divine revelation. An angel with golden wings gives Lucius a letter. The angel reminds them that the goddess is always watching over them and encourages them not to forget about gratitude and praise. At the end, he quietly says that the dragon ribs are now his. The remaining hand in the portal waves goodbye to him. Lucius looks at it. He considers his feelings, believing that it was just imagination. He admits that as soon as he looked at the letter from the angel, he immediately knew what would happen next. A glowing golden artifact emits bright rays of light. Lucius holds it in his hand. The goddess's messenger descended from heaven, and in his hands was a divine artifact. Lucius holds the letter against the blue sky with a confident smile. He is sure that Aria herself sent them a letter to set them on the path to victory. Lucius reflects that he always knew that Sir Jeff was the goddess's savior. By his hand she fulfilled her will, and now he must serve him. Jeff sits at the table with a concentrated expression on his face. Mercy stands next to him, holding a fork with a piece of meat. There is a box with a bribe rib on the table. Mercy agrees to deliver the letter to Lucius, but warns not to think that she can be bribed with meat every time. Mercy says straight up that Jeff can't write, but she promises that if she gets 3 more helpings, she'll edit the letter so it looks like it was written by a goddess. Jeff stands with his back, watching Altair and Ophelia, who hurriedly pass by. Jeff muses that Lucius will never realize that the letter the angel gave him was a fake. Jeff apologizes to Lucius and promises to reward him for his loyalty. Fade, wearing a dark cloak, stands on the balcony, holding a letter and looking at the eagle as it flies away. He reports the Duke's response. The Duke writes that he will soon arrive at the 3rd parish. Lucius looks at Fade in surprise, asking about his father wondering if Fade can help them. Lucius excitedly asks if Fade will really help in the raid on the Ice Dragon. He reminds that Fade's help will be extremely useful. Fade, with a serious expression, declares that he does not obey the Duke. He helps only of his own free will and does not take orders. His own goal always comes first, and he sees no reason to get involved in Lucius' dangerous activities. A foot appeared near Lucius and Fade and suddenly attracted attention. A familiar voice asks if the smiling woman has provided any useful information. The answer is that it is unlikely. Jeff stands in dark armor, looking straight at Fade. Ned is next to him. Jeff claims that if they actually had information about Tarantula, they would have left in the middle of the night without a word. Fade looks seriously and silently, his eyes full of concentration and tension. Ned, with a worried expression on his face, thinks to himself that everything is as Jeff says. Leia sits on the ground, chained. A problem arises. The Elf Queen's blessing did not work, although it was not related to the curse. They had to use Truth Serum, but they were never able to find out the whereabouts of Tarantula. Fade was able to obtain information about the origin of the Dragon King style, but there was no more information other than information about this style. He also doesn't remember Tarantula. Tarantula was Fade's former guildmate, who teamed up with the man from the east and betrayed him in the Persephone Guild. Ned, looking ahead intently, muses that if this is a secret power, it will be difficult to track. Jeff stands, his eyes hidden in the shadows, while Ned reflects that with the death of Chingan, the only people with information about him could only be the man from the east and Jeff. Jeff offers Fade a deal. If Fade helps in this raid, they will help him get revenge. Jeff, with confidence in his eyes, advises Fade not to refuse the offer, although he knows that he wants to do it. He says he recommends taking it because. Jeff leans towards Fade, whispering something in his ear. Fade looks stunned, his eye wide and his face showing surprise and concern. After a short silence, he listens reservedly. Fade agrees, saying that he will listen to what Jeff has to say first. Soon the meeting begins in front of closed doors. A voice says that before we begin, a new team member will be introduced. Erdi, standing next to Altair, looking towards those present at the table. He introduces himself, giving his name, his status as a disciple of the Holy Sword, John Hao, the first of the 10 strongest, the White Dragon Nemosh. He shows his proof, the Master's Sword Requiem. Before disappearing, his master told him to help the princess. Erdi good-naturedly shows a welcoming gesture and says that it was nice to meet you. Altair and Erdi stand together in front of a group of people who are cheering. Altair greets Erdi, saying that they have the same master. She asks everyone to greet Erdi with applause. Altair explains with a warm smile that Sir Erdi doesn't know much yet. She asks him to find out everything from Jeff and asks if he agrees. Erdi, with a bow and confidence, replies that he will do as she says. Erdi internally thinks that he needs to understand the current situation by learning from Jeff. Erdi sits at the table, thinking that he could have made a bigger impression if he had arrived earlier and taken part in the raid on the Blue Dragon. He realizes it will be difficult to win voting rights here anytime soon. However, he thinks it's probably for the best. Erdi squeezes his hand, regretting that he didn't come earlier. If he had been here before, he might have had to kill the Blue Dragon himself. Erdi stands at night among the shining stars, holding some creature in his hands. The stars in Milky Way lit up the night sky. The voice tells him to listen carefully. On the day when the devil himself appears on Earth, all dragons will become his servants and destroy the world. Erdi must kill them all before Judgment Day comes. He is reminded to remember this. Erdi is holding in his hands a small creature that looks like a sleeping dragon. He reflects on the Master's words. If he follows these words, he will have to kill the Master's original form, which is sleeping somewhere. Erdi thinks with a determined look that he doesn't want to do this. His goal is not to kill dragons, but to prevent the coming of the demon god. Then they can fulfill the princess's plan and live with the dragons. Looking at Altair, he confidently thinks that if they fight together with the dragons, it will be much more effective. The demon god's worshippers will be easily defeated. The princess spent her days with the master, so why can't she think about it? Erdi, with a confident and decisive look, thinks to himself that all this is obvious. People gathered around, discussing fighting the demon god, killing dragons, and worshipping the demon god. They are all overcome with fear and cannot think clearly. Erdi pressed his hand to his chin and looked forward doubtfully, thinking that he didn't like it. He decides to simply observe what is happening to see if the team members can be convinced. Jeff, looking at Erdi, thinks to himself that Erdi is not very smart. Eliza performs a magical check, surrounded by golden halos and radiance. She smiles and announces that the check is completed and everyone is healthy. On the scroll is written a description of information about the Angel Hug skill. This skill allows you to find out the state of health and physical characteristics of a person. It causes the sensation of thousands of crawling slugs in the person on whom it is used. Erdi lies on the ground, clearly surprised and confused. Kiara sits next to her, embarrassedly pressing her hands to herself. She wonders why such a test is a necessary step for joining the team. A flushed Eliza, with an enthusiastic expression on her face, reflects on how well she chose her profession. She rejoices in the opportunity to observe such rare specimens as elves, warriors raised by dragons. She is convinced that joining this party was a great decision. Erdi, scared and embarrassed, shouts out that she is really scary. Eliza is sad that she could not examine Sir Fade. She recalls Fade shouting in anger and irritation that he is not an official member of this team and quickly disappearing. Altair walks with his guard Ophelia, and with a serious expression on his face, he asks Eliza if she has conducted an investigation into the smiling woman. Eliza, turning to Altair, says that she has looked into this a little, but she needs to investigate this matter further. The blessing of the Elven Queen that Ned received is a mind control skill only available to the Queen. It can only be used on one person at a time. Activation conditions include physical contact with the target for more than 30 seconds and eye contact. Despite fulfilling all the conditions, it did not work on the smiling woman. Kiara reflects that the blessing has not changed or lost its power. She suspected that the woman already had a blessing or a curse, but this turned out not to be the case. Eliza points to her temple and adds that they even removed all of the woman's equipment, so the only reason could be something related to her body. Perhaps she had a brain problem. Altair, with tension on his face, is silent. Elise demonstrates the effects of healing on her fingers, and at the same time explains that a high-level healing skill can reverse even serious illness or injury. She gives the example that even a severed finger can be easily reattached if it happened recently. But a finger cut off years ago cannot be put back in place. A smiling woman sitting in a cage survived a shipwreck as a child. If something broke in her brain then, she lived with it from then on, and her perception of the world could be completely different. Exhausted, Leia lazily looks ahead. She looked into Ned's eyes, not knowing who she was looking at, and the conditions for activating the ability were not met. If this theory is true, then to her people do not look like people. Leia sees the world distorted, bright red and orange tones, human figures with symbols and arrows. Jeff looks at her through the bars. His gaze is serious and concentrated. She looks back at him with the same determination, both of them being in a tense environment, exchanging silent glances. 13 years ago, Leia lay in the water in the middle of a storm while a sinking ship was seen behind her, broken into pieces. The rain pours continuously, falling on the girl's helpless body. Leia struggles with the raging waves, her body almost completely hidden under the water, which swallows her headlong. Leia remembers an abstract image of herself. When the waves carried her further and further, she opened her eyes. There was nothing in front of her. Her body was on fire. There was darkness all around. The ringing in her ears did not stop. She could only scream. At that moment, she did not remember who she was. On the day when her head was supposed to split into pieces, she decided to commit suicide in order to escape from the pain. But suddenly, she heard a smell. Her ears went quiet. A figure with blue eyes ordered her to open her eyes. The man from the east noticed that she could only see silhouettes. He placed his palm near her cheek and told her not to worry. He would correct her. Thus began the story of learning with a man from the east. The hand depicts hieroglyphs on a sheet of paper. Leia inhaled its intoxication every day, spending numerous hours studying the Oriental language. Little Leia meditated and felt at peace. She saw terrible silhouettes around her, but her vision was gradually restored. Only her reflection could be human. She had to suffer from life among vile creatures. She wanted to see her younger brother. She holds a medallion with a child's drawing. She didn't remember his name or face, but she was sure that he looked like her. Covered in sweat, she reasoned that since they looked alike, she would see him in human form. A spruce branch slightly blocks the view of the eastern house. One day, she did everything she was told. Her eyelids were raised. She wrote all the signs correctly, but still something happened wrong. The figures became even scarier and uglier. They asked if she would eat her portion. Fade, smoking his pipe, argues that most of the young students of Persephone's guild undergo the ritual. Their psyche is destroyed by poison or physical injury, and then poisonous incense is used, forcing them to acquire mnemonics that help the flow of their mana. 9 out of 10 die. Tense Ned listens to his friend's monologue. Fade's serious face radiates desperation as he talks about survivors who undergo brain changes that give them a special feeling. Leia woke up abruptly from a lightning thought. This radiance, she again saw abstract forms and analyzed them. Cheekbones, inward movement, 5 centimeters at 60 degrees. Leia was alarmed. Fade was in a gray robe, and talked about any of the 5 senses. He noticed that sometimes even the very idea of the world can change. Leia placed her 2 fingers on her cheek. She saw that all the arrows were showing her. If she starts moving her hands over her face and body according to the arrows, she will be able to change her appearance. She remembered how in childhood she changed her youthful appearance to an old one. Leia spoke good words about her mentor. He not only supported, but also taught martial arts. He promised her that he would look for her brother. Jeff looks at her, chained. She remembers when she sat next to the man from the east when he was in a cage. She must repay him. She failed to steal the dragon's heart, but she will be able to save her mentor. She must choose from this place. Leia called out to Jeff, asking if she was tired of sitting next to her. Leia smiled, saying that even if they let her go, she would not last long, because she was telling everyone the secrets. She asked if one of her favors could be performed. Seductive Leia asked to take a bath, because it was dirty. If Jeff agrees, she will tell him everything he wants to know and do the same with her. Jeff looked at her knees. She continued to insist on her point. She took a seductive pose and invited Jeff to wash her himself. Jeff was a little shocked by this proposal. He stood next to the captive, presenting his hand to her. With his hand he touched her chin, lifting her head. He ordered her not to move. Smiling maliciously, Leia was glad that her plan had worked. She noted that men were always easy to deal with. Leia sat on her knees, chained, when Jeff stood in front of her, holding her chin and leaning down to meet her eyes. She thought that anyone with great strength would want a charming partner, no matter how many they already had. Leia, with her mouth slightly open, was in ecstasy while Jeff, holding her chin, gently touched her lips with his fingers. She said that she would become his unforgettable trophy of war. She would become his most valuable partner, not for long, until she ran away. Leia thought that this was the only way to weaken the one who owned the hearts of dragons and the sword of light. She was sure that even he could not overcome his natural instincts. Jeff called her. He moved closer to her face, sharply raised her chin slightly up, and intimidatingly ordered her to stop talking nonsense and spit out the insect. Her eyes widened in horror as something began to move inside her. A huge insect, surrounded by magical runes, began to burst out of her chest. She was gasping for breath, experiencing unbearable pain. Jeff held her neck tightly, continuing the ritual of expelling the insect that squirmed and struggled inside her. Leia had difficulty pronouncing various sounds. Leia lets out agonized screams. Jeff stands nearby, calmly observing the girl's suffering. Jeff stood with a smug grin on his face, his cold gaze fixed forward. He reflected that even after going back in time, he saw that she was the same as then. He recalls a situation from the past, when bright stars illuminated the night sky, a huge building towering in the background. Leia and Jeff stand next to each other, holding swords. They look at each other. Lee tells Jeff that they can be together after this is all over. They are close to kissing. Lee looks at Jeff confidently, asking if he will trust her and do whatever she says. Jeff remembers her betrayal when he was used. Jeff crushes the insect with his foot. Lee is wounded. Blood flows from her face. Leia lies tied up on the ground. Jeff squats next to her and says that he wants to kill her, but is giving her another chance for the sake of her brother. A dark figure with glowing red eyes and glowing hands threatens her. He says her fate depends on her behavior. Jeff touches the top of her head with his hand. She is surrounded by bright lights and magical symbols. Jeff orders her to open her eyes. The huge gate slowly opens, letting bright light inside. Jeff climbs the stone stairs in the castle. Altair stands with his arms folded and asks if he's finished. Jeff and Altair walk side by side, illuminated by the light of the torch. Jeff says he had Leia slowly return to normal to avoid side effects from changing her brain's neural pathways too quickly. Altair notes with slight surprise in his voice that this will take longer than she expected. Jeff confirms that this is necessary to minimize the risk of side effects. Jeff, walking up the steps, remembers that he thought Altair would be against restoring the smiling woman. He mentions that Altair and Ophelia wanted to kill her. Altair, smiling evilly, tells Jeff that she would like to torture Leia, but believes that it is better to use her talents to her advantage. She declares that Leia will serve them until she atones for her sins. Altair thinks that she is Ned's sister after all. They should help her. Jeff notices that Altair mixed up what she wanted to say out loud and what she wanted to keep to herself. Leia lies unconscious, with a letter and a glass bottle next to her. Jeff notes that he made a protective device while she was unconscious. Jeff thinks that he can now focus on the next case. He remembers that he did not want this meeting. At first he planned to kill her. However, he had no choice since she is Ned's sister. Jeff was worried about what Lee might do when they met and wanted to avoid the meeting. As expected, when Leia caught his eye again, Jeff couldn't contain his anger. Leia is depicted against a background of broken glass. Around her are images of other people, next to Masters and Alden, with a man from the east, expressing various emotions. Jeff cannot understand Leia, even after his death and return to life. He doesn't understand why Leia decided to stay in the demon cult even after learning the truth. Jeff looks into the distance, thinking about what he meant to her. He realizes he can't ask this question now. Now it exists only in his memories. Suddenly a black shoe flies behind him and Jeff turns his head with a question on his face. Jeff quickly turns around when a shoe flies near him. He sees a high-heeled shoe on the steps, decorated with a golden flower. Jeff wonders what this means. Jeff stands on the stairs and looks up, holding a torch. A bare foot is visible in front of him. Altair sarcastically says that her shoe broke. Altair sits on the stairs, showing his bare foot. Jeff is stunned by what's happening, his eyes wide with surprise. Jeff thinks the situation is unrealistic. Altair says that he can no longer wear these shoes because they are broken. Dark staircase, cool stone walls. Altair looks down tenderly, her skin glowing. Jeff carefully holds her toes. Jeff picks up Altair and kisses her. Jeff remarks with a smile that Altair is cute when she's jealous. Altair asks with a smile if she is jealous. She then approaches him, saying that she is seducing him. Jeff remembers how in his past life he met different people, good and bad. He was often used and deceived, which caused him great pain. He decided to never trust anyone again and believed that the world was full of lies. However, in this dark world, he met Altair, the only woman who showed him honesty through her actions, not words. She became a light for him in this dark world. Altair looks tenderly at Jeff, her face illuminated by a soft light. Jeff realizes that Altair is the reason for his struggle and aspirations. Jeff and Altair hold hands. Jeff decides that even if he has to start over many times, he will always choose her. In the third church, the parish was removed from isolation. A large service was announced to mark the end of the raid. Banquet in a majestic hall. Altair in the center, dressed in an elegant dress, raises her glass, announcing her participation in the raid on the Ice Dragon. Next to her, on the right, stands Lucius, also with a glass in his hand, and on the right is Jeff. A solemn atmosphere reigns in the hall, and the gathered people greet this announcement with applause. The treasures recovered from Juridica's grave caused great excitement. Among them were precious objects such as a golden crown and a bejeweled goblet. At the same time, the presence of powerful allies, such as the Dragon Slayer, the High Elf Dariel, one of the strongest warriors and a saint himself, inspired confidence in the success of the enterprise. All this was ideal to interest investors. At the celebration celebrating the successful completion of the raid, Jeff looked around and noted that the atmosphere was great, and it looked like they would be able to raise enough money. At that moment, he heard applause and an unexpected person caught his eye. The cult leader appeared, suddenly praising Altair for her achievements, stating that he was proud of her and noting the saint's contributions. Polaris turned to today's main character, who brought fame, asking to show his face. Jay was confused. He didn't understand what Polaris was doing here. The guy put his hand on the golden cross on his chest and smiled reservedly. Behind him there is a dark red sky, a castle. This is Albert, the first prince of the kingdom and the youngest head of the Temple of Light. Unlike the second prince, who is rarely in public, he is the Star Aslan. His intelligence and appearance make him popular among young people. Jeff pursed his lips and frowned. He thought, this is how he presents himself, the head of the demon cult in his true guise, and what is it all for? Albert looked forward, smiling, his gaze cold. Lucius waved his hand in greeting, thanking him for the visit. It must be difficult to steal even a minute of free time. His face became serious, his eyebrows knitted together. He thought that this man was unlikely to be planning something good. He couldn't be allowed near Jeff, because he didn't have solid ground under his feet yet. The heroes look at the prince with hostility. He asked them not to be so careful with him, because he is an ordinary priest. He snapped his fingers and said he could change their minds. The castle door opened slightly. Those present in the hall turned around in surprise. Small children in white sleeveless tunics, with wreaths on their heads, run into the hall laughing. Ned looked at them confused. The children lined up and Albert waved his baton. They crossed their fingers, raised them to their chests, closed their eyes and began to sing. The children stood around Jeff, continuing to sing. The hero was embarrassed. He wondered with irritation what was going on. The prince went down to the smiling boy with short brown hair, put his hands on his shoulders and said that this child fled from Danakil. His whole family was killed by a dragon. Girls with blonde hair, one younger, with pigtails, stand nearby. These are sisters. They lost all their relatives because of the monsters that came from the princess's grave. Only they survived from the entire village. Albert raised his palm and said that he could only take care of these unfortunate orphans, and they managed to do more. He knelt before Jeff and bowed, saying that he and the children expressed deep gratitude to the hero. The prince looked up, grinning. The children began to scream enthusiastically and give thanks. Justina frowned and pursed her lips. She thought that this was all a lie. It was impossible to believe such nonsense. What kind of show he was putting on? Albert put the baton to his head, closed his eyes and began to explain that due to the rupture that occurred 12 years ago, the entire continent experienced a major economic crisis associated with machinations in the dungeons. He pointed the wand, waved it. The state took new measures to prevent the situation from repeating itself in the future. A scroll with decrees and a seal. Above it, in a bright light, precious stones and various things. According to the law, all items found in the dungeon must be appraised by a person holding a government certificate and reported to investors. All final reports are handed over to the monarch or the responsible institution. Albert conducts and looks at the heroes, continuing to speak. Also, when evaluating items, real economic and market indicators are taken into account. In case of false data, 3 years in prison or a fine of 5,000 gold. He checked the evaluation report of the Black Dragon Heart. The crowd froze in surprise, and with their mouths open, he announced that the value was 0 coins. The prince continues to lead the choir, raised his voice. Items found in the dungeon are not the property of the team that found them. They cannot sell them or keep them. Healing or exclusive items used without the knowledge of the authorities must be reimbursed by the team. He squinted. Something was wrong with the data, an obvious mistake. Lucius, angry and impatient, was about to address him. Albert put his hand on his head and laughed loudly. They should discuss this. They should explain themselves to everyone. He raised and spread his arms to the sides, addressing the heroes, shouting, "Objects endowed with divine power, they are priceless, as can be measured in human terms the value of the dragon's heart, which was used to fulfill the intentions of the goddess." Lucius clenched his teeth, looked ahead in bewilderment. The prince continued that Jeff, the chosen one of the goddess, tried with all his might to fulfill her desire, and it was so noble, he did not do it for the sake of wealth and fame. Justina frowned, alarmed. Albert broke his baton, grimaced, and said indignantly, "He did this without receiving a single coin for saving them, so should the black dragon's heart in this case be subject to additional value?" Jeff looked at him furiously. The guy merely threw back his head, put his palm on his chest, closed his eyes and said with a smile how happy he was, being the prince and head of the Temple of Light. The balcony of the castle with columns. The prince knelt before the king. Albert says that as soon as he heard such good news, he immediately went to his father to request that this matter be submitted to heaven itself, and he agreed. The prince snapped his fingers. Behind him a knight bowed and held out a folded sheet of paper. Then he addressed the bishops of each parish. The knight knelt and unrolled the scroll. Albert waved his hand in his direction. All 9 clergy, including himself and 1 responsible institute, handed over their signatures. On the unfolded sheet there are a number of signatures. A symbol is depicted below. He exclaimed that everyone confirmed that Jeff's actions were the will of the goddess herself and cannot be assessed by human standards. Albert put his palms on the protagonist's shoulders and said that they all respect and support him. With a beaming smile, he said loudly, "For the salvation of humanity, and for his pure and unselfish intentions." The walls and ceiling of the castle, he continues his speech. The bishops promise the hero support and organize a relief fund. They will use all the items received from the dungeon to help the victims. Lucius, gritting his teeth, looks at him irritably. He knew that he would try to ruin everything, but in order to do so, they could turn to religion as a means of protection. But here he himself turned it into a weapon. A mountain of jewelry, decorations, coins, into which gold bars are falling. Glass has broken into fragments. If they deny selfless help, they will make it worse for themselves. Lucius looked at the princess, who was looking thoughtfully in front of her. He thought that maybe she could have helped if Albert himself, the left hand of the golden dragon, had not opposed them. The prince stands with a sad smile, his eyes downcast. Above him is a man with long blonde hair, with a mustache and beard and 3 horns on his head. The guy gave up his rights to the throne to become a priest, but was able to become the head of the temple in the territory of the golden dragon, receiving even more power. On an orange background there is a flash of light. Lightning. To oppose him means to oppose the golden dragon, who values his ward very much. No one can stand against him unless he himself wants to retreat. A man in a black hat with a feather and a red cape. A man in a green jacket and another who patted him on the shoulder with glasses, with blonde hair, got ready to leave since Albert wants to send all the loot to the Foundation. They will not receive a single coin. A shadow fell on the prince's face. He looked at Jeff, grinned evilly and asked what he would say to this. He was surprised. The prince looked at him, smiling widely, and said that the hero had lost not a battle, but a war. Jeff clenched his teeth, but couldn't hold back any longer. He turned away from Albert and covered his face with his palm, holding back a smile. He thought that he was about to burst with laughter. Cosmic sky, beige light, spots of red and blue shades, a standard technique. It is used by many temples, large guilds and other organizations to crush their rivals. At the table there is a representative of the temple and a knight reading the document. He thinks that they promise good conditions and support, but having cut off all paths to external sources of income, they take control into their own hands. These promises are fulfilled only once or twice. Sheets, unsubscribes, an application under consideration are flying onto a stack of papers. They write that their financial situation has worsened, so they can provide only part of the requested resources after months of fussing with documents. A small bag of silver coins, a measly handout. Exhausted people in rags, with a blank look, one had a bandaged head. The soldiers were in poor condition. The hooded man looked around. He was trying to open the door with a master key. This is the situation that those who fall for this technique end up in. Ophelia looks ahead with a gloomy expression on her face, so that the strong members of the guild are not intercepted by others. She has to pay thousands, or even tens of thousands of gold a year. There are bright discharges around the golden sword with a hilt in the shape of a cross. Equipment for completing difficult dungeons also costs at least 10,000 apiece, and if the weapon becomes rarer, or more in demand, the price soars. A scaled boot with a spiked sole and fur trim, a sword in blue flame, suitable spells for capturing monsters, manufacturing and cost of materials. The entrance to the cave is closed with chains. It is guarded by 2 guards, flasks with red and blue liquid, an army, carts with horses, salaries for hundreds and thousands of guild members, the cost of potions, food and other consumables. Permission to go through the dungeon is also not free. The more the scale of the raid, the greater the costs. On a black background, red branches intertwine with each other. The guild is doomed to death if it loses profit and support from the top. Albert, smiling, turned to Jeff. He wondered how long they would last, or whether they had an ace up their sleeve. He narrowed his eyes slightly, noting that unjustified actions cannot be taken. Even if it is unfair, one must follow the rules. He had never had such a status before and he did not know about such a thing. And now he can do little, even cheat, like Jeff, and he added that it was a shame that all the money he had earned would go away from him. The eyes of the main character sparkled. The prince continued, he hopes that he will leave him at least something. Jeff gritted his teeth. Albert came closer and joked that his face looked like he was about to kill, but it would be funny if he really did it. The hero closed his eyes. He opened them. He had a tired and frowning look. Red Throne. A large cloud of red smoke is coming towards the city. Silhouettes in the thick fog resemble skeletons with weapons. A creature with a scythe. Jeff said when the southern gates open, sandy winds will envelop the whole world. This is a sign. The Knights of the Apocalypse will come and bring chaos, war, and death. Lucius was surprised by this phrase. A golden key appeared in the palm of the protagonist, shining, and he said that when the flowing blood collects in the river, the desired horseman will take power into his hands, and only he who has 5 hearts of dragons will be able to avoid death in battle. He clenched one hand into a fist, raised the other, a pillar of fire appeared in it. And this rider will receive a sword of light, so said the angel. A yellow discharge flashed from his eyes, and this item, bestowed by the goddess along with the sword of light, cannot be given to anyone else. Jeff looked back at Justina, who stood with a serious face, except for the person to whom he decides to give the dragon's heart. Albert looks calmly in front of him and is silent. The hero asked him to protect this man. They shook hands. Jeff smiled, shaking his hand, and said that he appreciated his help and counted on his support. A carriage drawn by 4 horses driven by a coachman is driving along the road. The prince grabbed his chin with his fingers and looked out the window of the carriage. He thought that everything ended quite well, but he would have to wait with the dragon's heart for now. Then Jeff replied that he would wait for the conclusion of the contract, and advised him to be careful on the way back. Albert touched his index finger to his mouth. He had questions about the person Jeff would decide to give the dragon's heart to, and that he wanted to strengthen his guild and challenge him. He thought with a hint of confusion that, after so much effort, he had finally chosen the path of destruction. In the center of the dragon's heart there is a glowing cross. The protection around it is broken into pieces. Originally it was the only one, but now you need to collect 7 parts and make them one again, otherwise everything is meaningless. A large window with curtains, loud laughter is heard. Albert is riding in a carriage and looking out the window, resting his cheek on his palm. Jeff is told that this man is completely unfamiliar with the truth of their world and should not pay too much attention to him. Dark blue background, reasoning that there are many suspicious details, including cooperation with Althea. But the transmission of the angel's words was only an interpretation of the holy book. Is he really doing the will of the goddess? Is she really aware of everything? The light from the window illuminates the prince's face. Too many eyes were looking at them, so he did not use detect magic and did not find out whether it was a lie or not. There is pink smoke on a dark gray background. Albert is confident that nothing will interfere with his plan, because he has prepared for all emergency situations, and in addition, he has prepared other gifts for them. Ertie is sitting on the ground, holding a hammer in one hand, a log in the other. He looked up at a man who approached him and asked who he was and whether he knew his mentor. This happened a few days before Jeff entered the Silver Key. A guy with short black hair, wearing white clothes decorated with a cross, smiled and replied that he was an old friend of his teacher. Ertie frowned. Albert leaned towards him and said that the guy must miss her very much, but there is a way for them to meet again. Ertie looked down and thought. In the palm of the main character lies a key on a thin ribbon. Night, Jeff stands next to Justina, who, holding onto the balcony railing, looks into the distance. She says that he did everything right. Even if they are disgraced, the dragon's heart is safe. It never even occurred to her that the prince could be given such a strong rebuff. The princess smiled slightly and looked at Jeff. She asked why he looked so happy when so much was said about him, or was it part of his plans? He looked down and lowered his head slightly. He replied that he didn't expect this, that's why it was funny. And to be honest, he assumed the worst. The actions of the great master from his past life, which he could not understand, now make sense. Alden appeared in his demonic form in front of the main character. Then Jeff did not understand why he appeared until he heard the clue in Althea's words. The ice dragon sits on a golden rock. Behind him is Elba. She, smiling slightly, talks about how the white dragon is the master's highest goal, and Jeff has the best chance of destroying his plans. Perhaps he wanted to prove the white dragon's intervention in the situation with Death Aldean. Erdi, with a helmet in the shape of an open lion's mouth and a sword in his hand, looks up determinedly. But there is a question as to why he abandoned the White Dragon disciple for 2 years. Jeff remembered how he met a guy who introduced himself as Erdi and also introduced Marenia, a girl with long white hair, blue eyes, in a shiny blue dress, on her head 2 ice horns. She is the goddess of ice and protects their guild. Jumped onto this guy's back. The prince looks out the carriage window with a grin. Jeff explained that Albert could never get the dragon's heart, so he was calm. In general, it seemed to him that they would not gather the strength to win this war. He put his hand on the railing of the balcony and said that they would have to pretend a little that they did not know how to use the dragon's heart and had no intention of keeping it for themselves, and he laughed again. But then a cold rage flashed in his eyes. A cold glow appeared around him. He said that the prince was so arrogant, but now he would leave them alone. He wanted to win politically, put pressure on them with money. This is how all people fight with each other. Albert sits on the floor in the violet flame, covered in blood, holding his head with one hand, the other stretching forward. Justina opened her eyes wide in shock when Jeff called her brother unhappy, because he, it seems, now also considered himself a man. View of the open balcony of the castle. The heroes are standing nearby. The guy continued. If the prince had revealed his power and attacked them, he would probably have died. Now, if he stops bothering them, he won't have to worry about anything except tomorrow. Bright rays of light come from the golden circle with an ornament. Jeff's eyes glow red. He thought that despite what happened, he did not even reveal his identity. A demon with purple tubes, a flash of pink light around him, because this is the rule of the game. Magnus, with a stern expression on his face on which a shadow falls, looks down from above. Even now, having become the head of the Temple of Light, he has made Jeff a threat to the kingdom, and if anything happens, he will destroy it through the Golden Dragon. And this would cause internal conflict in the Temple of Light. The prince with glowing red eyes, with a triumphant smile, the hero thinks that Albert, over the years of playing at being a man, has become so confident in himself that he really believes in the possibility of winning. And you just need to endure his ridicule. A great opportunity for victory will appear. Jeff hugged the princess from behind. Very soon Albert will realize his mistakes and regret everything. The heroes stand, hugging each other, and look at the night sky with the stars. The moon is shining brightly. He took a step back, and they, on the contrary, will rush far forward. In a deep white plate with a golden rim, pieces of stewed meat and vegetables in a sauce. This is a stew made from the blood of a blue dragon. On a flat plate with a garnish of asparagus, broccoli and tomatoes, blue dragon steak. In a transparent glass with ice cubes, water from the lake of life. Jeff, wiping his hands with a towel, said that this time they would have to fight in the snow, and for this they should improve their characteristics. The heroes gathered at the table. Kiara delightedly tried the food. The main character explained that he had set the table just for this. Ophelia tasted the food with anticipation. Justina put her fingers to her mouth, was surprised. They really liked the taste. Dragon meat improves magical abilities, agility, endurance, and acuity of senses. Ned was embarrassed. Fade was with a fork at his mouth, chewing his food. He opened one eye in amazement. For everyone involved, this is the perfect elixir. Lucius turned his head, frightened by Arno, who enthusiastically hands him a glass of his living water, having heard that it has healing and cleansing effects and even slightly increases life expectancy. High ceiling, large chandeliers, round window. Jeff continued, raising his voice. Soon the work will become larger and harder. You need to eat well and not waste energy. He took a sip of water from his glass and turned his gaze to Justina, who asked where he learned to cook. The guy replied that he was taught by his maternal grandfather, who owned a restaurant. She leaned her head on her hand, smiled, and asked. He didn't say because he was afraid that she would force him to cook. Then she added that this was a completely reasonable move. The guy laughed. There was one empty seat at the table. The princess noticed that Erdi was the only one who did not come today. Erdi stands with his hand on his stomach, smiling awkwardly. Then, having heard about dragon meat, He said that he might not come because his stomach was naughty. Jeff noticed that trying dragon meat is as rare as killing it. He would never that he won't say it out loud, but he's sure that he won't be very offended. The girl looked at him and asked if Ertie would not be offended. The main character glanced at her and assured her that there was no need to worry. He simply did not have the right to hold grudges, and it was not just a matter of action restrictions. When the heroes were talking, Dario looked at them. He was in a completely depressed mood, lowering his glowing eyes, thinking that it would be better to get rid of the hero. A scroll with descriptions and drawings of weapons was laid out on the table. Preparations for the raid on the dragon were in full swing. They needed to make sure that they used the time they had gained wisely. The heroes are sitting on the sofas. Lucius is in the chair. He handed Jeff the sheets, explaining that this is a preliminary list of invitees, which he obtained through connections, and also Lauren's auction catalog for this month. Kiara asked what kind of list it was. Arno turned to her, waving his hand, and explained that Lauren's auction is the largest auction on the continent, where millions of gold change hands and even legendary items can be found there. Even if you send the item now, it will not be put up for auction this month. A man with a beard and black clothes and a headdress looks through a magnifying glass at a ball standing on a purple pillow. Arno continues, it takes a month to evaluate the item and another month to determine whether the item is worthy of auction. And if so, then within the third month it is granted. A catalog is an official document used for advertising. In the preliminary catalog, goods that were not put up for auction, initially only employees of the auction house could see it. Arno sighed, crossing his arms over his chest. Kiara turned her head towards him. There are so many applications that the date is set 6 months from the date of application. The girl asked why 6 months. The heroes don't want the raid on the ice dragon to take place. Jeff, holding the list in his hand, frowned and closed his eyes. He said that within 2 months. Kiara opened her eyes wide and listened in surprise to the main character. They will use the reservation list. When the auction has already been scheduled, it will be impossible to refuse registration, but the place can be written off or sold if a profitable deal is concluded with the organizers. Jeff unfolded the scroll and looked around, wondering what was best to buy, trying to remember what was most useful in the raid on the ice dragon in his previous life. The blue dragon was killed, lying in blood in the snow next to human traces. The hero could have followed instructions from a past life, but unfortunately, the raid never happened then. Plate boot, a guy walks in the snow. Ertie looked up resolutely. Steam was coming out of his mouth from the cold. He came to the ice dragon castle. Behind the hero lie defeated monsters. He raised his hand with a sword, placing it on his shoulder. In front of him is a castle made of ice. When Ertie arrived in Lindell, Justina, like many other people, left the castle in pursuit of Ned, who had escaped with the heart of the dragon. A girl with a light bob with a strong misunderstanding on her face, and a gray-haired man in a headdress with a feather, who stretches out his hand, look after the running Ertie. He was too tired of waiting and decided to go look at the dragons himself. They say that when he was running away, he mentioned the reason for visiting the port, which was to see if he could talk to the dragon. The hero walks through the icy hall, looking around. He pursed his lips, frowned and looked ahead. He thought there was no need to fight to the death. If he could talk to him, he would contact the princess before she made her move. The guy opened the door. In such a situation, he must have been accompanied by unprecedented luck. He entered, putting his sword on his shoulder. A girl with long white hair was sitting on an ice throne. She asked what he was doing here and why he entered someone else's house without asking. She was in a blue shining dress. On her head there were 2 ice horns. She sat with one leg crossed over the other. The girl raised her fingers to her chin, slightly bowed her head and called him an arrogant weakling. A smile appeared on her face. Ertie opened his eyes wide in surprise. She jumped off the throne, and she approached his face. Looking into his eyes, the guy was very embarrassed at how quickly she did it. Her gaze was indifferent. The girl noted that he smelled like her sister. Did she really accept the person? But she told her that there was no point in engaging in such nonsense. A blue glow, snowflakes and shards of ice appeared around her palm. She asked what he wanted, to test his strength, or whether he wanted to receive the title of Dragon Hunter. Ice swords appeared in the girl's hands. She took a fighting stance and introduced herself as Marenia, the Ice Dragon, and everything he wants he will get only after her defeat. He froze, with admiration in his gaze, unexpectedly. He grinned. He was lucky. He pushed his foot off the floor with force. There were red flashes of light around him. His desire to protect his teacher and relatives had long ago become a will, and giving back to a fierce fight had literally become an instinct. The blades of their swords collided with each other. They looked at each other and both were sure that she was the same as him. The moon in the sky, a view of the castle, part of the building is destroyed, a powerful flash. Verenia spread her arms with her swords to the sides and ran at the hero. She laughed and shouted that she couldn't believe that she received as many as 5 blows. Now that he had learned to control the force, let him try to hold out at least a little longer. A row of ice fragments appears at the girl's back, she said, since he is a student of Mnemosyne. Several rows of ice swords appeared in the air. He must repel this. She withdrew her hands and closed her eyes. Her hair and dresses fluttering in the wind. The swords behind her became wings. Verenia waved her arms forward, her wings forming a kind of protection around her. Erdi was thrown back, ice swords aimed at him. The hero looked to the side, his eyes glowing red, and a flash of red and blue light appeared next to him. The ice sword shattered into fragments. He swung his sword and raised his head. An ice dragon was flying towards him. Verenia flew towards him. She had a determined look and she smiled. How rare it is in life to meet a person who looks like you, as if you were looking not at him, but at your reflection in the mirror. He frowned and clenched his teeth, blocking another blow. The heroes furiously strike each other with their swords. Erdi steps back. There is a strong flash of light. Huge ice blocks fly apart. There is a ship next to the palace. In the distance there is a mountain. The breath of the ice dragon froze the open sea. It was autumn outside. Behind the heroes is a castle. It's snowing. A girl is bending over a guy lying in the snow. His sword is nearby. She laughs that he came to catch her, and then asks what his name is. A magical winter has begun for Verenia, without even realizing his tragic death. A black metal boot steps powerfully onto the surface, causing a bright blue flash. Erdi screams furiously, clenching his fist, shrouded in red energy, preparing for a powerful blow. Verenia confronts him, looking straight ahead with concentration and taking a fighting stance. Erdi attacks furiously, his fist flashing with energy as he rushes forward. Verenia parries his attack by creating an ice barrier. The Morenians attack their opponent's head with their left foot. She throws quick punches, knocking Erdi back. Erdi has difficulty staying on his feet. Verenia stands with a self-confident smile, crossing her arms near her chest. She reproaches Erdi for his arrogance, saying that her body is the pinnacle of all living beings. Erdi, amazed, lies opposite her, groaning. Verenia continues, stating that Erdi needs to train for another 100 years before he can fight her on equal terms. Verenia looks at Erdi and says that she will give him a weapon to even the odds in battle. She snaps her fingers and ice magic begins to form weapons on the floor, creating cracks in the ground, right next to Erdi's hand. Erdi kneels among the huge swords stabbed into the ground around him. Verenia says that he will need at least 7 magic swords, and reminds him not to forget about the Requiem. Erdi barely hides his irritation. His lips are compressed in a determined grimace. They fight in an ice castle during a snowfall. Erdi says that Verenia looks down on him. He agrees to fulfill her demands to prove his strength. Then, driven by pure instincts, Erdi fought as much as he wanted and ate when he felt hungry. In combat armor, holding fire-making tools in his hands, he lights a fire. Verenia looks at the flint and asks what it is, noticing that it looks like a key. Erdi explains that this is a flint. Verenia is surprised and notes that people in the past used something more primitive, and that times have changed. Erdi and Verenia are sitting by the fire, frying fish. When exhaustion overtook Erdi after several days without sleep, he fell to the ground and fell asleep instantly. Verenia sits nearby, watching him. Erdi sleeps like the dead, finally finding peace after long trials. Verenia looks at Erdi and thinks what a strange person he is. She notes that most people lose the desire to fight when they see a dragon's power. A memory of her sister's strange students pops up in her thoughts. She remembers a child who, until the age of 12, was an empty vessel. This child's bodyguard looked as if something inhuman was hiding within him. Verenia remembers the child she saw 20 years ago. Thinking about him causes her stress, reminding her of that time and the strange events associated with this child. Erdi had good physical shape, was born with a lot of mana and agility. He knew how to think well and had good spatial perception. Erdi had many talents that helped him become stronger, but his best quality was his ability to revel in his thirst for battle. With fury, he fought Verenia. Their forces collided, creating bright flashes and whirlwinds of energy. Erdi receives a powerful blow to the cheek, flying to the side. Erdi thinks disappointedly that he was only a little short of enough to strike. His gaze is focused and intense, wondering why his attack didn't work and what else he needs to succeed. Glowing lines of energy and bright flashes from parrying opponents' attacks scatter around. Erdi thinks about what he should change: weight balance, tilt angle, mana concentration, or learn the opponent's habits. He can almost see the weak points, feels that just a little is needed to achieve the goal. Erdi's black boot hits the ground, surrounded by red and blue streams of energy. He realizes that Verenia is too strong and that he is no match for her. Erdi realizes that his strength is not enough, but despite this, he decides to continue the fight, taking step by step to become stronger. He vigorously wraps his hands around his sword as he prepares to continue the battle, clearly enjoying the battle. Under the bright light of the full moon, Erdi gathers all his strength, preparing for the final blow, his sword emitting powerful energy. Erdi fights with a huge white ice dragon, cutting its paw with claws. Erdi looks up at the bright light of the moon through the hole in the ceiling. He decides to rest for a while, putting his feet down. Erdi, lying on the ground, looking at the moon, thinks that 3 months have passed since he began his training. He looks at his fist with confidence, noting that in 3 months he has become significantly stronger. He is now able to repel Marenia's attacks, even in her dragon form. Erdi remembers the butler of Lindell Castle asking him to return in 2 months. He forgot about it and now wonders if the princess has already returned. Marenia looks through the hole and calls Erdi to her, her face shining against the backdrop of the full moon. Erdi lies on the ice, looking at Marenia's legs. He asks her what happened and why she is calling him. Erdi suddenly freezes, his eyes widening in surprise. Marenia stands barefoot on the icy surface, her long white hair flowing against the brilliant northern lights. She asks Erdi if he likes it, admiring the beauty of the northern lights. Marenia sits on the edge, pointing with her hand to the place next to her, inviting Erdi to sit next to her. Erdi is standing nearby. She asked what he thought about this view, since this was his first time seeing something like this. Erdi silently looks up. Marenia turns around. She remembers how her mentor said that she watched the radiance with him. 2 large dragons with white wings soaring against the backdrop of the northern lights. One of the dragons looks at the other. The teacher said that she would like to see this radiance again. Marenia's eye reflects a blue glow. She remembers the past when the dragon's heart was broken into pieces. From its pieces 7 dragons emerged, including her. Her fragment was blue. Marenia continues to remember the moment when she was a little dragon and she opened her eyes. The huge dragon greeted the little one. He was waiting for her birth. Marenia remembered that there was a part of the white dragon in her heart. She, in the form of a dragon, was floating in the air with her sister. They had a special connection. Her sister was kind and strong. Marenia innocently raised her finger and tells Erdi that she and her sister are both white, but she would never dare to call herself a white dragon, since this name belongs to her sister. Erdi now understood why it was called the Ice Dragon. With the northern lights in the background, Marenia continues to say that her sister fell asleep 1,000 years ago. The other dragons began to behave strangely after Kaisaros died. Marenia was busy with her routine all the time. She had not spoken to anyone for a long time. Erdi continues to listen carefully to her interlocutor, who notes that we are talking about the person to whom she is right now telling about her memories of her sister. Marenia looks towards Erdi. Her face expresses a gentle smile. Erdi, gritting his teeth, says that he cannot do this. He apologizes to his mentor. Marenia looks at Erdi in surprise, asking what happened. A former mentor hugs her little sister. Erdi admits that he cannot kill his mentor and her younger sister, whom she loved so much. His hand reaches out to the glowing fragment, which contains powerful energy. He says that he cannot do it. He uses the skill of the Cradle of the Earth, the white dragon that rules the earth. This skill allows you to hide any items underground, and can only be used with restrictions after receiving the blessing of the white dragon. Marenia looks in panic at the basket that Erdi is holding. She asks in bewilderment what it is. Erdi apologizes for showing this so late. It shows a lizard-like body surrounded by flowers. Erdi explains that this is the body in which his mentor lived. Marenia extends her hand to this creature. She senses her sister's aura and remembers her favorite flowers. Tears stream down her face as she looks at her sister. Erdi closes his eyes. He tells Marenia that he must find Princess Altair, another student of their teacher. Marenia hugs the basket. Erdi reports that the princess will try to kill all the dragons, as her mentor told her. But he doesn't want to do this. Erdi, concentrated against the backdrop of the moon, admits that he has found a way to avoid the end of the world without killing dragons. Erdi asks to help him with this. Tartaros stands opposite the dragon and the Tree of Life. One day the Day of Judgment will come, when the surviving dragons and the Tree of Life will lose their minds and begin to destroy the world. The Tree of Life raises its hand up. A spell is engraved on it. If he tries to talk about this day, he will die immediately. The white dragon Nemeshuna was breathing heavily, finding himself in the body of a small lizard. He tried to regain his strength, taking advantage of the chance opportunity to gain another chance at life. Erdi looked at the lizard with alarm. He leaned towards the master. Namashuna spoke with difficulty, admitting that his body was at the limit of its capabilities. The violet-eyed lizard, Nemeshun, explains that due to the spell cast, her body will move even after death. She wants to reveal the truth that she could not tell in life due to duty. Erdi, with tears in his eyes, listened carefully to the last words of Nemeshun, who told him to find Princess Altair and help her stop the end of the world. She remembers Altair, who was surrounded by the light of the sunset and looked determinedly into the distance. Due to mission restrictions, Nemeshun only told her that she must destroy all the dragons. She is confident that Altair will cope with the mission. With her last breath, Nemeshuna realized that she could not tell all of Erdi's secrets because of his kindness and reluctance to cause pain. She knew that Erdi would not be able to kill the dragons, especially her and Marenia. With tears in her eyes, Nemeshuna asked Erdi to save the world and her species. Starry sky against the background of grass. Erdi's voice, full of despair and pain, screams about his dead master. Rain pours down from the dark sky. The sky was covered with thick clouds. Erdi was standing on the ground, concentrating on the last words of his mentor. He understood that difficult trials lay ahead of him. Erdi recalled how his master suffered for months due to the spells he cast on himself to give him the secrets of the world. She wanted him to carry out her will, even though it meant the destruction of herself and her sister. Erdi stood in the rain, his face expressing despair. He didn't know what to do next. In the end, he could not find the answer to this question. A tall stone building with arches, Erdi sitting on the roof. The girl notices that a month has already passed. Erdi has been in the castle for too long. He must meet with the princess, as his mentor told him. Erdi shrugs it off, saying that this is nonsense. He cannot leave the castle while the surrounding area is infested with monsters. In fact, he was postponing this moment under the pretext of helping. But one day, he made a discovery in a dungeon not far from Nina's estate. Surprised, Erdi stood in the middle of the stone walls. He noticed something and thought that this was the same thing that the mentor was talking about. He noticed a huge altar for summoning the demon god, which rises among the remains of skeletons. In the center of the altar is a circle with a symbol depicting a demonic figure. Destruction and chaos surround the summoning altar as Erdi envisions its destruction. Erdi states that if all the summoning altars are destroyed, the summoning of the demonic god can be stopped. He is confident that this is a much better way. Erdi sat next to Marenia under the starry sky. Marenia was holding a basket. Erdi realizes that he does not need to kill dragons. Marenia closes her eyes, expressing deep concern. She explains to Erdi that this is impossible. The demon god cult has been around for a very long time, and they already have thousands of summoning altars, most of which are hidden in places where they can't even go. Erdi looks at Marenia with seriousness. Marenia continues to say that if his plan is completely dependent on him, it is not a plan, but a mistake. Marenia's blue eyes sparkle. She tells Erdi that if he wants her to help him in this matter, he needs to prove his strength. The sun shines on the majestic Lindell Castle, the territory of Princess Altair. The castle is surrounded by green gardens and high walls. Marenia explains that the time is right, as the princess wants to eliminate Artalis, the blue dragon. Whether Erdi kills Artalis or convinces him will be part of his test. Inside the luxurious palace, with high ceilings and majestic columns, people gather. Altair introduces Erdi as his idol, asking everyone to greet him. Erdi stands in the blaze of sunlight, his armor shining, his expression of determination. He tells himself that he cannot depend on Marenia because he is a man. Over the course of a year, Erdi cleared the dungeons, encountering various monsters, including goblins. He destroyed various bird-like creatures, collecting many valuable items that might be needed for the upcoming raid. Erdi strikes hard with his sword. He realizes that he cannot meet the blue dragon as planned. If the blue dragon is truly poisoned as Marenia said, it could be very dangerous. He fears that his people may make a mistake in the negotiations, which could destroy the surrounding lands. Erdi thinks about his plan. He understands that it is safest to go with a group so as not to risk it alone. He decides to pretend that he is helping in the princess's raid. His goal is to convince the blue dragon to become their ally. If he succeeds in doing this, the princess will be forced to change her mind and follow his plan. Altair stands in front of a window through which soft light streams. She thanks Erdi for putting more effort into the raid against the blue dragon. Erdi modestly replies that he was only acting as usual, but Altair insists that he should not be modest, since it was thanks to him that they gained more supporters. A tall and muscular man with red hair and a beard, dressed in fur, smiles and introduces himself to Eliza as a mercenary named Ralph. He says he heard about a guy in this group and came to help. Eliza is surprised to notice that he is taller than her. Fade, lighting his pipe, announces that Duke Giornetti sent him. He asks what the payment for his services will be. The green tree is shrouded in mysterious light. A squad consisting of Fade, Erdi, Altair, Eliza, and Ophelia walk along the path leading to a huge tree. Fade, raising his hand, says that it is him. The knight announces the beginning of the hunt for the blue dragon and begins to blow the trumpet, giving the order to shift the vanguard to the Lake of Life. Moving at great speed, Fade asked Erdi if he was tired of being on his tail, to which Erdi asked Fade with a grin if he really thought he was better than him. Wary Erdi watched Fade and thought that he wanted to go alone, but he followed him. But this is not important, since Fade will not be able to fight the dragon and monitor it at the same time. Moving forward, Erdi thought that as soon as they came forward, an opportune moment would appear. First you need to cure the blue dragon, and only then try to negotiate with him. Broken Demon Sacrifice Sword, a sword forged from feathers from a dead dragon's wing. Durability reduced. Standing in front of a huge blue dragon, Erdi realized that the reality was harsher. The dragon looked at Erdi in an orange tint. While Erdi was using healing elixirs, Artalis managed to wake up. He remembered that whoever possesses the dragon's heart can unlock the true power of the magic sword Requiem. This sword will be their funeral service, their tombstone. Elba held a huge sword in her hands. She smiled and thought that if someday someone comes with this sword, then one cannot turn a blind eye to this. Artalis must teach him a lesson. The fierce dragon noted that the White Queen had lost her body, now he does not have to obey her. Creating purple whirlpools, he realized that he could not give his power to someone who did not deserve it. Erdi sent his powerful sword attack towards the furious dragon. The dragon ordered the squad to attack him. The purple water destroyed the trees. Erdi could not kill the dragon, but he could not escape from it. Dariel tensely fired his bow. Erdi swung his energy sword. He stuck the sword into the dragon's skin, asking for forgiveness for this. Making a circular strike, he cut the dragon into pieces. A huge arrow pierced the dragon's jaw. Erdi continued to attack. He felt very sorry for the dragon. Erdi two-handed grip. Perhaps at that moment, he acquired a new talent. Out of breath, Erdi noted that he was so weak that he could not protect those who were dear to him. He must become stronger. The embittered Erdi thought that he must lead the detachment, otherwise these people would kill Marenia. The floating Cyclops golem screamed. Erdi thought that he needed to act more efficiently. The soaring Cyclops celebrated the victory against the backdrop of the dead dragon and the standing Erdi. Erdi needed to pretend that he was happy to fight them. Praise was heard from the Cyclops. Erdi smiled self-confidently and mentioned their agreement. He takes the blue dragon's dragon heart. He asked the princess if she would mind. She replied that she didn't mind. Focused Erdi reminded himself that he needed to hide his emotions in order to gain trust, and deprive the princess of influence in order to make the squad his own. He stretches out his hand towards the heart, and rejoices because according to the agreement, he takes the heart for himself. He cannot allow someone else to take the heart. He thought that he should not rush. First he needed to decide what to do with the heart. He also needed to meet with Marenia. And then, suddenly, a purple seal formed on the way to the heart near his hand. At that moment, the surprised Erdi realized that the purple power emanating from the heart was the demon Ramiel hiding in the stomach of the blue dragon. He established a connection with his heart, and covered the forest with his poison. Erdi failed to save the dragon and failed to get the heart. This was his worst raid. Erdi recalls how he furiously beat Fade, asking him why he stopped him. In his memories, the demon ordered his heart to give him strength. Erdo called the demon and tried to attack him. Fade abruptly grabbed Erdo by the cloak and dragged him along, ordering him to escape. Erdi accused him. If not for Fade, he would have killed the demon. Erdi was angry. A sarcastically smiling Fade stands under the bright sun. He looks down at Erdi with an expression of slight contempt. He asks again whether Erdi really thought he could kill the demon, and if so, how. Fade notes that the dragon's heart was poisoned. There was no way he could recover. Fade said that Erdi is very capable, but he doesn't understand poisons at all. An angry Fade points his finger at Erdi's chest. He angrily says that the armor could and would have protected him, but asks what Erdi would do if he came covered in poison. Is he sure that he would not infect others? Calling Erdi, he noted that it was precisely because of this that it was necessary to save himself. Taking the phone in his hand, Fade told Altair that he was leaving, because the agreement was only for one raid. Altair, excited, asked to wait for him. Fade confidently ordered that the reward be sent to the Duke. He will not participate in raids while such a child is in the squad. Lighting his pipe, Fade turns to the princess, giving her serious advice. He advised her not to give Erdi any power. Concentrated, Altair considered Fade's words. It didn't seem like he said it out of anger. After this advice, Altair thought about it for some time and watched Erdi, but quick events made her forget about it. A dragon flies against a background of blue sky. The dragon turns to Erdi, telling him not to give up, no matter what happens. Looking with his blue eyes, he asks if he is Erdi's friend. The dragon believed in him and will help him. Hovering over the forest, it freezes the toxic purple part. The great forest and the lands of Danakil were covered with ice due to the breath of Marenia. Thanks to this, the poison could no longer spread. Erdi, thrusting the sword, holds it by the handle with both hands. Marenia stands behind him, turning his head. She became part of the Altair squad. Next to her, Erdi received the nickname Dragon Knight. He became invincible on the battlefield. From that moment on, the squad went down the wrong path. The altar of summoning stands among the gloomy, high walls. Destroying the altars of summoning became the first priority for the Altair squad. Money and manpower were invested in finding and destroying the altars. A body with spilled blood lies on the ground while a hooded figure with a sword in his hand stands over the body. The mercenaries left in the midst of the battle for the heart of the Black Dragon. Fade leaves, holding the phone, determination visible in his eyes. He left the squad due to a conflict with Erdi. Dariel and Kiara discuss the process of accepting Marenia into their squad. Kiara asks in surprise how an ice dragon can become a member of their squad. She expresses doubt, suggesting that this might be a ploy to kill the dragon once he lets his guard down. Dariel listens to her thoughtfully, trying to understand why this should be so. Dariel, with a serious expression on his face, stood opposite Erdi. Dariel said that dragons must be killed. When a conflict arose between the two leaders, the soldiers began to spread rumors. The soldier asked if they had heard about Dariel, who some thought was not acting as a leader. Another added that he was the son of an elf king who supposedly wanted the kingdom to fall. Among the soldiers, they began to whisper about whether his prophecies were true or just fiction. Dariel, with a sad face, stood aside, hearing these conversations. People were more willing to support the friendly Erdi than the silent Dariel, in whom they did not trust. Erdi, in his armor, argues that it is important to gain people's trust. He doesn't worry about the price since the princess pays for everything. The elves leave the team due to a conflict with Erdi. As a result, the team began to consist of people who became friends with Erdi after the conflict, or those whom he helped. It consisted of Marenia, Ralph, Nina, and others, all of whom admired Erdi. Altair, feeling anxious, looked after Erdi. She wonders if they are doing the right thing, doubting that his mentor would advise killing dragons without a good reason. She sadly reflects on why she chose the more difficult path, and what will happen if they don't kill the dragons. Jeff suddenly faces an attack. Someone with a sword pinned him to the ground. Jeff screamed. Smoking Fade recognized Jeff lying on the ground. He remembered that Jeff had once been a guard in the 3rd Ward and noticed that he had significantly improved his fighting skills. He asks Jeff who taught him such skills. Fade presses his knee on the prone Jeff and orders him to answer his questions. Dariel and Kiara watch what is happening from behind. A luxurious decorative panel hung on the golden wall. Jeff stood, illuminated by the light, his silhouette standing out against the curtain, where the shadow of a woman could be seen. Having learned about Fade's new ally, who also owns the heart of the blue dragon, Altair was surprised. Realizing the surprise of this information, she decided that she needed to create a powerful army of her own allies in order to be prepared for any unexpected turns of events, especially if Erdi was wrong. Water flowed from my feet, leaving drops on the floor. Altair stood in front of Jeff, covered only with a thin towel. Altair, standing with wet hair and drops of water running down his face, confidently looks ahead. She tells Jeff to work with her. Jeff, watching Altair, replied that they must first agree on a share. Altair was suddenly surprised. Jeff said that all members of the squad have their own prey. He also wants the same. Jeff sternly said that he needed the body of a worshipper of the demonic god and his things. He will also demand interest for late payment. Surrounded by golden light, Altair stands next to Fade, Jeff, and Kiara. Altair needed soldiers, and Fade and Jeff were struggling due to the restrictions of being just the two of them. Despite the initial problems, Fade was confident that although Jeff seemed to be a psycho, he was quite useful. Altair was glad to hear this. They decided to get into the same boat because they had a common goal. Dariel was recovering at this time. Erdi was clearly unhappy with what was happening. He was especially outraged by the fact that Fade and Dariel returned after almost a year. In addition, Jeff appeared, the man who absorbed the dragon heart that Erdi lost. Screams could be heard from the ice blocks, a whirlwind of frozen shards enveloping the cloaked figure. Marenia, in a rage, unleashes her power on Jeff, who is standing in chains of ice. She asks why he has a dragon's heart, since it doesn't belong to him. She calls him a thief. The two guards watched as Marenia kept her opponent trapped in ice. The guards discussed how even with a heart, Jeff was no match for her, and how difficult it was for humans to defeat the dragon. One of them was relieved that the ice dragon was now on their side. Erdi was not skillfully able to restrain it, but also used it to manipulate public opinion. Erdi runs in front of the ancient castle, bare-chested. At this moment, Jeff observes him and discusses his nature, noting his naivety and simplicity at first glance, but recognizing his cunning and ability to understand the thoughts of others. Erdi, possessing innate egoism, instinctively strives for fame, which forces him to act decisively and purposefully. Serious Jeff ponders, assessing his further actions. He understands that Edri will not act impulsively until the raid. He, with the help of his achievements, will try to get the right to the final vote. His main goal is freedom. Edri, with tense muscles, reflects on his limitations. The silver lion helmet he wears significantly reduces his combat performance in training mode, forcing him to obey the orders of his commander. Despite this, he understands that while there is a need for fighters, the commander will not be able to keep him in training mode during the raid on the dragons. Edri, looking forward, decides to be patient. Edri realizes that he has the right to decide whether his master's family will live or not. Golden light floods the ancient ruins. A voice announces a plan of action and a proposal to divide into teams to begin the mission. Altair stands next to Ophelia, Lucius, and Arno, and says that a team called the Auction will go to the capital and buy the things necessary for the hunt at auction. She adds that they will try to make arrangements to purchase items that are still in stock. Lisa, Leona, Anna are part of a team called Farm. They go to kill monsters in order to collect all the necessary resources. They need to lead the Lindell Knights and the guards of the Third Parish. Ned took on the role of watchdog. The last command, with the name Advice. It includes Fade, Dariel, and Kiara. They need to find talented warriors and invite them to join the squad. The composition of the team reminded Jeff of old times. Kiara was surprised that she was on this particular team. Ophelia and Lucius were talking about the Duke. The girl heard that he was going to pay a visit. She asked Lucius if he would really leave the hallway unattended. Lucius replied that he had business to do, so he had to leave immediately. Smiling, Lucius was glad that he would soon see his children. Ned was surprised by this answer and asked again. Altair remembered her affairs in the capital. Sylvestra, holding the letter in her hands, wondered if Altair knew the name Eugenio, a red-haired scientist who visited the forest 61 years ago. Sylvestra would like to meet him if he is still alive. Altair, standing near the trees, answered her, saying that he was still alive and that he held the position of dean at the academy. He was her mentor when she was a student. The letter that the Elf Queen asked her to deliver. The dean is the heir to the aristocratic family of Duke Vittel, who trained many young aristocrats. He is of great importance in high society. She hopes that by meeting him, she will be able to learn something useful, something that will help in the raid. Altair, with her back turned, argues that the dean did not like her because she often skipped class. The exemplary student Lucius will be with her. Everything should work out. Kiara and Fade argue about which vehicle to choose, while Jeff argues that time is running out. He needs to recruit talented warriors, but also something else. He can use the Sword of Light while completing the task of the Goddess of Light, the main defense. He needs to protect the facility for a month. If successful, he will be presented with a catalog of the first floor of Aria's armory. Jeff takes out the Sword of Light in front of him and reflects that he has no idea who needs to be protected. However, the sword must point to the object of protection. Jeff concludes that if the object is not in the third hallway, then it is somewhere far away. Bright flashes and electrical discharges illuminate the sword. Shock and surprise are reflected in Jeff's wide eyes. With a powerful burst, the golden beam pierces the clouds, leaving behind a trail of bright light. Jeff, with a concentrated expression on his face, feeling vibrations in the air, realizes that the object is close. Powerful streams of energy burst out of the city directly into the clouds. The flying reptile moves at great speed. Two flying creatures with people on their backs will appear in the sky. The first is Lucius' father, Cessair. Second, Dean of the Academy, Eugenio. Two unknown people were quickly approaching the ground on flying animals. A moment later they landed. The owner of the Pilgrim Trading Company, Philip Pilgrim, got off the animal and, raising his hand high, shouted that he was glad to see everyone. The main character looked at him carefully, remembered how he and the owner of the company said that they should stay here for a while. As soon as everything settles down, he will send a letter, and thought about Philip and his son, who had to be left in the forest for safety net. Altair approached the man with glasses and congratulated him on his return, and Philip, smiling broadly, noted that he had heard that they had caught a smiling girl, immediately left with his son as soon as he received the letter, a weight off his shoulders. The owner of the trading company slightly tensed his lips, looked at the girl carefully, and said that, by the way, they grabbed someone in the capital after learning that they were starving. At that moment, Duke Cesare Giornetti and Professor Eugenio Vittel descended from the winged transport. Ned looked at them furiously and wondered if it was Duke Cesare. The red-haired guy carefully watched as the Duke walked straight, and noticed in his head that one of those who made their world like this, if not for his investment idea, the economic crisis 12 years ago would not have taken on such a scale. Ned sweated slightly, continued to look straight ahead furiously, and added in his head that the reason why their family fell was the deception of a traitor named Alden. There was a little noise in the guy's head, and he said that it was the Duke who created the dungeon bubble, allowing the scammers to operate in full force, so he sees no reason to treat him well, even if we do not take into account his personal feelings. The Duke is still guilty of a terrible economic disaster. Ned narrowed his eyes slightly, examined the Duke, and added that who would have guessed that this impudent muzzle. The red-haired guy saw the Duke greet Altair and continued that he would put all his shit on the line to help them. Altair smiled slightly, looked carefully at Cesare, and thought that it was difficult. They, of course, wanted to turn to the Duke, but she certainly didn't think that he would find them himself. They were not ready yet. Alden appeared in the head of the red-haired guy with a beetle outstretched in his hands, and Ned thought that from what the main character told about his past life, it was known that the Duke helped their group because. Then Lucius appeared in his head with dark energy, and Alden stood behind him, and Ned added that Alden brainwashed the Light Son. He took the Duke's son from whom he made a finished tool, and took Cesare's beloved grandchildren hostage. A moment appeared in the red-haired guy's head as the Duke looks at the priest, and Ned says that the Duke allowed him to go to the third parish and did not remove him from his son Matthias, with whom Alden was close, because he underestimated him. Alden smiled widely, his eyes glowed with a demonic light, and Ned noticed in his head that the Duke had not noticed the claws that Alden had so carefully hidden. A book tied with a purple chain appeared in the girl's head, and she said that for his merits in capturing the heart of the Black Dragon, Alden received a powerful artifact as a gift from the head of the cult. He also took under his command a man from the east who could not control his apprentice. Chin and Ned stood with folded hands along with a huge crowd in dark hoods, and Altair added that he eventually expanded his influence to such a scale that the Duke could no longer lay a finger on him. Altair nervously looked straight, lowered her gaze slightly, and thought that in this life Jeff was able to prevent the course of these events. But the problem is that now everything is turning out differently. Jeff looked at the Duke furiously. He also glanced at him, and the girl thought that the Duke did not understand how big a role the elimination of the traitor named Alden had played, so there was a high probability that he showed up with demands without thinking at all about due gratitude. Cesare lowered his head gloomily, opened his mouth slightly, and noted that the stories of the owner of the trading company forced him to come here. Then the Duke raised his head, looked arrogantly straight, and added that he said he was from the nobility, but now he sees in front of him an ordinary person. Jeff looked at him carefully and smiled slightly at what he heard. Philip quickly approached the Duke, extended his hand, and, looking at him carefully, noticed that despite such a young age, the skills of Sir named Jeff were amazing. This brave warrior fought alone on the front line during the hunt. The Duke's eyes widened in surprise when Philip added that, moreover, he and Sir Ned had eliminated the boss in the tomb of the vile princess. Cesare turned his head, lowered his gaze, and parted his mouth, wondering what it meant that these two had entered the boss's lair. Jeff and Ned glared at the Duke. Then a huge monster with the ghost of a girl appeared in Cesare's head, and the Duke noticed in his head that since they were there, they must have seen the phenomenon. Cesare looked attentively at the soldiers and thought that he should question the protagonist right now, but then everyone would understand his true goal. While it was unclear who was in front of him, friend or enemy, Cesare took a confident step forward, thought that first he would find out what he was like, and with a slap of his shoe he said that they would skip the idle greetings and get to the point. Cesare put his finger in front of him, looked carefully straight ahead, and noticed that, firstly, he would not give them a penny, and secondly, they must give money if they want to use his wisdom and connections, and the entire protagonist's squad looked at him in surprise. Jeff tilted his head slightly and glared at the Duke. Lucius suddenly ran forward, opened his mouth wide, and called out to his father. The Holy Son stood opposite his father and told him to stop talking like that. This man saved his life, and only thanks to him the raid on the Ice Dragon would be successful. And the Duke, opening his mouth wide and interrupting, asked the Holy Son to shut up. Lucius curled up all over with anger, looked furiously at his father, and thought that his father calls him a holy son only at such moments. Why is it so infuriating? and the Duke calmly lowered his head and added that his life, and therefore the percentage for her salvation, should also be paid to him. Then Cesar looked closely at his son and began to talk about the raid. 3 warriors under a banner appeared in the Duke's head, and Cesar said that the Alliance had been preparing for it for 2 years, so they could go into battle at any time. In other words, he had more room to maneuver. The Duke turned his head sharply and, turning his attention upward, began to talk about the 3rd condition. Jeff sharply kicked the ground, looked furiously at the Duke, and noticed that making so many demands was, to put it mildly, indecent. The Duke opened his mouth wide and turned towards the protagonist in rage. The main character stretched out his hand with a burning key in front of him and noticed that whatever the last demand, the benefit he can offer will be much greater. Asking for more than this is just plain stinginess. A moment later, a powerful electric charge hit the ground. Jeff tightly grasped the sword of light in his hands, opened his mouth wide, and shouted that he swears by this sparkle that he is the messenger of the goddess of light herself. He doesn't know what happened to such rabble, but she ordered him to be protected. Jeff extended his finger in front of him, tied the Duke with the help of magic, and added that he should stop talking, and not move further than 10 meters from him. The main character climbed onto the winged transport with the Duke, waved his hand, and noted in his head that after joining forces with the Duke, everyone began their task. Ned and Ertie quickly galloped along the gorge. They were on the mining team. Harvey waved his hand behind the golden barriers and called out to the red-haired guy. Then they dismounted. The guild master shook his hand and remarked that they had been told to meet here, and Ned shook his hand and remarked that he was glad to meet you. Altair, Philip, and Lucius went to the capital. They were in the trading team. Dariel, Kiara, and Fade were tired and galloping on horses. They were part of the advisory team. The girl with orange hair sharply spread her arms to the sides and shouted why Jeff was not with them. She was uneasy, and the elf replied that they should handle it themselves. That's what he said. Kiara turned a sad look, sweated slightly, and wondered why he went with them. Eugenio Vittel, the main character of the rumors that he was supposedly her father. Vittel rode with his eyes closed, and the orange-haired one added in his head that she had suffered so much because of him that when they met, she wanted to say a few affectionate things. Kiara put her hand to her forehead, turned pale, and noticed in her head that he had turned into an old man. You couldn't even get angry. The horse braked sharply. Fade turned his head to the side and noticed that there was a forest on the horizon. They were almost there. They saw the forest blazing with hellish flames. The heroes quickly headed into the burning forests. A huge, icy mountain appeared, and Jeff thought that Mount Scylla, located far from the forces of resistance, is located in the central part of the mainland. But due to its colossal height, it is covered with a thick layer of snow all year round. The main character stepped confidently into the snow, and the Duke behind him noticed that he wanted to ask a question. Cesar looked carefully at the protagonist and asked why they were acting together and in such a place, and the protagonist replied that there was little time and they needed to get something. Jeff sharply turned his malicious gaze behind him and, looking carefully at the Duke, noticed in his head that the duet was needed in order to make it easier to probe each other. The Duke is 100% now conducting a scan analysis. A moment appeared in the protagonist's head as the Duke stood in the dungeon and said how capricious this fate was, the place he so badly wanted to go to. And Jeff thought that somewhere 3 years later, according to the previous scenario, when the tomb of the vile princess began to be used as a shelter. In the protagonist's head, Cesar turned to him and said with a smile that over the past 10 years, he had invested so much in this dungeon. But if only money, and also the life of his own son, and all in order to find out what the lair conceals. Boss. Cesar sharply turned his dissatisfied gaze and added that he was not looking for the dragon's heart. He was looking for a much more valuable thing. It's pointless to talk about it. Let Jeff pretend that he didn't hear anything. And the main character noticed in his head that in a past life the Duke was a valued comrade. But he kept many secrets, so no one knows what his true goal is. The main character lowered his head slightly, remembered Cesar's face when he was told about the tomb, and thought that judging by the reaction, he had not yet abandoned his plans related to the tomb. Jeff turned his gaze to the Duke and added in his head that if he helps with her, the Duke will lean towards their side, but if she becomes a threat to the team, he will have to stop him. It's time to find out what the outcome will be. Pavel leaned back in his chair, put his hand to his forehead and noticed that this was Funny, the messenger of the goddess of light. A moment later, he struck the table with his fist. Then he curled up all over with anger, clenched his teeth furiously, and shouted how it had come to this, and none of them stopped it. How could he not have heard of the protagonist before? Wilhelmina put her hand in front of her, looked carefully at the cult hierarch and replied that someone was deliberately hiding information about him. She made inquiries, and he has a strange and at the same time not rich past. If he is so strong, he should have become famous long ago. Then she turned her gaze sharply and parted her mouth and added that, however, one can say for sure that he appeared in the third diocese around the time that Alden and the man from the east sent their people there as slaves to steal the heart of the Black Dragon. Ocelot sharply put his hand in front of him, looked carefully at the woman and asked what she was hinting at. That Alden and the man from the east teamed up and decided to get along with the saint. This is generally logical. Alden is dead, and the man of the east lost his student, and Wilhelmina turned to him and, with her mouth wide open, asked who identified the body. A moment later, Ocelot clenched his teeth tightly and froze. Wilhelmina put her hand to her nose, lowered her gaze, remembered the huge battle and said that the student was captured. But what if he deliberately fought with the saint's people and then pretended to be captured? A completely natural explanation. Then she turned her dark gaze to the side and added that perhaps the guy named Alden and the man from the east were bribed by Princess Altair. Ocelot began to pick his ear, looked carefully at the woman and noticed that if this was so, then all the information from the priest's informants was also false. What a headache. Everything happened simply because Alden was incompetent. That's all. He then raised his head smugly, smiled smugly and shouted that he had explained everything. Pavel gritted his teeth tightly, looked straight ahead furiously, and noted that in any case, they could no longer allow Princess Altair to collect hearts for the sake of the prosperity of their Eastern alliance, and for the implementation of the end of the world plan. Wilhelmina raised her hand, looked carefully straight ahead and smiled, noting that they could give it to her. She would not be able to kill the royal person, but she knew the weak points of her group. The woman turned her head sharply to the side and added that she could keep them away from the ice dragon. In the capital of the Kingdom of Kine there was a huge palace and a huge garden. Lucius and Altair stood opposite the king, and the herald announced that the first princess of the Kingdom of Kane, Her Highness Altair, and the first son of light, Sir Lucius Giornetti, had arrived. The third Lion King looked carefully at the guests, smiled slightly and noted that they defeated the blue dragon and cleaned the tomb of the vile princess. They did a great job. Queen Lucretia carefully looked straight, glanced at Altair and said that she had always seen only a child in her. But she did it. He was very proud of her. Altair extended her hand in front of her, pointed to a huge horn and noticed that she had a gift for them. The horn of a blue dragon. Cain put his hand on the girl's shoulder and remarked that it was wonderful, but above all, he thanked her for saving countless people, and Lucretia took her daughter's hand and remarked that her safe return was the greatest gift for Matter. Altair looked carefully at her parents and noticed that their words were an honor for her, and then thought that her talent was to distinguish enemies from allies by the feeling of warmth or discomfort that arises upon contact. The king's hand felt a powerful coldness on the girl's shoulder. Altair sharply lowered her gaze and a tear flowed from her eyes. She saw dark and gloomy silhouettes in them. Lucius put his hand on his chest, looked closely at the king, and he noticed that he, too, had worked hard for 10 years. Now that he had solved 2 of the 8 greatest problems, they should have a big banquet and medal ceremony. Altair all blossomed, smiled sweetly, heard the king add that if they want something, let them say it. He will reward them with treasures, land, whatever, and asked her father again. A huge chandelier glowed in the center of the ceiling. The huge banquet hall was filled with people, and someone noticed that their princess had grown up. She thinks the raid on the Blue Dragon taught her a lot. She returned here after taking care of the children suffering from poison and hunger in Danakil. Altair put her hand to her chest, looked closely at her father and noted that knowing that her people were still suffering from the ice dragon that had frozen the harbor, she realized that, as royalty, she could not stand by and just watch. Let him will postpone the medal ceremony until after the raid on the ice dragon, and use the money from the banquet to provide housing and bread for the unfortunate victims. Then she looked pitifully and added that there was something else about the raid on the ice dragon. At the headquarters of the Guild Union in the capital, 3 warriors were sitting. A pumped-up man shouted that they wanted to join the raid on the ice dragon as a support group, and the king allowed this, and a girl with pink hair sitting next to her noticed that the king's order would come soon. Rex put her hand to her neck, turned her gaze to the side and added that the dungeon law has provisions that protect the independence of groups. As long as they remain within the framework of the law, outsiders cannot change their composition. But with the support team everything is different. A picture appeared in her head of the support group standing on the sidelines and watching the raid group fight monsters, and she said that the support team were volunteers. Their role was to collect supplies, keep auxiliary healers, and wait in the rear in case the raid something goes wrong as a group. They receive money only for successful raids and, as is right, do not have the right to participate in battles. Rex raised a finger towards him, gritted her teeth and added that they were only allowed to engage in combat when the raid party was in dire straits and signaled for reinforcements, or if more than 50% of the raid party was dead. Kylie put his hand behind his head, looked carefully at the girl with pink hair and noticed that it was not a problem. The deputy guildmaster smiled, raised her head and added that they would make money from the Dragon Slayer. What's wrong with that? Kevin gritted his teeth fiercely, looked furiously at the girl opposite him and shouted that this guy Jeff will be there. Doesn't she know about this guy? He is a dog who eats dragon hearts. The guildmaster opened his mouth wide and started yelling that if this guy wants to fight, that the Temple of Light will give him the heart of a dragon. She actually has brains. And Kylie approached him and also shouted with her mouth wide open that he is afraid. He is not the only warrior here, so if you are not confident in yourself, let him fail. Rex clenched her teeth tightly, closed her eyes and, covered with veins, thought that their problem was that they were two hysterics. Kylie and Kevin, excellent fighters, but they were impatient. This group barely united only thanks to her mediation. After a moment, she struck the floor with her cane and remarked that she needed to calm down and make a plan. Rex stood up, looked carefully at the hysterics and added that in the end, they must complete the task. Kevin calmed down, looked at her carefully and heard that they understood how young adventurers like them were able to seize power over such giants as the Guild Union. Kylie looked at the girl with displeasure, and she added that they could not stop the princess from attacking the ice dragon. But their benefactors did not want her to do anything else. Rex carefully adjusted her glasses and noted that she needed to try her hand first. She needed something from the princess's chambers. Maybe she could entrust it to her. The carriage drove slowly along the pavement, and the coachman sat and waved his whip. Altair in the carriage folded her arms across her chest, looked straight ahead with displeasure and thought that it had been decided who would take part in the raid on the dragon. But few people know the secret of the island where the ice dragon lives. They must be 100% sure that we'll get out there. The only question is. The princess lowered her head, remembered how the king had noticed that she would now be very busy. He heard that there were only 2 years left before the raid on the ice dragon, and with a smile she added in her head that she did not understand how they could pull it off in less than 2 months. The girl remembered how the main character appeared in the form of a dragon and thought that the Guild Union does not yet have the right to attack the ice dragon. There is only a preliminary agreement with the port city. Initially they planned to use the protagonist and the Holy Sun to attract investors to buy the right to attack. Altair nervously put her hand to her head and wondered if they could do it, but this damn leader, and Ophelia leaned away and noticed that they had arrived. The princess carefully placed her foot on the footrest and added in her head that in any case, now she had no choice but to come here. Altair remembered how, before leaving the third diocese, Cesar pressed the child to his cheek, looked carefully at the princess, and said that before she left, he would like to tell her something, as she knows, her weakness, restrictions on dirty games, so even let him not think about getting involved in this. The Duke looked attentively at the princess, opened his mouth slightly and added that, in fact, she didn't need it to join the support group of the Guild Union. Altair and Lucius arrived at Lorraine's auction house and confidently went to him, and Cesar added that they would then go spend the state budget to the auction house. Everything will be decided by itself. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.